Luffy and Naruto just defeated the Dark Creatures, but were annihilated? This twist came out of nowhere. The sun was just right on the grassland. Luffy held the Thunder Flame sword. His white hair fluttered like a battle flag. Naruto was brimming with Nine Tails chakra. The dark forces could come at any time. The two talked as they moved forward. The sea of flowers was dazzlingly beautiful. The streams sparkled like a silver ribbon. Unicorns were running, and fairies were laughing. But the next second, dark clouds gathered, and the sky turned black. Not good. Something's happening. A swarm of bats rushed out, their eyes red as blood. It's the dark bats. Naruto raised his hand and unleashed a tailed beast bomb, sending bats flying everywhere. Luffy swung his sword to block the attacks. Lightning and fire enveloped the blade, sparks flying in all directions. They're being controlled. Find a source. After Luffy shouted, he looked around. Finally, he spotted a magic circle in the dark clouds. That's it. Naruto rushed forward, only to be bounced back by a layer of shield. This shield is too strong. Luffy stared at the shield for a long time. Attack the energy core. Naruto aimed carefully and threw a tailed beast bomb with a loud bang. The shield cracked open. The two seized the chance to rush inside. In the center of the magic circle was a black crystal. Evil energy surged out just as they were about to act. The crystal suddenly exploded with black light, binding them tightly. I can't move. Naruto struggled fiercely, his chakra nearly bursting. Suddenly, Luffy exerted his strength. A white light emanated from him. The power of the 10 tails mixed with ancient magic. Break from me. The binding shattered. The two charged forward with their ultimate moves. Could this crystal be destroyed? Was there something even more ruthless waiting behind? This plot made their hearts race. A mysterious forest hiding a crystal ball that could instantly boost battle power? Luffy and Naruto directly powered up, just after destroying the dark crystal. The two stumbled into a strange forest. The trees were dense, blocking out the sunlight. The ground was covered in patches of light. The air was filled with a magical scent. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure. What is that? Naruto pointed at a temple ahead. The grand door glowed, and when they pushed it open, they saw walls covered in strange symbols. Old antiques scattered on the ground, and in the center was a glowing magic circle. This thing looks like a teleportation array. Luffy crouched down to study it for a long time, flipped through a tattered book, and finally understood IT can teleport to the depths of the magic world. Naruto's eyes lit up. Shall we go? Let's go. In a flash of white light, the two fell into a large cave. The stones grew in bizarre shapes. The runes on the walls were the same as those in the temple. At the very back, there was a stone door. The password lock was tightly shut. After fiddling for a while, the stone door creaked open. Inside was an enormous crystal ball. As they approached, the ball began to play a movie, all showing wizards fighting dark creatures. Wow, is this the history of the magic world? Just as they were not finished watching, the crystal ball suddenly burst with light, wrapping the two inside. Feeling as if they were being electrocuted, their chakra surged wildly as the light dissipated. Luffy's hand holding the sword trembled. Naruto's tail was almost pointing to the sky. This wave directly makes us gods on the spot, but would the power given by the crystal ball have side effects? On the other side of the teleportation array, was there an even harsher secret? These two powered-up characters were about to flip the magic world upside down next. This plot was simply unstoppable. The dark forces found a magical treasure. Luffy and Naruto directly raided their lair. The alliance had just formed, and they heard that the dark forces found a treasure. The dark power inside could destroy the world. Luffy brandished the Thunder Flame sword and shouted, "We must get there before them." The way was full of pitfalls. Dark creatures popped up like weeds. Magical traps were more cunning than the last. Naruto threw tailed beast bombs until his hands were sore. These guys won't exhaust us? Finally, they reached the castle where the treasure was hidden. Black mist swirled at the entrance, pushing the door open. In the center was a glowing treasure chest, wrapped in a layer of shield. Another one of these things. Luffy stared at the shield. The energy core is in the upper left corner, just as Naruto was about to act. The dark forces people suddenly rushed out. Want to touch the treasure? You have to get past me first, with lightning from the Thunder Flame sword, and Nine Tails' chakra exploding. The two fought in perfect sync. The dark forces were beaten to tears. In the end, they all lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Hurry and smash the core. Naruto swung his tail. The shield shattered with a crack. When the chest opened, it was filled with magical items and ancient books. Just looking at it made them feel invigorated. Now we can deal with the dark forces more confidently. Naruto grinned while holding a book, but Luffy was staring into the distance. Don't celebrate too early. The magical fluctuations from that valley earlier. Something's off. Was there something fishy about the treasure? What was hidden in that valley? Did the dark forces have a backup plan? This plot was impossible to predict. Next steps. A dozen soft-meter shy, scaly monster suddenly roared. Luffy and Naruto directly split it in half. In the valley, flowers bloomed vibrantly. The spring water tinkled. The pool sparkled, beautiful as a fairyland. But Luffy frowned. This magical power feels wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar erupted, shaking the entire valley. Naruto raised his hand and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. After the blast, he saw a creature with black scales emerging. Its eyes red like lanterns. Its mouth big enough to swallow a person. This thing here be a joke. Just as Naruto finished speaking, the monster swiped its claw over. The air was compressed with a hissing sound. Luffy swung his sword to block. Lightning and fire collided with the scales. Sparks flew everywhere. The monster opened its mouth and spewed black fire. The two dashed around the valley. Luffy seized the opportunity and shouted, "Attack its eyes!" Naruto aimed carefully and threw a tailed beast bomb with a loud bang. The monster howled in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy charged up, bringing down the Thunder Flame sword, directly slicing the monster in half. Done. Turning around, they stumbled upon a mysterious island. It was wrapped in a magical shield. The two rummaged through the treasure they had just stolen. Finally finding the ritual to break the shield, the shield vanished. The island's beach sparkled with gold, and mist floated in the forest. What is hidden in this place? Naruto could hardly contain himself. He rushed into the forest. Inside, strange plants glowed like light bulbs. Could this island be the dark forces' lair? Were those glowing plants traps? Next, it's likely to be a big scene. This plot doesn't dare to fast forward. Is the treasure of the magical kingdom hidden in a cave? The guardian beast is bigger than the mountain. The stone tablet by the lake is covered in strange symbols. Luffy stares at it for a long time. It says there's a fallen magical kingdom on the island. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. What about the treasure? Where is it? The two follow the clues to a cave. A magical shield at the entrance sparkles dazzlingly. They rummage through the newly acquired magic book. Finally, they crack the code. Upon entering, it's pitch black. Luffy swings his sword to illuminate the area. The walls are filled with traps and mechanisms. Be careful. Don't step on the wrong spot. After just a few steps, a roar echoes from deep within the cave. A monster bigger than the previous one blocks their path. Its claws are as big as a door. Here we go again. Is this never-ending? Naruto immediately activates his nine tails. He throws a tailed beast bomb at it. The monster remains unfazed. Luffy seizes the opportunity and shouts, "Hit its belly!" The tailed beast bomb strikes accurately. The monster howls in pain. Luffy swings his sword down. Finally taking it down, the treasure chest is right in front of them. As they open it, golden light dazzles their eyes. Inside are magical items and ancient books. Holding them feels invigorating. Now we can deal with the dark forces more confidently. Just as they exit the cave, they discover a ruin covered in plants. The runes on the stone door shine with light. There must be more treasures inside. Naruto reaches out to press the mechanism. Could this ruin be a trap? Is there something more vicious hidden inside than a monster? Can their luck continue? This plot is completely unpredictable. An armored monster blocks the way with a giant axe. Luffy splits its core with a sword. The passage is dark and unsettling. The lights on the walls flicker on and off. Like a ghost winking, footsteps echo ominously. Suddenly, boom! The ground starts to shake. A monster several meters tall bursts out. Its armor glowing with runes. Its head resembles a fierce beast. The war axe in its hand is larger than a person. This here to deliver equipment. Naruto throws a tailed beast bomb, causing it to step back 2 paces. The monster retaliates with black flames. The two run wildly through the passage. Luffy shouts, "Hit its joints!" The tailed beast bomb explodes on its joints. The armor cracks open. Luffy swings his sword. Sparks flying everywhere. The monster goes berserk, swinging its axe wildly like it's demolishing a house. He has a core on its head. Naruto seizes the opportunity. A tailed beast bomb strikes it accurately with a loud bang. The monster collapses. Moving forward leads to a corridor. Old portraits hang on the walls. The eyes of the people in the paintings are haunting. This the king of the magical kingdom. Just as Luffy finishes speaking, the magic circle in the room at the end lights up. The circle glows ominously, and the two dare not move. What happens if we trigger this thing? Naruto swallows nervously. Are there secrets of a fallen nation hidden in the portraits? Is the magic circle a teleportation portal or a deadly trap? Next, they are likely to uncover a big secret. This plot makes the palms sweat. Is the core of the magical kingdom hiding a golden palace? The guardian beast is even fiercer than before. In the corner of the room, they find a tattered book. They finally understand the magic circle that IT can teleport to the core area of the kingdom. Naruto rubs his hands together. Let's go. Let's see what treasures await. With a flash of white light, the two find themselves in a glittering palace. The walls are embedded with gemstones, and the chandeliers shine blindingly. This place is way too luxurious. Just as they approach the throne, a giant monster suddenly leaps out from behind. It's even more ferocious than the armored monster. Its claws whip through the air like blades of wind. That is it here to serve us again? Luffy shouts. Aim for its eyes. Naruto accurately hits it with a tailed beast bomb. The giant monster thrashes in pain, causing several pillars of the palace to collapse. Luffy swings his sword down, finally putting it down, pressing the mechanism on the throne. The back wall opens to reveal a secret chamber. Inside are magical items and ancient books. Holding them makes their chakra boil with excitement. Now we can become gods on the spot. After leaving the palace, they spot a glowing building in the distance. The magical fluctuations are frighteningly strong. That place must hold a great secret. Naruto has already dashed ahead. Is this building an altar or a trap? Does it hide the power to destroy the world? Will they be able to escape alive? This plot doesn't dare to fast forward. Luffy and Naruto suddenly stumble into the Dragon Ball world. A world with two suns is too crazy. Just after dealing with magical creatures, they're pulled away by a strange force. When they open their eyes, the land is red like blood. There are two suns hanging in the sky, baking everything to the point of smoking. What is this place? The energy feels strange. As soon as Naruto finishes speaking, a gigantic robot flies over. Its metallic body shines brightly, and the weapon in its hand is more powerful than a cannon. Zing! A beam shoots towards them. Luffy swings his sword to block. Fire and lightning create sparks upon impact. Naruto throws a tailed beast bomb, causing the robot to step back 3 paces. This metal lump is quite tough. The robot gets angry. Energy beams rain down like a storm. The two run wildly across the wasteland. Luffy shouts. Hit its chest. Naruto seizes the chance. A tailed beast bomb strikes its chest, creating a massive hole. The power system in this world is completely different. It's far stronger than the magical world. Will they encounter Son Goku next? Can they return home? This cross-dimensional adventure is thrilling to the point of holding their breath. The Dragon Balls are actually hidden in a mysterious valley. Luffy and Naruto just knocked down a several meter tall armored monster in the desert. The two enter a vast desert to find the Dragon Balls. The sun scorches the sand, making it hot on their feet. They begin to feel exhausted. The ground suddenly trembles. A monster over 10 meters tall emerges, its armor reflecting light, and its battle axe is bigger than a car. Another one to take down. Naruto activates his 9 tails. He throws a tailed beast bomb. The monster only retreats 2 steps. Luffy shouts. Hit its belly. The tailed beast bomb strikes accurately. The monster howls in pain. Luffy swings his sword down, finally taking it out. The desert is littered with fragments, and the two are left panting heavily. After exiting the desert, they arrive at a small town. An elder tells them that there are Dragon Balls in a nearby valley, following a small path inward. The fog is so thick it's suffocating. Strange lights flicker on the rocks. Are the Dragon Balls in this valley real? Are there even fiercer monsters guarding them? Will they be able to obtain the first Dragon Ball? This plot twists at every step. As soon as they obtain the Dragon Ball in the cave, a guardian monster bigger than a mountain jumped out. Following the light, they reached the cave. Inside, it was as dark as if ink had been spilled. Luffy swung his sword to illuminate the area. The ground was filled with traps and mechanisms. A moment's inattention could turn them into a sieve. Reaching the deepest part, a Dragon Ball was suspended in midair, shining so brightly that it was blinding. Finally found it. Naruto was about to reach out when a roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A giant monster blocked their path, even fiercer than the armored monster before. With a swipe of its claws, the rock wall was shattered. This never ending. Luffy shouted, aim for the eyes. Naruto accurately hit the monster with a tailed beast ball. The monster thrashed in pain, causing stones to fall from the cave's ceiling like rain. Luffy swung his sword, finally taking it down. Carrying the Dragon Ball, they exited the valley. The two ventured into a forest, finding a small village. Soon as the villagers heard the words Dragon Ball, their faces turned pale. That thing will attract monsters. An elder mentioned that in the temple of the distant mountains, there were clues about the Dragon Ball, but just as they headed toward the mountains, a roar was heard, and a fire-breathing monster charged out. This monster was fiercer than the previous ones, with scales as hard as iron. Would they be able to survive and find the next Dragon Ball? What secrets were hidden in the temple? The plot was escalating every second. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a strong barrier of intertwined fire and lightning to block the monster's attack. The electricity and flames flickered in the air, colliding with the monster's claws, producing loud bangs. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, forming a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He threw the tailed beast ball at the monster, and it exploded, the powerful impact pushing the monster back a few steps. Enraged, the monster launched another attack. It opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. This flame, imbued with destructive power, swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the flames. They swiftly maneuvered through the mountains, using the terrain and rocks to evade the monster's attacks. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continually searched for the monster's weakness. They discovered that its eyes were its vulnerable spot. "Naruto, attack its eyes!" Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, channeling the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and sent a gigantic tailed beast ball flying toward the monster's eyes. The tailed beast ball exploded, delivering a devastating blow to the monster's eyes. The monster let out a painful roar. Its body began to shake. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike, and the Thunder Flame Sword slashed down on the monster, completely defeating it. As the monster fell, peace returned to the mountains. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief and continued toward the ancient temple. After a difficult trek, they finally arrived in front of the ancient temple. The temple's large door was tightly closed, emanating a mysterious aura. Luffy and Naruto sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from inside the temple. They knew that important clues must be hidden within. "How do we get in?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the entrance of the temple. "We need to find a way to open the door. Perhaps we can look for some clues around." They searched for clues around the temple and finally discovered a hidden mechanism. After pressing the mechanism, the temple door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. Luffy and Naruto cautiously walked into the passage. A musty smell filled the air, and faint lights flickered on the walls as if telling ancient stories. As they walked, they vigilantly observed their surroundings, ready to respond to any potential danger. After walking for a while, they arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall was a huge magic circle, glowing with mysterious light. Surrounding the magic circle were several ancient statues, each uniquely shaped and lifelike. "What is this magic circle for?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle. "I wasn't sure either, but it definitely had an important role. We need to be careful and not trigger it easily." They began searching for clues in the hall, hoping to understand the function of the magic circle. In one corner of the hall, they discovered an ancient book. The text in the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After some effort, they finally understood the function of the magic circle. This magic circle was a teleportation array that could transport them to a mysterious place, where clues to the Dragon Balls might be hidden. "Should we use this teleportation array?" Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. "Our mission is to find the Dragon Balls, and this teleportation array might provide us with more clues. But we also need to be cautious. The other end of the teleportation array could be filled with unknown dangers." In the end, they decided to use the teleportation array to explore the mysterious place. They stood in the magic circle, feeling a powerful energy surrounding them. With a flash of light, they were transported to an unfamiliar location. This place was a vast cave, filled with oddly shaped rocks and shimmering crystals. The walls of the cave were covered in ancient runes and patterns, similar to the magic array they had seen in the temple. "What is this place?" Naruto asked. Luffy looked around, unsure, but it was clear that important secrets were hidden here. They carefully explored the cave. As they delved deeper, they discovered some strange devices and instruments. These devices and instruments appeared to be very old, yet they emitted a powerful energy. "What are these things for?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed these devices and instruments. "I'm not sure, but they must be related to the Dragon Balls. We need to explore cautiously and not trigger them easily." They continued to explore and finally reached the deepest part of the cave. Chapter 0820, The Source. They finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave, which was dimly lit, with only those oddly shaped crystals emitting a faint glow. In front of them stood a massive stone door, with runes on it shimmering with a mysterious light, as if warning intruders. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the blade trembling slightly, as if sensing the mysterious power here. Naruto, on the other hand, was channeling the chakra within him, the golden nine-tails power flickering around his body. There must be something important behind this door, Naruto said softly. Luffy nodded, but we need to be careful. We don't know what dangers await us. They began to carefully examine the stone door, looking for a way to open it. Suddenly, the runes on the stone door shone brightly, and a powerful force rushed toward them. Luffy and Naruto quickly stepped back, watching the stone door warily. The door slowly opened, and a strong gust of air surged out, causing their clothes to flap loudly. Behind the door was a vast space, shrouded in a layer of faint mist, making it difficult to see what was inside. Luffy and Naruto cautiously walked into the space. As they ventured deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a massive platform with a gigantic crystal ball placed on it. The crystal ball emitted a strong light, as if it contained endless power. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy frowned, realizing that this crystal ball was unusual and likely related to the Dragon Balls. Just as they approached the crystal ball, a group of shadows suddenly surged out from the surrounding darkness. These shadows were vague in shape and exuded an evil aura. Be careful, Luffy shouted. The shadows quickly lunged at them with incredible speed. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier woven from flames and lightning to block the shadows' attack. Naruto, not to be outdone, summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast bomb at the shadows, and it exploded, sending a shockwave that pushed the shadows back. However, the shadows were not easily defeated. They launched another attack, their numbers increasing. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. During the fight, Luffy noticed that these shadows seemed to be controlled by mysterious power. He decided to find the source of this power to completely eliminate the shadows. Naruto, we can't keep defending passively like this. We need to find the source of the power controlling these shadows, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's search together. While battling the shadows, they also looked for the source of the power. After some effort, they finally discovered that the source of the power was the crystal ball. It turns out this crystal ball is controlling the shadows, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal ball and asked, what should we do? Luffy thought for a moment. We must destroy this crystal ball, but be careful. It may have a powerful counterattack. They got ready and then launched an attack on the crystal ball together. The flames of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the Golden Nine Tails struck the crystal ball simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin to counterattack. A powerful force surged from the crystal ball towards Luffy and Naruto. They hurriedly dodged, but this force was so strong that it was somewhat difficult for them to resist. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a way. He cast a special spell to merge the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with Naruto's Golden Nine Tails power. Naruto, lend me your power, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto transferred his power to Luffy. Luffy felt the immense power and swung the Thunder Flame Sword, the light on the sword becoming even more dazzling. A massive sword energy slashed towards the crystal ball, carrying the combined powerful force, instantly cutting the crystal ball in half. As the crystal ball shattered, the shadows also vanished. The cave returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had once again successfully overcome danger. Chapter 0821. Heavy blow after Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the shadow controlled by the crystal ball. They continued to explore the cave. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the depths of the cave, as if hiding a more powerful danger. They carefully moved forward, each step filled with vigilance. The ground was rugged with rocks, and the walls flickered with strange lights, as if telling ancient stories. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from afar. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a massive force was awakening. Be careful, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him. Whatever it is, we can defeat it. As the rumbling grew closer, a gigantic figure gradually came into their sight. It was a giant made of rock, towering several dozen meters high, radiating powerful earth magic. The giant's eyes gleamed with red light, full of hostility. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining and flickering. It appeared to be a powerful magical creature, and we needed to respond with caution. The rock giant, upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive fists towards them. The fists carried immense power, compressing the air around them and causing a hissing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and a powerful sword aura slashed towards the giant's fist. The sword aura collided with the fist, producing a tremendous sound, and the strong shockwave shattered the surrounding rocks. Naruto also refused to back down. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast bomb gathered in his hands. He threw the tailed beast bomb at the rock giant, and it exploded, sending the giant staggering back a few steps. The rock giant was enraged and launched another attack. It opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful Earth-type magic beam. This beam, carrying immense destructive force, swept towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the magical beams. They swiftly maneuvered through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to evade the giant strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the rock giant's weaknesses. They discovered that the giant's head seemed to be its control center. Naruto, attack its head. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying towards the rock giant's head. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the giant's head. The rock giant let out a painful roar. Its body began to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. The sword of thunder and flame slashing into the giant, leaving a deep crack in its body. However, the rock giant was not so easily defeated. It started to self-repair, the cracks on its body quickly healing. This guy is quite resilient, Naruto said. Luffy frowned. We must find a more effective way to defeat it. They began to observe the rock giant's movement patterns, looking for its weaknesses. After some observation, they noticed that the rock giant would pause for a moment before launching an attack. This is the moment, Luffy shouted, when the rock giant attacked again. Luffy and Naruto seized that instant pause. Luffy unleashed the strongest power of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword aura slashing towards the giant's heart. At the same time, Naruto summoned the power of the Golden Nine-Tailed Beast, launching a huge tailed beast ball towards the same spot. The sword aura and the tailed beast ball struck the rock giant's heart simultaneously, producing a deafening sound. The rock giant's body began to collapse, ultimately turning into a pile of rubble. As the rock giant fell, the cave returned to silence. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning, and that more challenges awaited them in this mysterious cave. Chapter 0822 Crystal. After defeating the rock giant, Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the cave. The passages of the cave became increasingly narrow, and the surrounding walls grew more rugged, emanating a mysterious glow. They carefully took each step, feeling a slight vibration underfoot with every move. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, its flames and lightning shining particularly brightly in the dim environment. Naruto, on the other hand, activated the chakra within him, forming a protective barrier of golden, nine-tailed power around his body. We don't know what dangers lie ahead, Naruto said softly. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. We must remain alert at all times. This cave is full of unknowns. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from ahead. The two immediately stopped, anxiously looking in the direction of the sound. A swarm of bat-like creatures surged out of the darkness, their eyes flashing with red light and their wings adorned with sharp spikes. Were these things? Naruto frowned. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, looking like a magical creature, carefully watching their attacks. The bat creatures swiftly flew towards Luffy and Naruto at an incredible speed. They flapped their wings, and their spikes shot towards the two like sharp arrows. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier with the intertwining flames and lightning on the sword's blade to block the spiky attacks. The spikes collided with the barrier, producing a series of piercing sounds. Naruto, not to be outdone, summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the swarm of bats, and it exploded, sending a strong shockwave that pushed the bat creatures back. However, the bat creatures were not easily defeated. They launched another attack, splitting into several small teams and approaching Luffy and Naruto from different directions. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, constantly dodging the attacks of the bat creatures while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Luffy used the flexibility of the Thunder Flame Sword to swiftly slash at the approaching bat creatures. The flames and lightning on the sword instantly charred or paralyzed the bat creatures. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed various ninjutsu, alternating between wind release and fire release, causing the bat creatures to scatter in disarray. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the bat creatures seemed to be under the control of a mysterious force. He decided to find the source of this power to completely eliminate the bat creatures. Naruto, these bat creatures might be controlled by some kind of power. We need to find the source, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. All right, let's search together. As they fought the bat creatures, they also observed the surroundings. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal at the top of the cave, emitting a strange glow. That's the crystal controlling these bat creatures, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal. What should we do? Luffy thought for a moment. We must destroy that crystal, but be careful, there might be a powerful counterattack. They got ready and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword energy towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast ball at the crystal. The sword energy and tailed beast ball hit the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin counterattacking. A powerful force surged from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, but the force was so strong that it was somewhat difficult to withstand. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a solution. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, using the power of the sword to form a protective circle. Naruto, quickly get into the protective circle, Luffy shouted. Naruto swiftly ducked into the protective circle. The protective circle withstood the counterattack from the crystal, keeping them safe for the time being. Once the counterattack weakened, they launched another attack. This time, they concentrated their power even more, and the sword energy and tailed beast ball accurately struck the core of the crystal. The crystal finally shattered, and with its destruction, the bat creatures lost control, falling or flying away. The cave returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they had once again successfully overcome danger. Chapter 0823, Barrier. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey deeper into the cave after successfully defeating the bat creature. The cave now felt even more eerie and silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. They walked along the winding passage, the light on the walls flickering, as if hinting at an unknown fate ahead. The Thunder Flame sword in Luffy's hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path. Naruto remained vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings, ready to respond to any potential danger. How deep does this cave go? Naruto whispered. Luffy frowned slightly, unsure. But we must keep moving forward until we find clues to the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, they felt a strong magical fluctuation coming from ahead. This wave was filled with a sense of oppression, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Be careful, a powerful force is approaching, Luffy warned. Naruto immediately entered a battle stance, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him. No matter what it is, we won't back down. As they advanced, a massive figure gradually came into view. It was a monster composed of dark energy, its body constantly shifting like smoke, with eyes flashing an eerie purple light. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, which appeared to be a dark magical creature, very dangerous. The dark monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It extended countless dark tentacles, sweeping towards them. Wherever the tentacles passed, the air seemed to be corroded. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier as the flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, blocking the attack of the dark tentacles. The flames and lightning collided with the dark tentacles, producing a series of piercing sounds. Naruto, not to be outdone, called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails, gathering a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the dark monster, which exploded. The tremendous shockwave causing the dark monster's body to sway slightly. Enraged, the dark monster let out a deep roar, its dark energy intensifying. It launched another attack, this time with tentacles that were thicker and faster. Luffy and Naruto continually dodged the attacks of the dark tentacles. They swiftly maneuvered through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to avoid the monster's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto kept searching for the dark monster's weaknesses. They discovered that the core of the dark monster seemed to be its source of power. Naruto, attack its core, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, harnessing the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and launched a massive tailed beast bomb towards the dark monster's core. However, the dark monster seemed to sense their intention and formed a solid defense with its dark tentacles, blocking the tailed beast bomb's attack. The tailed beast bomb exploded, but it did not inflict significant damage to the dark monster's core. The dark monster became even more frenzied in its assault, with tentacles raining down on Luffy and Naruto like a storm. Luffy and Naruto were locked in a fierce battle. They kept trying various methods to attack the core of the dark monster, but all their efforts were cleverly thwarted by it. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword to attempt to absorb a portion of the dark monster's dark energy before launching a counterattack. "Naruto, distract the monster for me while I try to absorb its energy," Luffy shouted. Naruto agreed without hesitation. He unleashed various powerful ninja techniques, continuously attacking the dark monster to draw its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to plunge the Sword of Thunder Fire into the ground, and the blade began to flicker with light. He focused his energy, attempting to absorb the dark energy from the dark monster. At first, the dark energy resisted fiercely, but as Luffy continued to exert effort, some of the dark energy began to be absorbed by the Sword of Thunder Fire. The glow on the blade became even more dazzling, now filled with a dark aura. After absorbing enough dark energy, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. He swung the Sword of Thunder Fire, sending a powerful sword energy flying towards the core of the dark monster. This sword energy combined the dark energy and the power of the Sword of Thunder Fire, making it incredibly powerful. The sword energy accurately struck the core of the dark monster, which let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, and the dark energy gradually dissipated. With the fall of the dark monster, the cave returned to tranquility. Chapter 0824. The hall. After defeating the dark monster, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly mysterious, and every corner seemed to hide undiscovered secrets. They moved forward cautiously, as the ground occasionally trembled slightly, as if reminding them that potential dangers were still nearby. The Thunder Flame Sword in Luffy's hand continued to emit a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. Naruto remained vigilant at all times, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around his body. "I wonder how much longer we have to go to find a clue about the Dragon Balls," Naruto said softly. Luffy frowned slightly, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. "As long as we don't give up, we will definitely find it." Just as they continued to delve deeper into the cave, they suddenly heard a strange sound. It was like some ancient incantation being chanted, filled with mysterious power. "What is that sound?" Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy stopped in his tracks, carefully listening to the strange sound. It was unclear, but the sound was certainly unusual, and they needed to be cautious. As they continued forward, the sound grew clearer. They arrived at a gigantic cave hall, where an ancient magic circle was located in the center. The magic circle shimmered with mysterious light, and the strange sound was emanating from it. "What is this magic circle for?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, which seemed to contain powerful forces, possibly related to the Dragon Balls. They approached the magic circle, trying to understand its mysteries. However, just as they got close, the magic circle suddenly blazed with light, and a strong force enveloped them. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, ready to face any potential danger. They saw a huge figure slowly rising from the magic circle. It was a magical creature made of light, its body radiating dazzling brilliance, and its eyes sparkling like precious gems. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Lightning Flame, and it seemed we had encountered another powerful opponent. The luminous magical creature saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its arms made of light, shooting out powerful beams. These beams were incredibly fast and had immense power, instantly melting the rocks in their path. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a powerful barrier with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, blocking the attack of the light. The light collided with the barrier, producing a series of loud explosions. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the luminous magical creature, which exploded, causing a strong shockwave that made the creature sway slightly. Enraged, the luminous magical creature launched another attack. This time the rays were even denser and more powerful. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the light magic creature. They swiftly darted through the cavern hall, using the terrain and rocks to evade the magical creature's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto kept searching for the light magic creature's weakness. They discovered that the creature's core seemed to be its source of power, and this core was protected by a powerful light shield. "Naruto, we need to find a way to break that light shield and attack its core," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "Okay, let's give it a try together." They began to concentrate their power to attack the light shield. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword energy towards the light shield. At the same time, Naruto also summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, hurling a huge-tailed beast bomb at the light shield. The sword energy and tailed beast bomb struck the light shield simultaneously, creating a thunderous sound. However, the light shield only swayed slightly and was not broken. They continued to try various methods to attack the light shield, but none were successful. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame Sword to try to absorb a portion of the light magic creature's energy, and then use that energy to attack the light shield. "Naruto, help me draw the magic creature's attention. I'll absorb its energy," Luffy shouted. Naruto agreed without hesitation. He unleashed various powerful ninja techniques, constantly attacking the light magic creature to draw its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the Sword of Thunderfire into the ground, and the light on the sword began to flicker. He concentrated his energy, attempting to absorb the luminous energy from the luminous magical creature. At first, the luminous energy resisted strongly, but as Luffy continued to exert effort, some of the luminous energy began to be absorbed by the Sword of Thunderfire. The light on the sword became even more dazzling, and it was also filled with the aura of light. After absorbing enough luminous energy, Luffy unleashed a full-powered strike. He swung the Sword of Thunderfire, and a powerful sword chi flew towards the luminous shield. This sword chi combined the luminous energy and the power of the Sword of Thunderfire, making it incredibly powerful. The sword chi accurately struck the luminous shield, finally shattering it and revealing the core inside. Naruto immediately unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails, and a massive tailed beast ball flew towards the core of the luminous magical creature. The tailed beast ball exploded, and the immense shockwave severely damaged the core of the luminous magical creature. The luminous magical creature let out a painful roar as its body began to collapse, and the light gradually faded away. As the luminous magical creature fell, the cave hall returned to tranquility. Chapter 0825. Majesty Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave after successfully defeating the radiant magical creature. At this moment, the cave seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, with every corner exuding an unknown aura. They cautiously moved forward, the ground beneath their feet uneven, and the walls flickering with strange lights. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the blade trembling slightly as if it too was sensing the mysterious power around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. "This cave is truly full of mystery," Naruto whispered. Luffy nodded slightly. "That's right. But we must not be deceived by these mysteries. We need to stay clear-headed." They continued deeper into the cave and soon arrived at a huge junction. The three directions of the junction led to different places, and each passage exuded a different magical aura. "Which path should we take?" Naruto asked hesitantly. Luffy carefully observed the three passages. "Let's first sense the magical aura of these passages and see which one might be related to the Dragon Balls." They closed their eyes and focused on feeling the magical aura of each passage. After a moment of sensing, they found that the left passage emitted a strong positive energy. The middle passage had a more stable magical aura, while the right passage radiated a mysterious dark energy. "I think the left passage might have clues about the Dragon Balls," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "I feel the same way. Let's go down the left passage." They entered the left passage, which was filled with a faint glow, creating a warm and comfortable feeling. As they went deeper, the light grew stronger, as if guiding them forward. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. The two immediately stopped, warily looking towards the direction of the sound. A figure slowly emerged from the light. It was a mysterious person dressed in a white robe, wearing a mask that obscured their face. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the mysterious person asked, their voice filled with authority. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Lightning. "We are travelers searching for the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about them?" The mysterious person fell silent for a moment. "The Dragon Balls are extremely dangerous. You should not seek them." Naruto frowned. "We have our reasons for finding the Dragon Balls. No matter how dangerous it is, we will not give up." The mysterious person shook his head slightly. "Since you are so determined, I will give you a test. If you can pass the test, I will tell you some clues about the Dragon Balls." After saying this, the mysterious person waved his hand, and the surrounding light instantly vanished, replaced by a massive arena. The arena was filled with various traps and magical devices, looking very perilous. "Your test is to survive in this arena and find a treasure hidden within it. If you can do that, I will tell you the clues to the Dragon Balls," the mysterious person said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, and then nodded firmly. They stepped into the arena, ready to face this challenge. The arena was filled with various dangers, with traps that could be triggered at any moment, and magical devices that would constantly attack them. Luffy and Naruto advanced cautiously, working together to avoid the various perils. During their progress, they encountered a massive magical trap. This trap was a gigantic vortex, emanating a powerful attraction. Once sucked in, it would be very difficult to escape. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped the edge of the arena, struggling against the pull of the vortex. They tried various methods to break free from the trap, but none were successful. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to attempt to sever the vortex's attraction. Naruto, help me divert the trap's attention. I'll use the Thunder Flame Sword to break it, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed a variety of powerful ninja techniques, continuously attacking the trap to draw its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the Sword of Thunder Fire into the ground, and flames and lightning began to gather on the sword's blade. He focused his energy and unleashed a powerful strike. A strong sword aura flew towards the vortex, colliding with it and producing a loud noise. The vortex's gravitational pull began to weaken and eventually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto successfully broke the trap. They continued to advance in the arena and finally found the treasure hidden within it. This treasure was a shimmering crystal ball that seemed to contain powerful energy. Holding the crystal ball, they walked out of the arena and approached the mysterious person. The mysterious person looked at them and nodded slightly, saying, "You have passed the test. I can tell you some clues about the Dragon Ball." The mysterious person informed them that deep within the cave, there was a mysterious place where clues about the Dragon Ball might be hidden. However, that place was extremely dangerous, filled with various powerful magical creatures and traps. Luffy and Naruto thanked the mysterious person, then continued to move deeper into the cave. Chapter 0826, Eruption. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave, following the clues given by the mysterious figure. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly tense, with each step feeling as if they were treading on unknown dangers. They moved along the winding passage, the light on the walls flickering, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, the sword trembling slightly, seemingly yearning for battle. Naruto, on the other hand, channeled the chakra within him, the golden Nine-Tails power forming a protective barrier around his body. "I wonder what awaits us ahead," Naruto whispered. Luffy frowned slightly, his eyes revealing determination. "No matter what it is, we must face it bravely." Suddenly, a deep roar came from ahead. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful, something's up," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine-Tails swirling more violently. "Come on, let's see what kind of monster it is." As the roar grew closer, a massive figure charged out of the darkness. It was a beast covered in hard scales, its size resembling a small mountain, with eyes glinting with a red, fierce light. The monster opened its enormous mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and spewed out a cloud of black smoke. "What is this thing?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, looking like a powerful magical creature, and we had to respond with caution. The monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its enormous claws towards them. The claws carried immense power, compressing the air around them with a hissing sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier that blocked the monster's attack. Lightning and fire flickered in the air, colliding with the monster's claws and producing a series of loud bangs. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine-Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the monster, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the monster back a few steps. The monster was enraged and launched another attack. This time, it opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of black flames. The flames, imbued with powerful magical energy, surged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the black flames. They swiftly moved through the cave, using the terrain and rocks to evade the monster's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the monster's weaknesses. They discovered that the monster's abdomen was relatively soft, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the Golden Nine-Tails, launching a massive tailed beast bomb towards the monster's abdomen. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful impact severely injured the monster's abdomen. The monster let out a painful roar, its body beginning to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full power strike. The thunder flame sword slashing against the monster, creating a deep crack in its scales. However, the monster was not so easily defeated. It began to counterattack frantically, its claws and tail swinging wildly, and its attack speed increased rapidly. Luffy and Naruto were locked in a fierce battle. They continuously dodged the monster's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Luffy used the agility of the Thunder Flame sword to swiftly slash at the monster's claws and tail, try to weaken its power. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed various ninjutsu, alternating between wind release and fire release, attempting to inflict greater damage on the monster. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with a plan. He decided to utilize the special power of the Thunder Flame sword to try to absorb the monster's magical energy and then use that power to attack the monster. "Naruto, help me draw the monster's attention. I will absorb its power," Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed the strongest power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a massive tailed beast bomb at the monster while continuously using ninjutsu to attack it, drawing its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to insert the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the light on the sword began to flicker. He focused his energy, trying to absorb the monster's magic power. At first, the magic power was very resistant, but as Luffy continued to exert effort, some of the magic power began to be absorbed by the Thunder Flame sword. The light on the sword became even more dazzling, filled with the monster's magical aura. After absorbing enough magic power, Luffy unleashed a full force attack. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, and a powerful sword aura flew toward the monster. This sword aura combined the monster's magic power with the strength of the Thunder Flame sword, resulting in immense power. The sword aura accurately struck the monster's head, and the monster let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, ultimately falling to the ground. With the monster's fall, the cave returned to tranquility. Chapter 0827. Elimination. After defeating the giant monster, Luffy and Naruto continued to move forward in the cave. At this moment, the cave seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious power, with every corner emanating an unknown sense of danger. They walked cautiously, the ground beneath their feet uneven, and the walls flickering with strange light. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its blade slightly trembling as if sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. "I don't know what dangers lie ahead," Naruto said quietly. Luffy frowned slightly. "We must always be prepared. This cave is filled with mystery and danger." Suddenly, a strong wave of magical energy came from ahead. The ground began to shake violently, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful. A strong force is coming closer," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately entered battle mode, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging more intensely. "No matter what it is, we can defeat it." As the magical fluctuations grew stronger, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a monster formed from dark magic, towering dozens of meters high, emanating a terrifying aura of darkness. The monster's eyes flickered with red light, as if they could penetrate everything. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the Ray Flame sword, looking like a very powerful dark magical creature, and we must be cautious in our response. The dark monster, seeing Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive arms toward them. The arms carried a strong dark power, distorting the air around them and producing a sharp sound. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier as the flames and lightning intertwined on the sword's blade, blocking the attack from the dark monster. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the dark monster's arm and producing a series of loud booms. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the golden nine-tailed chakra within him, preparing to launch a powerful attack. He quickly formed hand seals, and a massive tailed beast ball gradually coalesced in his hands. The tailed beast ball emitted a strong wave of energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble with its power. The dark monster sensed the immense strength of the tailed beast ball and let out a deep roar. It swung its arm again, aiming to smash down on Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto threw the tailed beast ball at the dark monster. The tailed beast ball streaked through the air like a meteor, carrying devastating power toward the dark monster. When the tailed beast ball collided with the dark monster's arm, it produced a thunderous explosion. The powerful impact shook the entire cavern, causing rocks to tumble down around them. The dark monster was pushed back a few steps by the force of the tailed beast ball, but it did not suffer significant damage. It roared once more, and the dark aura surrounding its body grew even thicker. Luffy saw the dark monster's tenacity and decided to launch a more powerful attack alongside Naruto. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, and the flames and lightning on the sword became more intense. "Naruto, let's attack its weak point together," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and gathered another tailed beast bomb. They simultaneously launched their attacks at the dark monster's head. With the sword energy of the Thunder Flame Sword and the power of the tailed beast bomb intertwining to form a powerful wave of attack. The wave struck the dark monster's head accurately, and it let out a painful roar. Its body began to shake, and the dark aura gradually weakened. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to continue their attacks, unleashing their strongest powers on various parts of the dark monster's body. Under their relentless assault, the dark monster finally couldn't withstand it any longer, and its body began to collapse. The dark aura gradually dissipated, eventually disappearing from the cave. With the fall of the dark monster, the cave returned to peace. Chapter 0828, Stone Platform. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto continued to venture deeper into the cave. Their steps were steady and cautious, each one exploring the unknown territory. A mysterious aura permeated the cave, and faint glimmers of light flickered on the walls, as if telling ancient stories. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, its glow shimmering in the darkness, illuminating their path forward. Naruto remained vigilant, his senses fully heightened, attentive to any movements around them. As they walked, they arrived at a spacious hall. The ceiling of the hall soared high, and the surrounding walls were covered with strange runes and patterns. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a sparkling crystal ball. "That crystal ball looks quite unusual," Naruto whispered. Luffy nodded and said cautiously, "Be careful, there might be traps here." They slowly approached the stone platform, and when they were still a few meters away, the ground suddenly shook, and a group of magical creatures surged from all directions. These magical creatures were of various shapes. Some resembled gigantic spiders, while others looked like winged demons, all rushing towards Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. "Oomph. Do they really think they can stop us with these guys?" Naruto snorted coldly, instantly entering battle mode. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, countless Narutos appeared in the hall and charged towards the magical creatures. Luffy was not willing to back down either. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful force. He charged into the crowd of magical creatures, and with every swing of his sword, he unleashed tremendous destructive power, pushing back the magical beings one by one. The magical creatures were equally relentless, launching continuous attacks, some spitting venom and others firing magical beams. Naruto took advantage of the Shadow Clone technique, skillfully dodging the attacks while continuously counterattacking. He unleashed various jutsu, such as Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, and Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, causing the magical creatures to retreat steadily. Luffy relied on the immense power of the Thunder Flame Sword, moving through the magical creatures as if in a no-man's land. His swordsmanship was fierce, with each strike accurately hitting the vital points of the magical beings. The forces of fire and lightning were fully unleashed under his blade, scorching the magical creatures to a charred black or paralyzing them with electricity. With the tacit cooperation between Luffy and Naruto, the magical creatures gradually could not withstand their attacks and began to crumble. In the end, only a few powerful magical beings remained, fiercely resisting. Suddenly, a giant spider-like magical creature pounced down from the ceiling, its claws glinting coldly as it lunged fiercely at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto immediately performed the Shadow Clone technique to evade the spider's attack. At the same time, he appeared behind the spider, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand and smashing it down onto the spider. The tailed beast ball, with its tremendous impact, instantly obliterated the spider. The other magical creatures, witnessing their companions' defeat, began to go mad. They launched reckless attacks, trying to make a final struggle. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and nodded. They decided to unleash their strongest powers to eliminate these magical creatures. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame Sword high, and the flames and lightning on the sword began to surge wildly. He chanted incantations, and a powerful force erupted from his body, infusing the Thunder Flame Sword. Naruto also began to channel the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails within him, and a layer of golden light appeared around his body. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan." A massive Rasengan rapidly formed in his hands, shimmering with golden light and containing immense power. Luffy and Naruto launched their attacks simultaneously. With the sword energy of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Super Giant Rasen Shuriken rushing towards the remaining magical creatures, the powerful force instantly overwhelmed those magical beings, and they didn't even have time to let out a scream before being completely obliterated. After the battle, the hall returned to calmness. Luffy and Naruto approached the stone platform and carefully observed the shimmering crystal ball. "What exactly is this crystal ball?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but it definitely has some connection to the Dragon Balls. Let's take it with us. It might come in handy later." Naruto nodded and carefully picked up the crystal ball, placing it into his backpack. Chapter 0829. Techniques. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave with the crystal ball. The path in the cave became increasingly rugged, and the light grew dimmer, forcing them to rely on the glow emitted by the thunder flame sword to illuminate their way. As they walked, they came across a narrow passage ahead, with strange symbols and patterns carved into the walls on either side. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the passage when suddenly, a sharp howling sound echoed from deep within. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, raising the thunder flame sword in front of him. Just as he finished speaking, countless black wind blades shot out from the depths of the passage, sweeping toward them. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, scattering numerous clones to evade the attack of the wind blades. Luffy swung the thunder flame sword, creating a protective barrier with the flames and lightning on the blade to block the wind blades one by one. However, there were simply too many wind blades, and Luffy gradually began to feel overwhelmed. "This isn't a solution. We need to find the source of the wind blades," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, his eyes transforming into golden vertical slits as he activated Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, Naruto's sensing abilities were significantly enhanced, and he quickly discovered that the source of the wind blades was a dark corner at the end of the passage. "Over there," Naruto shouted, pointing to the end of the passage. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then rushed towards the end of the corridor together. Wind blades continued to fly out from the dark corners, but they were prepared, skillfully dodging the attacks. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. In the dark corner, there was a huge black whirlwind, and a figure could be faintly seen within it. "Is it you who's causing trouble?" Naruto shouted angrily, gathering a massive Rasengan in his hand and throwing it at the black whirlwind. The Rasengan collided with the black whirlwind, producing a loud bang. However, the black whirlwind was not destroyed. Instead, it became even more ferocious. "This guy's tough to deal with." Luffy frowned. Just then, the figure in the black whirlwind suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha! You two reckless fools dare to invade my territory." With the laughter, the black whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing a mysterious person cloaked in black. The mysterious figure wore a black mask, only showing a pair of eyes glowing with red light. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Luffy asked warily. The mysterious person sneered. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you both will die here today." After saying that, the mysterious person waved his hands, and a powerful dark force surged from his hands, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their strongest techniques to counter. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining into a massive beam of light that collided with the dark power. Naruto used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, sending countless gigantic Rasens flying towards the mysterious figure. The forces from both sides clashed violently in the air, producing loud booms. The entire cave trembled as if it were about to collapse. In the fierce battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually realized that the mysterious figure's dark power seemed to be endless. Although their attacks could cause some damage, they could not defeat him completely. "This won't work. We must find a way to discover his weakness," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, his eyes fixed on the mysterious figure, trying to find a flaw. Just then, Naruto suddenly noticed a faint light flickering beneath the mysterious figure's black cloak. "Luffy, attack his cloak," Naruto shouted. Luffy immediately understood Naruto's intention. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword and slashed towards the mysterious person's black robe. The mysterious person seemed to sense their intent and hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The Thunder Flame Sword accurately struck the mysterious person's black robe, cutting a gash in it. A beam of light shot out from the robe, and the mysterious person let out a scream as the dark power weakened significantly. "Now's the time." Seeing this, Naruto immediately unleashed his strongest attack. He infused all the chakra in his body into the Rasengan and threw it at the mysterious person. The Rasengan, carrying world-destroying power, struck the mysterious person fiercely. Under such a powerful attack, the mysterious person could no longer withstand it, and their body was blown to pieces. As the mysterious person vanished, the dark power in the cave gradually dissipated. Chapter 0830. Women. After defeating the mysterious person, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the cave. The cave now appeared even more mysterious and unpredictable, with every corner seemingly hiding unknown secrets. They slowly moved along the passage, the ground beneath them emitting a faint glow, as if guiding them in the right direction. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its blades slightly trembling, seemingly sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. I wonder how much longer we have to walk to find a clue about the Dragon Balls, Naruto said softly. Luffy frowned slightly. We can't be hasty. This cave is filled with mystery and danger. We must be careful. Suddenly, they heard a melodious sound of music. The music seemed to come from a distant place, filled with mysterious power. What is that sound? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy stopped in his tracks, carefully listening to the music. It was unclear, but the sound was definitely unusual, and they needed to be cautious. As they continued forward, the music became clearer. They arrived at a huge cavernous hall, where a massive crystal stage stood in the center. On the stage, a beautiful woman was playing an ancient instrument. She wore a flowing white robe, her long hair cascading down, and her face bore a gentle smile, as if she were a fairy from a mystical realm. Who are you? Why have you come here? The woman asked, stopping her playing and looking at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy slightly bowed and said, We are travelers searching for the Dragon Balls. Do you know any clues about them? The woman smiled faintly and replied, The Dragon Balls are very precious treasures. If you wish to find them, you must pass my test. What kind of test? Naruto asked. The woman gently waved her hand, and the surroundings instantly changed. They found themselves in a beautiful garden filled with various exotic flowers, and the air was filled with a fragrant aroma. Your test is to find a special flower in this garden. This flower holds the clue to the Dragon Balls. However, this garden is full of magical traps and dangerous creatures, so you must be careful, the woman said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and then nodded firmly. They walked into the garden, beginning their search for the special flower. The garden was filled with various beautiful flowers, but each flower could potentially hide danger. Luffy and Naruto moved cautiously, always remaining alert to any sound around them. Suddenly, a gigantic butterfly flew out from the bushes. Its wings shimmered with colorful light, incredibly beautiful. However, its eyes flashed with a fierce glint, clearly not something to be trifled with. Be careful, that butterfly could be dangerous, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately readied for battle, the chakra of the golden Nine Tails surging more intensely. Come on, let's see what this butterfly can do. The butterfly, seeing Luffy and Naruto, immediately launched an attack. It flapped its wings, releasing beams of colorful light. These beams moved at incredible speed and had immense power, instantly destroying the flowers in their path. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier formed by intertwining flames and lightning on the sword's blade, blocking the attack of the colorful light. The light collided with the barrier, producing a series of loud bangs. Naruto, not to be outdone, channeled the power of the golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand. He threw the tailed beast ball towards the butterfly, which exploded, and a strong impact forced the butterfly to retreat a few steps. The butterfly, now enraged, launched another attack. This time, its wings shimmered with even more dazzling light, and the colorful beams it emitted became denser and more powerful. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of colorful light. They swiftly moved through the garden, using the flowers and trees to evade the butterfly's assaults. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto kept searching for the butterfly's weakness. They discovered that the butterfly's abdomen was relatively soft, which might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and unleashed the power of the golden Nine Tails, sending a massive tailed beast bomb flying towards the butterfly's abdomen. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful shockwave severely injured the butterfly's abdomen. The butterfly let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed a full power strike. The Thunder Flame sword slashing into the butterfly, leaving a deep crack in its wings. The butterfly finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as they continued to search for the special flower in the garden. After a hard search, they finally found the special flower deep within the garden. The flower emitted a mysterious glow, with strange symbols engraved on its petals. They took the flower back to where the woman was. The woman looked at them and nodded slightly. You have passed the test. The symbols on this flower are clues to the Dragon Balls. However, to find the Dragon Balls, you will still need to face more challenges. Luffy and Naruto thanked the woman, then continued towards the direction of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 0831, Fatigue. Luffy and Naruto continued to move forward in the cave, following the clues from the flowers. The cave seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, with every step filled with unknown dangers. They walked cautiously, the ground beneath them uneven and the walls flickering with strange lights. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its blade slightly trembling as if sensing the magical fluctuations around them. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing slowly around his body. I wonder what else awaits us up ahead, Naruto murmured. Luffy frowned slightly. No matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the front. This aura was filled with a sense of oppression, making both Luffy and Naruto feel a pang of anxiety. Be careful. A powerful presence is approaching, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle. The chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox surged even more violently. No matter who it is, we will not back down. As the aura drew closer, a huge figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a tall man, clad in golden armor, wearing a magnificent helmet, and his eyes revealed endless majesty. Behind the man followed a group of powerful warriors, each exuding an intimidating presence that made one feel apprehensive. Who are you? Why have you trespassed here? The man's voice boomed like a thunderclap, echoing in the cave. Luffy slightly bowed and said, We are travelers seeking the Dragon Balls, and we mean no offense. May I ask who you are? The man snorted coldly and replied, I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Science. The Dragon Balls are my target as well, and if you dare to compete with me for them, you will pay a heavy price. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a surge of intense fighting spirit rising within them. They knew that the Vegeta before them was an extremely powerful opponent, but they would never easily give up on their mission to find the Dragon Balls. Prince Vegeta, we do not wish to be your enemies. The Dragon Balls are crucial for us, Luffy said. Vegeta looked at them disdainfully. You think you can obtain the Dragon Balls with your strength? It's nothing but a pipe dream. After saying that, Vegeta waved his hand, and the warriors behind him immediately charged towards Luffy and Naruto. These warriors were all incredibly strong, wielding their weapons and letting out fierce roars. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier that blocked the warriors' attacks. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the warriors' weapons and producing a series of loud booms. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the golden nine-tailed beast, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand. He threw the tailed beast ball at the warriors, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the warriors to retreat. Vegeta, seeing his warriors being pushed back, showed a hint of anger on his face. He vanished in an instant, appearing right in front of Luffy and Naruto. You have some skill, but before me, you are still no match. After saying this, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous aura that swept towards Luffy and Naruto like a raging storm. Luffy and Naruto felt the powerful aura of Vegeta, and they were both filled with shock. They knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade becoming even more intense. He unleashed his strongest sword technique and slashed towards Vegeta. Vegeta looked disdainfully at Luffy's attack and lightly waved his hand, easily neutralizing it. Seeing this, Naruto immediately used various ninja techniques. Wind release, fire release, lightning release, and other jutsu were alternately used to attack Vegeta. Vegeta still effortlessly dealt with Naruto's assaults. His speed was incredibly fast, and his figure was like a ghost, making him hard to pin down. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for Vegeta's weaknesses. They noticed that although Vegeta was powerful, his attack methods were relatively singular, mainly relying on his overwhelming aura and speed. Naruto, we need to find a way to disrupt his rhythm, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating countless clones that surrounded Vegeta. Upon seeing the numerous Naruto clones, a hint of impatience appeared on Vegeta's face. He began to attack the clones furiously. but the sheer number of them made it difficult for him to keep up. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the special power of the lightning flame sword. As the flames and lightning on the sword began to merge, forming a new force, he charged towards Vegeta, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Vegeta sensed Luffy's attack and immediately turned around, preparing to block it. However, at the moment he turned, Naruto's true body suddenly appeared behind him, gathering a massive Rasengan in his hand. Vegeta had no time to evade and was struck by the Rasengan. He let out a roar of anger as his body was sent flying. Luffy and Naruto did not let their guard down. They knew that Vegeta would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, Vegeta quickly stood up, his eyes filled with rage. "You dare to hurt me? I'm going to make you pay a heavy price." After Vegeta finished speaking, his aura became even more violent. He began to unleash more powerful attacks, charging wildly at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked closely together, constantly dodging Vegeta's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. They engaged in an intense battle inside the cave, with the surrounding walls and ground being destroyed by their power. The fight lasted a long time, and both sides exhausted a significant amount of stamina and energy. However, neither of them backed down, fighting for their own goals. In the end, Luffy and Naruto gradually gained the upper hand through their tenacious will and tacit cooperation. Although Vegeta was powerful, he began to show signs of fatigue under their relentless attacks. "Vegeta, we don't want to be your enemies. As long as you let us continue searching for the Dragon Balls, we can coexist peacefully," Luffy said. Vegeta looked at Luffy and Naruto, filled with unwillingness. However, he also knew that he could not easily defeat them. "I'll let you go this time. But if you dare to block my path again, I will not hold back," Vegeta said before turning away with his warriors. Chapter 0832. Desolation after leaving the challenging cave. Luffy and Naruto stepped into an unfamiliar wilderness. The sun shone fiercely on the ground, and a dry wind howled past, raising clouds of dust. Luffy squinted his eyes, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, feeling the slight vibration coming from the blade. Naruto frowned slightly, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flickering around his body, ready to respond to any potential danger. "This place looks very desolate," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we cannot let our guard down. No one knows what might be hidden here." They cautiously moved forward, the ground beneath their feet hard and barren. In the distance, a few bare peaks loomed, giving a sense of oppression. Suddenly, a sharp screech rang out from the sky. Luffy and Naruto looked up to see a group of gigantic birds flying towards them. These birds were enormous, their wings spread out over 10 meters long, and their eyes glinted with a fierce light. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately entered battle mode, his hands quickly forming seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless Narutos appeared around them, ready to counter the bird's attack. The birds swooped down, their sharp claws reaching for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful barrier that blocked the bird's assault. The flames and lightning flickered in the air, creating dazzling sparks upon colliding with the bird's claws. Naruto directed the Shadow Clones, unleashing various ninjutsu. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and other jutsu flew towards the birds, forcing them to retreat step by step. However, the birds did not give up easily. They constantly adjusted their tactics, launching attacks from different directions. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, continuously dodging the bird strikes while looking for opportunities to counterattack. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the birds seemed to be driven by some mysterious force. He decided to find the source of this power and put an end to the birds. "Naruto, these birds might be controlled by some kind of force. We need to find the source," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's find it together." While battling the birds, they observed their surroundings. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal emitting a strange glow on a peak not far away. "That crystal is controlling these birds," Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal. "What should we do about it?" Luffy thought for a moment. "We must destroy that crystal, but be careful, there may be a powerful counterattack." They prepared themselves and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame sword, sending a massive sword energy flying towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast ball at the crystal. The sword energy and tailed beast ball struck the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin its counterattack. A powerful force surged from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, but the force was extremely strong, making it difficult for them to withstand. At a critical moment, Luffy thought of a solution. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, using the power of the sword to form a protective circle. "Naruto, hurry and get inside the protective circle," Luffy shouted. Naruto quickly hid within the protective circle. The protective circle withstood the counterattack from the crystal, keeping them safe for the time being. Once the counterattack weakened, they launched another assault. This time, they concentrated their power even more, and the sword energy and tailed beast ball accurately hit the core of the crystal. The crystal finally shattered, and as it broke, the birds lost control and flew away. The wilderness returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning, and that more challenges awaited them in this unfamiliar place. They continued onward and soon arrived at an ancient town. The buildings in the town were worn and old, and a stale atmosphere pervaded the streets. People busily moved through the streets, casting curious glances at the two strangers, Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto walked into the town, hoping to find some clues about the Dragon Balls. They inquired around the town, but people seemed to know nothing about the Dragon Balls. Just when they were feeling disappointed, a mysterious old man appeared before them, dressed in a long robe. The old man's eyes were deep, giving off an air of mystery. "Are you looking for the Dragon Balls?" the old man asked. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and then nodded. The old man smiled slightly, saying that Dragon Balls are very precious treasures and not so easy to find. "But I can give you some clues." Luffy and Naruto immediately perked up. "Please tell us," they said. The old man slowly replied, "Deep in the distant desert, there's an ancient temple. It is said that clues to the Dragon Balls may be hidden there. But that temple is very dangerous, filled with many powerful monsters and traps. You must be careful." Luffy and Naruto thanked the old man and then left the town, heading towards the desert. They traversed a vast grassland and finally arrived at the edge of the desert. The desert was filled with howling winds and swirling sands. Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the desert, their figures appearing particularly small against the vastness. As they ventured deeper, the temperature in the desert rose unbearably, forcing them to summon their inner strength to resist the heat. Suddenly, they heard a low rumbling sound. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was approaching. "Be careful, something's coming," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately prepared for battle, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him. "No matter what it is, we can defeat it." As the roar grew closer, a massive figure burst out from the sandstorm. It was a gigantic sandworm, measuring dozens of meters in length, covered in hard scales. The sandworm's eyes glowed red, and it unleashed a powerful sandstorm from its mouth. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, appearing as a powerful creature in the desert, and we needed to respond carefully. The sandworm saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive mouth and lunged toward them. Luffy quickly unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a strong barrier formed by intertwining flames and lightning to block the sandworm's attack. Naruto was not to be outdone. He called upon the power of the Golden Nine Tails, gathering a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He threw the tailed beast ball at the sandworm, and upon explosion, the powerful shockwave forced the sandworm to stagger back a few steps. The sandworm, enraged, launched another attack. This time its body began to spin, forming a gigantic sandstorm vortex that swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the sandstorm vortex. They swiftly maneuvered through the desert, using sand dunes and rocks to avoid the attacks of the sandworms. Chapter 0833. Train Luffy and Naruto engaged in a thrilling battle against a gigantic sandworm in the desert. At that moment, sand was swirling in the air, and a massive body of the sandworm appeared and disappeared amidst the dust, resembling a moving sand dune. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. He could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sandworm, but he showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Naruto quickly mobilized the golden chakra of the Nine Tails within him, forming a layer of radiant light around his body. He fixed his gaze on the sandworm, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The sandworm launched another assault, its enormous body charging towards Luffy and Naruto like a high-speed train. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a solid barrier with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade. When the sandworm collided with the barrier, a muffled roar echoed, and the powerful impact made Luffy's arms tingle slightly. Seeing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release, spiraling shuriken." A rapidly spinning wind shuriken formed in his hand, and he hurled it towards the sandworm with force. The spiraling shuriken struck the sandworm's body like a bolt of lightning, slicing through its scales and causing green liquid to ooze out. The sandworm let out an angry roar, its body beginning to thrash violently. Then, it opened its mouth and unleashed another powerful sandstorm. This sandstorm swept towards Luffy and Naruto like a desert tempest. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged. They were running rapidly in the desert, using the sand dunes as cover. Wherever the sandstorm passed, the dunes were flattened, revealing the hard ground beneath. While evading the sandstorm, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the sandworm's weak points. They discovered that although the sandworm's abdomen was protected by hard scales, there were some gaps when it moved. "Naruto, let's attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, channeling chakra within him, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Luffy also tightly gripped the Thunderflame sword, ready to cooperate with Naruto to strike the sandworm's abdomen. As the sandstorm weakened, Luffy and Naruto immediately sprang into action. They charged toward the sandworm at high speed. The sandworm sensed their movement and attempted to block their attack with its body. Luffy unleashed the strongest power of the Thunderflame sword, with the flames and lightning on the blade becoming even more intense. He slashed at the sandworm's body, trying to attract its attention. Sure enough, the sandworm was drawn to Luffy's attack and turned its body towards him. At that moment, Naruto took the opportunity to unleash the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the sandworm's abdomen. The tailed beast ball accurately struck the gap between the scales on the sandworm's abdomen, exploding upon impact. The powerful shockwave severely damaged the sandworm's abdomen, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. The sandworm let out a painful roar. Its body began to shake. Seizing the chance, Luffy launched another full-force attack. The Thunderflame sword slicing into the sandworm's body and creating a deep crack in its scales. However, the sandworm was not so easily defeated. It began to thrash wildly, attempting to counterattack with its last bit of strength. A massive sandstorm vortex formed around its body once again, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged. They swiftly maneuvered through the desert, avoiding the attacks of the sand whirlwinds. During the evasive maneuvers, Luffy suddenly thought of a plan. "Naruto, let's combine our strength to attack its head," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They charged towards the head of the sandworm together. As they approached the sandworm's head, Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunderflame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful sword aura. At the same time, Naruto summoned the power of the Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hands. They focused their powers on the attack, and the sword aura and tailed beast ball flew towards the sandworm's head simultaneously. This overwhelming force struck the sandworm's head in an instant, causing it to emit a desperate roar. Its body began to collapse, ultimately falling in the desert. With the sandworm's defeat, peace returned to the desert. Chapter 0834, Resistance. After successfully defeating the sandworm, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey towards the ancient temple deep in the desert. The desert was still unbearably hot, with strong winds occasionally howling, raising clouds of dust. They walked cautiously, each step leaving deep footprints in the soft sand. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunderflame sword, its blade slightly trembling as if reminding them that danger was still ahead. Naruto remained vigilant, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing gently around him, ready to respond to any sudden situations that might arise. "This desert is truly vast. I wonder how far the temple is," Naruto said. Luffy frowned slightly, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance. "No matter how far it is, we must find the temple. There may be clues to the Dragon Balls there." As they ventured deeper, the scenery in the desert gradually changed. The originally flat, sandy ground began to show some undulating sand dunes, some of which were even tens of meters high, resembling gigantic peaks. Between the dunes, ancient ruins could occasionally be seen. Although these ruins were in a state of decay, they still exuded an air of mystery. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. It was like the low murmuring of some creature, filled with eeriness and mystery. "Be careful, something's up," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately entered a combat stance, the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails surging even more violently. "No matter what it is, we can defeat it." As the sound grew closer, a massive figure slowly emerged from behind Dune. It It was a monster made of sand, towering tens of meters high, resembling a gigantic sandman. The monster's eyes glimmered with a yellow light, emanating powerful magical energy. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, looking like a magical creature from the desert. Very dangerous. The sand monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately launched an attack. It swung its massive arms towards them. With immense power, the arms stirred up the sand, creating a powerful sandstorm. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier with the flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, blocking the sand monster's attack. The fire and lightning flickered in the air, colliding with the sand monster's arm and producing loud booms. Naruto was not to be outdone. He summoned the power of the Golden Nine Tails, condensing a massive tailed beast ball in his hand. He hurled the tailed beast ball at the sand monster, and it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that made the sand monster stagger back a few steps. The sand monster, now enraged, launched another attack. This time, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of sand. The sand flowed like a giant dragon, sweeping toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged the attacks of the sand monster. They swiftly navigated through the desert, using sand, dunes, and rocks to evade the creature's strikes. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto continuously searched for the monster's weaknesses. They discovered that the core of the sand monster seemed to be its source of power, protected by a thick layer of sand. Naruto, we need to find a way to break that sand protection and attack its core, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. All right, let's give a try together. They began to concentrate their strength to attack the sand monster's sand protection. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame sword, sending a massive sword energy slicing towards the sand monster's body. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast ball at the creature. The sword energy and tailed beast ball struck the sand monster simultaneously, producing an earth-shattering sound. However, the sand monster's sand protection was very sturdy and was not easily broken. They kept trying various methods to attack the sand protection, but were unsuccessful. At a critical moment, Luffy came up with an idea. He decided to use the special power of the Thunder Flame sword to try to absorb a portion of the sand monster's sand power, and then use that power to attack its core. Naruto, help me draw the monster's attention while I absorb its power, Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed. He unleashed various powerful ninjutsu, constantly attacking the sand monster to attract its attention. Luffy took the opportunity to stab the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the light on the sword began to flicker. He focused his energy and tried to absorb the power of the sand monster's sand. At first, the sand's power resisted fiercely, but as Luffy continued to exert effort, some of the sand's power began to be absorbed by the Thunder Flame sword. The light on the sword became even more dazzling, filled with the essence of sand. Once he had absorbed enough sand power, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, and a powerful sword aura flew toward the core of the sand monster. This sword aura combined the power of the sand and the Thunder Flame sword, making it incredibly powerful. The sword aura accurately hit the core of the sand monster, which let out a painful roar. Its body began to collapse, and sand scattered everywhere. As the sand monster fell, peace returned to the desert. Chapter 0835. Trekking after successfully defeating the sand monster, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey towards the ancient temple. The scorching heat of the desert remained unbearable, but their faith grew ever stronger. They trudged step by step through the soft sand, stopping to catch their breath after every stretch. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its blade's glow appearing somewhat dim under the sunlight, as if it too were enduring this arduous journey. Naruto occasionally channeled chakra within him, the Golden Nine Tails power flickering around his body, providing him with continuous energy. As time passed, they finally saw the edge of the desert. It was a patch of green, contrasting sharply with the vast yellow sands behind them. We're finally about to leave the desert, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy nodded slightly, a hint of a comforting smile appearing on his face. But we cannot let our guard down. No one knows what awaits us outside the desert. They quickened their pace, heading towards the edge of the desert. The moment they stepped out of the desert, a rush of fresh air greeted them, making them feel incredibly refreshed. Outside the desert was a vast grassland, lush with green grass and blooming flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing waves of floral fragrance. In the distance, several small hills rolled gently, giving a sense of tranquility and beauty. Luffy and Naruto stood on the grassland, gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, filled with emotion. They had experienced countless hardships and obstacles in the desert, and now they had finally arrived at this beautiful place. "It's so beautiful here," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy took a deep breath, feeling the essence of the grassland. "Yes, but we must not forget our mission. We still need to continue searching for clues about the Dragon Balls." They walked across the grassland, enjoying this moment of tranquility. The small animals on the grassland saw them and curiously ran over, only to panic and run away when they got close. As they walked, they discovered a clear little stream. The water flowed gently, sparkling with silver light under the sunlight. Luffy squatted down, cupped some water in his hands, washed his face, and felt the coolness of the stream. Naruto watched from the side, a happy smile on his face. "This little stream is beautiful. It might lead to some important place," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Let's follow the stream. Maybe we can find some clues." They continued along the stream, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the grassland. The flowers on the grassland were colorful, and butterflies danced among the blooms, as if it were a beautiful painting. However, they did not forget their mission. They remained vigilant, paying attention to any movements around them, hoping to find clues about the Dragon Balls. At the end of the stream, they saw a small village. The houses in the village were simple and rustic, with smoke curling up from the chimneys. Villagers were working in the fields, and children were playing in the village, creating a scene of peace and harmony. Luffy and Naruto walked into the village, hoping to get some clues about the Dragon Balls from the villagers. The villagers looked at them with wary eyes. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" An old man stepped forward and asked. Luffy slightly bowed and said, "We are travelers searching for the Dragon Balls. Do you have any clues about them?" The old man frowned and replied, "Dragon Balls? That's a very dangerous thing. You better not go looking for it." Naruto asked in confusion, "Why do you say the Dragon Balls are dangerous?" The old man sighed and said, "The Dragon Balls possess great power and can grant people's wishes. But because of this, they attract many evil forces. In the past, many people lost their lives fighting over the Dragon Balls." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, knowing that the old man spoke the truth. But they could not give up their mission to find the Dragon Balls. "We know the Dragon Balls are very dangerous, but we have to find them. Do you have any clues you can provide us?" Luffy said sincerely. The old man paused for a moment and said, "It is said that in a distant mountain range, there is a mysterious castle. There may be clues to the Dragon Balls hidden there. But that castle is very dangerous, with many powerful monsters and traps. You must be careful." Luffy and Naruto thanked the old man, and then left the village. Chapter 0836. Burning Luffy and Naruto were on their way to a mysterious castle when they suddenly sensed a powerful and evil aura approaching. They immediately stopped in their tracks and cautiously looked in the direction of the aura. A small but imposing figure slowly emerged, radiating a purple glow, with eyes that revealed endless coldness and cruelty. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to encounter two interesting fellows here." The visitor was none other than the universe Emperor Frieza. "My battle power is 530,000. Are you ready to die?" Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder, the blade trembling slightly as if it sensed an unprecedented pressure. Naruto, without hesitation, activated his Nine-Tails mode, golden chakra burning around his body like a raging fire. "No matter how strong you are, we will not back down," Naruto shouted angrily. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of disdainful laughter. "You ignorant fool, let me show you my power." With that, Frieza instantly vanished from his original spot and appeared in front of Luffy and Naruto the next second. He swung a punch, unleashing terrifying power towards them. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to withstand Frieza's attack. However, Frieza's fist easily broke through the barrier, and the immense impact sent Luffy flying. Seeing this, Naruto quickly rushed forward and unleashed a series of ninjutsu. Techniques such as wind release, spiraling shuriken, and fire release. Great fireball technique rained down towards Frieza. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, casually waving his hand to dissipate all of these ninjutsu. "So weak, your power is like that of ants in front of me." Luffy crawled up from the ground, his eyes filled with determination. "Naruto, we can't fight separately. We must cooperate if we have a chance to defeat him." Naruto nodded, and they began to work closely together to confront Frieza. Luffy continuously swung the Thunder Flame Sword, searching for Frieza's weaknesses, while Naruto utilized the power of the Nine-Tails to launch attacks from different directions. Although Frieza was powerful, he gradually felt the pressure under their coordinated efforts. His expression grew darker as he decided to unleash a stronger power. "Since you are so unappreciative, let you taste my death ray." Frieza clasped his hands together, and a powerful purple beam shot out from his hands. The beam was incredibly fast, and Luffy and Naruto couldn't dodge in time. They could only brace themselves and use all their strength to withstand the beam. Under the impact of the death ray, Luffy and Naruto were pushed back repeatedly, their bodies enduring tremendous pressure. But they did not give up, still fighting back tenaciously. Just when they were about to collapse, Luffy suddenly thought of a way. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling all his strength in an attempt to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his power spread, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, flames and lightning erupted from the ground, flying towards Frieza. Frieza was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and had to divert his attention to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed his strongest attack, concentrating a massive tailed beast bomb in his hands and then throwing it at Frieza. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the powerful shockwave forced Frieza to take a few steps back. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it quickly returned to cold indifference. "You have some skill, but it's still far from enough." Frieza roared, his body beginning to swell, and his power grew even stronger. Chapter 0837, Deceived. Luffy and Naruto faced the powerful Frieza, feeling pressure in their hearts, but more so an indomitable fighting spirit. Frieza's figure flashed, charging towards them again. His speed was like lightning, and in an instant he was in front of Luffy, throwing a heavy punch. Luffy hurriedly raised the Thunder Flame sword to block it, the flames and lightning on the blade swaying violently under Frieza's immense force. "Oomph, do you think you can block me with that sword?" Frieza sneered, increasing his power output. Luffy felt a sharp pain in his arm, his feet carving deep marks into the ground. At that moment, Naruto charged in from the side, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails forming a dazzling trail behind him. He used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, instantly creating multiple Narutos, all attacking Frieza together. Frieza glanced disdainfully at the Shadow Clones, casually waving his hand, and a powerful shockwave scattered all the clones. "Such tricks are useless against me." Luffy took the opportunity to adjust his stance and unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame sword. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined into a massive vortex, sweeping towards Frieza. Frieza frowned slightly and dodged the attack with a quick movement. "Interesting, but still too weak," he said as he began to gather energy in his hands. The purple light in his hands grew stronger, and the surrounding air seemed to warp under the force. Seeing this, Naruto knew he couldn't let Frieza continue to gather power. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan." A massive Rasengan quickly formed in his hands and was thrown towards Frieza. The Rasengan collided with the energy sphere in Frieza's hands, producing a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave caused the ground around them to collapse instantly, and both Luffy and Naruto were sent flying back by the force. Frieza, however, merely swayed slightly, looking at Luffy and Naruto with a hint of anger in his eyes. "You've successfully angered me. Now prepare to bear my wrath." Frieza's form instantly enlarged, transforming into his final form. His power surged once again, and the space around him seemed to tremble under his aura. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. They knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle, but they would never back down. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, pouring all his strength into it. The flames and lightning on the sword became more violent, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. Naruto also summoned the golden Nine Tails chakra within him, creating a golden shield around his body. Frieza roared as he charged forward, his speed so fast that it was hard to see. Luffy and Naruto could only rely on their instincts to dodge and counterattack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although Frieza was powerful, his attack methods were relatively simple, mainly relying on sheer strength and speed. They decided to take advantage of this and look for Frieza's weaknesses. Luffy deliberately exposed a flaw to lure Frieza into attacking. Frieza indeed took the bait and charged towards Luffy. Just as Frieza was about to hit Luffy, Naruto suddenly appeared from the side, smashing his Rasengan towards Frieza's abdomen. Frieza was struck by this sudden attack, his body trembling slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning forming a massive beam of light that slashed towards Frieza. Frieza let out a roar, using both hands to block the attack. However, the power of the Thunder Flame sword was too great, leaving a deep wound on Frieza's hands. His eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. He never expected to be injured by these two guys. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" "Too naive." Frieza began to attack Luffy and Naruto, frantically, his power like a storm, making it difficult to resist. Luffy and Naruto were being pushed back under Frieza's attacks, but they still did not give up. They continuously looked for opportunities to counterattack, and a belief in their hearts supported them to keep fighting. Chapter 0838, Sweat Beads. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in an unprecedented predicament during their battle with Frieza. Each of Frieza's attacks came like a torrential storm, leaving them almost gasping for breath. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, but the flames and lightning on the blade dimmed under Frieza's powerful aura. He continuously dodged Frieza's attacks, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Each dodge required all his strength, and a slight misstep could result in being hit by Frieza's attacks. Naruto was having a tough time as well. Although the golden chakra of the Nine Tails was powerful, it seemed somewhat strained against Frieza's onslaught. He constantly unleashed various ninjutsu in an attempt to inflict damage on Frieza, but the effects were minimal. Frieza sneered, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. "Is this all you've got? You're truly disappointing me." Saying this, he threw another punch, the immense power creating a booming sound in the air. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged, but the shockwave from the punch still sent them flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. "We can't give up." Luffy grit his teeth and stood up again, raising the sword of Thunder Flame with determination in his eyes. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reactivated the chakra of the Nine Tails. "That's right. We can definitely defeat him." They charged at Frieza once more, launching a new round of attacks. Luffy unleashed various skills of the Sword of Thunder Flame, with flames and lightning intertwining into complex patterns as they struck at Frieza. Naruto continuously unleashed Rasengan and tailed beast bombs, trying to find Frieza's weakness. However, Frieza's defense was as solid as a rock. He effortlessly deflected their attacks, a disdainful expression on his face. "Your struggles are futile." During the battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually felt their strength waning. Their movements began to slow down, and the power of their attacks diminished significantly. But they still did not give up. The belief in their hearts supported them to continue fighting. Frieza seemed to sense their fatigue and decided to deliver the final blow. He gathered powerful energy in his hands, and the purple light shone as brightly as the sun. "It's over." He hurled the energy ball towards Luffy and Naruto. The energy ball flew with the power to destroy everything, and Luffy and Naruto felt unprecedented pressure. They knew that if this hit them, they might never have another chance. In this critical moment, Luffy and Naruto decided to go all in. They concentrated all their strength together, ready to face Frieza's attack. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning wildly surging along the blade. Naruto, on the other hand, maximized the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox, and it seemed as if golden flames were burning around his body. As the energy ball was about to hit them, they unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. The radiance of the Thunder Flame sword intertwined with the chakra of the golden nine-tailed fox, forming a powerful shield. The energy ball collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous impact destroyed everything around them, creating a massive crater in the ground. Luffy and Naruto were thrown out by this force, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Chapter 0839, Shout. On a battlefield filled with smoke and dust, Luffy and Naruto lay quietly on the ground, their fates unknown. Frieza looked at their motionless bodies and let out a wild laugh. "You think you can compete with me? This is the fate of those who defy me," Frieza said triumphantly. However, at the moment Frieza let his guard down, a faint yet resilient power began to surge within Naruto. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails started to ignite again like a spark. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly as his consciousness struggled in the darkness. Memories of past battles flooding his mind. "I can't just fall like this." Naruto grit his teeth, shouting in his heart. At the same time, Luffy's grip on the Thunder Flame sword was slowly tightening. The once dim glow of the sword began to pulse like a heartbeat, resonating with Luffy's life force. Luffy's eyelids twitched, and the belief he held in pursuing the Dragon Ball surfaced in his mind, an obsession he could never give up. Just as Frieza was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt a strange wave coming from behind. He turned around in surprise and saw Naruto slowly standing up. The golden nine-tails chakra loomed behind him like a awakened beast, claws bared. "It's not over yet, Frieza!" Naruto roared. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, his body supported by a powerful force. The flames and lightning on the sword of Thunderfire became violent again, as if expressing his anger. "We can still fight," Luffy shouted loudly. Frieza frowned, a strange irritation rising in his heart. He launched another attack, countless energy beams pouring down like raindrops towards Luffy and Naruto. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating numerous clones that, along with his original self, weaved through the energy beams, dodging the attacks. Luffy swung the sword of Thunderfire, slicing through the approaching energy beams one by one. While dodging, Luffy and Naruto began to look for Frieza's weaknesses. They noticed that after Frieza launched consecutive attacks, there would be a brief pause in his energy output. "This is the moment," Luffy shouted. When Frieza launched another round of attacks, they aimed for that instant of pause. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which glimmered with golden light, containing immense power. Luffy then maximized the power of the Sword of Thunderfire, a sword energy shining with flames and lightning soaring into the sky. They charged towards Frieza simultaneously, and, at that critical moment, they struck Frieza's abdomen with both the Rasengan and the sword energy. Frieza let out a painful roar, his body being pushed back several meters by the powerful force. However, Frieza was not easily defeated. His body began to flicker with a strange light, the wounds visibly healing at an incredible speed. "You despicable creatures. I will make you pay for this." Frieza roared, his power rising once again. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of fear as they stood closely together, ready to face Frieza's more intense counterattack. In this brutal battle, their resolve was as steadfast as steel, vowing to fight this powerful enemy to the end. A glint of cunning flashed in Frieza's eyes as he pretended to be weak, secretly gathering strength. When Luffy and Naruto approached, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, shooting out countless purple beams from his hands. Naruto quickly reacted, creating multiple shadow clones to block in front, but Frieza's attack was too powerful, and the clones were instantly shattered. At a critical moment, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, releasing a powerful current that formed shield. Despite this, they were still impacted and sent flying. Frieza laughed triumphantly, believing the two were unable to resist any longer. However, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and stood up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. "We will not back down," Naruto shouted as chakra surged within him. Luffy also activated his potential, and the Thunder Flame Sword shone with even brighter light. They decided to unleash their final move, launching a combined attack towards Frieza. Chapter 0840. Backward flight on a battlefield filled with smoke and dust. Luffy and Naruto displayed remarkable tenacity and resilience. Their battle against the Cosmic Emperor Frieza had entered a heated phase, with each attack and counterattack brimming with breathtaking power. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunderflame, its blade flickering with violent flames and lightning. His gaze was firm and sharp, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. Naruto stood beside him, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails surging around his body like a burning flame. Frieza looked at Luffy and Naruto, who had risen again, and a strong anger surged in his heart. He had thought he had completely defeated these two, but he never expected them to be so tenacious. "You truly don't know the meaning of death. Since you wish to die so badly, I shall grant you that." Frieza sneered, his body once again radiating a powerful aura. A purple light enveloped him, making him look like a demon. Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by Frieza's aura. They exchanged a glance, seeing the unwavering determination in each other's eyes. They knew that the battle had reached a critical moment, and they had to give it their all to have even a slim chance of victory. "Naruto, let's go together," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword as he charged towards Frieza. Naruto nodded and performed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating countless clones. These clones, along with the original, surged towards Frieza like a tidal wave. Frieza looked at Luffy and Naruto charging at him, a smirk of disdain appearing on his face. He waved his hands, and countless purple beams shot towards them. These beams moved at incredible speed and possessed immense power, leaving deep cracks on the ground wherever they struck. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged Frieza's attacks. They weaved through the beams of light like agile butterflies. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, slicing through the approaching rays one by one. Naruto took advantage of his shadow clone technique, constantly distracting Frieza. While evading, Luffy and Naruto were always on the lookout for Frieza's weaknesses. They knew that only by finding Frieza's vulnerability could they have a chance to defeat him. After some observation, they noticed that Frieza had a brief moment of pause when launching an attack. Although this pause was very short, it was enough for them. "Naruto now," Luffy shouted, unleashing the strongest skill of the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a massive vortex, flying towards Frisia. At the same time, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. The Rasengan shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. Their attacks rushed towards Frisia simultaneously, moving at incredible speed, overwhelming the eyes. Frisia, seeing their attacks, showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that these two could find his flaw and launch such powerful attacks. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The vortex of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Ball Rasengan struck Frisia at the same time, producing a deafening roar. The powerful impact seemed to warp the surrounding space. Frisia was hit by this force, his body flying back and crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy as they saw Frisia being hit by them. But they knew that Frisia was not so easily defeated. Sure enough, Frisia quickly stood up, and although he had some wounds on his body, his aura remained powerful. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" Too naive, Frisia roared, and his body began to swell, his power becoming even stronger. Luffy and Naruto watched Frisia's transformation with a sense of vigilance. They knew that Frisia had been completely enraged by them, and the upcoming battle would be even more difficult. Frisia unleashed a powerful energy wave that surged toward Luffy and Naruto. The speed of this energy wave was incredibly fast, and its immense power made it impossible to evade. Luffy and Naruto could only brace themselves and use all their strength to withstand the energy wave. Their bodies were pushed back by this force, leaving deep grooves in the ground with their feet. During the process of resisting the energy wave, Luffy and Naruto felt unprecedented pressure. It was as if their bodies were about to be crushed by this power, but they still did not give up. They gritted their teeth and fought with all their might against this force. Finally, the power of the energy wave began to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched a counterattack. They charged towards Frisia once again, ready to launch their final assault. Frisia saw them rushing over, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He decided to unleash his most powerful skill to defeat Luffy and Naruto in one fell swoop. "Death Beam!" Frisia shouted, gathering powerful energy in his hands, and a purple beam shot towards Luffy and Naruto. The beam was extremely fast and powerful, making it impossible to evade. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of despair upon seeing the beam. They knew that if it hit, they might never have another chance. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a way. He plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling all his strength in an attempt to resonate with the surrounding environment. As his power spread, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, flames and lightning surged up from the ground towards Frisia. Although these flames and lightning were not as powerful as the attack from the Sword of Thunder Flame, their sheer numbers made them hard to defend against. Frisia was distracted by these flames and lightning, causing the direction of the death beam to shift. Naruto seized the opportunity to use the shadow clone technique, instantly creating countless clones. These clones rushed towards Frisia, trying to divert his attention. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards Frisia. Frisia was caught off guard by this sudden attack and became somewhat flustered. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The beam of the Thunder Flame Sword hit him, producing a loud sound. Frisia was struck by this force and was sent flying back again. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of hope as they saw Frisia being hit by them once again. They knew this was their last chance, and they had to capitalize on their momentum to defeat Frisia in one fell swoop. They charged towards Frisia again, ready to launch their final attack. Frisia, seeing them rush in, displayed a hint of despair on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their assault. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike Frisia, suddenly, a powerful force emanated from afar. This force made their bodies involuntarily come to a halt. They looked in surprise towards the source of the power and saw a mysterious figure slowly materializing. This figure radiated a powerful aura that made it hard to look directly at. "You dare challenge Lord Frisia? You really don't know the meaning of death." The mysterious figure sneered, his voice resonating like a bell in the air. Luffy and Naruto looked at the mysterious figure, their hearts filled with vigilance. They didn't know who this mysterious figure was, but from his aura, it was clear he was a very powerful enemy. The mysterious figure walked towards Luffy and Naruto, each step seeming to make the ground tremble. His gaze was filled with coldness and cruelty, sending chills down their spines. Do you really think defeating Lord Frisia will allow you to escape? How naive, the mysterious figure said, as a black long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword emanated an evil aura that instilled fear. Chapter 0841. Special Luffy tightly gripped the flame and thunder sword, the flames and lightning on the blade dancing more violently, as if responding to his inner tension and vigilance. Naruto slightly squinted his eyes, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails forming a blazing barrier around his body. The mysterious figure stopped, slowly raising the black long sword in hand, the evil aura on the blade growing ever stronger, as if it was about to devour everything around it. Your courage is commendable, but in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. The mysterious figure's voice was cold and ruthless. Luffy took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No matter who you are, we will not back down." Naruto also shouted loudly, "That's right, we will definitely defeat you." The mysterious figure slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sneer. He suddenly swung his black sword, and a wave of black sword energy instantly rushed towards Luffy and Naruto. The sword energy was extremely fast, and Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword energy brushed past their bodies, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Luffy immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to block the attack from the mysterious figure. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, sending countless clones charging towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure remained calm and collected, gently swinging his black longsword, effortlessly cutting down the incoming clones one by one. Wherever the black longsword passed, the clones instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. Luffy and Naruto felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they saw that the Shadow Clone technique was ineffective. They knew that this mysterious figure was even stronger than they had imagined. "What to do? This guy is too strong," Naruto said in a low voice. Luffy gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. "We can't give up. There must be a way to defeat him." Just as they were contemplating their strategy, the mysterious figure launched another attack. He held the black long sword with both hands, raised it high, and then struck down fiercely towards the ground. A massive wave of black sword energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto, causing the ground to shatter wherever it passed. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly jumped to dodge. In midair, they unleashed various ninjutsu and sword techniques, trying to inflict damage on the mysterious figure. However, their attacks seemed to have no effect on the mysterious figure. The figure looked at their futile attempts with a hint of a mocking smile. He raised the black sword again, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. At that critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought away. He shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, let's attack his sword together." Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They knew that the mysterious figure's power mainly came from the black sword in his hand, and if they could destroy his sword, they might be able to defeat him. Luffy and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Luffy swung the sword of Thunder Flame, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a massive pillar of light, striking towards the mysterious figure's black sword. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, with golden light flickering on a Rasengan, containing immense power, flying towards the black sword. The mysterious figure, seeing their attacks, showed a hint of surprise on his face. He hurriedly swung the black sword, trying to block their attacks. However, Luffy and Naruto's attacks were too powerful, and the black sword began to crack under their assault. The mysterious figure was greatly alarmed. He never expected that his sword would be destroyed by these two. With a loud bang, the black sword finally could not withstand the pressure and was shattered by Luffy and Naruto's attacks. The mysterious figure let out a pained roar as his body was also sent flying back by the tremendous force. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy when they saw the mysterious figure's sword being destroyed. They knew this was their opportunity. They immediately charged towards the mysterious figure, ready to launch their final attack. The mysterious figure looked at Luffy and Naruto, rushing towards him, a hint of despair appearing on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their attack. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike the mysterious figure, suddenly, a more powerful force emanated from the distance. This force made their bodies involuntarily stop. They looked in surprise towards the direction of the power, and saw an even more mysterious figure slowly emerging. This figure exuded an incredibly strong aura that was suffocating. "You dare to challenge my subordinate, truly a death wish," the more mysterious figure sneered, his voice like thunder, echoing in the air. Luffy and Naruto looked at the more mysterious figure, their hearts filled with shock and vigilance. They knew that this figure was even more powerful than the previous mysterious one, and the battle would be even more difficult. The more mysterious figure approached Luffy and Naruto, each step seeming to make the ground tremble. His eyes were filled with coldness and authority, sending chills down their spines. "Do you think defeating my subordinates means you can escape?" "How naive," the more mysterious figure said, and a golden longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword emitted a sacred aura that instilled awe in those who beheld it. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped their weapons, ready to face the challenge of this more mysterious figure. They knew that this battle had reached a critical moment, and they had to give it their all to have even a glimmer of hope for victory. The more mysterious figure raised his golden longsword, and a holy aura instantly spread from the blade. With a gentle swing of the sword, a golden sword energy shot towards Luffy and Naruto. The speed of the sword energy was incredibly fast, and its power immense, forcing Luffy and Naruto to dodge hurriedly. The sword energy grazed past their bodies, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Luffy unleashed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful barrier, attempting to block the attack of the golden sword energy. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with countless clones rushing towards the more mysterious figure. However, the strength of the more mysterious figure far exceeded their imagination. He lightly waved the golden longsword, annihilating each of the rushing clones one by one. Wherever the golden longsword passed, the clones instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of despair as the shadow clone technique proved ineffective once again. They knew that this more mysterious figure was simply too powerful, and they had almost no chance of winning. "Are we really going to fail?" Naruto said quietly. Luffy gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a determined look. "No, we cannot give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must fight to the end." Just when they were falling into despair, Luffy suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from the Thunder Flame Sword. This force filled his body with vitality, as if endless power was surging within him. Chapter 0842. Resonance. Luffy's heart stirred as he tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, feeling the powerful force emanating from the blade. This force seemed to resonate with his inner self, granting him endless courage and confidence. "Naruto, I can feel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword strengthening. We still have a chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto looked at Luffy, the flames of hope reigniting in his eyes. "All right, let's fight to the end together." A more mysterious figure watched Luffy and Naruto, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a trace of disdain. "Do you really think you could defeat me like this? How naive." He raised the golden long sword again, the sacred aura on the blade becoming even more intense. A massive wave of golden sword energy surged toward Luffy and Naruto, moving with such speed that evasion was impossible. Luffy and Naruto stared closely at the golden sword energy, knowing that this was a life and death battle. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a risky plan. "Naruto, pour your chakra into my Thunder Flame Sword," Luffy shouted. Without any hesitation, Naruto immediately began to continuously infuse the chakra of the Golden Ninetales into the Thunder Flame Sword. As the chakra flowed in, the flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame Sword became more violent, and the sword began to tremble slightly. Luffy felt the immense power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he shouted and swung it towards the golden sword energy. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined to form a massive beam of light, colliding violently with the golden sword energy. A tundral explosion échouée, and the powerful shockwave seemed to distort the surrounding space. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the force, but their eyes remained fixed on the center of the collision. The beam of the Thunder Flame Sword and the golden sword energy were locked in a stalemate, their powers continuously clashing against each other. A more mysterious figure showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Luffy and Naruto to withstand his attack. Just a dying struggle." The more mysterious figure snorted coldly and increased his output of power. The golden sword energy grew even larger, slowly pressing down on the beam of light from the Thunder Flame Sword. Luffy and Naruto felt an immense pressure, as if their bodies were about to be crushed by this force. But they did not give up, gritting their teeth and holding on. Luffy constantly mobilized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, trying to resist the oppression of the golden sword energy. Naruto was also continuously infusing chakra to maintain the power of the Thunder Flame Sword. Just when they were about to collapse, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted from the Thunder Flame Sword. This force instantly repelled the golden sword energy and charged towards the more mysterious figure. The more mysterious figure was taken aback, hastily swinging his golden longsword in an attempt to block this force. However, the power was too overwhelming. His golden longsword was knocked away the moment it made contact with this force. The more mysterious figure was struck by this power, sent flying backward, and crashed heavily to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting disbelief. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy as they saw the more mysterious figure being defeated. However, they knew that the battle was not over yet. They immediately rushed towards the more mysterious figure, ready to launch their final attack. The more mysterious figure looked at Luffy and Naruto, charging towards him, a hint of despair appearing on his face. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike the more mysterious figure, suddenly, a strong tremor came from the sky. A dazzling beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto looked up in surprise, only to see a huge figure slowly emerging from the light. This figure emanated an incredibly powerful aura that instilled a sense of awe. "Your courage and strength surprise me," the massive figure said, his voice resonating like a great bell in the air. Luffy and Naruto looked at the giant figure, filled with confusion. They didn't know who this figure was, nor why he appeared here. "I am the guardian of this world. I have sensed your determination and courage. You are willing to fight against powerful enemies to protect this world, and your actions inspire my admiration," the guardian said. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of pride in their hearts after hearing the guardian's words. They knew that their efforts had not been in vain. "Now, I will grant you even greater power, so you can continue to protect this world." After the guardian finished speaking, a beam of light shot from his hand, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, and their strength was instantly greatly enhanced. "Thank you, Guardian," Luffy and Naruto said gratefully. The Guardian nodded slightly, and then disappeared in a burst of light. Luffy and Naruto looked at each other, knowing that although this battle was difficult, they had gained greater power. They would continue to move forward, to protect this world and to search for the Dragon Balls. They would never give up. They turned to leave the battlefield, but at that moment, they suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from a distance. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a sense of unease swelling within them. They knew that this aura signified the emergence of a new enemy. Sure enough, after a while, a figure slowly approached from a distance. This figure exuded an evil aura that sent chills down their spines. "Did you think it would end like this? How naive," the figure said with a cold smile. Luffy and Naruto tightly gripped their weapons, ready to face new challenges. Chapter 0843, Evasion. Luffy squinted his eyes, intensely staring at the figure exuding an evil aura. The flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword flickered slightly, as if responding to the impending battle. Naruto slightly bent his body, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, ready to erupt at any moment. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Luffy shouted. The figure let out a chilling laugh. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are in my way." After saying this, the figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Luffy and Naruto. He extended a hand, and a wave of black energy surged towards them. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged as the energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. They were secretly astonished. This enemy's strength seemed to be no weaker than that of the previous mysterious figure. "Naruto, be careful," Luffy said softly. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. They unleashed their respective powers once again, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with this new enemy. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier of intertwined flames and lightning as he charged towards the enemy. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with countless clones surrounding the enemy and launching constant attacks. However, this enemy was exceptionally cunning. He kept changing positions to evade their attacks, while occasionally launching counterattacks. His attack speed was extremely fast, and his strength was formidable, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually realized that this enemy's fighting style was different from that of the mysterious figure they had encountered before. He seemed to be more skilled in close combat, and his body was incredibly agile, making him hard to pin down. "This isn't going to work. We must find his weakness," Luffy said. Naruto furrowed his brows, thinking of a strategy. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Luffy, I have an idea. We can use my shadow clones to distract him, and then you can take the opportunity to look for his weakness." Luffy nodded. "All right, let's do it." Naruto immediately used more shadow clones and sent them charging towards the enemy. The enemy was surrounded by the clones and had to split his attention to deal with them. Luffy took the opportunity to carefully observe the enemy's movements, looking for weaknesses. After some observation, Luffy finally discovered a flaw in the enemy. When the enemy launched an attack, there was a brief moment when his body would pause. Although this pause was very short, it was enough for Luffy. "Naruto now!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. He unleashed the Sage Art, super huge Rasen Shuriken, and threw it at the enemy. The enemy hurried to dodge, but Luffy seized the opportunity. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards the enemy's weakness. The enemy was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was sent flying back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a moment to catch his breath, immediately rushing forward, ready to launch their final attack. The enemy looked at Luffy and Naruto charging at him, a hint of despair appearing on his face. He knew he could no longer withstand their attacks. Just as Luffy and Naruto were about to strike the enemy, suddenly, a strong tremor resonated through the sky once again. A dazzling light shot down from the sky, enveloping them. Luffy and Naruto looked up in surprise as the massive figure of the Guardian reappeared. "Your courage and strength deeply impress me. But the crisis in this world has not been resolved, and you have even more important tasks to complete," the Guardian said. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, filled with confusion. "Guardian, may I ask what mission we have?" Luffy inquired. The Guardian nodded slightly. "Deep within this world, a dark power is gradually awakening. If this power fully awakens, it will bring catastrophic disaster to the entire world. You must find the source of this dark power and eliminate it completely." Luffy and Naruto felt a strong sense of responsibility surge within them after hearing the Guardian's words. They knew that this task was extremely challenging, but they did not flinch in the slightest. "We will definitely complete the mission and protect this world," Luffy and Naruto said firmly. The Guardian looked at them with satisfaction and shot out a beam of light, enveloping them. This light contained immense power, making Luffy and Naruto feel an unprecedented strength. "Go, brave warriors. The fate of this world is in your hands," the Guardian said before gradually disappearing. Luffy and Naruto looked in the direction where the Guardian had disappeared, filled with confidence. Chapter 0844. Pulsation. Luffy and Naruto walk side by side, their figures appearing particularly resolute in this mysterious world. The flames and lightning on the Sword of Thunder fire still danced, as if warming up for the impending battle. The golden Ninetales chakra beside Naruto resembled a blazing fire, emanating immense power. They advanced along a rugged path, with the scenery around them becoming increasingly bizarre. A dark aura seemed to permeate the air, creating a sense of oppression. The trees by the roadside twisted, as if eroded by some evil force. "Luffy, what do you think that dark power will be like?" Naruto asked softly. Luffy frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "I don't know, but it's definitely very powerful. We must be careful." As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly harsh. The howling wind whipped around them, making their clothes flap wildly. Strange symbols and patterns began to appear on the ground, emanating a mysterious glow. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past them. Luffy and Naruto immediately halted, looking around cautiously. "Who is there? Show yourself," Luffy shouted. However, the only response was silence. But they could sense that a pair of eyes was watching them from the shadows. Naruto performed the shadow clone jutsu, and countless clones instantly appeared, searching in different directions. After a while, one of the clones sounded the alarm. Luffy and Naruto hurried over and saw a figure shrouded in a black robe standing there. The robed person exuded a powerful dark aura that was chilling. "Are you the ones here to stop the awakening of the dark power?" The robed figure's hoarse voice echoed. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunderflame. "That's right. We won't let the dark forces destroy this world." The man in the black robe let out a chilling laugh. "Just you? Too naive. The dark forces are unstoppable, and you are destined to fail." After saying that, the man in the black robe suddenly launched an attack. He stretched out a hand, and a wave of black energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged as the energy wave struck the ground, creating a massive pit. They were secretly astonished. The strength of this man in the black cloak was not to be underestimated. "Naruto, be careful. This guy is really strong," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Come on, let's see just how strong he really is." They unleashed their respective powers again and engaged in a fierce battle with the man in the black cloak. His attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. However, they did not flinch at all. With their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, Luffy noticed that although the black-cloaked man's attacks were powerful, there seemed to be a certain pattern to them. He began to carefully observe the man's movements, searching for a flaw. After some observation, Luffy finally discovered a weakness in the black-cloaked man. When he launched a specific attack, there was a momentary pause in his body. "Naruto, pay attention to that move of his. Let's attack while we have the chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the black-cloaked man launched that specific attack again, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame. The flames and lightning on the blade intertwining into a massive beam of light, slicing towards the black-robed man's weakness. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, with the Rasengan shimmering with golden light, containing immense power. The black-robed man was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was propelled backward by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy and Naruto didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and immediately charged forward, preparing to launch their final attack. But at that moment, a powerful dark energy suddenly erupted from the man in the black robe. This dark energy knocked Luffy and Naruto away, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The man in the black robe slowly stood up, his eyes filled with anger and madness. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay the price." After saying this, the man in the black robe began to crazily absorb the surrounding dark energy. His body grew larger, and his aura became increasingly powerful. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the black-robed figure changed. They knew that this black-robed person had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let him continue to absorb dark power," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the black-robed figure. But at this moment, the black-robed figure had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the power granted to them by the Guardians. He closed his eyes, feeling the powerful energy surging within him. "Naruto, let's channel the Guardians' power together," Luffy said. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They focused their minds and directed the Guardians' power. The flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword became more ferocious, and the golden nine-tailed chakra around Naruto shone even brighter. They charged towards the black-robed figure once more, and this time, their attacks carried the power of the Guardians. Incredibly powerful, the black-robed figure sensed this immense power, and a hint of terror appeared on his face. But it was too late for him to dodge. He was struck by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the black-robed figure was shattered into pieces. The dark power dissipated, and the surrounding environment returned to normal. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0845. Exploring the path, Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. They looked around at the now calm environment, but there was no sense of relaxation in their hearts. They knew well that although this battle was over, their mission was far from complete. "Naruto, we can't let our guard down. This dark power may have been temporarily suppressed by us, but no one knows if it will rise again," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword with a serious expression. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails flowing around his body, ready to respond to any potential danger. "That's right. We must keep moving forward and find a way to completely eliminate the dark power." They continued along the path, the surrounding scenery still eerie, but the oppressive dark aura seemed to have weakened a bit. They walked cautiously, remaining vigilant at all times. After walking for a while, they arrived at a valley. A thin layer of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the road ahead. "The mist here is a bit strange. Be careful," Luffy warned. Naruto used the shadow clone technique to send his clones ahead to scout the way. The clones cautiously entered the mist, and soon, the sounds of a fierce battle could be heard. Luffy and Naruto rushed over, only to see a group of black monsters charging out of the mist. These monsters had ferocious appearances and emanated a dark aura. "It's these guys again." Naruto frowned and immediately unleashed various ninjutsu to engage in battle with the monsters. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining to form a powerful barrier that resisted the attacks of the monsters. The monsters were numerous and extremely fierce, and Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. However, they showed no signs of retreating. With their tenacious will and immense power, they gradually gained the upper hand. During the fight, Luffy noticed that these monsters seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. He decided to find the source of this power to completely eliminate the monsters. Naruto, these monsters might be controlled by some force. We need to find the source, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, keeping an eye on their surroundings while fighting. After some effort, they finally discovered a crystal emitting a strange glow deep in the valley. That crystal is controlling these monsters, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the crystal and asked, "What should we do?" Luffy thought for a moment. "We must destroy that crystal. But we need to be careful, as there may be a powerful counterattack." They prepared themselves and then launched an attack on the crystal together. Luffy unleashed the strongest strike of the Thunder Flame Sword, sending a massive sword energy flying towards the crystal. At the same time, Naruto used the power of the Golden Nine Tails, throwing a huge tailed beast ball at the crystal. The sword energy and the tailed beast ball hit the crystal simultaneously, causing it to emit a strong light and begin to counterattack. A powerful force surged out from the crystal, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. They hurriedly dodged, but the force was so strong that they found it difficult to withstand. At a critical moment, Luffy recalled the power bestowed upon them by the Guardian. "Naruto, let's channel the Guardian's power together," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They focused their minds and channeled the Guardian's power. The flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame Sword became even more ferocious, and the Golden Nine Tails chakra around Naruto became more dazzling. They launched another attack on the crystal, and this time, their attack carried the power of the Guardian, making it incredibly powerful. The crystal finally shattered under their assault. With the shattering of the crystal, the monsters lost control and collapsed to the ground. The valley returned to peace. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this battle was just the beginning. In this world full of mystery and danger, more challenges awaited them. They continued on and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. A mysterious aura filled the ruins, and the walls were covered with ancient runes and patterns. "What is this place?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the ruins, sensing that there were definitely important clues hidden here. "Let's go inside and take a look." They entered the ruins, exploring cautiously. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient book. The text on the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After much effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the Dark Power. It turned out that the Dark Power originated from an ancient evil being, which was sealed in a mysterious location. If this seal were to be broken, the Dark Power would once again sweep across the world. "We must find that seal and prevent the resurgence of the Dark Power," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's go together." Following the clues from the book, they began their search for the mysterious seal. Along the way, they encountered various dangers and challenges, but they never gave up. After a long journey, they finally found the seal. The location of the seal was a massive cave filled with a powerful dark aura. "This is it," Luffy said. They cautiously entered the cave, preparing to face the ancient evil being. Deep in the cave, they saw a huge dark shadow. The shadow emanated a powerful dark energy that sent chills down their spines. "You dare come here? You really have no idea what you're getting into," the shadow said in a chilling voice. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame. "We won't let you destroy this world." Naruto also unleashed the power of the Golden Nine Tails. "Come on, let's defeat you together." They engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow. The shadow's power was incredibly strong, putting them in an unprecedented predicament. But they showed no signs of retreating. With their tenacious will and the strength granted to them by the Guardians, they gradually steadied their footing. In the battle, they continually searched for the shadow's weakness. After a grueling fight, they finally discovered the shadow's weakness. "Naruto, now's the time," Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks towards the shadow's weak point. The shadow let out a painful roar under their assault. In the end, the shadow was completely defeated by them, and the dark power was sealed away forever. Luffy and Naruto looked at the sealed dark power, feeling a sense of emotion in their hearts. Chapter 0846. Trial. Luffy and Naruto stood quietly in the cave after successfully sealing away the dark power. Feeling the mysterious aura gradually calming down, they wore relieved smiles, but deep down they understood that this was just a milestone in their long journey. "Naruto, we did it," Luffy said softly. As the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame Sword became gentle, as if cheering for their victory. Naruto nodded. the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly retracting. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us. They walked out of the cave, and the sunlight outside bathed them, bringing a touch of warmth. However, their eyes remained vigilant, always ready to face potential new challenges. In the following days, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore this mysterious world. They traversed desolate deserts, dense forests, and rugged mountains, encountering various people and creatures. One time, they arrived at a tranquil little town. The townspeople lived simple and happy lives, but Luffy and Naruto sensed an unusual aura. This town feels a bit strange. Luffy frowned and said. Naruto also noticed the oddness. Yeah, it seems like there's a secret hidden here. They began to investigate the town and discovered that the townspeople were all talking about a mysterious legend. According to the legend, a powerful treasure was hidden in an ancient castle near the town, and this treasure possessed magical powers that could grant people's wishes. Luffy and Naruto became deeply interested in the legend. They decided to head to the ancient castle to search for clues about the treasure. On their way to the castle, they encountered various hardships and obstacles. There were fierce beasts, complex traps, and mysterious magic circles. But with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they arrived in front of the ancient castle. The castle was tall and majestic, with walls covered in ancient runes and patterns. The main gate was tightly shut, emanating a mysterious aura. Is this the legendary castle? It doesn't look simple at all, Naruto said. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, being cautious as they did not know what dangers lay ahead. They carefully pushed open the castle's large door and stepped inside. A stale atmosphere filled the castle, and the torches on the walls flickered with dim light. They cautiously explored the castle, discovering many ancient rooms and passages. In one room, they found an old diary. The diary contained some clues about the treasure. Following the clues in the diary, they made their way to the castle's basement. Various mysterious items were placed in the basement, among which was a sparkling treasure chest. Is this the treasure? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy remained vigilant and cautious, as there might be a trap. They slowly approached the treasure chest, and suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the chest. A mysterious figure appeared within the light. Who are you? Why are you searching for the treasure? The mysterious figure asked. Luffy replied. We are searching for treasure to protect this world. The power within the treasure may help us. The mysterious figure was silent for a moment, then said, The power in the treasure is indeed very strong, but also very dangerous. If you cannot use it correctly, it could bring disaster. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, knowing that the mysterious figure was making a valid point. However, they could not give up this opportunity. We will use the power in the treasure cautiously. Please tell us how to open the treasure chest, Luffy said. The mysterious figure thought for a moment and then said, To open the treasure chest, you need to pass 3 trials. Only by passing the trials can you obtain the power within the treasure. Luffy and Naruto accepted the challenge without hesitation. The first test was a test of strength. They needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength and finally succeeded in lifting the stone. The second test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex puzzle. After some contemplation, they successfully solved the puzzle. The third test was a test of courage. They needed to confront their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely faced their fears and ultimately overcame them. The mysterious figure watched as they passed the 3 tests and nodded in satisfaction. You have passed the tests and can gain the power from the treasure. But remember, use it wisely. The treasure chest slowly opened, emanating a powerful light. Luffy and Naruto felt the power within the treasure, their hearts filled with joy. With the power from the treasure, they continued to explore this world. Chapter 0847. Injuries. Luffy and Naruto, carrying the power of treasures, continued on their journey. Their figures appeared steadfast and brave in the vast world, with the brilliance of the Thunder Flame sword and the golden Nine Tails chakra shining together. They walked along a winding path, with the scenery changing constantly by their side, sometimes revealing tranquil lakes and at other times steep mountains. Every sight seemed to tell the mysteries and legends of this world. Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next? Naruto looked into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Luffy frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. The power of the treasure will bring us more responsibility. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from a distance. This aura was filled with a sense of oppression, tightening their hearts. Be careful. Something's going on. Luffy immediately became alert, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Naruto also activated the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails, ready to face the upcoming challenge. They followed the direction of the aura and soon arrived in a huge valley. The valley was filled with thick fog, making it difficult to see what was inside. Luffy and Naruto cautiously entered the valley, each step filled with vigilance. As they delved deeper into the valley, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a massive figure in front of them. It was a gigantic monster, towering like a mountain, its body covered in tough scales. The monster's eyes glowed red, emanating a powerful, evil aura. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the monster, which appeared to be a very powerful enemy. And we had to be cautious in our approach. The monster saw Luffy and Naruto and immediately let out a roar, then charged toward them. Its speed was extremely fast, and it reached them in an instant. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged the monster's attacks. The monster's claws left deep marks on the ground, sending chills down their spines. "We can't keep dodging. We have to find a way to attack it," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's go all out together." They unleashed their respective powers and launched an attack on the monster. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to form a powerful beam aimed at the monster. Naruto also used Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light and contained immense power. The monster felt their attack and let out a furious roar, then braced itself against their strikes. The powerful impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying back. They got up from the ground, filled with shock. The monster's strength exceeded their imagination. "What should we do?" "This monster is too strong," Naruto murmured. Luffy gritted his teeth. "We can't give up. The power of the treasure hasn't been fully unleashed yet. We need to find the monster's weakness." They began to closely observe the monster's movements, searching for its weak point. After some observation, they discovered that the monster's abdomen seemed to be quite vulnerable. "Naruto, let's attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood what Luffy meant. They launched another attack, charging towards the monster's abdomen. The monster sensed their intent and tried to block their attack with its body. But Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the monster's attacks and finally found an opportunity to strike its abdomen. The monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Seizing the chance, they continued to attack, relentlessly targeting the monster's abdomen. The monster's injuries worsened, and it eventually collapsed to the ground. Chapter 0848, Roar. Luffy and Naruto continued to move forward in an unknown direction after defeating the giant monster. Their footsteps were firm and strong, filled with anticipation for the future and a desire for challenges. Along the way, they encountered many strange creatures and sights. Sometimes there was a dazzling sea of flowers, emitting a peculiar fragrance as if telling ancient stories. At other times, there was a gloomy and terrifying swamp, shrouded in mysterious fog that sent chills down their spines. "Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises and dangers," Naruto exclaimed with emotion. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. "That's right, but we cannot back down. Our mission is to protect this world and find more power to fight against evil." As they ventured deeper, they arrived at an ancient ruin. In the ruin stood massive stone pillars, covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. These symbols and patterns emitted an ancient aura, as if telling the origins and secrets of this world. "There must be some important clues here," Luffy said. They began to carefully explore the ruins. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient book. The pages of the book had yellowed, but the text on them was still clearly legible. Luffy and Naruto were reading the contents of the book seriously, gradually uncovering some deeper secrets of this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster, and the root of this disaster was a powerful dark force. "We must find a way to completely eliminate this dark force," Naruto said firmly. Luffy frowned, but it wasn't easy. They needed more strength and wisdom. Just as they were thinking about their next move, suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ruins. The ground began to shake, and stones fell from the walls. "Be careful," Luffy shouted. They quickly dodged the falling rocks. As the shaking intensified, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was a massive robot, its body made of metal, radiating immense power. The robot's eyes flashed with a red light, as if warning Luffy and Naruto not to approach. "What is that?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the robot, which appeared to be a formidable enemy. "We must respond with caution." The robot did not give them much time to think, and immediately launched an attack. Powerful energy beams shot from its arms, aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged the energy beams. They weaved through the ruins, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. We can't keep dodging. We have to find a way to attack it, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's go together. They unleashed their respective powers and launched an attack on the robot. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining to form a powerful beam of light, striking towards the robot. Naruto also used Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. The robot sensed their attack and let out a roar, then braced itself against their assault. The powerful impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying backward. They got up from the ground, filled with shock. This robot was incredibly powerful. Their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. What should we do? This robot is too strong, Naruto whispered. Luffy gritted his teeth. We can't give up. We need to find its weakness. They began to closely observe the robot's movements, searching for its weak point. After some observation, they discovered that the robot seemed to have an energy core on its back, which might be its weakness. Naruto, let's attack its back energy core, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They launched their attack again, charging towards the robot's back. The robot sensed their intent and tried to block their attack with its body. But Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the robot's attacks and finally found an opportunity to strike the robot's back energy core. The robot let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Seizing the opportunity, they continued to attack the robot's back energy core repeatedly. The robot's energy core was gradually destroyed, and it eventually fell to the ground. Luffy and Naruto looked at the fallen robot and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0849, Injuries. After successfully defeating the giant robot, Luffy and Naruto took a short break before setting off on their journey once again. They knew very well that in this world full of mystery and danger, they could not let their guard down for a moment. They walked along an ancient path with dense forests on either side. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it bursts of refreshing air. Luffy, how much longer do you think it will take for us to find a way to completely eliminate the dark forces? Naruto asked as they walked. Luffy furrowed his brows slightly, and after a moment of thought said, I don't know, but we must keep going. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly heard a melodious singing. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, yet it clearly reached their ears. What is that sound? Naruto asked curiously, looking around. Luffy also became alert, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Be careful, this song might be unusual. They followed the direction of the singing and soon arrived at the edge of a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, and a variety of colorful flowers surrounded the area. By the lake, a mysterious woman was singing, dressed in a white robe with flowing long hair. Her voice was like a celestial melody, enchanting all who heard it. Luffy and Naruto stood quietly there, captivated by the woman's singing. The woman seemed to notice their arrival, and her song gradually came to a halt. Who are you? Why have you come here? The woman's voice was gentle and melodious. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, We are warriors on a journey to protect this world. May I ask who you are? What is this place? The woman smiled slightly and replied, I am the guardian of this lake. This is a place filled with mysterious powers. Naruto curiously asked, Mysterious powers? What kind of powers? The woman pointed to the lake. The water of this lake has healing powers that can cure any injury or illness, but it is also very precious and must not be misused. Luffy and Naruto felt a surge of joy in their hearts, knowing that this healing power could play an important role in future battles. Can we take some lake water? Luffy asked. The woman hesitated for a moment and then said, Yes, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Luffy and Naruto asked in unison. The woman's expression became serious. You must use this lake water to help those in need, not for selfish desires. Luffy and Naruto nodded seriously. We promise you. The woman nodded, then waved her hand gently, and a stream of clear lake water rose from the lake and flowed into a bottle. She handed the bottle to Luffy, hoping that they would keep their promise. Luffy took the bottle and said gratefully, Thank you. We will definitely keep our promise. They bid farewell to the woman and continued on their way. With a bottle of lake water, their confidence grew even stronger. During their journey, they encountered many injured people and creatures. They used the lake water to heal their wounds, earning the gratitude and respect of everyone. However, they also knew that dark forces still existed, and their battle was not over. They had to keep moving forward, seeking greater power to completely eliminate the dark forces and protect this world. Chapter 0850 Control Luffy and Naruto, after helping many injured people and creatures, continued on their challenging journey. The bottles in their hands were filled with the magical lake water, seemingly carrying countless hopes. They walked through a desolate desert, the scorching sun mercilessly baking the earth, making each step particularly difficult. But the faith in their hearts was like an oasis in the desert, giving them the strength to persevere. Naruto, how many more difficulties do you think we will face before we can completely eliminate the dark forces? Luffy looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, but more determination. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. I don't know, but we can't give up. We will definitely find a way. Just as they were struggling forward, suddenly, a strange dark cloud appeared in the sky. The cloud spread rapidly, blocking the sun, and the entire desert fell into darkness. Be careful. This dark cloud is unusual, Luffy warned, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto immediately entered a combat stance, ready to face any potential danger. As the dark cloud approached, a powerful evil aura rushed towards them. From the cloud descended a figure slowly. It was a mysterious person cloaked in black, with eyes glowing red, exuding a chilling presence. You are the ones who have been searching for a way to eliminate the dark forces? The mysterious person's voice was hoarse and eerie. Luffy looked at him without fear. That's right, we won't let the dark forces continue to wreak havoc on this world. The mysterious man let out a cold laugh. Just you? How naive. The dark forces are invincible. You are destined to fail. After saying that, the mysterious man waved his hand, and a wave of black energy rushed towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the energy wave hit the desert, raising a cloud of dust. Naruto, be careful. This guy is tough, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Come on, let's see how strong he really is. They unleashed their respective powers again, and engaged in a fierce battle with the mysterious man. The mysterious man's attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. But they showed no signs of retreat, relying on their strong will and seamless cooperation to gradually stabilize their position. During the fight, Luffy noticed that although the mysterious man's attacks were powerful, there seemed to be a pattern. Every time he launched a powerful attack, there was a brief pause. Naruto, pay attention to his pattern. Let's take the opportunity to attack, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when a mysterious man launched another powerful attack, they simultaneously countered. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining to form a huge beam of light, slashing towards the mysterious person's weakness. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The Rasengan shimmering with golden light, containing immense power. The mysterious person was hit by this sudden attack and let out a painful roar. His body was thrown back by the powerful force and crashed heavily to the ground. However, the mysterious person was not so easily defeated. He quickly got back on his feet, his aura becoming even more sinister. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? How naive, the mysterious person roared. He began to crazily absorb the dark power around him, his body growing larger and his aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto looked at the mysterious person's transformation, filled with shock. They knew that this mysterious person had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto, we can't let him continue to absorb dark powers, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the mysterious person. But at that moment, the mysterious person had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of that bottle of magical lake water. He took the bottle out from his pocket, and a bold idea surged in his mind. Naruto, let's try the lake water, Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They opened the bottle and sprinkled the lake water onto the mysterious person. The moment the lake water touched him, it emitted a dazzling light. The mysterious person let out a terrible scream as the dark powers on him began to gradually dissipate. As the dark powers faded away, the mysterious person also regained his sanity. He looked at Luffy and Naruto, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for freeing me from the control of the dark powers, the mysterious person said. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0851. Elimination. After Luffy and Naruto successfully prevented the mysterious person from being controlled by dark forces, they continued their journey in this enigmatic world. They knew well that although they had temporarily achieved victory, the threat of dark forces had not been completely eliminated. They advanced along a rugged mountain path, and the scenery around them grew increasingly desolate. The howling wind whipped around them, causing their clothes to flap loudly. Luffy, where should we go next? Naruto looked around, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunderflame, slightly frowning in thought. We must continue to search for the source of the dark power. Only by completely destroying it can this world truly find peace. Just as he spoke, they suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although the fluctuation was weak, it sent a chill down their spines. Something's up. Luffy immediately became alert. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at the entrance of an ancient cave. The cave emanated a mysterious aura that inspired awe. There might be clues we were looking for in this cave, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails subtly swirling around him. Be careful. There might be danger inside. They cautiously stepped into the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls. They moved slowly through the cave, remaining vigilant at all times. As they delved deeper, the energy fluctuations in the cave grew stronger. They finally arrived at a massive hall. In the center of the hall stood an ancient altar, upon which lay a book radiating a mysterious glow. What is that? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy stepped forward and carefully examined the book. This book might contain important information about dark powers. They opened the book, and the words on it were ancient and mysterious. After some effort, they finally understood the content of the book. It turned out that this book was left by an ancient sage, detailing the origins and weaknesses of dark powers. The dark powers came from an evil entity that had been sealed away, and only by finding the place of the seal and using specific methods could it be completely eradicated. We finally have a clue, Luffy said excitedly. Naruto also showed a look of joy. Then let's set off quickly. Based on the clues from the book, they began searching for the sealing site. During this process, they encountered various difficulties and obstacles, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magic circles. But they overcame these challenges one by one with their tenacious will and powerful strength. Finally, they found the sealing site. The sealing site was a huge valley filled with a thick aura of darkness. In the center of the valley, there was a massive sealing array. This is it, Luffy said. They cautiously walked into the valley, ready to unravel the seal and completely eliminate the dark powers. But they knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle. They stood before the sealing array, feeling the powerful dark aura. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunderflame sword, and Naruto also summoned the chakra of the golden nine-tailed beast. Are you ready? Luffy asked. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Let's end this together. They began to exert their powers, trying to unravel the seal. The light on the sealing array flickered, and a powerful force rebounded, causing them intense pain. But they did not give up and continued to fight. After a hard-fought battle, they finally unraveled the seal. With the seal broken, a powerful dark force surged into the sky. A massive, evil figure emerged from the darkness. You dare to break the seal, truly seeking your own death. The evil figure let out a chilling laugh. Luffy and Naruto stared fearlessly at the evil figure. We won't let you harm this world again. They unleashed their strongest powers and engaged in a thrilling battle with the evil figure. This battle was tougher than any they had faced before, but their conviction never wavered. During the fight, they constantly searched for the weaknesses of the evil figure. After a fierce exchange, they finally discovered its fatal weakness. Naruto, now's the time, Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched a deadly strike towards the weakness of the evil figure. The evil figure let out a painful roar and was ultimately vanquished by them. With the disappearance of the evil figure, the dark power was completely eradicated. Chapter 0852, Precious. After Luffy and Naruto successfully eliminated the dark forces, they stood quietly in the valley, feeling the long-lost tranquility. The sunlight poured down on them, bringing a touch of warmth, as if celebrating their victory. Naruto, we did it, Luffy said softly, the flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword gradually calming, as if it had completed its mission. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly receding. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are still many unknowns in this world, and perhaps new challenges await us. They decided to leave the valley first and look for a place to rest. Along the way, they saw many places that had once been affected by the dark forces slowly coming back to life. Flowers and grass were blooming again, rivers were becoming clear, and animals were starting to become active. Seeing this really makes me happy, Naruto said with a smile. Luffy also showed a gratified smile, as this was the result of their hard work. But they couldn't stop. They had to continue to protect this world. They arrived at a small town. The people in the town had heard about their deeds, and came out to welcome them. They prepared a sumptuous feast and comfortable lodging to express their gratitude. After resting in the town for a few days, Luffy and Naruto set out on a new journey. They didn't know what they would encounter in the future, but their hearts were filled with courage and confidence. They traversed one piece of land after another, encountering a variety of people and events. Sometimes they would help those in difficulty, and sometimes they would explore mysterious places in search of more power and knowledge. One time, they arrived at an ancient forest. The forest was shrouded in a mysterious aura, as if it concealed countless secrets. This forest felt unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's be careful. They entered the forest, cautiously exploring. Deep in the forest, they discovered an ancient temple. The temple's large door was tightly shut, but emanated a powerful force. There must be something important inside, Luffy said. They tried to open the temple door, but no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge. Just when they felt confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the temple, illuminating them. A mysterious voice emerged from the light. Brave warriors, your courage and faith have moved me. But to enter the temple, you must pass 3 trials. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then said firmly, we accept the challenge. The first test was a test of strength. They needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength and finally succeeded in lifting the stone. The second test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex puzzle. After some contemplation, they successfully solved the puzzle. The third test was a test of courage. They had to confront their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely faced their fears and ultimately overcame them. After passing the 3 tests, the temple's door slowly opened. They walked into the temple, where various mysterious treasures and books were displayed. These are precious wealth, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. We need to make good use of these treasures and books to enhance our strength and work hard to protect this world. They studied for a while in the temple, and then continued their journey with new strength and knowledge. Chapter 0853 Leap. Luffy and Naruto, armed with the power and knowledge gained from the temple, embark once again on an unknown journey. Their figures appear particularly resolute against the vastness of the world. As the lightning flame sword and the golden nine-tails chakra continue to shine with unwavering fighting spirit, they follow a winding river, its water flowing gently as if telling ancient stories. The scenery along the banks is picturesque, with lush trees providing shade and flowers blooming in vibrant colors. However, they remain vigilant, knowing that in this mysterious world, beauty often conceals unknown dangers. Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next? Naruto gazes into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Luffy frowned slightly and, after thinking for a moment, said, I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Our mission is to protect this world, and we cannot be the slightest bit negligent. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although the fluctuation was very weak, it tightened their hearts. Be careful, something's up. Luffy immediately became alert and gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly. Naruto also activated the chakra of the Golden Nine Tails, ready to respond to any potential danger. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. The ruins were filled with a mysterious aura, with massive stone pillars collapsed on the ground, and the walls were covered in ancient runes and patterns. These runes and patterns emitted a faint glow, as if telling tales of past glory and honor. What is this place? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the ruins and said slowly, it looks like an ancient civilization site. Perhaps there are some important clues hidden inside. They cautiously walked into the ruins, each step filled with vigilance. The ruins were silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a huge stone door. The door was engraved with intricate patterns, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. There must be something important behind this door, Luffy said. Naruto nodded and asked, so how do we open this door? Luffy pondered for a moment, and then said, we can try using the power we obtained from the temple to open this door. They focused their energy and infused the power from the temple into the stone door. The patterns on the stone door began to glow, and as the power continued to flow in, the door slowly opened. Behind the door was a vast room filled with various mysterious artifacts and books. These artifacts and books emanated an ancient aura, evoking a sense of reverence. What are these? Naruto curiously picked up a book, the text on it ancient and mysterious, and he struggled to decipher its contents. Luffy was also carefully observing these artifacts and books, trying to find some useful clues. After some effort, They finally learned that this ruin was the site of an ancient magical civilization, and the artifacts and books inside recorded powerful magical forces and knowledge. If we can master these magical powers, our strength will reach a whole new level, Luffy said. Naruto excitedly replied, then let's start learning right away. They began to study these magical powers and knowledge seriously. During the learning process, they encountered many difficulties and challenges, but with their tenacious will and firm belief, they overcame these obstacles one by one. After a period of study, they finally mastered some powerful magical forces. They felt a qualitative leap in their strength, and their hearts were filled with joy. Now that we are stronger, we can better protect this world, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, that's right, but we can't be complacent. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us. They left the ruins and continued on their journey. Chapter 0854, Benefactor. Luffy and Naruto, filled with confidence from their newly acquired magical powers, journey through this mysterious world. They walk across a vast grassland where a gentle breeze blows, and the lush green grass resembles a sea of green undulating beneath their feet. Luffy, feeling empowered by these magical abilities, says, with these powers, I feel like we can face even more challenges. Naruto looks at his hands as the golden nine-tails chakra intertwines with a new magical glow. Luffy nodded slightly, and the flames and lightning on the sword of Thunderfire appeared even more fierce. But we cannot let our guard down. The dangers of this world are always unexpected. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. The sound seemed to be mixed with shouts and the sounds of battle. Let's go take a look. Luffy immediately became alert and ran towards the direction of the noise with Naruto. As they got closer, they saw a group of people fighting against a group of strange creatures. These creatures had a fierce appearance and emitted an evil aura. Although the people were fighting hard, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Luffy and Naruto joined the battle without hesitation. They unleashed their newly learned magical powers, combining the Thunder Flame Sword and Golden Nine-Tails Chakra, instantly turning the tide. Those strange creatures retreated one after another under their attacks. People looked at Luffy and Naruto with gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Thank you. You are our saviors. An elderly man stepped forward and said gratefully. Luffy waved his hand, saying there's no need to be polite. This is what we should do. Where did these creatures come from? The old man sighed, we don't know either. They appeared suddenly and attacked our village. We have been resisting, but there are more and more of them. Naruto frowned. This is strange. These creatures must have a source. We need to find out the reason for their appearance and prevent them from attacking again. Luffy and Naruto decided to help these people investigate the reason for the appearance of the creatures. They conducted a careful search in the surrounding areas and discovered some strange signs. In a valley, they found a mysterious cave that emanated an evil aura. This cave is likely related to those creatures, Luffy said. They cautiously entered the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with eerie lights flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they discovered a huge magical array. This is a summoning array, Naruto said. These creatures must have been summoned by this magical array. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, trying to find a way to close it. After much effort, they finally discovered the key to shutting down the magic circle. They unleashed their magical powers and successfully closed the magic circle. As the magic circle closed, those strange creatures also ceased to appear. The people were filled with gratitude towards Luffy and Naruto, and they held a grand celebration in their honor. During the celebration, Luffy and Naruto felt the warmth and kindness of the people. They knew that their efforts were not only to protect this world, but also to safeguard these kind-hearted individuals. However, they also understood that their journey was not yet over. In this mysterious and dangerous world, more challenges awaited them. They would continue to move forward, using their strength and courage to protect this world. Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey again amidst the blessings of the people. Their figures gradually faded away, leaving behind legendary stories. Chapter 0855. The bottom. After Luffy and Naruto left the rescued village, they continued to explore the mysterious world. They walked along an ancient mountain path, with lush trees lining the sides and sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. Naruto, we closed that summoning array this time, but we don't know if there are other similar dangers out there, Luffy said as he walked, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword in his hand. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails swirling slightly around him. Yeah, we can't let our guard down. This world is full of unknowns, and we must always be prepared. Just then, they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from a distance. The surge made their hearts tense, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. This energy is unusual. Luffy frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance. Naruto also sensed the strength of the energy. Let's go check it out. There might be a new challenge waiting for us. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at a huge valley. Thick mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their view of what was inside. Be careful. There might be danger in there, Luffy warned. Naruto nodded, and they cautiously entered the valley. As they ventured deeper, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a massive palace before them. The palace was grand and magnificent, emanating a mysterious aura. The main gate of the palace was tightly closed, but the powerful energy fluctuation was indeed coming from inside. What is this palace? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy pondered for a moment, unsure, but this wave of energy was very powerful, and we must respond with caution. They tried to open the palace doors, but no matter how hard they tried, the doors remained unmoved. Just as they were feeling confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the palace and illuminated them. Within the light, a mysterious voice appeared. Brave warriors, your courage and strength command my respect. However, to enter the palace, you must pass 3 trials. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and then said firmly, we accept the challenge. The first challenge was a test of strength. They needed to push a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto exerted all their strength, and after much effort, they finally succeeded in pushing the stone. The second challenge was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex puzzle. With their cleverness, they successfully unraveled the puzzle. The third challenge was a test of courage. They had to face their inner fears. Luffy and Naruto bravely confronted their fears and ultimately overcame them. After passing the 3 challenges, the palace doors slowly opened. They walked into the palace, which was resplendent with gold and treasures, filled with various precious artifacts and mysterious books. What are all these? Naruto curiously looked around at everything. Luffy carefully observed these treasures and books, which could be very valuable wealth and knowledge. We should make good use of them to enhance our strength. They explored the palace for a while and learned some new magic and skills. During this process, they also sensed that there were deeper secrets hidden within the palace. This palace definitely has more secrets waiting for us to discover, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Then let's continue exploring. They continued to delve deeper into the palace, encountering various mechanisms and traps. But with their strength and wisdom, they overcame these difficulties one by one. In the deepest part of the palace, they discovered a mysterious room. In the room stood a huge crystal ball, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. What is this crystal ball? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball, which might be the core of the palace. It contained powerful forces, but could also hide great dangers. They cautiously approached the crystal ball, trying to understand its secrets. Just as they touched the crystal ball, a powerful force enveloped them. They were taken into a mysterious space filled with various strange sights and strong energy. Where's this? Naruto looked around in surprise. Luffy was also very shocked and didn't know, but we have to be careful. This place may be full of dangers. They explored this mysterious space and encountered various challenges and trials. But they never gave up, and with their courage and strength, they gradually adapted to the environment of this space. During this process, they also gradually understood the secret of the crystal ball. It turned out that this crystal ball was a passage connecting different worlds, containing immense energy that could help them better protect this world. We need to make good use of the power of this crystal ball, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We can use it to learn about more worlds and find more power to protect our world. With their new understanding of the crystal ball, they left the mysterious space. After returning to the palace, they decided to keep the secret of the crystal ball and only use its power when necessary. Chapter 0856. Eyes after leaving the palace. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the vast world. Their steps were firm and strong, filled with a desire to explore the unknown and a sense of mission to protect the world. They walked through a desolate desert, where the scorching sun relentlessly baked the ground, raising clouds of dust with every step. Luffy, this desert is really hot, Naruto said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently surged around him, as if shielding him from the heat. Luffy frowned slightly, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Yes, but we can't stop. Who knows what dangers might be lurking in this desert? Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble slightly. They immediately became alert and looked around. The tremors grew stronger, and soon a group of enormous sandworms emerged from the ground. These sandworms were fierce, exuding a menacing aura. Be careful, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword, creating a powerful barrier with intertwining flames and lightning. Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, and countless clones appeared, engaging in fierce combat with the sandworms. The sandworms were exceptionally ferocious, launching continuous attacks. Their bodies were as hard as iron, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict damage. "This won't do. We need to find their weakness," Luffy said, while fending off the sandworms' attacks. Naruto nodded. "I'll distract them. You look for an opportunity to strike their weak points." With that, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards the group of sandworms. The Rasen Shuriken exploded, and the powerful shockwave temporarily threw the sandworms into chaos. Luffy took the opportunity to carefully observe the movement of the sandworms and finally discovered that their abdomens were relatively soft, which might be their weak point. "Naruto, attack their abdomens!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning, and he and his shadow clones launched various attacks, targeting the sandworms' abdomens. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the sandworms. They continued to move forward, trudging through the desert. After an unknown amount of time, they finally emerged from the desert and arrived at the edge of a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers. "This place is really beautiful," Naruto exclaimed. Luffy also relaxed his guard, admiring the beautiful scenery. But what they didn't know was that behind this tranquility lay new dangers. They rested by the lake for a while and were just about to continue their journey when suddenly, a powerful force surged from the water. A gigantic water monster emerged from the lake. The creature was enormous and emanated a cold aura. It opened its bloody mouth and lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged, unleashing their respective powers to engage in a thrilling battle with the water monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly strong. It could shoot powerful jets of water and summon whirlpools. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough fight, but they showed no signs of retreat. With their tenacious will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the monster's eyes seemed to be its weak point. Whenever they attacked the monster's eyes, it appeared to be in great pain. "Naruto, attack its eyes!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending clones to attack the monster's eyes from different directions. Luffy also wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the water monster. It fell into the lake and gradually disappeared from sight. Luffy and Naruto looked at the calm lake, breathing a sigh of relief. Chapter 0857, Legend. After defeating the water monster, Luffy and Naruto took a short break before setting off on their journey again. They walked along the small path by the lake, with a gentle breeze brushing past, bringing a refreshing coolness that alleviated their fatigue from the recent battle. "Luffy, the dangers in this world just keep coming," Naruto said, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with both worry and determination. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame Sword. "That's right, but we cannot back down. Our mission is to protect this world." As they walked, they came to a dense forest. The trees in the forest were towering, with lush branches and leaves, and sunlight could only filter through the gaps to cast scattered patches of light. As soon as they entered the forest, they felt a mysterious aura. The tranquility here seemed to hide some unknown danger. "Be careful, this forest is not simple," Luffy reminded. Naruto immediately became alert, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around his body. They cautiously advanced through the forest, always keeping an eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods. Luffy and Naruto stopped in their tracks, nervously watching the direction from which the sound came. They saw a group of peculiar-looking creatures rush out from the trees. These creatures had sharp claws and pointed teeth, and their eyes glowed with a red light. As soon as they spotted Luffy and Naruto, they immediately launched an attack. Luffy and Naruto quickly reacted, unleashing their respective powers to counterattack. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to create a powerful wave of attack, pushing back the incoming creatures. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, with countless clones joining the original to attack the creatures using various ninjutsu. However, the creatures were numerous and extremely tenacious. They continuously launched attacks, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough battle. "We can't keep this up. We need to find a way to identify their weaknesses," Luffy said, while fending off the creatures' attacks. Naruto nodded and replied, "I'll draw their attention. You take the opportunity to observe their weaknesses." Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards a swarm of creatures. The Rasen Shuriken exploded, and the powerful shockwave temporarily threw the creatures into chaos. Luffy took the opportunity to carefully observe the movements of these creatures. After a while, he discovered that there was a weakness on their backs, where the defense was relatively thin. "Naruto, attack their backs!" Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning, and together with his shadow clones, he unleashed various attacks aimed at the creatures' backs. After a fierce battle, these peculiar creatures were finally defeated by them. The forest returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto continued forward, knowing that in this mysterious world, more challenges awaited them. They had to constantly improve their strength to better protect this world. They walked for a long time in the forest and finally emerged from the dense woods. Before them appeared an ancient small town. The townspeople looked at Luffy and Naruto with surprise. It seemed they hadn't seen outsiders in a long time. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" An old man stepped forward and asked curiously. Luffy politely replied, "We are warriors on a journey to protect the world. We passed by here and wanted to take a break." The old man nodded and welcomed them to their small town, saying that it had been a long time since they had any guests. Luffy and Naruto took a break in the small town and learned some legends and stories about this world. They also heard from the townsfolk that there is a mysterious cave on a nearby mountain, said to hide powerful forces within. Luffy and Naruto decided to explore that mysterious cave. Chapter 0858, Confrontation. After bidding farewell to the townspeople, Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey to the mysterious cave. They walked along the winding mountain path, with the surrounding scenery becoming increasingly perilous. Steep peaks towered into the clouds, and mist swirled between the mountains, as if they were in a fairyland. "Luffy, what do you think we'll find in that cave?" Naruto asked curiously as they walked. Luffy frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, said, "I don't know, but since there are legends, it must be something extraordinary. We need to be cautious." They carefully climbed the mountain, each step filled with vigilance. Finally, they reached the summit and found the mysterious cave. A mysterious aura lingered at the entrance of the cave, evoking a sense of awe. "This is the mysterious cave," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, the golden chakra of the nine-tailed fox swirling around him. "Be careful. There might be danger inside." They entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with faint lights flickering on the walls. They moved slowly through the cave, always on guard. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere in the cave became increasingly enigmatic. They discovered many strange patterns and symbols within the cave, which emitted an ancient aura, as if telling long-forgotten stories. "What do these patterns and symbols mean?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the patterns and symbols, unsure of their meaning, but they surely held great significance. They needed to study them carefully. They continued forward and soon arrived at a massive hall. In the center of the hall was an ancient stone pedestal, on which lay a book radiating a mysterious glow. "What is that?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy stepped forward and carefully examined the book. "This book might contain important information. Let's take a look." They opened the book, and the text on it was ancient and mysterious. After some effort, they finally understood the content of the book. It turned out that this book was left by an ancient sage, and it recorded the secret of a powerful force. This force could help them better protect the world, but to obtain it, they had to go through a series of trials. "It seems we have new challenges ahead," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Let's go. We are not afraid of challenges." They began the first trial based on the clues in the book. This trial was a test of strength, and they needed to lift a massive stone. Luffy and Naruto walked up to the stone, looking at the massive rock in front of them, feeling a bit surprised. "This stone is very huge, weighing probably several tons." "This is not easy," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "but we have to give it a try. We put in our strength together." They held the stone tightly and then began to exert force. At first, the stone didn't move at all, but they didn't give up and kept trying. Gradually, the stone started to shift slightly. They used all their strength and finally succeeded in lifting the stone. The first test was passed. Next, they faced the second test. This test was a test of wisdom. They needed to solve a complex riddle. The riddle was as follows. In a dark room, there are 3 lamps. Outside the door, there are 3 switches, each controlling one of the lamps. You can only enter the room once. How can you determine which switch controls which lamp? Luffy and Naruto began to think seriously about the puzzle. They tried various methods, but none were successful. Time passed by, and they felt a bit anxious. "Don't worry, we will definitely think of a solution," Luffy said. Naruto nodded and continued to ponder. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I've got it. We can first turn on one switch, wait for a while, then turn it off and turn on another switch. Then we enter the room and feel the 2 lights that are off. The warm one is controlled by the first switch. The one that is on is controlled by the second switch, and the remaining one is controlled by the third switch. Luffy listened and showed an appreciative smile. Good idea. We passed the second test. The third test is a test of courage. They need to face their inner fears. They were taken to a dark room filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, various horrifying scenes appeared before them, including gigantic monsters, raging flames, and bottomless abysses, etc. Is this the fear within us? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded, saying, yes, we must bravely face these fears and not be intimidated by them. They began to work hard to overcome their inner fears. Faced with a gigantic monster, they bravely charged forward, using their strength and courage to defeat the creature. Confronted with raging flames, they calmly searched for a way through. Standing before an unfathomable abyss, they gathered their courage and leaped across. After a grueling effort, they finally overcame their inner fears and passed the third trial. When they completed the 3 trials, a beam of light shot out from the stone platform and illuminated them. A mysterious voice emerged from the light. Brave warriors, you have passed the trials and gained great power. I hope you will use this power to protect the world and prevent it from falling into evil hands. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, resulting in a qualitative leap in their strength. They knew they were shouldering even greater responsibilities. They left the cave and continued on their journey. In this mysterious and dangerous world, their story was still unfolding. They walked along a narrow path and soon arrived in front of an ancient castle. The castle was tall and imposing, with walls covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. The castle's main door was tightly shut but emanated a powerful aura. This castle seemed unusual. Luffy said. Naruto nodded and replied, yeah, let's be careful. There might be some dangers inside. They cautiously approached the castle, trying to open the main door. But no matter how hard they tried, the door wouldn't budge. Just as they were feeling puzzled, suddenly, a deep growl echoed from within the castle. Be careful. Something's coming out. Luffy immediately became alert. Sure enough, moments later, a gigantic monster burst out from the castle. The creature was massive, covered in hard scales, with eyes glowing red. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy stared at the monster, unsure but sensing its formidable power. We need to be careful in our approach. The moment the monster spotted Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive, bloody mouth and lunged at them. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged, as the monster's claws left deep scratches on the ground. They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade to create a powerful wave of attack directed at the monster. Naruto also used Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light and contained immense power, hurling it at the monster. Chapter 0859. Location: the monster felt their attacks and let out an angry roar, then braced itself against their onslaught. The powerful impact sent Luffy and Naruto flying back. They got up from the ground, filled with shock. This monster's strength was incredibly formidable, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. What should we do? This monster is too powerful, Naruto murmured. Luffy gritted his teeth. We can't give up. We need to find its weakness. They began to carefully observe the monster's movements, looking for a weakness. After a thorough observation, they discovered that the monster's eyes seemed to be its weak spot. Whenever they attacked the monster's eyes, it appeared to be in great pain. Naruto, attack its eyes! Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They unleashed various attacks aimed at the monster's eyes. The monster constantly dodged their attacks, but they did not give up and continued to push forward. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in hitting the monster's eyes. The monster let out a painful roar and its body began to shake. They seized the opportunity to continue their assault, relentlessly attacking the monster's eyes. The monster's injuries worsened, and it eventually collapsed to the ground. They looked at the fallen monster and breathed a sigh of relief. They entered the castle, which was filled with a musty atmosphere. They cautiously explored the castle and discovered many ancient rooms and passages. In one room, they found an old diary. The diary recorded the history of the castle and clues to a mysterious treasure. It turned out that this castle was once the residence of a powerful wizard who left behind a mysterious treasure with immense power that could help them better protect the world. We need to find this treasure, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's follow the clues in the diary to find the treasure. They embarked on a journey to seek the treasure based on the clues from the diary. Along the way, they encountered various challenges and obstacles, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magic circles. However, With their tenacious will and great strength, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they found the location of the treasure. The treasure was hidden in a massive underground cave. Inside the cave were various precious treasures and mysterious books. They found a powerful weapon and a magic tome among the treasures. The weapon was a shining sword, its blade covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. The magic tome contained a powerful spell that could enhance their abilities. They picked up the sword and the magic tome, feeling a surge of powerful energy flowing into their bodies. They knew that these treasures would greatly aid them in their future battles. They left the underground cave and continued their journey. In this world filled with mystery and danger, their story was still unfolding. They crossed a desolate desert, where the scorching sun mercilessly baked the ground, raising clouds of dust with every step. In the desert, they encountered a group of fierce desert bandits. These bandits rode swift horses, armed with weapons, charging towards them aggressively. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, ready to face the battle. As soon as the bandits spotted Luffy and Naruto, they launched their attack. They swung their weapons, aiming to strike. Luffy and Naruto unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the bandits. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning on the blade intertwined to form a powerful wave of attack, driving back the charging bandits. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with countless clones joining the main body, attacking the bandits with various ninjutsu. Although the bandits were fierce, they gradually fell into a disadvantage under the attacks of Luffy and Naruto. They began to panic and wanted to escape. Luffy and Naruto did not give the robbers a chance to escape, continuing their attack and defeating all of them. They found some valuable items and a map on the robbers. The map marked a mysterious location, said to hide a powerful force. Luffy and Naruto decided to explore that mysterious place. They followed the route on the map, and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. The valley was filled with thick fog, making it hard to see what was inside. They cautiously walked into the valley, each step filled with vigilance. As they ventured deeper, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a massive palace in front of them. The palace was grand and majestic, exuding a mysterious aura. The palace's main door was tightly closed, but emanated a powerful force. "What is this palace?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy pondered for a moment, unsure, but this power is very strong, and we must respond with caution. They tried to open the palace doors, but no matter how hard they tried, the doors remained unmoved. Just when they were feeling confused, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the palace and illuminated them. A mysterious voice appeared within the light. "Brave warriors, I admire your courage and strength. However, to enter the palace, you must pass 3 trials." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then said firmly, "We accept the challenge." They once again began a new trial, unhesitatingly facing the challenges to protect the world. In this mysterious and dangerous world, their legendary story continues to be written. Chapter 0860, Rock. Luffy and Naruto resolutely accepted the palace's challenge. The first test was still a challenge of strength, and a massive rock appeared before them, several times larger than the one they encountered in the cave before. This was indeed a daunting task. Naruto frowned slightly, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunderfire and said solemnly, "Together, we can definitely do it." They began to exert their strength, concentrating all their power in their hands. The rock initially did not budge, but they did not give up, continuously adjusting their posture and points of force. Gradually, the rock began to sway slightly. Sweat dripped from their foreheads and fell to the ground, but their gazes remained resolute. After a long effort, they finally succeeded in moving the rock, passing the first test. Next was the test of wisdom. They were led into a room filled with complex mechanisms, where various puzzles and traps awaited them to solve. Luffy and Naruto carefully observed the layout of the room, exchanging ideas with each other. With their keen observation and intelligence, they solved the puzzles one by one and avoided the traps. Throughout this process, their tacit understanding grew deeper. Finally, it was the test of courage. They were brought to a dark space filled with various terrifying illusions. Huge monsters lunged at them with claws bared. Raging flames surrounded them, and bottomless cliffs instilled fear in their hearts. However, they recalled their previous experience of overcoming fear in the cave and mustered the courage to face these illusions. With unwavering belief and fearless bravery, they conquered these terrifying visions one by one. After passing the 3 tests, the palace doors slowly opened. They walked into the palace, which was resplendent and exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. In the center of the palace, there was a gigantic crystal ball, shimmering with strange light. What is this? Naruto curiously looked at the crystal ball. Luffy stepped forward and carefully observed the crystal ball, which might contain even more powerful forces. But they had to be cautious, as they didn't know what kind of impact it would bring. They tried to touch the crystal ball, and the moment their hands made contact, a surge of powerful energy flowed into their bodies. They felt their strength greatly enhanced, and they also gained some new knowledge and skills. This crystal ball is truly amazing, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy nodded, but we cannot be complacent. Such powerful forces could also bring danger. They continued to explore the palace and discovered deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster, and the source of that disaster was an evil power. To prevent this evil power from rising again, they must continue to work hard to protect this world. After leaving the palace, they moved on. Along the way, they encountered an injured old man. The old man was lying by the roadside, his breath weak. Luffy and Naruto hurried forward to treat the old man's wounds. The old man looked at them gratefully and said, "Thank you, brave warriors. I have an important message to tell you. On a nearby mountain, there's a mysterious garden that is said to grow a magical flower capable of healing any disease and possessing great power. But this garden is guarded by a group of evil creatures, making it very dangerous." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and decided to search for the mysterious garden. They followed the direction indicated by the old man and soon arrived at the mountain. A mysterious aura enveloped the mountain as they carefully searched for the entrance to the garden. After some effort, they finally found the entrance. At the entrance, a group of evil creatures was patrolling. These creatures had a fierce appearance and emanated an evil presence. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of fear as they unleashed their respective powers and engaged in fierce combat with the evil creatures. During the battle, they discovered that although these creatures were powerful, they also had weaknesses. They exploited these weaknesses and gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they successfully defeated the evil creatures and entered the garden. The garden was picturesque, with various exotic flowers blooming in vibrant colors. In the center of the garden, there was a giant flower emitting a magical glow. "Is this the legendary flower?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. "It seems so. We need to be careful. We don't know what reaction we'll have." They approached the flower, and suddenly it emitted a beam of light, enveloping them. They felt a warm power flowing into their bodies, and the fatigue and pain on them disappeared in an instant. At the same time, they also gained the special abilities bestowed by the flower. "This is really amazing," Naruto said excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile. "Now we have more confidence to protect this world." They set off on their journey again with the power granted by the flowers. Chapter 0861. Fantasy. After leaving the mysterious garden, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in this fantastical world. Their figures appeared steadfast and brave on the vast land. The brilliance of the Thunder Flame Sword and the Golden Nine-Tails chakra shining together. They moved along an ancient riverbed, the water flowing gently as if telling the ancient stories of this world. The scenery on both banks unfolded like a painting, with lush forests, oddly shaped rocks, and the occasional mysterious creatures flying by. "Luffy, what do you think we will encounter next?" Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation and caution. Luffy frowned slightly and said after a moment of thought, "I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it bravely. Our mission is to protect this world, and we cannot afford any slack." Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation made their hearts tense, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. "Be careful, something's happening." Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, the flames and lightning on the sword flickering slightly. Naruto also summoned the chakra of the Golden Nine-Tailed Fox, ready for battle. They walked towards the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at a massive canyon. Thick fog shrouded the canyon, making it difficult to see what was inside. But that powerful energy fluctuation was indeed emanating from the canyon. "This canyon is unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, let's be careful and go and take a look." They cautiously entered the canyon. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious lights flickering on the walls. As they ventured deeper, the energy fluctuation became increasingly intense. Finally, they reached the depths of the canyon. There they saw a gigantic magic circle. The magic circle radiated powerful energy, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. "What kind of magic circle is this?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, feeling uncertain, but he knew that this magic circle was definitely dangerous. They needed to be cautious. Just as they were contemplating how to deal with the magic circle, it suddenly emitted a strong light. In the light, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating powerful magical energy. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious light that sent chills down their spines. "Who are you? Why have you intruded here?" The figure's voice boomed like thunder. Luffy looked at him fearlessly. "We are warriors fighting to protect this world. This magic circle is very dangerous, and we must stop it." The figure let out a cold laugh. "Just you? How naive. This magic circle was created by me, and it will bring me endless power. You cannot stop me." After speaking, the figure waved a hand, and a powerful magical attack surged towards Luffy and Naruto. They hurriedly dodged, and the magical attack struck the ground, creating a huge pit. "Naruto, be careful. This guy is strong," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Come on, let's see how strong he really is." They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the figure. The figure's magical attacks were strange and powerful, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. However, they did not back down at all, and with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the figure's magical attacks were powerful, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. He began to observe the figure's movements closely, searching for a flaw. After a period of observation, Luffy finally discovered a weakness in the figure. When he unleashed a specific magical attack, there was a momentary pause. "Naruto, pay attention to that movement of his. Let's attack when he does it," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the opportunity, and when the figure launched that specific magical attack again, they counterattacked simultaneously. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining into a massive beam of light, slashing towards the figure's weak point. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, supersized Rasengan, the Rasengan shimmering with golden light, containing immense power. The figure was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. His body was violently thrown back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the figure was not so easily defeated. He quickly stood up, his aura becoming even more evil. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay," the figure roared. He began to madly absorb the power of the magic circle, his body growing larger and his aura becoming stronger. Luffy and Naruto watched the transformation with shock in their hearts. They knew that this figure had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let him continue absorbing the power of the magic circle," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, rushing towards the figure. However, at that moment, the figure had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly remembered the power of the flowers they had obtained from the mysterious garden. He decided to take a risk. "Naruto, let's channel the power of the flowers together," Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds and drew out the power of the flowers. A warm and powerful force radiated from them. They charged towards the figure again, and this time, their attacks carried the power of the flowers, making them immensely powerful. The figure sensed this overwhelming force and showed a hint of fear on his face. But it was too late for him to evade, and he was struck by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the figure was shattered into pieces. The magic circle also lost its power and gradually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0862, Stepping On. After defeating the mysterious figure and eliminating the threat of the magic circle, Luffy and Naruto took a short break before setting off on their journey again. They traveled along a rugged mountain path, with the scenery changing constantly. Sometimes steep peaks appeared, and other times deep canyons. "Luffy, we have resolved another crisis this time, but it feels like the dangers in this world are endless," Naruto said, looking into the distance. His eyes filled with both worry and determination. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. "That's right, we cannot let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us to face." As they walked, they suddenly heard a melodious sound of music coming from afar. The music was ethereal and beautiful, as if it came from another world. "What is that sound?" Naruto curiously looked around. Luffy became vigilant, cautious that the music might be unusual. "Let's go take a look." They followed the direction of the music, and soon arrived at a beautiful valley. The valley was filled with various colorful flowers, and a clear stream flowed gently. In the center of the valley, there was a mysterious woman playing a peculiar instrument. She wore a long white robe, her long hair flowing, and her eyes were filled with warmth and mystery. When she saw Luffy and Naruto, she smiled slightly. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Her voice was as melodious as the music. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, "We are warriors who have embarked on this journey to protect the world. We were drawn here by the sound of your music. May I ask who you are? What is this place?" The woman gently set down the instrument in her hands and replied, "I am the guardian of this valley. This is a place filled with peace and tranquility, but recently I have sensed an evil force drawing near, which could bring disaster to this world." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, a sense of responsibility swelling within them. "We will help you protect this valley and stop the invasion of evil forces." The woman nodded and said, "Thank you. But this evil force is very powerful, so you must be careful." They began searching for traces of the evil force in the valley. After some exploration, they discovered a dark cave deep within the valley, emanating an aura of evil. "This cave is likely the source of the evil force," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "Then let's go in and take a look." They cautiously entered the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with eerie lights flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they found a massive magic circle. "This is very similar to the magic circle we encountered before," Naruto said. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle. It was indeed more complex and powerful. "We need to proceed with caution." Just as they were contemplating how to break the magic circle, it suddenly activated, and a surge of powerful dark energy erupted from it. A gigantic demon figure emerged from the darkness. "You dare to trespass into my territory. You truly do not know the meaning of death." The demon's voice was deep and terrifying. Luffy and Naruto stared fearlessly at the demon, saying, "We won't let you destroy this world." They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the demon. The demon's attacks were powerful and bizarre, putting Luffy and Naruto in a tough spot. But they showed no signs of retreat, and with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, Luffy noticed that although the demon's attacks were strong, it seemed to have a weakness. After the demon unleashed a powerful attack, there would be a brief pause. "Naruto, pay attention to this weakness of his. Let's strike while we have the chance," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the demon launched another powerful attack, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, striking towards the demon's weak point. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power. The demon was hit by this sudden attack and let out a painful roar. His body was sent flying back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. But the demon was not so easily defeated. He quickly got back on his feet, his aura becoming even more sinister. "Do you really think this could defeat me? How naive," the demon roared. He began to frantically absorb the power of the magic circle, his body growing larger and his aura becoming increasingly formidable. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the demon transformed. They knew that this demon had gone mad, and if they didn't stop him quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let him continue absorbing the power of the magic circle," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging toward the demon. But at this moment, the demon had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on him. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the woman's music. He decided to try using the power of music to fight the demon. "Naruto, let's remember the woman's music together. Maybe it can help us," Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They closed their eyes and recalled the woman's music. Gradually, their hearts filled with peace and strength. They charged toward the demon once more. This time their attacks carried the power of music, immensely powerful. The demon felt this formidable force and showed a hint of fear on his face. But it was too late for him to dodge, and he was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a massive explosion, the demon was shattered to pieces. The magic circle also lost its power and gradually disappeared. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that although the battle had been tough, they had once again succeeded in protecting this world. They walked out of the cave and found the woman. When the woman saw that they had successfully defeated the demon, a look of relief spread across her face. "Thank you, brave warriors. You have protected this valley and also this world," the woman said. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, saying, "This is what we should do. We will continue to move forward and fight to protect this world." They bid farewell to the woman and continued on their journey. Chapter 0863, Fantasy Domain. Luffy and Naruto, after successfully defeating the demon, continue on their journey. However, they're unaware that the wheels of fate are quietly turning, leading them into a brand new anime world, the Fantasy Domain. The moment they step into this world, a mysterious power envelopes them. The scenery around them instantly changes. The familiar mountains and rivers disappear, replaced by a fantastical world. Tall castles rise above the clouds, brilliant magical lights flicker in the air, and various strange creatures roam the land. Where's this place? Naruto looks around in astonishment. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of Thunder Flame, his eyes filled with vigilance. He didn't know why, but they had to be careful. This world seemed very unusual. They began to explore this new world. Along the way, they encountered many strange creatures and characters. There were little fairies with wings, enormous magical beasts, and powerful wizards with great magical abilities. In this world, magic was an incredibly powerful force. People could master various magical abilities by learning magic, such as flying, controlling elements, and healing injuries. Luffy and Naruto were filled with curiosity about magic, and they began to learn the magical knowledge of this world. They met a kind wizard named Alice. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, Alice sensed their immense power and aura of justice. She decided to help them understand this world and teach them some magical knowledge. Welcome to the world of Fantasy Domain. It is filled with magic and wonders, but there are also many dangers. You must be careful, Alice said with a smile. Luffy and Naruto looked at Alice gratefully. Thank you for your help. We will be careful. Alice began to introduce them to the magic system of this world. In the world of Fantasy God Domain, magic is divided into different attributes, such as fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Each attribute of magic has its unique characteristics and uses. You can choose a magic attribute to learn based on your own characteristics and preferences, Alice said. Luffy thought for a moment and decided to choose fire magic. He felt that fire magic was full of power and passion, which would complement his Thunder Flame sword. Naruto chose wind magic. He believed that wind magic was flexible and changeable, and could work in harmony with his Golden Nine-Tails chakra. Alice began to teach them how to harness magical powers. They needed to feel the presence of magical elements through meditation and practice, and guide them into their bodies. Luffy and Naruto studied diligently, and their efforts and talents allowed them to quickly grasp some basic magical skills. During their learning process, they also learned about some history and legends of this world. It turned out that the world of Fantasy Domain had once suffered a great disaster, where an evil force attempted to destroy it. To protect the world, a group of brave heroes stepped forward and engaged in a fierce battle against the evil force. In the end, they successfully defeated the evil force and saved the world. We must protect this world just like those heroes did, Naruto said firmly. Luffy nodded, agreeing that they could not allow evil forces to rise again. As they became more skilled in their mastery of magic, their strength continued to grow. They began to venture into this world, helping those in need and solving various problems and crises. One day, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark magic. The townspeople were under the control of dark magic, having lost their self-awareness. Luffy and Naruto decided to help them break free from the dark magic's control. They unleashed their magical powers and engaged in an intense battle against the dark magic. The dark magic was very powerful. It could erode people's minds, plunging them into despair and fear. However, Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by the dark magic. With their strong will and powerful magical abilities, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they successfully lifted the dark magic's control and saved the townspeople. The people were filled with gratitude and admiration for them, and their fame spread throughout the world. However, their actions attracted the attention of some evil forces. An organization called the Dark Alliance began to target them. The Dark Alliance was composed of evil sorcerers and dark beings, attempting to awaken evil powers once again to dominate the entire world. The Dark Alliance sent assassins to attack Luffy and Naruto. These assassins were very powerful, wielding various evil magic and weapons. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle. During the fight, they realized that the Dark Alliance's assassins seemed to have some sort of special connection, allowing them to coordinate with each other to unleash greater power. Luffy and Naruto understood that they needed to find a way to break this connection in order to defeat their enemies. After some thought, they decided to use their magical powers to disrupt the connection among the Dark Alliance's assassins. Luffy cast fire magic, creating a sea of flames that obscured the enemy's vision. Naruto used wind magic to generate a strong gust, scattering the enemies. With their cooperation, the connection among the Dark Alliance's assassins was broken, and they fell into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched their attack, defeating the enemies one by one. This battle made them realize that the Dark Alliance was a formidable foe. They needed to work even harder to enhance their strength to counter the threat of the Dark Alliance. They continued to adventure in the world of the fantasy god realm, learning more about magic and improving their abilities. During this process, they also made many like-minded friends and formed a powerful team. Their team began a series of actions in this world, combating the Dark Alliance's forces and protecting the peace of the world. Their actions attracted more and more attention and support, and people began to join their ranks to fight against the Dark Alliance together. As their strength continued to grow, they finally faced the ultimate showdown with the Dark Alliance. The leader of the Dark Alliance was a powerful evil sorcerer, possessing incredibly strong dark magic. In the final battle, Luffy and Naruto led their team to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Dark Alliance. The magical powers from both sides collided in the air, creating loud explosions. The entire battlefield was enveloped in magical light, obscuring the situation of the battle. During the fight, Luffy and Naruto fully demonstrated their leadership and combat skills. They led their team members to coordinate with each other, utilizing their strengths to gradually gain the upper hand. However, the leader of the Dark Alliance was unwilling to accept defeat. He began to frantically absorb dark magic, his body growing larger and his aura becoming more powerful. "Do you think this will defeat me?" "Too naive," the leader of the Dark Alliance roared. He unleashed a powerful dark magic, shrouding the entire battlefield in darkness. People fell into despair and fear, their powers suppressed by the dark magic. But Luffy and Naruto were not daunted by the dark magic. They remembered their mission and responsibility. They could not let evil forces dominate this world again. They focused their minds and unleashed their magical powers to the fullest. Luffy used the strongest fire magic skill, creating a massive sea of flames that gradually dispelled the dark magic. Naruto unleashed the strongest wind magic skill, generating a powerful gale that completely blew away the dark magic. Through their efforts, the dark magic was finally eradicated. The leader of the Dark Alliance was also struck by their attacks and fell to the ground. With the defeat of the leader of the Dark Alliance, the organization crumbled completely. People cheered and celebrated their victory. Luffy and Naruto felt immense relief and pride. Chapter 0864, Sealing. After successfully defeating the Dark Alliance, Luffy and Naruto became highly respected heroes in the world of fantasy god domain. Their fame spread throughout the entire world, and people were filled with admiration and gratitude for them. However, they did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. They were well aware that there were still many unknown dangers and challenges in the world, and they had to remain vigilant at all times, continuing to work hard to enhance their strength to protect the peace and tranquility of this world. In the days that followed, Luffy and Naruto led their team to continue exploring the world of fantasy god domain. They traveled through many mysterious places and encountered a variety of people and creatures. Each adventure brought them new knowledge and experience, and their strength continued to grow. One time, they arrived at an ancient ruin. This ruin was filled with a mysterious aura, and the walls were covered with ancient runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto sensed that a powerful force was hidden within this ruin, a force that could significantly impact their future. They cautiously entered the ruin and began to explore its secrets. Deep in the ruins, they discovered an ancient book. The text in the book was old and mysterious, and they worked hard to decipher its contents. After much effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the ruin. It turned out that this ruin was the site of an ancient magical civilization, where a powerful magical force once existed. This magical force had the potential to change the fate of the world, but it was also extremely dangerous if used by evil individuals. It could bring great disaster to the world. "We must find this magical force and keep it safe," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "That's right. We can't let this power fall into the hands of bad people." They began searching for clues about this magical force within the ruins. After some effort, they finally found a hidden chamber. Inside the room was a huge crystal ball, radiating powerful magical energy. "Is this the magical force we are looking for?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball. It was very likely, but we must be cautious. This power is extremely strong and may be dangerous. They approached the crystal ball cautiously, trying to understand its secrets. The moment they touched the crystal ball, a powerful force surged into their bodies. They felt their strength had taken a qualitative leap. But at the same time, they also felt a heavy responsibility. "We must use this power wisely to protect this world," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. "That's right. We can't let this power go to waste." They left the ruins with the crystal ball and continued their adventure in the world of fantasy god realm. During this process, they also encountered some people coveting the power of the crystal ball. These individuals attempted to seize the crystal ball, but were successfully repelled by Luffy, Naruto, and their team. As time passed, Luffy and Naruto discovered that the power of the crystal ball seemed to contain not only powerful magical abilities, but also deeper secrets. They began to delve into the study of the crystal ball's power, trying to uncover this mystery. After much effort, they finally discovered that the power of the crystal ball could open a passage to another world. This world was filled with mystery and danger, but it might also hide even greater power and knowledge. Should we explore that world? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. It was a very dangerous decision, but they couldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps in that world, they could find better ways to protect this world. They decided to take the risk and enter that world. After making thorough preparations, they used the power of the crystal ball to open a passage and stepped into a brand new world. This world was completely different from the fantasy domain. It was filled with all kinds of strange creatures and mysterious powers. Luffy and Naruto cautiously explored this world, each step filled with vigilance. In this world, they encountered many challenges and difficulties. There were powerful monsters, complex traps, mysterious magic circles, and more. But with their tenacious will and strong abilities, they overcame these difficulties one by one. During their exploration, they also made some new friends. These friends came from different races and backgrounds, but they all shared a common goal: to protect this world. Together, they formed a stronger team to explore this mysterious world. As they delved deeper into their exploration, they gradually uncovered some secrets of this world. It turned out that this world had once suffered a great disaster, and an evil force had nearly destroyed it. To protect the world, some brave heroes had sealed the evil force in a mysterious place. However, now it seemed that the seal was weakening, and the evil force could rise again. We must find the place where the evil force is sealed and reinforce the seal, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right, we can't let the evil force harm this world again. They began to search for the place where the evil force was sealed. In the process, they faced many difficulties and challenges. Powerful monsters guarded the sealed place, and complex magic circles blocked their progress. But they did not give up. With their tenacious will and strong abilities, they gradually approached the sealed place. Finally, they found the location of the evil force's seal. The sealed place was a huge cave, filled with a thick aura of darkness. In the center of the cave, there was a massive sealing array, shimmering with faint light. Is this the place where the evil force is sealed? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the sealing array. Indeed, this sealing array was already very weak, and they needed to reinforce it as soon as possible. They began to use their magical powers, trying to strengthen the sealing array. However, they found that this sealing array was very complex and required powerful magical energy and exquisite magical skills to reinforce. After a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in strengthening the sealing array. The evil force was sealed once again, and peace returned to the world. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0865. Communication. After Luffy and Naruto returned to the fantasy domain world, their heroic deeds were celebrated among the people. However, they did not stop their journey. As they knew that the mission to protect the world was always ongoing, they began to organize the knowledge and power they had gained in the new world and shared it with their team members. Everyone drew valuable experiences from this adventure, further enhancing the team's strength. On a quiet day, Luffy and Naruto were discussing future plans. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, seemingly containing some mysterious message. What is this? Naruto curiously gazed at the sky. Luffy frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance, unsure but definitely sensing something unusual. We need to be cautious. They decided to follow the guidance of the light to explore its mysteries. As they advanced, the light grew stronger, eventually leading them to a mysterious valley. The valley was filled with a mysterious aura, and the surroundings were filled with fantastical colors. In the center of the valley stood a massive stone tablet, covered with ancient runes. What is this stone tablet? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the stone tablet, realizing that it concealed important information. They needed to find a way to decode it. They began trying various methods to interpret the runes on the tablet. After much effort, they finally uncovered some deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that there existed a powerful force known as the Source Power. This power could grant people immense abilities, but it was also very dangerous. If exploited by evil individuals, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. We must find the Source Power and ensure it is not misused by bad people, Luffy said. Naruto nodded in agreement. That's right, it's our responsibility. They started searching for clues about the Source Power in the world. During this process, they encountered many difficulties and challenges. There were powerful enemies trying to stop them, and complex puzzles that needed solving. However, Luffy and Naruto did not back down. With their tenacity and wisdom, they gradually approached the location of the source power. Finally, they found the source of the source power. It was a mysterious cave, emanating powerful energy waves. Is this where the source power is? Naruto asked. Luffy cautiously looked at the cave. It's very likely. But we need to be careful. It may be filled with dangers. They carefully walked into the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious lights flickering on the walls. Deep in the cave, they saw a huge crystal ball, emanating a powerful aura of source energy. Is this the source energy? Naruto looked at the crystal ball in surprise. Luffy nodded. It seems so, but we can't touch it easily. It might be dangerous. They began to study how to safely obtain the source power. After some thought, they decided to first try to communicate with the source power using magical energy. They unleashed their magical powers, attempting to establish a connection with the source power. Slowly, the source power seemed to sense their goodwill and began to communicate with them. Through their interaction with the source power, they understood its true essence. The source power was not merely a force. It contained the life and soul of the world. Only those with a pure heart and firm belief could truly master the source power. We must become such people, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right. We need to use the source power to protect the world. They began to work hard to elevate their spiritual realm, making themselves more pure and resolute. During this process, they encountered many difficulties and challenges, but they never gave up. Finally, they successfully gained the recognition of the source power. The source power merged with their bodies, granting them greater strength. Luffy and Naruto felt a tremendous boost in their strength, filled with confidence and courage. Chapter 0866, Source Power. Luffy and Naruto, after gaining the power of the source, continue their journey in the world of fantasy god realm. Their figures are filled with strength and determination, bringing hope to everyone wherever they go. They advance along an ancient river, its waters shimmering like jewels, as if telling the long history of this world. The scenery on both banks is picturesque, with exotic flowers and plants blooming in vibrant colors and mysterious creatures darting through the woods. Luffy, with the power of the source. We feel a greater responsibility to protect this world, Naruto said, gazing into the distance, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunderflame sword. That's right, we can't let this power go to waste. There are still many unknown dangers in this world waiting for us to face. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a weak energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Although this fluctuation was very faint, it alerted them. Be careful, something's happening. Luffy immediately became vigilant. Naruto also harnessed the power of origin, readying himself for battle. They followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and soon arrived at an ancient forest. The forest was filled with a mysterious aura, with enormous trees blocking out the sun, making it feel as if they had entered a mystical world. Deep in the forest, they discovered a strange ruin. This ruin looks quite unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, yeah, let's go in and take a look. They cautiously walked into the ruin. The ruin was covered in ancient runes and patterns, emitting a mysterious glow. In the center of the ruin, there was a huge magic circle. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its purpose, but it was clear that this magic circle held significant importance. They needed to study it carefully. They began to try to decipher the runes on the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about this ruin. It turned out that this ruin was an ancient magic laboratory, where a powerful magician once conducted mysterious experiments. This magic circle was a tool he used to create a powerful creature. Creating powerful creatures? That sounds very dangerous, Naruto said. Luffy frowned, realizing that they couldn't let this dangerous experiment continue. They had to find a way to shut down the magic circle. They began searching for a method to close the magic circle. In the ruins, they encountered various mechanisms and traps, but with the power of the source and their wisdom, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they found the key to shutting down the magic circle. They unleashed the power of the source and successfully closed the magic circle. Just when they thought everything was over, suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ruins. A massive figure slowly emerged from the magic circle. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the figure, which appeared to be a creature created by the magician. We need to be cautious in our response. This creature was massive, radiating powerful magical energy. As soon as it spotted Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. Luffy and Naruto quickly unleashed their source powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. The creature's attacks were incredibly powerful, putting them in a tough spot. However, they showed no signs of retreat, and with their strong will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their position. During the battle, they discovered that although the creature was strong, it also had weaknesses. They exploited these weaknesses and continuously attacked the creature. After a tough fight, they finally succeeded in defeating it. The ruins returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0867. Vastness. After leaving the ruins in the ancient forest, Luffy and Naruto continued on their journey. The power of the source flowed slowly within them, filling them with endless vitality and strength. They walked across a vast grassland, where the grass swayed in the wind like a green ocean. However, their eyes remained vigilant as they scanned their surroundings, for they understood that in this fantastical and dangerous world of the fantasy divine realm, calmness is often just an illusion before the storm. Luffy, do you feel something strange about this grassland? Naruto frowned slightly, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Luffy gripped the sword of Thunderfire tightly, the brilliance on the blade resonating with the power of the source. I feel it too. It seems calm here, but there appears to be an unusual force hidden within. Just as they were speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept across the prairie. The howling wind blew the grass down in waves. At the center of the storm, a group of mysterious knights appeared. These knights were clad in black armor, riding tall black warhorses, their faces concealed beneath helmets, revealing only pairs of eyes that emitted a strange red glow. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our territory? One of the knights asked in a low and cold voice. Luffy took a step forward and said, "We are warriors traveling to protect this world. We mean no harm. We are merely passing through." The knights let out a chilling laugh, saying, "Regardless of whether you have ill intentions, no one who enters this grassland can leave alive." With that, the knights raised their long spears and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately reacted. Naruto quickly cast wind, a tribute magic, using the wind to leap high into the air, spinning his body as countless shadow clones charged towards the knights. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, merging the flames and lightning with the power of Origin to form a powerful wave of attack, slashing towards the knight at the front. The knights did not flinch in the face of their attack. The black light shimmering on their long spears easily pierced through some of Naruto's shadow clones. Although Luffy's attack hit one knight, that knight was only knocked back a few steps, and his black armor showed no significant damage. "These guys are tough," Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded, realizing that they should not underestimate them. They needed to find their weaknesses. During the battle, Luffy carefully observed the knights' movements. He noticed that whenever the knights launched an attack, the black light on their armor would briefly flicker, as if the armor's defense weakened at that moment. "Naruto, pay attention to their armor when it flickers. That might be their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Naruto immediately focused his attention. When the knights attacked again, they seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack at the flickering parts of the knight's armor. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword accurately pierced the weak spot of a knight's armor, and the force of the sword instantly penetrated the armor, causing the knight to let out a painful roar as he fell off his horse. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, hitting another knight's weakness and shattering him. As they gradually found a way to counter, the knights began to fall into a disadvantage. However, these knights did not panic. They suddenly formed a circle surrounding Luffy and Naruto in the center. Then, the knights began to chant a mysterious incantation. As the incantation was recited, the black armor on their bodies began to release a powerful dark energy, which gathered together to form a massive dark vortex. What kind of technique is this? Naruto looked at the dark vortex in surprise. Luffy's expression was serious. No matter what it was, we cannot be trapped by it. They tried to break through the dark vortex, but found its power to be extremely strong, binding them tightly within it. The force within the dark vortex constantly eroded their bodies, attempting to consume their source power. "We must work together to break through it," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they gathered their source power together, forming a dazzling light. Then, they charged at the weakest point of the dark vortex with all their might. After a great effort, they finally broke through the dark vortex. The knights, seeing the dark vortex shattered, were somewhat astonished. Luffy and Naruto seized this opportunity to launch their final attack. They unleashed their strongest source power skills, and the powerful force instantly swept across the entire grassland. The knights were powerless against this force and were defeated one after another. When the last knight fell, the grassland returned to tranquility. Chapter 0868. Flames. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the world of fantasy domain, with the source power flowing steadily and continuously within them, as if it were the driving force behind their constant exploration and battles. They arrived at a small town near the seaside. This town was full of vitality, with bustling streets and people busy with their own affairs. Colorful houses were arranged in an orderly manner, and the air was filled with the scents of seafood and flowers. It looked very peaceful here. Naruto smiled, feeling his mood lighten due to the atmosphere of the town. Luffy also smiled slightly. Yes, but we still can't let our guard down. They strolled through the town, experiencing its unique culture. People looked at the two strangers with curiosity, but greeted them with friendly smiles. However, this calm did not last long. One night, Luffy and Naruto were suddenly awakened by a commotion and screams. They quickly ran out of their accommodation and saw flames shooting up from the direction of the seaside in the town, accompanied by a deep and terrifying roar. Not good. There's danger, Luffy shouted as he and Naruto immediately headed towards the seaside. When they arrived at the beach, they witnessed a shocking scene. A gigantic sea monster emerged from the ocean, its body as large as a small mountain, covered in sharp spikes, and the flames spewing from its mouth were devouring the buildings by the shore. Where did this sea monster come from? Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes. Luffy tightly gripped his sword, determined to stop the sea monster no matter where it came from. Without hesitation, they charged at the creature. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, raising the thunder flame sword high, gathering powerful source energy on the blade, and unleashing a wave of fiery and electric sword energy towards the sea monster. Naruto also used a skill that combined wind attribute magic with source energy, his figure rushing towards the monster like a whirlwind, the Rasengan in his hand growing larger and larger until it formed a massive golden Rasengan aimed at the creature's head. The sea monster sensed their attacks, swiping its massive claws to easily block Luffy's sword energy, while simultaneously shifting its body to dodge Naruto's Rasengan attack. Then it opened its enormous jaws, lunging at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, knowing that the power of the sea monster was extremely strong, and ordinary attacks would be hard to inflict damage on it. They began to circle around the sea monster in search of its weakness. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the sea monster spat out flames, a lighter-colored patch of skin would briefly appear on its abdomen, where the scales looked sparser. Naruto, the sea monster's abdomen might be its weak point. Let's find a chance to attack there, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded in understanding. They continued to maneuver around the sea monster, waiting for the right moment. Finally, when the sea monster spat out flames again, they seized the opportunity and charged towards its abdomen simultaneously. Luffy unleashed his sword technique enhanced by the power of the source, and the light on his sword was almost blinding. Naruto, on the other hand, maximized the power of the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The attacks from both of them struck the sea monster's abdomen simultaneously. The sea monster let out a painful roar. Its body shook violently, and its massive tail swept across the shore, creating huge waves. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the impact of the waves, but they quickly steadied themselves and charged towards the sea monster again. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious, continuously targeting the weak spot on the sea monster's abdomen. The sea monster began to retreat step by step, its attacks becoming chaotic. After an intense battle, the sea monster was finally on the verge of collapse. In the end, Luffy and Naruto combined their powers to unleash a powerful attack of the source, completely annihilating the sea monster. The enormous body of the sea monster slowly sank to the seabed, and the flames by the shore gradually extinguished. The townspeople, seeing the sea monster defeated, erupted in cheers. They gathered around Luffy and Naruto, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you, you are our heroes," an elderly man said excitedly. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, saying, "This is what we should do." After resting in a small town for a few days, Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey again. Chapter 0869, The Gulf. Luffy and Naruto set off on their journey again amidst the gratitude and cheers of the town's residents. They walked along the coastline, with the sea breeze gently brushing against their faces, carrying a hint of saltiness, as if telling the mysterious stories hidden deep within the ocean. "Luffy, what will we encounter next?" Naruto gazed at the boundless sea, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Luffy squinted slightly, feeling the sea breeze. "I don't know, but no matter what we encounter, we must face it with our strength." They walked for a long time and arrived at a mysterious bay. The bay was surrounded by steep cliffs, where various strange plants grew, emitting a faint glow. The sea water in the bay was as calm as a mirror, yet it exuded a deep blue color, as if hiding endless secrets. This place feels unusual, Luffy said warily, unconsciously tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword in his hand. Naruto nodded as well, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling around him. Yeah, let's be careful. They cautiously stepped into the bay. The moment they entered, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a powerful pressure hit them. What's going on? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy frowned, realizing that there was a powerful force guarding something here. We need to be cautious. Just as they were preparing to explore further, suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, emitting a loud, rumbling sound, as if it were going to swallow everything. From the whirlpool, a figure slowly rose. It was a giant humanoid creature made of water elements, its body transparent and shimmering with blue light, holding a trident formed from condensed water. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my territory? The water elemental creature asked in a deep and authoritative voice. Luffy stepped forward and said, "We are here to explore this world and protect its peace. We mean no offense. We just want to understand the secrets of this place." The water elemental creature let out a cold laugh. This bay is a mysterious realm, hiding powerful forces. You mortals should not tread here. After saying this, the water elemental creature waved its trident, and a massive wave surged towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the wave crashed against the rocks on the shore, splashing high into the air. "It seems we have no choice but to fight," Naruto said, his eyes becoming resolute. Luffy nodded, being cautious of its water attribute attacks. "We will use the source power to counter it." They unleashed their source power, with Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword entwined with flames and lightning, simultaneously wrapped in the brilliance of source power. Naruto infused source power into his wind attribute magic and shadow clone technique, sending countless clones imbued with source power charging towards the water elemental creature. The water elemental creature was not afraid of their attacks. It easily dissolved Naruto's clones using the power of water and created walls of water to block Luffy's attacks. "This guy is pretty strong," Naruto shouted. Luffy observed the movements of the water elemental creature while attacking. Its power seemed to come from the water of the bay, and they needed to find a way to cut off its connection to the water. Naruto had a sudden idea. "I have a solution. Luffy, use the Thunder Flame Sword to create a powerful electric field, and I'll use wind magic to spread the electric field throughout the entire bay." Luffy understood Naruto's intentions. He immediately infused the Sword of Thunderfire with the source power, unleashing a powerful electric force from the blade, creating a strong electric field. Naruto then cast wind attribute magic, spreading the electric field throughout the entire bay. The water elemental creature felt the power of the electric field, and its body began to become unstable. Since water conducts electricity, the electric field interfered with its control over the water elements. "Now's the time," Luffy shouted. They seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunderfire, sending a sword energy infused with source power towards the water elemental creature. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Super Rasengan, with the Rasengan entwined with source power and the power of the electric field, crashing towards the water elemental creature. Under their attacks, the water elemental creature gradually became weak. Finally, it let out a reluctant roar, transforming into a puddle of water that merged into the bay. With the disappearance of the water elemental creature, the pressure in the bay gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had once again defeated a powerful enemy. They continued to explore the bay and discovered a cave hidden beneath the sea. The cave emitted a mysterious glow, drawing them to enter. Deep within the cave, they saw a huge crystal ball. The crystal ball contained a powerful and pure energy that resonated with their source power. "What is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy carefully observed the crystal ball. "It could be a very precious source of energy. Perhaps it could help us better master the power of the source." They cautiously approached the crystal ball, trying to feel its energy. The moment they made contact with the crystal ball, a warm and powerful energy surged into their bodies, further enhancing and purifying their source power. "This is truly amazing," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a joyful smile, saying that we should make good use of the power of this crystal ball to make a greater contribution to protecting this world. They left the bay with the crystal ball. Chapter 0870. Residents Luffy and Naruto, carrying the mysterious crystal ball obtained from the underwater cave, continue their journey in the vast world of the fantasy realm. The sunlight shines upon them, reflecting their determined figures. as the power of the source intertwines with the glow of the crystal ball, as if telling the story of the new journey they are about to face. They pass through a dense forest, where the trees are tall and ancient, their branches and leaves so lush that they nearly obscure the sky. A mysterious aura permeates the forest, and the occasional unknown beast roar adds a touch of tension to the atmosphere. Luffy, this forest feels a bit eerie, Naruto says, cautiously looking around, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails gently swirling on the surface of his body, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, its glow flickering unpredictably. Be careful, there might be unexpected things hidden here. Just as he spoke, the ground in front of them suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately after, countless thick vines burst out from the ground, like a group of dancing giant snakes, sweeping toward them. It's a trap, Luffy shouted, swiftly wielding the Thunder Flame sword to cut through the approaching vines. Flames and lightning erupted from the blade, scorching or repelling the vines. Naruto was not to be outdone. He used wind attribute magic to create a powerful airflow, blowing the vines this way and that. At the same time, he utilized the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to disperse and attack the roots of the vines from different directions. However, these vines seemed endless. For every batch cut or repelled, more would surge forward. Moreover, the attacks from the vines grew more intense as they began to intertwine, forming a massive vine net, attempting to trap Luffy and Naruto. This won't work. We need to find the source controlling these vines, Luffy said while fending off the vine attacks. Naruto nodded in agreement, concentrating his energy to enter Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, his perception abilities were greatly enhanced, and he quickly discovered the direction of the source of the vine's power. Over there, Naruto shouted, pointing deep into the forest. The two of them coordinated, fending off the vine attacks while advancing toward the source. After a tough battle and journey, they finally arrived at a huge tree hollow. A rich green glow enveloped the area around the hollow, and the vines that had been attacking them were extending from here. Inside the hollow, there was a massive green core, pulsing with an eerie light, clearly the key to controlling the vines. This is what's causing the trouble, Naruto said. Luffy looked at the green core and said, we need to be careful. It might have a strong defense mechanism. They cautiously approached the green core, ready to launch an attack. Just then, the green core suddenly released a powerful wave of energy, and countless green beams shot towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, while unleashing the power of the source for defense. A shield formed in front of them, blocking the attack of the green beam. We can't let it attack any longer. Let's go together, Luffy shouted. The two of them launched their strongest attacks simultaneously. Luffy infused the power of the source into his Thunder Flame sword, intensifying the flames and lightning on the blade. He leaped high and struck down towards the green core with all his might. Meanwhile, Naruto executed Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. With the Rasen Shuriken entwined with the power of the source and golden Nine Tails chakra, rushing towards the green core with devastating momentum. Under their powerful attacks, the green core finally couldn't withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. As the green core broke apart, the crazily attacking vines instantly lost their vitality and withered away. They successfully resolved this crisis and continued forward. After leaving the forest, they arrived at an ancient town. The architectural style of the town was unique, filled with a sense of historical desolation. However, the atmosphere in the town was unusually desolate, with hardly any signs of residents. Why is this town so strange? Naruto wondered. Luffy also felt that something was wrong. Let's be careful and go check the situation first. They looked around the town and finally discovered a frail old man. The old man was lying in a dilapidated house, his breath weak. Luffy and Naruto hurried over to treat the old man's wounds and gave him some restorative potion to help him regain his strength. The old man slowly woke up and looked at them gratefully. Thank you, young people. This town was attacked by a group of evil sorcerers. They stole our town's treasure and unleashed a curse that has made most people sick, the old man said weakly. Town treasure? What kind of treasure is it? Luffy asked. The old man struggled to describe the appearance of the treasure, and after hearing it, Luffy and Naruto were moved. They felt that the treasure the old man described was likely related to some mysterious powers they had encountered in their adventures. We will help you retrieve the town's treasure and lift the curse, Naruto said firmly. The old man's eyes lit up with hope. Thank you, brave young men. Those evil sorcerers live in an ancient castle to the west of the town, so be careful. After bidding farewell to the old man, Luffy and Naruto headed towards the castle on the west side of the town. The castle loomed high into the clouds, with black vines crawling over its walls, emanating an aura of evil. When they arrived in front of the castle, the main door was tightly shut. Luffy pushed against it with all his might. But the door did not budge. "It seems we need to find a way to open this door," Luffy said. Naruto observed the surroundings and discovered a hidden magical mechanism in the wall. Using the magical knowledge he had learned during his adventures, he began to decipher the mechanism. After some effort, the mechanism was finally unlocked, and the door slowly creaked open. A pungent smell rushed out, and the interior of the castle was filled with a dark magical aura. They cautiously stepped inside. The atmosphere was eerie, with various strange portraits hanging on the walls and green flames occasionally flaring up from the ground. "These evil wizards must have done a lot of bad deeds in here," Naruto said angrily. As they advanced down the castle corridor, they suddenly heard a chilling laugh. "Who is there? Show yourself," Luffy shouted. With the laughter echoing, a group of wizards in black robes appeared before them. The wizards' eyes sparkled with malevolent light, and they held black wands in their hands. "So you are the ones here to seek death?" One of the wizards sneered. "We are here to retrieve the town's treasure and lift the curse. You evil scoundrels will not succeed," Naruto shouted. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out. The wizards unleashed various dark spells, with black flames, poisonous mist, and curses attacking Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto were fearless as they utilized the power of the source and their respective skills to engage in a life-and-death battle with the wizards. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword flickered with light in the darkness, each swing repelling a wizard. Naruto, on the other hand, made use of wind-based magic and the Shadow Clone technique, weaving through the group of wizards and delivering heavy blows. However, the number of wizards was overwhelming, and their magical attacks became increasingly fierce. Luffy and Naruto gradually felt the strain. "We can't keep this up. We need to find their weakness," Luffy said. During the battle, Naruto noticed that when these wizards cast a powerful dark magic, they would have a brief pause, and their magical defense would weaken at that moment. "Luffy, pay attention when they cast dark magic. That's our chance," Naruto shouted. They began to closely monitor the wizard's movements, waiting for the opportunity to strike. When a wizard prepared to cast powerful dark magic again, Luffy and Naruto immediately launched their attack. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunder and Flame with the power of the source, unleashing the strongest sword technique, sending a sword chi imbued with the power of the source, slashing towards the magician. At the same time, Naruto executed Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, with the Rasengan wrapped in the power of the source and golden nine-tailed chakra, charging towards the magician like a meteor. Under their combined attack, the magician was struck and instantly turned to ashes. The other magicians, seeing their companion defeated, began to panic a little. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to launch a more intense attack. They moved through the crowd of wizards as if in a no-man's land, defeating them one by one. In the end, only one wizard leader remained. Seeing his subordinates defeated, fear appeared in his eyes. "Don't come any closer. I won't spare you." The wizard leader trembled as he spoke. "You still have time to surrender. Tell us where the town's treasure is and how to break the curse," Luffy said coldly. The wizard leader hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned to flee. Luffy and Naruto immediately chased after him. They pursued the wizard leader deep into the castle, eventually arriving at a basement. A powerful dark force filled the basement, and in the center stood a treasure chest emitting a black glow. It must be the town's treasure. The wizard leader ran to the chest, trying to open it and unleash an even stronger dark power. "We can't let him succeed," Naruto shouted. They quickened their pace and charged toward the wizard leader. Just as the wizard leader was about to open the chest, Luffy leaped up, thrusting his Thunder Flame sword at the wizard leader. The wizard leader couldn't evade in time and was struck by the Thunder Flame sword, falling to the ground. They successfully defeated the wizard leader and lifted the town's crisis. Luffy opened the chest, and inside was indeed the treasure the old man had mentioned. The treasure emitted a soft glow, and as they touched it, a warm power spread throughout their bodies, instantly alleviating their fatigue and pain. They returned to the town with the treasure and gave it back to the residents. Chapter 0871, Surprise. Luffy and Naruto continued their adventure in the fantasy realm after successfully rescuing the ancient town. Their figures shone like bright stars, bringing hope and courage to this mysterious world. They walked along a winding mountain path, with the scenery around them constantly changing with their steps. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, as if they were gateways to a mysterious land. Streams flowed gently between the mountains, crystal clear, occasionally revealing unique aquatic creatures playing in the water. "Luffy, This world is truly full of surprises, Naruto said, gazing at the beautiful scenery around him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy nodded slightly, the thunder flame sword in his hand emanating a steady power. That's right, but we can't let our guard down. The dangers of this world often hide behind beauty. Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a powerful magical fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation tightened their hearts, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. Be careful, something's up, Luffy said, warily looking in the direction of the fluctuation. Naruto also immediately mobilized the source power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a huge valley. A thick magical aura pervaded the valley, creating a suffocating atmosphere. In the center of the valley, a massive magic circle was slowly operating, emanating a powerful force. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its nature, but it was definitely not simple. They needed to approach it with caution. They cautiously approached the magic circle, trying to understand its function. As they got closer, the magic circle suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them within. Luffy and Naruto immediately felt a powerful suction, as if they were being pulled into the magic circle. They struggled against this force, but found their strength to be so insignificant in front of the magic circle. What should we do? We're going to be sucked in, Naruto said anxiously. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword. Don't panic. We will definitely find a way to break free from this magic circle. They began to think of countermeasures. While struggling against the pulling force, Luffy observed the structure of the magic circle, trying to find its weakness. After some observation, he noticed that there were some faint glimmers at the edge of the magic circle, which might be its weak point. Naruto, let's concentrate our strength and attack the edge of the magic circle, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention, and they gathered their source power in their hands to launch an attack at the edge of the magic circle. A powerful force struck the magic circle, causing a violent tremor. The pulling force of the magic circle temporarily weakened, but soon regained its strong power. They did not give up and continue their assault. After several attempts, the magic circle finally showed some cracks. Let's give it some more strength, Luffy shouted. They launched a powerful attack once again, and this time, the magic circle was finally broken. The light disappeared, and the pulling force vanished as well. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully escaped the confines of the magic circle. However, they knew that the appearance of this magic circle was no coincidence, and there must be greater dangers lurking behind it. They continued to explore the valley and discovered some strange signs. On one side of the valley, there were some huge footprints that looked like they were left by some kind of powerful creature. What kind of creature's footprints are these? Naruto asked. Luffy frowned, unsure. But this creature must be very powerful. We need to be careful. They followed the direction of the footprints and soon arrived in front of a huge cave. A strong aura emanated from the cave, sending chills down their spines. There must be something dangerous inside this cave, Naruto said cautiously. Luffy nodded, but we can't back down. We need to go in and see what's going on inside. They cautiously walked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls. Deep in the cave, they heard a low growl. Be careful. Something's coming out, Luffy shouted. Sure enough, a huge monster burst out of the cave a moment later. The creature was massive, covered in hard scales, and its eyes gleamed with a red light. What kind of monster is this? Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy tightly gripped the thunder flame sword, determined to defeat whatever it was. As soon as the monster saw Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its huge, blood-filled mouth and lunged at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, the monster's claws leaving deep scratches on the ground. They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly strong, putting them in a tough fight. However, they showed no signs of retreating, and with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the monster's abdomen was relatively soft, possibly its weak point. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending clones to attack the monster's abdomen from different directions. Luffy also swung the Thunder Flame Sword, seizing the opportunity to strike. After an intense battle, they finally defeated the monster. It fell to the ground, gradually losing its life force. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0872. Observation. After defeating the giant monster, Luffy and Naruto took a short rest before continuing their journey. They proceeded along another passage in the cave, where a mysterious aura lingered, making them instinctively alert. Luffy, I don't know what dangers await us ahead, Naruto said as he walked, the golden nine-tails chakra gently swirling around his body. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunderfire, the flames and lightning flickering on the blade. No matter what dangers lay ahead, they had to face them bravely. Their mission was to protect this world. They cautiously advanced through the passage, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, they heard a faint buzzing sound, seemingly coming from the depths of the passage. What is that sound? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy frowned, unsure, but the sound was very unusual. Let's be careful. They walked towards the direction of the sound, and soon arrived at a huge cavernous hall. The hall was shimmering with strange lights, and countless magical runes flowed on the walls and floor. In the center of the hall stood a massive magical crystal, emitting a strong glow and a buzzing sound. What is this? Naruto looked at the magical crystal in surprise. Luffy carefully observed the magical crystal. It definitely contained powerful energy. However, they didn't know whether it was good or bad. Just as they were pondering how to deal with the magical crystal, it suddenly emitted a strong light that enveloped them. Luffy and Naruto immediately felt a powerful energy surge into their bodies, and their source of power became even more active due to this energy. What's going on? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy tried to remain calm. It seemed that this magical crystal was testing them. They needed to respond carefully. They began to attempt to control the power within them, preventing this overwhelming force from overwhelming their bodies. After much effort, they finally succeeded in stabilizing the power within. However, this was only the beginning of the test. The magical crystal then unleashed a series of magical attacks, including flames, lightning, frost, and various elemental assaults. Luffy and Naruto had to exert all their strength to counter these attacks. During the battle, they gradually realized that these magical attacks were not random, but followed a certain rhythm and pattern. They began to dodge and counterattack based on these rhythms and patterns. After a grueling fight, they finally succeeded in withstanding the magical crystal's attacks. The magical crystal also ceased its assault and emitted a soft glow. We did it! Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile, but we cannot let our guard down. This magic crystal may have other trials. Sure enough, the magic crystal emitted another beam of light, revealing some ancient texts and patterns. Luffy and Naruto carefully observed these texts and patterns, trying to understand their meanings. After some research, they finally comprehended the significance of these texts and patterns. It turned out that this magic crystal was an ancient artifact with powerful abilities that could help people protect the world. However, to gain the power of this artifact, one must pass a series of trials and challenges. It seems we still have a long way to go, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, but we won't give up. We will definitely obtain the power of this artifact and fight to protect the world. They continued to face the trials of the magic crystal. Chapter 0873. Illusion. Luffy and Naruto focused intently on the trial of the magical crystal. As the trial deepened, they increasingly felt the immense potential and responsibility contained within this ancient artifact. A flash of light enveloped them, transporting them into an illusory space. This space was filled with a mysterious aura, and the scenery around them constantly changed, as if telling ancient stories. Where's this place? Naruto looked at the strange sights around him, filled with confusion. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame, his eyes filled with determination. No matter where this was, we must face it bravely. This trial is definitely not simple. Suddenly, a group of ethereal creatures appeared in the space. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled massive beasts, while others looked like dancing fairies, all exuding a powerful magical aura. Prepare for battle, Luffy shouted, charging forward first. He swung the sword of thunder and flame, the flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful attack force. Naruto was not to be outdone, unleashing wind-based magic and the shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with these ethereal creatures. The attacks of the ethereal beings were very elusive. They could disappear and reappear in an instant, making them difficult to grasp. Luffy and Naruto had to stay alert at all times, relying on keen perception and quick reactions to evade their attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these ethereal creatures seemed to have a core, and as long as they attacked this core, they could weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for those creatures' cores, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. He and his clones began searching for the cores of the ethereal creatures, and launched their attacks. After a tough battle, they finally found a way to attack the ethereal beings and gradually gained the upper hand. However, these ethereal creatures were not so easily defeated. They began to merge together, forming a gigantic monster. This monster was incredibly powerful, and each of its attacks caused tremors in the space. This is going to be tough to deal with. Naruto frowned. Luffy took a deep breath and said, "We can't back down. We need to use our strength and wisdom to defeat it." They began to think of ways to deal with the gigantic monster. Luffy observed the monster's movements and noticed that while its attacks were powerful, they also followed certain patterns. He decided to use the monster's attack patterns to find its weaknesses. After some observation, Luffy discovered that the monster would have a brief pause after launching an attack, which was the best time to strike. "Naruto, after the monster attacks, let's hit its weak point together," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, getting ready. When the monster launched its attack again, they seized the opportunity and unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Luffy's lightning flame sword, glowing with the power of the source, slashed towards the monster's weak point. Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, with golden nine-tails chakra and source power swirling around it, crashing towards the monster. Under their combined attack, the monster let out a painful roar, and its body began to collapse. In the end, the monster was completely defeated, and the illusory space gradually disappeared. They returned to the hall of the cave, where the magic crystal was located. The magic crystal emitted a soft light, seemingly acknowledging their efforts. "Did we pass the test?" Naruto asked. Luffy looked at the magical crystal and thought, "Maybe, but we still don't know how powerful this artifact really is." Just as they were contemplating, the magical crystal suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping them. They felt a powerful force surge into their bodies, enhancing their source power even further. "Is this the power of the magical crystal?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy nodded. "It seems we have successfully obtained the power of this artifact." Chapter 0874, Mighty. Luffy and Naruto, after gaining the power of the magical crystal, continue their journey in the world of fantasy god domain. Their steps are more resolute, and their eyes are filled with anticipation for future challenges. They walk through a desolate desert, where the scorching sun mercilessly bakes the ground, raising clouds of dust with every step. However, the powerful aura they emit seems to make the surrounding environment less harsh. Luffy, with the power of this magical crystal, feels that we can face more dangers now. Naruto looks at his hands, where the golden nine-tailed chakra intertwines with the glow of the magical crystal. Luffy nodded slightly, and the flames and lightning on the Sword of Thunderfire appeared even more formidable. But we cannot be complacent. The dangers in this world always exceed our imagination. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a mysterious power emanating from afar. This power was both unfamiliar and strong, making their hearts tighten. "Be careful. There is something new." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned his inner strength, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the mysterious power and soon arrived at an ancient ruin. The gates of the ruin were tightly shut, but the mysterious power was emanating from inside. The door was covered with ancient runes and patterns, radiating a mysterious aura. "This ruin looks unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, "Yeah, we need to be cautious. We don't know what dangers lie inside." They tried to open the gates of the ruin, but no matter how hard they tried, the door remained unmoved. Just when they were feeling puzzled, suddenly, the magic crystal emitted a beam of light that illuminated the door. The runes on the door began to flicker and then slowly opened. A powerful aura rushed out, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. "What is inside?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy tightly gripped the Raiden's sword, uncertain but aware that they needed to be cautious. This aura was very powerful, and there could be something extremely dangerous inside. They cautiously entered the ruins. A mysterious atmosphere permeated the ruins, and faint light flickered on the walls. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a massive magic circle. The magic circle emanated a powerful force, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. In the center of the magic circle, there was a mysterious object emitting a strange light. "What is that?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the mysterious object, uncertain of its nature. But he knew that the magic circle and this object must hold significant meaning. They needed to study it carefully. They began trying to interpret the runes on the magic circle and investigate the mysterious object. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about this ruin. It turned out that this ruin was an ancient magical laboratory where a powerful wizard once conducted dangerous experiments. The mysterious object was a powerful magical weapon created by the wizard, possessing the power to destroy the world. We can't let this magical weapon fall into the hands of evildoers, Luffy said. Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. We need to find a way to destroy it or seal it." They started looking for methods to destroy or seal the magical weapon. In the ruins, they encountered various mechanisms and traps, but with the power of the magic crystal and their wisdom, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they found a way to seal the magical weapon. They unleashed the power of the magic crystal and sealed the weapon in a special space. As the magical weapon was sealed, the magic circle in the ruins also lost its power and gradually disappeared. Chapter 0875, Grassland. After Luffy and Naruto successfully sealed the mysterious magical weapon, they continued their journey in the fantasy divine realm. Their figures appeared steadfast and confident on the vast land. The brilliance of the source power and the magical crystals shining together, as if proclaiming their determination to the world. They traveled along an ancient river, the water flowing gently and producing a pleasant sound. The scenery on both banks unfolded like a scroll, with lush forests, meadows blooming with exotic flowers, and mysterious creatures occasionally flying by. "Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises," Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful surroundings. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunderflame sword. "That's right, but we can't let our guard down. Danger can arise at any moment." Just as he spoke, they suddenly sensed a faint magical fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation was unlike any power they had encountered before. It carried a mysterious and ancient aura. "Be careful. Something's happening." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned his inner strength, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived in front of an ancient temple. The temple was tall and solemn, its walls carved with mysterious runes and patterns. The main door of the temple was tightly closed, but that magical fluctuation was emanating from within. "This temple looks unusual," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, saying, "Yeah, let's go take a look inside." They cautiously pushed open the temple's large door, and a powerful presence rushed towards them. The interior of the temple was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the gaps in the roof. In the center of the temple, there was a huge stone platform, on which lay an ancient book. "What kind of book is that?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the book, unsure of its significance, but it was clear that this book held great importance. They needed to be cautious. As they approached the stone platform, the moment their hands touched the book, a powerful force enveloped them. They felt as if their bodies were being drawn by mysterious power into an illusory space. In this illusory space, they saw ancient scenes. The images depicted the origins and development of the fantasy realm, as well as breathtaking battles. They gradually understood that this book was a compendium recording the history of the world and mysterious powers. "We need to study this book thoroughly," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they began to read the contents of the book seriously. As they delved deeper, they learned about a powerful force known as the Holy Power. This force could purify evil and protect the peace of the world. "We need to find the Holy Power," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "That's right. But we don't know where the divine power is. We need to continue exploring this world." With a desire for the divine power, they left the illusory space and returned to the temple. They decided to search for more clues about the divine power within the temple. After a thorough search, they discovered an ancient map in a corner of the temple. The map marked a mysterious location, said to hold the secrets of the divine power. "This might be our clue," Luffy said. Naruto looked at the map, then let's hurry up and set off. Following the map's guidance, they began a new adventure. Along the way, they encountered various challenges, including steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magic circles. However, with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious location marked on the map. It was a tranquil and beautiful valley, filled with a sacred aura. "Is this where the divine power is?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully sensed the atmosphere around him. It was very likely. We searched cautiously. They were exploring the valley carefully and finally discovered a huge crystal fountain deep in the valley. The crystal water splashing from the fountain emitted a sacred glow. "Is this the power of the sacred?" Naruto said in surprise. Luffy nodded. It seems so, but they didn't know how to obtain it. They began to think about how to acquire the holy power. After some observation, they discovered that the ground around the fountain was covered with mysterious runes, which might be the key to obtaining the holy power. They started to study these runes, trying to understand their meanings. After much effort, They finally uncovered the secret of the runes. It turned out that to obtain the holy power, a special ritual was required. Following the runes' instructions, they began the ritual. During the process, they felt a powerful force surging into their bodies. Their source power, the power of the magic crystals, and the holy power fused together, forming a brand new and powerful force. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Luffy also showed a relieved smile. Chapter 0876 Black Mist After Gaining the Divine Power. Luffy and Naruto were filled with a sense of strength. They knew well that this powerful force existed to protect the world of the fantasy god domain and must never be misused. They walked along a winding mountain path, surrounded by picturesque scenery, yet hidden dangers lurked nearby. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of freshness, as if reminding them to remain vigilant at all times. "Luffy, with this divine power, we feel an even greater responsibility," Naruto said, looking into the distance with a determined gaze. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. "That's right, we must use this power to protect this world and not let evil forces prevail." Just as he was saying this, they suddenly felt a strong, magical fluctuation coming from a distance. This fluctuation was different from before. It carried an evil and violent aura that sent chills down their spines. "Be careful, a powerful evil force has appeared." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned the holy power within him, preparing for battle. They quickly moved in the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a dark valley. The valley was filled with thick black mist, obscuring the situation inside. The evil magical fluctuation was emanating from the black mist. This place was filled with an aura of evil. Naruto frowned. Luffy stared intently at the black mist. "We need to be careful. There might be very powerful enemies hidden within." They cautiously walked into the valley. As they went deeper, the black mist became thicker, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Suddenly, a massive figure slowly emerged from the black mist. The figure was tall and menacing, exuding an aura of darkness. Its eyes glowed with a red light, as if they could penetrate a person's soul. "Who are you? Dare to invade my territory?" The evil figure let out a deep roar. Luffy looked at it without fear, saying, "We are warriors fighting to protect the world. You, evil being, will surely be defeated by us." Naruto also shouted, "That's right. We won't let you destroy this world." The evil figure let out a cold laugh, saying, "With just you two? How naive. I possess powerful dark energy, and you are no match for me." After saying that, the evil figure waved its hand, and a surge of powerful dark energy rushed towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the dark energy struck the ground, creating a huge pit. "This guy is really strong," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, "But we cannot back down. We must use the power of the divine to fight against it." They began to unleash their divine power, and light radiated from them, illuminating the entire valley. The evil figure felt the threat of the divine power and started to attack wildly. Dark energy clashed with divine power in the valley, creating loud explosions. The entire battlefield was shrouded in overwhelming power, making it difficult to see the situation of the fight. During the battle, Luffy and Naruto discovered that although the evil figure's attacks were powerful, it seemed to have a weakness. Whenever it launched a large-scale attack, it would have a brief pause. "Naruto, pay attention to this weakness. Let's take the opportunity to strike," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the evil figure launched another powerful attack, they simultaneously counterattacked. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the holy power on the blade intertwined with flames and lightning, forming a massive beam of light that slashed toward the weakness of the evil figure. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The Rasengan shimmering with a brilliance of holy power, containing immense strength. The evil figure was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. Its body was knocked back by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the evil figure was not so easily defeated. It quickly stood up, its aura becoming even more sinister. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? How naive," the evil figure roared. It began to frantically absorb the surrounding dark energy, its body growing larger and its aura becoming more powerful. Luffy and Naruto looked at the changes in the evil figure, filled with shock. They knew that this enemy had fallen into madness, and if they didn't stop it quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Naruto, we can't let it continue to absorb dark energy," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging towards the evil figure. However, at this moment, The evil figure had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the magical crystal they had obtained earlier. He decided to take a risk and merge the power of the magical crystal with the holy power. "Naruto, let's channel the power of the magical crystal together," Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds, drawing out the power of the magical crystal and merging it with the holy power. A powerful and mysterious force radiated from them. They charged towards the evil figure once more, and this time, their attacks carried the immense power of the fusion, striking with unparalleled force. The evil figure sensed this powerful force and showed a hint of fear on its face. But it was too late to evade, as it was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attacks. After a loud explosion, the evil figure was shattered into pieces. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the valley returned to tranquility. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 0877 Assistance. After successfully defeating the evil shadow, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey in the world of the fantasy divine realm. Their figures appeared particularly resolute under the sunlight, as the power of origin, holy power, and the light of magic crystals intertwined, seemingly narrating their legendary story. They walked across a vast grassland, where a gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing waves of fresh air. Flowers on the grassland bloomed in competition, their colorful hues unfolding like a painting before their eyes. "Luffy, this world is truly beautiful," Naruto said, filled with emotion as he gazed at the stunning scenery around them. Luffy nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Yes, but we cannot forget our mission. There are still many dangers in this world that await us." Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a faint magical fluctuation coming from afar. This fluctuation was different from the usual evil forces. It carried a mysterious and warm aura. "Be careful. Something's going on." Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also summoned the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the magical fluctuation and soon arrived at a tranquil village. The houses in the village were arranged in an orderly manner, and the villagers were busy with their lives, wearing happy smiles on their faces. The mysterious, magical fluctuation was coming from the center of the village. "This village looks very peaceful," Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but this magical fluctuation was very unusual. "So we need to investigate carefully." They walked into the village, and the villagers looked at them with curious expressions. An elderly villager stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Luffy politely replied, "We are warriors who set out on a journey to protect the world. We passed by here and felt a mysterious magical fluctuation, so we came to investigate." The villagers listened to their words, their faces showing surprise. An elder villager said, "So you're brave warriors. This magical fluctuation comes from the sacred spring in our village. The sacred spring has always protected our village, but recently its power has become unstable, and we don't know what has happened." Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances and decided to check out the sacred spring. They arrived at the edge of the spring and saw that the water was crystal clear, emitting a mysterious glow. However, the magical fluctuations in the water were indeed somewhat chaotic. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the holy spring, suspecting that something was affecting its power. "We need to find out the reason." They began investigating around the holy spring. After some effort, they discovered a mysterious passage at the bottom of the spring. The passage emitted a faint magical glow, sparking their curiosity. "Let's go down and take a look," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they cautiously entered the passage. It was dark and damp inside, with mysterious runes flickering on the walls. Deep within the passage, they found a huge magical array. The array radiated powerful energy, and the surrounding space seemed distorted. In the center of the magical array, there was a mysterious gem, shimmering with strange light. "What is this?" Naruto asked curiously. Luffy carefully observed the gem and the magic circle. "This gem might be the key to influencing the power of the holy spring. We need to handle it with care." They began to study the gem and the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about this magic circle. It turned out that this magic circle was an ancient seal, and the gem was the core of the seal. However, due to the passage of time and some unknown reasons, the seal began to loosen, thus affecting the power of the holy spring. "We must reseal this magic circle," Luffy said. Naruto nodded, "But we don't know how to do it." Luffy thought for a moment and said, "We can use our strength and the power of the magic crystal to try to reseal the magic circle." They began to take action. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunder and Flame with source power and holy power, making the light on the sword shine even brighter. Naruto also summoned the power within him to assist Luffy. They inserted the Sword of Thunder and Flame into the center of the magic circle and simultaneously unleashed the power of the magic crystal. A powerful force surged into the magic circle, causing the runes on it to begin to flicker and the sealing power to gradually restore. After much effort, they finally succeeded in resealing the magic circle. The light on the gem gradually stabilized, and the power of the holy spring returned to normal. The villagers, upon learning that they had successfully resolved the issue, expressed their gratitude to them. Chapter 0878, The Scroll. After solving the problem of the village's holy spring, Luffy and Naruto continued their adventure in the world of fantasy god domain. They walked along an ancient path, with the surrounding scenery tranquil and beautiful, as if it were a vivid painting. Luffy felt that their adventures became more meaningful every time they helped others. Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Luffy nodded slightly, tightly gripping the Thunder Flame sword. That's right. Our mission is to protect this world and allow more people to live in peace. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a mysterious aura coming from afar. This aura was both unfamiliar and powerful, tightening their hearts. Be careful, there's a new situation. Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also mobilized the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the direction of the aura, and soon arrived in front of an ancient castle. The castle was tall and imposing, its walls covered with ancient vines, exuding a mysterious aura. The castle's main door was tightly shut, but the mysterious aura was emanating from inside. This castle looks unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's go in and take a look. They cautiously approached the castle's main door, trying to open it. But no matter how hard they tried, the door wouldn't budge. Just as they were feeling confused, the magical crystal suddenly emitted a beam of light, shining on the door. The runes on the door began to flicker and then slowly opened. A powerful aura rushed out, causing them to take a few steps back. What is inside here? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunder Flame, uncertain yet cautious. This aura is very powerful. There might be something extremely dangerous inside. They walked into the castle, which was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the windows. In the center of the castle's hall, there was a huge magic circle emitting a mysterious glow. What is this magic circle for? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle, unsure of its significance, but it was clear that the magic circle held important meaning. They needed to study it carefully. They began to try to interpret the runes on the magic circle. After some effort, they finally uncovered some secrets about the castle. It turned out that this castle was an ancient magical relic, where a powerful wizard once conducted dangerous experiments. This magic circle was a powerful teleportation array he created, capable of leading to a mysterious place. Should we go to that mysterious place? Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment. This might be a dangerous decision, but they couldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps in that place, they would uncover more secrets about this world. They decided to take the risk and enter the teleportation array. After making sufficient preparations, they stood in the center of the magic circle. The magic circle emitted a strong light, enveloping them within. When the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. This was a world filled with mystery, with strange and beautiful scenery all around. There were enormous crystal mountains, shimmering lakes, and mysterious forests. What is this place? Naruto asked in astonishment. Luffy carefully observed the surroundings, unsure but knowing they had to be cautious. This place was filled with unknown dangers. They began to explore this mysterious world. During their exploration, they encountered various strange creatures and mysterious phenomena. There were talking flowers, flying stones, and crystals radiating powerful magical energy. But they also discovered that this world seemed to be shrouded in an evil force. They could feel a dark aura permeating the air, sending chills down their spines. We must find the source of this evil power and destroy it, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. That's right, we can't let this evil force ruin this beautiful world. They continued forward, searching for the source of the evil power. Along the way, they constantly enhanced their abilities and learned new magical skills to deal with potential dangers. Finally, they found the source of the evil power. It was a massive dark castle, exuding a powerful evil aura. Is this the source of the evil power? Naruto asked. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword. It was very likely. We need to respond cautiously. They cautiously approached the dark castle. The castle's main gate was tightly closed, but they could sense powerful enemies waiting for them inside. Just as they were about to enter the castle, suddenly, a group of dark creatures rushed out from around the castle. These creatures were of various shapes, some resembling gigantic monsters, while others looked like evil elves emanating strong dark power. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, charging ahead. He swung the Thunder Flame Sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful attack force. Naruto was not to be outdone, using wind, attribute magic, and the shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with these dark creatures. The attacks from the dark creatures were ferocious, putting them in a tough fight. However, they did not back down at all. With their tenacious will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the battle, they discovered that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader, and as long as they defeated this leader, they could weaken their strength. "Naruto, watch out for the leader of those creatures," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention, and he and his clones began searching for the leader of the dark creatures and launched an attack. After a hard-fought battle, they finally found the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader defeated, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch even more intense attacks, defeating them one by one. Chapter 0879. Abdomen. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark castle, and a suffocating aura greeted them. The interior of the castle was eerie and dim, with strange lights flickering on the walls, as if telling the terrifying stories that had once occurred here. "Luffy, it's so creepy here," Naruto said, frowning slightly, as the golden chakra of the Nine Tails slowly surged around him, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy tightly gripped the sword of thunder and flame, the flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, emanating a powerful force. "Be careful. There must be great danger hidden here." They cautiously made their way through the castle, every step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the castle, filled with anger and malice. "Something is coming out," Luffy whispered. Sure enough, moments later, a gigantic dark monster charged out from the depths of the castle. The creature was massive, exuding a thick aura of darkness, with eyes flickering with red light. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto asked in surprise. Luffy stared intently at the monster. No matter what it was, they had to defeat it. As soon as the monster saw Luffy and Naruto, it immediately launched an attack. It opened its massive jaws and spewed out a wave of dark energy toward them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the dark energy struck the ground, creating a huge pit. They unleashed their respective powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The monster's attacks were incredibly strong, putting them in a tough spot. But they showed no signs of retreating. With their tenacious will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, Luffy noticed a faint glow flickering on the monster's abdomen, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones to attack the monster's abdomen from different directions. Luffy also wielded the Thunder Flame Sword and seized the opportunity to strike. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the monster. It fell to the ground, gradually losing its life force. However, they had no time to rest, as they knew there were stronger enemies waiting for them in the castle. They continued forward and arrived at the core area of the castle. Here, they saw a massive dark magic circle. The magic circle emanated a powerful dark force that sent chills down their spines. "Is this the source of the evil power?" Naruto asked. Luffy nodded. It was very likely. "We need to find a way to destroy this magic array." They started to study how to break the dark magic array. After some effort, they discovered that at the core of the magic array was a dark gem. As long as this gem was destroyed, the magic array would be broken. However, getting close to the dark gem was not easy. Powerful dark energy surrounded the magic array for protection, and anyone who got too close would suffer serious harm. "What should we do?" Naruto asked. Luffy thought for a moment and said, "We can use the power of the holy light and a magic crystal to fight against the dark energy." They began to channel the holy light and the magic crystal's power within them. A radiant glow emanated from their bodies, countering the dark energy. Under the protection of the holy light and the magic crystal's power, they gradually approached the dark gem. When they reached out to touch the dark gem, a powerful rebound force sent them flying. It seemed it wouldn't be that easy. Luffy got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Naruto also stood up, his eyes filled with determination. "We can't give up. Let's try again." They once again channeled their powers and charged towards the dark gem. This time, they controlled their powers more carefully, gradually weakening the rebound force of the dark gem. After a hard struggle, they finally succeeded in destroying the dark gem. The dark magic array also collapsed, and the dark aura in the castle gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 0880 Influx. After Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the evil magic circle of the Dark Castle, they continued their journey in the world of fantasy God Domain. Their figures appeared especially resolute under the sunlight, radiating a glow that seemed to declare their determination to protect peace to the world. They walked along a clear stream, the water flowing gently and producing a pleasant sound. The surrounding scenery was picturesque, with shaded green trees and blooming flowers, making one feel refreshed. Luffy felt that the world became even more beautiful after each victory over evil. Naruto looked at the beautiful scenery around him, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. Luffy nodded slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Indeed, our efforts have not been in vain. But we cannot let our guard down. There are still many unknown dangers waiting for us in this world. Just as he was speaking, they suddenly felt a mysterious power coming from afar. This power was different from the usual evil aura. It carried a pure and powerful energy. Be careful, something's up. Luffy immediately became alert. Naruto also mobilized the power within him, ready for battle. They followed the source of the power, and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A faint mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the situation inside. The mysterious power was emanating from deep within the valley. This valley looks unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, let's go take a look. They cautiously entered the valley. As they ventured deeper, the mist grew thicker, and the temperature around them gradually dropped. Suddenly, a massive figure slowly emerged from the mist. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating a sacred light. Its eyes were like brilliant stars, making it hard to look directly at. Who are you? Why have you come here? The figure spoke in a deep and resonant voice. Luffy respectfully replied, We are warriors who set out on a journey to protect the world. We felt the mysterious power here, so we came to explore. The figure nodded slightly. Your courage and determination are commendable. This is a sacred place filled with powerful energy. But this power also attracts the covetous gaze of evil. You must be careful to protect it. After speaking, the figure disappeared into the mist. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, filled with confusion and vigilance. They began to search for the source of the mysterious power in the valley. After some effort, they finally found a massive crystal cave. The cave emanated a strong light, with countless crystal pillars shimmering with mysterious colors. Is this the source of the mysterious power? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the cave, feeling it was very likely, but they did not know what this power specifically did. They entered the cave, experiencing the powerful force. In the center of the cave, there was a huge crystal ball that seemed to contain endless energy. Just as they were about to further investigate the crystal ball, suddenly, a group of dark creatures rushed in from the entrance of the cave. These creatures exuded an evil aura, clearly attracted by the power of the crystal ball. Prepare to fight, Luffy shouted, charging forward. He wielded the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, creating a powerful attack force. Naruto was not to be outdone, using wind attribute magic and the shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with the dark creatures. The number of dark creatures was overwhelming, and their attacks were fierce. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, but they did not retreat at all. With their strong will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their footing. During the fight, they discovered that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader. As long as they defeated this leader, they could weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for the leader of those creatures, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning, and he and his clones began to search for the leader of the dark creatures and launch an attack. After a tough battle, they finally found the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader defeated, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched even more intense attacks, defeating them one by one. They successfully eliminated the threat of the dark creatures, but they knew this was only temporary. They had to find a way to protect the crystal ball and prevent evil forces from attacking again. They began to study the power of the crystal ball, trying to find a way to control it. After some effort, they finally discovered that the power of the crystal ball could be guided and controlled through a special ritual. They decided to perform this ritual to use the power of the crystal ball to protect the world. During the ritual, they felt a powerful force surging into their bodies, merging their source power, holy power, and the power of the magic crystal with the power of the crystal ball, forming a brand new powerful force. Chapter 0881 Unraveled. After Luffy and Naruto successfully harnessed the power of the crystal ball, They continued their journey in the world of fantasy god domain. Their figures were filled with determination and confidence, each step seemingly writing a legendary chapter. They climbed along an ancient mountain path, with peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist, as if it were a gateway to a mysterious land. Along the way, they encountered various peculiar creatures and natural landscapes, with glowing butterflies dancing among the flowers and clear spring water flowing down the mountains, converging into a beautiful waterfall. Luffy, this world is truly full of surprises, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the surrounding beauty. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. That's right, but we can't be deceived by these beautiful sights. Our mission is to protect this world, and we must remain vigilant at all times. They continued onward and finally reached the mountain peak. At the top, there was an ancient temple, its doors tightly shut but emanating a mysterious power. This temple looks very unusual, Naruto said. Luffy carefully observed the temple. There might be important secrets hidden here. Let's go in and take a look cautiously. They gently pushed open the temple's large door, and a powerful aura rushed towards them. The interior of the temple was spacious and dim, with only a few faint rays of light filtering in through the cracks in the roof. In the center of the temple, there was a huge stone platform, and on the platform lay an ancient book. What is that book? Naruto asked curiously. Luffy approached the stone platform and carefully observed the book. He didn't know why, but this book definitely held significant meaning. They needed to study it carefully. As they opened the book, it recorded ancient legends and mysterious powers about the world of fantasy domain. With their reading, they gradually learned that this world had once suffered a great disaster, where an evil force nearly destroyed the entire world. To save the world, a group of brave heroes stood up and engaged in a fierce battle against the evil force. In the end, they successfully sealed the evil power, but at a heavy cost. We must inherit the will of those heroes and protect this world, Naruto said firmly. Luffy nodded. That's right, we can't let the evil forces rise again. They continued to explore the temple and discovered some mysterious runes and patterns. These runes and patterns seemed to contain powerful energy, but they didn't know how to interpret them. Just when they felt confused, the magical crystal suddenly emitted a beam of light that illuminated those runes and patterns. The runes and patterns began to flicker and then gradually revealed some information. This is an ancient magical language, Luffy said. They started to work hard to decipher this magical language, and after some effort, they finally uncovered deeper secrets about this world. It turned out that there exists a powerful force known as the creation force in this world. This force can create and destroy worlds. It is the fundamental power of this world. We need to find the creation force and use it to protect the world, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. But we don't know where the power of creation is. We need to continue exploring this world and searching for clues. They left the temple and continued their adventure in the world of the fantasy divine realm. Along the way, they encountered many difficulties and challenges. Powerful monsters attacked them. Complex magical traps blocked their progress, and some evil forces tried to stop them from seeking the power of creation. But Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by these difficulties. With their tenacious will and strong power, they overcame each of these challenges. Their reputation also grew louder in this world, and many people began to admire them, seeing them as heroes. One time, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark forces. The people in the town lived in fear because an evil creature often roamed at night, attacking them. We must help these people, Naruto said. Luffy nodded. That's right. We need to understand the situation first and see what this evil creature really is. They began to investigate the evil creature by communicating with the townspeople, and learned that this evil creature was a monster controlled by dark powers. It was very powerful and difficult to kill. We need to find a way to discover its weakness, Luffy said. They explored around the town and finally discovered the lair of the evil creature. The lair was filled with a thick aura of darkness, making one shiver. Be careful. This place is dangerous, Luffy warned. They cautiously entered the lair, where many dark creatures were patrolling. They used their powers to quietly avoid these dark creatures and ventured deeper into the lair. In the deepest part of the lair, they finally found the leader of the evil creature. This leader was enormous, exuding a powerful dark force. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my territory? The evil creature leader roared in a deep voice. Luffy looked at it fearlessly and said, We are warriors fighting to protect the world. You, evil being, will surely be defeated by us. Naruto also shouted, That's right. We won't let you continue to harm these people. The leader of the evil creatures let out a cold laugh. Just you two? How naive. I possess powerful dark energy, and you are no match for me. After saying this, the leader waved his hand, and a powerful surge of dark energy surged towards Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, and the dark energy struck the ground, creating a huge crater. This guy is really strong, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but we cannot back down. We must use our strength to fight against it. They began to unleash their powers and engaged in a fierce battle with the evil creature leader. The leader's attacks were incredibly powerful, putting them in a tough spot. However, they did not retreat in the slightest. With their strong will and coordinated teamwork, they gradually stabilized their position. During the fight, they discovered that the leader's eyes were its weakness. Whenever it launched an attack, its eyes would flash, and that was the best time to strike. Naruto, watch its eyes. We'll take the opportunity to attack, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They waited for the right moment, and when the evil creature leader attacked again, they launched their counterattack simultaneously. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning on the blade intertwining to form a massive beam of light, slashing towards the eyes of the evil creature leader. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, super huge Rasengan, which shimmered with golden light, containing immense power, and hurled it towards the eyes of the evil creature leader. Chapter 0882, Leader. The evil creature leader was struck by this sudden attack, letting out a painful roar. Its body was knocked back by the tremendous force and crashed heavily to the ground. However, the evil creature leader was not so easily defeated. It quickly stood up, its aura becoming even more sinister. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive, the evil creature leader bellowed. It began to frantically absorb the dark energy around it, its body growing larger and its aura becoming stronger. Luffy and Naruto watched in shock as the evil creature leader transformed. They knew that this enemy had succumbed to madness, and if they didn't stop it quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto, we can't let it continue to absorb dark energy, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they unleashed their strongest powers, charging toward the evil creature leader. However, at that moment, the evil creature leader had become incredibly powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. In this critical moment, Luffy suddenly thought of the power of the crystal ball they had obtained earlier. He decided to take a risk and merge the crystal ball's power with their own. Naruto, let's channel the power of the crystal ball together, Luffy said. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They focused their minds, drawing out the power of the crystal ball and merging it with their own. A powerful and mysterious force emanated from them. They charged at the evil creature leader once more, and this time, their attack carried the immense power of their fusion, making it incredibly potent. The evil creature leader sensed this powerful force and showed a hint of fear on its face. But it was too late to dodge, and it was hit by Luffy and Naruto's attack. After a loud explosion, the evil creature leader was obliterated. The dark aura gradually dissipated, and the small town returned to tranquility. The townspeople learned that they had successfully defeated the evil creature leader and expressed their gratitude to them. Luffy and Naruto smiled humbly, then continued on their journey. They continued to adventure in the world of the fantasy divine realm, searching for clues about the power of creation. During this process, they met many like-minded individuals and formed a powerful team, working together to protect the world. One time, they arrived at a mysterious island. The island was shrouded in a mysterious aura, making it feel as if they had entered a different world. This island is quite unusual, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, yeah, let's explore carefully. They discovered an ancient ruin on the island. The ruins were filled with various mysterious runes and patterns, emanating powerful magical energy. There might be clues we need here, Luffy said. They began to explore the ruins, and after some effort, they finally found some clues about the power of creation. It turned out that the power of creation was sealed in a mysterious place, and only through a special ritual could the seal be broken. We need to find that mysterious place and unlock the seal of the power of creation, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but we don't know where that mysterious place is. We need to continue searching for clues. They continued exploring the ruins and finally discovered an ancient map. The map marked a mysterious location, said to be the place sealing the power of creation. This might be our clue, Luffy said. Naruto looked at the map, then let's hurry and set off. Following the map's guidance, they began a new adventure. Along the way, they encountered various hardships, such as steep mountains, rushing rivers, and mysterious magic circles. But with their strong will and powerful abilities, they overcame these difficulties one by one. Finally, they arrived at the mysterious place marked on the map. It was a tranquil and beautiful valley, filled with a sacred aura. Is this the place that seals the power of creation? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully sensed the atmosphere around him. It was very likely. We searched cautiously. They explored the valley carefully and finally discovered a huge sealing array deep within the valley. The sealing array emanated powerful energy, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Is this the sealing array that seals the power of creation? Naruto asked. Luffy nodded. It seems so, but we don't know how to unlock this sealing array. They began to study the sealing array, trying to find a way to break the seal. After some effort, they finally learned some secrets about the sealing array. It turns out that to unlock this sealing array, a special key is needed. We need to find that key, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, but we don't know where the key is. We need to keep searching for clues. They continued to explore the valley and finally discovered some clues about the key. The clues pointed to an ancient castle where the key was said to be located. Let's go check out that castle, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they headed in the direction of the castle. The castle was tall and imposing, with ancient vines crawling up its walls, exuding a mysterious aura. They carefully walked into the castle, which was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the windows. In the center of the castle's hall, there was a massive stone platform, on which lay an ancient key. Is that the key we're looking for? Naruto asked. Luffy carefully observed the key. It was very likely, but we didn't know if this key could truly unlock the seal array. They picked up the key and prepared to leave the castle. However, just as they reached the castle entrance, a group of dark creatures suddenly charged out from around the castle. These creatures emitted an evil aura, evidently drawn by the power of the key. Prepare for battle, Luffy shouted and charged forward first. He wielded the Thunder Flame sword, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a powerful attack force. Naruto was equally unyielding, using wind, attribute magic, and the shadow clone technique to engage in fierce combat with the dark creatures. The dark creatures were numerous, and their attacks were ferocious. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, but they showed no signs of retreat. With their strong will and tacit cooperation, they gradually stabilized their position. During the fight, they discovered that these dark creatures seemed to have a leader. Defeating this leader would weaken their power. Naruto, watch out for the leader of those creatures, Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning, and he, along with his clones, began searching for the leader of the dark creatures and launched an attack. After a hard-fought battle, they finally located the leader of the dark creatures and successfully defeated it. With the leader's defeat, the dark creatures began to fall into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto launched even more intense attacks, defeating them one by one. They successfully eliminated the threat of the dark creatures and returned to the valley with the key. They inserted the key into the seal array, which began to shimmer and then gradually opened. A powerful aura emanated from the seal array, and the power of creation was finally unleashed. Luffy and Naruto felt a tremendous force surge into their bodies, merging their source power, holy power, magical crystal power, and the power of creation into a brand new, powerful force. Chapter 0883. Wind Demon Dragon. After a burst of strange light flickered, Naruto and Luffy found themselves in a strange and fantastical world, Teyvat. The air here seemed to be filled with mysterious elemental power, and islands floated dreamily in the sky. However, before they could fully appreciate the marvelous scenery, they felt a strong and evil aura rushing towards them, the disastrous aura brought by the Wind Demon Dragon's rampage. The Wind Demon Dragon circled in the air, its massive body blocking out the sun. As it flapped its wings, it stirred up fierce winds, and its sharp claws and fearsome fangs were chilling. Its eyes, glowing with a ghostly light, gazed down at everything below, filled with a desire for destruction. Looking at the Wind Demon Dragon, Naruto showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. He quickly mobilized the chakra within him, and golden light flickered around his body. Luffy, let's go. This monster can't continue to destroy, Naruto shouted. Luffy tightly gripped the flame sword, the power of the source flowing along the blade, emanating a powerful aura. All right, let's defeat it together, he responded. The Wind Demon Dragon launched the first attack, opening its large mouth and unleashing strong wind blades. The wind blades came at Naruto and Luffy like sharp knives, cutting deep marks into the ground and severing trees in half. Naruto quickly cast a wind attribute magic skill combined with his own chakra, moving like a whirlwind to evade the wind blades' attacks. At the same time, he used the shadow clone technique, sending countless clones charging towards the Wind Demon Dragon in an attempt to disrupt its line of sight. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword. the flames and lightning power on the sword intertwining to form a powerful shield that blocked the wind blades. He seized the opportunity and charged towards the wind demon dragon, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each leap. As he approached the wind demon dragon, he leaped high, swinging the thunder flame sword towards the dragon's claws. The power of the sword collided with the dragon's scales, sparking bursts of fire. The wind demon dragon sensed their attack and let out an angry roar. It flapped its enormous wings, stirring up an even stronger gale. The gale was mixed with sharp stones, sweeping towards Naruto and Luffy. This attack had a wide range and immense power, putting them in a difficult situation. Naruto focused his energy and entered Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, his perception of the surrounding environment became more acute. He unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, the gigantic Rasengan spinning in his hand and emitting dazzling light. He threw the Rasengan into the gale, and its power collided with the wind, creating a violent explosion that temporarily dispersed part of the gale. Luffy used the power of the source to strengthen his body as he struggled against the fierce wind, making his way toward the wind demon dragon. He knew that he had to find the dragon's weakness to attack it more effectively. As he got closer, he noticed that after each powerful attack the wind demon dragon unleashed, a scale beneath its neck would faintly flicker, which could be its weak point. "Naruto, attack beneath its neck," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing Luffy's call, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge toward the area beneath the wind demon dragon's neck. He himself used wind attribute magic to swiftly fly toward the dragon with the help of the wind. Seeing them rushing toward its weakness, the wind demon dragon attempted to stop them with its claws and wings. However, Naruto skillfully dodged its attacks while his clones continuously drew the dragon's attention. Luffy seized the opportunity, leaping high once again as the Sword of Thunderfire gathered an even more powerful source of energy. He aimed for the weak spot beneath the wind demon dragon's neck and struck with all his might. The flames and lightning power on the sword exploded upon contact with the dragon's scales. The wind demon dragon let out a painful roar, its body shaking violently. Its attacks became more frenzied, recklessly lunging at Naruto and Luffy. Seizing the brief moment of confusion after the wind demon dragon was injured, Naruto enlarged his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, and slammed it down onto the dragon's wounded area. The force of a Rasengan caused a massive explosion when it collided with the wind demon dragon's body, sending it flying backward from shockwave. The wind demon dragon was severely injured, but it did not give up. It adjusted its posture in the air, its anger intensifying. It began to gather the wind elemental energy around it, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A massive vortex of wind elements formed around its body, containing powerful energy as if it wanted to suck everything into it. "This is bad. It's about to unleash its ultimate move," Luffy shouted. Naruto watched the wind demon dragon's attack with vigilance in his heart. He and Luffy quickly moved close together, standing back to back, ready to face this attack together. The wind demon dragon launched its attack, the enormous vortex of wind elements sweeping towards them. Everything in the path of the vortex was crushed. Naruto and Luffy unleashed their strongest defensive skills, merging source energy, chakra, and magic to form a solid shield. The wind elemental vortex struck the shield, generating immense pressure. The shield began to crack under the powerful attack, and Naruto and Luffy felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, their bodies trembling continuously. But they gritted their teeth and held on. "We can't lose," Naruto shouted, injecting more chakra into the shield. Luffy nodded and unleashed the power of the source to its fullest extent. Their belief and strength temporarily stabilized the shield. Just as the power of the wind element vortex began to weaken, they seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack simultaneously. Luffy plunged the thunder flame sword into the ground, triggering a powerful surge of lightning that raced across the ground towards the wind demon dragon. Naruto unleashed countless wind-style Rasengans infused with chakra, raining down upon the wind demon dragon like raindrops. The wind demon dragon had just finished unleashing a powerful attack and hadn't had time to recover when their counterattack struck. The lightning power and wind-style Rasengans exploded against its body, severely injuring it once again. This time, the wind demon dragon could no longer withstand it. It plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto and Luffy successfully defeated the wind demon dragon. Chapter 0884. Lord of the Running Wolves after defeating the wind demon dragon. Luffy and Naruto had no time to catch their breath when a more chilling aura approached from a distance. It was the presence of the North Wind Wolf King. carrying a bone-chilling cold and wild killing intent. The North Wind Wolf King appeared, its massive body resembling a moving iceberg, with white fur shimmering with cold light under the sun, as if every hair was a sharp ice blade. Its eyes were like deep cold pools, exuding endless majesty and wildness, with sharp fangs protruding from its gaping maw, frosted at the tips. Each step it took left deep ice marks on the ground, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, with the cold wind howling violently around them. Naruto felt the chill and couldn't help but shiver, but his gaze remained resolute. "This guy looks tough to deal with, Luffy," he said, quickly forming hand seals. "Try to use chakra to resist the cold." Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly, the power of the source surging through the blade, emitting heat that contrasted sharply with the surrounding cold. No matter how strong it is, we cannot back down." The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense their provocation and let out a deafening roar. The roar was like the cold wind of winter, carrying icy magic that struck at Naruto and Luffy's eardrums. Then it suddenly kicked off the ground and charged at them like a bolt of white lightning. As it ran, the ground beneath it quickly froze, ice spikes erupting from the surface, extending towards the two. Seeing this, Naruto immediately cast Wind Attribute Magic, using the wind to leap high into the air, avoiding the attack of the ice spikes. At the same time, his shadow clones surged towards the North Wind Wolf King like a tide, each clone emanating powerful chakra fluctuations, attempting to attack the Wolf King from all directions. Luffy charged towards the North Wind Wolf King against the biting wind, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning energy on the sword intertwined, forming a scorching arc of light. As he got closer to the North Wind Wolf King, he swung down with all his might. The arc collided with the Wolf King's icy claws, erupting in a burst of energy that fused ice and fire. Ice shards and sparks flew everywhere, and the surrounding air turned to mist due to the sudden temperature change. The North Wind Wolf King was blocked by Luffy's attack, but remained unharmed. Its cold eyes locked onto Luffy, a glimmer of disdain flashing in its gaze. It let out another roar, and the surrounding cold winds intensified, forming spirals of ice blades. These tornadoes swept towards Luffy and Naruto, with the ice blades spinning rapidly within, cutting everything in their path to shreds. In the air, Naruto performed sage techniques, surrounding his body with a layer of chakra shield. He manipulated wind attribute chakra, attempting to slip through the gaps in the tornadoes to find an opportunity to attack the North Wind Wolf King. He constantly changed positions, gathering the sage technique, super large Rasengan in his hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the North Wind Wolf King. Luffy fiercely confronted the ice blade tornado on the ground. He infused the sword of Thunder Flame with source power, causing the blade to shine even brighter. He quickly spun his body, creating a whirlwind of swords to fend off the attacks of the ice blade tornado. Each collision between ice blades and the sword produced a crisp sound, and his figure darted through the intertwining ice and fire, constantly closing in on the North Wind Wolf King. Seeing Luffy getting closer, the North Wind Wolf King suddenly stopped controlling the tornado. It leaped into the air, its massive body tracing a graceful arc as it lunged toward Luffy. During the pounce, enormous ice spikes formed on its claws, radiating bone-chilling cold as they stabbed toward Luffy. Luffy sensed the attack from the North Wind Wolf King, and he showed no fear. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling all the source power in his body to unleash a powerful energy shockwave. This shockwave surged towards the North Wind Wolf King, colliding with its ice spear. In an instant, the brilliance of the energy illuminated the entire battlefield, and the tremendous impact scattered the surrounding ice blade tornadoes. Naruto seized the opportunity, diving down from the sky towards the North Wind Wolf King. The Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken in his hand, was launched towards the back of the North Wind Wolf King, and the power of the Rasen Shuriken rubbed against the Wolf King's ice defense, producing a piercing sound. The North Wind Wolf King felt the attack from behind and angrily twisted its body, trying to shake off Naruto. At the same time, it unleashed a wave of extreme cold frost breath towards Luffy, and the frost rapidly spread, aiming to freeze Luffy in place. Luffy quickly pulled out the Thunder Flame sword from the ground and unleashed a skill interweaving fire and lightning, attempting to dispel the frosty aura. However, this frosty aura was extremely cold, and his movements gradually became sluggish. Naruto, seeing Luffy in trouble, increased the output of his Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, to try to distract the North Wind Wolf King. The North Wind Wolf King sensed the enhancement of Naruto's attack and had to divert some of its power to defend against him. At that moment, Luffy finally broke free from the binding of the frosty aura. He charged towards the Northwind Wolf King, gathering even more powerful source energy on the Thunderflame sword. He and Naruto formed a pincer attack, preparing to strike the Northwind Wolf King once more. Faced with the two-man assault, the Northwind Wolf King remained calm. It let out another roar, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A thick layer of ice armor appeared around its body, shimmering with mysterious runes that enhanced its defense. At the same time, a stronger ice elemental power began to gather on its claws, ready to meet their attack. The battle grew increasingly intense, with Naruto and Luffy's fierce clash with the Northwind Wolf King reaching a fever pitch. Their powers collided with the Wolf King's ice power, each attack containing immense energy, and the entire battlefield was enveloped in ice, snow, flames, and lightning, resembling a doomsday scene. Chapter 0885. Ice Armor. Luffy and Naruto faced the layer of shimmering mysterious runes on the Frost Wolf King's icy armor without any hesitation. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame sword high above his head and began chanting an ancient incantation, one he had comprehended through countless battles. A mantra that could unleash deeper powers of the source. As the incantation was chanted, the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword became more violent, as if they were trying to break free from the sword's constraints. Flame Thunderbreak, Luffy shouted, swinging out a massive flame thunder sword energy towards the Frost Wolf King. This sword energy carried an earth-shattering momentum, slicing through the air as it aimed for the Wolf King's icy armor. Where the sword energy passed, the ground was torn apart, creating a deep chasm, and the surrounding ice and snow were instantly vaporized by the intense heat and lightning impact. Naruto was not to be outdone. He maximized the power of the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. His figure became blurred as he spun at high speed, the surrounding air being driven by his powerful chakra, forming a small storm. He seized the moment and charged towards a densely rune-covered point on the Frost Wolf King's icy armor, ready to shatter the defensive core of the armor with the power of the Rasen Shuriken. The Frost Wolf King sensed the terrifying power of their attacks, and a hint of seriousness flashed in its cold eyes. It stomped down hard on the ground, causing the runes on its armor to glow brightly, as a large amount of ice surged from beneath its feet, quickly forming a massive ice wall in front of it. The ice wall was crystal clear, with complex ice patterns inside, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art, yet the defensive power it contained was not to be underestimated. Luffy's Flame Thunder Sword Chi struck the ice wall first, the powerful impact causing the ice wall to tremble violently. Flames burned on the ice wall, and lightning coursed through it, causing cracks to appear. However, the ice wall's repairability was also extremely strong, under the influence of runes. New ice blocks continuously formed the cracks, attempting to fill the gaps. Just as the Flame Thunder Sword Chi and the ice wall reached a stalemate, Naruto crashed into the ice wall with Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the ice wall, a loud explosion rang out, and powerful chakra impacted the internal structure of the ice wall. The wind attribute chakra surrounding the Rasengan acted like sharp blades, slicing through the ice wall and causing the cracks to rapidly expand. Seeing this, the Northwind Wolf King let out an angry roar. It increased its energy output against the ice wall, instantly enhancing its thickness and strength. At the same time, it spewed out countless ice spikes from its mouth, which shot toward Luffy and Naruto like sharp arrows. The ice spikes split during their flight, quickly forming a rain of ice spikes that covered a large area of the sky. Luffy and Naruto had to temporarily stop their attack on the ice wall to dodge the ice spikes. Luffy quickly swung his Thunder Flame sword, and the sword flowers danced, forming a curtain of swords that blocked the ice spikes shot at him. Each ice spike that struck his sword generated a powerful impact, numbing his arms. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Naruto, on the other hand, utilized the shadow clone technique, allowing his clones to form a defensive line around him. The clones used their bodies to block the ice spikes, buying time for Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed Wind Attribute Magic, creating a whirlwind shield around himself. The ice spikes collided with the whirlwind shield, getting sucked into it and then shredded by the powerful wind. After dodging the ice spike attack, Luffy and Naruto once again turned their attention to the Northwind Wolf King. Although the ice wall remained sturdy, it had developed noticeable weak points under their combined assault. "Let's do it again," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they charged toward the ice wall once more. This time, they fused their powers together. Luffy's flame thunder power intertwined with Naruto's chakra, forming a brand new energy. This energy displayed vibrant colors, containing incredibly powerful strength. They rushed toward the ice wall with this fused energy, striking the weak point like two shooting stars. This time, the ice wall could no longer withstand such a powerful attack, collapsing in a dazzling burst of light. The North Wind Wolf King, seeing the ice wall break, showed no signs of retreat. Its icy armor glowed even brighter as it lunged at the two. During the attack, a layer of frost aura appeared around its body, taking on tangible forms and sharp shapes that lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated, attacking the North Wind Wolf King from both sides. Luffy executed a set of exquisite sword techniques, with a Thunder Flame sword in his hand, moving like a nimble spirit. Each swing precisely striking the weak points of the frost aura, shattering it. Meanwhile, Naruto continuously used a combination of shadow clones and Rasengan to attack the North Wind Wolf King's flanks from different angles, trying to divert its attention. Despite being besieged by the two, the North Wind Wolf King remained agile. It skillfully dodged some attacks, while counterattacking with its ice claws and fangs. Each time it swung its ice claws, it left trails of ice in the air, containing powerful ice elemental energy that could inflict continuous damage on its enemies. The battle entered a more intense phase, with both sides unleashing their full power. On the battlefield, ice and fire, lightning intertwined, and waves of energy continuously struck the surrounding environment. Luffy and Naruto knew that this battle against the North Wind Wolf King was yet another severe test for them on the Teyvat continent, and they had to give it their all. Chapter 0886. The Dragon in the Fierce Battle. The clash between Luffy, Naruto, and the North Wind Wolf King grew increasingly intense. Each attack and counterattack was accompanied by powerful energy collisions, turning the entire battlefield into chaos. Luffy's Thunderfire sword began to show subtle cracks on the blade during his ongoing confrontation with the North Wind Wolf King. However, he showed no signs of retreat, his eyes burning with indomitable fighting spirit. He took a deep breath and poured his source power wholeheartedly into the sword. To his surprise, the cracks gradually repaired under the nurturing of the source power, and the Thunderfire sword emitted an even more dazzling light. Seizing an opportunity in the Wolf King's attack, he lunged forward in a swift motion, the Thunderfire sword transforming into a streak of light, piercing directly toward the Wolf King's abdomen. This strike contained all his strength, with flames and lightning intertwining on the blade, forming a swirling vortex of energy as if to devour the Wolf King. The North Wind Wolf King sensed Luffy's fierce attack and forcefully twisted its massive body in the air, trying to evade the fatal blow. However, Luffy's speed was too fast, and the blade still carved a deep wound along the Wolf King's side. The ice armor at the wound shattered, and blood gushed out. But as soon as the blood left the Wolf King's body, it instantly froze into ice beads, scattering on the ground. The North Wind Wolf King let out a painful and furious roar, its voice like a piercing cold wind, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Its eyes turned blood red, filled with killing intent. It suddenly turned around and unleashed an extremely cold frost storm towards Luffy. This frost storm contained countless tiny ice blades, each one like a finely honed dagger, emitting a bone-chilling cold as they spun at high speed. The frost storm surged towards Luffy with overwhelming force, freezing the ground beneath it and seemingly solidifying the surrounding air. Luffy faced the fierce frost storm without any fear. He plunged the sword of Thunderfire into the ground, quickly forming hand seals with both hands while chanting incantations. With a spell, a massive source power shield unfolded in front of him. The shield shimmered with mysterious runes, which resonated with the power of the sword of Thunderfire. The frost storm crashed against the shield, producing a deafening roar. Ice blades continuously struck the shield, splattering brilliant ice flowers everywhere. The shield began to waver under the tremendous impact, but Luffy gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to maintain its stability. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. Seeing Luffy in trouble, he immediately unleashed his new skill. He brought his hands together, and the chakra within him surged like a raging river. He perfectly fused wind attribute chakra with the chakra of the Nine Tails, then suddenly spread his hands apart and shouted, "Wind release." Nine Tails spiraling shuriken. A gigantic spiraling shuriken formed in his hands, unlike any before, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful wind attribute chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power several times over. Holding the wind release, 9 tails spiraling shuriken, Naruto charged towards the North Wind Wolf King. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Utilizing his speed advantage, he skillfully dodged the North Wind Wolf King's Frost Storm and reached behind the Wolf King. Without hesitation, he slammed the Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken into the Wolf King's back. The moment the spiraling shuriken made contact with the Wolf King's back, a powerful burst of wind attribute chakra exploded, cutting through the Wolf King's icy armor like a sharp blade. The 9 chakra tails also began to thrash wildly, wrapping around the Wolf King's body and restricting its movements. The North Wind Wolf King sensed the tremendous threat from behind and attempted to break free from Naruto's restraints. But Naruto held the spiraling shuriken tightly, preventing any chance of escape. During the struggle, the Wolf King's icy armor was continuously damaged by the spiraling shuriken, and more blood flowed from the wounds, staining the surrounding ice and snow red. Just then, Luffy also broke through the Frost Storm's assault. Although his source power shield was riddled with holes, he still maintained formidable combat strength. Seeing that Naruto had successfully restrained the North Wind Wolf King, he felt a surge of joy. He once again raised the Sword of Thunderfire and charged towards the North Wind Wolf King. This time, he unleashed his strongest sword technique, Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash. This move was something he had accidentally comprehended during previous adventures, requiring a massive amount of source power but possessing astonishing power. Luffy leaped high into the air, the Sword of Thunder Flame spinning above his head, forming a massive energy sphere. The energy sphere contained flames, lightning, and the power of origin, which fused and compressed together, emitting a destructive aura. Luffy let out a loud roar and hurled the energy sphere towards the North Wind Wolf King. As the energy sphere flew, it continuously grew larger, becoming as dazzling as a small sun when it approached the North Wind Wolf King. The North Wind Wolf King sensed an unprecedented crisis and exerted all its strength to break free from Naruto's restraints. It turned around to face Luffy's Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, opening its mouth wide to unleash a massive ice crystal. This ice crystal was condensed from its own life force, radiating an incredibly cold aura. The ice crystal flew towards the energy sphere, and the two collided in midair, instantly triggering a massive explosion. The energy waves generated by the explosion spread outward from the point of detonation. The surrounding mountains trembled violently under the impact of the energy waves, causing the accumulated snow on the peaks to slide down, resulting in enormous avalanches. Trees in the forest were uprooted, and some small lakes were evaporated almost entirely. Luffy and Naruto were thrown backward by the shockwave, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing themselves. The North Wind Wolf King also suffered a significant impact. Its massive body tossed into the air by the energy waves before crashing heavily to the ground. Its icy armor was shattered, and blood flowed continuously from its wounds, leaving it in a weakened state. However, its gaze remained fierce. It knew that the battle was not over yet, and it could not fall just like that. Luffy and Naruto stood up, exchanging a glance, seeing unwavering determination in each other's eyes. Thus, they charged once more towards the North Wind Wolf King, ready to face the final battle. Chapter 0887. Frost Luffy and Naruto charged towards the weakened, yet still fierce North Wind Wolf King, their footsteps echoing resolutely on this ravaged battlefield. The howling wind whipped around, carrying shards of ice and snow, seemingly amplifying the tense atmosphere for this final battle. The thunder flame sword in Luffy's hand shone with an indomitable light, although the cracks on the sword blade had increased due to the previous energy impact. That light became even more intense, as if a source of power had erupted in a desperate situation. His gaze was fixed on the North Wind Wolf King, like a cheetah watching its prey, not missing any movement from the Wolf King. He took the initiative to attack, his figure moving like lightning. The Thunder Flame sword creating a dazzling display of light and shadow, with sharp and varied sword moves, each strike aimed at the Wolf King's vital points. Flames danced on the blade, and thunder crackled in the air, violently colliding with the frost around the Wolf King, creating a spectacular and dangerous scene of ice, fire, and lightning interwoven. Naruto, on the side, coordinated with Luffy's attack. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the surrounding air began to fluctuate violently. Shadow, clone jutsu! He shouted loudly, and in an instant, countless shadow clones appeared on the battlefield. These clones, like Naruto himself, were filled with fighting spirit in their eyes, rushing towards the North Wind Wolf King like a tide. Each clone performed different ninjutsu, some through wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged in close combat with the Wolf King trying to distract its attention and create better attack opportunities for Luffy. Although the North Wind Wolf King was heavily injured, as the ruler of this icy plane, its fighting instincts still allowed it to unleash astonishing power. Enduring the pain, its massive claws struck the ground, and a powerful frost force spread outward from its center. This frost force instantly froze some of the nearby shadow clones, which became like ice sculptures, shimmering with cold light under the sun. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and spat out ice spikes, which shot towards Luffy and Naruto like dense raindrops. The ice spikes flew at high speed, freezing the air wherever they passed, making a hissing sound. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, shattering the ice spikes aimed at him one by one. Flames and lightning danced along the blade, each collision with the ice spikes creating waves of energy. His figure weaved effortlessly through the rain of ice spikes, continuously closing in on the North Wind Wolf King. Meanwhile, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to change formations, with some clones using their bodies to block the ice spikes, buying time for the other clones and his main body. The main body of Naruto continued to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. Just as Luffy was about to reach the North Wind Wolf King, the Wolf King suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar was imbued with a mysterious magical power, causing the surrounding ice and snow to frantically gather around it. In the blink of an eye, the North Wind Wolf King's body was covered by a thick layer of ice and snow armor, which was adorned with sharp ice spikes, each radiating a powerful chill. The Wolf King's injuries seemed to be alleviated to some extent under the protection of the ice and snow armor, and its breath became more stable. Oof, a dying struggle. Luffy snorted coldly, showing no fear. He leaped high into the air, raising the Thunder Flame sword above his head, and the power of Origin surged into the blade like a torrent. Flame Thunder Breakthrough Slash, he shouted, then slashed down fiercely toward the North Wind Wolf King. This strike carried a devastating momentum, and the flames and lightning on the sword formed a massive energy dragon that charged toward the Wolf King's ice and snow armor. The energy dragon clawed and clawed, distorting the very space it passed through. Seeing Luffy unleash a powerful attack, Naruto no longer held back. He brought his hands together, pushing his chakra to the limit. Sage Art, True Super Large Rasen Shuriken. A gigantic Rasen Shuriken appeared in his hands, larger than any he had created before, surrounded by a layer of golden light, symbolizing the fusion of Ninetales chakra and sage power. Naruto charged toward the North Wind Wolf King at breakneck speed, leaving a long golden trail behind him. He and Luffy launched their attacks on the Wolf King simultaneously, their strikes colliding with the Wolf King's ice and snow armor like two shooting stars. The ice and snow armor trembled violently under their combined assault. The ice spikes began to shatter, and countless cracks appeared on the armor. The North Wind Wolf King felt unprecedented pressure, pouring all of its remaining strength into the ice and snow armor in an attempt to withstand this fatal blow. However, Luffy and Naruto's attack was simply too powerful. After holding on for a moment, the ice and snow armor finally shattered in a dazzling burst of light. The North Wind Wolf King was thrown backward by the immense impact, crashing heavily to the ground and dragging a long trail in the snow. Its body was injured in multiple places, blood staining the surrounding snow. It still struggled to rise, its eyes filled with unwillingness and fury. Luffy and Naruto slowly walked up to the North Wind Wolf King, their eyes showing no hint of disdain, for they knew that this Wolf King still possessed formidable strength even now. They were prepared to face the Wolf King's final counterattack, as the decisive battle against the North Wind Wolf King was about to reach its conclusion. Chapter 0888. Defeating the North Wind Wolf King. The North Wind Wolf King struggled to hold up its battered body and swayed as it stood. Its massive form appeared increasingly desperate in the snow. Each breath came with heavy wheezing, and the blood seeping from its wounds quickly froze into ice in the cold air. It could not conceal the burning anger and unwillingness in its eyes. Its starlight gaze fixed intently on Luffy and Naruto, and a deep growl emanated from its throat, echoing like the harshest winter wind, howling across the battlefield and making the surrounding air seem to tremble, as if issuing a final challenge to these two powerful opponents. Luffy tightly gripped the Thunder Flame sword, his knuckles turning white from the force. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined and leaped, reflecting on his resolute face, as if a war god had descended. His gaze was piercing, staring directly at the North Wind Wolf King, each look seemingly narrating his determination to fight. Your brutality should end here. This continent should no longer suffer from your ravages. His voice was steady and powerful, like the beating of war drums, each word echoing in the air. After speaking, he slowly stepped forward, a seemingly ordinary step, yet containing the surging source power within him. As his foot landed, the ground trembled slightly, and energy ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread outwards from him, causing the surrounding snowflakes to be stirred up, forming a small white vortex around him. Naruto stood beside Luffy, quickly forming hand seals with his hands, the complex gestures leaving traces in the air. As the seals were completed, the sage art, true super large Rasengan, gradually took shape in his hands. This Rasengan was larger than ever before, radiating a dazzling chakra light. The light shone like a golden sun, illuminating the blood-soaked snowfield covered in blood and ice, melting the snow and revealing the land ravaged by battle beneath. This is to protect the peace of this land. For those lives you have harmed, Naruto said firmly, his voice filled with the power of righteousness, each syllable carrying an undeniable conviction. The North Wind Wolf King seemed to sense the approach of death, letting out a deafening howl. The howl resonated like an ancient elegy, echoing through the valley, lingering for a long time. Accompanied by the howl, the surrounding ice and snow seemed to respond to some kind of call, swirling towards it. Snowflakes spun rapidly around it, forming a massive snowstorm. In the storm, the figure of the North Wind Wolf King flickered in and out of view, its power reaching its peak at that moment. Suddenly, it pushed off the ground and charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Each of its steps contained immense power, leaving deep claw marks on the ground, each mark instantly covered by a thick layer of ice. As it ran, a path of ice formed on the ground, reflecting cold light, as if it were a passage of death. Its claws condensed the last trace of ice elemental power, the power sharp as a blade, glimmering with a ghostly blue cold light, seemingly ready to tear everything apart. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they charged towards the North Wind Wolf King simultaneously. Luffy was like a bolt of lightning, leaping high into the air, his figure tracing a graceful arc. The Thunder Flame sword swung in his hand, with flames and lightning power intertwining on the blade, forming a massive, lifelike energy dragon. This energy dragon bared its fangs and claws, its scales made of fire shimmering with intense light, while lightning danced around its body, each flash accompanied by a deafening roar. Luffy swung this sword, filled with all his source power, towards the North Wind Wolf King's head with all his might. The sword seemed to tear through the sky, igniting the air wherever it passed, creating a brilliant fiery passage. Naruto, like a golden meteor, rushed towards the North Wind Wolf King. The Sage Art, true super ultra big ball Rasengan in his hand spun rapidly, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The chakra surrounding the Rasengan surged like roaring waves, continuously rolling and undulating, the golden light becoming increasingly dazzling, almost blinding. He unhesitatingly pushed this Rasengan, containing world-destroying power, towards the Wolf King's abdomen. As the Rasengan flew, the surrounding air was distorted and deformed by its immense power, forming visible ripples that spread outward. In a flash of light, as dazzling as a solar explosion, Luffy's sword and Naruto's Rasengan struck the North Wind Wolf King simultaneously. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, followed by a deafening roar. The immense energy erupted at the point of contact, forming a gigantic energy vortex. This vortex resembled a black hole in the universe, possessing unimaginable suction, mercilessly drawing everything around it into its depths. The howling wind surged, its power several times stronger than the previous snowstorm. Wherever the wind blew, huge ice blocks and hard rocks were effortlessly swept into the air, then torn to pieces. Snowflakes instantly turned to powder under the impact of the energy, mixing with the rising dust and debris, creating a chaotic scene. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this force, the sky illuminated as if it were daytime, while the earth trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. As the light gradually faded and the smoke cleared, the massive body of the North Wind Wolf King collapsed like a crumbling mountain, crashing to the ground and kicking up large clouds of snow mist. The mist spread out, shrouding everything around in a white haze. Its eyes slowly closed, the once majestic and wild light vanished, and the ice elemental power within it dissipated like receding tidewaters. With the fall of the Wolf King, the land finally returned to calm, with only the howling wind remaining to recount the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Luffy and Naruto stood in place, breathing heavily. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and blood seeped from the injuries, staining their clothes. Luffy's arm trembled slightly from the immense recoil, the thunder flame sword embedded in the ground, supporting his weary body. Naruto was kneeling on one knee, his face smeared with a mixture of sweat and blood, but his eyes shone with the joy of victory. "We did it, Naruto," Luffy said, a tired yet content smile appearing on his lips. His voice was a bit hoarse, a result of shouting too forcefully during the battle. "Yeah, this guy was really tough. But this continent can be at peace for now," Naruto replied, releasing Sage Mode, a wave of intense fatigue washing over him. He wiped the grime from his face. Looking at the battlefield that was gradually calming down, his eyes sparkling with relief. The surrounding ice and snow began to melt slowly under the sunlight, with the water flowing gently, nurturing the land that had suffered from the ravages of battle. The melted snow gathered into small streams, flowing along the grooves in the ground, producing a crisp sound, as if the earth was cheering for this victory. The distant mountains revealed their tranquil and magnificent outlines after the smoke cleared, the snow atop the peaks shining in the sunlight, as if adorning this victorious land with sparkling crowns. The sky was a clear blue, and the white clouds floated leisurely in the air like cotton candy. Chapter 0889. Golden. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto began to survey the battlefield. The surroundings were in chaos, with water stains from the melted snow and blood, shattered ice blocks, and rocks intertwined. Witnessing the brutality of the fierce battle that had just taken place, they walked towards the corpse of the North Wind Wolf King, each step filled with respect for this powerful opponent. Although it was an enemy, the strength and tenacious fighting spirit it displayed deserved to be remembered. As they approached, they could feel the lingering ice elemental power on the Wolf King's body. The cold was still piercing, yet no longer posed a threat. This battle was truly not easy, and I hope the people of this land can be spared from its threat, Naruto remarked with emotion, squatting down to gently stroke the Wolf King's fur, his eyes filled with complex feelings. Luffy nodded. "Yes, it's a worthy opponent. We must continue forward. We don't know how many more dangers like this await us on this continent." He gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and resolute. The mountains stretched endlessly, shining with a golden light under the sun, as if calling for unknown adventures. Just then, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. The two immediately became alert and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a group of people dressed in strange attire approaching them. Some held staffs, while others carried bows and arrows, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. "Who are you? Did you defeat the North Wind Wolf King?" A person who seemed to be the leader asked loudly, his voice echoing across the empty battlefield. Luffy took a step forward and said, "We are travelers passing through this place. We couldn't bear to see the Wolf King continue to wreak havoc, so we took action." Upon hearing this, the group showed expressions of surprise and gratitude. The leader stepped forward, bowed deeply to Luffy and Naruto, and said, "Thank you. The Northwind Wolf King has been terrorizing our home for a long time, and we have had no way to deal with it. You are our benefactors." Naruto smiled and scratched his head, saying, "No need to thank us. It's what we should do." "Are you residents of this land?" The leader nodded and began to tell them the story of the land. It turned out that this was a border area of Teyvat, where people had been living a peaceful life until the Northwind Wolf King appeared. It brought endless cold and destruction, causing many to lose their homes and loved ones. They had tried to resist, but the Wolf King's power was too great, and they suffered heavy losses each time. "We once thought our lives would be forever shrouded in darkness, but we didn't expect you to appear," the leader said, tears glistening in his eyes. Luffy patted the leader's shoulder and said, "We will continue to protect the peace of this land. Have you noticed any other unusual situations? For example, are there any other places experiencing similar dangers?" After pondering for a moment, the leader replied, "Recently, we have heard some rumors that in the mysterious forest to the north, a mysterious power is stirring. It was originally our sacred place, but now strange sounds and lights are coming from there, and we dare not approach." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. "Let's go take a look," Naruto said. "Yeah, maybe this is our next challenge," Luffy replied. After bidding farewell to the grateful residents, Luffy and Naruto headed north. Along the way, they traversed valleys and rivers covered in ice and snow, the scenery around them growing colder and more mysterious. As they gradually approached the mysterious forest, an enigmatic aura filled the air, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Finally, they reached the edge of the mysterious forest. The trees here were tall and ancient, their trunks etched with strange runes and patterns. The branches intertwined to form a natural barrier, blocking most of the sunlight and casting a gloomy darkness within the forest. "Something feels off here," Luffy said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. Naruto sensed the oppressive atmosphere as well. He activated Sage Mode and cautiously stepped into the forest. A thin mist enveloped the area, with shadows of various shapes flickering within it, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from deep within the forest, a sound like nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down their spines. Immediately after, a flock of blackbirds flew overhead, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. Their flight stirred a bone-chilling wind that made Luffy and Naruto shudder. "Be careful, something's about to come out," Naruto warned, his body surrounded by golden chakra, ready to face any potential danger. Luffy nodded, his sword's power surged within him, resonating with the light of the Thunder Flame Sword. They continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0890, Vanishing. As the sharp cries faded away, the forest fell into a dead silence, with only the sounds of Luffy and Naruto stepping on the dry branches and fallen leaves. The fog grew thicker, and the surrounding trees resembled monstrous creatures with bared fangs and claws. Strange runes flickered in and out of visibility in the mist, as if whispering ancient curses. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and huge cracks spread out from beneath their feet. Countless black vines emerged from the fissures, covered in sharp thorns like steel needles, rapidly twisting toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swiftly swung the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, cutting through the approaching vines. The severed vines fell to the ground, still writhing and oozing black juice, which made a sizzling sound as it touched the ground, corroding small pits. Naruto then unleashed his wind chakra, creating a powerful whirlwind that surrounded him. The whirlwind acted like sharp blades, shredding any vines that attempted to get close. However, the vines continued to surge from the cracks, seemingly endless. This situation couldn't go on. We have to find the source of these vines, Luffy shouted, as he charged towards the direction where the vines were most densely pouring out, the Thunder Flame Sword drawing a dazzling arc of light in front of him, clearing a path. Naruto followed closely behind, activating his shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones rushing in different directions to distract the vines. The real Naruto, along with Luffy, ran deeper into the forest. During their run, they discovered a massive tree hollow. The vines around the tree hollow were the thickest, coiling around it like giant pythons, and all the vines seemed to extend from this hollow. A powerful dark aura emanated from inside the hollow, making it feel like the entrance to hell. "The source should be inside here," Luffy said, stopping and cautiously watching hollow. Naruto nodded. "Let us go in together, but be careful." They cautiously entered the tree hollow, which had a vast internal space, with walls flickering with eerie purple light. Deep inside the hollow, there was a gigantic black crystal ball, covered in intricate patterns that continuously released black energy. The vines were growing wildly under the influence of this energy. "This thing is causing trouble." Naruto frowned. Just then, the crystal ball suddenly released a powerful dark shockwave, sweeping towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the shockwave hit the walls of the hollow, creating deep cracks. "We need to find a way to destroy this crystal ball," Luffy said, charging towards the crystal ball, channeling the full power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at it. When the Thunder Flame Sword made contact with the dark energy surrounding the crystal ball, the sword trembled violently, as if encountering immense resistance. Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting more strength, as the flames and lightning clashed with the dark energy, sending sparks flying. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Rasengan, rushing towards the crystal ball. He slammed the Rasengan into the crystal ball, combining its power with that of the Thunder Flame Sword to create a tremendous impact. After being attacked, the crystal ball's glow became even more dazzling, and dark energy surged out like a tide, trying to engulf them. Luffy and Naruto were enveloped by the dark energy, feeling their bodies grow unusually heavy and their movements slow. "We can't let it suppress us," Luffy shouted, concentrating and channeling all his source power to break free from the dark energy's restraints. Naruto was also resisting hard, merging the Ninetales chakra with his own to enhance his strength. Under their tenacious resistance, the suppression of the dark energy gradually weakened. They launched another attack. New patterns appeared on Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword, representing the ultimate compression of source power. He leaped high and unleashed his strongest attack, the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash. This strike carried a world-destroying momentum, cutting a gap through the surrounding dark energy. Naruto seized the opportunity, using Wind Release, Ninetales Shuriken. He threw the massive Shuriken, formed by merging Wind Chakra with Ninetales Chakra, towards the gap in the crystal ball. The shuriken spun violently as it flew, its powerful force causing chaos among the surrounding dark energy. Under their combined attack, the crystal ball finally could not withstand it, producing a loud bang and cracking into countless fissures. As the cracks spread, the crystal ball ultimately shattered into numerous fragments, and the black energy dissipated along with it. Without the support of energy, the vines outside rapidly withered and fell to the ground. The tree hollow stopped shaking, and everything around returned to calm. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully resolved the crisis. However, they knew that the secrets of this mysterious forest were not fully unraveled, and more mysteries awaited their exploration. They continued to move forward in the forest as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. The creatures in the forest seemed to sense that the danger had passed as they began to stir, and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. However, not long after, they discovered a new strange phenomenon. The trees ahead were twisted in shape, as if forcibly distorted by a tremendous force. The runes on the trunks became more complex and mysterious, and these runes seemed to emit a faint glow, guiding them in a certain direction. It seemed there were other secrets here. Luffy looked at the glowing runes and said. Naruto nodded. Let's follow these runes and see what we discover. They walked in the direction indicated by the runes, and soon arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear small lake. The lake water exhibited a strange blue color. In the center of the lake was a small island, which had an ancient stone tablet on it. The tablet was covered with writings and patterns that emitted a mysterious aura, drawing their attention. Luffy and Naruto performed the lightweight technique and crossed the lake to reach the island. They approached the stone tablet and carefully observed the content on it. After some interpretation, they discovered that the tablet recorded the origin of the forest and an ancient seal. It turned out that this forest was once a place to seal evil powers. But over time, the seal had loosened, leading to various abnormal phenomena. We need to reinforce this seal, Luffy said. But how we do that? Does the tablet mention a method? Naruto asked. They continued to study the tablet and found that to reinforce the seal, they needed to find 5 special gems, which were hidden in different corners of the forest and protected by various mechanisms and guardian beasts. Looks like we have a new mission, Naruto said with a wry smile. Let's go find those gems first, Luffy said. So, they left the island and began searching for the 5 special gems in the forest, starting a new adventure. Chapter 0891. Reinforcement. Luffy and Naruto began searching for the 5 special gems in the mysterious forest based on the clues from the stone tablet. Although the forest was no longer as obviously dangerous as before, it was filled with mystery, and every step could hide unknown challenges. They followed a winding path, with the surrounding trees becoming increasingly dense, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. Suddenly, Naruto stopped in his tracks, crouching down to closely examine some peculiar marks on the ground. Luffy, look, these footprints look strange. They don't seem like they were left by ordinary animals, Naruto said, pointing at the footprints on the ground. The prints were huge and had sharp claw marks, with each footprint spaced far apart, indicating that the creature that made them had an impressive stride. Luffy frowned, realizing that this might have been left by the creature guarding the gem. We need to be careful. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and cautiously looked in the direction the footprints led. They followed the footprints, and soon after, they heard a low growl. The sound came from behind a thicket, accompanied by heavy breathing, as if a massive creature was lurking there. Luffy and Naruto slowed down their pace, cautiously approaching the bushes. As they parted the foliage, a massive black beast appeared before them. The creature was bear-like in shape, covered in hard black scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were like 2 burning flames, filled with ferocity and vigilance, and sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, still stained with some dry blood. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the beast let out a deafening roar and lunged toward them. It moved with incredible speed, its enormous body creating a whirlwind as it ran, causing the surrounding trees to topple over. Luffy was the first to charge forward, leaping high into the air as flames and crackling lightning erupted from the Thunder Flame sword. He swung the sword toward the beast's head, the force of the sword colliding with the beast's scales, creating a shower of sparks. However, the beast's scales were exceptionally tough, and the strike didn't inflict significant damage. The beast, enraged by Luffy's attack, swung its massive claws down at him. Luffy quickly dodged, and the claws smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit as dirt and stones flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity and used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones charged toward the beast, attacking it from all directions in an attempt to distract it. The real Naruto began to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. The clone's attacks kept the beast somewhat overwhelmed, but its strength was overwhelming. Every swing of its claws or flick of its tail scattered large groups of clones. Nevertheless, the clones' assaults bought time for Luffy and Naruto. Luffy charged at the beast once again, this time concentrating the power of the source into his sword, unleashing a new sword technique. The flames and lightning on the sword of thunder and flame intertwined, forming a swirling vortex of energy. He thrust towards the beast's abdomen, the energy vortex acting like a massive drill, attempting to pierce through the beast's scale defenses. The beast sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to block Luffy's attack with its claws. But at that moment, Naruto finished preparing his jutsu. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto shouted, as the spiraling shuriken in his hand flew toward the beast. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, spinning at high speed, with the surrounding air being drawn in, creating a powerful tornado. The tornado swept along with the spiraling shuriken towards the beast, forming a pincer attack with Luffy's strike. Caught in the middle, the beast faced a dilemma. In that moment of hesitation, Luffy's sword struck its abdomen. Although it didn't completely penetrate the scales, it still inflicted damage. Immediately afterward, the spiraling shuriken hit its back, the immense force causing it to lurch forward and crash heavily to the ground. The black beast was severely injured, but did not give up. It struggled to stand up, roaring once more at Luffy and Naruto, the flames in its eyes burning even more fiercely, showcasing its indomitable will. Luffy and Naruto did not relax for a moment. They knew that this beast was a formidable obstacle on their quest for the gem, and that they had to defeat it thoroughly. They charged towards the beast again, ready to face an even more intense battle. During the fight, Luffy noticed that after each of the beast's attacks, a scale beneath its neck would quiver slightly, indicating it might be its weak point. Naruto, attack it beneath the neck, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to rush towards the beast's neck. He also unleashed his wind-style chakra, using the wind to move quickly and launch an attack on the beast's weakness. Luffy continued to confront the beast head-on, using the Thunder Flame sword to constantly attack the beast's head and claws, distracting it to create an opportunity for Naruto. The beast sensed their intent and tried to protect its neck, but Luffy's attacks left it somewhat flustered. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clones and his main body launched their attacks simultaneously, putting all their strength towards the weakness beneath the beast's neck. A bright flash occurred, accompanied by the beast's painful roar, as their attacks successfully struck the weak point. A deep wound appeared beneath the beast's neck, and blood gushed out. Its body swayed a few times before finally collapsing with a loud thud, no longer moving. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the guardian creature. In the lair of the beast, they found the first special gem. This gem was deep blue, emitting a soft glow, and it seemed as if stars were twinkling inside, beautiful and mysterious. We found one. There's still 4 left, Naruto said excitedly. Yeah, let's keep moving, Luffy replied, putting the gem away as they continued their journey to find the other gems together. They weaved through the forest, searching for their next target based on some subtle clues. Along the way, they encountered various traps, including spike-filled pit traps, walls that suddenly shot out poisonous arrows, and areas of quicksand hidden beneath the ground. But with their rich combat experience and mutual understanding, they overcame these dangers time and again. After overcoming a series of challenges, they arrived at a quiet valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, with colorful lights flickering within it. They sensed that the second gem might be hidden in this valley. As they walked into the valley, the surrounding mist began to thicken, and the colorful lights became even more dazzling. Suddenly, they found themselves in a massive maze, with walls made of a transparent crystal. The crystal walls had intricate patterns and constantly changing lights that dazzled the eyes. This is a maze. We need to be careful not to get separated, Luffy reminded them. Yeah, let's try to find the exit, Naruto said. They began to explore the maze, but it seemed to have some mysterious power, as they kept circling back to seemingly familiar places. Additionally, strange sounds occasionally echoed through the maze, sounding like someone was softly crying or some mysterious creature whispering, sending chills down their spines. Luffy and Naruto were not intimidated by these difficulties. They left some unique markings in the maze, trying to find a way out. During their exploration, they discovered that the light on the crystal walls seemed to follow a certain pattern, and the changes in this light might be related to the maze's pathways. After a long period of observation and experimentation, they finally figured out the mazes. Following the guidance of the light, they walked in one direction, gradually approaching the center of the maze. In the center of the maze, they found a beautiful stone platform, on which lay the second special gem. This gem was green, shaped like a leaf, and emitted a refreshing aura, as if it contained the power of life. They found another one. Naruto happily picked up the gem. "We're one step closer to our goal," Luffy said. They left the maze valley with the 2 gems and continued their search for the remaining gems in the mysterious forest. Chapter 0892 Concealment. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the mysterious forest with the newly acquired gem. The forest now appeared even more enigmatic, and the air around them seemed to whisper, revealing ancient secrets. They walked along a moss-covered path, surrounded by increasingly ancient and massive trees, their branches intertwining and blocking out the sunlight. Occasionally, a few beams of sunlight struggled to break through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, yet failing to dispel the eerie atmosphere that lingered around them. Soon, they heard the sound of trickling water. Following the sound, they discovered a wide river. The water displayed an unusual purple hue, shimmering on the surface, but the glow held an unsettling quality. There were no signs of life in the river, making it eerily quiet. "This river doesn't seem right. How are we supposed to get across?" Naruto frowned as he looked at the strange river. Luffy carefully observed the surroundings and noticed some faintly visible stones on the river's surface, which seemed to be stepping stones for crossing the river. "We can walk across these stones, but be careful. They might have traps," he said. They cautiously stepped onto the first stone, and, at that moment, the river suddenly erupted with huge splashes. A group of fish-like monsters with wings sprang out from the splashes, their bodies translucent, with sharp bony spikes on their wings, and their eyes flickering with eerie red light. These monsters charged towards Luffy and Naruto at high speed. Naruto immediately used wind release to create a whirlwind around them, blowing away the approaching fish-like monsters. However, the monsters were numerous and kept surging from all directions. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, repelling the nearby monsters with the flames and lightning power. Yet, the monsters seemed undeterred, launching wave after wave of attacks. "This won't work. We need to find a way to cross the river quickly," Luffy shouted. Naruto looked across the river and spotted a massive stone tablet on the opposite bank, engraved with strange runes that glowed and seemed to resonate with the stones in the river. "Luffy, look at the stone tablet on the other side. Those runes might be the key to crossing this river," he said. Luffy followed Naruto's gaze and nodded. While fending off the attacks from the fish-like monster, they moved closer to the stone tablet on the opposite bank. During their approach, they noticed that the stones in the river were also engraved with small runes, which emitted a faint glow when they stepped on them. After a difficult battle and exploration, they finally reached the opposite bank. Upon getting closer to the stone tablet, they discovered that the runes on it were a combination of ancient patterns and symbols, which seemed to convey some kind of message. "This seems like a puzzle. We need to decipher the meaning of these runes to find the next gem," Luffy said, carefully observing the runes on the tablet, trying to find clues. Naruto was also studying the runes beside him and noticed that some of them resembled those he had seen earlier in the forest. "These runes might be related to the history of this forest. We need to combine this information with what we found before to interpret them." After a long period of contemplation and analysis, they finally solved the riddle of the runes. Based on the clues from the runes, they learned that the next gem was hidden in a cave behind a waterfall. To reach that waterfall, they needed to follow a path shrouded in magical mist. They walked along the path, and the surrounding magical mist grew thicker, obscuring their vision. In the mist, they heard various strange sounds, howling, whispering, and some that sounded like painful moans, which were chilling. Suddenly, Naruto felt a powerful pulling force coming from beneath his feet. He looked down and saw black whirlpools appearing on the ground, attempting to suck them in. "Luffy, be careful," Naruto shouted, using his chakra in an attempt to break free from the pull. Luffy also sensed the danger, injecting the power of the source into his feet to stabilize his stance. They discovered that these black vortices seemed to appear and move in a regular pattern, related to the surrounding mist. "If we follow the direction of the vortices, we might find a way out," Luffy said. They cautiously followed the trajectory of the black vortices, weaving through the mist. After a difficult exploration, they finally emerged from the magical fog. Before them stood a spectacular waterfall, its water cascading like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, splashing and producing a deafening roar. Behind the waterfall was a concealed cave. They passed through the waterfall and entered the cave. The interior of the cave was dark and damp. with faintly glowing mineral stones flickering on the walls. Deep within the cave, they found the third special gemstone. This gemstone was red, like burning flames, radiating a scorching aura, as if it possessed endless energy. Another gemstone in hand. Naruto exclaimed happily, "Well, there's still 2 left. We can't let our guard down." Luffy responded. They left the cave with 3 gemstones and continued toward the unknown, searching for the remaining 2 gemstones. Chapter 0893, The Fork in the Road. Luffy and Naruto left the cave behind the waterfall and continued along a winding and rugged mountain path. The surrounding rocks were of various shapes, some crouched like fierce beasts, while others stood tall like giants, seemingly watching their every move in silence. The path was covered with gravel and thorns, and they had to be particularly careful with each step to avoid injury. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the road. 3 paths led in different directions, each shrouded in varying degrees of mystery. In the center of the intersection stood an ancient signpost, its inscriptions faded and barely legible, revealing only some strange symbols and patterns. This is a bit of a problem. Which path should we take? Naruto scratched his head, troubled by the sight of the 3-way fork. Luffy squatted down, carefully observing the symbols on the sign, trying to find some clues. These symbols seemed to be related to what we had seen before on the steel and in the maze. We need to think this through. He frowned and said. After some contemplation, Luffy noticed that the mysterious aura from one of the paths was similar to the place where they had previously found the gem. Let's try this path. He pointed to the middle road and said. They proceeded along the chosen path, and soon the surrounding environment began to change. The air grew increasingly cold. A thin layer of frost appeared on the ground, and the trees around them were covered in ice and snow, dressed in silver, as if they had entered an icy world. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from afar. The flute's tone was ethereal and mysterious, echoing in the ice and snow, making them feel as if they were in a dream. But they knew that in this mysterious forest, anything that seemed beautiful might hide danger. This flute sound is a bit strange. We need to be cautious. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Naruto also gathered the chakra within him, preparing for any possible situation. As the flute sound grew closer, they saw a figure in a white robe appearing and disappearing on the ice field in the distance. The figure looked graceful, like a beautiful woman, but she emitted an elusive aura. As they approached, the woman in white stopped playing the flute, slowly turned around, revealing an incredibly beautiful yet cold face. Her eyes were like a deep ice lake, devoid of any emotion. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my territory?" The voice of the woman in white was as cold as ice and snow. Luffy stepped forward and said, "We came to find the gem and reinforce the forest seal." "We mean no offense." The woman in white sneered. "A gem? That belongs to me, and you won't succeed." After saying that, she waved her sleeve, and the surrounding ice and snow instantly transformed into countless ice blades, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto. The ice blades fell like raindrops, dense and fast, glimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. Luffy quickly swung the Thunder Flame Sword, intertwining the flames and lightning power to form a fire and lightning shield, blocking the ice blades one by one. The ice blades struck the shield, splattering shards of ice. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the woman in white, attempting to distract her attack. The real Naruto prepared to perform sage art on the side. The woman in white looked at the approaching shadow clones with no sign of panic on her face. She gently raised her hand, and pillars of ice surged up from the ice field, charging toward the shadow clones and shattering them one by one. Luffy seized the opportunity and charged towards the woman in white. He leaped high into the air, gathering powerful source energy on the Thunder Flame Sword, and swung it down at the woman. Unfazed, the woman in white summoned an ice wall in front of her. The ice wall was crystal clear and very thick, blocking Luffy's attack. "Your power is too weak," the woman said disdainfully. Naruto, seeing Luffy's attack blocked, unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, smashing it towards the ice wall. The Rasengan collided with the ice wall, producing a loud bang and causing some cracks to appear. The woman in white frowned slightly and increased the energy input to the ice wall, quickly repairing the cracks. At the same time, she waved her hands and chanted incantations, causing the temperature around to drop sharply, and giant hail began to fall from the sky. The hail, the size of fists, came crashing down densely towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto were somewhat flustered under the hail attack. They kept dodging, but were still hit by some hailstones, resulting in scratches and bruises on their bodies. We need to find a way to break through her defenses. This isn't going to work, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, looking at the woman in white, suddenly coming up with an idea. Luffy, let's attack her ice wall together and concentrate our strength on one point. Luffy understood Naruto's intention, and they charged towards the ice wall again. This time, they concentrated their power in one place. With Luffy's lightning flame sword and Naruto's sage art, Super Giant Rasengan striking the same point on the ice wall simultaneously. Under the powerful combined attack, the ice wall finally could not withstand it and collapsed with a loud crash. The woman in white did not expect them to break her ice wall, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. But she quickly regained her composure, and an ice magic wand appeared in her hand, with a crystal at the tip emitting powerful magical energy. You have angered me, the woman in white said as she began to cast an even more powerful ice and snow magic. The ice and snow around her began to gather wildly, forming a gigantic ice and snow giant. The ice giant stood several dozen meters tall, radiating a bone-chilling cold, and it took heavy steps towards Luffy and Naruto, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Luffy and Naruto faced such a huge enemy without the slightest hesitation. They exchanged a glance and began to act in perfect sync. Luffy charged towards the legs of the ice giant, using his Thunder Flame sword to continuously strike at the giant's ankles, trying to make it lose balance. Naruto used Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, sending it flying towards the giant's head. With the shuriken growing larger during its flight, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the giant's body. The ice giant swung its massive arms, attempting to swat Luffy and Naruto. Luffy nimbly dodged the giant's attacks and noticed that the giant would have a brief pause after each attack. Naruto, pay attention to its pause after the attack. Let's take the opportunity to strike its weak points, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto became more vigilant about the giant's movements. During one of the giant's pauses after an attack, he and Luffy launched a more ferocious assault simultaneously. Luffy struck hard at the joint behind the giant's knee, while Naruto plunged the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken directly into the giant's chest. The ice giant was heavily injured and let out a painful roar. Its body began to sway, and ice and snow started to fall around. The woman in white saw the ice giant was hurt. Her expression changed, and she increased her magical power output to stabilize the giant. But Luffy and Naruto did not give her a chance. They continued their assault. Luffy unleashed the powerful sword technique of the Thunder Flame Sword, cutting towards the giant's other leg, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones attacking various parts of the giant's body. Under their combined attack, the ice giant finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A large amount of ice and snow debris scattered everywhere, and the woman in white was also knocked back by the impact, falling to the ground. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to approach the woman in white. We don't want to be your enemies, but we must obtain the gems to reinforce the seal and protect this forest and the continent, Luffy said. The woman in white looked at them, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she slowly said, "Are you really here for the seal?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, we have already found 3 gems, and we need 2 more." The woman fell silent for a moment, then took out a crystal-clear blue gem from her bosom. "This is one of the gems you are looking for. I hope you can complete the seal and stop the resurgence of evil forces." Luffy took the gem and said, "We definitely will, thank you." The woman in white nodded slightly, then turned and disappeared into the snow and ice. Luffy and Naruto, with the newly acquired gem, continue their journey to find the last gem. Chapter 0894, Poison Bee. After Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the white-clothed woman, they continued on with 4 gems in hand. At this moment, the mysterious atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly dense, and each step felt as if they were treading on the edge of the unknown. They followed a narrow path covered in vines and thorns, with the surrounding trees becoming denser, making it nearly impossible for sunlight to penetrate through the layers of branches and leaves. The ground beneath their feet became soft and damp, emanating the scent of decaying leaves, as if it hadn't been graced by sunlight for a long time. As they walked, they heard a low, buzzing sound, akin to the sound of some giant insect flapping its wings, which felt particularly eerie in the silent forest. As they delved deeper, the buzzing grew louder, and the surrounding air began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a swarm of gigantic wasps surged in from all directions. These wasps were the size of an adult's fist, with a purple-black body, and their stingers glimmered coldly, while their wings vibrated at an incredibly fast frequency, creating a foul wind wherever they went. "Be careful. These wasps are tough to deal with," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning power on the sword formed a protective circle, repelling the approaching wasps. When the wasps were hit, their bodies burned in the flames, releasing a pungent charred smell. Naruto quickly formed hand signs and unleashed wind release, great breakthrough, producing a powerful gust of wind from his mouth that scattered the surrounding wasps. However, the wasps were numerous, coming in waves like a black tide. This won't do. We need to find their nest and deal with them all at once, Naruto shouted. They defended against the wasps' attacks while observing their flight patterns. After some observation, they discovered that the wasps were flying from a huge tree hollow, located in the middle of the trunk of a towering ancient tree, surrounded by wasps that made it impossible to pass. The nest should be in that tree hollow. Let's rush over, Luffy said. They charged toward the tree hollow, but as they got closer, the wasps' attacks became fiercer. Luffy's protective circle was continuously assaulted by the wasps, and he felt his arms growing heavier. Some wasps broke through Naruto's defenses, stinging him a few times, causing sharp pain at the wounds. Naruto, are you okay? Luffy asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's take care of these guys first. Naruto gritted his teeth and pressed on. When they reached the area beneath the tree hollow, they discovered a thick layer of purple mist surrounding it, released by the wasps as poisonous gas. The gas was corrosive, and contact with the skin would cause a burning pain. Luffy infused the power of the source into the Thunderflame sword, then forcefully plunged it into the ground, triggering an energy shockwave that temporarily pushed away the surrounding poison bees. We need to find a way to disperse this poisonous gas, he said. Naruto thought for a moment and then performed the fire style, great fireball technique, sending a massive fireball flying toward the tree hole. During its flight, the fireball burned away most of the surrounding poisonous gas. However, the nest of poison bees was also provoked, and more poison bees flew out from the tree hole. There's no time. We need to attack the nest directly, Luffy shouted. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks. Luffy leaped high into the air, gathering all his power on the Thunderflame sword and slashing down toward the tree hole. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, smashing the Rasengan toward the tree hole. Under their combined attack, the tree hole exploded and the poison bee nest was destroyed. With their nest lost, the poison bees began to flee in all directions, the buzzing gradually fading. Just when they thought the crisis was over, a more powerful aura emanated from deep within the tree hole. A giant bee queen slowly emerged from the tree hole, its size several times larger than that of a normal poison bee. Its body was a deep purple, with enormous compound eyes and sharp mandibles, and the stinger at its tail resembled a spear, glistening with deadly venom. Upon seeing its nest destroyed, the bee queen angrily charged at Luffy and Naruto. It flew at an incredible speed, instantly reaching them, and then thrust its enormous stinger toward Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged as the poisonous stinger pierced the ground, and the venom instantly corroded the surrounding soil, creating a large pit. The queen bee then flapped her wings, unleashing a powerful sound wave attack. The sound wave swept toward them like a tangible blade. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the queen bee in an attempt to disrupt her attack. The real Naruto, along with Luffy, prepared to counter the queen bee's next round of attacks. The queen bee used her wings to smash the shadow clones one by one, then launched another attack at Luffy and Naruto. She spewed out a cloud of purple toxic mist, which quickly spread to envelop them. Luffy and Naruto held their breath, knowing that inhaling the toxic mist would have dire consequences. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the mist and then rotated the blade, creating a suction that gathered the toxic fog toward the sword. Naruto used wind release to create a small tornado, dispersing the toxic mist. The Bee King, seeing the mist being dispelled, became even angrier. It charged directly at Luffy, its massive body resembling a fighter jet. Luffy seized the opportunity and, as the Bee King approached, swung the Thunder Flame sword with force. The blade collided with the Bee King's body, sparking a flurry of sparks. The Bee King was pushed back a few steps, but suffered little damage. This guy's shell is too hard. We need to find its weak point, Luffy said. In their battle with the Bee King, they noticed that every time it launched an attack, its eyes would briefly close, which might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its eyes, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and charged toward the Bee King with his clones. As the Bee King launched another attack, and its eyes closed for a moment, Naruto unleashed wind release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it toward the Bee King's eyes. The Bee King sensed danger, but was too late to evade. The spiraling shuriken struck the Bee King's eye, and it let out a painful screech. Seizing the chance, Luffy rushed in and stabbed the injured eye of the Bee King with the Thunder Flame sword, driving the blade directly into its head. The Bee King struggled a few times before finally collapsing to the ground dead. With the death of the Bee King, the remaining toxic bees scattered. In the ruins of the Bee King's nest, they found a final special gem. This gem was golden, emitting a dazzling light that shone like the sun, as if containing endless vitality and power. "We finally found all the gems," Naruto said excitedly. "Yes, let's hurry and reinforce the seal," Luffy replied. They rushed toward the forest where the seal was located, carrying the 5 gems. Chapter 0895, Groove. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly made their way to the location of the seal in the forest, carrying 5 gemstones. Along the way, they passed through dense woods and rugged valleys, the scenery around them as mysterious as ever, but their hearts were focused solely on one goal: to strengthen the seal. As they approached the sealing site, they could clearly feel a powerful force tugging at the surrounding space. That force seemed almost alive, pulsating continuously, as if resisting their arrival. The sealing area was shrouded in thick mist, with faint glimmers of light flickering within, emanating from the seal's power, but also exuding a sense of instability. The fluctuations in power here are so strong. "It seems the seal is indeed very fragile," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword with a serious expression. Naruto nodded. "We need to hurry. We can't let the evil force take advantage." They stepped into the mist and immediately felt an immense pressure. This pressure seemed to crush their bodies, making each step require tremendous effort. But they gritted their teeth and moved toward the core of the seal, step by step. In the mist, they saw the full picture of the seal. It was a massive magic circle, covered with ancient runes and patterns, the runes flickering with a dim light, some places already showing cracks. In the center of the magic circle was a huge void, as if it were a mark of the evil force's erosion. A dark aura slowly seeping out from the hollow. "Where are we supposed to place the gemstones?" Naruto asked, looking at the complex magic circle. Luffy carefully observed the magic circle and discovered that there were 5 special grooves at its corners, shaped exactly to match the gems they had found. "They should be placed there. Let's split up." They each walked towards a corner, cautiously placing the gems into the grooves. When the first gem was placed, the corresponding rune on the magic circle shone brightly, as if reactivated. As more gems were placed, the power of the magic circle gradually increased, and the light became more dazzling, illuminating the entire sealed area with colorful brilliance. However, just as they were placing the last golden gem, an unexpected event occurred. The dark power seemed to sense their actions, and a powerful black energy surged from the void, sweeping towards them. This black energy was like a black tornado, devouring the light of the magic circle wherever it went. "This is bad," Luffy shouted, raising the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the black energy. The flames and lightning on the sword erupted with full force, colliding with the black energy and producing a deafening roar. But the black energy was too strong, and Luffy was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Luffy injured, Naruto immediately used Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, and hurled it at the black energy. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the black energy, a massive explosion occurred, temporarily repelling the dark force. "We need to hurry up," Naruto shouted. They endured their pain and approached the magic circle again. Just as they were about to place the last gem into the groove, the black energy attacked once more. And this time, it was even stronger than before. It coalesced into a huge black demon figure, with massive wings and sharp claws, its eyes flickering with evil red light. "You ants dare to disrupt my plans," the demon roared in a deep, hoarse voice. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of fear as they stood together, ready to engage in the final battle against the demon. Luffy launched the first attack, pushing the power of the source to its limit. The flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword intertwined, forming a massive energy dragon. "Source Flame, Thunder Dragon Slash," he shouted, striking towards the demon. The energy dragon clawed its way toward the demon, distorting the space along its path. Naruto also unleashed his strongest ninjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Super Combo. Multiple gigantic spiral shurikens appeared in his hands, each containing powerful wind chakra and the strength of the Nine Tails. The spiral shurikens rained down towards the demon, forming a pincer attack with Luffy's energy dragon. Facing their assault, the demon let out a maniacal laugh. It waved its enormous wings, creating a powerful airflow that dispersed both Luffy's energy dragon and Naruto's spiral shurikens. Then it charged toward Luffy and Naruto, its massive claws reaching out to grab them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to dodge the demon's attacks. They knew that regular attacks wouldn't have much effect on this demon and had to find its weakness. During their evasive maneuvers, they noticed that every time the demon launched an attack, a black crystal on its chest would flash. That could be its weak point. Naruto, attack the crystal on its chest, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately charged toward the demon. He used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones attacking the demon from all directions to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the crystal on the demon's chest. Luffy was continuously attacking the demon from the side, using the techniques of the Thunder Flame Sword to restrain the demon, preventing it from fully countering Naruto's attacks. After the demon struck Luffy, at the moment when the crystal on its chest flickered, Naruto seized the opportunity. He gathered all his chakra together and unleashed the Sage Art, True Super Giant Rasengan, Destruction Impact. This Rasengan was larger and more powerful than ever before. Naruto slammed it into the crystal on the demon's chest, and at the moment of contact, it emitted an extraordinarily dazzling light. The demon let out a painful scream as its body was propelled backward by the immense force. A crack appeared on the crystal, and black energy leaked out from the fissure. Luffy seized the opportunity and once again unleashed the Source Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, striking towards the crystal on the demon's chest. This sword contained all of his power, and the Thunder Flame sword accurately hit the crack on the crystal. With a tremendous explosion, the crystal shattered, and the demon let out one final roar before its body gradually dissipated, along with the black energy. "We did it!" Naruto shouted excitedly. Luffy also showed a satisfied smile. "Yes, hurry up and complete the seal." They placed the last gem into the groove, and a magic circle instantly erupted with an incredibly powerful force. The light illuminated the entire mysterious forest, and the cracks in the seal began to repair rapidly, completely dispelling the dark aura. The magic circle stabilized again, radiating a peaceful yet powerful energy, protecting this forest and the Teyvat continent. Luffy and Naruto sat exhausted on the ground, gazing at the restabilized seal, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 0896, Ruata. After Luffy and Naruto completed their mission in the mysterious forest, they thought they could take a breather. However, a powerful aura that seemed to come from the abyss suddenly descended. It was the presence of the Ryu Dragon King, carrying an ancient and mighty sense of oppression that made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. The Ryu Dragon King appeared, its massive body resembling a moving mountain, with each scale like hardened rock, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its eyes were like burning lava, deep and intense, exuding endless majesty and wildness. Its enormous claws left deep ravines in the ground, as if with just a gentle swipe, it could tear the earth apart. Naruto looked at the Ryu Dragon King, showing no sign of fear in his eyes, but rather igniting an even fiercer fighting spirit. He quickly mobilized the chakra within him, as golden light flickered around his body, shining as brightly as the sun. "Luffy, this guy looks tough, but we can't back down," Naruto shouted, rapidly forming hand seals, preparing to strike first. Luffy tightly gripped the Sword of Thunderfire, the power of the source flowing along the blade, emanating waves of force that countered the aura of the Ruatoa Dragon King. "That's right, let's see our strength," he replied, pushing off the ground with all his might and charging towards the Ruatoa Dragon King. The Ruatoa Dragon King seemed to sense their provocation and let out a deafening roar. This roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees violently, causing leaves to scatter. It suddenly swung its tail, a massive tail like a giant pillar, sweeping towards Luffy with overwhelming force. Where the tail passed, the air was compressed, producing a sharp whistling sound, and the tremendous power even whipped up a storm of dust and stones on the ground. Luffy saw the tail of the Roto Dragon King sweeping towards him without any hesitation. He leaped high into the air, wielding the Thunder Flame Sword, where flames and lightning intertwined on the blade, forming a dazzling arc of light. He slashed at the Roto Dragon King's tail, and the arc of light collided with the tail, erupting in a burst of brilliant light and intense energy shockwaves. Sparks flew, and the surrounding air warped due to the high temperature. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to use the Shadow Clone technique, with countless Shadow clones rushing towards the Roto Dragon King. Each clone carried a powerful chakra fluctuation, attacking the Roto Dragon King from different directions. Some charged towards its head, while others targeted its legs, attempting to distract its attention. The real Naruto, on the side, gathered chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu. The Roto Dragon King, enraged by Luffy and Naruto's attacks, opened its massive jaws and spewed a torrent of scorching lava. The lava surged like a flood towards Luffy, Naruto, and their shadow clones, instantly melting the ground wherever it went, forming a sea of searing fire. Luffy unleashed his source power in midair, forming a shield around his body to withstand the impact of the lava. The shield began to glow red under the high temperature of the lava, but it still stubbornly protected Luffy. Under the protection of the shield, he continued to approach the Roto Dragon King, searching for an opportunity to attack. Naruto commanded his shadow clones to dodge the lava attacks. Some shadow clones were hit by the lava and instantly turned into smoke, disappearing. However, other shadow clones pressed forward bravely, using agile movements to weave through the gaps in the lava and continue their assault on the Roto Dragon King. The real Naruto seized the moment and performed Wind Release, spiraling shuriken, a massive shuriken spinning in his hand, surrounded by powerful wind chakra. He threw the spiraling shuriken at the belly of the Roto Dragon King, and as it flew, it sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The Roto Dragon King sensed the threat to its belly and attempted to crush the spiraling shuriken with its enormous claws. The claws collided with the spiraling shuriken, creating a powerful energy wave. Although the wind release, spiraling shuriken, was deflected, it still left a deep scratch on the scales of the Roto Dragon King. The Roto Dragon King roared again, and a layer of rocky shield appeared around its body. The rocky shield was covered with sharp stone spikes that glimmered with a cold light, resembling deadly weapons. It charged towards Luffy and Naruto, each step causing the ground to tremble. Luffy saw the Roto Dragon King charging towards him, and he plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, chanting incantations. As the spell took effect, chains made of lightning appeared on the ground, extending towards the Roto Dragon King in an attempt to bind its movements. Naruto then used Sage Mode, and a shield of chakra surrounded his body. He charged towards the Roto Dragon King while directing his shadow clones to attack the dragon's rocky shield from different angles, trying to find its weak points. The rocky shield of the Roto Dragon King was struck by the clones' attacks, and although it wasn't broken, there were some slight tremors. It swiped its claws, scattering the nearby shadow clones, and then continued charging towards Luffy and Naruto. The lightning chains wrapped around the Roto Dragon King's body, but its immense power caused the chains to crackle and hiss, as if they could be broken free at any moment. Luffy increased the output of his source power to try to stabilize the chains. Just then, the Roto Dragon King suddenly pulled hard, breaking the lightning chains. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a gust of wind mixed with rock fragments towards Luffy. The airflow shot towards Luffy like a cannonball, incredibly fast and powerful. Luffy quickly dodged, but still got hit by some rock fragments, resulting in several wounds on his body. Ignoring the pain, he raised the Thunder Flame sword again and charged toward the Raktadragon King. He knew that against such a powerful enemy, he couldn't show any signs of retreat. Naruto saw Luffy injured and felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He unleashed a new ninjutsu, perfectly merging wind chakra with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, he shouted, as a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful wind chakra, amplifying the shuriken's power several times compared to before. He threw the giant spiral shuriken towards the head of the Raktadragon King, trying to stop its attack on Luffy. The Raktadragon King sensed the immense threat coming from Naruto and temporarily abandoned its attack on Luffy, turning to spew a stream of magma at Naruto. The magma collided with the wind release, 9 tails spiral shuriken in midair, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The energy wave generated by the explosion spread outward, engulfing everything around it. Trees were uprooted, the ground was blasted into large craters, and smoke and dust filled the air, turning the entire battlefield into chaos. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the impact of the explosion, rolling on the ground for a few rounds before stabilizing themselves. They both had varying degrees of injuries, but their eyes remained determined, fixed on the Ri, ready to face the next round of battle. This fierce fight against Ri had only just begun. Chapter 0897, Situation. After Luffy and Naruto steadied themselves, they did not hesitate at all and launched another attack on the Roto Dragon King. They knew very well that in the face of such a powerful enemy, they must maintain an offensive stance. Luffy raised the Sword of Thunder and Flame high above his head, The flames and lightning on the blade surged more violently. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his source power, and began to chant, ancient incantations flowing from his mouth, transforming into mysterious power that infused the sword. As the last syllable fell, the sword of thunder and flame emitted an unprecedented dazzling light, with mysterious runes flickering within the brilliance. Source Flame, Thunder Dragon Slash. Luffy shouted, his entire being shooting toward the Roto Dragon King like a burning meteor. His figure left a long trail of light as he moved at high speed. Where the sword of thunder and flame passed, the air was violently torn apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound. This sword contained world-destroying power, and the energy on the blade transformed into a massive flame thunder dragon, lunging toward the Roto Dragon King with bared fangs and claws. Each scale of the flame thunder dragon was interwoven with flames and lightning, its eyes like two brilliant stars, emanating a chilling light. The Roto Dragon King sensed the terrifying power of this sword. Its massive body slightly crouched down, and the stone spikes on its rock shield became longer and sharper. It opened its mouth, emitting a low roar that seemed to shake the surrounding air. Just as the flame thunder dragon was about to pounce on it, the Roto Dragon King stomped its foot, causing the ground to tremble violently. Centered around it, massive rock spikes erupted from the ground, charging toward the flame thunder dragon. These rock spikes, like javelins, each contained powerful earth energy, and when they collided with the flame thunder dragon, they unleashed a deafening roar. The flame thunder dragon and the rock spikes clashed, energy spilling everywhere. Flames burned on the rocks, and lightning darted between the spikes, neither side giving way. Luffy gritted his teeth, continuing to exert more power, the veins on his forehead bulging, sweat pouring down like rain, but his gaze remained as steadfast as a rock. Naruto, seeing Luffy's attack blocked, quickly formed hand seals, his chakra surging like a raging river. He perfectly fused wind-style chakra, nine-tailed chakra, and sage power, preparing to unleash a brand new powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind-style, Nine-Tails True Flame Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, a gigantic spiral shuriken appearing between his hands. This spiral shuriken was unlike any before. Its center was a blazing golden flame. The true flame transformed from nine-tailed chakra. Surrounding the flames were layers of wind-style chakra, spinning at high speed like razor blades, making the spiral shuriken's power several times stronger than the previous wind-style, nine-tails spiral shuriken. The edges of the spiral shuriken flickered with mysterious sage power runes, adding a mysterious and powerful force to the entire ninjutsu. Holding the sage art, wind-style, nine-tails true flame spiral shuriken, Naruto charged toward the Roto Dragon King. His speed was at its peak, leaving a long golden trail behind him, mixed with the embers of flames. He skillfully dodged the energy shockwaves produced by the clash between the flame thunder dragon and the rock spikes, arriving at the side of the Roto Dragon King. Without hesitation, he smashed the sage art, wind-style, nine-tails true flame spiral shuriken against the Roto Dragon King's rock shield. The moment the spiral shuriken made contact with the rock shield, immense power erupted. The golden flames instantly spread onto the rock shield, and the wind-style chakra sliced through the rocks like sharp blades. The sage power runes acted like seals, weakening the defense of the rock shield. Under this powerful force, the rock shield began to crack, with flames and chakra spilling out of the crevices. The Roto Dragon King sensed the enormous threat from the side and attempted to claw at Naruto, but the Flame Thunder Dragon's distraction left it somewhat overwhelmed. It could only summon more earth power to reinforce the rock shield, trying to withstand Naruto's attack. At that moment, Luffy seized the opportunity while the Roto Dragon King was distracted and increased the output of power to the Flame Thunder Dragon once more. The Flame Thunder Dragon let out an angry roar, its power instantly surging, breaking through the obstruction of the rock spikes and pouncing toward the Roto Dragon King. The claws and teeth of the Flame Thunder Dragon fiercely bit into the Roto Dragon King's rock shield, beginning to tear it apart madly. Under the dual assault of the Flame Thunder Dragon and the Sage Art, Wind-style, Nine-Tails True Flame Spiral Shuriken, the Roto Dragon King's rock shield finally could not withstand it. With a loud bang, the rock shield shattered, fragments flying in all directions like raindrops. The Roto Dragon King was also knocked back a few steps by the powerful shockwave, leaving deep footprints on the ground. However, the Roto Dragon King did not lose its combat power because of this. Its molten lava-like eyes burned with furious flames as it roared again, causing the ground to shake violently. Countless rocks flew up from the ground, surrounding the Roto Dragon King, rapidly assembling into a brand new set of rock armor. This armor was even sturdier than before, with patterns glowing with mysterious earth power, as if possessing infinite strength. After donning the rock armor, the Roto Dragon King's momentum became even more powerful. It charged toward Luffy and Naruto, each step carrying overwhelming force. It swung its massive claws, the rock armor making them sharper, as if capable of tearing everything apart. It launched wave after wave of fierce attacks against Luffy and Naruto, each attack accompanied by powerful earth energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. Luffy and Naruto continuously dodged the attacks of the Re-Dragon King, but they still found it somewhat overwhelming. The speed and power of the Re-Dragon King's attacks were stronger than before, and they could only rely on their agile movements and tacit cooperation to find opportunities to counterattack. During one dodge from the Re-Dragon King's attacks, Luffy noticed that after a series of attacks, the ground energy light at the joints of the armor would flicker briefly. That might be a weak point in the armor. Naruto attacked the joints of its armor. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He and his shadow clones began to adjust their attack strategy, targeting the joints of the Re-Dragon King's armor. They unleashed various ninjutsu and taijutsu, attempting to find a way to break through the armor. Luffy continued to draw the attention of the Ragtag Dragon King, constantly clashing his Thunder Flame sword against the Dragon King's claws, with each collision erupting into large sparks. He searched for openings in the Ragtag Dragon King's attacks during the battle, preparing to coordinate with Naruto to deliver a heavy blow to the Dragon King. The battle grew increasingly intense, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by the shockwaves of their fight. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, causing landslides, with boulders rolling down and producing thunderous sounds. The sky was illuminated by the light of the battle, and the clouds were thrown into chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In this fierce battle, Naruto led his shadow clones in a tidal wave towards the joints of the Ragtag Dragon King's armor. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu, with some throwing wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others used taijutsu for close-range attacks, attempting to distract the Ragtag Dragon King and create opportunities for the original body. The original Naruto gathered all his strength, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Sage Art. Lava Release. Spiraling Shuriken. He shouted loudly, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand, radiating extreme heat that distorted the surrounding air. Naruto seized the opportunity and hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the joint of the Ragtag Dragon King's left shoulder armor, leaving a burning trail in its flight. Crashing towards the target like a meteor, the Ragtag Dragon King noticed the direction of Naruto's attack and attempted to block it with its claws, but Luffy seized this moment, unleashing the Thunder Flame sword with all his might. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming a light barrier that temporarily sealed the Ragtag Dragon King's movements. The Lava Release. Spiraling shuriken accurately struck the joint of the Ragtag Dragon King's armor, and the powerful lava force erupted instantly. The high-temperature lava began to melt the rock armor, turning the joint red and weak under the lava's scorching heat, resulting in obvious cracks. The Ragtag Dragon King let out a painful roar, its left shoulder becoming slightly sluggish due to the damaged armor. Now's the time, Luffy shouted, taking advantage of the brief opening caused by the Ragtag Dragon King's pain. He leaped high into the air, raising the Thunder Flame sword above his head. The sword's power surged into the sword like a raging river, causing the flames and lightning on the Thunder Flame sword to become more violent. Flame Thunder Breaking Sky Slash. Luffy swung down the sword, unleashing a massive flame thunder sword aura aimed at the joint of the Ragtag Dragon King's right shoulder armor. This sword aura contained world-destroying power, tearing through space as it passed, producing roaring sounds. The Flame Thunder Sword aura struck the joint of the Ragtag Dragon King's right shoulder armor, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent the Ragtag Dragon King flying backward, with significant damage appearing on its rock armor around the shoulders, causing some broken rocks to fall and crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After stabilizing itself, the Ragtag Dragon King's eyes burned with even greater fury. It stomped heavily, instantly shattering the ground around it, causing countless massive rocks to surge from underground, crashing towards Luffy and Naruto. Each of these rocks was the size of a house, containing immense earth power, and as they flew, they collided and fused together, forming even larger boulders. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving through the gaps between the giant rocks. The boulders smashed to the ground, triggering a series of earthquakes, completely altering the surrounding terrain. The original valley was filled in, rivers were cut off, and chaos ensued. We need to find a way to completely destroy its armor. Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded. Let's go together. They charged towards the RT Dragon King once more. This time their attacks were more coordinated. Luffy took the lead, drawing the RT Dragon King's attention as he continuously swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing various sword techniques to fiercely clash with the Dragon King's claws and tail. Each collision was accompanied by dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, Naruto took the opportunity to circle around to the back of the RT Dragon King, using the Shadow Clone technique to surround the Dragon King's legs and back with numerous clones attacking. They used Wind Release, spiraling shuriken to target the joints of the Dragon King's leg armor, attempting to make it lose balance. The real Naruto was gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a stronger ninjutsu. The RT Dragon King was getting somewhat flustered by Luffy and Naruto's attacks, constantly turning around, swiping with its claws and swinging its tail, trying to shake off their assaults. However, Luffy and Naruto worked tightly together, giving it no chance to breathe. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the RT Dragon King turned to attack its rear enemies, the armor on its abdomen would briefly stretch, making that area relatively weak in defense. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his Shadow Clones to change their attack direction. The Shadow Clones charged toward the RT Dragon King's abdomen, using various ninjutsu and taijutsu to assault the armor there. The real Naruto then performed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, hurling the Rasengan toward the Dragon King's abdomen. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, surrounded by powerful chakra, resembling a massive energy sphere. The RT Dragon King sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to protect it with its claws, but Luffy intensified his attacks, restraining its claws. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan struck the armor on the RT Dragon King's abdomen, the tremendous force causing the armor to dent. The Dragon King let out a painful roar, its abdomen severely injured, with some rock fragments falling off its armor. Luffy took the opportunity to charge forward. He thrust the Sword of Thunder Flames into the crack in the armor of the Roto Dragon King's abdomen and then forcefully lifted it, sending a large chunk of rock armor flying. The Roto Dragon King's abdomen was exposed to the air, revealing dark red skin covered in hard scales. The Roto Dragon King was furious beyond measure and unleashed a powerful torrent of lava towards Luffy without hesitation. The temperature of the lava was extremely high, melting everything in its path. Luffy quickly dodged, but still got grazed by the edge of the lava. His clothes caught fire, and he suffered burns. Seeing Luffy injured, Naruto felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He used Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the Roto Dragon King's head in an attempt to distract it. The Roto Dragon King swatted away the Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken with its claws and charged at Luffy again. Its speed was incredible, and its massive body created a whirlwind. Luffy gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his burns. He raised the Thunder Flame Sword, ready to face the attack of the Dragon King. Just as the Dragon King was about to collide with Luffy, Naruto appeared beside him, and together they executed a joint defense. They fused their powers together, forming a sturdy shield. When the Dragon King crashed into the shield, a loud bang echoed. The shield developed cracks under the immense impact, but still barely held off the Dragon King's attack. We can't keep being passive like this. We need to find a way to defeat it completely, Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Let's find its weakness and launch a decisive attack. They engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon King again, searching for its new weakness during the fight, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chapter 0899, Vital Point. Luffy and Naruto regained their spirits and once again engaged in a life-and-death battle with the Jotaro Dragon King. They dodged the Dragon King's storm-like attacks while carefully observing its every move, searching for the critical weakness that could deliver a fatal blow. During the intense confrontation, Luffy noticed that every time the Dragon King launched a powerful attack, the rocky armor on its neck would tremble slightly, and the energy fluctuations there seemed a bit unusual, perhaps due to frequent use of its power, revealing a subtle flaw. Naruto, watch its neck. There might be a problem there, Luffy shouted, simultaneously wielding the Thunder Flame Sword, executing exquisite sword techniques to draw the Jotaro Dragon King's attention and create an opportunity for Naruto. Hearing Luffy's call, Naruto immediately understood. He quickly formed hand seals, reciting a complex incantation, with Sage Mode, chakra, surging within him. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Spiraling Sphere, he shouted. and a spiraling sphere emitting strange magnetic power appeared in his hand. This spiraling sphere was composed of special chakra, possessing powerful attraction and destructive capabilities, able to cause significant damage to rock structures. Seizing the moment, Naruto charged toward the weak point of the Jotaro Dragon King's neck armor. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, weaving through the Dragon King's fierce attacks. The Dragon King sensed Naruto's intent and attempted to swat him with its claws. But Naruto agilely dodged the attack, using the shadow clone technique to create multiple illusions, confusing the Dragon King. Just as the Dragon King was slightly distracted, Naruto reached underneath its neck. He leaped high and smashed the Sage Art, magnet release, spiraling sphere down onto the weak point of the Dragon King's neck armor. The moment the spiraling sphere made contact with the armor, a powerful magnetic force erupted, clinging tightly to the armor and beginning to damage the rock structure. Cracks appeared on the armor, rapidly spreading like a spider web across the entire neck armor. The Jotaro Dragon King felt excruciating pain in its neck and frantically twisted its body in an attempt to shake off Naruto. But Naruto held onto the spiraling sphere tightly, continuously outputting chakra to allow the magnetic force to erode the armor. At the same time, Luffy was not idle. He took advantage of the Dragon King's pain-induced opening to execute the special skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, Flame Thunder Soul Lock Slash. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the source power quickly spread along the ground, transforming into chains woven of fire and lightning. These chains flew toward the Jotaro Dragon King like spirit snakes, wrapping around its limbs and body, restricting its movements. The Dragon King struggled, forcefully swinging its limbs in an attempt to break free from the chains, but the chains, bolstered by the source power, were exceptionally strong. Each struggle caused the lightning power to rampage across its body, inflicting damage. "Naruto, now's the time," Luffy shouted, hearing Luffy's voice. Naruto increased the power output of the Sage Art, magnet release, spiraling sphere. Under the powerful magnetic and destructive force of the spiraling sphere, the Jotaro Dragon King's neck armor finally could not withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. Large fragments of rock scattered, and the Dragon King let out a thunderous scream, exposing the skin of its neck, where a core glowing with mysterious light was revealed, seemingly the key to its power. "That's its vital point," Naruto shouted. They knew this was an excellent opportunity to defeat the Jotaro Dragon King. Luffy quickly pulled the Thunder Flame sword from the ground and charged toward the core of the Dragon King's neck. He gathered the source power, fire power, and lightning power all into the sword, making the Thunder Flame sword shine brilliantly, as dazzling as the sun. Naruto also unleashed Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, merging this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Mode chakra, enhancing the power of the Spiraling Shuriken even further. Surrounding the Spiraling Shuriken were 9 golden giant dragons formed from chakra, each exuding powerful energy, making the entire Spiraling Shuriken resemble a world-destroying artifact. They simultaneously launched their attacks toward the core of the Jotaro Dragon King's neck. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken streaked across the sky like 2 meteors, crashing toward the Dragon King's vital point with unstoppable momentum. The Jotaro Dragon King felt the threat of death, struggling with all its might, but was bound by the Thunder Flame chains, limiting its movement. Fear appeared in its eyes as it tried to muster its last strength to resist the attack. It summoned all the earth power within, forming a thin layer of energy shield around its neck. However, Luffy and Naruto's attack was too powerful. The Thunder Flame Sword and the Spiraling Shuriken struck the energy shield around the Jotaro Dragon King's neck in succession, shattering it in an instant, and the immense force directly impacted the Dragon King's core. A brilliant light flashed, as dazzling as a cosmic explosion, enveloping the entire battlefield with this power. The shockwave generated by the energy impact spread outward, flattening the surrounding mountains, uprooting forests, and tearing the earth apart with massive chasms. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning crackled, as if the entire world trembled for this fierce battle. As the light gradually faded and dust filled the air, obscuring the battlefield's condition, Luffy and Naruto were also thrown backward by the powerful shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies injured in multiple places, blood seeping from their wounds. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the direction of the Jotaro Dragon King, filled with tension and anticipation, uncertain if they had succeeded in defeating this formidable foe. Chapter 0900 Veil, As the smoke slowly dissipated like a veil, the apocalyptic scene on the battlefield gradually became clear to Luffy and Naruto. The once towering form of the Jotaro Dragon King still stood in place, but at this moment, it was no longer that invincible figure. The rocky armor on its body, once impervious, like a divine barrier forged from the earth, was now shattered beyond recognition. Huge stones fell from its body, crashing to the ground with a dull sound. Each fragment seemed to narrate the brutality of this battle. Its neck, once the core of the Jotaro Dragon King's power, now flickered with a weak light. Dim like a candle in the wind, that light flickered uncertainly, as if struggling against the dissipating power, also seeming to send an unwilling signal to the world. Luffy and Naruto supported each other, struggling to rise from the scarred ground. Their clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and every movement was accompanied by piercing pain. Luffy had multiple abrasions and burns on his arms and legs, the wounds still oozing blood, mingling with the dirt on his body, making him look utterly disheveled. However, his gaze remained sharp like that of a hawk, fixed on the Ryujin, although the lightning flame sword in his hand no longer shone with its previous dazzling brilliance. The source power flowing along the blade was like a dark current, ready to unleash incredible strength at any moment when danger approached. Naruto was not in a much better state. His face bore several cuts from Ryujin's attacks, and his hair was a mess. His body appeared somewhat weak from overusing chakra, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. The bright orbs burned with an indomitable flame, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on Ryujin, filled with vigilance towards the powerful creature. "Is it still alive?" Naruto asked softly, his voice particularly clear in the somewhat oppressive silence of the battlefield. There was a hint of tension in his words, not from fear of death, but from worry about the unknown. They both understood the might of Ryujin. If it still had the strength to counterattack, they would undoubtedly face another life-and-death battle. Luffy did not answer immediately, his brows furrowed tighter, his gaze intense, not missing any subtle movements of the Roto Dragon King. He was not entirely sure, but they could not let their guard down. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he were squeezing out those words through his teeth. After speaking, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the rough texture of the hilt allowing him to focus even more. Under his guidance, the source power began to shimmer around the sword, creating a faint aura. It was a silent warning and their last reliance in the face of the unknown. Just as they were fully focused on the Roto Dragon King, the massive creature suddenly trembled slightly as if struck by an electric shock. This subtle movement, in the quiet atmosphere, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly raising Luffy and Naruto's heightened alertness. Their nerves tensed, muscles instinctively contracted, ready to face any potential attack. The Roto Dragon King's previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing orbs that once burned with fury and wild flames, now dim and lifeless. The light in those eyes resembled an ancient scroll eroded by time. Its vibrant colors faded, leaving only endless fatigue and helplessness. It looked at Luffy and Naruto, letting out a deep growl from deep within its throat. This roar was no longer the deafening, intimidating shout it had been before, but rather a mournful cry filled with the weight of time and reluctance, as if it were recounting the endless regrets of its long life. Luffy and Naruto immediately tensed up, their bodies like taut bowstrings, ready to take on a fighting stance again. Luffy held the Thunder Flame sword horizontally in front of him, his feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity, prepared to dodge or attack at any moment. His gaze was fixed on every movement of the Rakta Dragon King, filled with vigilance and determination, like a warrior guarding the last line of defense. Naruto was no exception. He swiftly formed hand seals. Although fatigue made his movements slightly sluggish, his eyes remained resolute. His chakra surged within him, ready to unleash counter techniques at a moment's notice. His feet slid slightly on the ground, adjusting to the optimal fighting position, forming a defensive formation that complemented Luffy. They knew that at this critical moment, even the slightest negligence could lead to fatal consequences. However, what they did not expect was that the Rakta Dragon King did not launch an attack. It stood there quietly, slowly lowering its head. With this action, the previously surging gravitational aura around it began to rapidly weaken, receding like the tide. The surrounding rocks, having lost the support of gravity, began to fall from its body, cascading down like autumn leaves. Each falling rock seemed to dismantle an ancient and mysterious statue, symbolizing the once immensely powerful force of the Rakta Dragon King gradually dissipating. It seemed to have given up the fight, Naruto said, his tone laced with surprise and confusion. He slightly relaxed the hand seals, but his gaze remained fixed on the Raktajiva Dragon King. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He did not feel the joy of victory over this once incredibly powerful enemy, but rather a sense of inexplicable sentimentality. Luffy nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but more than that, there was caution. Perhaps our attack made it realize our determination and strength. But we still need to be careful, in case it has any tricks up its sleeve. His voice remained deep, each word seeming to be carefully considered. He knew that in this situation, one must not be misled by appearances and must stay vigilant until safety is thoroughly confirmed. They cautiously approached the Dragon King of Ruin, taking every step with extreme care, as if the ground beneath them was a minefield filled with traps. Their gazes swept back and forth between the Dragon King of Ruin and the surrounding environment, not missing any corner that might hide danger. The air around them seemed to freeze, with only the faint sound of their footsteps echoing in the silent battlefield. When they stood before the Dragon King of Ruin, they could clearly sense its already faint breath. The Dragon King's massive head hung low like a collapsed mountain peak. There was a complex glimmer in its eyes, a mix of regret, relief, and contemplation, as if reflecting on its long life and making a final choice about the future. "Why do you wish to fight me?" The Dragon King's voice was deep and hoarse, sounding as if it came from an ancient abyss, carrying the weight of time and endless fatigue. Each syllable trembled slightly in the air, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Luffy looked at the Jotaro Dragon King, his eyes showing no fear or hostility, only determination and righteousness. "Because you threaten the peace and tranquility of this continent, we must stop you." His voice was steady and powerful, each word sounding like a declaration of a mission, a belief that would risk everything to protect. The Jotaro Dragon King fell silent for a moment. That moment of silence seemed to transcend a millennium. Then it slowly said, "I was once a guardian of this continent, but the passage of time has driven me mad, controlled by anger and hatred. Now, I see your courage and determination, and I know I was wrong." Its words were filled with regret, a deep self-reproach for past actions, like a lost soul finding a glimmer of light in the darkness. Naruto felt a surge of sympathy upon hearing the Jotaro Dragon King's words. He looked at the giant, somewhat lonely figure of the Jotaro Dragon King, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. "So what do you plan to do now?" His voice was soft, filled with inquiry and concern, as if speaking to an elderly person who had endured much. The Jotaro Dragon King sighed. That sigh was like a gentle breeze passing through an ancient forest, carrying an indescribable sorrow. "I will return to my place of slumber, to regain my reason and purpose. I hope you can continue to protect this continent, keeping it forever filled with peace and vitality." After saying this, the Jotaro Dragon King's body began to gradually fade, the once solid outline becoming blurred. Like a painting washed by rain, its power flowed into the earth like a trickling stream, and the surrounding land, after absorbing this power, seemed to radiate a new vitality. The mountains and forests, once ravaged by battle, began to grow anew, broken trees sprouting tender green shoots, and the torn earth blossoming with colorful flowers. The dried-up rivers began to flow again, the clear waters sparkling with golden light under the sunlight, like the lifeblood of the earth awakening once more. Luffy and Naruto looked at the place where Ryoto Dragon King had disappeared, filled with emotions. Chapter 0901, Gentle. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey, their steps carrying a sense of calm and determination forged through battle. Each step left shallow footprints on this gradually revitalizing land, as if marking a new chapter in their legendary story. As they moved further away, the place where the Dragon King had vanished was completely covered by newly sprouted vegetation and flowing clear springs. The land, once torn apart by conflict, now resembled a vibrant painting reborn, gently swaying with fresh green branches in the breeze, exuding the fragrance of life. Flowers bloomed in brilliant colors under the sun, and butterflies danced among the blossoms, intertwining with the sound of trickling water to create a beautiful melody, as if celebrating the rebirth of this continent. They walked along a winding path, with increasingly dense trees flanking either side. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of golden light on the ground, resembling scattered coins. Occasionally, a few small birds flitted past the branches, chirping crisply, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquil atmosphere. This battle was truly difficult, but fortunately, we succeeded. Naruto broke the silence, looking up at the sunlight streaming through the leaves, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Luffy nodded. Yes, the Dragon King is indeed powerful. But we haven't backed down. I hope this continent can be at peace for a while. As he spoke, he gently caressed the new moss growing on the tree trunk beside him, feeling the tenacity of life. Just then, they heard a melodious singing coming from ahead. The voice was ethereal and beautiful, flowing like a clear spring in the mountains, making one involuntarily captivated. The song seemed to have a mysterious magic, drawing them to quicken their steps forward. After circling around a dense thicket, they saw a beautiful lake. The water was crystal clear, like a giant mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and sky. Huge pink lotus flowers floated on the lake's surface, their petals swaying gently in the breeze like a girl's skirt. In the center of the lake, there was a woman in a white gauze dress singing. Her voice was the source of the sound, like heavenly music, enveloping the entire lake in a mysterious and peaceful atmosphere. The woman had long hair, cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with silver light in the sunlight. Her features were exquisite and stunning, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes were like deep lakes, exuding endless gentleness and mystery. In her hand, she held a slender willow branch tied with a light blue ribbon that danced in the air with her movements. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the woman stopped singing and smiled at them, her smile like flowers blooming in spring, warm and enchanting. Welcome, distant guests, to this place. I am the guardian of this lake. You may call me Liyue. Her voice was as beautiful as her song, carrying a special rhythm. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, sensing that the woman bore no ill will. Hello, Liyue. We are travelers passing through this place. We were drawn here by your singing, Luffy said. Liyue smiled gently. You are guided here by fate. I know about your battle with the Ryudo Dragon King. Your heroic deeds have spread across this continent. You are the heroes of this land. Naruto scratched his head, smiling a bit shyly. We just did what we were supposed to do. Protecting this continent is our mission. Liyue nodded slightly. Your mission is incredibly noble. However, your journey is still long, and many unknowns await you ahead. This lake may offer you some assistance. As she spoke, she waved the willow branch in her hand, and the lotus flowers on the lake's surface began to slowly move, forming a path leading to the center of the lake. Luffy and Naruto looked at the lotus path in front of them, filled with curiosity. They walked along the lotus path towards the center of the lake, feeling the gentle power of the lotus beneath their feet with every step. When they reached Liyue, she extended her hand, revealing two crystal-clear crystals in her palm. These two crystals were treasures of the lake, containing mysterious powers. In your future adventures, there may come a time when you will need them. Liyue handed the crystals to them. Luffy took the crystal and felt the warm power emanating from it. Thank you, Liyue. We will make good use of them. Liyue smiled at them, hoping they could continue to protect the peace and tranquility of this continent. Your journey is still ongoing, and this lake will always bless you. After bidding farewell to Liyue, Luffy and Naruto left the lake with the crystal. Chapter 0902, The Big Bird. Luffy and Naruto continued along the path with the crystals gifted by Liyue. The sunlight poured down on them, stretching their shadows long, as if they were two giants chasing hope. Along the way, the scenery kept changing, transitioning from lush forests to vast grasslands. On the grassland, the tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze like waves of green. Colorful wildflowers dotted the landscape, red like fire, pink like clouds, white like snow, dancing in the wind and releasing bursts of fragrance. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, their figures harmonizing with the blue sky and white clouds, creating a beautiful and peaceful picture. It's so beautiful here. Naruto spread his arms wide, enjoying the pleasant breeze brushing against his cheeks, his face beaming with innocent joy. Luffy was also captivated by the beautiful scenery before him. He took a deep breath, and the fresh air invigorated him. Indeed, this continent is always full of surprises. However, we must not be deceived by the beauty of the landscape, as we do not know what lies ahead. His gaze remained vigilant. Although the moment was peaceful, they had experienced too many battles and knew that often, hidden beneath the calmness, lay unknown dangers. Just as they were enjoying the view, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. They looked up to see a group of enormous flying birds heading straight for them. These birds were massive, with wings spanning several dozen meters, and their feathers displayed a colorful array of hues, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Their eyes were as bright as rubies, exuding an air of mystery. The birds circled above Luffy and Naruto, emitting sharp cries that pierced the tranquility of the grassland like an alarm. These birds looked formidable. We need to be careful. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power subtly vibrating along the blade, ready to respond to any potential attack. Naruto also prepared himself, quickly forming hand signs as chakra surged within him. It seems like they're coming for us. Suddenly, one of the birds dove towards them at high speed, like a streak of colorful lightning. As it approached, it spread its enormous claws, sharp talons glinting menacingly in the sunlight, reaching out to grab Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged to the side, while swinging his sword to slash at the claws of the flying birds. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the claws, sending sparks flying. The bird was pushed back by Luffy's strength, but it quickly adjusted its position and launched another attack. Seeing this, the other birds also rushed towards them. For a moment, the sky was filled with the figures of flying birds, their attacks dense like raindrops. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and countless shadow clones rushed towards the birds. The shadow clones engaged in fierce battles with the birds in the air, some of them hugging the bodies of the birds in an attempt to stop their attacks, while others chased the birds in the air, attacking each other. The real Naruto observed the situation from the ground and noticed that these birds seemed to be attacking in a specific formation, coordinating with each other in an orderly manner. Luffy, these birds are organized. We need to find their leader, Naruto shouted. As Luffy defended against the attacks of the birds, he responded, I've noticed that too. Let's first try to break their formation. Saying this, Luffy jumped high into the air, plunging the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, causing the source power to spread across the surface. Instantly, waves of energy composed of intertwining flames and lightning appeared on the ground, sweeping towards the birds. Wherever the energy waves passed, the grass ignited, the soil charred, and some birds were hit by the energy waves, their feathers singed, causing them to fall. Luffy's attack disrupted the birds' formation, and they began to panic. However, they quickly adjusted and continued to launch attacks toward Luffy and Naruto. Naruto seized the opportunity and unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. He threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the densest part of the flock, and it expanded continuously during its flight, distorting the surrounding air with its immense power. When the Rasen Shuriken struck the flock, it triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent many birds flying, their bodies severely damaged, and colorful feathers filled the air. In the chaos, Luffy noticed a larger and more vibrant bird directing the others from the back. This bird had a long, colorful crest on its head, fluttering in the wind and exuding an air of authority. That must be the leader, Luffy shouted, pointing at the large bird. Let's go together, Naruto replied. They charged towards the bird leader, and the other birds, seeing this, attempted to block their path. But Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat, breaking through the birds' defenses as they approached the leader. The bird leader let out a loud cry upon seeing them rush forward. It flapped its enormous wings and unleashed a powerful blast of air towards Luffy and Naruto. The gust was mixed with sharp feathers that shot towards them like hidden weapons. Luffy swung the Flame Thunder Sword, forming a shield of fire and lightning that deflected the feathers. Naruto used wind release to blow away the feathers aimed at him. After fending off the feather attack, they moved closer to the bird leader. The bird leader launched another attack, using its massive claws to swipe at Luffy while creating a powerful whirlwind with its wings that swept toward Naruto. Luffy skillfully dodged the attacks from the claws, waiting for the right moment to stab at the bird leader's claws with his sword. The blade struck the leader's claws, causing some pain, though it didn't inflict significant damage, leading to a brief pause in its attacks. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique amidst the whirlwind, as his clones worked together with him to resist the force of the wind. They struggled to approach the bird leader through the whirlwind, preparing to launch a combined attack with Luffy. The fierce battle against the birds unfolded violently on the grassland, scaring the surrounding cattle and sheep, which scattered in all directions. The once peaceful scene of the prairie was completely shattered, replaced by a thrilling fight. Chapter 0903, Stay on Naruto's side. He and his shadow clones worked together to gradually break free from the whirlwind's constraints. The real Naruto jumped high, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, chanting, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. A massive spiraling shuriken formed in his hand, surrounded by rapidly rotating wind chakra, resembling a gigantic cutting tool. He hurled the spiraling shuriken towards the bird leader, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound as it flew directly towards the side of the bird leader. The bird leader sensed the threat from its side and attempted to block the spiraling shuriken with its wings. However, the shuriken's power was immense. Upon contact with its wings, the wind chakra sliced through them like a blade. Feathers flew everywhere, and blood seeped from the wounds on its wings, causing the leader's flying posture to become somewhat unstable. Seeing their leader injured, the other birds became even more frenzied, charging at Luffy and Naruto in an attempt to protect their leader. They surged from all directions, colliding with Luffy and Naruto, attacking with their claws and beaks. Luffy was fighting against the bird leader while also dealing with the attacks from the surrounding birds. And the situation was extremely dire. But his gaze was firm, and the thunder flame sword in his hand was swung with precision, repelling several birds with each strike. Naruto, take care of those guys first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to spread out and engage in a chaotic battle with the surrounding birds. The shadow clones utilized various ninjutsu, with some using taijutsu to fight the birds up close, while others unleashed small-scale wind release and fire release techniques to drive the birds away. For a moment, the prairie was filled with the sights of battle and the flashes of energy collisions, while Naruto held off the other birds. Luffy seized the opportunity to launch another attack on the bird leader. He charged forward, channeling all his strength into the Thunder Flame Sword, executing the Flame Thunder Slash. This strike carried an overwhelming momentum, and the flames and lightning on the sword formed a massive energy dragon that lunged toward the bird leader's head. Just as the bird leader steadied itself, it caught sight of Luffy's awe-inspiring strike. A glimmer of fear flashed in its eyes, and it hurriedly flapped its wings to retreat. But the energy dragon was incredibly fast and caught up with it, biting down on its neck. Flames burned at the leader's neck, and lightning ravaged its body, causing the leader to let out a pained roar as its strength gradually waned under this powerful assault. After dealing with some of the birds, Naruto charged once again toward the bird leader. He clasped his hands together, pushing his chakra to its limit, preparing to unleash one of his strongest jutsu. Sage Art, True Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and an enormous Raisin Shuriken appeared in his hands. This Raisin Shuriken was larger than any he had created before, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, amplifying the overall power of the Raisin Shuriken several times over. He rushed toward the bird leader, and as he got closer, he smashed the Sage Art, True Ninetales Raisin Shuriken down onto the leader's injured neck. The combined forces of the Raisin Shuriken and the Energy Dragon delivered a devastating blow to the bird leader. Under this dual assault, the bird leader could no longer withstand it. Its neck was severely burned and torn, and its body fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the prairie and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the leader's fall, the other birds seemed to lose their backbone. They ceased their attacks and scattered in panic. Luffy and Naruto landed on the ground, panting heavily. They both had various degrees of injuries, but they had successfully overcome the attack from birds. Finally dealt with, those guys were really hard to handle. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Yeah, but we can't stay here too long. We need to keep moving, Luffy said, looking into the distance. After a short rest, they set off on their journey again. The grassland, having gone through this battle, gradually returned to calm, with only the scorched earth and leftover feathers telling the tale of the thrilling fight that had just occurred. Chapter 0904. The figure Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the grassland, a gentle breeze brushing past them, bringing a hint of freshness that seemed to ease their post-battle fatigue. The two figures gradually faded into the vast prairie, leaving behind a trail of footprints, some deep and some shallow, symbolizing their tenacity. As they walked, they heard a faint rumbling sound, deep and continuous, as if the heartbeat of the earth was resonating from below. With each step they took, the rumbling grew clearer, and the surrounding air began to tremble slightly, as if the ground beneath their feet was responding to this mysterious force. The sound is a bit strange. We need to be careful, Luffy said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly and scanning the surroundings warily. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, missing no movement of the grass or wind. Naruto nodded, channeling chakra within him, ready to face any potential danger. It feels like there's something big nearby, he remarked, his eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. When they crested a small hill, the sight before them took them by surprise. A gigantic vortex appeared ahead, located at the center of the grassland, with a diameter of several hundred meters. Dust swirled within the vortex, and a fierce wind howled, pulling the surrounding grass and wildflowers into it, disappearing in an instant. The air around the vortex exhibited a distorted state, as if space itself was being affected by this force. What is that? It looks very dangerous, Naruto said, frowning. Luffy carefully observed the vortex, noticing that there seemed to be some strange lights and shadows flickering within it, resembling some kind of ancient runes. This might be something like a magic circle. Let's not get too close, he said. However, just as they were about to bypass the vortex, its pulling force suddenly intensified. Luffy and Naruto felt a powerful force tugging at them, and they quickly steadied themselves, channeling their strength into the ground beneath their feet. But the vortex's pull grew stronger, and their feet gradually lifted off the ground, being drawn toward the vortex. This is bad, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword and shooting out a rope made of source power towards the ground. The rope sank deep into the earth, temporarily stabilizing their position. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones pulling in the opposite direction to resist the vortex's pull. But the vortex's strength was too great. The rope began to crack, and the clones were being sucked into the vortex one by one. This isn't going to work. We need to find a way to destroy this vortex, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto looked at the vortex and suddenly had an idea. Luffy, let's attack the center of the vortex together and use our power to break its balance. Luffy nodded, and they simultaneously exerted their strength, breaking free from the restraints of the ropes and shadow clones. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame sword high above his head, as the source power poured into the sword like a river, causing the Thunder Flame sword to emit a dazzling light. Flame, thunder, explosive slash, he shouted, striking out a massive flame thunder sword energy towards the center of the vortex. The sword energy shot through the air like a burning meteor, heading straight for the vortex. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasengan toward the center of the vortex. As it flew, the Rasengan grew larger, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. The flame, thunder, sword energy, and the Rasengan hit the center of the vortex one after the other, triggering a violente explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and the immense shockwave temporarily weakened the vortex's suction. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to escape the whirlpool's pull and landed on the ground, panting heavily. But before they could catch their breath, the whirlpool flashed with light and resumed its suction, even stronger than before. How is this guy still not done? Naruto said, a bit annoyed. Luffy stared at the vortex. His brow furrowed. He noticed that after the vortex regained its suction, the brilliance of the runes became even brighter. These runes might be the key. We need to find a way to decipher them, he said. They approached the vortex again, this time with even more caution. Luffy attempted to touch the edge of the vortex with the Thunder Flame sword to sense the power of the runes. As the blade made contact with the vortex, a surge of powerful information flooded into his mind, ancient knowledge and magical secrets. But the information was chaotic and needed time to organize. Naruto stood beside Luffy, protecting him as he performed the wind release, spiraling shuriken, cutting off the nearby suction flow. However, as time passed, the suction grew stronger, and their situation became increasingly dangerous. I think I have a clue, Luffy suddenly said. He began to draw some corresponding runes on the ground with the Thunder Flame sword based on the information he had organized in his mind. Once drawn, these runes emitted a faint glow, resonating with the runes in the vortex. As Luffy drew more runes, the glow of the runes within the vortex began to become chaotic. The suction also became unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Naruto, let's attack again, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they launched another attack towards the center of the vortex. This time, their attacks were more precise, targeting the area where the rune light was most chaotic. Under their combined assault, the vortex finally could not withstand it. With a loud bang, the vortex exploded, and a powerful wave of energy swept everything around them. Luffy and Naruto were knocked back by the energy wave, rolling on the ground several times before stabilizing themselves. When the dust settled, they found a huge pit where the vortex had been, emanating a mysterious glow. In the center of the pit was an ancient treasure chest, intricately engraved with complex patterns and runes, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. What could be inside? Naruto curiously walked towards the treasure chest. Luffy followed along, and they carefully opened the treasure chest. A powerful force surged out from the chest, but there was no danger. Inside the chest lay an ancient scroll and a gem emitting a strange glow. These seemed like very powerful items. Naruto picked up the scroll and found the writing on it to be obscure and difficult to understand. Luffy picked up the gem and could feel the powerful energy contained within it. These things might be helpful for our journey, so let's keep them safe, he said. After they secured the treasures in the treasure chest, they continued walking towards the end of the grassland. Chapter 0905. Stuffy Luffy and Naruto continued their journey across the prairie with the newly acquired treasure. At the end of the prairie, a dense jungle gradually came into view. The jungle was lush and green, with tall, ancient trees whose branches and leaves intertwined, forming a natural barrier that obstructed their line of sight and exuded an air of mystery. As they approached the jungle, a wave of humid and sultry air hit them, mixed with the fragrance of various flowers and the smell of decaying leaves. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing intertwined, creating a unique symphony. But within this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, there was an inexplicable tension. This jungle didn't look easy to traverse, Naruto said, looking at the dense vegetation before him. He reached out to push aside a cluster of vines blocking their path, which were covered in tiny thorns that could easily scratch if one wasn't careful. Luffy nodded, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, carefully clearing the way ahead. Everyone be careful. There could be various dangers here. His vigilant gaze swept around, the source power flowing slowly within him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. They had just stepped into the jungle when they heard a low, rumbling roar. The roar seemed to come from deep within the jungle, deep and imposing, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The surrounding birds were startled and flew away in all directions, and the previously lively sounds of insects abruptly ceased. There's something big nearby. Prepare for battle, Luffy said in a low voice, stopping in his tracks and focusing intently on the direction of the sound. Naruto was also ready for battle, quickly forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. As the roar grew closer, they saw a massive black panther slowly emerge from the shadows of the jungle. The panther was several times larger than an ordinary leopard, its body pitch black as ink, with only its eyes shining with a ghostly blue light like two cold gems. The muscular lines beneath its fur were faintly visible, showcasing its immense power, each step exuding a kingly majesty. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the panther halted, slightly crouching down, emitting a series of low growls from its throat as if warning them not to approach. This panther looks formidable. Let's try not to provoke it, Luffy whispered, refraining from initiating an attack and attempting to maintain a subtle standoff. However, the panther seemed unwilling to let them go. It suddenly surged forward, lunging at Luffy and Naruto. Its speed was astonishing, like a bolt of black lightning darting through the jungle, reaching them in the blink of an eye. The panther opened its massive jaws, sharp fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight, and aimed to bite Luffy. Luffy swiftly dodged to the side, while swinging his sword towards the Black Panther. The Thunder Flame sword grazed the panther's fur, sparking a shower of flames. The panther's fur was exceptionally tough, and Luffy's strike did not inflict significant damage, leaving only a faint white mark on its side. Angered by Luffy's attack, the panther turned and lunged at him again, this time clawing towards Luffy's chest with its sharp claws. Luffy had no time to evade and could only block with the Thunder Flame sword held horizontally in front of him. The panther's strength was immense, pushing Luffy back several steps, leaving deep marks on the ground with his feet. Seeing Luffy in danger, Naruto immediately performed the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged towards the panther, attacking it from various directions in an attempt to distract it. The real Naruto prepared to use Sage Mode from the side. The clones' attacks overwhelmed the panther, which swung its claws and tail to scatter the approaching clones. However, there were too many clones for the panther to shake off at once. Just as the panther was being restrained by the clones, Naruto seized the opportunity to unleash Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Rasengan. He hurled the Rasengan towards the panther's back, and it grew larger as it flew, the powerful chakra waves distorting the surrounding air. The Rasengan struck the panther's back, sending it crashing forward with tremendous force. The panther fell heavily to the ground, a large area of its back burned by the Rasengan, its fur charred black. Yet, the panther did not lose its fighting spirit. It quickly got back up, its eyes burning with even greater fury. It turned around and let out an angry roar at Naruto. Then it lunged at Naruto again, moving faster than before. Naruto did not expect the panther to have such explosive power after being injured, and he hurriedly dodged, but the panther's claws still grazed his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Luffy saw Naruto injured, and he felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He raised the Thunder Flame sword and charged towards the Black Panther. "You bastard! How dare you hurt Naruto?" he roared. Luffy unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame sword, the Flame Thunder Breaking Wind Slash. He gathered the power of Origin, the power of fire, and the power of lightning all into the sword. The Thunder Flame sword shone brightly, dazzling like the sun. He slashed towards the Black Panther's head. And this sword contained immense power, with the energy on the blade transforming into a gigantic flame thunder tiger, pouncing towards the Black Panther. The flame thunder tiger and the Black Panther clashed in midair, engaging in a fierce battle. The flame thunder tiger tore at the Black Panther with its sharp claws and teeth, while the Black Panther used its strength and speed to dodge the flame thunder tiger's attacks and attempted to counterattack. For a moment, the jungle was filled with brilliant light, and energy waves rippled outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. While the flame thunder tiger and the Black Panther were in a stalemate, Luffy and Naruto simultaneously launched their attacks on the Black Panther. Luffy thrust the Thunder Flame Sword towards the Black Panther's abdomen, while Naruto used Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at the Black Panther's leg. Caught in a pincer attack, the Black Panther could no longer evade. Luffy's sword pierced its abdomen, blood gushing out. Naruto's Spiraling Shuriken also struck the Black Panther's leg, injuring it and slowing its movements. The Black Panther let out a painful roar, knowing it was at a disadvantage. But it did not give up, still trying to fight back. With its last strength, it lunged at Luffy, its eyes burning with an indomitable flame, determined to fight to the end even in its final moments. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of slackening as they launched their attacks once again, targeting the Black Panther's vital points. After a fierce battle, the Black Panther finally fell to the ground, its body gradually growing cold, and its pair of azure eyes lost their luster. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the powerful Black Panther. However, they knew that more dangers awaited them in this jungle, and they had to keep moving forward to face the unknown challenges. After taking a short rest in the jungle and tending to their wounds, they continued deeper into the jungle. Chapter 0906, Withered Branches. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the jungle. The further they went, the darker it became. The dense foliage nearly completely blocked out the sunlight, with only a few scattered rays filtering through the layers of leaves, falling onto the ground covered with fallen leaves and dead branches. Not long after, they heard a babbling sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they soon came across a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed between the stones, producing a crisp sound, as if playing a cheerful little tune. However, Luffy and Naruto did not let their guard down. They knew that in this mysterious jungle, any seemingly calm scene could hide dangers. Just as they were about to cross the stream and continue on, a huge splash suddenly erupted from the water. A massive crocodile leaped out of the water, its body covered in hard scales glistening like metal under the sunlight. The crocodile opened its enormous jaws, revealing sharp fangs that sent chills down their spines, and it lunged towards Luffy. Luffy reacted quickly, leaping high into the air with the Thunder Flame Sword in hand. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly as he slashed toward the crocodile's head. The crocodile sensed the danger and twisted its massive body in midair, trying to evade Luffy's attack. However, the Thunder Flame Sword still cut a long gash across its back, blood oozing from the wound and staining the surrounding stream red. In pain, the crocodile plunged into the water and swam rapidly, splashing waves around it. Then it burst out of the water from the other side, launching another attack at Luffy. This time, it was faster and stronger, its massive tail slapping the water, using the force of the water to leap high and crash toward Luffy's chest. Luffy steadied himself and plunged the sword of thunder flames into the ground, chanting incantations. In an instant, shields made of source power formed in front of him. The crocodile crashed into the shield, producing a loud sound. The shield showed some cracks, but successfully blocked the crocodile's attack. Naruto, seeing that Luffy had temporarily fended off the crocodile, quickly formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the crocodile, some attacking from the front, while others circled around to distract it. The real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to use a more powerful ninjutsu. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks on the crocodile. Some clones threw wind release, spiraling shuriken, while others engaged in close combat with fists and feet. The crocodile seemed overwhelmed by the numerous attacks from the shadow clones, but its strength was immense. Each swing of its tail or opening of its mouth scattered the nearby clones. At that moment, the real Naruto completed the preparation for his ninjutsu. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. He shouted loudly, and a massive spiraling shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. The spiraling shuriken emitted an extremely high temperature, distorting the surrounding air due to the heat. Naruto seized the opportunity and threw the spiraling shuriken at the crocodile's abdomen. The spiraling shuriken left a burning trail as it flew, crashing into the crocodile's abdomen like a meteor. The crocodile sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to block it with its tail, but it was too late. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately struck the crocodile's abdomen, instantly melting some of the scales with the high-temperature lava. The powerful impact sent the crocodile flying backward, landing heavily in the water and splashing up a massive wave. The crocodile struggled in the water for a while before resurfacing. Its abdomen was severely injured, blood continuously oozing from the wound, but the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished, still fixated on Luffy and Naruto, clearly unwilling to give up. It launched another attack, this time not charging blindly, but slowly swimming around Luffy and Naruto in circles, seemingly searching for their weaknesses. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to let their guard down, closely watching the crocodile's every move, ready to respond to its next attack at any moment. Suddenly, the crocodile accelerated violently and charged towards Naruto. It opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful stream of water that shot towards Naruto like a cannonball. Naruto quickly dodged, and the water stream struck a large tree behind him, uprooting it with the force of the impact and causing it to crash down. Luffy saw the crocodile attacking Naruto, and he quickly rushed towards it. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted once again. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Shattering Slash, striking towards the crocodile's head. This sword contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, with the energy on the blade transforming into a massive flame thunder dragon, clawing and biting as it pounced toward the crocodile. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the crocodile engaged in a fierce battle. The Flame Thunder Dragon used its claws and teeth to tear at the crocodile, while the crocodile relied on its strength and speed to evade the dragon's attacks and attempted to counterattack. During the fight, the Flame Thunder Dragon gradually gained the upper hand, leaving multiple wounds on the crocodile's body. Just when the Flame Thunder Dragon and the crocodile were locked in a stalemate, Naruto seized the opportunity to use Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. He fused this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Mode chakra, enhancing the power of the Spiral Shuriken even further. Surrounding the Spiral Shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the overall power of the Spiral Shuriken several times over. Naruto hurled the Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken at the crocodile's neck, and as it flew, the shuriken continued to grow larger, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the crocodile's body. The crocodile sensed the threat to its neck and tried to block with its claws, but it was too late. The Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken accurately struck the crocodile's neck, and the immense force sent the crocodile crashing forward, heavily slamming onto the ground. The crocodile struggled a few times, but ultimately fell still. Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the surrounding land and stream. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully defeated the fierce crocodile, but they knew that there were more dangers waiting for them in this jungle, and they had to keep moving forward to face the unknown challenges. They stepped over the crocodile's corpse and continued along the stream. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment became more mysterious, with a faint mist filling the air. In the mist, something seemed to be flickering, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 0907, Shaped Like. Luffy and Naruto continued along the stream, the faint mist growing thicker, gradually enveloping their figures. Everything around them became blurred, and all they could hear was the sound of the flowing water and the rustling of leaves and twigs beneath their feet. In the midst of the swirling mist, they suddenly sensed a vague chill, one that seemed to penetrate their bones, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the power of the source flowing slowly along the blade, ready to respond to any potential danger. Naruto also activated the chakra within him, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, even though all he could see was a white expanse of mist. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed through the fog, sharp and eerie, sending chills down their spines. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "Who? Show yourself," Luffy shouted, his voice carrying into the mist, but seemingly swallowed by something, receiving no response, only the continuous eerie laughter. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that something was very wrong in this place. "Everyone, be careful," he said quietly, his hands secretly forming seals, ready to unleash a jutsu at any moment. Suddenly, several shadowy figures darted out from the mist, moving with incredible speed, like phantoms, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Before they could clearly see what it was, Luffy and Naruto instinctively dodged. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, creating a protective barrier of flames and lightning that repelled the approaching shadows. When the shadows hit the barrier, they emitted a sizzling sound as if struck by lightning, and then disappeared into the fog. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing toward the shadows in different directions, attempting to confront them directly and figure out what these shadows really were. The real Naruto closely monitored the situation while continuing to gather chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. The shadow clones engaged in intense combat with the shadows in the mist. The shadows moved erratically and were extremely agile, making it difficult for the clones to hit them accurately. Moreover, whenever a clone's attack was about to land on a shadow, the shadow would suddenly vanish and reappear from another location to continue its assault. After some exchanges, Luffy finally got a clear look at the shadows. They resembled humanoid figures but were shrouded in a layer of black mist, obscuring their features, with only pairs of eerie green eyes glowing with a strange and malevolent light. What exactly are these things? Luffy furrowed his brow and said, increasing the power output of the Thunder Flame Sword, making the barrier's light even more dazzling, pushing back more approaching shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto's clones were continuously attacking the shadows, but with little effect. However, through their encounters, Naruto gained some understanding of their characteristics. These creatures seemed capable of moving freely through the mist, and their attacks carried a paralyzing force. He shouted loudly to Luffy. Just as they were at a stalemate with the shadows, laughter echoed through the mist once again, this time louder, as if mocking their helplessness. As the laughter continued, the mist began to churn violently, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the depths of the fog. This figure was much larger than the shadows, also enveloped in black mist, but exuded a far more intense aura of evil. It had a pair of massive curved horns on its head, and its eyes burned like two flaming green fires, radiating endless malice. In its hand, it gripped a black staff topped with a massive purple gemstone that flickered with a strange light. You outsiders dare to invade my territory, truly unaware of your own mortality. The towering figure spoke in a deep, hoarse voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Luffy stepped forward fearlessly, pointing the sword of Thunder Flame at the evil figure. We're just passing through, and we mean no offense, but if you want to stop us, don't blame us for being rude. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable determination. Naruto stood beside Luffy, his hands forming complex hand seals, the sage chakra surging within him. That's right, we're not afraid of guys like you, he said loudly. The evil figure sneered. Humph, then let me show you my power. After saying this, it raised the black staff in its hand and began to chant. As its incantation progressed, the surrounding mist thickened, and the shadowy figures seemed to be summoned, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto with even greater speed and ferocity. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame, executing various sword techniques to repel the approaching shadows one by one. His swordsmanship flowed like clouds and water, with each strike containing powerful source energy. The flames and lightning intertwined in the mist, creating a dazzling glow that illuminated a small area around him. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards the densest cluster of shadows. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, and the powerful chakra fluctuations caused the surrounding air to tremble. When the Rasengan struck the group of shadows, it triggered a violent explosion, the shockwave scattering many shadows. But they quickly regrouped and continued their assault. The evil figure, seeing Luffy and Naruto's tenacious resistance, flashed a hint of anger in its eyes. It raised its staff once more, and this time, the purple gem at the top of the staff shone brightly. A wave of black energy shot out from the gem, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto felt the immense power of the black energy wave and quickly dodged. The black energy wave struck several large trees behind them, instantly destroying them and sending wood chips and debris flying everywhere. This guy is tough to deal with. We need to find a way to break through its defenses and attack it directly, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. I think so too. Let's go for it together. They ignored the constantly surging shadows and charged towards the evil figure. Luffy raised a thunder flame, sword high above his head. The power of the source flowing into the sword like a river, causing the thunder flame sword to emit a dazzling light. Flame thunder explosive slash, he shouted, swinging down at the head of the evil figure. This strike contained world-destroying power, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive flame thunder dragon. Clawing its way towards the evil figure, Naruto unleashed Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken, merging this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, enhancing the power of the spiraling shuriken even further. Surrounding the spiraling shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the overall power of the spiraling shuriken several times. He threw the spiraling shuriken towards the evil figure's abdomen, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, with the powerful wind chakra slicing through the evil figure's body. Seeing Luffy and Naruto charging at it, the evil figure calmly raised its staff, forming a black energy shield in front of itself. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the spiraling shuriken struck the shield one after the other, producing a tremendous roar. The shield cracked under the powerful attacks, but did not break. "Humph, you think you can break my defenses with just that? How naive," the evil figure said disdainfully. Luffy and Naruto were not discouraged by a failed attack. They continued to launch their assaults. Luffy once again unleashed the powerful sword technique of Thunder Flame Sword, slashing at the legs of the evil figure. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones attacking the back of the evil figure. Under their combined assault, the evil figure's shield finally couldn't withstand the pressure. With a loud bang, the shield shattered, and fragments flew in all directions like raindrops. The evil figure was also knocked back by the tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing itself. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to charge towards the evil figure, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as they were about to get close, the evil figure suddenly rose from the ground, emanating an even stronger aura of malevolence. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a stream of black flames, the temperature of which was extremely high, incinerating everything in its path. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the black flames brushed past their bodies, feeling a burning pain. However, they did not back down and continued to launch attacks against the evil figure. This fierce battle with the evil figure unfolded intensely in the misty jungle, with everything around them being affected by the shockwaves of their fight. Giant trees were uprooted, the ground was torn apart with deep gashes, and the mist was thrown into chaos. Chapter 0908, Flame and Thunder Chain Slash. After Luffy and Naruto dodged the black flames, they did not hesitate for a moment and charged towards the evil figure again. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword with precision, each swing creating waves of energy interwoven with flames and lightning. He cleverly used the destroyed environment around him as cover, quickly closing in on the evil figure. Naruto commanded his shadow clones to encircle from all directions. They moved like agile phantoms, weaving through the chaotic battlefield. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, his chakra swirling wildly within him. Senjutsu, Magnet Release, Rasengan, he shouted, and a Rasengan emanating a powerful magnetic force appeared in his hand. Surrounding the Rasengan was a strange glow, and wherever the light reached, the space seemed to warp slightly. A strong pulling force radiated from the Rasengan, drawing in nearby debris and branches, enhancing its power. The evil figure, seeing them attacking again, showed a hint of panic in its eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. It forcefully thrust its black staff into the ground, chanting incantations, causing the ground around them to tremble violently. Black stone pillars erupted from the earth, shooting towards Luffy, Naruto, and their shadow clones. These pillars were covered in sharp spikes, each containing evil power. Trees struck by them instantly withered, as if their life force had been drained. Luffy skillfully weaved between the stone pillars, eyeing the gaps between them as he charged towards the evil figure. As he got closer, he leaped high into the air, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its peak, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. He swung his sword down, and a massive sword energy, like a sharp blade capable of splitting the heavens, struck down towards the top of the evil figure's head. Where the sword energy passed, the air ignited instantly, creating a long tunnel of flames, with the surrounding black stone pillars shattering under the impact of the sword energy. On Naruto's side, the shadow clones dodged the attacks of the stone pillars with agile movements. Some shadow clones were unfortunately hit and dissipated into a puff of smoke. However, the real Naruto continued to charge towards the evil figure, throwing the Sage Art, Magnet Release, Rasengan towards its waist. As the Rasengan flew, it absorbed numerous fragments of black stone pillars, growing larger and transforming into a gigantic black magnetic sphere, crashing towards the evil figure with a destructive force. The evil figure sensed the dual threat of the attacks and abruptly drew its black staff, the purple gem at the top glowing brightly. It swung the staff, and a black light curtain unfolded in front of it, attempting to block Luffy and Naruto's assault. The flame thunder, sword energy, and the magnet release. Rasengan hit the black light curtain in succession, unleashing a powerful explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, completely dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing a chaotic battlefield. The ground was blasted into a massive pit, and the surrounding trees were flattened, leaving only some charred remnants burning. The evil figure was thrust backward by the shockwave of the explosion, its black light curtain cracking with multiple fissures, and its body sustained some damage. The black mist surrounding it thinned out somewhat, revealing parts of its withered limbs, which bore strange runes that flickered with an eerie light, as if sustaining its life. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to continue their attack. Luffy pushed off the ground with his feet, charging towards the evil figure like an arrow released from a bow. With the flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupting once again, he executed the Flame Thunder Chain slash, sending several waves of flame and thunder sword energy towards the chest of the evil figure. The sword energy sliced through the air like shooting stars, incredibly fast and powerful. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards the legs of the evil figure. The Spiraling Shuriken grew larger during its flight, surrounded by powerful wind chakra, resembling a massive cutting weapon. The goal of Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, was to sever the evil figure's legs, rendering it immobile. After being attacked, the evil figure appeared somewhat disheveled. It barely managed to block some of Luffy's flame and thunder sword energy with its staff, but several waves of sword energy still struck its chest, leaving deep wounds on its body, from which black blood flowed, dripping to the ground and sizzling, creating small pits. The Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, also successfully hit the evil figure's legs. Although it didn't completely sever them, it severely injured them, causing its movements to become sluggish. The evil figure let out a painful roar, its voice echoing across the vast battlefield, as if responding angrily to Luffy and Naruto's attacks. "You despicable creatures! I will make you pay!" The evil figure roared, disregarding its leg injuries as it raised its staff again, preparing to unleash an even more powerful attack. Luffy and Naruto did not give it a chance. They rushed towards the evil figure at the same time. Luffy plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, and the power of the source quickly spread along the ground, forming chains interwoven with fire and lightning. These chains flew towards the evil figure like spirit snakes, instantly wrapping around its body and restricting its movement. Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, smashing the Rasengan towards the evil figure's head. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, surrounded by powerful chakra, resembling a massive energy sphere. Bound by the chains, the evil figure couldn't dodge Naruto's attack. The Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, accurately struck the evil figure's head, the immense force causing its head to tilt backward, and its body swayed under the tremendous impact. Luffy seized the opportunity to charge forward. He raised the Thunder Flame sword and struck forcefully at the neck of the evil figure. This sword strike contained all his strength, and the Thunder Flame sword easily severed the neck of the evil figure, its head rolling to the ground as its body collapsed. The surrounding black mist quickly dissipated. The shadows that had been circling around also vanished into wisps of black smoke after the evil figure was eliminated. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the evil being. They stood exhausted on the battlefield, their bodies covered in scars, but their eyes filled with the joy of victory. Finally resolved, this guy was really tough to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. "Yeah, but there are still many unknowns in this jungle. We need to keep moving forward," Luffy replied. After taking a short break and getting themselves together, they continued deeper into the jungle. Chapter 0909, The Deep Forest. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the jungle, the air still thick with the smell of smoke from the battle. Their footsteps were slightly heavy, and the wounds on their bodies ached, but their eyes remained resolute, like stars twinkling in the night sky. As they ventured further, the jungle environment became increasingly complex. The branches and leaves overhead grew denser, with sunlight barely penetrating, leaving only a dim light and shadow. The ground beneath their feet turned muddy, and each step required more effort, as if an invisible force was dragging them down. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, rich and enticing, instantly refreshing their spirits. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert. They knew well that in this dangerous jungle, anything that seemed beautiful could hide a significant threat. "This scent is suspicious. Be careful," Luffy whispered, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. The source of power on the blade trembling slightly, ready to respond to any potential danger. Naruto nodded as well, channeling chakra within him, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. "Yeah, we can't let it deceive us." They carefully followed the direction from which the fragrance came, and soon discovered a meadow filled with colorful flowers. The flowers were vibrant, with petals sparkling with dewdrops, standing out brilliantly in the dim jungle. The fragrance emanating from the flowers was exactly what they had just smelled, and it spread through the air as if enchanted, making one unable to resist getting closer. As they observed the flowers, a faint rustling sound came from the surrounding grass. The sound grew louder, as if something was quickly approaching. Luffy and Naruto immediately took fighting stances, focusing intently on the grass. Suddenly, a group of fox-like creatures sprang out from the grass. These foxes were covered in multicolored fur, each hair shimmering with a captivating luster. Their eyes shone like gems, radiating a cunning light. They circled around Luffy and Naruto, jumping and darting about, seemingly sizing up these unexpected guests. "These foxes don't look simple. Everyone be careful," Luffy said, slightly raising his Thunder Flame sword in a defensive posture. Naruto also prepared himself, quickly forming hand seals, ready to unleash ninjutsu. They seemed to be plotting something. Suddenly, one of the foxes lunged at Luffy. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a flash of colorful lightning. Luffy sidestepped, avoiding the fox's attack, and swung his sword at it. The fox nimbly dodged Luffy's strike, and, midair, turned to pounce at Luffy again. Seeing this, the other foxes also launched their attacks. Some leapt towards Naruto, while others attacked Luffy from the side, and in an instant, Luffy and Naruto found themselves surrounded by the colorful foxes, caught in a fierce battle. Although these foxes were not large, their movements were extremely agile, and they seemed to coordinate with each other, forming a unique attack formation. Luffy and Naruto were somewhat overwhelmed by their onslaught. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing various sword techniques in an attempt to fend off the fox's attacks. His sword carved through the air, creating trails of light, each strike containing immense power. However, the foxes always managed to cleverly evade his attacks, and then launch counterattacks when he was off guard. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, sending countless clones charging towards the foxes. The clones engaged in fierce battles with the foxes. Some clones grappled with the foxes to stop their attacks, while others chased the foxes through the air, exchanging blows. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the foxes seemed wary of the energy emitted by his Sword of Thunder and Flame. Whenever his sword approached them, the foxes would quickly dodge, unwilling to make direct contact. "Naruto, these foxes are afraid of the energy from my sword. We can use this to our advantage," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He directed the clones to lure the foxes closer to Luffy, who then swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, creating an energy circle of intertwining fire and lightning around him. The foxes sensed the threat of the energy circle and tried to escape, but the clones blocked their paths. Some foxes attempted to break through the energy circle, but upon contact with the energy, they were struck by flames and lightning, emitting painful cries. Their colorful fur was singed in places, and their bodies sustained varying degrees of injury. Seeing their companions hurt, the foxes began to panic. They no longer attacked in an organized manner as before. Instead, they fought individually, trying to find an opportunity to break free. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch their attacks. Luffy slashed out several fiery thunder sword energies towards the densest part of the fox, the sword energy flying like burning meteors towards the foxes. Naruto used the Sage Art, super huge Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasen Shuriken towards one side of the fox. As it flew, the Rasen Shuriken continuously grew in size, the powerful chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble. The fiery thunder, sword energies, and the Rasen Shuriken struck the fox in succession, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent many foxes flying, their bodies severely injured in the blast, colorful fur swirling in the air. Amidst the chaos, the foxes began to scatter and flee. Luffy and Naruto did not miss this opportunity. They continued to pursue the foxes, trying to drive them back completely. During the chase, they noticed that the foxes were running in a specific direction, seemingly fleeing towards a particular place. They seemed to be running toward somewhere. "Let's follow them," Luffy said. Naruto nodded. Maybe there's something important there, or it could be their den. They followed the direction the foxes were fleeing, and soon arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The cave was surrounded by vines and weeds, emanating a mysterious aura. The colorful foxes all darted into the cave, disappearing from sight. "This cave looks unusual. There might be dangers inside, but we have to go in and take a look," Luffy said, gazing at the cave. Naruto smiled. "That's right, let's go." They cautiously entered the cave. It was dark and damp inside, with faintly glowing mineral stones flickering on the walls, barely illuminating the surroundings. A pungent smell filled the cave, a mix of fox urine and other unidentified substances. They slowly moved along the cave's passage, and the further they went, the narrower the passage became, and the air grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, they heard a low growl echoing from deep within the cave, reverberating throughout the passage, sending chills down their spines. "There are even stronger foes inside. We need to be prepared," Luffy whispered, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, the source of power surging within him, ready to face the new challenge. Naruto also summoned his chakra, his hands secretly forming seals, prepared to unleash ninjutsu at any moment. They continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0910, The Great Fox. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper along the narrow cave passage, the low rumbling growl growing louder, shaking the surrounding walls as if they were trembling slightly. The air in the passage became increasingly oppressive, and with each breath, they could feel the sharp odor becoming more intense. As they approached, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, within which a massive figure was subtly swaying. They slowed their pace, moving forward more cautiously, and as they got closer, they finally saw the scene before them. In the center of the cave lay a gigantic fox, its size several times greater than the colorful foxes they had encountered before. Its fur displayed a dazzling array of colors, as if it had merged all the hues of the world into one, each hair seemingly flowing with light, beautiful yet radiating an indescribable majesty. Its eyes resembled two full moons, emitting a ghostly blue glow, and the wisdom and wildness reflected in its gaze made it impossible to underestimate. Surrounding it were the colorful foxes, encircling their king as if seeking its protection. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the giant fox let out another roar, which echoed through the cave like thunder, causing pain to Luffy and Naruto's eardrums. It stood up, its massive body nearly touching the cave ceiling, looking down at them with hostility in its eyes. "You dare harm my subjects. Today is your day of reckoning." The giant fox spoke in human tongue, its voice deep and authoritative, resonating within the cave with an undeniable fury. Luffy stepped forward, pointing the sword of Thunderflame at the giant fox, saying, "We are only defending ourselves. It was your people who attacked us first. We have no intention of being enemies with you. But if you seek to stop us, we will not back down." His voice was steady and powerful, and despite facing such a formidable opponent, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Naruto stood beside Luffy, arms crossed, looking at the giant fox as he said, "That's right, we are just passing through this jungle and do not want to cause trouble. But we are not afraid of it either." The chakra within him surged quietly, ready for battle. The giant fox, upon hearing their words, flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes, snorting, "Don't try to argue. You have trespassed into my territory, and you must pay the price." After saying this, it suddenly swung its tail, and the colorful foxes around it seemed to receive a command, charging once again at Luffy and Naruto. Under the giant fox's control, these colorful foxes attacked even more fiercely than before. They came at Luffy and Naruto like bolts of colorful lightning from all directions, emitting sharp cries from their mouths. Luffy swung the Thunderflame sword, the flames and lightning power on the blade intertwined, forming dazzling arcs of light that repelled the nearby rainbow foxes. With each swing of the sword, a fox was sent flying, their bodies emitting pained howls under the scorching flames and lightning. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the group of rainbow foxes. The clones engaged in fierce combat with the foxes, utilizing their agile movements and various ninja techniques to maneuver around them. Meanwhile, the real Naruto observed the situation from aside, looking for an opportunity to attack the giant fox. After fending off a wave of rainbow fox attacks, Luffy seized the moment and charged towards the giant fox. He leaped high into the air, gathering immense source power on the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck down towards the giant fox's head. This strike contained the momentum of world destruction, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive fire lightning bird, diving towards the giant fox. Seeing Luffy attacking, the giant fox calmly raised one of its paws and lightly waved it, sending a colorful energy wave shooting from its paw to meet the fire lightning bird. The energy wave collided with the fire lightning bird, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The shock wave from the explosion sent Luffy flying backward, but he steadied himself mid-air and charged again towards the giant fox. Noticing Luffy's attack had been blocked, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and chanted, "Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken," he shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. This spiral shuriken emitted extremely high temperatures, distorting the surrounding air due to the heat. Naruto threw the spiral shuriken towards the giant fox's abdomen, leaving a burning trail in its wake, crashing towards the giant fox like a meteor. Feeling the threat to its abdomen, the giant fox slightly crouched down and then leaped up, its massive body tracing a graceful arc in the air, avoiding Naruto's spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken struck the cavern wall behind the giant fox, instantly melting the rocks with the high-temperature lava, creating a massive gap in the wall as debris tumbled down. Luffy seized the opportunity while the giant fox was dodging the spiral shuriken to launch another attack. He unleashed the special skill of the Thunder Flame Sword, the Flame Thunder Break Wind Slash. He gathered the source power, flame power, and lightning power all onto his sword, and the Thunder Flame Sword shone brilliantly. Dazzling like the sun, he slashed towards the giant fox's leg, trying to incapacitate it. The giant fox sensed Luffy's attack and quickly swept its tail after landing, the tail carrying immense power, colliding with Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword. The two forces clashed, producing a loud bang, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards, causing the colorful foxes around to stagger. In the fierce confrontation with the giant fox, Luffy and Naruto discovered that this giant fox was not only powerful, but also seemed to skillfully harness the energy around it. Each of its attacks and defenses contained a mysterious power, making it difficult for their attacks to inflict substantial damage. This guy is tough to deal with. We need to find a way to uncover its weakness, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword to fend off the attacks from the colorful foxes while observing the giant fox's every move. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I'm watching too. It seems like there's an energy shield around its body. We need to find a way to break through it." They fought against the colorful foxes and the giant fox while searching for a breakthrough method. During the battle, Naruto noticed that after the giant fox unleashed a powerful attack, the light on its body would flicker briefly, which might be the weak moment of its energy shield. "Luffy, watch for the moment after it attacks. Its shield may weaken," Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately understood Naruto's intention. They began to adjust their battle strategy, deliberately luring the giant fox to launch an attack, and then looking for an opportunity to counterattack the moment after it struck. Once again, the giant fox swung its claws, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Luffy. The energy wave swept towards Luffy, who quickly dodged while closely monitoring the giant fox's condition. After the giant fox released the energy wave, the light on its body indeed flickered briefly. "Now's the time," Luffy shouted, charging towards the giant fox with the power of the Thunder Flame Sword at its peak. At the same time, Naruto unleashed Wind Style, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, rushing towards the giant fox. Their attacks simultaneously targeted the giant fox, aiming for its neck, where they had observed the energy shield to be relatively weak. The giant fox sensed the danger, but was already too late to evade. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Wind Style, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken struck the energy shield on its neck in succession. Under the powerful assault, the energy shield showed clear cracks, and the giant fox was pushed back a few steps by the tremendous impact. "Let's keep attacking," Luffy shouted, as he and Naruto charged towards the giant fox once more, preparing to deliver a heavier blow in hopes of breaking through its defenses and completely defeating this formidable opponent. Chapter 0911. Raise Up. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity when the giant fox retreated after its shield was shattered, charging towards it like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Luffy raised the sword of Thunder Flames high. The power of the source surged into it like a raging river. The flames and lightning on the sword body surged wildly, intertwining to create a more brilliant and violent light. Flame thunder breaks the sky slash. He shouted, transforming into a streak of light, carrying a devastating momentum towards the energy shield on the giant fox's neck, which had already shown cracks. As the sword struck, the air was instantly torn apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound, as if the entire cave was trembling under the impact of this force. Naruto was equally unyielding. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the chakra within him surged and roared, gathering into his hands like a flood breaking through a dam. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken. He shouted, and an unprecedentedly large spiral shuriken appeared in his hands. At the center of this spiral shuriken was a blazing golden true flame, transformed from the Ninetales chakra, surrounded by layers of wind attribute chakra, spinning like sharp blades at high speed, with mysterious sage power runes flashing at the edges, making the power of the entire ninjutsu several times stronger than ever before. He threw the spiral shuriken with all his might towards the same spot on the giant fox's neck, and as it flew, it cut through the air, leaving a blazing and shining trail, like a burning meteor heading straight for its target. The giant fox sensed the deadly threat from the two. A hint of panic flashed in its eerie blue eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute expression. It let out a thunderous howl that echoed in the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks loose. Then, it summoned all its strength, attempting to reinforce the already damaged energy shield on its neck. The flame thunder breaks the sky slash and Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales True Flame Spiral Shuriken struck the giant fox's energy shield almost simultaneously. In an instant, a dazzling light that was impossible to look at erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the entire cave was about to be overturned by this force. The energy shield could no longer withstand the impact of these two powerful attacks, emitting a crisp shattering sound, completely shattering into countless sparkling fragments that flew in all directions. The giant fox's neck was now exposed to the air, and its fur, which had been protected by the shield, was now somewhat disheveled. Luffy and Naruto did not pause for a moment and continued to launch their attacks. Luffy's figure flashed, instantly closing in on the giant fox, and the thunder flame sword stabbed fiercely towards the giant fox's neck. The flames and lightning power on the blade began to burn and sting its skin madly the moment they made contact with the giant fox's fur. The giant fox yelped in pain, twisting its massive body violently in an attempt to evade Luffy's strike, but Luffy closely followed, keeping the sword aimed at the vital area of the giant fox's neck. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending countless shadow clones rushing towards various parts of the giant fox's body. Some clones grabbed the giant fox's limbs, trying to restrict its movements. Others attacked its back and abdomen with punches, kicks, and ninjutsu, continuously striking the giant fox to divert its attention and create better conditions for Luffy's attack. The main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu to deliver a fatal blow to the giant fox at a critical moment. Under the attack from Luffy and numerous shadow clones, the giant fox appeared somewhat flustered. It struggled and twisted, retaliating against the clones with its claws and tail. But with so many clones, it found it difficult to break free. Just as Luffy's sword was about to plunge deeper into the giant fox's neck again, the giant fox suddenly unleashed a powerful force. Its fur bristled, and every hair glimmered with dazzling light, as if turning into countless sharp spikes. It violently shook its body, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from it. This energy wave instantly knocked away the clones holding its limbs, and those attacking its back and abdomen were also scattered by the force. Luffy was also significantly affected. He was pushed backward by the energy wave, and despite his efforts to stabilize himself, he slid along the ground for a distance before stopping. This guy's really tough. Luffy gritted his teeth and said, his gaze growing more determined as he gripped the Thunder Flame sword, ready to launch another attack. Seeing the shadow clones being dispersed, Naruto did not feel discouraged. He quickly formed hand seals again, chanting incantations, and the chakra within him surged wildly once more. Sage Art. Lava Release. Spiral Shuriken. He shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. This spiral shuriken emitted extremely high temperatures, distorting the air around it due to the heat. He seized the opportunity, throwing the spiral shuriken towards the giant fox's abdomen while it was still slightly fatigued from the earlier explosion. The spiral shuriken left a burning trail as it flew, striking the giant fox's abdomen like a meteor. The giant fox sensed the threat to its abdomen and tried to dodge, but the earlier energy explosion had also drained a lot of its stamina, causing its movements to be slightly sluggish. The lava release, spiral shuriken, accurately hit the giant fox's abdomen, the high-temperature lava instantly melting part of its fur and skin. And the giant fox let out a painful roar as a massive wound was burned into its abdomen, blood gushing out from the injury. Luffy saw the giant fox was injured, and he seized the opportunity to charge at it again. He pushed the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its peak once more and unleashed the Flame Thunder-breaking Sky Slash. He aimed for the giant fox's head, and this strike contained immense power, with the energy on the sword transforming into a massive Flame Thunder Dragon that lunged at the giant fox with bared fangs and claws. When the Flame Thunder Dragon met the giant fox, a fierce battle ensued. The Flame Thunder Dragon clawed and bit at the giant fox, while the giant fox used its strength and speed to evade the dragon's attacks and attempted to counterattack. However, the giant fox's abdomen was injured, and its movements were no longer as agile as before, gradually falling to a disadvantage in the standoff with the Flame Thunder Dragon. While the Flame Thunder Dragon restrained the giant fox, Naruto once again used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the giant fox's legs. They attacked the giant fox's legs with various ninjutsu and taijutsu, trying to incapacitate it. Caught between the two sides, the giant fox found it increasingly difficult. Its legs were battered by the clone's assaults, and its movements became slower. It realized its dire situation, but it still refused to give up. With unyielding flames burning in its eyes as it continued to fight desperately against Luffy and Naruto. "Let's give it our all. We must defeat it completely," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "All right, let's go together." They launched another attack on the giant fox, with Luffy stabbing towards its vital neck with the Thunder Flame Sword, while Naruto threw the Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken at the fox's heart. The giant fox sensed the threat of death and struggled with all its might. But in its severely injured state, its strength had diminished greatly. The Thunder Flame Sword accurately pierced the giant fox's neck, blood gushing out. The Wind Release, Ninetales spiraling shuriken, also struck the giant fox's heart, the powerful force sending the fox tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground of the cave and kicking up a cloud of dust. The giant fox's body twitched a few times on the ground, its azure eyes gradually dimming, ultimately losing all signs of life. With the death of the giant fox, the colorful foxes surrounding it seemed to lose their backbone. They stopped attacking and scattered in panic, quickly disappearing into the depths of the cave. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the giant fox. They stood in the cave, exhausted and covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, they had dealt with this big guy. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood off his face. "Well, there might be other dangers in this cave. We need to keep moving," Luffy replied. After a short rest, they tidied themselves up and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0912, Lotus. After a brief rest, Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave. At this moment, the cave was enveloped in a heavy silence, with only their footsteps echoing in the dim corridor, as if recounting the aftermath of the recent fierce battle. As they went deeper, the air became increasingly humid, with water droplets constantly dripping from the walls, forming small puddles on the ground. Occasionally, the sound of dripping water could be heard, which seemed particularly clear in this quiet environment, adding a touch of eeriness to the cave. After walking for a while, they noticed a faint light ahead. This light was different from the dazzling colors emitted by the giant fox earlier. It was a soft glow, imbued with a mysterious aura. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening, understanding that something unknown awaited them ahead, but they showed no signs of retreat, resolutely walking towards the light. As they approached the source of the light, the sight before them made their eyes widen in amazement. A gigantic circular pool appeared before them, the water within displaying a strange light blue hue, as if it had condensed the color of the sky. The surface of the water was calm as a mirror, reflecting everything around it, yet it exuded an indescribable depth, as if hiding endless secrets. Surrounding the pool was a circle of ancient stone pillars, covered in various mysterious runes and patterns. These runes and patterns emitted a faint glow, resonating with the blue light in the pool, as if engaged in a silent dialogue. Atop the stone pillars were crystal balls that emitted a gentle light. The glow from these crystal balls intertwined, forming the mysterious illumination that enveloped the area above the pool. This place looks so mysterious. I wonder what these runes and crystal balls are for. Naruto curiously surveyed the surroundings, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Luffy furrowed his brow and observed carefully. He could sense that these runes and the crystal ball contained powerful energy, but what exactly it was remained elusive. We need to be careful. There might be some mechanisms or traps hidden here. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the source power subtly flowing along the blade, ready to respond to any sudden situations that might arise. Just as they were about to further explore the area around the pool, suddenly, the water in the pool began to ripple. At first, it was just a slight disturbance, but soon, the ripples grew larger, forming circles of waves that continuously spread outward. At the same time, a low humming sound emanated from the pool, as if it were coming from the depths of the water, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, focusing intently on the pool, their hands secretly preparing their respective attack methods. As the water rippled, a massive object slowly rose from the center of the pool. It was a platform shaped like a lotus flower, made from a jade stone that emitted a faint blue glow, looking exquisite. At the center of the lotus platform lay a gigantic blue gem, its brilliance dazzling and far more radiant than the surrounding crystal balls and the blue light of the pool. Its glow was like a lighthouse, illuminating the entire cave and clearly presenting everything to Luffy and Naruto. Wow, what a huge gem! Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze firmly drawn to the gem. A surge of impulse rising within him to approach and touch it. Luffy suddenly grabbed him, urging him not to act impulsively. This gem's appearance is too suspicious. It can't be that simple. His eyes were filled with caution, fully aware that in this mysterious and dangerous continent, any seemingly tempting treasure could hide a tremendous crisis. Just as they were speaking, the blue gem on the lotus platform suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shooting out beams of blue light like arrows aimed at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, swinging the Sword of Thunder and Flame to form a shield of intertwined fire and lightning in front of him. The light struck the shield, creating a series of crackling sounds, like raindrops hitting a tin roof, but the shield successfully blocked the attack. Naruto was not to be outdone. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and used the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the direction of the incoming light, attempting to block it with their bodies to protect the original. Some shadow clones were hit by the light and instantly turned into a puff of smoke, disappearing. But other shadow clones continued to charge forward towards the gem. We need to find a way to get closer to that gem and see if we can collect it. It might help us on our journey, Luffy shouted, thinking about countermeasures while fending off the light's attacks. Naruto nodded. Okay, I'll try using ninjutsu to break through its attack. After saying that, the original Naruto quickly formed hand seals again, chanting Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. He shouted, and a huge spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. Surrounding this spiral shuriken were 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, increasing the shuriken's power several times compared to before. He threw the spiral shuriken towards the gem, which grew larger as it flew, with the strong wind chakra slicing through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound. The spiral shuriken flew towards the gem, colliding with the light emitted from it, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, and the powerful shock wave temporarily scattered some of the light, causing the lotus platform to shake slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy and Naruto dashed towards the lotus platform. They quickly approached the target while dodging the remaining light attacks. When they reached the bottom of the lotus platform, they found that it was elevated above the ground, and they needed to figure out a way to climb up to reach the gem. Luffy observed the surroundings and noticed some grooves on the stone pillars that could be used for climbing. Although not very obvious, it was a feasible path. Let's climb up the stone pillars, Luffy said, leading the way toward a stone pillar, grabbing the grooves with both hands and beginning to climb up with difficulty. Naruto followed suit, using his agile body to climb the pillar like a monkey. During the climb, the light emitted by the gem continued to shoot at them, and they needed to dodge the light while continuing to ascend. This made their climb extremely challenging, with every step filled with danger. After a strenuous effort, they finally reached the lotus platform. At that moment, the massive blue gem was right in front of them, within arm's reach. Its radiance made them feel as if they were immersed in a blue ocean. The light was warm and mysterious, making them want to get lost in it. Be careful. Don't let its light deceive you, Luffy warned. Although he too was attracted by the gem's glow, his vigilance never wavered. Naruto nodded, reaching out his hand to touch the gem. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the gem, It suddenly emitted a strong electric current that coursed through his arm and spread throughout his body. Naruto felt a sharp pain, and his body involuntarily fell backward. "Naruto!" Luffy shouted, quickly reaching out to grab Naruto and pulling him to his side. "That hurts so much. Why is this gem so powerful?" Naruto said with a frown, his arm still trembling slightly, clearly having suffered from the recent electric shock. Luffy carefully observed the gem and noticed that there seemed to be an invisible energy field surrounding it, which was the source of the electrical current he had just detected. "This gem has protection. We need to find a way to break through its defenses in order to obtain it," he said. They began to study the energy field around the gem closely, trying to find a method to crack it. During the observation, Luffy discovered that the energy field experienced a brief fluctuation after the gem launched an attack, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, after it attacks next time, let's strike at that fluctuating spot together. We might be able to break its protection," Luffy suggested. Naruto nodded. "All right, I'm ready." They prepared once again, waiting for the gem's next attack. Soon enough, the gem indeed released another beam of light attack. They used shields and shadow clones to defend against the beam as they had before. After the beam attack ended, the energy field around the gem showed significant fluctuations. "Now's the time," Luffy shouted, channeling the power of the thunder flame sword to its peak and slashing toward the spot of the energy field's fluctuation. Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasengan toward the fluctuating area of the energy field. Their attacks struck the fluctuating spot simultaneously, triggering a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and under the impact of this powerful force, the energy field surrounding the gem could no longer withstand it. It emitted a crisp, cracking sound and shattered into countless tiny energy fragments, scattering in all directions. With the energy field broken, the massive blue gem lost its protection and lay quietly on the Lotus platform, radiating a brilliant glow as if waiting for them to pick it up. Luffy and Naruto exchanged smiles as they successfully cracked the gem's protection, and now they could finally claim the mysterious gem. They stepped forward and carefully picked up the gem. The moment their hands touched it, a powerful energy surged into their bodies, filling them with a sense of strength. "This gem's energy is so powerful. It might be a great help for our future adventures," Naruto said excitedly. "Yes, let's secure it first and then move on," Luffy replied. After safely storing the gem, they descended from the Lotus platform and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0913, Ghostly Green. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the cave with the mysterious blue gem in hand. Although their steps were slightly weary, they felt a surge of excitement from their newfound treasure. The cave grew increasingly deep and the light dimmer, with only the faint glow from their hands barely illuminating a small path ahead. The air around them felt stagnant, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe, with only the steady dripping of water echoing in the silence, making it seem particularly jarring. As they walked, they suddenly heard a faint whispering sound. The voice seemed to come from a very distant place, yet it also felt like it was murmuring right next to their ears, elusive and indistinct, but exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. "Did you hear that? It seems like someone is talking," Naruto said in a lowered voice, cautiously looking around while unconsciously forming hand seals, ready to respond to any potential danger. Luffy nodded gravely. That sound is very strange. Everyone, be careful." He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the source power slowly flowing along the blade, ready to strike at any moment. As they continued forward, the whispering grew clearer, yet they still couldn't discern what was being said. At the same time, some vague figures gradually emerged from the darkness ahead. The figures floated with an ethereal grace, like ghosts, appearing and disappearing in the dark, sending chills down their spines. As they got a little closer to the figures, Luffy and Naruto finally saw what they looked like. They were a group of humanoid creatures dressed in tattered robes, their faces hidden beneath hoods, making it impossible to see their exact features. All that was visible were pairs of eyes emitting an eerie green glow, flickering in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisps. Were these things? "They look really scary," Naruto couldn't help but say, try to keep his voice steady, but a hint of tension was still audible. Luffy didn't respond. He was fully focused on those mysterious creatures, always ready to confront their attacks. At that moment, the mysterious creatures suddenly moved. They surged toward Luffy and Naruto like a tide, moving at incredible speed, and their actions were remarkably synchronized, as if they were under some unified command. Luffy was the first to launch an attack. He swung the Thunder Flame sword, and the flames and lightning powers on the sword erupted instantly. slashing towards the frontmost mysterious creatures. The thunder flame sword sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, and wherever it went, flames blazed fiercely and lightning crackled. However, when the blade struck those mysterious creatures, it seemed as if it had hit the air, only causing a slight ripple, and those creatures suffered no substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto also performed the shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones rushed towards the group of mysterious creatures, attempting to fight them with punches, kicks, and ninjutsu, hoping to find their weaknesses. Some of the shadow clones used taijutsu to punch and kick the mysterious creatures. Others unleashed wind and fire techniques, shooting flames and gusts of wind at them. But the result was the same as Luffy's. These attacks seemed ineffective against the mysterious creatures, which continued to surge forward like a tide, showing no signs of stopping. These guys are tough. They don't seem to be solid, Luffy shouted loudly, continuing to wield the thunder flame sword to fend off the approaching mysterious creatures while contemplating countermeasure. Naruto also noticed this and frowned, saying, "What should we do? Ordinary attacks don't work on them." Just when they were feeling a bit anxious, Luffy suddenly thought of a method. He remembered using energy counteraction to break through certain special defenses during previous battles with other enemies. So, he decided to give it a try. Luffy plunged the sword of thunder fire into the ground, murmuring incantations. The sword's power rapidly spread along the ground, forming energy chains interwoven with flames and lightning. These chains, like spiritual serpents, flew towards the mysterious creatures, instantly wrapping around them. Then, Luffy exerted force, continuously injecting source power into the chains, attempting to use the clash of energy to affect these mysterious beings. Indeed, as the energy chains entangled the mysterious creatures, their bodies began to show fluctuations. Their originally ethereal forms became somewhat blurry, as if interfered with by some force. Naruto, seeing this scene, immediately understood Luffy's intention. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken. He threw the Rasen Shuriken at the group of mysterious creatures entangled by the energy chains, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, the powerful chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. When the Rasen Shuriken struck those mysterious creatures, it triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, interacting with the flames and lightning of the energy chains, causing an even greater impact on the mysterious beings. This time, the bodies of those mysterious creatures showed clear cracks like shattered glass, with eerie green light seeping out from the fissures, and their movements became sluggish. It worked. Let's continue the attack, Luffy shouted. They continued their assault, and Luffy swung the sword of Thunderfire again, slashing at the mysterious creatures with cracks in their bodies. This time, the sword of Thunderfire could truly cut into them, and with each strike, it shattered some of the mysterious beings into countless tiny fragments, which flickered in the air before disappearing. Naruto also performed Wind Release, Ninetales Rasen Shuriken, merging this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, enhancing the power of the Rasen Shuriken even further. Surrounding the Rasen Shuriken were 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, amplifying the Rasen Shuriken's power several times over. He threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the densest area of the mysterious creatures, and as it flew, it continually enlarged, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. When the wind release, Ninetales Rasen Shuriken struck the group of mysterious creatures, it triggered another violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, shattering more of the mysterious beings into fragments. Under their combined attacks, the number of those mysterious creatures gradually decreased, and their originally synchronized movements became chaotic. However, just when they thought they were about to completely eliminate these mysterious creatures, the remaining ones suddenly stopped. They ceased their attacks and slowly retreated, regrouping to form a giant circular array. The eerie green light on their bodies intensified, as if they were accumulating some kind of power. What are they doing? It seems like they're preparing some big move, Naruto said, frowning as a sense of unease welled up in his heart while he watched the mysterious creatures. Luffy also looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and said, "No matter what they are planning, we must be prepared and not let them succeed." Just then, those mysterious creatures simultaneously opened their arms and let out a deep and eerie roar. As the roar echoed, the ghostly green light on their bodies converged, forming a gigantic green energy ball. The energy ball slowly rotated above their heads, emanating a powerful and evil aura, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. This looks very dangerous. We need to find a way to destroy it, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. All right, let's go together. They charged towards the massive green energy ball. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword high above his head, and the source of power flowed into the sword like a river, causing the thunder flame sword to emit a dazzling light. Flamme tundeur explosion slash. He shouted, striking towards the center of the energy ball. This sword contained a momentum that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the energy on the blade transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, clawing its way towards the energy ball. Naruto then performed sage art. Lava release, spiral, shuriken, he shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken made of lava appeared in his hand. This spiral shuriken emitted an extremely high temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort from the heat. He threw the spiral shuriken towards the bottom of the energy ball, leaving a burning trail as it flew, crashing into the energy ball like a meteor. The flame thunder explosion slash and the lava release. Spiral shuriken struck the green energy ball one after the other. The powerful force triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble with its immense impact. However, to their surprise, the green energy ball was not completely destroyed. It merely swayed slightly and continued to spin slowly, radiating an evil aura. This thing is so stubborn, Naruto said, somewhat frustrated. Luffy frowned as he looked at the green energy ball. He noticed that after being attacked, peculiar runes appeared on its surface, absorbing the surrounding energy as if they were self-repairing. These runes are problematic. We need to find a way to crack them to truly destroy this energy ball, Luffy said. They approached the green energy ball again, this time more cautiously. Luffy attempted to touch the runes on the surface of the energy ball with the Thunder Flame Sword, trying to sense their power. When the blade made contact with the runes, a powerful influx of information surged into his mind. Ancient knowledge and magical secrets. But the information was chaotic and needed time to organize. Naruto stood by, providing protection for Luffy. He used wind release, spiraling shuriken to sever the approaching energy impact. However, as time passed, the energy ball's power grew stronger, and their situation became increasingly dangerous. I think I have a clue, Luffy suddenly said. He began to draw corresponding runes on the ground with the Thunder Flame Sword according to the information he had organized in his mind. The runes emitted a faint glow after being drawn, resonating with the runes on the surface of the energy ball. As Luffy drew more runes, the glow of the runes on the energy ball's surface began to become chaotic. The absorbed energy also became unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. Naruto, let's attack again, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they launched another assault on the green energy ball. This time, their attacks were more precise, targeting the area where the rune glow was most chaotic. Under their combined assault, the green energy ball finally could not withstand it. With a loud explosion, the green energy ball burst apart, and a powerful wave of energy swept through everything around them. Luffy and Naruto were thrown backward by the energy wave, tumbling several times on the ground before stabilizing themselves. When the dust settled, they found that the mysterious creatures had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. The cave walls around them had also suffered varying degrees of damage, with cracks appearing in some places and collapses in others. Finally dealt with those guys. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Yeah, but there are definitely other dangers in this cave. We need to keep moving, Luffy replied. After a brief rest to collect themselves, they continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0914. Counterattack after a short rest. Luffy and Naruto set off again on their journey deeper into the cave. At this moment, the cave, having been through the baptism of the recent fierce battle, was filled with a mingling scent of smoke and dampness. Water droplets occasionally fell from the walls onto the ground covered with rubble and debris, creating a distinct ticking sound that echoed clearly in the silent environment. They moved slowly along the winding passages, treading lightly, afraid of provoking any unknown dangers. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature seemed to gradually drop, and a chill began to spread through the air, causing both to shiver involuntarily. Yet their gazes remained firmly fixed ahead. Not long after, a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. This light was unlike any they had seen before, emanating a cold hue as if it were radiating from a place of extreme cold. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening, aware that a new situation was about to unfold, but they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they quickened their pace towards the light. As they approached the source of the light, a massive ice lake came into view. The ice lake occupied a large area of the cave. Its surface like a giant mirror, smooth and hard, reflecting everything around it. The water of the ice lake presented a deep blue color, as if it could absorb one's soul, exuding an air of mysterious unpredictability. In the center of the ice lake stood a towering ice sculpture. The sculpture depicted a large, muscular giant wielding a massive ice axe, emanating an aura of dignity and authority. Even though it was merely an ice sculpture, it conveyed an invisible sense of pressure. Surrounding the sculpture was a ring of faint blue halos that flowed across the ice surface, as if bestowing some mysterious vitality upon the sculpture. This ice sculpture looked incredibly formidable, leaving one to wonder what secrets it concealed. Naruto gazed at the ice sculpture, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luffy frowned and cautiously observed his surroundings. "Be careful. This place feels unusual. There might be some danger lurking." He tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the sword's power slowly flowing along the blade, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Just as they were preparing to further examine the ice lake and the ice sculpture, the surface of the ice lake suddenly rippled. At first, it was just a slight disturbance, but soon the ripples grew larger, forming concentric waves that spread outwards. At the same time, a deep buzzing sound emanated from the ice lake, as if it were coming from the depths of the lake, carrying an ancient and mysterious rhythm. As the water waves rippled, the ice sculpture in the center of the lake seemed to come to life. The giant ice sculpture slowly raised the ice axe in its hand, as if it were about to attack Luffy and Naruto. The blue halo around it became brighter, and as the light flickered, the entire ice lake was illuminated in a ghostly blue. "Not good, the ice sculpture has come alive," Luffy shouted. He quickly reacted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword and charging towards the ice giant. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly, creating a dazzling trail in the air as he slashed at the ice giant's legs, trying to stop its movement. Naruto was not idle either. He quickly formed hand seals, and chakra surged within him. "Wind release, spiraling shuriken," he shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand. This spiraling shuriken was surrounded by powerful wind chakra, resembling a gigantic cutting tool. He threw the spiraling shuriken at the ice giant's abdomen, hoping to inflict some damage. The ice giant showed no intention of dodging their attacks. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword struck its leg, producing a crisp sound of impact, but only left a shallow white mark on the ice giant's leg, which suffered no substantial damage. Naruto's thrown wind release. Spiraling shuriken hit the ice giant's abdomen, causing only slight cracks to appear, which quickly healed back to normal. "This guy is really tough. Ordinary attacks seem ineffective," Naruto frowned and said. Luffy also realized this point. While continuing to swing the Thunder Flame sword to fend off the attacks of the ice sculpture giant, he was thinking about a countermeasure. "We need to find a way to identify its weakness. Otherwise, this can't go on." Just when they were in a stalemate with the ice sculpture giant, Luffy suddenly noticed that every time the ice sculpture giant attacked and raised its ice axe, there was a slight energy fluctuation at its shoulder joint, which might be its weakness. "Naruto, pay attention to its shoulder joint. That might be the weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. He began to adjust his attack strategy, no longer blindly attacking the ice sculpture giant's abdomen and legs, but instead waiting for the giant to lift its ice axe to attack, then seizing the moment to strike at its shoulder joint. Once again, the ice sculpture giant raised its ice axe and swung it towards Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged to the side while shouting, "Now's our chance." Naruto, seizing the moment, quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. He threw the Rasengan towards the ice sculpture giant's shoulder joint, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, the powerful chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan accurately hit the ice sculpture giant's shoulder joint, and the immense force caused visible cracks to appear in the joint. The ice sculpture giant let out a low, angry roar, and its attack movements became somewhat sluggish due to the damage to its shoulder joint. "It's working. Let us keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They continued their assault, with Luffy once again swinging his Thunder Flame sword, striking at another shoulder joint of the ice sculpture giant. This time, the Thunder Flame sword also successfully left a deeper crack at the joint. Naruto then unleashed Wind Release, Nine Tails Shuriken. He combined this powerful ninjutsu with his Sage Chakra, enhancing the power of the shuriken even further. Surrounding the shuriken were 9 tails made of chakra, like 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained powerful chakra, amplifying the overall power of the shuriken several times over. He threw the shuriken towards the waist of the ice sculpture giant, hoping to further damage its body structure and incapacitate it. Under their combined attacks, the shoulder and waist joints of the ice sculpture giant suffered severe damage, and its movements became increasingly sluggish, with its attacks no longer as fierce as before. However, the ice sculpture giant did not give up resisting. Although its movements were slow, it still swung its ice axe, trying to attack Luffy and Naruto. The blue aura around it continued to flicker, as if accumulating some kind of power, preparing for a final counterattack. "We can't give it a chance to counterattack. We must defeat it thoroughly," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded. "All right, let us go together." They once again launched an attack on the ice sculpture giant. Luffy raised the thunder flame sword high, channeling the source power like a river into the sword, causing it to emit a dazzling light. "Flame, thunder, explosive slash," he shouted, striking towards the head of the ice sculpture giant. This sword contained a world-destroying momentum, and the energy on the sword transformed into a massive flame thunder dragon, clawing its way towards the ice sculpture giant. Naruto then unleashed the sage art. "Lava release. Rasengan," he shouted, and a Rasengan made entirely of lava formed in his hand, radiating extremely high temperatures that distorted the surrounding air. He threw the Rasengan towards the heart of the ice sculpture giant, hoping to deal it a fatal blow. The flame thunder explosive slash and lava release. Rasengan struck the ice sculpture giant's head and heart in succession. The immense power triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding air to tremble. Under this dual assault, the ice sculpture giant finally couldn't withstand it. Its head and heart suffered severe damage, and cracks began to appear on its body, quickly spreading. With a loud crash, the ice sculpture giant collapsed, shattering into countless ice fragments that scattered across the ice lake, splashing water everywhere. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the ice giant. They stood by the icy lake, exhausted and covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. They had finally dealt with the giant. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. "Well, there might be other dangers in this cave. We need to keep moving," Luffy replied. After a brief rest, they composed themselves and continued deeper into the cave. Chapter 0915, The Gateway. Luffy and Naruto bypassed the icy lake and continued deeper into the cave. The cave grew increasingly cold, and their breaths condensed into white mist in the air. Strange ice crystals began to appear on the surrounding walls, taking on various shapes. Some resembled sharp swords, while others looked like blooming flowers, shimmering with a cold light as they passed by. After walking for a while, they heard a series of crisp bell sounds. The ringing echoed in the silent cave, ethereal and mysterious, as if an invisible magic was drawing them towards the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the bell sounds became clearer, and ahead of them appeared a doorway flickering with strange light. The doorframe was carved from massive ice blocks, within which something seemed to flow, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Countless small silver bells were embedded in the frame, and it was these bells that produced the crisp ringing. In the center of the doorway was a swirling curtain of light, with faint images flickering within, resembling scenes from another world. "This doorway looks so mysterious. It seems like something inside is calling us," Naruto said, unable to resist reaching out to touch the shimmering curtain of light. Luffy hurriedly stopped him, saying not to act impulsively, as they didn't know where the portal led and entering recklessly could be dangerous. He carefully observed the area around the portal, trying to find some clues. Just then, the light screen on the portal suddenly began to fluctuate violently, and the sound of bells became urgent and noisy. Several transparent arms extended from the light screen. These arms were as clear as crystal and emitted a cold aura, reaching out towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, swinging the sword of thunder and flame. The flames and lightning power on the blade erupted instantly, slashing towards the transparent arms. The fire burned on the arms, and lightning danced across them. After coming into contact with the power of thunder and flame, those arms quickly retracted back into the light curtain. "It seems this portal doesn't welcome us," Naruto frowned and said. "We need to find a way to get through this portal. I feel like there's something very important behind it." Luffy stared at the portal with determination. They began to think of ways to pass through the portal. Luffy tried to attack the ice blocks on the doorframe with the sword of thunder and flame, hoping to break the seal of the portal. When the blade touched the ice blocks, cracks appeared on them, but they quickly healed, as if they had self-repairing abilities. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending the shadow clones to try and pass through the light curtain. As soon as the shadow clones touched the light curtain, they were bounced back by a powerful force, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The defense of this portal is strong. We need to try together, Luffy said. They decided to launch an attack simultaneously. Luffy plunged the sword of thunder and flame into the ground, allowing the source power to spread along the ground, try to disrupt the energy around the portal. Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards the light curtain, while he himself charged towards it, ready to break through the curtain using the impact of the Rasengan. When a Rasengan hit the light curtain, it caused a violent explosion. In the moment of the explosion, Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the curtain together. Their bodies were under immense pressure, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. Under their combined assault, a crack appeared in the light curtain, and the surrounding bell sounds became sharper, as if the portal was screaming in pain. Put in more effort, Luffy shouted, pouring all of his source power into the sword of thunder and flame, slashing at the crack in the light curtain. Naruto also pushed his chakra to the limit, unleashing the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan once more, smashing it towards the crack. With their continuous attacks, the crack in the light curtain grew larger and larger, and finally, they successfully broke through the light curtain and entered the portal. After passing through the light curtain, they found themselves in a world of ice and snow. Thick snowflakes fell from the sky, thick snow covered the ground, and towering icebergs surrounded them. The cold here was far greater than that in the previous cave. They felt as if their blood was about to freeze. So cold. We need to find a way to get out of here quickly, Naruto said, trembling. Luffy's face turned pale from the cold, but he remained vigilant. Look, there's a glowing spot over there, he said, pointing to the light coming from halfway up a distant iceberg. They walked toward the light, each step requiring great effort as the snow nearly reached their knees. After a difficult trek, they finally reached the source of the glow. It was a cave covered in ice and snow, with a massive crystal at the entrance, emanating a warm light that had drawn them in. As they entered the cave, they felt the warmth from the crystal, and their bodies gradually regained some sensation. The walls of the cave were covered in ancient murals depicting scenes of battle, with various strange creatures fighting and figures resembling wizards casting powerful spells. The colors of the murals remained vibrant, as if they had just been painted. It seemed these murals were telling a story. Perhaps we can find clues to help us escape from here, Luffy said, carefully observing the murals. They walked along the walls of the cave, examining the murals one by one. Deep inside the cave, they discovered a unique mural. It depicted a gigantic eye, shimmering with mysterious light, surrounded by strange symbols. Below the eye, there was a pattern resembling a keyhole. This eye and keyhole seemed significant. Could they be related to our escape? Naruto speculated. Luffy reached out to touch the eye in the mural. As his finger made contact, the light in the eye suddenly brightened, and a beam of light shot out, illuminating the other side of the cave. They walked over to investigate and found a small groove where the light shone, matching the shape of the keyhole in the mural perfectly. It looks like we need to find a key, Luffy said. They searched all around the cave, scouring every corner, but found no trace of a key. Just as they were starting to feel frustrated, Naruto suddenly noticed a small box covered in ice and snow beneath the crystal. They carefully cleared away the ice and snow and opened the box. Inside lay a translucent ice key, engraved with the same symbols as those in the mural. This is it, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly picking up the key. They took the key to the groove and inserted it. As the key slid in, the entire cave began to shake violently, and the light from the surrounding murals grew brighter. A crack appeared at the top of the cave, revealing a beam of bright light. We're getting out of here, Luffy shouted. They ran towards the crack and successfully escaped the icy world just before the cave completely collapsed. They found themselves back in another passage of the cave, where it was no longer cold, but rather a warm air current flowed through. I wonder what awaits us ahead, Naruto said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Whatever it is, we'll keep moving forward, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword as they ventured deeper into the passage. Naruto followed closely behind, and their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the tunnel, heading towards new unknowns. Chapter 0916. Siege. Luffy and Naruto continued to walk along the warm corridor, where glowing moss began to appear on the walls, emitting a soft green light that illuminated the surroundings. As they walked, the corridor gradually opened up, and they heard a cacophony of noises ahead. as if many creatures were active. When they reached the end of the corridor, a massive underground cave appeared before them. The cave was bustling with activity, home to a variety of strange creatures. Some were enormous, with hard shells and sturdy limbs, resembling giant beasts from ancient legends. Others were small and delicate, flying in the air with transparent wings, shimmering with colorful light. These creatures seemed to have their own social structure, with some trading goods and bargaining in a peculiar language, while others were showcasing their skills, demonstrating astonishing strength and magic. It was truly a marvelous place. Naruto looked at the scene before him in amazement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luffy was also shocked by the scene before him, but he remained vigilant. There are many creatures here. Let's not draw attention easily. Let's observe for a while, he said softly. However, their presence still attracted the attention of some creatures. A small beast with 3 eyes ran towards them, its body covered in soft fur that shimmered in different colors with each step it took. The small beast circled around them a few times, sniffed curiously, and then emitted a series of crisp calls. The sound seemed to serve as a signal, causing the surrounding creatures to stop their actions and cast various glances at Luffy and Naruto. Some were curious, some were wary, and others were filled with hostility. It seems we've been discovered. Be ready to respond to possible situations, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly. Naruto nodded, secretly forming hand signs, prepared to use ninjutsu at any moment. Just then, a massive creature walked over from the center of the cave. This creature had a humanoid body, but its head was that of a giant rhinoceros, covered in a thick layer of metal armor, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. It looked down at Luffy and Naruto, its eyes gleaming with authority. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you trespassed into our territory? The massive creature asked in a deep voice, its words echoing in the cave, filled with a sense of oppression. Luffy took a step forward, raised his head, and said to it, "We are travelers passing through this place, with no intention to offend, just exploring this cave." The enormous creature stared at Luffy for a while, seemingly judging the truth of his words. Humans are never to be trusted. You must have some ulterior motive, it said, and some creatures around began to murmur in agreement, making the atmosphere tense. Naruto anxiously said, "We really mean no harm. We just passed through here on our adventure." The giant creature ignored Naruto's explanation, raised its massive war hammer, and declared, "Whether you have ill intentions or not, trespassing in our territory is a death sentence." With that, it charged toward Luffy and Naruto, the war hammer whistling through the air as it swung down at them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to dodge. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, slashing at the giant creature's leg. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the metal armor, sparking a shower of flames, but only left a shallow mark on the armor. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, with countless shadow clones rushing towards the giant creature. The shadow clones attacked the giant creature from all directions, some grabbing its limbs, while others attempted to attack its eyes, but the creature's strength was too overwhelming. It merely waved its arm lightly, scattering many of the shadow clones. "This guy is so strong. We need to find a way to discover its weakness," Luffy shouted, continuing to attack the giant creature's leg while observing its movements. During the battle with the giant creature, Luffy noticed that every time it swung its war hammer to attack, a small gap would appear at the connection point of the armor on its back. That might be its weakness. "Naruto, attack its back. There's a weak point there," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge towards the giant creature's back. The real Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan towards the gap on the creature's back. As it flew, the Rasengan continuously grew larger, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the surrounding air tremble. The giant creature sensed the threat to its back and tried to turn around to block with its war hammer, but it was already too late. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan accurately struck the gap on its back, and the immense force caused the gap to widen, sending fragments of armor flying. Luffy took the opportunity to charge forward, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword and stabbing it into the gap on the back of the gigantic creature. The Thunder Flame sword successfully pierced the gap, and the giant creature let out a painful roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. The surrounding creatures, seeing their leader injured, all let out angry howls and rushed towards Luffy and Naruto. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded by numerous creatures. "Naruto, let us break through," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to create a protective circle of flames and lightning around them, temporarily blocking some of the creature's attacks. Naruto also unleashed Wind Release, spiraling shuriken, repelling the approaching creatures. They stood back to back and made their way toward one direction of the cave. During the breakout, they continuously employed ninjutsu and swordsmanship, engaging in fierce combat with the creatures. After a tough battle, they finally broke through the siege of the creatures and ran toward another exit of the cave. The creatures chased relentlessly behind them, but Luffy and Naruto did not look back, pouring all their strength into reaching the exit. When they burst out of the cave, they found themselves in a valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, surrounded by lush trees and blooming wildflowers, with a clear stream flowing through, producing a crisp sound of running water. Finally got rid of them. It looks much safer here, Naruto panted. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There might be other dangers in this valley, Luffy replied. After a short rest, they began to explore the valley along the stream. Chapter 0917. Manipulation. Luffy and Naruto walked along the stream, the mist in the valley swirling around them like a light veil. The fragrance of wildflowers mingling with the scent of the earth, making one feel refreshed. However, they knew well that in this seemingly tranquil environment, unknown dangers often lurked. As they walked, they noticed the mist ahead growing denser, nearly obscuring their vision. The sound of the bubbling stream could be heard nearby, seeming to be the only guide in this fog. Suddenly, Naruto felt something underfoot and looked down to see a stone slab covered in strange runes. Luffy, look at this, Naruto said, crouching down to examine the slab closely. Luffy also came over, looking at the runes on the stone slab with a furrowed brow. These runes were unfamiliar to me, but I felt they held special meanings, perhaps clues to this place. Just as they were studying the stone slab, the mist around them began to swirl violently, with shadows faintly moving within it. A chilling laughter echoed through the valley, sending shivers down their spines. Who? Show yourself, Luffy shouted, and the flames and lightning of the thunder flame sword instantly flared up, dispersing a small area of the mist. The laughter abruptly stopped, and then a group of mysterious figures in black robes emerged from the mist. Their faces were hidden beneath the robes, revealing only pairs of eyes that emitted an eerie red glow. These mysterious figures held various, uniquely shaped staffs, with gems at the tips of the staffs flickering with strange light. You two outsiders dare to pry into our secrets. Today is your day of death, one of the mysterious figures said in a hoarse voice. Just you, Luffy said fearlessly, raising the thunder flame sword and preparing for battle. The mysterious figures did not say more. They simultaneously raised their staffs and chanted incantations. In an instant, beams of black light shot out from the tips of the staffs, heading towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the thunder flame sword, forming a shield woven with flames and lightning, blocking the incoming black rays one by one. As the rays hit the shield, they emitted sizzling sounds like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging towards the mysterious figures. The clones engaged in close combat with the mysterious figures, some attempting to seize their staffs, while others attacked with punches and kicks. However, these mysterious figures were exceptionally skilled, easily evading the clones' attacks while simultaneously casting various spells with their staffs, causing the approaching clones to dissipate. These guys are tough. We need to change our strategy, Luffy shouted. All right, I have an idea, Naruto replied. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. He hurled this powerful ninjutsu towards the group of mysterious figures. And as the spiraling shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. Each tail contained immense chakra, enhancing the power of the entire spiraling shuriken several times over. The mysterious figures saw the spiraling shuriken coming and concentrated their energy, forming a massive barrier with black rays to block it. When the spiraling shuriken struck the barrier, it triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion blew away some of the surrounding mist and caused a crack to appear in the mysterious figure's barrier. Luffy seized the opportunity and dashed towards the crack in the barrier. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash. A massive dragon of flame and thunder roared out from the sword, charging towards the crack. The Flame Thunder Dragon broke through the crack in the barrier and rampaged towards the mysterious group, instantly devouring several of them, who let out painful screams as they were burned by the power of flame and thunder. The leader of the mysterious group, seeing this, roared in anger. "Damn it, you have provoked me." He raised his staff and swung it forcefully, causing the surrounding mist to quickly gather towards him, forming a gigantic black mist beast. The mist beast was enormous, with sharp claws and a gaping maw, and it charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat as they charged towards the enemy once again. Luffy faced off against the mist beast, skillfully dodging its attacks while countering with the Thunder Flame Sword. Every time the blade made contact with the mist beast, some of the mist was dispersed, but quickly reformed. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed the Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, aiming it at the mysterious leader. The Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, flew towards the leader, attempting to break through his defenses and stop his control over the mist beast. The mysterious leader used his staff to release a black barrier to block the Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The two clashed, creating intense heat and energy waves, scorching the surrounding trees and causing wildflowers to wilt instantly. During the fierce battle with the mist beast, Luffy discovered that its core was located in its abdomen, where a swirling black energy sphere maintained the mist beast's existence. Naruto attacked the mist beast's abdomen. That's its core, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, and hurled it towards the mist beast's abdomen. The Rasengan grew larger as it flew, heading straight for the core in the mist beast's abdomen. The mist beast sensed the danger and tried to protect its abdomen with its claws and body. But Luffy intensified his attacks, restraining the mist beast's movements. The Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, successfully struck the core in the mist beast's abdomen, causing cracks to appear on the black energy sphere under the powerful attack. The mist beast let out a painful roar. Its body began to destabilize, and the surrounding mist started to fluctuate violently. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Slash, sending several waves of flame and thunder sword energy towards the core in the abdomen of the mist beast. Under their combined assault, the core finally couldn't withstand it and shattered completely. The mist beast let out one last roar before dissolving into a mist in the air. The leader of the mysterious people saw the mist beast was defeated, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down and continued to command the mysterious people to attack Luffy and Naruto. We can't give them a chance to catch their breath. We must eliminate them in one fell swoop, Luffy shouted. They charged towards the mysterious people, engaging in a final desperate battle. In the fierce combat, Luffy and Naruto displayed their immense strength, their attacks becoming increasingly fierce, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a hard-fought battle, the mysterious people fell one after another, leaving only the leader still stubbornly resisting. His black robe was torn, and he had multiple wounds on his body, but the madness in his eyes was even greater. You will not succeed. Our plan will not be destroyed by you. The leader of the mysterious people roared, raising his staff, preparing to launch a final desperate strike. Luffy and Naruto didn't give him a chance. They simultaneously launched their strongest attacks at the mysterious leader. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken collided with the mysterious leader. With a loud bang, the mysterious leader was sent flying by the powerful force and fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated, and the valley returned to its original tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood exhausted on the battlefield, their bodies covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, it was resolved. This valley was truly full of danger. Naruto wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Well, our adventure is still ongoing. I wonder what awaits us ahead. Luffy responded. After a short rest, they continued forward along the valley. Chapter 0918, The Temple. Luffy and Naruto continued to walk through the valley. After a fierce battle with the mysterious figure, their footsteps felt a bit heavy, but their gazes remained resolute. The mist in the valley had completely dissipated, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the ground, like a layer of golden carpet. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding trees grew denser, and occasionally they could see some rare herbs growing in the woods. These herbs emitted a faint glow, clearly possessing extraordinary medicinal properties. Naruto curiously leaned forward to observe, but Luffy grabbed him and said, "Wait, don't move. There may be protective mechanisms or other dangers around these herbs." Just then, they heard a melodious sound of flute. The flute's notes were enchanting and ethereal, as if possessing a magic that could make one forget fatigue and pain. However, Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, knowing full well that in this mysterious land, anything that seemed beautiful could hide danger. They followed the direction of the flute sound, and soon came upon a clearing in the woods. In the clearing sat a woman in a white robe, her beauty stunning, skin as white as snow, and her long hair cascading down like black satin. She held a jade flute in her hand, playing the mesmerizing melody. Around her, colorful butterflies danced gracefully, creating a dreamlike scene. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the woman stopped playing, smiling gently at them, her eyes filled with warmth and mystery. "Guests from afar, your arrival here is the arrangement of fate," she said, her voice like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasant. Luffy furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The woman gently rose, her white robe fluttering in the wind. "I am the guardian of this valley. You can call me Liyue. I have been waiting here for fated individuals, and you're the ones I have been waiting for." Naruto scratched his head, looking a bit confused, and said, "Waiting for us? Why?" Liyue smiled as she approached them. "Because you carry a special mission, and your journey will affect the fate of this continent. I will guide you." Luffy remained vigilant. "Why should we trust you?" Liyue smiled gently, extending her hand, revealing a crystal ball that emitted a soft glow. Within the crystal ball, images appeared, showcasing Luffy and Naruto's previous adventures, including the battle with the Rock to Java Dragon King, the fierce fight with birds on the prairie, and various encounters in the cave. "Isn't this enough to prove my words? I know everything about you." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts, what Liyue had shown them truly surprised them. "So, how are you going to guide us?" Luffy asked. Liyue put away the crystal ball and pointed to the depths of the valley. At the end of the valley, there is an ancient temple. Inside the temple lies a powerful artifact, which is crucial for you to complete your mission. However, to reach the temple, you will need to pass through numerous trials that will challenge your strength and wisdom. Naruto said excitedly, "An artifact? It must be amazing. We will definitely get it." Liyue nodded slightly, "But you must be careful. On the way to the temple, there are many creatures corrupted by dark forces that will stop you by any means necessary. Moreover, the temple itself has powerful defensive mechanisms." Luffy gripped the sword of Thunder Flame tightly, declaring that no matter the difficulties, they would not back down. Liyue smiled at them, saying, "I believe in you." She then took out a few rare herbs they had seen before and handed them to them, adding, "These herbs can help you recover your stamina and injuries." Luffy and Naruto took the herbs and felt the powerful energy contained within them. After consuming the herbs, they immediately felt much of their fatigue and injuries fade away. "Thank you," Luffy said. "Go. May you succeed in obtaining the artifact and protect this continent," Liyue said. They bid farewell to Liyue and walked towards the depths of the valley. Along the way, they indeed encountered many creatures corrupted by dark forces. These creatures varied in form. Some were once cute little animals, but now they had become grotesque, with red light flickering in their eyes. Others were once gentle tree ants, now wildly attacking them with thick branches. Luffy and Naruto were unafraid as they engaged in fierce combat with the dark creatures. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing powerful flames and lightning with each swing, pushing back the approaching dark beings. Naruto, on the other hand, showcased a variety of ninjutsu, executing techniques like Shadow Clone Jutsu and Rasengan with great skill, causing the dark creatures to retreat one after another. During the battle, they discovered that these dark beings seemed to be controlled by a dark aura. By destroying the dark cores on them, they could restore them to normal. Thus, they began to adjust their battle strategy, no longer simply attacking the bodies of the dark creatures, but instead seeking and destroying the dark cores on them. After a fierce struggle, they gradually penetrated deeper into the valley, getting closer to the temple. However, as they approached, the surrounding dark aura thickened, and a massive dark barrier appeared ahead, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling within, seemingly warning them not to come closer. "This must be the final obstacle to the temple," Luffy said, looking at the dark barrier. "Let's break it together," Naruto replied, filled with fighting spirit. They approached the dark barrier, ready to launch their attack. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, continuously channeling his source power into the sword, which emitted a dazzling light. Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, propelling the Rasengan toward the dark barrier. Their attacks struck the dark barrier simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion radiated outward, and cracks began to appear on the dark barrier under the immense impact. But soon, the cracks began to heal slowly. "This barrier has self-repairing capabilities. We need to keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks once more, repeatedly striking the dark barrier. With their relentless efforts, the cracks on the dark barrier multiplied and widened, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark barrier shattered completely, disintegrating into countless dark fragments that vanished into the air. They had successfully broken through the dark barrier, and the temple was now in sight. The temple was ancient and solemn, with massive stone columns covered in mysterious runes. The large door tightly shut, emanating an inscrutable aura. Finally, we've arrived. Let's go in, Naruto said eagerly. Yeah, be careful. We don't know what dangers lie inside, Luffy replied. They walked towards the temple door, and as they got closer, the runes on the door suddenly lit up, as if presenting them with a final test. Chapter 0919. Divine Artifact. Luffy and Naruto paused, gazing at the flickering runes on the door, trying to decipher the method to enter the temple. These runes emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, their light fluctuating as if conveying some kind of message. The runes appeared complex, seemingly testing their wisdom. Luffy furrowed his brow and said, carefully observing the shapes and arrangements of the runes, trying to find a pattern. Naruto also leaned in. Although his understanding of the runes wasn't as profound as Luffy's, he was using his keen intuition to search for clues. I feel like there's some connection between these runes, just like the mechanisms we deciphered before. Just as they were deep in thought, the runes on the door suddenly blazed with light, beams shooting out from them, intertwining before them to form a massive pattern of light and shadow. Within the pattern appeared some blurred images, resembling ancient battle scenes and mysterious sacrificial rituals, making it difficult to grasp. Is this giving us a hint? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy pondered for a moment and said, I think these images should be related to the history of the temple or information about the artifact. We need to observe carefully. They focused intently on the images and the light patterns, and as the images continued to change, they gradually learned that this temple was once an important source of power guarding this continent, but later was coveted by an evil force. And thus the artifact was sealed here to prevent the evil force from obtaining it. To unlock the seal of the artifact, one must pass the trials set by the runes on the door, proving they have enough strength and a just heart to protect the artifact. So that's it. We must pass the trials to obtain the artifact, Luffy said firmly. After the light patterns disappeared, the runes on the door changed again, revealing a series of puzzles. These puzzles involved mathematics, logic, and an understanding of the ancient culture of this continent. Luffy and Naruto began to solve the puzzles seriously, using their respective wisdom and past adventure experiences to gradually unravel the challenges posed by the runes. When the last puzzle was solved, the runes on the door emitted a dazzling light and then slowly opened. A powerful energy surged from inside the temple, allowing them to feel the strong aura of the artifact. They walked into the temple, which was spacious and bright, with walls inlaid with various gemstones that emitted colorful lights. In the center of the temple, there was a stone platform with an artifact emitting a soft glow. The artifact was shaped like a sword, but its blade was made of flowing energy, and the hilt was embedded with a huge blue gem, which seemed to contain endless power. This is the artifact we're looking for, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, unable to resist the urge to step forward and pick up the artifact. Luffy stopped him and said, Don't act impulsively. There might be other defense mechanisms around this artifact, so we need to be careful. Just as they approached the stone platform, several phantoms suddenly appeared around them. These phantoms had illusory forms, but exuded a powerful aura. They wielded weapons and launched attacks at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately entered battle mode. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, engaging in an intense sword duel with the phantoms. He noticed that the attack techniques of these phantoms were extremely advanced, and they could continuously change their attack patterns, making them hard to predict. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones engaging the phantoms in close combat. Through the coordination of the Shadow Clones, he tried to find the phantoms' weaknesses. During the battle, Naruto discovered that the phantoms had a brief pause when attacking, which might be their flaw. Luffy, pay attention to their pauses when they attack. That's their weakness, Naruto shouted. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his combat strategy. At the moment the phantoms paused their attacks, he launched a fierce counterattack. The Thunder Flame Sword struck the phantoms repeatedly, making their forms even more elusive. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in defeating the phantoms. With the disappearance of the phantoms, the defense mechanisms around the artifact were also. Luffy and Naruto walked to the stone platform, carefully picking up the artifact. The moment their hands touched the artifact, a powerful force surged into their bodies, making them feel invigorated with strength. This artifact's power is so strong. We must make good use of it, Luffy said. With it, we can better protect this continent, Naruto replied excitedly. They left the temple with the artifact, and, at that moment, The valley seemed to become even more vibrant due to the artifact's presence. Chapter 0920. Helmet Luffy and Naruto, holding the sacred artifacts, stepped out of the temple and felt a powerful sense of mission arise within their hearts. They understood that this artifact was not only a symbol of strength, but also a key to the fate of the entire continent. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, bringing with it the fragrant scent of surrounding flowers and plants, as if cheering for their victory. However, they did not linger too long in this brief tranquility, for they knew that the forces of evil would not sit idly by while they obtained the artifact. Greater challenges might be waiting for them just ahead. As they proceeded through the valley, they noticed the environment gradually changing. The once lush trees began to turn yellow and withered, as if drained of life. The ground beneath their feet became cracked and desolate, with fissures spreading like a spider's web. A foul odor hung in the air, making one feel nauseous. This scent was unsettling, as if something evil was approaching. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, the power contained in the artifact flowing slowly within him, ready to confront the impending danger. Naruto also became alert, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful aura of chakra swirling around him. Everyone be careful. I can sense a strong dark power closing in. As they continued forward, the sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the entire valley into darkness. In the shadows, a low, growling roar could be faintly heard, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, a horde of terrifying monsters surged from all directions. These creatures were massive, some with sharp claws and gaping maws, spewing black flames. Others were covered in hard scales, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light, each step causing the ground to tremble. It seemed these were the creatures corrupted by dark forces, and there were quite a number of them. Luffy looked at the monstrous horde before him, his expression serious but filled with determination. Don't be afraid. We have the artifact. We can definitely defeat them, Naruto shouted, his voice brimming with confidence. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then charged towards the horde of monsters at the same time. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, merging the flames and lightning with the energy of the artifact, creating an even more powerful force. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, sending a massive flame and thunder sword aura slicing through the monster horde. Wherever the sword aura passed, monsters were repelled, with some even being cleaved in half. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, combining the Rasengan with the artifact's power, instantly multiplying its might several times. He hurled the Rasengan towards the densest area of monsters, and as it flew, it continually grew larger, pulling in nearby monsters with its immense power and triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, sending many monsters flying. However, these monsters seemed endless. Despite the massive casualties caused by their attacks, more and more monsters continued to surge forward. Furthermore, the monsters appeared to sense the artifact's power, beginning to concentrate their attacks on Luffy and Naruto in an attempt to seize the artifact. This isn't going to work. We need to think of a way to break through, Luffy shouted, while fending off the monsters' attacks and contemplating strategy. Naruto looked at the surrounding monsters and suddenly had an idea. Luffy, we can use the artifact's power to create an energy shield and then break through in one direction. Luffy nodded. Good idea. Let's give it a try. They concentrated the power of the artifact, forming a huge energy shield around them. The shield emitted a dazzling light, enveloping them within. Then, they charged toward a relatively weak direction in the monster horde. The monsters, seeing their attempt to break through, swarmed around, attacking the energy shield with their claws and teeth. The energy shield flickered under the monster's assault, developing some cracks, but it still held strong. Luffy and Naruto continuously infused power into the shield while attacking the approaching monsters with their weapons and ninjutsu. Through their efforts, they finally broke through the encirclement of the monsters and rushed towards the exit of the valley. When they emerged from the valley, they found that the outside world had also descended into chaos. The once peaceful and serene village was engulfed in flames, and villagers were fleeing in all directions, their cries and shouts intertwining. The crops in the fields were destroyed, and livestock were brutally slaughtered, creating a scene of devastation everywhere. These despicable guys have made things so chaotic outside as well, Naruto exclaimed angrily, his eyes burning with fury. Luffy looked at the scene before him, filled with sorrow and anger. We must stop them as soon as possible. We cannot let them continue to do evil. They ran towards the village, ready to rescue the suffering villagers. However, on their path forward, a powerful Dark Knight appeared. The Dark Knight was enveloped in black armor, holding a massive black sword that emanated a strong aura of darkness. "Do you think you can leave so easily? Hand over the artifact," the Dark Knight said in a deep, hoarse voice. Luffy and Naruto ignored his demands and charged straight at the Dark Knight. Luffy was the first to attack, swinging his Thunder Flame sword towards the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight easily blocked Luffy's attack with his long sword, and then countered with a thrust towards Luffy. Luffy sidestepped and dodged the Dark Knight's attack, then launched another assault. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous Shadow Clones rushing towards the Dark Knight. The Shadow Clones attacked the Dark Knight from all directions, attempting to distract him. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu. The Dark Knight faced the onslaught of Shadow Clones without any sign of panic. He swung his long sword, fending off the approaching clones one by one. Then, he suddenly unleashed a dark magic, and a wave of black energy spread from his body, shattering all the surrounding Shadow Clones. "This guy is strong. We need to be careful," Luffy shouted, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent. They continued to fight the Dark Knight, and during the battle, Luffy noticed that the Dark Knight's armor had some special patterns that glimmered when he attacked. That might be his weak point. "Naruto, pay attention to the patterns on his armor. That might be his weakness," Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor. The Spiraling Shuriken flew towards the Dark Knight, carrying high-temperature lava. The Dark Knight sensed the danger and attempted to block the Spiraling Shuriken with his longsword. However, the power of the Spiraling Shuriken was too great, and after colliding with the longsword, it continued towards his armor. Ultimately, the Spiraling Shuriken struck the patterns on the Dark Knight's armor, and the immense force caused cracks to appear in the patterns, forcing the Dark Knight to stagger back a few steps. Luffy took the opportunity to charge forward, combining the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact strength to unleash the Flame Thunder Star Shatter Slash. This sword contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, striking down towards the Dark Knight's head. After being attacked by the Melting Escape Spiral Shuriken, the Dark Knight had not fully recovered, and facing Luffy's strike, he could no longer evade. The Flame Thunder Star Shatter Slash accurately hit the Dark Knight's head, shattering his helmet, and his body fell under the immense power, transforming into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the Dark Knight, and they continued running towards the village. Chapter 0921, Turnover. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly made their way to the village, witnessing the devastation along the way, which further strengthened their resolve to stop the evil forces. As soon as they entered the village, they heard intense sounds of fighting. Following the noise, they saw a group of dark sorcerers in black robes engaged in a fierce battle with a group of villagers in the central square. The dark sorcerers continuously unleashed black magical flames and evil curses, while the villagers fought bravely, but due to the vast difference in strength, they suffered heavy casualties. Luffy rushed into the battle circle without hesitation. As he swung the sword of thunder and flame, flames and lightning surged forth, dispelling the dark magic that threatened the villagers. He cast the Flame Thunder Guardian formation, creating a shining energy shield around the villagers, temporarily blocking the attacks of the dark sorcerers. Naruto quickly joined the fight, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. The massive spiraling shuriken, infused with powerful chakra, flew toward the densest cluster of dark sorcerers. Wherever the Raisin Shuriken went, the dark sorcerers were sent flying, their black robes torn, and they coughed up black blood. However, the dark sorcerers did not retreat. They quickly adjusted their formation, chanting incantations, and began to cast a more powerful dark fusion magic. They gathered huge black energy balls at the tips of their staffs, which fused together to gradually form a gigantic dark vortex, emanating a chilling pull and a destructive aura. "Be careful, this magic is quite powerful," Luffy warned loudly, channeling the power of the artifact into the sword of thunder and flame, ready to face the impending strong impact. Naruto summoned numerous shadow clones, which quickly ran around the dark vortex, trying to disrupt the spell casting of the dark sorcerers. The real Naruto was gathering sage chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Once the dark vortex took shape, it suddenly shot toward Luffy and the villagers. Luffy leaped high into the air, the flames and lightning on the sword of thunder and flame reaching their peak. Flame Thunder Break Evil Slash. He slashed at the dark vortex, unleashing a massive sword chi that collided with the dark vortex, creating a thunderous roar. In an instant, light and darkness intertwined, powerful energy waves spread outward, overturning nearby houses and tearing deep ravines into the ground. As Luffy and the dark vortex were at a stalemate, Naruto seized a moment and unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, True Flame Raisin Shuriken. He threw this jutsu, which combined Lava Release, Sage Art, and his own powerful chakra. At the dark sorcerers, the Raisin Shuriken, like a burning sun, flew toward the dark sorcerers with earth-shattering heat and power. The dark sorcerers, preoccupied with maintaining the dark vortex, had no time to pay attention to the Raisin Shuriken thrown by Naruto. The Raisin Shuriken accurately struck them, instantly triggering a massive explosion. The heat and shockwave from the explosion engulfed the dark sorcerers, who screamed in agony as their bodies were turned to ash in the flames. With the dark sorcerers' defeat, the village temporarily returned to peace. Luffy and Naruto began helping the villagers treat the injured and repair the houses. The villagers were filled with gratitude, taking out their best food and items to treat them. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, our village would have been finished," the village chief said, tears welling in his eyes. Luffy smiled and said, "This is what we should do. Protecting this continent is our mission." Naruto was wolfing down food, mumbling, "As long as everyone is safe, that's good enough." After resting for a night in the village, Luffy and Naruto continued their journey. They tracked the lingering aura of dark power and arrived at a desolate desert. The desert was filled with howling winds, swirling yellow sand, and the scorching sun baked the ground. In the center of the desert, they discovered a massive dark castle. The castle exuded a strong aura of darkness, with various evil creatures and dark soldiers standing atop the walls. The castle's gate was tightly shut, surrounded by powerful magical traps and defensive mechanisms. It seemed this was the lair of the evil forces. "We must proceed with caution," Luffy said with a serious expression as he gazed at the dark castle. Naruto nodded and said, "That's right, we must completely eliminate them this time." They cautiously approached the dark castle, trying to find a way to break through the defenses. Suddenly, a massive sand wave surged in the desert, revealing a gigantic sandworm. The sandworm was enormous, covered in hard sand armor, with sharp teeth filling its mouth, and it quickly crawled towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto immediately entered battle mode. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, aiming for the sandworm's head. The sandworm sensed danger and quickly submerged its head into the sand, then burrowed out from the side to bite at Luffy with its massive jaws. Luffy sidestepped and slashed the Thunder Flame Sword towards the sandworm's body, leaving a shallow mark on its sandy exoskeleton. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones surged towards the sandworm. Some of the clones grabbed the sandworm's body, while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. The sandworm appeared somewhat irritated by the clones' attacks. It twisted its body forcefully, shaking off the clones, and charged towards Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Sage Art, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison." He summoned several massive rock pillars in the sandworm's path, trapping it and rendering it unable to move. Luffy took the opportunity to rush forward, combining the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact strength to unleash the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash. This sword strike contained immense power as it slashed toward the head of the sandworm. The Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash accurately struck the sandworm's head, decapitating it and causing its massive body to crash down, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. After dealing with the sandworm, they continued towards the dark castle. As they approached the castle gate, the magical traps surrounding the castle were triggered. Black magical beams shot up from the ground, heading straight for them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving left and right to evade the attacks while searching for a way to break through the traps. During the dodging, Luffy noticed a pattern in the firing of these magical beams. They seemed to operate according to a specific formation. "Naruto, these magical beams have a pattern. Let's move according to the flaws in the formation," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's meaning. They began to carefully observe the sequence of the magical beams, then cautiously made their way toward the castle gate, following the flaws in the formation. With their efforts, they finally succeeded in crossing the magical traps and arrived at the castle gate. The gate was tightly shut, covered in various evil runes and patterns. Luffy and Naruto attempted to force the gate open with their strength, but it was exceptionally sturdy, and their attacks had no effect. "It seems this gate requires a specific method to open. Let's look for clues," Luffy said. They began to search for clues around the castle gate. And after a thorough search, they discovered some strange symbols on a stone tablet next to the gate. These symbols looked somewhat similar to the runes they had seen earlier in the temple, but they were not exactly the same. Luffy and Naruto began to study these symbols, trying to find a way to open the door. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols were an ancient code that needed to be unlocked with specific powers and in a certain order. "I think I know how to open the door," Luffy suddenly said as he inserted the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The power of the artifact flowed through the Thunder Flame sword into the earth, resonating with the symbols on the stone tablet. Naruto also injected his chakra into the stone tablet, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in a specific order and with the required power. As the symbols activated, the castle doors slowly opened, and a strong dark aura surged out from within the castle. "It's finally open, let's go in," Naruto said excitedly. They stepped into the dark castle. Chapter 0922. One Strike. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark castle, a nauseating blend of decay and evil overwhelming their senses. The interior of the castle was dark and damp, with walls flickering with eerie green light, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. They cautiously made their way down the narrow corridor, the stone path beneath them echoing with a dull sound, as if each step was crushing the castle's bones. Suddenly, a group of dark soldiers appeared ahead, clad in black heavy armor, wielding sharp long swords, their eyes hollow and filled with malice. "Prepare for battle," Luffy whispered, as the sword of thunder fire ignited in roaring flames and blinding lightning. Naruto quickly formed hand signs, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones instantly appeared, charging towards the dark soldiers. The shadow clones engaged in fierce close combat with the dark soldiers, the glint of swords flashing in the dim corridor. Luffy unleashed the flame thunder strike, darting like a bolt of lightning among the dark soldiers. Wherever the thunder flame sword struck, the dark soldiers' armor was easily torn apart, their bodies scorched by fire and lightning. However, these dark soldiers seemed tireless. Even after a batch was defeated, new ones surged forth from the depths of the castle. "This couldn't go on. We have to find their commander," Luffy shouted while fending off attacks. Naruto nodded, quickly forming hand signs with both hands and casting the Sage Art. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The massive spiraling shuriken flew toward the densest cluster of dark soldiers, its powerful force sending a group of them flying, temporarily clearing a path. They continued deeper into the castle along the path, encountering various traps and obstacles. In some areas, the ground would suddenly spout black flames, while in others, huge spikes would pierce out from the walls. Thanks to their keen perception and agile movements, Luffy and Naruto skillfully avoided these dangers time and again. Finally, they arrived at the castle's hall. The hall was spacious and eerie, with massive black stone pillars rising around it, covered in evil runes. In the center of the hall stood a dark sorcerer clad in a black robe, wielding a staff that emanated a strong aura of darkness, his face concealed by a grotesque mask that revealed only a pair of glowing red eyes. "You finally arrived. Foolish ones," the dark sorcerer said in a low, hoarse voice. "Today marks your end. The artifact will belong to me." "No way," Luffy roared, pointing the thunder flame sword at the dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer sneered, waving his staff as dark energy quickly gathered around the hall, forming a group of dark phantoms. These phantoms appeared ethereal, exuding a chilling aura, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, sending the high-temperature, spiraling shuriken toward the group of dark phantoms in an attempt to disperse them. However, the dark phantoms easily dodged the attack of the spiraling shuriken, continuing to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the power of the artifact to unleash the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash. A sword chi infused with divine power slashed towards the Dark Spirit Horde, and wherever the sword chi passed, the Dark Spirits let out painful screams as their bodies gradually dissipated. The Dark Wizard, witnessing his summoned dark spirits being easily dispersed, was filled with rage. He gripped his staff with both hands and chanted incantations, beginning to cast a powerful dark forbidden spell. As he spoke the incantation, the ground of the hall began to tremble violently, and massive dark fissures erupted from below, emanating a powerful suction that attempted to draw Luffy and Naruto into them. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, plunging the Thunder Flame sword into the ground. The artifact's power flowed through the sword into the ground, forming a stable energy shield that temporarily resisted the suction of the dark fissures. Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasen Shuriken towards the Dark Wizard in an attempt to interrupt his forbidden spell casting. The Rasen Shuriken grew larger as it flew, its powerful chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Dark Wizard had no choice but to temporarily halt his spell casting and use his staff to block Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken collided with the staff, producing a loud explosion, and the immense force pushed the Dark Wizard backward. Luffy took the opportunity to charge forward. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, a sword strike that contained all his power, aimed at the Dark Wizard's head. In a panic, the Dark Wizard swung his staff with all his might to block it. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the staff, creating a burst of powerful energy sparks. In the fierce clash, both Luffy and the Dark Wizard were knocked back by the tremendous force. Naruto quickly rushed to Luffy's side and asked, "Are you okay?" Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I'm fine. We must defeat him as soon as possible." After the Dark Wizard steadied himself, he waved his staff again, this time summoning a massive dark beast. The dark beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales, spewing black venom from its mouth, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble. "What kind of monster is this?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "No matter what it is, we have to defeat it," Luffy said firmly. They charged toward the enemy again, and Luffy engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark beast. He skillfully dodged the beast's attacks while continuously striking at its eyes, mouth, and other vital spots with a Thunder Flame sword. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones surrounding the dark beast, looking for opportunities to attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that one of the scales on the beast's abdomen was a slightly different color, and its defense seemed relatively weak there. "Naruto, attack its abdomen," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to launch an attack on the dark beast's abdomen. The real Naruto then executed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiraling Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu at the dark beast's abdomen. The dark beast sensed the danger to its abdomen and tried to protect it with its forepaws, but Luffy intensified his attacks to restrain its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tail Spiraling Shuriken successfully hit the dark beast's abdomen, shattering the relatively weak scale. The dark beast let out a painful roar, and its body began to sway. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost limit, striking towards the heart of the dark giant beast. This sword contained immense power, successfully piercing through the heart of the dark giant beast, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Dark Wizard, seeing the dark giant beast he summoned defeated, was filled with despair and anger. He frantically waved his staff, pouring all his life force into it, preparing to launch a final desperate attack. "You will all die," the Dark Wizard roared. At the tip of his staff, a massive ball of dark energy gathered, radiating an aura that seemed capable of annihilating everything, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat as they fully merged the power of the divine artifact with their own strength, executing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, which fused Sage techniques and divine artifact power, flew towards the dark energy ball. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire Dark Castle to shake violently under the impact of this force, with cracks appearing in the walls and stone pillars collapsing. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, driven by a single belief: to defeat the Dark Wizard and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark energy ball was pushed back little by little. With a massive explosion, the Dark Wizard was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Motionless, the Dark Castle also began to collapse in the wake of this intense battle. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the Dark Wizard and destroyed the Dark Castle. They stood exhausted among the ruins, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, it was over. Naruto let out a long sigh. "No, this is just temporary. There may still be other evil forces on this continent, but as long as we are here, we will not let evil succeed," Luffy said firmly. They left the ruins with the artifact. Chapter 0923. Chaos. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the Dark Castle, now reduced to ruins, with their bodies weary and the glory of victory surrounding them. The artifact in their hands flickered slightly, as if it too was catching its breath after the arduous triumph. They walked along the desolate road, the scenery gradually transitioning from the eerie terror of the Dark Castle to a lifeless wasteland. The howling wind swept past, stirring up clouds of yellow sand that obscured the faint sunlight in the sky. This battle has really taken a toll on me, Naruto said, rubbing his shoulders with a wry smile on his face. Luffy nodded slightly. Yes, but we cannot stop. This land still needs us to protect it. As they crossed through the wilderness, they discovered signs of corruption from dark forces. The once vibrant grasslands had turned yellow and cracked, and the trees were left with only dry branches, as if their souls had been drained. The bodies of small animals lay scattered by the roadside, their eyes hollow and lifeless, their bodies twisted and deformed, clearly having suffered great pain before their deaths. These dark forces are so vile. To have destroyed this land like this. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Luffy looked at the tragic scene before him, his eyes filled with determination. We must find a way to completely eliminate these dark forces and restore vitality to this land. Continuing forward, they arrived at a small town. A faint aura of darkness lingered at the entrance of the town, creating a sense of unease. Upon entering, they discovered that the residents here appeared listless, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Who are you? What are you doing here? An old man watched them warily. Luffy took a step forward and said, We are here to fight against the dark forces and help everyone restore the peace of the past. The old man shook his head slightly and replied, You should leave. This place has been shrouded in darkness for too long, and no one can change it. Naruto, feeling unconvinced, said, We won't give up. There must be a way to solve this. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the center of the town. They hurried over and saw a group of dark puppets attacking the townspeople. These dark puppets were tall, made entirely of black metal, with eyes flickering a strange red light. They wielded sharp weapons, leaving destruction in their wake. Damn these guys! Luffy shouted as he unsheathed the Thunder Flame sword and charged towards the dark puppets. He unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Wind Slash, sending waves of fiery, sword energy towards the dark puppets. Where the sword energy struck, the metal shells of the dark puppets were torn apart, sparks flying everywhere. Naruto quickly formed hand signs and shouted, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared, engaging in fierce combat with the dark puppets. The real Naruto focused on gathering chakra, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the dark puppets seemed to be controlled by a core device. As long as they could destroy the core, the puppets would stop moving. Naruto, attack their core, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to find and attack the core device of the dark puppets. The shadow clones skillfully maneuvered between the dark puppets, with some holding onto the puppets' bodies while others targeted their vital areas. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken and threw it at a dark puppet's core device. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit its target, destroying the core device, causing the dark puppet to stop moving and fall to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. With their combined efforts, the dark puppets were defeated one by one. The townspeople, witnessing this scene, felt hope rekindled in their eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do, the old man said gratefully. Luffy smiled and said, This is what we should do. However, we need to find the source of the dark power here in order to completely solve the problem. After some investigation, they discovered that the dark power of the town originated from an ancient well. This well used to be the town's water source, but at some unknown time, it became tainted by dark power, turning into the source of darkness. We need to purify this well, Luffy said. They arrived at the well and felt a powerful dark aura emanating from it. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through the sword into the earth, attempting to dispel the dark energy. Naruto then performed Sage Jutsu, injecting chakra into the well to complement Luffy's power. Through their efforts, the dark energy in the well was gradually dispelled, and the water began to clear. As the well was purified, the dark aura in the town slowly dissipated, and the townspeople's faces revealed long-lost smiles. We did it, Naruto said happily. Luffy looked at the revitalized town, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. This was just the beginning. There were still many places that needed saving. They bid farewell to the townspeople and continued on their journey. Chapter 0924, The Ancient City. After Luffy and Naruto left the town, they followed the faint dark aura in the distance. They traversed through the dense forest, where the trees, corrupted by the dark power, had twisted and withered leaves, and the fallen leaves on the ground emitted a decaying smell. The spread of this dark power is broader than we imagined. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly, always alert to the dangers that might appear around them. Naruto also looked serious, saying, Yeah, but we can't back down. We must eliminate all this dark power. Suddenly, A chilling laughter echoed from the woods ahead. The laughter reverberated through the trees, sending shivers down their spines. Then, a group of dark ninjas jumped down from the trees, surrounding them completely. These dark ninjas wore black stealth outfits, had sinister masks on their faces, and held gleaming blades in their hands. Do you think you can easily disrupt our plans? Today is your burial ground, one of the dark ninjas said fiercely. Luffy was unafraid as he swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning power on the blade bursting forth in an instant, charging towards the dark ninjas. Flame Thunderstrike, he shouted, and the Thunder Flame sword transformed into a streak of light, instantly slashing towards the nearest dark ninjas. The dark ninjas quickly dodged, but several were still hit by the Flame Thunder power, their bodies scorched as they let out painful screams. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones engaging in fierce combat with the dark ninjas. The Shadow Clones nimbly weaved through the trees, using the cover of the forest to attack the dark ninjas. The real Naruto, meanwhile, quickly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. He threw the spiral shuriken towards the densest cluster of dark ninjas, and as it flew, it continuously grew larger, the powerful wind chakra slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The dark ninjas saw the spiral shuriken coming and scrambled to evade it. However, the power of the spiral shuriken was too great, and several dark ninjas were caught in it, their bodies shredded. Nevertheless, these dark ninjas were well trained, and they quickly adjusted their tactics. Some continued to fight Luffy and Naruto, while others quietly circled around behind them, attempting to launch a surprise attack. Watch out behind you. Luffy noticed the movement behind them and shouted a warning to Naruto. Naruto quickly turned and used Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the dark ninjas behind. The high-temperature lava spiral shuriken made the dark ninjas hesitant to approach, forcing them to retreat to avoid its attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark ninjas seemed to follow a certain formation. They coordinated well, with their attacks and defenses appearing systematic. Naruto, these dark ninjas have a formation. We need to disrupt their rhythm, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded and used the multi-shadow clone technique, filling the entire forest with countless shadow clones. The shadow clones attacked the dark ninjas from different directions and rhythms, breaking their formation. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder breaking formation slash. He pushed the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and struck towards the center of the dark ninja group. This sword contained immense power, successfully breaking through the defenses of the dark ninjas and killing several of them. As the dark ninjas continued to suffer casualties, their formation was completely disrupted. The remaining dark ninjas began to panic. They no longer fought in an organized manner as before, but instead started fighting individually. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to continue their attack. They combined the power of the artifact with their own strength, unleashing even more powerful offensive techniques. Under their fierce assault, the dark ninjas fell one after another, ultimately being completely eliminated. Phew, finally dealt with these guys. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There are more challenges ahead, Luffy said. They continued forward and soon arrived at an abandoned ancient city. The city walls were in ruins, and a strong dark aura permeated the area. In the center of the ancient city stood a massive dark altar, emanating a chilling dark energy. It seems this is an important stronghold of dark power. We need to be cautious, Luffy said, looking at the dark altar with a serious expression. Naruto nodded. That's right. We must completely destroy this place this time. They carefully approached the dark altar, but suddenly, dark energy surged around the altar, forming dark barriers. These barriers blocked their way, preventing them from getting closer to the altar. This barrier looks very solid. We need to find a way to break it, Luffy said. They began to study the weaknesses of the dark barrier, and after some observation, they discovered that the barrier would have a brief fluctuation when it absorbed dark energy, which might be its vulnerability. Naruto, when the barrier fluctuates, let's attack together, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately prepared himself. When the dark barrier fluctuated again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder explosive slash, with the flames and lightning from the Thunder Flame sword striking at the fluctuating point of the dark barrier. Naruto used the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the fluctuating point of the dark barrier simultaneously, and the powerful force triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, causing cracks to appear in the dark barrier under the immense impact. "Keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again, repeatedly striking the dark barrier. Through their relentless efforts, the cracks in the dark barrier grew more numerous and larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark barrier shattered completely, turning into countless dark fragments that dispersed into the air. They successfully broke through the dark barrier and arrived in front of the dark altar. At this moment, the dark energy on the altar intensified, as if resisting their arrival. "How are we going to destroy this altar?" Naruto asked, looking at the dark altar with some confusion. Luffy thought for a moment and said, "I think we need to combine the power of the artifact with our attacks to destroy it from the inside." They placed the artifact on the altar, then held it with both hands, infusing their own power into it. The artifact began to emit a dazzling light as their power flowed into it. This light gradually spread across the entire altar, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark energy on the altar. In the battle between light and dark energy, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, continuously injecting power into the artifact in an attempt to suppress the dark energy. As their strength grew, the dark energy was gradually weakened. Finally, with a loud roar, the dark altar was completely destroyed. The dark energy dissipated into the air, and the ancient city began to gradually regain its vitality. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the dark altar. They stood tired in the ancient city, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. "We won again. We're one step closer to completely eradicating the dark forces," Naruto said happily. "Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There might be other hidden dark forces on this continent," Luffy replied. They left the ancient city with the artifact. Chapter 0925, The Shrine. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the ancient city and continued toward the direction where the dark aura was the strongest. They crossed a foul-smelling swamp, from which huge black tentacles occasionally emerged, attempting to drag them into the depths of mire. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, cutting down the approaching tentacles one by one, as flames and lightning erupted, causing booming sounds and steam to rise in the swamp. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to distract the tentacles while his main body gathered Sage Chakra, casting Sage Art, Earth Style, Mud Swamp Pressure, compressing a large area of the swamp to create a safe passage. After enduring hardships, they ascended a mist-covered peak. At the summit, a dark temple loomed, its sinister aura spreading like a tangible presence. The temple's doors were tightly shut, with a massive dark demon statue standing on either side, their eyes flickering with an eerie red light, as if watching their every move. "There must be powerful dark forces hidden in this temple. We need to be careful," Luffy said warily, slowly channeling the power of the artifact, causing the light on the Thunder Flame Sword to grow even more radiant. Naruto nodded and activated Sage Mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him. "No matter what it is, we'll face it together." As they approached the temple doors, the two statues suddenly came to life. Wielding enormous weapons, they swung down at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy quickly dodged to the side, slashing at the statue's leg with the Thunder Flame Sword. However, the statue's body was incredibly hard, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Seeing this, Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken, aimed at one statue's head. The spiraling shuriken struck the statue's head with a dull thud, but the statue merely swayed slightly and continued its attack. "These statues are tough. Where are their weaknesses?" Luffy pondered while fending off the statue's strikes. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that during the attacks, a gem on the statue's chest would flash with light, seemingly its energy core. "Naruto, attack the gems on their chests," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately ordered his shadow clones to attack the gems on the statue's chests. The main body of Naruto then used Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at one statue's chest. The Lava Style, Spiraling Shuriken hit the gem, causing it to crack, and the statue's movements began to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, channeling the fire and lightning from the Thunder Flame Sword to strike the gem with full force. The gem shattered under the powerful attack, and the statue collapsed with a thunderous crash. The other statue, seeing its companion destroyed, attacked even more frantically. It swung its weapon, shattering the surrounding rocks, and swept toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked together, dodging the statue's attacks while continuing to search for opportunities to strike at the gem on its chest. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in destroying another statue. As the statue fell, the temple doors slowly opened, and a strong wave of dark energy rushed toward them. Without hesitation, they stepped into the temple, which was dark and damp inside, with walls covered in various evil runes and patterns that glowed with a ghostly green light, as if telling the tale of dark history. In the center of the temple, there was a massive dark magic circle, with a black crystal ball floating above it. The crystal ball emitted a powerful dark energy, which was the source of darkness they had been pursuing all along. We finally found it. If we destroy this crystal ball, we can completely eliminate the dark power in this area, Luffy said. However, just as they approached the magic circle, a group of dark spirits suddenly appeared around them. These dark spirits were ethereal, emanating a chilling aura, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the swarm of dark spirits in an attempt to disperse them. But the dark spirits easily evaded the spiraling shuriken and continued to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact strength to unleash the Sacred Flame Thunder Spirit Slash. A sword aura imbued with divine power slashed towards the dark spirits, causing them to emit painful screams and gradually disintegrate wherever the sword aura passed. However, more dark spirits continued to surge out from the magic circle, seemingly endless. Luffy and Naruto were locked in a fierce battle, constantly employing powerful attacks in an attempt to break through the encirclement of dark spirits. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by a crystal ball. As long as they could break the crystal ball, the emergence of dark spirits would cease. Naruto, we have to break that crystal ball as soon as possible, Luffy shouted. They began to break through towards the direction of the crystal ball, with Luffy leading the way, dispersing the approaching dark spirits with the Thunder Flame Sword. Naruto provided cover from behind, using various ninjutsu to attack the pursuing dark spirits. After a difficult breakthrough, they finally reached the crystal ball. Luffy and Naruto completely fused the power of the artifact with their own strength, executing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Arts and artifact power, flew towards the crystal ball simultaneously. With a thunderous explosion, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, shaking the entire dark temple violently, causing cracks to appear in the walls and stones from the ceiling to fall. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, their hearts filled with a single belief: to destroy the crystal ball and protect this continent. Ultimately, their strength gradually gained the upper hand, and cracks appeared in the crystal ball under the powerful assault before it shattered completely. With the shattering of the crystal ball, the dark spirits also dissipated, and the dark magic circle ceased its operation. The dark aura in the dark temple gradually faded, and sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the ceiling, illuminating the entire temple. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the dark crystal ball. They stood exhausted in the temple, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. We did it! The dark power in this area has finally been eradicated, Naruto said excitedly. Yeah, but this is just a part of the continent. We still have a long way to go, Luffy replied. They left the Dark Temple with the artifact. Chapter 0926 Similar. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the Dark Temple, sunlight pouring down on them, bringing a long-lost warmth and brightness. However, they knew well that the dark forces on this continent still shrouded many places like a looming shadow, and their mission was far from complete. As they walked down the mountain path, they noticed that the once desolate forest, covered by dark energy, was gradually regaining some vitality. The tree branches began to sprout tender green buds, and birds were singing joyfully in the woods, as if nature itself was celebrating the removal of the dark forces. But they hadn't gone far when a dull, rumbling sound came from afar, and the ground trembled slightly. They exchanged a glance, immediately alert, and quickened their pace toward the source of the sound. After climbing over a small hill, the sight before them made their hearts race. A massive dark rift had appeared in the valley, from which black mist continuously poured out, emanating a strong sense of evil. The dark mist spread throughout the valley, causing flowers, grass, and trees to wither rapidly, while small animals fled in panic. What new trouble is this? Naruto frowned and said. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame Sword tightly, his expression serious. No matter what it is, we have to take a look. We can't let this dark power continue to ravage. They cautiously approached the dark rift. But before they could get close, several massive dark beasts suddenly leaped out from the crack. These beasts were as large as mountains, covered in black scales, spewing black flames from their mouths, and their eyes glowed with a fierce red light. Just in time, let's take you on first, Luffy shouted, charging toward one of the dark beasts. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly as he executed the Flame Thunder Ruler Slash, aiming for the beast's head. This strike contained immense power, and the energy on the sword transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, clawing and leaping toward the beast. Naruto was not to be outdone. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed the Sage Art. Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. The enormous Spiral Shuriken, infused with powerful chakra fluctuations, flew toward another dark beast. As it flew, the shuriken continuously expanded, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile giant dragons. The dark beasts sensed the threat and opened their massive jaws, lunging at Luffy and Naruto. Their movements were incredibly swift, and each lunge stirred up a gust of wind, making the surrounding air feel oppressive. Luffy skillfully dodged the attacks of the beasts while continuously counterattacking with a Thunder Flame sword. He noticed that although these beasts were massive, they were quite agile in their movements, and their defenses were extremely strong, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict substantial damage on them. Naruto watched their underbelly. The scales there look relatively weak, Luffy shouted during the battle. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately adjusted his attack direction. He commanded his shadow clones to restrain the other beasts while his main body performed the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the underbelly of one beast. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken flew towards the beast's underbelly, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately struck the beast's underbelly, shattering the relatively weak scales, and the beast let out a painful roar as its body began to sway. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash, raising the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and slashing towards the heart of the monster. This strike contained immense power, successfully piercing the monster's heart, causing it to crash down with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The other dark monsters, witnessing their companion's defeat, became even more frenzied. They recklessly launched attacks at Luffy and Naruto, completely disregarding their own safety. Luffy and Naruto continued to fight fiercely against the remaining dark beasts, coordinating their powerful attacks and gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough battle, they finally eliminated all the dark beasts. These guys were really tough to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, but this is just the beginning. We need to find a way to seal this dark rift, Luffy said, looking at the rift from which dark mist was continuously pouring out, pondering a strategy. They approached the dark rift, trying to use their power to block it. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through it into the earth, attempting to sever the connection between the Dark Rift and the underground dark forces. Naruto used Sage Mode, infusing chakra into the land around the rift, trying to stabilize it and prevent the dark mist from continuing to emerge. However, despite their best efforts, the Dark Rift continued to spew out dark mist and showed signs of expanding. This isn't working. We need to find the source of the rift, Luffy frowned. Just as they were deep in thought, a low, eerie laugh echoed from the dark rift, sending chills down their spines. Do you think you can easily seal the rift I created? You're too naive, foolish ones. A sinister voice emerged from the rift. Soon after, a mysterious figure cloaked in black slowly rose from the rift. He wore a grotesque mask that revealed only a pair of eyes glowing with a strange purple light. In his hand, he held a staff exuding a strong, dark aura, topped with a large black gem that emitted a faint dark light. Who are you? Luffy shouted, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly, ready for battle. I am the Messenger of Darkness, the spreader of dark power across this continent. Your appearance has disrupted my plans. Today is your death day, the mysterious figure said menacingly. Let's see whose death day it really is. Naruto yelled, rapidly forming hand signs to enter Sage Mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him. The mysterious figure sneered and waved his staff, muttering incantations. Instantly, the dark mist pouring from the rift rapidly gathered around him, forming a massive dark beast. The beast was enormous, covered in black scales, spewing black venom from its mouth, and causing the ground to tremble with every step it took. Another new monster, come on. Luffy charged fearlessly at the dark beast, swinging the Thunder Flame sword. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones towards the dark beast. The clones engaged in a fierce battle with the dark beast, some clinging to its limbs while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. Meanwhile, the real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. The dark beast, facing the attacks from Luffy and the clones, was extremely ferocious. It violently twisted its body, shaking off the clones, and then lunged at Luffy. Luffy dodged to the side, and the Thunder Flame sword slashed at the beast's body, leaving a shallow mark on its scales. During the battle, Luffy noticed a scale on the beast's back that was a slightly different color, indicating a weaker defense. "Naruto, attack its back," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the clones to attack the dark beast's back. The real Naruto then performed Sage Art, Wind Release, Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu at the dark beast's back. The dark beast sensed the danger to its back and tried to protect it with its front paws. But Luffy increased his attack intensity, restraining its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken successfully struck the dark beast's back, shattering the relatively weak scale. The dark beast let out a painful roar, its body starting to sway. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the flame thunder-breaking sky slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword and striking down towards the heart of the dark beast. This sword contained immense power, successfully piercing through the heart of the dark beast, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mysterious man, seeing the dark beast he summoned defeated, was filled with rage. He frantically waved his staff, pouring all his life force into it, preparing to unleash a final desperate attack. "You almost die," the mysterious man roared. At the tip of his staff, a massive dark energy ball gathered, radiating an aura that could destroy everything, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. They completely fused the power of the divine weapon with their own strength, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Arts and divine weapon power, flew towards the dark energy ball. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, causing the entire valley to shake violently under the impact of this force, with cracks appearing in the ground and surrounding hills collapsing. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, driven by a single belief: to defeat this dark messenger, seal the dark rift, and protect this continent. Ultimately, their strength gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark energy ball was pushed back little by little. With a tremendous explosion, the dark messenger was blasted away by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. The dark rift also gradually shrank during this intense battle, eventually closing completely, with no more dark mist seeping out. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the dark messenger and sealed the dark rift. They stood in the valley, exhausted, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. Finally, this big trouble was resolved. Naruto let out a long sigh. "Well, there might be other similar dangers on this continent. We have to keep moving forward," Luffy said. They left the valley with the artifact. Chapter 0927. Alarm. Luffy and Naruto, riding the wave of victory, continued their journey into the unknown. They wove through the mountains and forests along a winding path, where nature had gradually regained its vitality. The crisp sound of birdsong echoed around them, as if celebrating their heroic deeds. However, they did not let their guard down. Fully aware that the dark forces of his continent were like wild grass, seemingly eradicated in one area, yet quietly sprouting elsewhere. As they reached a stream, the water was clear and bottomless, with fish swimming joyfully. Luffy and Naruto were about to take a short break and replenish their hydration when suddenly, the flow of the stream became turbulent, and strange black ripples appeared on the surface. "Something's wrong, be careful." Luffy stood alert, gripping his Thunder Flame sword tightly again. Naruto quickly entered a battle-ready stance, forming hand seals discreetly. In an instant, a group of peculiar dark creatures sprang from the water. They resembled fish, but had sharp claws and full sets of fangs, exuding a black mist that carried a strong sense of evil. "It's these guys again. It seems we can't take a proper break," Naruto said with a frown. Luffy did not respond, and directly swung the Thunder Flame sword into the enemy ranks. "Flame, Thunder Slash," he shouted, and the flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, sending waves of flame and thunder sword energy slicing towards the dark creatures. Wherever the sword energy went, the dark creatures were pushed back, with some even being sliced in half. their black blood splattering into the stream and instantly turning the water black. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, with numerous clones jumping into the stream to engage in fierce underwater battles with the dark creatures. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the shore, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these dark creatures seemed to rely on some sort of energy connection between them to coordinate their attacks. As long as that connection was disrupted, their attacks would become chaotic and disordered. "Naruto, find a way to cut off their energy connection," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. He directed his shadow clones to search for the key nodes of the energy connection between the dark creatures in the water. And then the real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the Spiraling Shuriken towards those key nodes. The Spiraling Shuriken traced a bright trajectory through the water and accurately hit its target. As the energy connection was destroyed, the dark creatures indeed became chaotic. They no longer attacked in an organized manner, but fought individually, even beginning to attack each other. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity and intensified their attacks. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he swept it towards the chaotic mass of dark creatures. Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken towards the densely packed dark creatures. Under their combined assault, the dark creatures fell one after another, and their black blood stained the entire creek dark. As the last dark creature was eliminated, the creek gradually returned to its clear state, although a trace of the evil aura still lingered in the air. Truly, there was no moment of peace. Naruto wiped the sweat from his face and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. After all, we bear the mission of protecting this continent," Luffy responded. After a brief rest, they continued on their journey. As they moved forward, they discovered a bustling town ahead. The town was teeming with people, lively and vibrant, with various shops displaying a multitude of goods, and the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter mingling together, creating a scene of harmony. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively place," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luffy also showed a hint of a relieved smile, but his vigilance did not wane. It was better to be cautious. Although the place seemed calm, no one could say for sure if there were hidden dangers. They walked into the town, and people cast curious glances at them. Luffy and Naruto weaved through the town, feeling the long-lost sense of liveliness. However, as they passed a small alley, they heard a faint cry for help. "Help!" The voice sounded very terrified. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. After turning a corner, they saw several thuggish figures in black clothing bullying an elderly man and a little girl. The old man was lying on the ground, while the little girl was hiding behind him, her eyes filled with tears of fear. "Stop it!" Luffy shouted, drawing his Thunder Flame Sword, which emanated a fierce aura. The black-clad thugs were startled by the sudden shout and turned to look. However, instead of being scared upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, they showed arrogant smiles. "Hey, where did these two kids come from, daring to meddle in our business? Are you tired of living?" one of the thugs said fiercely. Naruto frowned and angrily replied, "You guys are bullying an old man and a child. That's too much." We can do whatever we want. What are you going to do about it?" Another thug taunted. Luffy stopped wasting words with him and charged forward, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword at the bullies. Seeing this, the bullies quickly drew their weapons from their waists, ready to fight. However, they were no match for Luffy and Naruto. With a light swing of the Thunder Flame Sword, Luffy severed one bully's weapon, then swiftly thrust the sword into his chest, causing the bully to drop dead instantly. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, surrounding the remaining bullies with numerous clones. The Shadow Clones engaged the bullies in close combat. Some bullies were left bruised and battered, while others were thrown to the ground. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. "Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken," he shouted loudly as a giant Rasengan appeared in his hand. He hurled the Rasengan at one bully, which grew larger as it flew, its powerful chakra waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. The bully, seeing the Rasengan coming, turned pale with fear, trying to dodge, but it was too late. The Rasengan accurately hit him, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, and then slowly sliding down, his life uncertain. The other bullies, witnessing the horrific fate of their companion, were terrified and wet themselves, throwing down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. "Please spare us, great hero. We won't dare again." They cried out. Luffy sheathed the Thunder Flame Sword and said coldly, "Get lost. If I see you bullying anyone again, I won't let you off easily." The bullies felt as if they had been granted amnesty and scrambled away in a panic. Luffy and Naruto turned around to help the old man and the little girl up. "Thank you. You are truly good people," the old man said, tearfully grateful. The little girl timidly said, "Big brothers, thank you for saving me and Grandpa." "It's nothing. It's what we should do," Luffy said with a smile. "Where are you guys from? How did you become so strong?" The little girl asked curiously. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, and then Luffy said, "We come from afar, adventuring on this continent to protect everyone and prevent them from being bullied by bad people." The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, so you are heroes." Naruto scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, I guess so." Just then, a sudden alarm rang out in the town. The alarm was urgent and loud, breaking the originally peaceful atmosphere of the town. "What's going on?" Luffy asked, frowning. They looked towards the direction of the alarm and saw a large dark cloud forming over the town, with flashes of lightning and continuous flickers of dark light within it. "Not good. It's the dark forces causing trouble again," Naruto shouted. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly and said, "Let's go take a look." Chapter 0928. A lost Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the area in the sky above the town that was shrouded in dark clouds. Along the way, people were panicking and fleeing in all directions, their cries and screams intertwining, causing the once lively and peaceful town to plunge into chaos and terror. As they approached the dark clouds, they noticed black lightning continuously striking down from the clouds. Each bolt that hit the ground triggered a violent explosion, creating large craters. And the surrounding buildings trembled under the impact of the blasts, some even collapsing into ruins. "This dark power is so strong. We need to be careful," Luffy shouted, raising the Thunder Flame sword above his head, the power of the artifact slowly flowing along the blade, ready to respond to any potential danger. Naruto also nodded solemnly, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him like a protective shield. Just then, several massive dark puppets slowly descended from the clouds. These puppets were towering, standing several dozen meters tall, made entirely of black metal, with eerie red lights flickering at their joints. The ground shook with each step they took. They wielded enormous weapons. Some were long swords, others were giant axes, radiating a chilling light. "It's these guys again. It looks like we have a tough battle ahead," Naruto said with a frown. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly towards one of the dark puppets. "Flame, thunder, dominator slash," he shouted, and the flames and lightning power on his sword erupted to the extreme, transforming into a massive flame thunder sword chi that slashed towards the leg of the dark puppet. This sword contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep mark on the metal of the dark puppet's leg, but it only slightly delayed its movement. Seeing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken, infused with a powerful chakra fluctuation, flew towards another dark puppet. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, surrounded by 9 chakra-formed tails, resembling 9 agile dragons. The spiral shuriken accurately struck the abdomen of the dark puppet, producing a dull, thunderous sound, causing some indentation on the metal of its abdomen, yet still stood firmly. After being attacked, the dark puppets let out low roars and then launched fierce assaults towards Luffy and Naruto. They swung their massive weapons, sweeping towards the two, with an imposing force that seemed capable of crushing everything beneath their weapons. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the attacks of the dark puppets, while constantly searching for their weaknesses. In the intense battle, Luffy discovered that the heads of these dark puppets seemed to be their critical points, as the energy fluctuations there were the strongest during each attack. "Naruto, attack their heads," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to launch attacks on the heads of the dark puppets. The real Naruto then used Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the head of one of the dark puppets. The high-temperature lava release Raisin Shuriken flew toward the head of the dark puppet, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The lava release Raisin Shuriken accurately struck the head of the dark puppet, and the once incredibly hard metal instantly cracked under the high temperature of the lava release, with the cracks spreading rapidly. The movements of the dark puppet also became sluggish, and the red light in its eyes began to flicker erratically. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash his Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost limit as he struck down toward the head of the dark puppet with all his might. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully shattering the head of the dark puppet, which then collapsed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The other dark puppets, witnessing their comrades' defeat, became even more frenzied. Ignoring their own safety, they launched even more ferocious attacks against Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto continued to work together, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining dark puppets. They unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough battle, they finally eliminated all the dark puppets. However, just as they thought the crisis was temporarily averted, a deep roar echoed from the dark clouds again. The roar was deafening, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Soon after, a massive dark beast slowly emerged from the clouds. The beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales, each scale shimmering with a dark luster, seemingly containing endless dark power. Its head resembled that of a giant dragon, with enormous horns and a huge mouth that occasionally spewed black flames. Its eyes were a blood-red color, radiating a fierce light. "What kind of monster is this? It looks really powerful," Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy gripped the thunder flame sword tightly and said with a serious expression, "No matter what it is, we must defeat it to protect this town." Without hesitation, they charged toward the dark beast. Luffy was the first to launch an attack, swinging the thunder flame sword toward the beast's eyes. He knew that the eyes were often a vital spot for such large monsters, and if he could hit it, it might inflict significant damage. The dark beast sensed the danger and quickly twisted its massive body to dodge Luffy's attack, then swung its gigantic tail at him. The tail, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck at Luffy like a massive whip. Luffy sidestepped and swung the thunder flame sword towards the tail of the dark beast. The blade clashed with the scales on the tail, sparking a shower of flames, but only leaving a shallow mark on the scales. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark beast. Some of the clones clung to the dark beast's limbs, while others attacked its abdomen, trying to distract it and create better conditions for Luffy's attack. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the battle with the dark beast, Naruto noticed that a scale on its back would slightly lift every time it attacked, indicating that the defense there seemed relatively weak. "Luffy, attack its back. The scales there seem to be thinner," Naruto shouted. Hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack direction. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Breaking Sky Slash, targeting the raised scale on the back of the dark beast. This strike contained immense power and successfully hit the scale on the dark beast's back. The scale shattered, and the dark beast let out a painful roar. Its body started to shake. Taking the opportunity, Naruto used Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, throwing this powerful ninjutsu towards the heart of the dark beast. As the spiraling shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails formed from chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons. The dark beast sensed the danger to its heart and attempted to protect it with its front claws, but Luffy increased the attack's intensity, restraining its movements. The Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken successfully struck the heart of the dark beast, the powerful force causing it to fall backward and crash heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dark beast struggled on the ground for a moment, the light in its blood-red eyes gradually dimming until it completely lost its vitality. With the death of the dark beast, the dark clouds that had shrouded the town began to dissipate. Sunlight re-emerged, casting light in every corner of the town, and people began to emerge from their hiding places, looking up at the sky with expressions of relief and joy. Finally resolved, that was truly thrilling. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yes, but we must not let our guard down. The dark forces on this continent may reappear at any moment," Luffy said. Chapter 0929. Stay alert. Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the town that had just experienced disaster and continued on their journey to protect the continent, filled with unknowns. They traveled along a winding road, passing through a vast grassland. The grassland was lush and green, with a gentle breeze causing the grass to ripple like waves, and various wildflowers dotted the landscape, as if a vibrant painting was slowly unfolding before their eyes. However, Luffy and Naruto had no intention of appreciating the scenery. They remained on high alert, fully aware that dark forces could reappear at any moment in this seemingly tranquil place. As they ventured deeper into the grassland, they suddenly heard a low, buzzing sound, as if it was coming from underground. At first, it was faint, but soon it grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Something was not right. It seemed like something was about to emerge. Luffy frowned and said, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, the power of the artifact surging subtly through the blade. Naruto also stopped, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura spreading around him, ready to respond to the impending situation. Before he could finish speaking, the ground of the grassland suddenly bulged with enormous mounds of earth, followed by massive dark earthworms breaking through the surface. These earthworms were covered in hard black shells, adorned with sharp spikes, and their heads bore gigantic mandibles through which a thick black slime continuously oozed, releasing a nauseating stench. Those disgusting creatures again, Naruto said with a frown, expressing his disdain. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly at a dark earthworm. The flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly, launching the Flame Thunder Slash. A blade of flame and thunder energy slashed towards the dark earthworm, striking its shell and sparking a shower of embers. Although it left a mark on the shell, it did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark earthworm swarm. Some clones embraced the bodies of the earthworms, while others attempted to attack their mouth parts, trying to distract them. Meanwhile, the real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle with the dark earthworms, Luffy noticed that when these earthworms attacked, their abdomens would slightly contract. It seemed that this was where they gathered their energy, which might also be a relatively weak point. Naruto, attack their abdomens, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the dark earthworm's abdomens. The real Naruto then performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing at the abdomen of one dark earthworm. The high-temperature lava release spiral shuriken flew towards the earthworm's abdomen, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The lava release spiral shuriken accurately hit the dark earthworm's abdomen. That relatively weak spot instantly cracked under the high temperature of the lava power, and black slime gushed out from the crack. The dark earthworm let out a painful roar, and its body began to tremble violently. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking with all his might at the abdomen of the dark earthworm. This strike contained immense power, successfully shattering the shell of the dark earthworm's abdomen, causing its massive body to crash down and create a large pit on the grassland, kicking up a cloud of dust. The other dark earthworms, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They attacked Luffy and Naruto recklessly, with some worms even leaping high to try and bite the two with their mandibles. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue their fierce battle against the remaining dark earthworms. They continuously unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the dark earthworms. However, just as they took a moment to catch their breath, a strange dark vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The vortex spun slowly at first, then faster and faster, resembling a massive black hole that swallowed the surrounding light. From within the dark vortex came an eerie laughter that sent chills down their spines. What on earth is that? Naruto frowned and said, looking up at the dark vortex in the sky. Luffy said with a serious expression, no matter what it is, it's definitely a new trick of the dark forces, and we have to respond carefully. As the dark vortex spun, beams of black light shot out from the vortex toward Luffy and Naruto. These black beams moved at an extremely fast speed, causing the grass on the prairie to wither instantly and the ground to crack. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, forming a shield of intertwining flames and lightning in front of him, attempting to block the incoming black light. The black light struck the shield, emitting a sizzling sound, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones charging toward the direction of the black light, trying to block it with their bodies to protect the original. Some shadow clones were hit by the black light and instantly turned into a puff of smoke, disappearing from sight, but other shadow clones continued to push forward, charging toward the dark vortex, while defending against the black light. Luffy and Naruto were also thinking of a countermeasure. Luffy noticed that when the black light shot out from the dark vortex, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the center of the vortex, which might be its weakness. Naruto, wait for the black light to shoot out again, and then we attack the center of the dark vortex together, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately prepared himself. When the next round of black light shot out again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash. with the flames and lightning from the Thunder Flame sword striking toward the center of the Dark Vortex. Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks simultaneously hit the center of the Dark Vortex, and a powerful force triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, causing cracks to appear in the Dark Vortex, and its rotation gradually slowed down. Continue the attack, Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again, repeatedly striking the Dark Vortex. Through their relentless efforts, the cracks in the Dark Vortex grew more numerous and larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the Dark Vortex completely shattered, turning into countless black fragments that dissipated into the air. Just as the Dark Vortex shattered, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes flew out from the fragments. His face was covered by a sinister mask, revealing only a pair of eyes flickering with eerie purple light. In his hand, he held a staff exuding a strong aura of darkness, topped with a giant black gemstone that emitted a faint black glow. Did you think you could easily destroy my masterpiece? Foolish fools, the mysterious figure said fiercely. You again? You wretched guy. Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Naruto recognized this as the dark messenger he had encountered earlier at the Dark Rift, saying angrily, Last time was merely letting you escape by chance. This time, you won't be so lucky. The dark messenger sneered coldly, waving his staff and chanting incantations. Instantly, the surrounding air became bone-chillingly cold, and dark energy rapidly gathered, forming a group of dark spirits. These dark spirits were ethereal, emanating a chilling aura, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws outstretched. Naruto used the Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the group of dark spirits in an attempt to disperse them. However, the dark spirits easily dodged the Rasengan's attack and continued to close in on them. Seeing this, Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with the artifact's power to unleash the Flame Thunder Sacred Spirit Slash. A sword aura infused with divine power slashed toward the dark spirits, causing them to emit painful screams as their bodies gradually dissipated. However, more dark spirits continuously surged from around the dark messenger, seemingly endless. Luffy and Naruto found themselves in a tough battle, constantly unleashing powerful attacks in an attempt to break through the encirclement of the dark spirits. During the fight, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by the dark messenger. As long as they defeated the dark messenger, they could stop the emergence of the dark spirits. Naruto, we must defeat this dark messenger as soon as possible, Luffy shouted. They began to break through toward the dark messenger, with Luffy leading the way, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword to disperse the approaching dark spirits. Naruto covered from behind, using various ninjutsu to attack the pursuing dark spirits. After a difficult breakthrough, they finally reached the dark messenger. Luffy and Naruto completely fused the power of the artifact with their own power, launching their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew toward the dark messenger simultaneously. With a thunderous explosion, their attacks collided. The powerful energy waves spread outward, causing the entire prairie to shake violently under the impact, cracks appearing in the ground, and the surrounding wildflowers and grasses being uprooted. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, their hearts filled with a single belief: to defeat the Dark Messenger and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the Dark Messenger was pushed back bit by bit under the immense attack. With a massive explosion, the Dark Messenger was struck away by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, no longer moving. As the Dark Messenger fell, all the dark spirits also dissipated. Luffy and Naruto successfully defeated the Dark Messenger. They stood tiredly on the grassland, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. We defeated this guy once again. The dark forces on this continent have diminished a bit more, Naruto said happily. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There may be other hidden dark forces on this continent. We need to keep moving forward, Luffy replied. They left the grassland with the artifact. Chapter 0930. Jungle. Luffy and Naruto, weary from their victory, continued to move forward into the distance. They crossed the grasslands and entered a dense jungle. The trees in the jungle towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves intertwined, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of foliage, casting mottled shadows and making the entire jungle seem somewhat eerie. As they walked, they heard a strange rustling sound, as if something was darting between the trees. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, slowing their pace and carefully observing their surroundings. "Be careful, we don't know what dangers are hidden in this jungle," Luffy said softly, gripping the sword of Thunder Flame tightly, the power of the artifact quietly activating. Naruto nodded, secretly forming hand seals, ready to use ninjutsu at any moment to respond to unexpected situations. Suddenly, massive black vines descended from the trees, resembling thick pythons, their surfaces covered in sharp thorns and emitting a pungent, rotten odor. The vines quickly coiled towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to bind them tightly. Luffy quickly swung the sword of thunder and flame, with flames and lightning power blazing on the blade. He unleashed the flame thunder slash, sending waves of fiery thunder, sword energy towards the approaching black vines. Wherever the sword energy struck, the vines were severed and black sap splattered out, hitting the ground with a sizzling sound as if corroding the earth. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones scattered. Some rushed up the trees, trying to find the source of the vines. Others stayed on the ground to assist Luffy in fending off the continuing attacks from vines. The real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. In the battle against the black vines, Luffy discovered that these vines seemed to extend from somewhere deep in the jungle, and their roots appear to be the key. If they could destroy the roots, they might be able to completely eliminate the threat posed by these vines. "Naruto, we need to find the roots of these vines and uproot them," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to search deeper into the jungle for the roots of the vines. After a thorough search, the shadow clones finally discovered a large cluster of black vines in a secluded valley. These vines were intertwined, rooting themselves in the valley's ground. And at the center of the vine cluster was a massive black crystal, emanating a strong dark aura, seemingly providing a continuous source of energy for the vines. "Luffy, we found it. There's a black crystal here. It must be the energy source for these vines," Naruto shouted loudly. Luffy quickly rushed towards the valley upon hearing this. When he arrived, he saw the black crystal and the densely entwined vines around it, understanding that this was the key to solving the problem. "Let's work together and destroy this crystal," Luffy said. The two of them exerted their strength simultaneously. Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash towards the black crystal. Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken at the black crystal. Their attack struck the black crystal at the same time, and the immense power triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outward, causing cracks to appear in the black crystal under the strong impact, while the surrounding vines trembled violently from a shockwave. "Continue the attack," Luffy shouted. They launched another round of attacks, repeatedly striking the black crystal. With their relentless efforts, more and larger cracks formed in the black crystal, and finally, with a loud bang, the black crystal shattered completely, turning into countless black shards that dissipated in the air. As the black crystal broke, the entwined black vines instantly lost their vitality, wilting and falling, no longer posing a threat to them. Phew, finally dealt with those annoying vines. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, but there may be other dangers in this jungle. We need to keep moving," Luffy said. They continued to navigate through the jungle, and soon encountered a group of oddly shaped dark creatures. These creatures were short, humanoid in shape, but covered in black scales, with sharp horns on their heads, eyes flickering with a strange red light, and holding crude weapons seemingly made of bones and stones. "These guys again. It seems we have to fight again," Naruto frowned and said. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly at one of the dark creatures. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderfire sword erupted instantly, unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. A Flame Thunder sword energy slashed towards the dark creature, leaving a mark on its scales, but did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones rushed towards the group of dark creatures. The Shadow Clones engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the dark creatures. Some hugged the bodies of the dark creatures, while others tried to snatch their weapons, attempting to distract them. The real Naruto, meanwhile, was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. In the battle with the dark creatures, Luffy noticed that although these creatures were not large, they coordinated well with each other, seemingly acting according to a specific formation, and their leg joints appeared relatively weak. "Naruto, attack their leg joints," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the Shadow clones to attack the leg joints of the Dark Creatures. The real Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, throwing it towards one of the Dark Creature's leg joints. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit the leg joint of the Dark Creature, and that relatively weak area cracked instantly under the powerful chakra impact. The Dark Creature let out a painful roar, and its body began to shake. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the joint of the Dark Creature's leg. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully shattering the joint of the Dark Creature's leg, causing its massive body to crash down, raising a cloud of dust. The other Dark Creatures, seeing their companion defeated, became even more frenzied. They recklessly attacked Luffy and Naruto, with some Dark Creatures even disregarding their own safety, charging directly at them in an attempt to strike with their weapons. Luffy and Naruto worked together, continuing their fierce battle against the remaining Dark Creatures. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the Dark Creatures. These guys were really tough to deal with. Naruto wiped the sweat from his face. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There may be other hidden dark forces on this continent. We need to keep moving, Luffy said. They continued to advance through the jungle, gradually approaching the edge of it. However, just as they were about to exit the jungle, a massive dark barrier suddenly appeared before them. The barrier towered into the clouds, emanating a strong dark aura, completely blocking their path. What's going on? Naruto asked, frowning. Luffy said with a serious expression, "It seems this is another obstacle set by the dark forces. We need to find a way to break through it." They approached the dark barrier and began to carefully observe its characteristics. After some observation, they discovered that the dark barrier would have a brief fluctuation when absorbing the surrounding dark energy, which might be its weakness. Naruto, when the barrier fluctuates, "Let's launch our attack together," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately got ready. When the dark barrier fluctuated again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosion Slash, with the flames and lightning energy from the Thunder Flame Sword striking towards the point of fluctuation of the dark barrier. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the fluctuating point of the dark barrier simultaneously, and the powerful force triggered a violent explosion. The energy from the explosion spread outwards, and under the intense impact, the dark barrier developed cracks. "Keep attacking," Luffy shouted. They launched their attacks again and again, continuously striking the dark barrier. With their relentless efforts, the cracks in the dark barrier multiplied and grew larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the dark barrier completely shattered, turning into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. They successfully broke through the dark barrier and emerged from the jungle. Chapter 0931, Shell. After Luffy and Naruto stepped into the blazing desert, with each step they took, deep footprints were left in the yellow sand, only to be quickly buried by the howling winds. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly roasting the earth, making the air seem distorted and unbearably hot. They trudged through the desert, constantly alert to potential dangers around them. Suddenly, a dull rumbling sound came from behind a distant sand dune, and the ground began to tremble slightly. "Be careful, it seems like something big is about to come out," Luffy said with a frown, gripping his sword, the power of the artifact flowing slowly along the blade, ready to confront any unknown threats. Naruto also stopped, quickly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode, a powerful chakra aura swirling around him like an invisible shield. Before long, a massive dark sandworm slowly crawled out from behind the dune. The sandworm was covered in a hard black shell, adorned with sharp spikes, and each segment of its body was as thick as a huge carriage. Its head was triangular, with two enormous compound eyes flashing with an eerie red light, filled with sharp fangs that dripped black slime, emitting a nauseating stench. "This monster looks really tough," Naruto exclaimed as he stared at the dark sandworm before him. Luffy did not respond. He charged directly towards the dark sandworm. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderfire Sword erupted instantly, unleashing the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash. A massive Flame Thunder Sword energy slashed towards the dark sandworm's head, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. However, this strike merely left a shallow mark on the dark sandworm's shell, causing no substantial damage. After being attacked, the dark sandworm let out a deep roar, then suddenly twisted its massive body and quickly crawled towards Luffy. Its crawling speed was extremely fast, raising clouds of yellow sand as it moved. forming a wave of sand that swept towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy swiftly dodged to the side, and the thunder flame sword slashed towards the side of the dark sandworm's body. The blade collided with the shell, sparking a shower of flames. But it only left a few scratches on the shell. At this moment, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones rushed towards the dark sandworm. Some of the shadow clones clung to the dark sandworm's body, trying to slow down its crawling speed. Others attacked its eyes, attempting to distract it. The real Naruto, meanwhile, gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle with the dark sandworm, Luffy noticed that every time the monster twisted its body to launch a powerful attack, there was a section of shell below its abdomen that was slightly different in color. And the defense there seemed relatively weaker. Naruto attacked the shell below its abdomen. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to attack the shell below the dark sandworm's abdomen. The real Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards that section of shell. The high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in blazing lava, flew towards the dark sandworm's abdomen, leaving a burning trail in its wake. The lava shuriken accurately hit the target, and the relatively weak shell cracked under the intense heat of the lava release, with black slime gushing out from the crack. The dark sandworm let out a painful roar, and its body began to tremble violently. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck with all his might at the cracked shell beneath the abdomen of the dark sandworm. This strike contained immense power, successfully shattering that piece of shell, causing the massive body of the dark sandworm to crash down, stirring up a huge wave of sand that engulfed everything around. Just when they thought they had dealt with this dark sandworm, a rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the desert, growing louder as if a group of similar monsters was rushing towards them. This is bad. It seems there are more dark sandworms. Naruto's expression changed as he said. Luffy nodded solemnly, realizing that another tough battle was imminent, and they needed to be prepared. Sure enough, not long after, a group of dark sandworms crawled towards them from all directions of the desert. These sandworms varied in size, but each emitted a strong aura of darkness, making the entire desert seem shrouded in a dark haze. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then charged towards the group of dark sandworms simultaneously. They knew that facing such a large number of enemies, only by taking the initiative could they hope to gain the upper hand in this battle. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, continuously unleashing various flame and thunder attacks, such as Flame Thunder Flash Slash and Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash. Waves of flame and thunder sword energy slashed towards the dark sandworm swarm, with each strike leaving marks on the sandworm shells or directly killing some of the smaller ones. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, with countless shadow clones filling the entire desert battlefield. The shadow clones engaged in fierce close combat with the dark sandworms. Some embraced the bodies of the sandworms. Some attacked their eyes, and others tried to damage their shells, doing everything possible to restrain the movements of these sandworms. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu for a deadly strike against the enemy. In the heat of battle, Luffy and Naruto gradually discovered a common weakness among the dark sandworms. Their tail connections were relatively weak. As long as they concentrated their attacks on this part, they could inflict significant damage. Naruto focused on attacking their tail connections. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to change their attack strategy, targeting the tail connections of the dark sandworms. The real Naruto also performed Sage Art, Wind Style, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the tail connection of a larger dark sandworm. The spiraling shuriken accurately hit the target, shattering the tail connection of the dark sandworm, causing its body to lose balance and crash down, creating a massive sand pit in the desert. The other dark sandworms, witnessing the fate of their companion, did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They recklessly charged at Luffy and Naruto, with some even leaping high from the swarm, attempting to crush the two beneath their massive bodies. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue their fierce battle against the group of dark sandworms. They unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the dark sandworms. Phew, we finally dealt with these guys. It wasn't easy, Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. There may be other dangers in this desert. We need to keep moving, Luffy replied, looking out at the vast sea of sand. knowing in his heart that their journey of protection was far from over. After taking a short rest, they continued on their way through the desert. As they ventured deeper, the temperature in the desert rose, and the air became increasingly dry, making each breath feel like inhaling a flame. Suddenly, a massive dark pyramid appeared ahead. The pyramid emanated a strong aura of darkness, its surface covered with various evil runes and patterns that flickered with a strange light under the sunlight, as if telling ancient and malevolent stories. This pyramid looks really ominous. There must be something powerful hidden inside, Naruto said, frowning. Luffy said with a serious expression, no matter what's inside, we have to go in and take a look. This might be an important stronghold of the dark forces. They cautiously approached the dark pyramid, and as they got closer, the air around them seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure hitting them, making them feel very oppressive. The entrance of the pyramid was tightly shut, with the door covered in complex runes that emanated a dark aura, making it daunting to touch. How do we open this door? Naruto asked, looking at the closed door with confusion. Luffy carefully observed the runes on the door. Try to find a way to open it. After some research, he discovered that these runes seemed to be arranged in a specific order and required a certain amount of energy to activate. I think I know how to open this door, Luffy suddenly said. He plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, and the power of the artifact was injected underground through the sword, resonating with the runes on the door. Naruto also infused his chakra into the runes, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the runes on the door in a specific order and energy intensity. As the runes activated, the door of the pyramid slowly opened, and a strong dark aura surged out from within the pyramid, rushing toward them. Without hesitation, they stepped into the pyramid. Chapter 0932, Disperse. After Luffy and Naruto stepped into the dark pyramid, a foul and stale odor permeated the interior. The walls flickered with eerie green phosphorescence, and the dim light barely illuminated the path ahead. This place really makes me uncomfortable, Naruto said, wrinkling his nose. They slowly ventured deeper along the corridor when suddenly, countless black spikes shot out from the dark recesses of the walls on both sides, raining down towards them. Luffy quickly swung the Thunder Flame sword, the flames and lightning power intertwining to form a protective barrier that deflected the spikes. Everyone be careful. This pyramid is full of traps, he warned. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones to disperse along the sides of the corridor, trying to trigger and locate other hidden traps. After not going far, the clones reported back that a massive, deep pit had appeared ahead, its bottom covered in sharp stone spikes. And the bridge above, it was made of precarious stones that seemed ready to collapse under any weight. Looks like we need to be careful crossing the bridge, Luffy said. He stepped onto the bridge first, each step light as a feather, while using the Thunder Flame sword to test the stability of the stones ahead. Naruto followed closely behind, but when they reached the center of the bridge, a powerful dark force suddenly surged from below, transforming into large black hands reaching up towards them. Luffy immediately plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the bridge, releasing a powerful energy to steady himself and sever the approaching black hands. Naruto quickly formed hand seals with both hands, Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. He threw the spinning shuriken towards the source of the dark power below, and with a loud bang, the dark force was temporarily dispersed. They successfully crossed the deep pit and continued forward, arriving at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a huge circular stone pedestal, upon which rested a black crystal sphere radiating a strong dark aura. Surrounding the crystal sphere were statues of dark sorcerers, each holding a staff with eyes glowing with an eerie red light. This crystal sphere must be the key. We need to destroy it, Luffy said. Just as they approached the pedestal, the surrounding statues suddenly came to life, and the dark sorcerers began to cast evil spells. Streams of black magical light shot from their staffs, intertwining to form a massive net of darkness that enveloped Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, with the flames and lightning of the Thunder Flame sword erupting with full force, slashing towards the Dark Mage statues. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous Shadow Clones charging towards the Dark Mage statues to disrupt their spellcasting. The real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. In the intense battle, Luffy noticed that the power of these Dark Mage statues seemed to be supplied by a crystal ball. As long as they could break the crystal ball, they could weaken their strength. Naruto, focus your energy on attacking the crystal ball, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold back the dark mage statues while the real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards a crystal ball. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken flew towards the crystal ball, leaving a burning trail in its wake. However, the dark mage statues sensed Naruto's intention and collectively cast a powerful magical shield, enveloping the crystal ball within it. The Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken hit the magical shield, causing a violent explosion, but the crystal ball remained unscathed. This shield is so strong. We need to find a way to break it, Luffy said with a frown. They continued to battle the dark mage statues, and during the fight, Luffy discovered that whenever the statues cast the shield, there would be a brief fluctuation in the energy connection between them, which might be the weakness of the shield. Naruto, when the statues cast the shield again, attacked the energy connection points between them. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they waited for the opportunity. When the statues cast the shield again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash towards the energy connection point. Naruto simultaneously used Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, sending the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the energy connection point at the same time, causing the magical shield to crack instantly and then shatter. The Dark Mage statues were also affected by the shield's destruction, resulting in a significant decrease in their power. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to charge towards the crystal ball, merging the power of the artifact with their own strength to unleash their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with Sage Mode and artifact power, flew towards the crystal ball simultaneously. With a deafening roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire hall to shake violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones fell from the ceiling. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, with only one belief in their hearts: to destroy the crystal ball and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and cracks appeared in the crystal ball under the immense attack, which then shattered completely. As the crystal ball broke, the Dark Sorcerer statues also ceased their movements, turning into a pile of ordinary stone statues. Finally resolved, Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Yes, but there may be other dangers in this pyramid. We cannot let our guard down, Luffy said. They continued to explore the pyramid and discovered an ancient book in a corner. The pages of the book recorded secrets about dark powers and the history of battles against dark forces that had occurred on this continent. Luffy and Naruto carefully read the book, hoping to find more clues and strategies to deal with the dark forces. It seems that this dark force has existed on this continent for a long time. We must completely eradicate them. Luffy clenched his fists. Exactly. We can definitely do it, Naruto said confidently. They took the book and left the hall, continuing deeper into the pyramid. Chapter 0933. Command Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the Dark Pyramid with the ancient book in hand. As they made their way through the winding passages, they heard a low, growling sound that echoed ominously in the narrow corridor, sending chills down their spines. What else is waiting for us? Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword, his eyes revealing vigilance and determination. As they turned a corner, a massive dark hellhound appeared before them. The hellhound was as large as a small mountain, covered in black fur that shimmered with eerie runes. Its gaping mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and it continuously spewed black flames. Its foreclaws left deep marks on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly with each step. Awoo! Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the dark hellhound let out a furious roar and then lunged at them like lightning. Luffy was unafraid as he charged towards the dark demon dog. The flames and lightning on the thunder fire soared blazing fiercely. Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, he shouted, unleashing a powerful strike. A massive flame and thunder sword cheese slashing towards the demon dog's head. However, the dark demon dog was incredibly agile. It sidestepped in midair, easily dodging Luffy's attack, then quickly turned around after landing and pounced towards Luffy again, its sharp claws aimed at Luffy's chest. Luffy sidestepped and swung the Thunder Flame sword towards the dark dog's leg. The blade made contact with the leg, sparking a flurry of flames, but only left a shallow wound. The dark dog's defense was far beyond expectations. Naruto, seeing Luffy caught in a tough battle, immediately used the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark dog like a tide. Some clung to its body, while others attacked its eyes, trying to distract it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, which he hurled towards the dark dog. As it flew, the shuriken grew larger, surrounded by 9 tails made of chakra, resembling 9 agile dragons, charging with immense power towards the dark dog. The dark dog sensed the threat behind it and violently shook its body, throwing off all the shadow clones clinging to it, then turned to unleash a jet of black flames towards the spiral shuriken. The flames collided with the shuriken, resulting in a violent explosion that blew away all the surrounding shadow clones. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the dark dog would briefly expose its abdomen when it launched its fire attack, which seemed to have relatively weak defense. Naruto, attack its abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and focus all their efforts on the dark dog's abdomen. The real Naruto then unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the dog's abdomen. The Lava Release Spiral Shuriken, imbued with high-temperature lava, accurately struck the dark dog's abdomen. The dog let out a painful roar as its fur was scorched, revealing a wound from which black blood began to flow. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the wound on the dark magic dog's abdomen. This sword contained immense power and successfully pierced the magic dog's belly, causing its massive body to crash down, raising a cloud of dust. However, before they could catch their breath, a large amount of dark slime suddenly surged from the walls around them. The slime came rushing toward them like a tide, corroding the ground and creating large pits wherever it passed. What the hell is this? Naruto frowned and said. Luffy quickly thought of a countermeasure. He noticed that the slime seemed to be flowing out from some small holes in the wall. Naruto attacked those holes and stopped the slime from coming out. Naruto nodded and used the shadow clone technique. The shadow clones all launched attacks at the small holes in the wall. Some clones attacked with fists and feet, while others used ninjutsu in an attempt to block the holes. Luffy used the Thunder Flame Sword to carve out a path ahead, causing the approaching slime to evaporate. However, the slime continued to surge forth, and their situation remained perilous. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the slime formed whirlpools during its flow. In the center of these whirlpools seemed to be a point where the slime's energy converged. If they could destroy the centers of these whirlpools, they might be able to stop the flow of slime. Naruto attacked the center of the slime whirlpool. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to launch an attack on the center of the slime whirlpool. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Rasengan, throwing it toward the center of a larger slime whirlpool. The Rasengan accurately hit the center of the slime whirlpool, causing it to dissipate instantly, and the surrounding slime also ceased flowing. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck at the centers of the other slime whirlpools one by one. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in stopping the attacks of the dark slime. The dangers in this pyramid just keep coming. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, we need to find the exit quickly and get out of this hellish place, Luffy said. They continued searching for an exit within the pyramid, and at the top of a grand hall, they discovered a massive dark portal. The portal exuded a strong dark aura, surrounded by mysterious runes. This portal looks suspicious. I wonder where it leads, Luffy remarked. No matter where it leads, we have to check it out. Maybe we can find a clue to escape the pyramid, Naruto replied. They cautiously approached the portal, but as they got closer, the portal suddenly generated a powerful suction, pulling them toward it. Luffy and Naruto had no time to resist and were sucked into the portal. After a bout of dizziness, they found themselves in a strange space. This space was filled with dense, dark mist, with strange glimmers of light flickering within the mist. What is this place? Luffy said, warily looking around. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. Welcome to the Dark Abyss. You will remain here forever. Chapter 0934. Strangers Luffy and Naruto were fully alert in this unfamiliar space shrouded in dark mist. The eerie voice echoed around them. Yet the source of the sound remained unseen. Whoever you are, don't think you can trap us. Naruto shouted, quickly forming hand signs and casting the Sage Art. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it forcefully in the direction of the voice. The spiraling shuriken spun rapidly through the dark mist, churning it violently, but did not hit any solid entity. Suddenly, countless black tentacles emerged from the dark mist, writhing like serpents and quickly wrapping around them. Luffy swiftly wielded the Thunder Flame Sword. The flames and lightning power on the blade intertwining and flashing. Performing the flame, thunder slash. He swung the sword toward the approaching tentacles, and waves of flame and thunder, sword energy, severed the tentacles. Black liquid splattering on the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. However, more tentacles surged in from all directions, seemingly endless. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, scattering numerous clones to join Luffy in fending off the tentacle attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the roots of these tentacles seemed to be hidden deep within the dark mist. Without destroying their source, it would be difficult to completely escape the predicament. Naruto, we need to find the roots of these tentacles and eliminate them all at once. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, directing his clones to clear a path ahead. Try to locate the source of the tentacles. Meanwhile, Naruto focused his chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful ninjutsu. After a challenging search, they finally discovered a massive dark core at the center of the dark mist. This core emitted a strong dark aura, and the surrounding tentacles extended from here. That's it, Luffy exclaimed. Both of them channeled their power simultaneously. Luffy maximized the energy in the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Explosion Slash. A massive flame and thunder sword energy aimed at the dark core. Naruto simultaneously performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, sending a high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames toward the dark core. Their attack struck the dark core simultaneously, triggering a tremendous explosion. The energy from the explosion surged outward, instantly dispersing the dark mist and causing the tentacles to wither and disappear. As the dark mist dissipated, they saw a figure in a black cloak hovering in midair. The figure's face was hidden in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes radiating a ghostly purple glow. Did you think you could easily destroy my trap? You are too naive, the cloak figure said coldly. Are you the mastermind behind all this? Luffy glared at the figure and asked. You don't need to know who I am, because you are about to die here, the cloak figure said, waving his hands and chanting incantations. In an instant, the surrounding space began to twist and deform, black spatial cracks appearing, emanating a powerful suction that attempted to draw Luffy and Naruto in. Luffy and Naruto immediately unleashed their respective powers to resist the suction. Luffy plunged the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the blade and forming a stable energy shield. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones holding hands to form a circle, working in tandem with Luffy's shield to collectively resist the suction of the space rift. While resisting the suction, Luffy and Naruto were also contemplating their countermeasures. They noticed that when the figure in the black robe cast space magic, there would be a brief fluctuation of dark energy around his body, which could be his weakness. Naruto, when he cast space magic again, attacked the area where the dark energy fluctuates around his body. Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and they waited for the opportunity. When the figure in the black robe cast space magic again, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, targeting the area of dark energy fluctuations around the figure's body. Naruto simultaneously used Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attack struck the area of dark energy fluctuations around the figure simultaneously, causing him to let out a muffled grunt as the dark energy around him instantly became chaotic. The space rift also stopped expanding and the suction gradually weakened. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity to charge at the man in the black robe. Seeing this, the man quickly pulled out a black staff from his robe, the top of which was embedded with a huge black gemstone that emitted an evil glow. He waved the staff, shooting black magical rays at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder Flame, blocking the incoming magical rays one by one. Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, sending his clones charging at the cloaked figure from different directions to disrupt his spellcasting. The real Naruto was gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that the cloaked figure was heavily reliant on his staff. If they could destroy it, they could significantly weaken his power. Naruto, find a way to destroy his staff, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to focus their attacks on the cloaked figure's staff. The real Naruto then unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the cloaked figure's staff. The spiraling shuriken flew toward the staff with tremendous force. The cloaked figure attempted to block it with his staff, but the power of the Raisin Shuriken was too great, shattering the staff. Without his staff, the cloaked figure's strength diminished significantly. He roared in anger, and the dark aura around his body began to surge wildly, attempting a final struggle. Luffy and Naruto did not give him a chance. They completely fused the power of the divine artifact with their own strength and unleashed their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and the power of the divine artifact, flew towards the man in the black robe. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire space to shake violently under the impact, as if it were about to collapse. In the midst of the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, with only one belief in their hearts: to defeat the man in the black robe and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the man in the black robe was slowly pushed back under the overwhelming assault. With a massive explosion, the man in the black robe was blasted away by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. As the man in the black robe fell, the unfamiliar space began to gradually collapse. Luffy and Naruto knew they had to find an exit quickly and leave this dangerous place. They searched around in the collapsing space and finally discovered a faint light. They rushed towards the light, and, at the last moment before the space completely collapsed, they successfully escaped. When they reappeared, they found themselves back outside the Dark Pyramid. Chapter 0935, Mountain Bandits. After Luffy and Naruto moved away from the Dark Pyramid, they proceeded along the edge of the desert. The blazing sun hung high, parching their throats, but they still dared not let their guard down. When they reached a nearby oasis, which should have been a vibrant place, an unusual sense of deathly silence enveloped it. The lake in the oasis had become murky and foul-smelling. The surrounding trees had withered leaves, and the flowers and grass on the ground were also drooping. This place had also been eroded by dark forces. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly as he cautiously walked deeper into the oasis. Naruto followed closely behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, several gigantic dark water monsters leaped out of the lake. These monsters resembled crocodiles, but had huge pincers and tails covered in sharp spikes, exuding black mist from their bodies, within which ghostly faces could be faintly seen, letting out eerie roars. These monsters again, it seemed they needed a good lesson. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged toward the dark water monsters like a tide, some grabbing the monsters' limbs while others attempted to attack their eyes. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, with the flames and lightning power striking towards the water monster. However, the water monster's outer skin was extremely tough, and the flame and thunder power only left shallow marks on its body. This skin is too thick. It's hard to deal with, Luffy shouted. In the battle, Naruto noticed that when these water monsters attacked, a patch of white scales would briefly show on their abdomen, where the defense seemed relatively weak. Luffy attacked their white scales on the abdomen. Naruto shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack direction. He leaped high into the air, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its peak. Executing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash aimed at the white scales on the belly of a water monster. This strike contained immense power, successfully slicing through the water monster's abdominal defenses. The water monster let out a painful roar as black blood gushed out. Seeing their companion injured, the other water monsters became even more frenzied. They launched an all-out attack on Luffy and Naruto, their massive pincers swinging wildly, creating a gust of foul wind. In response, Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the head of one water monster. The high-temperature Lava Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the water monster's head, scorching it. After swaying a few times, the water monster fell into the lake, splashing up huge waves. After a fierce battle, they finally wiped out all the dark water monsters. However, the oasis was now riddled with wounds, and restoring its vitality would not be easy. We need to find a way to purify the dark power here, Luffy said. They searched for the source of the dark power in the oasis and discovered a black crystal at the center of the lake, radiating dark energy. This crystal continuously emitted dark power, polluting the entire oasis. This is it, destroy it, Naruto said. Luffy and Naruto both unleashed their powers simultaneously. Luffy combined the power of the Thunder Flame Sword with that of the artifact, executing the Flame Thunder Sacred Slash. Meanwhile, Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Their attacks surged towards the black crystal at the same time. With a tremendous crash, their attacks collided against the black crystal. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, and cracks began to appear on the black crystal. They continued their assault, striking the crystal again and again. Ultimately, the black crystal shattered completely under their combined attacks, transforming into countless black shards that dispersed into the air. As the crystal broke, the dark aura in the oasis gradually faded. The lake water began to clear, and the trees and flowers slowly regained their vitality. Great! The oasis is saved, Naruto exclaimed happily. Yeah, but this is just a small step. We still have many places to go, Luffy replied. After leaving the oasis, they entered a mountainous region. The mountains were rugged, and the paths were difficult to traverse. While climbing a peak, they encountered a group of dark bandits. These bandits wore black clothing, had menacing masks on their faces, and wielded various weapons, blocking their way. This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass through, leave behind some toll. A bandit leader shouted loudly. You scoundrels! How dare you commit crimes here? Naruto said angrily. Stop the nonsense. If you don't pay, don't even think about passing, the bandit leader said, swinging his long knife. Luffy ignored their threats and charged directly at the mountain bandits with a Thunderflame sword. The flames and lightning power on the Thunderflame sword erupted instantly, repelling the approaching bandits. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, engaging in fierce combat with the bandits alongside his numerous clones. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gathering chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the bandits were numerous, their attacks lacked coordination, and their leader was always commanding from the rear. As long as they defeated the leader, they could disrupt their offensive. Naruto, take out their leader first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to hold off the other bandits while the real Naruto performed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the bandit leader. The Raisin Shuriken grew larger as it flew, carrying immense power toward the bandit leader. The bandit leader turned pale with fear upon seeing the Raisin Shuriken coming and tried to dodge. But it was too late. The Raisin Shuriken struck him accurately, sending him flying backward with tremendous force, crashing heavily against a large rock, leaving his fate unknown. Seeing their leader defeated, the other bandits dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. These guys are truly weak, Naruto scoffed. Don't let your guard down. There may be other dangers in these mountains, Luffy warned. They continued to climb the peak and discovered an ancient temple at the summit. The temple's large door was tightly shut, surrounded by an air of mystery. This temple looks quite old. I wonder what's inside, Luffy said. We'll find out by going in, Naruto replied. They pushed open the temple's large door and entered. The interior of the temple was dim and damp, with ancient Buddha statues hanging on the walls. But the eyes of these statues flickered with a strange red light. Something's not right with these statues, Luffy said warily. Suddenly, the statues began to move, lunging toward Luffy and Naruto. The bodies of these statues were as hard as iron, and each attack carried tremendous power. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered combat mode, engaging in a fierce battle with the Buddha statues. During the fight, they discovered that there was an energy core behind these statues, and if they destroyed this core, the statues would stop moving. Naruto attacked the energy core behind the Buddha statues. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the energy core behind the statues. The real Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at the energy core behind one of the statues. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately hit the energy core, causing the statue's movements to cease instantly before it slowly fell down. Using the same method, they defeated all the Buddha statues. Deep in the temple, they discovered an ancient scripture. The scripture contained secrets about this continent and a powerful purification technique. This scripture might be very helpful to us, Luffy said. They left the temple with the scripture. Chapter 0936, Continuation. Luffy and Naruto continued to weave through the mountains with the ancient scriptures. As the sky gradually darkened and night was about to fall, they decided to take a break in a cave to regain their strength for the challenges ahead. A faint chill permeated the cave, and Naruto gathered some dry branches to prepare a fire for warmth. Luffy set up some simple defensive measures near the cave entrance to prevent any enemies from launching a nighttime ambush. When the flames ignited, the warm light illuminated the cave. Luffy opened the ancient scriptures and began to study them carefully. Naruto leaned over curiously, looking at the ancient and mysterious words and patterns in the scriptures. The method for cultivating the power of purification recorded here seems very complex. We need to focus to comprehend it, Luffy said with a frown. No worries. We'll study it together. We can definitely figure it out, Naruto responded confidently. Under the flickering light of the fire, they began to try to guide their internal power according to the instructions in the scriptures, initiating preliminary operations and fusion. Initially, progress was not smooth. The flow of power was somewhat sluggish, but they did not give up. After several attempts, they finally felt a faint trace of purification power slowly forming within them. Just as they were immersed in their training, a sudden commotion of footsteps and low growls came from outside the cave. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, extinguished the flames, gripped their weapons, and quietly approached the cave entrance to check the situation. They saw a group of dark creatures surging toward the cave. These creatures resembled wolves, but were much larger, their eyes flickering with a blood-red glow, black saliva dripping from their mouths, exuding a nauseating stench. It seems we won't have peace tonight, Luffy whispered. Then let them come and not return. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Luffy was the first to rush out of the cave, and the sword of Thunder Flame instantly ignited with roaring flames and blinding lightning. He unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, striking at the dark creatures in front of him. The flame and thunder sword energy cut through the night sky, pushing the dark creatures back several steps. But they quickly charged back in. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with the dark creatures. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive, spiraling shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of dark creatures. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken continuously grew in size, its immense power sucking in the surrounding dark creatures and triggering a violent explosion. However, these dark creatures seemed endless. Despite the massive casualties they inflicted, more dark creatures continued to surge in from all directions. Moreover, they gradually formed a siege tactic in battle, attempting to trap Luffy and Naruto in the middle. This won't do. We need to find a way to break out, Luffy shouted, fending off the attacks of the dark creatures while contemplating a countermeasure. Naruto looked at the surrounding dark creatures and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Luffy, we can use the siege tactic of these dark creatures to lead them into a narrow valley, and then use the terrain advantage to eliminate them. Luffy nodded, good idea. Let's give it a try. They deliberately exposed flaws and retreated towards a valley. The dark creatures saw them seemingly trying to escape and pursued them relentlessly, quickly leading them into the valley. The cliffs on both sides of the valley were steep, and a narrow path limited the movements of the dark creatures. Luffy and Naruto stopped, turning to face the enemy. Now, it's our turn to counterattack, Luffy shouted. He plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was channeled through the sword, triggering an earthquake. The ground in the valley began to shake violently, causing many dark creatures to lose their balance and fall. Naruto then performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it towards the entrance of the valley. The high-temperature lava release, Spiraling Shuriken, blocked the valley entrance, preventing more dark creatures from pouring in. They engaged in a final battle with the trapped dark creatures in the valley. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing various flame and thunder techniques, slashing down the approaching dark creatures one by one. Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique and ninjutsu to launch all-round attacks on the dark creatures. In the fierce battle, they discovered that the heart area of these dark creatures was their weak point. As long as they attacked there, they could inflict fatal damage. Naruto attacked their hearts, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to attack the heart areas of the dark creatures. The real Naruto then used Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the heart of a larger dark creature. The Super Large Rasen Shuriken accurately hit the heart of the dark creature, which let out a painful roar and crashed to the ground. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in eliminating all the dark creatures in the valley. At this moment, the eastern sky was already showing signs of dawn, and a new day was about to arrive. Finally, this battle is over, and we should continue our journey, Luffy said. Yeah, I hope we can find more clues about the dark power today, Naruto replied. They left the valley and continued to explore in the mountains. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they discovered a mysterious cave hidden behind a waterfall. The cave emitted a strange light that drew them in to investigate. When they entered the cave, they found it filled with various peculiar crystals and runes. In the center of the cave, there was a huge magic circle, with a black sphere floating above it, emanating a powerful dark aura. What is this? It looks dangerous, Luffy said cautiously. Whatever it is, we need to stop it from continuing to emit dark energy, Naruto said. They carefully approached the magic circle, trying to find a way to break it. Suddenly, the runes around the magic circle began to flicker, and beams of black light shot towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, weaving left and right to find an opportunity to break through the defensive line. During the dodging process, Luffy noticed that the beams had a certain pattern. They seemed to be operating according to a specific formation. Naruto, these beams have a pattern. Let's go through the flaws in the formation, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Luffy's intention. They began to carefully observe the sequence of the beams, and then cautiously made their way towards the magic circle, following the flaws in the formation. After their efforts, they successfully passed through the beam attacks and arrived in front of the magic circle. They attempted to forcefully destroy the magic circle and the black sphere with their strength, but found that the defenses of the magic circle were extremely strong, and their attacks had no effect. It seems this requires a special method to break, Luffy said. They began to search for clues in the cave, and after a careful search, they found some strange symbols on the cave walls. These symbols appeared to be somewhat similar to those they had seen in the scriptures at the temple, but not exactly the same. Luffy and Naruto began to study these symbols, trying to find a way to break the magic circle. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols were an ancient code that needed specific power and sequence to unlock. I think I know how to crack it, Luffy suddenly said. He inserted the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was injected underground through the sword, resonating with the symbols on the cave walls. Naruto also infused his chakra into the symbols, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in a specific order and with the right power. As the symbols were activated, the magic circle slowly stopped functioning, and the black sphere gradually lost its glow. They successfully cracked the magic circle and eliminated the source of the dark aura. Deep in the cave, they discovered a crystal radiating a soft light. This crystal contained powerful purifying energy, which was the key item they needed to cultivate their purifying power. Great! With this crystal, we can better cultivate our purifying power, Luffy said happily. Yeah, this way we can more effectively combat the dark forces, Naruto said. They left the cave with the crystal and continued their journey through the mountains. Chapter 0937, Collapse. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the mountains with the purification crystal. At this point, the mountain path became increasingly rugged and steep, with the cold wind howling past, cutting against their faces like sharp blades. As they reached a hollow in the mountains, they noticed a thick fog of darkness enveloping the area, with faint sounds of painful moans echoing from within. They cautiously slowed their pace and approached slowly. As the fog gradually dispersed, they saw a group of villagers corrupted by dark forces. Their eyes were hollow, their faces twisted, and their bodies were wrapped in black energy, mindlessly attacking each other. These villagers are so pitiful. We must save them, Naruto said with a pained expression. Luffy nodded, but warned to be careful, as they were now under the control of darkness and might attack us recklessly. After saying this, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, releasing a gentle power in an attempt to dispel the dark aura surrounding the villagers. However, this dark aura was extremely stubborn. It only receded slightly before wrapping around them again. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and the shadow clones quickly dispersed to isolate the villagers, preventing them from harming each other. The real Naruto then quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. He threw the spiraling shuriken into the sky, which spun at high speed, generating a powerful airflow that gradually blew away some of the dark mist, making the visibility in the area slightly clearer. During the battle, Luffy noticed a black mark on the foreheads of the villagers. It seemed to be the core gathering point of the dark power. Naruto, focus your attacks on the black mark on the villagers' foreheads, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack strategy and target the black marks on the villagers' foreheads. The real Naruto then performed Senjutsu, lava release, spiraling shuriken, and threw it at the forehead of a nearby villager. The lava release, spiraling shuriken accurately hit the black mark on the villager's forehead, causing the dark aura around him to dissipate significantly, and his eyes gradually regained a glimmer of clarity. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the purification slash of flame and thunder. He adjusted the power of the Thunder Flame sword to that of purification and struck at the black marks on the foreheads of the other villagers one by one. This sword contained powerful, purifying energy, successfully dispelling the dark forces from the villagers. They collapsed to the ground, their faces showing exhaustion but relief. Who are you? Where's this place? A villager weakly asked. We are here to help you. You have been corrupted by dark forces, but it's okay now, Luffy explained. The villagers were moved to tears, expressing their gratitude. Through their conversation with the villagers, they learned that deeper in the mountains, there was a dark castle, the core stronghold of the dark forces in the area, continuously releasing dark energy that corrupted everything around. It seems our next target is that dark castle, Luffy said. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they headed towards the dark castle. The closer they got to the castle, the more intense the dark energy became, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. Finally, the dark castle appeared before them. The castle loomed ominously, its walls covered in sharp black spikes. At the entrance stood a group of dark soldiers, clad in heavy black armor, wielding sharp long knives, their eyes revealing coldness and evil. Prepare for battle. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword. Okay. Naruto formed hand seals and activated Sage Mode. They charged towards the dark castle. Luffy dashed into the group of dark soldiers like a bolt of lightning, swinging the Thunder Flame sword, where the powers of flame and thunder intertwined with purifying energy. Wherever he struck, the dark soldiers' armor was torn apart, their bodies scorched by purifying flames. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the dark soldiers. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, Naruto shouted, sending a massive Rasengan towards the densest group of dark soldiers. As it flew, the Rasengan grew larger, its immense force sending the dark soldiers flying. However, more dark soldiers soon poured out of the castle, seemingly endless. Among these dark soldiers were also dark mages, standing on the castle walls, chanting spells, casting waves of black magic towards Luffy and Naruto. The black magic struck down like black lightning, scorching the ground and shattering rocks. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the magical attacks while continuing to battle the dark soldiers. During the fight, Luffy noticed that these dark mages needed to gather dark power using their wands while casting spells, and the black gem at the top of the wand was the focal point of their power. Naruto attacked the gem at the top of the dark mage's wands. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge at the dark mages, attempting to attack their wands. The real Naruto then used Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, throwing at the top of one dark mage's wand. The Raisin Shuriken accurately struck the gem at the top of the dark mage's wand, shattering it instantly. The dark mage's magic dissipated along with it, and he spat blood, falling from the castle wall. Other dark mages were shocked by the fate of their companion, but continued their magical attacks. Luffy and Naruto worked together, continuously attacking the dark mages' wands, gradually weakening their offensive power. After a tough battle, they finally succeeded in eliminating the dark soldiers at the castle gate and most of the dark mages. They moved deeper into the castle, which was dark and damp, with a foul smell pervading the corridors and strange lights flickering on the walls. In the castle's main hall, they saw a massive dark magic circle, with a giant dark magic crystal floating above it. This crystal emitted a strong dark aura, being the core of the dark power in the entire castle. As long as we destroy this crystal, we can completely annihilate this dark castle, Luffy said. They approached the magic circle, but as they got closer, several dark shields suddenly appeared, blocking them outside. They tried to break the shields with force, but they were extremely sturdy. Their attacks merely created ripples on the shields without causing any substantial damage. These shields are tough to deal with. We need to find another way, Luffy frowned and said. They began searching for clues in the hall, and after some searching, they found some strange symbols on the columns in the hall. These symbols seemed to be related to the ones they saw earlier in the cave and appeared to be the key to breaking the shields. Luffy and Naruto began to study the symbols, trying to find a way to break the shield. During their research, they gradually discovered that these symbols needed to be activated with specific power in order to break the shield. I think I know how to break the shield, Luffy suddenly said. He inserted the Thunder Fire Sword into the ground, and the power of the artifact was injected underground through the sword, resonating with the symbols on the pillar. Naruto also infused his chakra into the symbols, and following Luffy's instructions, they activated the symbols in a specific order and with the right power. As the symbols were activated, the dark shield slowly disappeared. They successfully broke the shield and rushed towards the dark crystal. They fully fused the power of the artifact with their own strength, launching their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Fire Sword and Naruto's Sage Art-infused Shuriken flew towards the dark crystal simultaneously. With a deafening roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing the entire Dark Castle to shake violently under this force. Cracks began to appear on the walls, and stones from the roof started to fall. Amidst the intense energy collision, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, their hearts filled with only one belief: to destroy the Dark Crystal and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power gradually gained the upper hand, and the Dark Crystal developed cracks under the immense attack before shattering completely. With the shattering of the Dark Crystal, the Dark Castle also began to collapse. At the last moment of the castle's collapse, Luffy and Naruto successfully escaped. Chapter 0938, The Mine. After Luffy and Naruto left the crumbling Dark Castle, they set off towards another part of the mountains. They traveled along a narrow valley, where the eerie sound of the wind echoed, as if the dark forces were roaring in unwillingness. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they discovered a mysterious ruin. The ruin was constructed from massive stone blocks, which were covered in ancient and obscure runes that emitted a faint glow, seemingly telling tales of a distant past. This ruin appeared unusual, perhaps hiding something important. Luffy gazed at the ruin and said, "This looks special." Naruto, curious, approached one of the stone blocks and reached out to touch the runes. The moment his finger made contact with the runes, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the ruin, enveloping them. When the light dissipated, they found themselves in a strange space. The air was filled with colorful mist, within which faint images emerged, showcasing scenes of this land's past battles against the dark forces. "Is this a memory from the past?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. They traversed through this space, trying to find an exit and more clues about the dark forces. Suddenly, a group of guardian spirits made of light appeared before them. These guardian spirits took on various forms. Some resembled graceful birds, while others looked like fierce beasts, all radiating powerful energy. "Intruders, you cannot trespass here." A guardian spirit, resembling a Chilan, spoke with a commanding voice. "We mean no offense. We are just seeking ways to combat the dark forces," Luffy explained. "If you wish to pass, you must accept our trial," the guardian spirits stated. The trial then commenced as the guardian spirits launched their attacks. They unleashed various light spells, such as light arrows, light shields, and light explosions, charging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, with the fire and lightning powers colliding with the radiant spells, creating bursts of energy sparks. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones dispersing to engage in close combat with the guardian spirits, trying to find their weaknesses. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after launching a powerful attack, these guardian spirits would have a brief energy recovery period, during which their defenses would be relatively weak. "Naruto, attack while they're vulnerable," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to seize the opportunity. The real Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at a guardian spirit that had just launched a powerful light explosion attack. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately struck the guardian spirit, causing its body to flicker with light and revealing a small crack. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Spirit Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the crack in the guardian spirit. This sword contained immense power, successfully shattering the guardian spirit into countless shards of light that dissipated in the air. Seeing their companion defeated, the other guardian spirits intensified their assault. However, Luffy and Naruto worked together, gradually finding a rhythm to counter the guardian spirits' attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in defeating all the guardian spirits. As the guardian spirits dissipated, the colorful mist in the space began to converge, forming a massive orb of light. Within the orb, a tome radiating golden light slowly emerged. Luffy and Naruto approached the light cluster and picked up the ancient book. Opening the book, they found it recorded an ancient and powerful sealing technique specifically targeting the source of dark powers, capable of sealing it permanently. "This is exactly what we need," Luffy exclaimed. Just as they were about to study the sealing technique carefully, the space suddenly began to shake violently, and cracks appeared. "Not good, this space is going to collapse. We need to leave quickly," Naruto shouted. They followed the route they remembered to find the exit. Just as the space was about to completely collapse, they successfully found the exit and escaped. Back outside the ruins, they sat on a rock and began to seriously study the sealing technique in the Golden Book. After some research, they gradually grasped the basic principles and methods of the sealing technique, but to truly succeed in casting it, They needed to find some special materials and suitable sealing locations. Looks like we have a new mission now. Let's go find the materials, Luffy said. Following the clues in the book, they headed towards a mysterious mine in the mountains. It was said that a special or needed for the sealing technique might exist there. On their way to the mine, they encountered a rare landslide. A large number of rocks rolled down the mountain, rushing towards them. Luffy swiftly plunged the sword of thunder fire into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the blade into the earth, forming a solid energy shield that blocked the falling rocks. Naruto then performed the shadow clone technique, and the clones helped Luffy reinforce the shield, while the real Naruto searched for the cause of the landslide. After some exploration, they discovered a massive, dark, earth-moving beast was stirring in the mountains, its power fluctuations causing the instability. This dark, earth-moving beast was enormous, covered in black armor, with huge tusks and sturdy limbs, each step shaking the ground. Another dark creature. We can't let it escape this time, Luffy exclaimed. They charged towards the dark, earth-moving beast. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, aiming for the beast's head. The beast defended itself with its massive tusks, and the blade clashed against the tusks, sparking a shower of flames. Naruto then used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Shuriken, throwing it towards the beast's abdomen. The beast sensed the danger and tried to evade, but Luffy increased the intensity of his attack, restraining its movements. The spiraling shuriken accurately struck the beast's abdomen, causing it to emit a painful roar as the armor on its belly shattered and black blood gushed out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the heart of the Earth Beast. This sword contained immense power and successfully pierced the heart of the Earth Beast, causing its massive body to crash down, stirring up a cloud of dust. After defeating the Dark Earth Beast, they continued towards the mine. Finally, they found the mysterious mine. In the mine, after some digging and searching, they successfully discovered the special or needed for the sealing technique. With the materials in hand, the next step was to find a suitable sealing location. Luffy said. They left the mine with the ore. Chapter 0939, Mountain Peak. Luffy and Naruto continued their search for a suitable sealing location in the mountains, carrying special minerals. They traveled along a rugged mountain path, with the surrounding environment becoming increasingly perilous, steep cliffs and bottomless ravines visible everywhere. Upon reaching the summit of a mist-covered peak, they sensed a powerful and malevolent aura swirling around them, faint yet palpable. The sky here was always gloomy, filled with dark clouds, and occasionally, a strange lightning bolt would flash across. Could this aura be the clue to the sealing location? Luffy furrowed his brows, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly as he cautiously approached the source of the aura. Naruto followed closely behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. When they arrived at a platform on the peak, they discovered a massive dark vortex in the center, emanating a strong dark aura that seemed to want to swallow everything. This must be the core gathering place of dark power. We will perform the sealing technique here, Luffy declared. However, just as they were about to set up the sealing formation, a group of dark spirits suddenly surged out of the vortex. These spirits were ethereal, exuding a bone-chilling coldness, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto with claws bared. Those pesky guys are here to cause trouble again. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the dark spirits, trying to prevent them from getting close to Luffy. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Sacred Flame Thunder Slash, sending waves of sword energy infused with divine power, slicing towards the dark spirit horde. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark spirits let out painful screams and their bodies gradually dissipated. However, the dark spirits continuously poured out from the dark vortex, seemingly endless. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the movements of these dark spirits seemed to be controlled by some force at the center of the dark vortex. As long as that core controlling power was destroyed, the emergence of the spirits could be halted. Naruto, let's attack the center of the dark vortex first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold off the dark spirits, while his main body performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, hurling it towards the center of the dark vortex. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, accurately struck the center of the dark vortex. The rotation speed of the dark vortex instantly slowed down, and the emergence of dark spirits became less frequent. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the center of the dark vortex. This sword contained immense power, successfully destroying the core of the dark vortex, causing the dark spirits to dissipate as well. After eliminating the interference of the dark spirits, they began to officially set up the sealing array. Following the records in the Golden Tome, Luffy placed the special minerals in specific locations and then used the Thunder Flame Sword to inscribe complex runes on the ground. Naruto, meanwhile, gathered his chakra beside him, infusing his power into the runes to assist Luffy in completing the arrangement of the sealing array. After much effort, the sealing array was finally completed. They stood at the edge of the sealing array, fully merging the artifact's power with their own, ready to cast the sealing technique. "Let's begin," Luffy shouted. They formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing a powerful sealing technique. A dazzling light shot from their hands, converging towards the core of the dark power. Wherever the light reached, the dark aura was gradually dispelled, and the dark power began to be sealed within the array. However, just as the sealing was about to be completed, a powerful resistance suddenly erupted from the dark power. This force struck against the sealing array, causing cracks to appear, and the light began to flicker erratically. "Not good, it's fighting back. We can't let the sealing fail," Naruto exclaimed. They increased their output of power in an attempt to suppress the dark power's resistance. Luffy inserted the Thunder Flame Sword into the sealing array, continuously channeling the artifact's power into the array to stabilize its structure. Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Rasen Shuriken, merging the shuriken into the sealing light to enhance the sealing strength. Through their efforts, the cracks in the sealing array gradually repaired, and the light became bright again. The dark power's resistance weakened increasingly until it was finally completely sealed within the sealing array. As the dark power was sealed, the sky above the mountaintop gradually cleared up, sunlight pouring down on them, bringing a long-awaited warmth. "We did it! The dark power in this area has finally been sealed," Naruto said happily. "Yes, but this is only temporary. We still need to search for other sources of dark power across this continent and seal them one by one," Luffy replied. They left the mountaintop, feeling both exhausted and relieved. Chapter 0940 Dark Bee. After sealing the dark forces at the peak of the mountain, Luffy and Naruto pressed onward deeper into the mountains without rest. They knew well that this vast continent was filled with dark forces scattered like stars in the night sky, and their single victory was merely a small milestone on a long journey. While traversing a dense coniferous forest, the surrounding trees were tall and eerie, their branches intertwined, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to struggle through the overlapping gaps, casting a twilight-like shroud over the entire woods. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, emanating a decaying odor, and with every step, it felt as if something was writhing below. Suddenly, a deep buzzing sound echoed through the forest, growing louder and louder until it became deafening. Countless black, bee-like dark creatures surged in from all directions. These dark bees were enormous, about the size of a human head, their bodies covered in a hard black shell, and the stingers at their tails gleamed with a chilling blue light. With each flap of their wings, they stirred up a nauseating stench. "Be careful, these guys look tough to handle," Luffy shouted, drawing the Thunderfire Sword, its flames and lightning powers intertwining and flickering, resembling a lively flame and thunder serpent, radiating dazzling light in the darkness. Naruto, not daring to show any slack, quickly performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones moved like phantoms through the forest, joining Luffy to confront the overwhelming swarm of dark bees. The shadow clones threw punches and kicked, trying to halt the advance of the dark bees, but these creatures were incredibly agile, skillfully evading the clones' attacks as they continued to swarm toward Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. His figure moved like lightning, the sword following his body. And streams of flame thunder sword chi sliced through the dark swarm like scorching blades, drawing graceful arcs in the air. Wherever the flame, thunder, sword chi passed, the dark bees were cut down, and their black blood and shattered limbs rained down like droplets. However, the number of dark bees was simply too great. They surged forward endlessly, as if they were inexhaustible. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto noticed that these dark bees seemed to be moving according to a specific rhythm, their attacks and flight paths displaying a peculiar pattern. "Luffy, these dark bees have a discernible rhythm. Let's try to disrupt their tempo," Naruto shouted loudly, quickly performing hand seals. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With a shout, a massive spiraling shuriken rapidly formed in his hand and shot towards the densest part of the dark bee swarm. As the spiraling shuriken flew, it continually expanded, and the powerful wind chakra surged like a raging tornado, drawing the surrounding dark bees into it and instantly disrupting their attack rhythm. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Formation Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and his entire being shot forward like a burning meteor toward the core of the Dark Bee Swarm. This strike contained immense power, successfully tearing a gap in the Dark Swarm. However, just as they thought they were about to break through the encirclement, a much larger Dark Bee King slowly rose from the back of the swarm. This Bee King was several times the size of an ordinary Dark Bee, its head resembling a massive black gemstone, radiating an eerie glow, and its abdomen had a stinger as thick as a spear, instilling fear in anyone who looked at it. The Dark Bee King let out a sharp screech, as if issuing a command. The previously chaotic Dark Bee swarm instantly reorganized, surrounding the Bee King and forming a massive black vortex that swept toward Luffy and Naruto. This Bee King was their leader, as long as they defeated it. The Dark Bees should disperse, Luffy shouted, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. Naruto nodded, quickly forming hand seals again to unleash the Sage Art. Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature, melting spiral shuriken flew toward the Dark Bee King like a burning sun. However, the Dark Bees surrounding the Dark Bee King quickly gathered to form a solid shield, blocking the melting spiral shuriken. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. He leaped high into the air, and the flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame Sword converged into a giant Flame Thunder Beast, charging towards the Dark Bee King. The Flame Thunder Beast clawed and roared, colliding with the shield of the Dark Bee Swarm, producing a thunderous rumble. During the fierce clash, Luffy noticed that when the Dark Bee King commanded the swarm to defend, its abdomen would be briefly exposed, and the defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto, attack the Bee King's abdomen, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to restrain the Dark Bee swarm, while his main body used Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, throwing it towards the Dark Bee King's abdomen. The Super Big Ball Rasengan flew like a massive cannonball with tremendous force towards the Dark Bee King's abdomen. The Dark Bee King sensed the danger and attempted to dodge, but Luffy intensified his attack, restraining its movements. The Super Big Ball Rasengan accurately struck the Dark Bee King's abdomen, causing it to let out a painful roar as its abdominal shell shattered, black blood gushing out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame soared to its peak and striking fiercely at the heart of the Dark Bee King. This sword contained immense power and successfully pierced through the Dark Bee King's heart, causing its massive body to crash down, and the surrounding Dark Bee swarm fell into chaos. They seized the chance to continue their assault, eliminating the remaining Dark Bees one by one. Phew, finally dealt with those guys. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. But we can't let our guard down. There must be other dangers in these mountains, Luffy said, sheathing the Thunder Flame sword and cautiously observing the surroundings. They continued their journey through the mountains and soon arrived at an ancient village hidden in a valley. Most of the houses in the village were in ruins, with vines crawling over the walls and missing tiles on the roofs, filling the entire village with an air of desolation. Why is there not a single person here? Naruto asked in confusion. Luffy didn't answer. He cautiously walked into the village, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he noticed some strange footprints on the ground. The footprints had peculiar shapes, as if left by some gigantic creature. It seems something had been here. We need to be careful, Luffy said. They followed the direction of the footprints and arrived at the central square of the village. In the center of the square, they saw a huge dark magic circle, which was flickering with eerie light, surrounded by a strong aura of darkness. Is this magic circle the work of dark forces? Naruto frowned and said. Just as they approached the magic circle, a group of dark puppets suddenly surged out from within. These puppets were tall, made entirely of black metal, with red light flickering at their joints. They wielded various weapons, their eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling aura. These guys again. It looks like we have another tough battle ahead, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword. Without hesitation, they charged towards the dark puppets. Chapter 0941. Ancient Luffy and Naruto charged towards the group of dark puppets, with Luffy leading the way, swinging his sword at the nearest puppet. The Thunder Flame sword collided with the puppet's metal weapon, sparking a flurry of flames. Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, he shouted, as the power of the flame and thunder erupted along the sword, pushing the puppet back several steps. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the dark puppets to engage in fierce close combat. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken. The massive, spiraling shuriken infused with tremendous power, flew towards the dense cluster of puppets, pulling several of them into its vortex and instantly shredding them to pieces. However, these dark puppets seemed to possess some form of self-repair capability, as the shattered puppet parts quickly reassembled and re-entered the fray. These puppets can regenerate. They're tough to deal with, Luffy said, frowning. During the battle, Luffy noticed that whenever a puppet was attacked, a black crystal in its chest would flicker with light, seemingly the core of their power and the key to their repair. Naruto, attack the crystals in their chests, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their target and focus their attacks on the black crystals in the dark puppet's chests. The real Naruto also used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, throwing at the chest of a larger puppet. The Lava Release Raisin Shuriken accurately struck the crystal in the puppet's chest, causing cracks to appear instantly, and the puppet's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with all his might at the puppet's chest crystal, successfully shattering it and completely incapacitating the puppet. Seeing their companion destroyed, the other dark puppets went even more berserk in their attacks. They charged at Luffy and Naruto in wave after wave, disregarding their own injuries. Luffy and Naruto worked together, dodging the attacks of the puppets while searching for opportunities to destroy the crystals in their chests. After a tough battle, they finally eliminated all the dark puppets. At that moment, the dark magic circle suddenly erupted with light, and a massive dark demon statue slowly rose from the circle. The statue's eyes flickered with red light, and it let out a deep roar, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. What kind of monster is this? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Luffy's expression was serious. No matter what it is, we must defeat it and not let it harm this continent. The dark demon statue swung its massive arm towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated to evade, and Luffy turned in midair, unleashing the Flame Thunder Ruler Slash. The Thunder Flame Sword transformed into a gigantic Flame Thunder Sword Chi and slashed towards the statue's arm. The Sword Chi struck the arm, creating a shower of sparks, but only left a shallow mark on the arm. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, with the Shadow Clones climbing up the statue's body, trying to find its weak point. The real Naruto was gathering chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that the statue's head seemed to be its critical point, as the energy fluctuations there were the strongest with each attack. Naruto, attack its head, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his Shadow Clones to create chaos near the statue's head to attract its attention. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, and threw it towards the statue's head. The Rasengan hit the statue's head with a loud bang, causing the head to shake a few times, but it did not suffer any substantial damage. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Explosive Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost, striking fiercely at the statue's head. This sword contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep crack on the statue's head. The Dark Demon God statue was enraged, spewing out a jet of black flames that swept toward Luffy and Naruto. They quickly dodged, knowing they had to find a way to completely defeat the statue as soon as possible. During the evasion, Luffy noticed that when the statue breathed fire, a certain area on its back would dim, indicating that the defense there might be relatively weak. Naruto attacked the dim area on its back, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his Shadow Clones to launch an attack on the dim area of the statue's back. The real Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it toward that spot. The Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken accurately hit the dim area on the statue's back, causing it to let out a painful roar as a large hole appeared where it was struck. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Holy Spirit Slash. He completely fused the Thunder Flame sword with the power of the artifact and struck fiercely towards the large hole in the back of the statue. This sword contained powerful holy power, successfully destroying the Dark Demon statue. As the statue fell, the dark magic circle also shattered, and the dark aura in the village gradually dissipated. Finally, this major trouble was resolved. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Well, but we still need to search this village for any other clues about the dark forces, Luffy said. They carefully searched the village and found an ancient diary in a dilapidated house. The pages of the diary had turned yellow, and the writing was somewhat blurred, but some content could still be roughly recognized. The diary recorded the events of the village being attacked by dark forces, as well as some traces of the dark forces' activities in other parts of the mountains. It seems we have a direction now, Luffy said. They left the ancient village with the diary. Chapter 09, 4-2 Clean. Luffy and Naruto followed the clues in the diary deeper into the unknown dark cave of the mountain. The journey became increasingly perilous, with a biting cold wind slicing across their faces like a blade. The path beneath their feet grew slippery and treacherous, and loose stones occasionally tumbled down the cliff, echoing with loud rumblings. As they reached a narrow ravine, the steep cliffs on either side nearly obscured the sky. Just as they cautiously traversed it, a sharp whistling sound suddenly echoed through the ravine. Immediately, countless black spikes shot down from the cliffs like raindrops. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, swiftly swinging the Thunder Flame sword to create a shield of fire and lightning in front of him. The spikes collided with the shield, sparking flames and bouncing off. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique. The clones dispersed, some helping Luffy to block the spikes, while others rushed toward the direction from which the spikes were fired, trying to locate the source of the attack. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken, Naruto shouted, sending a massive, spiraling shuriken flying toward one side of the ravine's cliff. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken continuously grew in size, and its powerful force shattered the rocks on the cliff, triggering a small-scale landslide. Amidst the dust of the landslide, a gigantic dark pangolin slowly emerged. This pangolin was covered in black scales, each one shimmering with an eerie glow. Its eyes resembled two burning flames, and its massive claws left deep marks on the ground. "It turns out this monster is behind it," Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword and charging toward the dark pangolin. Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The fire and lightning power from the Thunder Flame sword erupted instantly, sending a wave of flame and thunder sword energy slashing toward the pangolin. However, the dark pangolin remained unfazed. It curled its body up, erecting its scales to form a solid defensive sphere. The flame and thunder sword energy struck the scale sphere, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Seeing this, Naruto executed Senjutsu, lava release, spiraling shuriken, throwing it toward the pangolin's abdomen. The high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately hit the relatively weak area of the pangolin's abdomen. The pangolin let out a painful roar as the scales on its abdomen were scorched, and its body unfolded from the defensive sphere state. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and striking fiercely at the pangolin's head. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep wound on the pangolin's head. The dark pangolin was enraged, opening its massive mouth and spitting out a stream of black goo. Wherever the goo touched, the ground was corroded, creating large pits and emitting a pungent odor. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, knowing they had to find the deadly weakness of the dark pangolin as soon as possible to completely defeat it. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the pangolin sprayed its sticky liquid, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the base of its tail, which might be its vital point. "Naruto, attack its tail base," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold the dark pangolin in place, while his main body performed the Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, throwing it at the pangolin's tail base. The Super Big Rasen Shuriken accurately struck the pangolin's tail base, causing it to let out a piercing scream. A massive wound appeared at the spot where it was hit, and black blood gushed out. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword and striking with all his might towards the heart of the dark pangolin. This sword contained immense power and successfully pierced the heart of the dark pangolin, causing its massive body to crash down and create a huge deep pit in the mountain gorge. They continued their journey through the mountains, following the clues in the diary, and arrived at a valley shrouded in dark mist. A strong stench permeated the valley, making it hard to breathe. This was close to the lair of the dark forces. "Everyone be cautious," Luffy said, keeping a vigilant watch around him, the light on the Thunder Flame sword shining exceptionally bright in the dark mist. Naruto also prepared for battle, secretly forming seals with his hands to enter Sage Mode. They slowly walked into the valley when suddenly, a group of dark knights surged out from the dark mist. These knights were enveloped in black armor, with only a pair of glowing red eyes visible on their helmets. They rode black warhorses and wielded sharp long spears, emanating a powerful dark aura. "Prepare for battle," Luffy shouted, charging towards the group of dark knights. As he swung the Thunder Flame sword, the power of flame and thunder clashed with the long spears of the dark knights, producing a series of metallic collision sounds. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones engaged in fierce combat with the Dark Knights. The main body of Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the attacks of these Dark Knights were fierce, there seemed to be some gaps in their coordination. As long as they could find the flaws in their cooperation, they could take them down one by one. Naruto, pay attention to their coordination flaws and attack during their openings, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed the Shadow Clones to observe the coordination of the Dark Knights and look for opportunities to attack. The main body of Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the spot where the Dark Knight's coordination showed a flaw. The Spiral Shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its immense power knocked the Dark Knights away, disrupting their attack rhythm. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its peak and striking down at a prominent knight among the Dark Knights with all his might. This sword strike contained immense power, successfully cleaving both the knight and his horse in two. The other Dark Knights, seeing their comrade defeated, did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied in their attacks. They formed a tight encirclement, trying to trap Luffy and Naruto in the middle. Luffy and Naruto continued to cooperate and fought against the Dark Knights. They unleashed powerful attacks and gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated all the Dark Knights. As the Dark Knights fell, the dark mist in the valley gradually dissipated, revealing a massive dark castle ahead. The castle's walls soared into the clouds, covered with various evil runes and statues, exuding a strong aura of darkness. This is the lair of the dark forces. Let's go in, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword and walking towards the castle. Chapter 0943, The Staff. Luffy and Naruto slowly approached the dark castle, where a chilling silence permeated in front of the gate. Just as they were about to step through the gate, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and huge black spikes erupted from the ground, like sharp blades, thrusting towards them. Luffy reacted quickly, wielding the Sword of Thunder and Flame, creating a shadow of light as he executed the Flame Thunder Slash. He shouted loudly, and the flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined and exploded, cutting through the approaching black spikes. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones spreading out. Some assisted Luffy in blocking the spikes, while others charged towards the source of the spikes, trying to find the mastermind behind them. The real Naruto quickly formed hand signs from the side. Using Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, the massive Spiraling Shuriken, infused with high-temperature lava, flew towards the area where the underground spikes were most concentrated. With a loud explosion, the Spiraling Shuriken detonated, creating a large pit in the ground and temporarily halting the attacks of the black spikes. However, before they could catch their breath, a row of dark sorcerers suddenly appeared on the castle wall. These sorcerers wore black robes, had fearsome masks on their faces, and held staffs embedded with black gems. They chanted incantations, and the gems at the tips of their staffs flickered with eerie light. Soon after, beams of black magic shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the magical beams struck the ground, creating large craters and sending rocks flying in all directions. These mages were tough to deal with. We need to take care of them first, Luffy shouted. He swung the Thunder Flame sword and charged towards the castle walls, trying to get closer to those dark mages. Meanwhile, Naruto used Sage Art, Wind Release, Tailed Beast Shuriken, throwing it at the mages on the wall. The shuriken enlarged as it flew, and its powerful force destroyed some of the defensive structures on the wall, causing the dark mages' attacks to momentarily pause. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the dark mages cast spells, there was a black energy line connecting them, seemingly the key to their shared magical power and coordinated attacks. Naruto, attack the energy lines between them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their targets and attack the energy lines between the dark mages. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it at a more prominent energy line. The Super Large Rasengan accurately hit the energy line, causing it to snap instantly. The dark mages connected to it trembled, their magical supply became chaotic, and their attacks turned disorganized. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the dark mages with full force. As the blade swept through, the dark mages fell one after another. However, more dark soldiers and mages soon surged out from within the castle, rushing towards Luffy and Naruto like a tide. These dark soldiers wielded various weapons, their eyes hollow yet filled with killing intent, working in perfect harmony with the mages to form a powerful offensive line. Luffy and Naruto stood back to back, supporting each other as they engaged in fierce close combat with the enemy. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword swung among the dark soldiers, each strike claiming the life of an enemy, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to create chaos, with his real body delivering a powerful jutsu at critical moments to land fatal blows on the foes. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that the movements of the dark soldiers and mages seemed to be directed by a powerful force deep within the castle. If they could destroy the commanding force, they might turn the tide of the battle. Naruto, we need to find a way to break into the castle and locate the source of that commanding power, Luffy shouted. They began to push their way into the castle, with Luffy leading the charge, the power of the Thunder Flame, sword burning like a blaze, repelling the approaching enemies. Naruto provided cover from the rear, using various jutsu to stop the enemy's pursuit. After a tough struggle, they finally broke through the enemy's defenses and stepped into the castle's interior. The inside of the castle was dark and damp, with a foul stench permeating the corridors, and eerie lights flickering on the walls. They cautiously advanced along the corridor, when suddenly, a massive dark hall appeared ahead. In the center of the hall was a gigantic dark magic array, with a huge dark magic crystal floating above it. The crystal emitted a strong dark aura, surrounded by several powerful dark guardians. These guardians were tall, their bodies covered in black scales, with sharp claws and enormous wings, their eyes resembling two burning black flames. This magic crystal must be the key. We need to destroy it, Luffy said. Without hesitation, they charged towards the magic array, but the Dark Guardians immediately launched their attack. They spread their enormous wings and swooped down on Luffy and Naruto, their sharp claws slicing through the air, creating a howling wind. Luffy and Naruto quickly separated. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, striking at a Dark Guardian. The power of the flame thunder from the sword clashed with the Guardian scales, sparking a flurry of fire. Although it left a mark on the scales, it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, and many clones engaged in fierce combat with the Dark Guardian. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Dark Guardians attacked, a scale on their backs would slightly lift, indicating that their defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto, attack the scales they're lifting on their backs, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to change their attack strategy and target the lifted scales on the Dark Guardians' backs. The real Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at a Dark Guardian's back scale. The Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately struck the target, shattering the scale on the Dark Guardian's back, which let out a painful roar and momentarily slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Flame Thunder Sword and striking directly at the Dark Guardian's heart. This strike contained immense power and successfully pierced the Dark Guardian's heart, causing its massive body to crash down. Seeing their companion defeated, the other Dark Guardians became even more frenzied, ignoring their own safety. They launched even more ferocious attacks towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto worked together to continue their fierce battle against the remaining Dark Guardians. They constantly unleashed powerful attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a tough fight, they finally eliminated all the Dark Guardians. At this moment, they arrived in front of the Dark Magic Array, ready to destroy the Dark Magic Crystal. However, as they approached the crystal, it suddenly released a powerful dark energy, enveloping them. This force attempted to erode their bodies and wills, plunging them into endless darkness. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, relying on their strong will and powerful strength to engage in a fierce struggle against the dark forces. They completely fused the power of the artifact with their own strength, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame sword and Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the dark magic crystal. With a thunderous roar, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, causing the entire castle to shake violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear on the walls, and stones fell from the ceiling. Amidst the intense energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, their hearts filled with one belief: to destroy the dark magic crystal and protect this continent. Ultimately, their strength gradually gained the upper hand, and the dark magic crystal showed cracks under the powerful assault before shattering completely. As the dark magic crystal broke, the dark aura within the castle gradually dissipated. Luffy and Naruto successfully destroyed the lair of this dark force, standing exhausted amidst the ruins of the castle. Yet their eyes were filled with the joy of victory. It's finally over. The dark power of this castle has been eliminated by us. Naruto sighed in relief. Yes, but there are still other dark forces strongholds on this continent. We cannot stop, Luffy said. With a firm belief, they left the ruins of the dark castle. Chapter 0944. Remnants after Luffy and Naruto walked out of the dark castle. They proceeded along the foothills of the mountains. At this moment, fine rain began to fall from the sky, the raindrops hitting their weary bodies, yet failing to extinguish their passion for protecting the continent. When they reached a plain at the foot of a mountain, they discovered the village was in ruins. Most of the houses had been burned down, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air among the broken walls. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, their cries and sobs intertwining. It seemed that this place had also suffered an attack from dark forces. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, as he rushed towards the village. Naruto followed closely behind, and along the way, they encountered a group of dark creatures wreaking havoc. These creatures had bizarre shapes, some with enormous heads and sharp tusks, while others had multiple arms and thick tails, all exuding a strong aura of darkness, leaving ruins in their wake. We can't let them continue their evil deeds, Naruto shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals to perform the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged like a tide towards the dark creatures, engaging them in fierce close combat. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, with flames and lightning energy slashing towards the horde of dark monsters. Wherever the Flame Thunder sword chi passed, the dark creatures were repelled, but they quickly regrouped. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these dark monsters seemed to be following the commands of a hidden leader, their attacks exhibiting a certain rhythm and pattern. Naruto, these monsters have a leader directing them. We need to find it first, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to spread out and search for the dark monster leader's trace. The real Naruto, meanwhile, focused on gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. After a thorough search, they finally discovered the dark monster leader in the center square of the village. It was a gigantic dark creature, its body resembling a small mountain, covered in black armor, with enormous horns on its head, eyes glowing with evil red light, and continuously spewing black flames from its mouth. That's it, Luffy exclaimed as he charged towards the dark creature. Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The thunder flame power on the sword gathered into a massive flame thunder beast, pouncing towards the monster. The dark creature swung its enormous arm, blocking the flame thunder beast, and the collision produced a deafening roar. Seeing this, Naruto used the sage art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the creature's abdomen. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the relatively weak area of the monster's abdomen. The creature let out a painful roar as the armor on its abdomen was scorched, and black blood flowed from the wound. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its utmost limit, and struck fiercely at the heart of the demon monster. This strike contained immense power, successfully leaving a deep wound on the monster's heart. The dark monster was enraged, launching a frenzied attack, its mouth spewing forth even more intense black flames, while the surrounding dark creatures rushed towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to protect their leader. Luffy and Naruto worked together, fending off the attacks of the dark monsters while looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the dark monster launched its fire attack, its eyes would briefly close, leaving a gap in its defense. Naruto, attack its eyes when it closes them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to restrain the dark monster and its minions. The real Naruto used Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, and threw it at the moment the dark monster closed its eyes. The supermassive Rasengan accurately struck the dark monster's eye, and it let out a piercing scream. After being hit in the eye, its attacks became chaotic. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Holy Spirit Slash. He fully fused the Thunder Flame sword with the power of the artifact, and struck with all his might at the heart of the dark monster. This sword contained immense holy power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark monster, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash. The surrounding dark creatures fell into chaos as well. They seized the chance to eliminate the remaining dark monsters one by one, saving the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude and took out the only food and supplies they had at home to thank them. Luffy and Naruto graciously declined the villagers' goodwill, knowing that there were more places that needed their protection. During their conversation with the villagers, they learned that at the end of this plain, there was a mysterious dark abyss, which served as another important stronghold for the dark forces, continuously spewing dark power that eroded everything around it. It seems our next target is that dark abyss, Luffy said. They bid farewell to the villagers and headed towards the dark abyss. The closer they got to the abyss, the more intense the dark aura became, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. The sky turned pitch black, with strange lightning flickering intermittently among the dark clouds, and the flowers, grass, and trees on the ground had withered, leaving only a dead silence. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the dark abyss. A strong dark aura emanated from the abyss, resembling a bottomless black hole that continuously swallowed the surrounding light and life. The dark power here is so strong. We need to be careful, Luffy said, watching the abyss warily, the light from the thunder flame sword appearing particularly faint in the darkness. Naruto also prepared for battle, secretly forming hand seals to enter sage mode. They cautiously approached the abyss when suddenly, a group of dark spirits surged out from it. These spirits had ethereal forms and exuded a bone-chilling coldness, clawing and pouncing towards Luffy and Naruto. These guys again. It looks like another fierce battle is about to begin. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and said, without hesitation, they charged towards the swarm of dark spirits. Chapter 0945, Fierce. Luffy and Naruto charged towards the group of dark spirits. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword erupted instantly, transforming into sharp sword energy that howled towards the dark spirits. Wherever the sword energy struck, the dark spirits let out painful shrieks, their forms flickering and becoming ethereal. However, their numbers were vast, and they quickly regrouped, continuing to charge forward. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones that coordinated with Luffy to form a surrounding circle, trapping the dark spirits inside. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand signs, casting Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken spun out with tremendous force, resembling a raging tornado that pulled in the nearby dark spirits, scattering them in disarray. However, these dark spirits seemed to possess immortality. No matter how many times they were shattered, they could quickly restore themselves. They began to release a black mist that spread out, gradually eroding the surrounding space and slowing down Luffy and Naruto's movements. This mist was strange. It couldn't be allowed to continue spreading. Luffy shouted, plunging the Thunder Flame Sword into the ground. The power of the artifact flowed through the sword into the earth, attempting to disperse the mist. At the same time, he unleashed the Flame Thunder Purification Slash, and the purifying power of the sword countered the dark mist, causing it to slowly dissipate. During the battle, Naruto noticed that the core of the dark spirits seemed to be a dark energy sphere located in their chests. If they could destroy this energy sphere, they might be able to truly eliminate them. Luffy attacked the energy sphere in their chests. Naruto shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately adjusted his attack strategy. He leaped high into the air, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. This sword transformed into a massive flame thunder sword energy, slashing towards the energy ball in the chest of a dark ghost. The sword energy accurately struck the energy ball, causing it to shatter instantly, and the dark ghost let out a terrible scream before completely dissipating. Seeing their companion eliminated, the other dark ghosts became even more frenzied. They disregarded their own injuries and charged wave after wave towards Luffy and Naruto, attempting to overwhelm them with their numerical advantage. Luffy and Naruto worked together, dodging the attacks of the dark phantoms while looking for opportunities to destroy the energy orbs in their chests. After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated all the dark phantoms. However, at that moment, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the dark abyss, as if some gigantic and evil creature was angered by their fight. Soon after, a massive dark beast slowly rose from the abyss. This beast was as large as a mountain, covered in black scales, each shimmering with a cold glow. Its head resembled a small hill, and its enormous mouth was filled with sharp fangs, while its eyes were blood red, exuding a chilling ferocity. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't look easy to deal with, Naruto said, frowning. Luffy's expression was serious. No matter what, we cannot back down. The evil of this dark abyss must be stopped. The dark giant beast opened its bloody maw and sprayed a beam of black energy towards them. Wherever the beam went, the ground was instantly torn apart, forming a huge chasm. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged to the sides. While dodging, Luffy unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, sending a wave of flame and thunder sword energy towards the giant beast's eyes, trying to interrupt its attack. The giant beast easily avoided the sword energy and then swung its massive claws towards Luffy. Luffy sidestepped and slashed at the giant beast's claws with a thunder flame sword. The blade collided with the claws, sparking a shower of flames. Although it left a shallow mark on the claws, the beast's power was too overwhelming, and Luffy was knocked backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, and threw it at the giant beast's abdomen. The high-temperature lava release, spiraling shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately hit the relatively weak spot on the beast's abdomen. The giant beast let out a painful roar as the scales on its abdomen were scorched, and black blood flowed from the wound. Luffy took the opportunity to get up and unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck fiercely at the wound on the giant beast's abdomen. This sword contained immense power, successfully deepening the crack in the giant beast's abdominal wound. The dark giant beast was enraged, and it began to shake its body frantically, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Its tail whipped through the air like a massive whip, sweeping towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly jumped to evade. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the giant beast would experience a brief stiffness in its neck after launching a powerful attack, indicating a potential weakness in its defense. Naruto, attack when its neck is stiff, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to restrain the dark giant, while the real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it at the moment the giant's neck stiffened. The Super Giant Rasengan accurately hit the giant's neck, producing a deep roar from the beast, and its movements became sluggish after being struck. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, fully merging the power of the Thunder Flame sword with that of the artifact, and struck with all his might towards the giant's heart. This sword contained immense divine power, successfully piercing the heart of the dark giant, which then collapsed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. As the dark giant fell, the dark aura from the abyss began to slowly dissipate, and the sky gradually regained some light. Finally dealt with this big guy, Naruto sighed in relief. Yes, but we still need to delve deeper into this dark abyss to see if there are other sources of dark forces to completely eradicate, Luffy said. They cautiously made their way into the depths of the dark abyss, where they discovered a massive dark magic circle at the bottom. The magic circle flickered with eerie runes, surrounded by a strong dark aura. This magic circle must be the core of the dark abyss. We need to find a way to destroy it, Luffy declared. They began to study the structure of the magic circle, trying to find a way to break it. During their research, they discovered that there were energy connection points between the runes. If they destroyed these connection points, they could weaken the power of the magic circle. Naruto, let's start with these connection points and destroy the magic circle, Luffy shouted. They began to take action, with Luffy wielding the Thunder Flame Sword, executing various fire and thunder techniques aimed at the energy connection points of the magic circle. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones assisting Luffy in the attack, while the real Naruto gathered chakra nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. Through their efforts, the energy connection points of the magic circle were destroyed one after another, and the magic circle's glow gradually faded. But just as the magic circle was about to be completely destroyed, a powerful dark force suddenly surged from it, enveloping them. This dark force attempted to erode their bodies and wills, plunging them into endless darkness. Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, relying on their strong will and immense power to fiercely resist the dark force. They fully merged the power of the artifact with their own, executing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Rasengan, infused with Sage Art and artifact power, flew towards the core of the dark force simultaneously. With a thunderous explosion, their attacks collided. The powerful energy waves spread outwards, causing the entire dark abyss to shake violently under the impact, cracks appearing in the walls as stones fell. In the intense energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on, driven by a singular belief: to destroy the dark magic circle and protect the continent. Ultimately, their strength began to gain the upper hand, and the dark magic circle shattered completely under the powerful attack, disintegrating into countless black fragments that dispersed into the air. With the destruction of the dark magic circle, the dark aura in the abyss completely vanished, and the area regained its vitality. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, but this is just a small step in protecting the continent. We still have a long way to go," Luffy replied. With the joy of victory, they left the dark abyss. Chapter 0946. The Edge. After Luffy and Naruto left the dark abyss, they stepped into a vast and boundless forest. This forest was lush and green, with dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows and creating a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. They walked along a winding path, with thick fallen leaves covering the ground, making a slight, rustling sound with each step. The forest was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and occasionally they could hear the clear chirping of birds, as if narrating the tranquility and peace of this forest. However, they were well aware that this seemingly calm forest might hide unknown dangers. Therefore, they remained vigilant, carefully observing the surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they discovered a strange clearing ahead. A layer of faint mist enveloped the clearing, shimmering with colorful light. In the center of the clearing stood a giant ancient tree, its trunk so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. The trunk was covered in mysterious runes that glowed faintly, as if conveying some ancient message. This tree looked unusual. Perhaps it held some secrets. Luffy furrowed his brow and said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword, as he slowly approached the ancient tree. Naruto followed behind, curiously examining the runes on the trunk. Just as they approached the ancient tree, the surrounding mist suddenly thickened, and the colorful light became even more dazzling. Then, a group of fairy-like beings slowly emerged from the mist. These fairies were small and delicate, with transparent wings fluttering gently, creating a soft breeze. Their features were exquisite and beautiful, with eyes that conveyed liveliness and intelligence. The fairies wore colorful garments and held various small instruments, such as harps, flutes, and tambourines. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our sacred ground?" asked a fairy girl adorned with a flower crown, her voice crisp and melodious, like the sound of silver bells. "We are adventurers traveling across this continent, seeking ways to combat the dark forces. We passed through this place and discovered the mysterious aura emanating from this ancient tree, so we came to investigate with no malicious intent," Luffy explained. "To combat the dark forces? Your determination and courage are truly admirable," the fairy girl nodded slightly. "This ancient tree is the guardian tree of our forest. It contains powerful natural energy. Recently, we have also sensed that the dark forces are stirring at the edge of this forest, seemingly searching for something. Do you know what they are looking for?" Naruto asked. "We're not quite sure, but we worry that they may pose a threat to the guardian tree. If this tree is corrupted by dark forces, the entire forest will fall into disaster," the fairy girl said with concern. "We will help you protect this tree," Luffy said firmly. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and low growls came from the edge of the forest. The fairy's expressions grew tense. "Not good. The dark forces are coming." Luffy and Naruto quickly turned around and looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw a group of dark creatures rushing towards the clearing. These dark creatures had strange shapes. Some had large heads and sharp fangs, while others had multiple arms and thick tails. They exuded a strong aura of darkness, causing the plants around them to wither and creating a scene of devastation. It seemed that another battle was about to begin. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and said, without hesitation, they charged towards the dark creatures, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the dark forces. Chapter 0947. Stepping in, Luffy was the first to charge into the swarm of dark creatures. His Thunder Flame sword igniting with blazing fire and blinding lightning as he unleashed the flame thunder flash slash. Waves of flame and thunder sword energy slashed toward the few dark creatures in front. The sword energy whistled past, instantly pushing those dark creatures back several steps, leaving behind charred marks on their bodies. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones surging toward the dark creatures like a tide, engaging them in close combat. Some shadow clones embraced the bodies of the dark creatures, attempting to restrict their movements. Others seized the opportunity to throw punches and kicks, delivering powerful blows. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, as a massive spiral shuriken took shape in his hand, then shot toward the densest cluster of dark creatures. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, and its immense power pulled the surrounding dark creatures into it, triggering a violent explosion that shattered many dark creatures. However, these dark creatures seemed undeterred by death. Even with many of their comrades eliminated, they continued to surge crazily toward Luffy, Naruto, and the group of elves, gradually forming a siege to try to trap Luffy and the others in the middle. In the chaos, Luffy noticed that the movements of these dark creatures appeared to be controlled by a dark commander hidden in the back. The commander was cloaked in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes that emitted a strange red glow, holding a staff embedded with a black gemstone, occasionally waving the staff while chanting incantations. Naruto, take care of that commander behind them first. It seems like these dark creatures are listening to it. Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to hold off the surrounding dark creatures, while the main body of Naruto used Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it in the direction of the dark commander. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, flew toward the dark commander. Seeing this, the dark commander hurriedly waved the staff, and a black shield appeared in front of him. The Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken struck the shield, causing a violent energy collision that sparked a shower of flames, but the shield temporarily withstood the attack. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck with all his might towards the Dark Commander's shield. The power of Flame Thunder collided with the shield once more, producing a thunderous roar, and some cracks appeared on the shield. The elves, seeing Luffy and Naruto fighting so bravely, also began to use their natural magic to assist in the battle. Some elves played the harp, and the beautiful notes transformed into gentle beams of light, showering the dark creatures. Wherever the light reached, the movements of the dark creatures slowed down. Some elves blew flutes, and the air currents turned into sharp wind blades, slicing through the bodies of the dark creatures. Others struck bells and drums, creating sound waves that shook the surrounding space, making it difficult for the dark creatures to maintain their footing. With everyone's cooperation, the Dark Commander's shield finally couldn't withstand the assault and shattered completely. The Dark Commander showed a look of panic and tried to turn to escape. Want to run? Not so easy, Luffy shouted as he unleashed the Flame Thunder Ruler Slash, transforming into a beam of flame and thunder that chased after the Dark Commander. This strike contained immense power, successfully hitting the Dark Commander in the back, causing him to let out a painful scream and fall forward to the ground. Naruto then used the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, throwing it at the fallen Dark Commander, completely obliterating him. With the Dark Commander's fall, the dark creatures that had been attacking frantically were thrown into chaos. They lost their commander and began to attack in a disorganized manner, with many dark creatures even starting to attack each other. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity and led the elves in a final counterattack. They continually unleashed powerful attacks, eliminating the remaining dark creatures one by one. After the battle, the forest returned to its former tranquility, and the light of the guardian tree seemed to shine even brighter, as if thanking them for their protection. Thanks to your help, this forest was in danger otherwise, said the elven girl as she flew in front of Luffy and Naruto, expressing her gratitude. It's what we should do. As long as the dark forces are not eradicated, this continent will not know peace, Luffy replied. By the way, where do you plan to go next? The elven girl asked. We still need to explore other places to see where else is being disturbed by dark forces and continue to eliminate them, Naruto answered. You must be careful. We've heard that on the other side of the forest, there is a valley shrouded in darkness, where strange sounds often emerge. Perhaps the dark forces have some schemes there, the elven girl warned. Thank you for the reminder. We'll check it out, Luffy said. After bidding farewell to the elves, they set off toward the valley on the other side of the forest. Along the way, they increasingly sensed the growing intensity of the dark aura, and the trees around them became sparser, with many showing signs of withering and decay, as if their vitality had been drained. When they reached the entrance to the valley, a strong stench hit them, and thick dark mist enveloped the valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. This place looks very sinister. Everyone be careful, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword. Yeah, let's go in and take a look, Naruto responded, secretly forming hand seals and preparing for battle. They cautiously stepped into the valley. Chapter 0948, out of the valley. Luffy and Naruto slowly stepped into the valley shrouded in thick dark mist. With each step, it felt as if the dark aura wrapped around their bodies like a tangible entity, creating a sense of oppression in their hearts. As they ventured deeper, they heard a strange sound, faint yet eerie, resembling the breathing of some enormous creature, or perhaps the low growls of pain, echoing continuously in the silent and sinister valley, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, several dark creatures leaped out from the mist, their bodies resembling wolves, but much larger. They were pitch black, with eyes glowing red, and black, foul-smelling slime oozing from their mouths. Their sharp claws left deep scratches on the ground as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. "Come on," Luffy shouted, swinging his Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. Waves of sword energy imbued with flames and lightning struck at the advancing dark creatures. The sword energy accurately hit the dark creatures, cutting deep gashes into their bodies. The dark creatures howled in pain, but did not halt their assault. Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, scattering numerous clones. Some clung to the bodies of the dark creatures, trying to restrict their movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack their vital spots, such as their eyes and throats. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Raisin Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive Raisin Shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the densest cluster of dark creatures. As it flew, the Raisin Shuriken grew larger, its immense power sucking in the surrounding dark creatures, followed by a violent explosion that sent several dark creatures flying, with body parts scattering everywhere. However, more dark creatures soon surged out of the mist, appearing endlessly as if they could never be killed. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be emerging from a certain location deep within the valley, likely their nest. If they could destroy the nest, perhaps they could stop their continuous appearance. "Naruto, it looks like these guys are coming from deep within the valley. Let's charge in and find their lair," Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, and as they continued fighting the dark creatures, they made their way deeper into the valley. The further they went, the more numerous the dark creatures became, and their attacks grew fiercer. During the battle, Luffy realized that although the dark creatures were numerous, they occasionally displayed brief moments of confusion in their attacks, and their coordination was not perfect. If they could seize these moments, they could strike more effectively. "Naruto, pay attention to the gaps in their attacks and find the right moment to strike," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to carefully observe the attack rhythm of the dark creatures. Seizing a moment of chaos, the real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Molten Release, Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the weakest point in the cluster of dark creatures. The high-temperature, Molten Raisin Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit its target, instantly eliminating a significant number of dark creatures and clearing a small path for them to advance. Luffy waved the Sword of Thunderfire, unleashing the Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash. With the assistance of his shadow clones, he drove back the approaching dark creatures, allowing the two of them to advance a bit deeper into the valley. After a fierce battle, they finally spotted the lair of the dark creatures. It was a massive cave surrounded by black slime, emitting a nauseating odor, with dark creatures continuously entering and exiting, as if conveying some command. "That's it. Let's rush in and destroy it," Luffy shouted. They charged towards the cave, but as they approached the entrance, several larger dark guardian beasts surged out from within. These guardian beasts resembled bears, covered in hard black shells adorned with sharp spikes. With a swipe of their massive claws, they could stir up a stench. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, the dark guardian beasts let out furious roars and lunged at them. Luffy, undeterred, charged at one of the guardian beasts, channeling the full power of the Thunderfire sword and executing the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, sending a massive flame and thunder sword energy towards the beast's head. The energy collided with the guardian beast's head, sparking a shower of sparks. Although it left a mark on the shell, it didn't inflict significant damage. Seeing this, Naruto performed Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken, and hurled it at another guardian beast. The shuriken struck the beast's abdomen, causing it to stagger momentarily, but quickly regained its footing and continued to charge at Naruto. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when these dark guardian beasts attacked, their leg joints would briefly expose a weakness, making that area relatively vulnerable. Naruto attacked their leg joints, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and target the leg joints of the dark guardian beasts. The real Naruto launched Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Rasen Shuriken at one of the Guardian Beast's leg joints. The shuriken accurately hit its target, shattering the joint, and the massive creature fell with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, aiming with all his might at another Guardian Beast's leg joint, successfully severing it, causing that Guardian Beast to collapse as well. After dealing with the Dark Guardian Beasts, they wasted no time and dashed into the cave. Inside, it was dark and damp, with eerie lights flickering on the walls, covered in various strange runes. Deep within the cave, they spotted a massive dark magic crystal, radiating a strong dark aura. Surrounding it were several dark magicians, casting spells as if harnessing the crystal's power to maintain the operation of the entire dark creature lair. This crystal must be the key. Destroy it, Luffy said. They rushed towards the crystal, but the dark magicians sensed their arrival, immediately halting their spells and turning to launch magical attacks at Luffy and Naruto. Streams of black magical beams shot from their staffs, intertwining to form a massive dark net, enveloping Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Purification Slash. The purifying power on the blade collided with the dark web, attempting to tear open a gap. Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, sending the clones rushing in different directions to disrupt the dark mage's casting. The real Naruto gathered chakra on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the intense confrontation, Luffy noticed that there were brief fluctuations in the magical connection between the dark mages while they were casting spells, which could be their defensive flaw. Naruto, attack that point when their magical connection fluctuates, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the Shadow Clones to wait for the right moment. When the magical connection of the dark mages fluctuated again, Luffy executed the Thunder and Flame Flash Slash, aiming for the point of fluctuation. At the same time, Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it in the same direction. Their attacks hit the point of magical connection simultaneously, causing the dark mages' magic formations to become chaotic and the dark web shattered. The dark mages were hit by the backlash of their own magic, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to rush towards the gigantic dark magic crystal. They completely fused the power of the artifact with their own strength, unleashing their strongest combined attack. Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword and Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, infused with sage techniques and artifact power, flew towards the dark magic crystal. With a deafening explosion, their attacks collided. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, causing the entire cave to shake violently under the impact. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and stones from the ceiling started to fall. In the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth, holding on with only one belief in their hearts: to destroy the dark magic crystal and protect this continent. Ultimately, their power began to gain the upper hand, and the dark magic crystal developed cracks before shattering completely. As the dark magic crystal broke apart, the dark aura in the cave rapidly dissipated, and the dark creatures that had been continuously emerging seemed to lose their supporting power, collapsing to the ground and no longer moving. We did it. Naruto let out a long breath, revealing a tired yet relieved smile. Yes, but there are still many places on this continent waiting for us to save. We can't let our guard down, Luffy said. They walked out of the cave. Chapter 0949, Sandstorm. After Luffy and Naruto left the valley, they continued along a winding path. The grass on both sides of the path swayed gently in the breeze, as if telling the story of peace after survival. But they both knew that this peace was only temporary. Dark forces could stir trouble elsewhere at any time. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of a small town. The sight of the town tightened their hearts. The once bustling streets were now deserted. Most of the houses were in ruins, with some roofs caved in, walls covered in signs of attacks, and doors and windows shattered, while various daily necessities were scattered everywhere, creating a scene of devastation. It seemed that this place had not escaped the clutches of dark forces either. Luffy frowned and said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword tightly. As he cautiously walked into the town, Naruto followed closely behind, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the direction of the town center, causing the ground to tremble slightly. They exchanged glances and quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the town square in the center, they saw a gigantic dark puppet beast standing there. This puppet beast was several stories tall, made entirely of black metal, with eerie red lights flickering at its joints. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and each step it took left deep footprints in the ground. Its head resembled a fierce beast, with a gaping maw that occasionally spewed black smoke, emitting a pungent odor. Another big guy, but we're not afraid of it. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones surged towards the dark puppet beast like a swarm of bees, some attempting to climb onto its body, while others attacked its legs, trying to disrupt its movements. Luffy also swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash, a powerful sword chi infused with immense force that struck towards the abdomen of the puppet beast. The sword chi hit the puppet beast, sparking a shower of flames, but only left a shallow scratch on its hard metal shell. The dark puppet beast seemed enraged by this attack. It swung its massive arms towards Luffy and the shadow clones. The shadow clones dodged nimbly, but several were still caught in the gust of wind from the swing and instantly vanished. This guy's shell is too hard. We need to find a way to locate its weakness, Luffy shouted. In the heat of battle, Luffy noticed that every time the puppet beast launched an attack, a core of energy on its back would flash with light, and the metal connections there seemed less tight than elsewhere. Perhaps that was its vital point. Naruto, attack its energy core on the back, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction and surge towards the puppet beast's back. The real Naruto then performed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, towards the energy core on the puppet beast's back. The lava spiral shuriken accurately hit the target, causing the energy core on the puppet beast's back to flicker erratically, and its movements momentarily slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Overlord Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame sword to its maximum, and struck fiercely at the location of the energy core on the puppet beast's back. This slash contained tremendous power, successfully creating a crack at the energy core. The dark puppet beast let out a painful roar, its body beginning to tremble violently, and its attacks became chaotic. Now's the time, keep attacking, Luffy shouted. Naruto once again unleashed the sage art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it towards a crack on the puppet beast's back. The Rasengan hit the crack, causing it to expand further, and signs of collapse began to appear in the energy core. Luffy continued to unleash various powerful fire and thunder techniques, constantly attacking the damaged area of the energy core. Under their relentless assault, the energy core on the back of the dark puppet beast finally couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded with a loud bang. The massive body of the puppet beast lost its power and slowly collapsed, crashing onto the square and kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew, finally dealt with this trouble. Naruto wiped the sweat off his forehead. But there might be other dangers in the town. Let's look around some more, Luffy said. They continued their search in the town and found a diary buried under some clutter in a relatively intact house. The diary's pages were somewhat worn, and the handwriting was slightly blurred, but they could still make out the content. It turned out that this town was once a prosperous trading hub, but had recently suffered a sudden attack from dark forces. The dark forces seemed to be searching for a mysterious treasure, and when they couldn't find it, they destroyed the town, leaving it in its current state. A mysterious treasure? I wonder what it is. Could it be a key item for another scheme by the dark forces? Luffy frowned in thought. No matter what it is, we can't let them succeed. We need to look for clues to find out what this treasure is and where it might be hidden, Naruto said. So, they began to carefully investigate the town based on some locations mentioned in the diary. After some searching, they discovered some strange symbols and markings in the town cellar. These symbols and markings seemed to be related to those they had seen in other Dark Force strongholds, as if pointing in a certain direction. It seems these markings are key. Let's follow the direction they indicate, Luffy said. They followed the direction pointed by the markings out of the town and headed towards a desolate wasteland. The wasteland was filled with howling winds and flying sand, making progress extremely difficult. But they did not retreat at all, braving the wind and sand to continue forward. Chapter 0950 Rampage. Luffy and Naruto trudged through the howling winds of the Gobi Desert, with sand constantly hitting them. Every step required considerable effort. However, their eyes were resolute as they closely followed the direction indicated by the mysterious markings. As they walked, a sudden stone mountain appeared ahead. The mountain's body was a dark, somber black, as if long eroded by dark forces. The jagged rocks on the mountain emitted an unsettling aura. The markings pointed to a cave entrance in the mountain, suggesting that the mysterious treasure might be inside. Luffy squinted at the cave and said, while gripping the thunder flame sword tightly, carefully approaching the entrance. Naruto followed closely behind, ready for battle, secretly forming hand seals to enter Sage mode in case any danger suddenly emerged from within. As they stepped into the cave, a pungent, rotten smell assaulted them. The cave was dark and damp, with flickering green phosphorescence on the walls barely illuminating their path. The ground was uneven, and, occasionally, unknown small creatures scurried past, making rustling noises that sent chills down their spines. As they ventured deeper along the winding passage of the cave, suddenly, many black spikes shot out from the crevices of the cave walls, densely aimed at them. Luffy reacted swiftly, swinging the thunder flame sword in front of him, creating a curtain of flames and lightning that deflected the incoming spikes, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Be careful, there are traps everywhere in this cave," Luffy warned. Naruto nodded and used the shadow clone technique to send clones ahead to scout the way, ready to respond if any traps were triggered. Sure enough, not long after, the clones reported back that there was a trap area filled with spikes ahead, glistening with a black sheen, indicating they were likely poisonous. "I'll clear the way," Luffy declared, plunging the thunder flame sword into the ground. The sword's power transmitted through the blade, causing a slight tremor, and many of the spike traps sank, revealing a barely passable path. They continued along this path and arrived at a relatively spacious cave hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, on which rested a box emitting a strange glow. The light radiated a mysterious power, seemingly drawing them closer. Could that mysterious treasure be in this box? Naruto asked curiously. Just as they were about to approach the stone platform to investigate, the ground around them suddenly stirred, and dark sand beasts made of compacted sand and stone emerged from the ground. These beasts resembled wolves, their eyes fierce, and their bodies made of hard sand, appearing particularly eerie under the phosphorescent light. "These guys are back to cause trouble." Luffy frowned and charged towards the pack of sand beasts, unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. The sword's energy struck the sand beasts, causing sand to splatter, but they quickly reformed and continued to pounce at Luffy. Seeing this, Naruto used the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, launching the massive spiraling shuriken towards the densest part of the sand beast pack. The powerful force scattered some of the beasts, but before long, they regrouped again. "It seems like these sand beasts can reform even when scattered. We need to find their weak points," Naruto shouted. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the dark sand beasts reformed, a small orb of black energy flickered in their abdominal area, which might be their critical point. "Naruto, attack their abdomens. That should be their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to adjust their attack strategy and target the sand beast abdomens. The real Naruto performed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing it at one of the sand beast's abdomens. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken accurately hit its target, causing the black energy in the beast's abdomen to flicker before the entire sand beast collapsed, unable to reform. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the abdomens of the other sand beasts. One by one, the sand beasts crumbled under their attack. After dealing with the dark sand beasts, they approached the stone platform, gazing at a box radiating a strange glow. Luffy reached out to open the box, but the moment he touched it, a powerful force suddenly surged from the box, knocking both of them back a few steps. "This box has protection. It seems not simple," Luffy said as he steadied himself. They began to carefully observe the box and discovered that it was covered in complex runes, which flickered with a faint light, seemingly containing some ancient restrictions. After some research, they realized that the runes needed to be activated in a specific order and with corresponding power to unlock the restrictions. "I think I know how to open it," Luffy said, inserting the Thunder Flame sword into the ground and slowly channeling his power through the sword into the runes on the box. At the same time, he guided the energy to activate the runes in the specific order based on his understanding of those mysterious restrictions. Naruto was also concentrating his chakra beside him, assisting Luffy by channeling his own power into it. As the runes lit up one by one, the glow of the box's restrictions gradually weakened. Finally, the box slowly opened, revealing a crystal ball that was clear and translucent, seemingly containing endless stars and radiating a soft yet mysterious light. "Is this the treasure the dark forces were looking for? I wonder what it's useful for," Naruto said, looking at the crystal ball with confusion. Before they could investigate further, a powerful wave of energy suddenly emanated from outside the cave, followed by a chilling laugh. "Huh, you really found a crystal ball," but it will soon belong to me. Luffy and Naruto's expressions changed as they realized that enemies were coming again. They quickly put away the crystal ball, tightened their grip on their weapons, and turned to walk out of the cave. Chapter 0951 Flaw. Luffy and Naruto walked out of the cave and saw a figure in a black robe on the Gobi Desert outside, appearing out of nowhere. The robe fluttered in the wind, and the figure's face was shrouded in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes that emitted a chilling red light, radiating intense evil and greed, fixated on the crystal ball in their hands. Hand over the crystal ball, and perhaps I can spare your lives, otherwise. Today will be your day of death. The figure in black said ominously, the voice seeming to penetrate the soul, sending chills down their spines. You think you deserve the crystal ball? Come, and take it if you have the ability. Luffy replied fearlessly, pointing the thunder flame sword at the figure in black. The flames and lightning powers on the sword ready to explode at any moment. You reckless fool. The figure in black snorted coldly, waving both hands. And the surrounding sand and stones instantly rose into the air, transforming into sharp sand blades that shot towards Luffy and Naruto like a storm. Luffy swung the thunder flame sword, unleashing the flame thunder slash. The power of the flame and thunder on the sword transformed into a light curtain, blocking the incoming sand blades one after another. The sand blades struck the light curtain, producing crackling sounds and kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones charged towards the man in the black robe, attempting to get close and disrupt his spellcasting. The real Naruto quickly formed seals nearby, shouting, Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. With a loud shout, a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the man in the black robe. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, and where it passed, strong winds howled, the immense power seemingly distorting the air around it. The man in the black robe, however, remained unperturbed, chanting incantations, and a black shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When the spiral shuriken struck the shield, a violent energy collision ensued, and amidst the dazzling light, the shield only trembled slightly without breaking. You think this little bit of power can hurt me? How naive. The man in the black robe mocked, then quickly changed his hand seals, causing the surrounding sand and stones to surge once more, coalescing into a gigantic sand and stone beast that lunged fiercely at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy looked at the rushing sand and stone giant beast and unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, transforming it into a massive flame thunder sword energy that slashed toward the giant beast's head. The sword energy collided with the beast's head, sparking a burst of fire, pushing the beast's head back slightly, but it quickly launched another attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the sand and stone giant beast appeared strong, its movements were somewhat sluggish, and after each attack, there would be a brief loosening at the joints of its body, indicating that the defenses there were relatively weak. Naruto, attack the joints of its body, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to launch an attack at the joints of the giant beast's body. The main body of Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames. At the joints of the giant beast's legs, the lava Spiral Shuriken accurately hit the target, melting a portion of the sand and stone in the beast's leg, causing a noticeable loosening at the joints, and the body shook a few times, disrupting its rhythm of attack. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with all his might at another joint of the giant beast's leg, successfully severing it, causing the sand and stone giant beast to crash down and revert to a pile of sand and stone scattered on the ground. The man in the black robe saw his summoned giant beast being destroyed so quickly, and his expression darkened. You do have some skills, but this is just the beginning. Saying this, the man in the black robe pulled out a black staff from his robe, the top of the staff embedded with a large black gem, from which surged a strong dark power. He waved the staff and began chanting an ancient and evil incantation, instantly darkening the sky, with thunder and lightning in the dark clouds, as black lightning struck down toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged as the black lightning struck the ground, creating large craters and sending sand and stones flying everywhere. This guy's magic is quite powerful. We need to find a way to get close to him and interrupt his casting, Luffy shouted. While avoiding the attacks of the black lightning, they moved closer to the figure in the black robe. The robed figure noticed their intentions and accelerated his spellcasting, causing the black lightning to become denser and the attack range to expand further. During the dodging process, Luffy noticed that the robed figure relied heavily on his staff when casting powerful magic, and the energy fluctuations around the black gem at the top of the staff experienced brief disturbances, which might be a weakness they could exploit. Naruto, look for a chance to attack the gem at the top of his staff. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Naruto nodded, waiting for the right moment, and unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, towards the gem at the top of the robed figure's staff. The Rasengan weaved through the gaps in the black lightning, rapidly approaching its target. Seeing this, the robed figure hurriedly divided some of his power to strengthen the shield around the staff, attempting to block the Rasengan's attack. Just as the Rasengan was about to hit the gem, it collided with the shield, triggering a fierce explosion. The powerful shockwave caused the robed figure to sway slightly, and the gem at the top of the staff flickered erratically, while the surrounding black lightning attacks paused momentarily. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame, Thunder, Holy Spirit Slash. He fully merged the Thunder Flame sword with the power of the artifact and struck with all his might towards the cloaked figure. This sword contained powerful divine energy, successfully breaking through the temporarily weakened defenses of the cloaked figure and striking his shoulder. The cloaked figure let out a painful scream, covering his shoulder and retreating, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay a heavy price." Ignoring his wound, he waved his staff again, and this time, many dark vines erupted from the ground, covered in sharp thorns, slithering towards Luffy and Naruto like serpents. Luffy and Naruto continued to engage with him, cooperating in battle, constantly searching for the black-robed figure's weaknesses, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 0952 Secrets. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the entangling dark vines, which twisted rapidly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and sending sand and stones flying everywhere. These vines seem endless. We need to find a way to deal with them, Naruto exclaimed with a furrowed brow. Luffy swung the sword of thunder and flame to cut through the approaching vines while observing their movements. He quickly discovered that these vines were surging from the ground beneath the black-robed man, with the source likely located underground right where he stood. Naruto, attack the ground beneath the black-robed man. That's the source of the vines, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately used the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, launching the high-temperature lava shuriken towards the ground beneath the black-robed man. The spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the target, instantly creating a large pit in the ground. The dark vines, as if losing their supporting power, stopped emerging, and the vines that had already extended began to wither, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the black-robed man became increasingly enraged. He stomped his staff violently on the ground and began chanting a more obscure and incomprehensible incantation. In an instant, the surrounding space began to twist and distort, with black spatial cracks appearing, emanating a powerful suction force, attempting to draw Luffy and Naruto into them. Luffy and Naruto quickly stabilized their positions, using their strength to resist the pulling force. Luffy plunged the sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the blade into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier to withstand the suction of the space rift. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating numerous shadow clones that joined hands to form a circle, working in tandem with Luffy's barrier to jointly combat the sudden danger. While resisting the suction, Luffy noticed that when the figure in the black robe maintained the space rift, there were brief fluctuations in the dark aura around his body, with the most pronounced fluctuations occurring at his back, which might be his current weak point in defense. Naruto, wait for the suction to weaken a bit, and then we attack his back together, Luffy shouted. After a while, as the figure in the black robe struggled to control the space rift, the suction gradually diminished. Luffy and Naruto seized the opportunity and exerted their strength simultaneously. Luffy unleashed the Flame, Thunder Flash Slash, transforming into a flash of flame and thunder that charged towards the figure's back. Naruto executed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, pushing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks simultaneously struck the weak point on the figure's back, causing him to grunt and lurch forward, and the space rift vanished as well. The figure in the black robe struggled to stand, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes still gleamed with ferocity and unwillingness. Don't get too complacent. I am determined to obtain this crystal ball. The figure in the black robe snarled as he discarded his slightly damaged staff. Quickly forming seals with both hands in the air, dark power swirling wildly around him, gradually coalescing into a gigantic dark demon phantom behind him. This demon phantom was tall, with a grotesque face, wielding a massive black scythe, exuding a chilling pressure as if it were a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. The figure in the black robe roared, commanding the dark demon Phantom to swing its scythe at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, as they knew the power of this strike was immense. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and decided to exert all their strength to respond. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, with the flames and lightning powers on the sword burning to their peak, and shouted, "Flame, Thunder, Dominator Slash, combine." Suddenly, the flame and thunder power transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, rushing towards the dark demon Phantom. Naruto also unleashed his strongest technique. Sage Art, Wind Style, Nine-Tail Spiral, Shuriken, Fusion Power. He perfectly fused the chakra of the Nine Tails, Sage techniques, and his own power to form a super gigantic spiral Shuriken containing world-destroying power, following closely behind the Flame Thunder Dragon to attack the Demon Phantom. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the spiral Shuriken collided with the Dark Demon Phantom in succession, instantly erupting with a deafening roar, and a powerful energy shockwave spread outward, lifting the sand and stones on the Gobi Desert into the air, creating a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Amidst the intense energy collision, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and persevered, with only one belief in their hearts. They must not let the man in the black robe succeed, and they must protect the crystal ball and this continent. Gradually, their power began to gain the upper hand, and under the joint attacks of the two, the Dark Demon Phantom became increasingly ethereal, and finally, with a loud bang, it completely vanished. The man in the black robe was rebounded by the power. His body was thrown away, and he fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. Luffy and Naruto stood exhausted in place, their bodies covered in battle scars. But looking at the unharmed crystal ball in their hands, they smiled with relief. Finally, they had dealt with this guy. What secret does this crystal ball hold? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the crystal ball. I'm not sure, but we definitely can't let it fall into the hands of dark forces. We need to find a safe place to study it carefully, Luffy replied. After a short rest, they took the crystal ball and left the desolate wasteland, heading towards a hidden valley on the continent. Chapter 0953, modeled Luffy and Naruto cautiously made their way towards the ancient temple hidden in the secret valley. Although they encountered some small setbacks along the way, such as sporadic dark creatures, they dealt with them easily and arrived at the entrance of the valley without any issues. The valley was shrouded in mist, exuding a mysterious and tranquil aura, with lush flowers and trees growing all around, seemingly isolating them from the disturbances of the outside world. They followed the winding path, and soon the ancient temple appeared before them. The temple's architecture was grand, yet showed the wear of time, with walls covered in mottled moss and some stones slightly crumbling. The large door was tightly shut, adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that faintly emitted an ancient and powerful aura. This is it. I hope we can find clues about the crystal ball here, Luffy said as he gently pushed the large door, but it didn't budge, clearly under some kind of seal. Naruto leaned closer, carefully examining the runes on the door. These runes look quite complex, but they seem to have some similarities to the seals we encountered before. They began to study the runes around the door, and after some exploration and attempts, Luffy tried to infuse the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra into them in a specific pattern. As the power was injected, the runes gradually glowed faintly, followed by a dull sound as the door slowly opened. Stepping into the temple, the interior was somewhat dimly lit, with only a few rays of light filtering through the small windows high above, barely illuminating the surrounding scene. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which lay an ancient book radiating a soft glow. The walls around were adorned with various divine artifacts, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Wow, everything in here feels quite extraordinary, Naruto exclaimed. They approached the stone platform to see what was recorded in the book. Just as Luffy reached out to take the book, the surrounding artifacts suddenly trembled, and beams of light shot forth from them, converging in the hall to form several humanoid figures of light. These figures emanated powerful energy fluctuations, as if the guardians of the temple had been awakened by their actions. "Intruders, you dare trespass in the temple. Do not blame us for being rude," shouted a guardian wielding a light sword. "We mean no harm. We just want to find some clues about combating dark forces. We hope you can allow us some convenience," Luffy quickly explained. Do not try to argue. Unless you can pass our test and prove your qualifications to read the tomes here, you must leave at once, the Guardians said firmly. The test began immediately, with several Guardians launching attacks simultaneously. Some swung their light swords with fierce slashes, while others cast light spells, shooting beams of light towards them like arrows. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered combat mode. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, blocking the incoming lightsaber. The flames and lightning power on the sword collided with the lightsaber, creating bursts of energy sparks. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, spreading his clones out to dodge the light-based spells while looking for opportunities to get close and disrupt the Guardians' actions. The main body of Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Guardians launched a joint attack, there would be a brief weak point at the energy connection between them. If he could time his attack right, he could break their coordinated rhythm. Naruto, attack their weak point in the energy connection, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge towards those weak points. The main body of Naruto cast Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and threw it towards a more obvious weak point. The high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken accurately hit the target, causing the energy connection there to become chaotic, and the Guardian's joint attack showed a flaw. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its utmost limit. He struck fiercely at one of the Guardians. This sword contained immense power, successfully repelling the Guardian and causing its form to become somewhat ethereal. The other Guardians, seeing their companion hindered, intensified their assault, but Luffy and Naruto coordinated with each other, gradually finding a way to respond. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to temporarily repel all the Guardians, causing their attacks to cease. You do have some skills, but this is just a first trial. There are more difficult challenges awaiting you. Although the Guardians still spoke defiantly, there was now a hint of recognition in their gazes towards Luffy and Naruto. Suddenly, a massive magic circle appeared on the floor of the hall, shimmering with complex runes and beginning to release a series of puzzle light shadows. These shadows transformed into various ancient characters and patterns, hovering in the air as if waiting for them to solve the puzzles. It seems we need to solve these puzzles to proceed. Let's take a closer look, Luffy said. They began to focus intently on studying the puzzles, using their past experiences and understanding of various mysterious matters. Luffy and Naruto discussed and analyzed together, gradually exploring the answers to the puzzles. After relentless efforts, they finally succeeded in solving all the puzzles, and the magic circle shone brightly before slowly disappearing. Well done. You have passed the trial and are now qualified to peruse that tome, the Guardians said, and then their forms gradually dissipated, merging back into the surrounding artifacts as light. Luffy and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the stone platform, picked up the ancient tome, flipped through the pages, and began to carefully search for clues about the crystal ball. The tome recorded that this crystal ball was the key vessel for sealing dark power by a certain ancient deity, containing a powerful force capable of purifying all darkness in the world. However, to fully unleash and utilize its power, they needed to find 5 elemental gemstones that corresponded to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After gathering them, they would need to guide the power out using a specific formation. I see. It looks like we have a new mission. We need to search for those 5 elemental gemstones, Luffy said. Yeah, let's set off right away. The sooner we gather the gemstones, the better we can fight against the dark forces, Naruto replied. After noting down the relevant characteristics of the elemental gemstones and possible locations from the tome, they left the ancient temple. Chapter 0954. Volcano Luffy and Naruto, following the clues recorded in the ancient texts, first headed towards the volcanic area that was said to possibly hold the fire element gem. As they got closer to the volcanic region, the temperature increased significantly, and the air became scorching and dry. The surrounding land showed a charred color, with some unique heat-resistant plants growing sporadically. When they arrived at the foot of the volcano, they saw the crater continuously spewing thick smoke, and from the cracks in the mountain, lava flowed down the slopes, turning everything red and emitting a suffocating heat. This place looked dangerous, but the gem should be nearby, so let's be careful and search for it, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword and vigilantly observing the surroundings. Naruto nodded and entered Sage mode to better respond to any situation that might arise. They slowly climbed along the mountainside, the scorching rocks burning their feet. But both gritted their teeth and persevered. Just then, several giant birds engulfed in flames suddenly flew out from the volcano's mouth. These monstrous birds were enormous, their wings spanning several meters, their feathers resembling blazing flames, with fierce glints in their eyes. Their sharp beaks and claws appeared particularly menacing under the firelight as they dove towards Luffy and Naruto. "Watch out!" Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy infused with fire and lightning towards the monstrous birds. The sword energy struck the birds, causing their flames to flicker, but they seemed undeterred by the pain and continued to screech as they charged forward. Seeing this, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating numerous clones that spread out, some to distract the birds while others waited for the right moment to attack the birds' vital spots, such as their eyes and wings. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side and shouted, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken." With a loud roar, the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of birds. As it flew, the spiral shuriken expanded, and its immense power sucked several birds into it, resulting in a violent explosion that sent feathers flying as the birds screamed and fell. However, more birds continued to emerge from the volcano, seemingly sensing the threat and attacking even more frantically, forming formations in the air and alternating their charges, leaving Luffy and Naruto a bit overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after the birds launched their dive attacks, when they retracted their wings to fly again, their bellies were briefly exposed, where their fiery protection was relatively weaker. Naruto attacked their bellies. "That's their weak spot," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the birds' bellies. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the bird's bellies. The flames on that bird's belly instantly diminished, and its body swayed as it began to fall, clearly severely injured. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the bellies of the other monstrous birds. One by one, the monstrous birds were injured and fell under their attacks, disrupting the originally dense formation. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled all the fire monsters. Continuing their search on the mountainside, they soon arrived at the entrance of a hidden cave. The rocks surrounding the cave exhibited a special red color, faintly emanating a scorching aura, which matched the characteristics described in the text regarding the location of the fire element gem. Perhaps the gem was inside this cave, Naruto said. They cautiously entered the cave, where the temperature was even higher. Lava flowed down the walls, with drops occasionally splashing onto the ground, creating small sparks. As they ventured deeper along the winding passage of the cave, they reached an end where they saw a stone platform radiating a strong red light. On the platform lay a gem that burned like flames, which was indeed the fire element gem. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, moving forward to pick up the gem. However, just as his hand was about to touch the gem, a ring of flame barriers suddenly surged around the platform. The flames blazed fiercely, and the intense heat forced Luffy to quickly retract his hand. "This barrier doesn't look easy to deal with. We need to figure out a way to break it," Luffy said with a frown. They began to carefully observe the flame barrier, and discovered that the flames were not burning chaotically, but flowed in a certain pattern, as if forming some ancient formation. After some research, they concluded that if they followed the reverse order of the flame flow and simultaneously infused the corresponding power, they might be able to break the barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a tacit glance, then acted simultaneously. Luffy infused the power of the Sword of Thunder Flame into the flame barrier in a specific rhythm, while Naruto concentrated his chakra, guiding the power in the same way. As they worked, the flames on the barrier began to become chaotic, and the light gradually dimmed until the barrier finally disappeared. Luffy successfully picked up the fire element gem. The gem felt warm in his hand, as if a continuous stream of power was surging within it. "With this gem, we are one step closer to success. Next, we need to find the gems of the other elements," Luffy said. "Yeah, let's hurry up and set off. I hope we can find the others smoothly too," Naruto replied. They left the volcanic area with the fire element gem and followed the clues towards the mysterious forest that possibly hid the wood element gem. Chapter 0955 Vines. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the mysterious forest, it felt as if they had entered a completely different world. Surrounding them were lush green trees, with dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the layers, creating a tranquil and profound atmosphere. The ground was covered with thick, fallen leaves, which rustled softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, occasionally accompanied by the clear chirping of birds. However, they were well aware that this seemingly peaceful forest harbored hidden dangers, and they dared not let their guard down, remaining vigilant to the movements around them. According to the clues they had gathered earlier, the wood element gem should be deep within this forest, guarded by ancient natural forces. They slowly followed a winding path, and not long after, the trees around them suddenly began to rustle, as if something was moving through the woods. Immediately, thick vines reached out from all directions, covered in sharp thorns, whipping towards them like agile long whips. Luffy hurriedly swung the Thunder Flame sword, executing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, transforming into sharp sword energy that severed the approaching vines. However, the vines seemed endless. After cutting one wave, another wave came rushing in. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some pulled at the vines, attempting to restrict their movement. Others charged toward the direction from which the vines extended, hoping to find the source of the manipulation. The real Naruto quickly formed hand signs nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the densest area of vines. As the spiral shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, its powerful force pulling in the surrounding vines, and with a violent explosion, that area of vines was blown apart, temporarily halting their attacks. At that moment, they noticed a giant tree ant appearing not far away. The treant's body was made up of thick tree trunks, covered with moss and various strange patterns. It had long branch-like arms, and the twigs on its arms were as flexible as fingers. Its roots served as its feet, deeply anchored in the ground, and its eyes, resembling two enormous green gemstones, gleamed with a mysterious light glaring at them. It seems this guy is controlling the vines. If we deal with it, we should be able to continue forward, Luffy said. The treant seemed to understand Luffy's words, letting out a low, angry roar, and then swung its massive branch-like arms toward them. Luffy, undeterred, charged at the treant and executed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Thunder Flame Sword was maximized, transforming into a gigantic flame and thunder sword energy. Aimed at the treant's arm, the sword energy collided with the treant's arm, splintering wood everywhere, but it only left a shallow mark on the arm, causing little damage. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it at the treant's trunk. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the target, scorching a part of the treant's trunk. It let out a painful roar. Its attacks became more ferocious. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the treant swung its arm to attack, the roots connecting its trunk to the ground would briefly loosen. That might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its roots. That's the weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and launch an assault on the treant's roots. The real Naruto executed Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, throwing it at a noticeably loosened spot on the treant's roots. The Super Large Rasengan accurately hit the target, blasting the soil at the root, exposing the roots, and some even got directly severed. The treant's body swayed a few times, becoming somewhat unstable on its feet. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with full force at one of the tree man's relatively weak roots, successfully severing that root. The tree man lost his balance, and his massive body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the fall of the tree man, the surrounding vines completely stopped their attacks, wilting and collapsing to the ground. Phew, finally dealt with this trouble. Let's continue deeper into the forest, Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They continued along the path, and the deeper they went, the richer the natural atmosphere of the forest became, with various rare flowers, grasses, and trees appearing before them. Finally, in the very center of the forest, they saw a clear small lake surrounded by vines and flowers. In the middle of the lake was a small stone platform, on which lay a gem emitting a soft green light, radiating vibrant life. It was the wood element gem they were looking for. That's it, but it doesn't feel like it'll be this easy to get, Luffy said cautiously as he looked at the gem. Just as they approached the edge of the lake, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface. and several water spirits leaped out of the lake. These water spirits had graceful figures, as if they were formed from the clear lake water, radiating a soft blue light. With exquisite and beautiful faces, they held water-blue long spears, their eyes filled with vigilance. Intruders, you are not allowed to approach the wood element gem. It is a sacred object of the forest and cannot be touched by you, said a water spirit who looked like the leader. We mean no harm. We only need this gem to fight against the dark forces and save this continent. We hope you can help us, Luffy explained sincerely. How do we know if what you say is true? If you take the gem and disrupt the balance of the forest, what will happen? The water spirit leader questioned. We can prove it to you. The dark forces have been ravaging the continent for a long time, and many places have been destroyed beyond recognition. We have been fighting against the dark forces all the way here just to protect this continent, Naruto said urgently. The water spirits listened to their words, exchanging glances as if contemplating and weighing something. After a while, the water spirit leader spoke. All right, we can give you a chance. As long as you can pass the trials we set and prove that you are indeed qualified to use this gem, we will hand it over to you. The trial began immediately. The water spirits waved their long spears, and walls of water surged up from the lake's surface, rushing quickly towards Luffy and Naruto. At the same time, countless water arrows shot out from the lake, densely raining down towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered battle mode. Luffy swung the sword of Thunder Flame and unleashed the Purification Slash. The purifying power on the sword collided with the water wall and water arrows, attempting to dissolve them. Naruto, on the other hand, performed the Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clones spread out, with some blocking the water wall and others dodging the water arrows. The real Naruto quickly formed seals nearby, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu to deal with a complex situation. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the water walls and water arrows seemed chaotic, their attack rhythm actually followed a pattern. Every so often, the attack directions of the water walls and water arrows would briefly overlap, creating a relatively weak defense point. Naruto, pay attention to their overlapping attack point and find the right moment to break through, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed the Shadow Clones to observe carefully, waiting for that opportunity. When the overlapping attack point appeared, the real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the weak point. The Raisin Shuriken grew larger during its flight, and its immense power broke through the water wall, scattering many water arrows and successfully tearing open a gap. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, transforming into a streak of flame and thunder as he charged towards the gap, arriving at the edge of the small lake. The water spirits, seeing that their defense had been breached, did not panic but continued to launch their attacks. This time, they gathered the power of water elements together, forming a massive water ball filled with powerful water pressure, rolling towards Luffy and Naruto. Facing this formidable water ball attack, Luffy and Naruto moved closer together, standing back to back, ready to respond together. Luffy plunged the Thunder Flame sword into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the sword into the earth, creating a solid energy barrier in an attempt to withstand the impact of the water ball. Naruto, on the other hand, unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing the Spiral Shuriken at the water ball, trying to disrupt its structure from the inside. When the Spiral Shuriken struck the water ball, it triggered an explosion inside, causing slight ripples on the surface of the water ball, but its overall force remained strong, continuing to press towards them. Just as the water ball was about to crush them, Luffy and Naruto simultaneously exerted their strength to the utmost, launching their strongest attack against the water ball. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Ruler Slash, and the power of the Thunder Flame Sword transformed into a giant flame and thunder beast, charging towards the water ball. Naruto performed the Sage Art, Super Large Ball Rasengan, merging the Rasengan with the power of the Flame and Thunder Beast, both colliding with the water ball. Under their combined attack, the water ball finally could not withstand the force and exploded with a loud bang, scattering water droplets everywhere. The water spirits, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment as they sensed Luffy and Naruto's determination and immense strength in fighting against darkness. You have passed the trial, and this Wood Element Gem is now entrusted to you. I hope you can truly use it to protect this continent, said the water spirit leader, who then signaled the nearby water spirits to use their power to bring the Wood Element Gem from the stone platform in the center of the small lake to Luffy and Naruto. Luffy took the gem and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust. We will do our best." They put away the Wood Element Gem, bid farewell to the water spirits, and set off toward their next destination, the mysterious waters that might hold the water element gem, carrying 2 element gems with them. Chapter 0956, Water Domain. After Luffy and Naruto left the mysterious forest, they followed the clues towards the mysterious water area. Along the way, the terrain gradually became lower, and the surrounding air grew more humid. They could faintly hear the sound of flowing water echoing nearby, as if calling them to move forward. Soon, a vast expanse of water appeared before them. The water radiated a deep and mysterious blue, its surface shimmering, yet it was oddly calm, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. A light mist enveloped the area, as if the entire body of water was shrouded in a thin veil. The water element gem should be here. We need to be careful and look around, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword and scanning the water surface warily. Naruto nodded, ready to respond to any danger at any moment. As they slowly moved along the edge of the water, observing their surroundings, suddenly, the water's surface began to churn violently, and massive water spouts shot up from the water, sweeping towards them. The water spouts were imposing, easily lifting rocks and trees from the shore, creating chaos. Quick dodge! Luffy shouted, leaping to the side first, while swinging the Thunder Flame Sword to cast the Flame Thunder Slash, trying to use the sword's power to fend off the approaching water spouts. The power of the flame thunder clashed with the water spouts, splashing large amounts of water. Although it slightly weakened the force of the water spouts, they continued to charge at the two. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some charged towards the water spouts, trying to disrupt their rotation with their bodies, while others searched for the source of the water spouts, hoping to solve the problem at its root. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a giant spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest area of the water spouts. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, its immense power pulling several water spouts into it. With a violent explosion, those water spouts were shattered, scattering water everywhere. However, more water spouts continued to surge from the water, seemingly endless. While dodging the water spouts, Luffy noticed that when they rotated, there were energy fluctuations at the bottom where they contacted the water surface. That might be the key to destroying them. Naruto, attack the bottom where the water spouts meet the surface. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack directions and target the bottoms of the water spouts. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the bottom of one water spout. The energy fluctuations at the bottom of the water spout became chaotic in an instant, causing the entire water spout to dissipate. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking down at the bottom of the water tornadoes with all his might. One by one, the water tornadoes shattered under their attack, and the surface of the water gradually returned to calm. But before they could catch their breath, there was new movement in the water. A group of water monsters, resembling fish but enormous in size and covered in hard scales, slowly surfaced. These water monsters had wide mouths filled with sharp teeth, and their eyes gleamed with a fierce cold light. They swung their massive tails and quickly swam toward Luffy and Naruto. Not these guys again causing trouble. They must not succeed, Luffy said, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword again to execute the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. Waves of sword energy, infused with flames and lightning, slashed toward the water monsters. The sword energy struck the water monsters, sparking against their hard scales. Although it didn't cause much damage, it did slow down their offensive momentum. Naruto executed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, throwing it toward the densest cluster of water monsters. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, and its immense power sucked several water monsters into its vortex. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those water monsters were blasted apart, their scales flying everywhere, and their bodies were injured, staining the surrounding water with blood. The water monsters were enraged, letting out low roars and attacking Luffy and Naruto even more frantically. Some water monsters leaped high out of the water, trying to crush them with their massive bodies. Others opened their gaping mouths wide, viciously biting toward them. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these water monsters leaped out of the water to attack, the scales on their bellies would briefly flip open, exposing their relatively vulnerable underbellies, which should be their weak points. Naruto, attack their bellies. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly commanded his shadow clones to change their attack strategy and target the water monster's underbellies. The real Naruto executed Sage Art, super large-tailed beast Rasengan, throwing it at the belly of a water monster that was leaping out of the water. The super large-tailed beast Rasengan accurately hit its target, and the water monster's belly was instantly torn open, black blood gushing out. Its massive body crashed heavily back into the water, creating a huge splash. And after struggling a few times, it fell still. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking fiercely at the bellies of the water monsters. One by one, the water monsters fell to their attacks, their bodies floating on the surface of the water, turning the surrounding area a deep red with blood. After dealing with the water monsters, they continued searching for traces of the water elemental gem around the water area. After walking along the shore for a while, they discovered a hidden underwater cave entrance. The water flow around the cave exhibited a strange whirlpool pattern, emitting a faint blue light, which matched the characteristics described in the text about the location of the water elemental gem. The gem might be in this cave. Let's go down and take a look, Luffy said. They took a deep breath, submerged into the water, and swam toward the cave. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few bioluminescent aquatic plants barely illuminating their path. After swimming for a while, they finally reached the depths of the cave, where they saw a stone platform emitting a soft blue light. On the platform lay a crystal-clear gem, inside which seemed to flow water gently. It was indeed the water elemental gem. We found it. Naruto excitedly gestured, signaling Luffy to hurry and grab it. Just as Luffy reached out to take the gem, a powerful surge of water pressure suddenly erupted within the cave, forcefully pushing them back. At the same time, a layer of blue water curtain barrier appeared around them, shimmering with complex runes, clearly a protective barrier for the gem. This barrier does not look easy to deal with. We need to find a way to break it, Luffy said, frowning. They swam to the side and began to carefully observe the water curtain barrier. After some research, they discovered that the runes on the barrier changed continuously according to the rhythm of the water flow, and there were some energy nodes between these runes. If they could destroy these nodes in a specific order, perhaps they could break the barrier. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a tacit glance and then acted simultaneously. Drawing on their past experience in breaking seals, they carefully launched attacks on the energy nodes of the water curtain barrier in the order they had deduced. Luffy unleashed precise lightning fire power with his Thunder Flame sword, while Naruto concentrated his chakra, transforming it into a forceful impact that struck the nodes repeatedly. As they worked, the runes on the water curtain barrier began to flicker increasingly erratically, the pressure of the water gradually lessening and the glow of the barrier slowly dimming. Ultimately, the barrier vanished, and Luffy successfully picked up the water element gem, feeling its coolness, as if he could sense the pure and vast power of water contained within it. Now we have 3 gems. We still need the gems of gold and earth. Let's keep looking, Luffy said. Yeah, let's go. We need to hurry, Naruto replied. They left the mysterious water area with the 3 elemental gems and headed towards the ancient mine, following clues that might lead them to the gold element gem. Chapter 0957, The Overlord. Luffy and Naruto rushed towards the direction of the ancient mine. Along the way, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. The originally lush vegetation gradually thinned out. The land cracked and was strewn with stones, and gusts of dust occasionally rose in the sky, as if foreshadowing the dangers ahead. Before long, they arrived at the location of the ancient mine. Before them lay rolling mountains, with large mine entrances carved into the slopes. Some areas still bore traces of past mining activities, but now they appeared dilapidated and eerie. A pungent metallic smell lingered around the mine, and there were occasional dull echoes, as if countless unknown secrets were hidden beneath the mine. The gold element gem should be inside here. Let's go in and take a look, but we must be careful, Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword and leading the way towards a larger mine entrance, with Naruto closely following behind, cautiously observing their surroundings. As they stepped into the mine, the light was dim. Only a few scattered ores embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow. They slowly ventured deeper along the winding passage, the ground uneven and occasionally crunching underfoot from loose stones, creating a sharp sound that felt particularly jarring in the silence of the mine. Suddenly, from the top and the walls of the mine, numerous metal puppets came crashing down. These puppets were made of hard metal, with eerie red lights flashing at their joints. They resembled humanoid figures, but had sharp metal claws, and their eyes glowed with a cold mechanical light. As soon as they landed, they lunged towards Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame sword to unleash the Flame Thunder Magic Slash, sending flames and lightning toward the oncoming metal puppets. The sword energy struck the puppets, igniting sparks and leaving shallow scratches on their hard metallic shells, but the puppets did not stop. They continued their relentless assault. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to either grapple the metal puppets in an attempt to restrict their movements or to strike at their joints and vital points like their eyes. The main Naruto quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately shooting towards the densest cluster of metal puppets. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, and with immense force. It sucked in several metal puppets, followed by a violent explosion that scattered their parts, temporarily halting the attacks from the other puppets. However, more metal puppets continued to surge from the depths of the mine, seemingly tireless, charging towards Luffy and Naruto in waves. These puppets began to coordinate their attacks. Some assaulted head-on, while others attempted surprise attacks from the sides and above, leaving the two struggling to keep up. During the battle, Luffy noticed that although the metal puppets had hard shells, their energy cores seemed to be located in their chests, where a special metal piece flashed with light whenever they attacked, perhaps destroying that would disable the puppets. "Naruto, attack their energy core in the chest. That's their weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the energy cores in the chests of the metal puppets. The main Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, with the high-temperature Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken engulfed in flames accurately striking the energy core of a metal puppet's chest. The metal piece in the puppet's chest melted instantly, causing the puppet to cease its movements and crash to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. He maximized the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and struck at the energy cores in the chests of the other metallic puppets with all his might. One by one, the metallic puppets lost power under their attacks and fell to the ground, making a clattering noise. After dealing with this wave of metallic puppets, they continued to explore deeper into the mine. As they went further in, the temperature gradually rose, and the surrounding ores appeared increasingly precious, containing powerful energy fluctuations. Finally, at the deepest part of the mine, they saw a huge stone platform, on which lay a gem radiating dazzling golden light. The brilliance was stunning, as if it gathered all the metallic power in the world. It was the gold element gem they had been desperately searching for. "We found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. But just as he was about to step forward to take the gem, a circle of golden energy shields suddenly surged around the platform. The shield flickered with complex runes, emanating a powerful defensive force that firmly protected the gem within. "Another shield? It seems this gem isn't so easy to obtain," Naruto frowned and said. They approached the shield and began to observe it closely. After some research, they discovered that the runes on the golden shield resonated with the energy of the surrounding ores, and the energy flow of the shield seemed to follow a specific pattern. As long as they injected a counteracting force according to this pattern, perhaps they could break the shield. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy and Naruto acted in perfect harmony. Luffy adjusted the flames and lightning power on the Sword of Thunderfire to a specific state, injecting power into the shield in the reverse order of the runic energy flow. Naruto gathered chakra, transforming it into a gentle yet restrained metallic attribute power, coordinating with Luffy to attack the shield. As they continuously infused power, the runes on the golden shield began to flicker in increasing disarray, and the energy gradually became unstable. The radiance of the shield slowly dimmed, and finally, with a wave of energy dissipating, the shield completely vanished. Luffy hurriedly stepped forward, carefully picked up the gold element gemstone, which felt heavy in his hand and exuded a cold, hard texture. He could clearly sense the powerful gold energy contained within it. Now, they just needed the earth element gemstone, and they had to hurry to find it. Luffy said, "Yeah, hopefully we can find it smoothly. Then we can gather all 5 gemstones," Naruto responded. With 4 element gemstones in hand, they left the ancient mine and followed the clues towards the mysterious valley that might hold the earth element gemstone. Chapter 0958, Gathering All. Luffy and Naruto hurried towards the mysterious valley, with the scenery changing constantly along the way. While their minds were focused on the earth element gem they were about to search for. When they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious valley, a heavy and ancient aura greeted them. The valley was surrounded by steep cliffs, with bizarre rocks on the mountains, some resembling giant beasts crouching, while others looked like sharp swords hanging high, giving an invisible sense of oppression. A faint, dusty scent lingered in the valley, and the ground was covered with fine sand and stones, occasionally revealing some strange yellowish crystals protruding from the sand, reflecting mysterious glimmers of light. The earth element gem should be right in here. Let's go in, Luffy said as he stepped into the valley, with Naruto closely following, both remaining highly vigilant. Not far into the valley, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if something enormous was awakening underground. Soon, huge stone beasts emerged from the ground. These beasts were made of hard earth and stone, with some vines and weeds clinging to their bodies. They had thick limbs, and each step made the ground shake. Their eyes burned like yellow flames, radiating fierce light as they roared towards Luffy and Naruto. Wow, what a big scene right from the start. Luffy exclaimed while wielding the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. Waves of sword energy, infused with fire and lightning, slashed towards the charging stone beasts. The sword energy struck the beasts, exploding against their hard bodies and scattering fragments of stone, but it only slightly slowed their momentum without causing significant damage. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, as numerous clones surged towards the stone beasts like a tide. Some climbed onto the beasts, attempting to disrupt their movements, while others attacked the beast's legs and eyes, aiming for vital points. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken. Naruto shouted as a massive Raisin Shuriken appeared in his hand, and he immediately threw it at the leg of one stone beast. The Raisin Shuriken grew larger during its flight, and the immense force directly impacted the beast's leg, creating a booming sound. Cracks appeared where it was hit, causing the beast to sway and nearly fall to the ground. The other stone beasts, seeing their companion injured, became even angrier and intensified their attacks. Some charged at Luffy and Naruto with their massive heads, while others swung their thick tails in a sweeping motion. Dust flew, and stones scattered, creating a chaotic scene. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the stone beasts, small gaps appeared where their backs connected to their bodies. The earth and stone structure there seemed relatively loose, perhaps indicating their weakness. Naruto attacked the gaps on their backs. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and target the gaps on the backs of the stone beasts. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken. With the high-temperature Melt Release, Raisin Shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately striking the gap on the back of one stone beast. The high temperature melted the gap instantly, causing the earth and stone to collapse, and the beast's movements slowed significantly, making it harder to act. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame sword and striking with all his might at the gaps on the backs of the stone giants. One by one, the stone giants began to crumble under their attacks, with chunks of earth and stone falling away, their bodies gradually disintegrating and ultimately crashing to the ground, turning into piles of rubble scattered everywhere. After dealing with the stone giants, they continued deeper into the valley. As they walked, they encountered a peculiar stone forest ahead, where the stone pillars varied in shape and height and were covered in various ancient runes. The runes shimmered with a faint, earthy yellow glow, as if telling an ancient story. In the center of the stone forest stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a gem emitting a rich, earthy yellow light. The glow gave off a sense of stability and weightiness. It was the earth element gem they had been searching for. They had finally found it, but it was likely that retrieving it would require some effort. Luffy looked at the gem, realizing it wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Sure enough, just as they approached the stone platform, the surrounding stone forest suddenly began to tremble. The runes on the pillars shone brightly, and immediately, beams of earthy yellow energy shot towards them from the pillars, while the ground erupted with spikes of earth, thrusting towards them. Luffy hurriedly swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined, forming a series of light screens in an attempt to block the incoming energy beams and earth spikes. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique. The shadow clones dispersed, with some going to destroy the stone pillars that emitted the beams, while others dodged the earth spikes. The main body, Naruto, quickly formed seals on the side, preparing to use powerful ninjutsu to deal with the complex situation. Sage Art, Wind Style, Ninetales Spiral, Shuriken. Naruto unleashed this powerful ninjutsu once again, sending the gigantic spiral, Shuriken, flying towards the area with the densest energy beams. As it flew, the spiral, Shuriken, continuously grew larger, its immense power scattering some of the beams and knocking down a few stone pillars, reducing the intensity of the energy beam attacks. However, the earth spikes continued to surge from the ground, becoming even more dense. During the process of defending, Luffy noticed that whenever these earth spikes appeared, there was a brief energy fluctuation gathering point underground. If they could destroy that gathering point, they might be able to stop the earth spikes from continuing to emerge. Naruto, attack the energy gathering point beneath the earth spikes, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack targets and strike at the energy gathering point beneath the earth spikes. The main body, Naruto, used Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it toward a particularly obvious gathering point. The high-temperature lava spiral shuriken accurately hit the target, causing the energy fluctuation at that location to dissipate instantly, and the surrounding earth spikes stopped growing. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, channeling the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to its utmost limit, and struck down towards the energy convergence points beneath the other earth spikes with all his might, successfully preventing the earth spikes from reappearing and restoring calm to the ground. At this moment, although the energy beams around the stone platform were still firing, they had already become much sparser. They continued to approach the stone platform, and when they reached it, they discovered that it was enveloped by a layer of yellow-brown energy shield. The runes on the shield flowed continuously, clearly representing the last line of defense for the Guardian Gem. They stopped in their tracks and carefully observed the shield. After some research, they found that the energy of the shield's runes was interconnected with the runes of the surrounding stone forest, and the strength of the shield's energy would change with the fluctuations of the rune's light in the stone forest. To break the shield, they needed to first alter the energy state of the runes in the stone forest, creating a conflict with the shield and thus disrupting its balance. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, understanding each other as they began to act. They split up to search for key rune nodes within the stone forest. With their knowledge of energy and runes, Luffy found several main runes that controlled the flow of energy and infused his power into them using the Thunder Flame Sword, altering the original direction of the energy flow. Naruto also discovered some runes that affected the stability of the shield, and by concentrating his chakra, cleverly disrupted the normal operation of these runes. As they worked, the light of the runes in the stone forest began to become chaotic. The originally orderly state of energy was disrupted, and the earthy yellow energy shield surrounding the stone platform was affected as well. The runes on the shield flickered more urgently. The light gradually dimmed, and tiny cracks began to appear. Seeing the opportunity, Luffy and Naruto simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks at the cracks in the shield. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and transforming it into a sharp sword energy that slashed towards the crack. Naruto used the Sage Art, Super Huge Rasengan, pushing the Rasengan in the same direction. Their attacks hit the cracks in the shield simultaneously, and with a loud bang. The shield finally could not withstand the force and shattered, dissipating into specks of earthy yellow light in the air. Luffy stepped onto the stone platform without hesitation and reached out to pick up the Earth Element Gem. The 5 element gems were finally gathered together. At this moment, the 5 gems resonated with each other in his hand, their emitted light intertwining to form a brilliant and mysterious glow, as if heralding the emergence of a new power to combat the dark forces. We've finally gathered them all. Let's quickly find a place to release the power of the crystal ball according to the method described in the texts, Luffy said excitedly. Yeah, let's go. This continent is waiting for us to save it. Naruto was equally thrilled. With the 5 element gems and the crystal ball in hand, they left the mysterious valley in search of a suitable location to prepare the formation and unleash the power of the crystal ball. Chapter 0959, Breaking the Demon. Luffy and Naruto, carrying 5 elemental gems and a crystal ball containing mysterious power, searched tirelessly until they chose an open area at the summit of a high mountain. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, it resembled a fairyland, and its elevated terrain could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it an excellent place to cast formations and channel power. They arrived at the center of the clearing and carefully arranged the 5 elemental gems in the order of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming a neat pentagon, as recorded in the ancient texts. Then they placed the crystal ball in the center of the pentagon, and as soon as it was set down, the 5 elemental gems instantly resonated with the crystal ball. In the midst of flickering light, beams of light connected with one another, gradually outlining a complex and mysterious formation pattern on the ground, with runes flowing and shining brightly. Next came the crucial part. They had to inject their power into the formation simultaneously, using a specific incantation to guide the crystal ball to release its energy. Luffy said with a serious expression, gripping the thunder flame sword tightly. He slowly transmitted his power through the sword towards the formation. Naruto, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, quickly formed hand seals, gathering his chakra, and systematically infused his power into the corresponding positions of the elemental gems. As they continuously injected their power, the brilliance of the formation grew more dazzling, and the crystal ball began to tremble violently, its interior glowing with the brilliance of countless stars, as if a powerful force was desperately trying to break free from its restraints. However, at that moment, the previously calm sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolling in rapidly, engulfing the entire mountaintop. In the darkness, bolts of black lightning slithered like a raging python, followed by a powerful aura of darkness sweeping in from the distance, revealing a figure in a black robe. Do you really think you can release the power of the crystal ball so easily? How naive. Such a treasure can only be controlled by me, the Dark King. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly, and perhaps I might spare your lives. The figure in the black robe spoke in a chilling and arrogant voice. It was none other than the leader of the dark forces who had been coveting the power of the crystal ball, the Dark King. Dream on. We have gone through countless hardships to gather these gems, and we intend to use the power of this crystal ball to completely eradicate your dark forces and protect this continent. There is no way we'll hand it over to you. Luffy retorted angrily, the flames and lightning on the thunder flame sword burning even more fiercely, clearly prepared to fight the Dark King to the death. You insolent fool, don't blame me for being rude. The Dark King snorted coldly, waving his hands, and the surrounding dark aura instantly coalesced into countless black blades, shooting towards Luffy and Naruto like a rainstorm. Luffy swung the sword of Thunder Flame, unleashing the flame, Thunder Demon Slash. The power on the sword transformed into a light curtain, blocking the incoming black blades one after another. The blades collided with the light curtain, sending up bursts of black sparks. Meanwhile, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing towards the Dark King, attempting to interfere with his spellcasting up close. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals from the side, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the Dark King. As it traveled, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, creating howling winds in its wake, and the powerful force seemed to distort the surrounding air. However, the Dark King remained unfazed. Suddenly, a huge black shield appeared in front of him. The spiral shuriken struck the shield, resulting in a violent clash of energy. Amidst the flashing light, the shield only trembled slightly without breaking. You think this little skill can harm me? How ridiculous! The Dark King mocked, then quickly changed his hand seals. The dark aura surged again, coalescing behind him into a massive illusion of a dark demon god. This demon god illusion was towering like a mountain, its face terrifying, wielding a gigantic dark scythe that emanated a chilling pressure as it swung down fiercely at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto both understood the immense power of this attack. They exchanged a glance, their thoughts in sync, and decided to give it their all in response. Luffy raised the sword of flame and thunder above his head, the flames and lightning on the blade burning to their peak. He shouted, "Flame, Thunder, Dominator Slash, combine." Suddenly, the flame and thunder power transformed into a gigantic flame thunder dragon, charging towards the dark demon shadow. Naruto also unleashed his strongest technique, Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken Fusion Power. He perfectly merged the chakra of the Ninetales, Sage Art, and his own power, forming a super gigantic spiral shuriken imbued with world-destroying power. following closely behind the Flame Thunder Dragon as they attacked the Demon Shadow. The Flame Thunder Dragon and the Spiral Shuriken collided with the Dark Demon Shadow in succession, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. A powerful energy shockwave spread outwards, scattering the clouds and mist atop the mountain and shaking the surrounding rocks precariously. Amidst the fierce energy clash, Luffy and Naruto gritted their teeth and held on. With only one belief in their hearts, they must not let the Dark King succeed and must protect the crystal ball and the power about to be released, safeguarding this continent. Gradually, their strength began to gain the upper hand. Under their joint attack, the Dark Demon Shadow became increasingly ethereal, and finally, with a loud bang, it completely dissipated. The Dark King, affected by the backlash of power, staggered a few times, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and rage. "You dare to hurt me? I will make you pay a heavy price." The Dark King roared, disregarding his injuries and casting an even more powerful dark spell. He raised both hands high and recited an ancient and evil incantation, as if the entire sky was being consumed by darkness. The dark aura surged towards the formation like a tide, attempting to interfere with the release of the crystal ball's power, aiming to claim the 5 elemental gems and the crystal ball for himself. Seeing this, Luffy and Naruto hurriedly increased their power infusion, trying to stabilize the formation and resist the encroachment of the dark aura. While battling the Dark King, they maintained the operation of the formation, and the situation became extremely critical. At this crucial moment, Luffy noticed that when the Dark King cast this powerful spell, an energy convergence point appeared above his head. Although the dark power there was dense, it was also the key to the entire spell. If they could destroy that convergence point, perhaps they could interrupt his spell casting and turn the tide of battle. Naruto attacked the energy convergence point above his head. "That's the key," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately unleashed the Sage Art, super large Rasengan, and hurled it towards the energy convergence point above the Dark King's head. The Rasengan traversed through the dark aura, rapidly approaching its target. The Dark King sensed the danger and tried to divert some of his power to defend, but he was currently exerting all his strength on the spell and was somewhat overwhelmed. The super large Rasengan accurately struck the energy convergence point, causing the dark power there to become chaotic. The Dark King's spell was interrupted, and the dark aura in the sky began to slowly dissipate. He was also backfired by this force, spitting out blood again, his body swaying unsteadily. "Now let us speed up and guide the power of the crystal ball to release," Luffy shouted. They seized this rare opportunity, pouring all their strength into the formation. The light of the formation became increasingly dazzling, and the crystal ball finally could no longer withstand this powerful force, erupting in an incredibly brilliant light that shot up into the sky as if to break through the clouds and illuminate the entire world. As the light blossomed, a pure and powerful force surged out from the crystal ball, quickly spreading out. Wherever it went, the dark aura was swept away, as if all the darkness in the world trembled in the face of this power with nowhere to hide. The Dark King felt the terror of this power, fear showing in his eyes. He wanted to turn and flee, but the force had already enveloped him. He struggled, letting out a desperate roar, but ultimately could not escape the fate of purification, his body gradually dissipating in the light, finally vanishing completely, symbolizing the total destruction of the core of the dark forces. This power did not stop there. It continued to spread to all corners of the continent. Those remaining dark creatures and the places corrupted by darkness were restored to life and light under this power's purification. The once barren land grew tender green grass again, and the dilapidated towns began to slowly repair. The fear on people's faces was replaced by joy, and the entire continent welcomed the long-awaited peace and tranquility. Luffy and Naruto stood exhausted at the top of the mountain, gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, their faces displaying a look of contentment. Chapter 0960. Sudden attack after peace was restored to the continent. Luffy and Naruto did not stop their journey. They understood how hard-won peace was and realized that dark forces might rise again one day. Therefore, they decided to embark on a new journey to explore the mysterious corners of this continent that were still unknown to people, further enhancing their strength to better cope with the uncertainties of the future. They first headed towards the extreme north of the continent, where it was said that there were glaciers that never melted, hiding many ancient ruins and mysterious powers within. As they traveled northward, the weather grew colder. The biting cold wind cut across their faces like knives, and heavy snow fell like goose feathers, nearly obscuring their vision. The path beneath their feet was covered in thick snow, making each step a significant effort. After much difficulty, they arrived at the glacial area in the extreme north, where a crystal-clear, white world lay before them. The massive glaciers stood like towering ice mountains, reflecting a cold and mysterious light. Between the glaciers, some faint outlines of ancient buildings could be seen, as if calling them to uncover the secrets hidden within. They cautiously navigated through the glaciers, but it wasn't long before they encountered new dangers. Suddenly, a group of ice-field snow monsters burst out from the cracks in the glaciers. These snow monsters were tall, covered in thick white fur, with enormous claws that were incredibly sharp. Their eyes resembled blue gemstones, shimmering with a cold light in the snow. And they opened their huge mouths, emitting deep roars as they charged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly and launched the first attack, executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword appeared especially dazzling in the icy cold, sending waves of sword energy slashing towards the snow monsters. The sword energy struck the snow monsters, leaving deep cuts on their fur. The snow monsters howled in pain, their roars growing louder, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they charged even more frantically. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, with numerous clones dispersing. Some embraced the bodies of the snow monsters, trying to restrict their movements. Others seized the opportunity to attack vital areas, such as the monsters' eyes and throats. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest part of the snow monster group. As the shuriken flew, it continuously grew larger, and its immense power sucked several snow monsters into it. With a violent explosion, those snow monsters were blown apart, their fur flying as they screamed and fell to the ground. However, the number of snow monsters on the ice field was overwhelming, and they seemed to have adapted to the cold environment, moving with great agility on the ice and launching attacks from all directions, making it difficult for Luffy and Naruto to cope. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each jump attack, the joints of the snow monster's hind legs would briefly expose themselves, where the fur was relatively thin and their defense was likely weaker. Naruto attacked the joints of their hind legs. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction towards the joints of the snow monster's hind legs. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one of the joints of a snow monster's hind leg. The joint was instantly burned upon impact, causing the snow monster to stumble and fall on the ice, struggling to get back up. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the joints of the hind legs of the snow monsters. One by one, the snow monsters were injured in their hind legs under their attacks, becoming sluggish and greatly reducing the power of their attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally drove back this group of ice-field snow monsters. Continuing deeper into the glacier, they soon arrived in front of a rather magnificent ancient ruin. The entrance of the ruin was tightly shut, covered in mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a faint blue light, seemingly containing some kind of forbidden power. There must be many secrets hidden inside. Let's find a way in and take a look, Luffy said, stepping forward to carefully observe the runes on the door. Naruto also came over, and the two studied the door for a long time, drawing on their past experiences in breaking seals. Luffy tried to channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into some specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra into them in a certain pattern. As the power was infused, the runes on the door gradually lit up with a stronger glow, followed by a dull sound as the door slowly opened. Stepping into the ruin, the interior was dimly lit, with only a few ice crystals embedded in the walls providing a faint illumination. They slowly walked along a long passage, with ancient murals covering the walls on both sides. The murals depicted scenes from ancient times, showcasing powerful, mysterious creatures and people in strange attire casting mighty spells, as if narrating the glory and mystery of that era. As they walked, a huge hall appeared ahead, with a softly glowing blue ice coffin placed in the center. A chill permeated the air around the coffin, and they could vaguely see what seemed to be a humanoid figure lying inside. The lid of the coffin was engraved with more complex runes, shimmering with mysterious light, as if guarding the presence within. This ice coffin looks extraordinary. I wonder what kind of person or thing is inside, Naruto said curiously. Just as they approached the ice coffin to investigate further, the chill surrounding it suddenly intensified, turning into icy blades that shot towards them. At the same time, a low, humming sound emanated from inside the coffin, as if something was about to awaken. Luffy and Naruto hurriedly dodged the attack of the ice blades while getting ready for battle. Chapter 0961, Ice House. Luffy and Naruto skillfully dodged the incoming ice blades, which were numerous and extremely fast, slicing through the dim hall with cold glimmers, leaving deep marks on the walls wherever they passed. These ice blades seemed endless. They needed to find a way to break the ice coffin's defenses. Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunderflame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming light barriers that deflected the approaching ice blades. When the ice blades struck the barriers, they instantly turned into wisps of cold air and dissipated. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones rushing towards the ice coffin to disrupt the rhythm of the ice blade attacks, while the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a giant spiral shuriken shot toward the ice coffin. As it flew, the shuriken continuously grew larger, its immense power seemingly distorting the surrounding air. When the spiral shuriken struck the ice coffin, it triggered a violent energy collision, scattering the cold air around the coffin and temporarily halting the ice blade attacks. However, the ice coffin only swayed slightly and did not sustain significant damage. Instead, the runes on its lid glowed even brighter. Soon after, a deep roar emanated from within the ice coffin, as if a powerful entity had been thoroughly enraged. The lid of the ice coffin slowly opened, and a more intense chill rushed forth, followed by the emergence of a towering figure covered in crystalline ice armor. The Ice Guardian. Its face was stern, with eyes that resembled two blue flames, exuding a cold, murderous intent, and it wielded a massive ice spear, its shaft gleaming with a chilling aura. "You dare disturb my slumber. You are seeking your own demise." The Ice Guardian spoke in a deep, icy voice, then swung the ice spear towards Luffy and Naruto. As the spear passed through the air, it froze everything in its path, leaving trails of white, icy mist that spread towards them. Luffy, undaunted, charged forward against the Ice Guardian, unleashing the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash. The power of the Flame Thunder Sword was maximized, transforming into a massive Flame Thunder Sword aura that rushed towards the Ice Guardian spear. The sword aura collided with the spear, creating a shower of ice flowers and sparks. The powerful impact caused Luffy to slide back a distance before stabilizing himself. Seeing this, Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's abdomen. The high-temperature Lava Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the target, scorching a section of the Ice Guardian's icy crystal armor. It let out a painful roar, and its attacks became even more ferocious. During the battle, Luffy noticed that when the Ice Guardian launched an attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the joint in its shoulder. The icy crystal armor there seemed less tightly connected than in other areas. Perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto attacked the joint in its shoulder. "That's the weak spot," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the joint of the Ice Guardian's shoulder. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Large Ball Rasengan, throwing it at the joint of its shoulder. The Super Large Ball Rasengan accurately hit the target, causing cracks to appear in the Ice Guardian's shoulder joint, and its body swayed a few times, disrupting the rhythm of its spear attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Final Slash, striking with all his might at the joint of its other shoulder, successfully shattering the icy crystal armor there. The Ice Guardian's arms suddenly became somewhat unresponsive, and its attack power was greatly reduced. The Ice Guardian was enraged to the extreme, ignoring its injuries. It began chanting an ancient ice incantation. The temperature around them plummeted sharply, and the entire hall began to crystallize with large amounts of ice. These ice blocks quickly converged, forming numerous ice puppets that surrounded Luffy and Naruto. "Here come those guys again. We can't let them succeed," Luffy said, once again wielding the Flame Thunder Sword and executing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. Waves of sword aura, infused with fire and lightning, slashed towards the ice puppets. The sword aura struck the puppets, shattering many of the ice blocks on them. But the puppets quickly reformed and continued to surge towards them. Naruto performed the sage art, wind release, nine-tails spiral shuriken, throwing it towards the densest area of the ice puppets. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, and its powerful force engulfed a group of ice puppets. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the cluster of puppets was obliterated, but more puppets continued to pour in. During the entanglement with the ice puppets, Luffy discovered that although these puppets could continuously reassemble, their core energy seemed to come from the Ice Guardian. If they could interrupt the Ice Guardian's spellcasting, perhaps they could render the puppets powerless. Naruto, let's focus our strength on that Ice Guardian and interrupt its spellcasting, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to hold off the ice puppets while the real Naruto and Luffy charged towards the Ice Guardian together. The two exerted their power simultaneously. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Flame Thunder Sword as he aimed for the Ice Guardian's head. Naruto threw the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken at the Ice Guardian's chest. Their attacks hit the Ice Guardian at the same time, causing it to let out a piercing scream as its incantation was interrupted. The ice puppets that were forming around them instantly stopped moving and collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of ice blocks. The Ice Guardian suffered severe damage, its body swaying precariously, but its eyes still glinted with ferocity and unwillingness. As it attempted one last struggle, it hurled its ice spear towards Luffy and Naruto with all its might, the spear imbued with powerful ice energy, shooting towards them like a bolt of white lightning. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be careless. They worked together to unleash their strongest defensive technique. Luffy plunged the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, channeling the power of the artifact through the sword into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier. Naruto then performed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, pushing the Rasengan forward to enhance the strength of the defense. The ice spear struck the energy barrier, causing a violent energy collision. As the light flashed, the barrier shook violently, but fortunately, it ultimately withstood this lethal blow. With the attack of the ice spear neutralized, the Ice Guardian could no longer hold on. Its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, shattering into countless ice fragments scattered across the ground, completely losing its vitality. Phew, we finally dealt with this big guy. Let's see what secrets are left in the ice coffin, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They approached the ice coffin and looked inside, discovering a crystal emitting a deep blue light at the bottom. The crystal seemed to contain endless ice power, with wisps of cold air radiating from it, lowering the temperature in the surrounding area. This crystal feels like it holds a strong power. It might help us deal with dangers in the future, Naruto said. Luffy nodded, carefully reaching out to pick up the ice crystal. It was cold to the touch, but he could feel the pure and powerful ice energy within it. Let's keep this safe and continue exploring this ruin. There might be other treasures to find, Luffy said. They stored the ice crystal and continued deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0962, Creek. Luffy and Naruto continued deeper along the passage of the ruins, which grew increasingly dark and cold. Their breath instantly turned into white mist. The ice crystals on the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead, while the ground occasionally creaked underfoot, as if the ancient ruins were whispering secrets of time. Not far ahead, they encountered a massive, circular hall, its dome towering high above, embedded with a dense array of blue ice crystals, resembling a dazzling starry sky. In the center of the hall stood a huge ice disk, intricately engraved with extremely complex runes. These runes flickered with a mysterious glow and flowed with a peculiar rhythm, as if driving some unknown power. This disk looks unusual. It might hide something powerful or a secret, Luffy remarked, cautiously approaching the disk, with Naruto closely following behind, carefully observing the changes in the runes. As they neared the disk, the runes suddenly blazed with intense light, and beams of ice blue light shot out from the disk, intertwining and converging in midair to gradually form a massive vortex of ice. The vortex spun faster and faster, emitting a powerful suction that began to pull Luffy and Naruto in, trying to engulf them. Be careful, the suction of this vortex is strong, Luffy shouted, quickly thrusting the Sword of Thunder Flame into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly to stabilize himself against the force. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones holding hands to form a circle, relying on each other to resist the sudden suction. However, the vortex's pull continued to intensify, and they felt their feet slowly lifting off the ground, their bodies beginning to drift toward the vortex. During their struggle, Luffy noticed that the source of the vortex's suction seemed to be at its center, where there was an energy convergence point glowing most intensely. If they could find a way to destroy that point, they might be able to dissipate the suction. Naruto attacked the energy convergence point at the center of the vortex. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his clones to unleash various ninjutsu towards the center of the vortex. The main body of Naruto executed Sage Art, Lava Release, spiraling shuriken, throwing the high-temperature lava release shuriken toward the vortex's center. The spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, darted through the ice vortex, rapidly approaching its target. When the lava release shuriken struck the energy convergence point, a powerful wave of energy erupted, causing the ice vortex's suction to become chaotic, and its light flickered erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Sword of Thunder Flame and striking again at the energy convergence point to enhance the destruction. Under their combined assault, the ice vortex finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered, transforming into countless ice blue light shards that scattered in the air. As the vortex dissipated, the suction in the hall vanished without a trace, and the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, landing steadily on the ground. Phew, that was close. This ruin is full of dangers, Naruto said, patting his chest. Yeah, but the more dangerous it is, the more important the secret inside must be. Let's continue searching, Luffy replied, his gaze returning to the ice disk. After the earlier commotion, the runes on the disk seemed to have changed. The previously flowing rhythm had slowed considerably, and some runes began to move towards the edge of the disk, as if guiding them to a certain place. Looking at the changes in these runes, it seems like they are giving us a hint. Let us follow the direction they indicate, Luffy said, moving towards one side of the hall, with Naruto closely behind him. They walked along a winding passage for a while and arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly closed, and it was also engraved with some runes, though these had a style slightly different from what they had seen before, exuding an even older and more mysterious aura. Luffy stepped forward and tried to push the door, but found it was completely immovable, clearly under some kind of restriction. They began to study the runes around the door. Drawing on their past experiences and understanding of mysterious powers, Luffy slowly infused the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into several key runes on the door. Naruto also gathered chakra in sync, guiding the power into the runes according to a specific pattern. As the power was infused, the runes on the door gradually lit up with a faint glow, followed by a dull sound as the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. A stronger, more intense, mysterious aura rushed out, revealing several stone platforms inside the chamber. On the platforms were some oddly shaped items, including a horn of ice that emitted a gentle blue light, as if blowing it could awaken the dormant power of ice and snow. A crystal shield engraved with mysterious patterns that seemed capable of withstanding powerful attacks, and an ancient book bound in ice paper, with words on its pages flickering with a faint glow, seemingly containing endless knowledge. Wow, everything in here feels extraordinary. It must be very helpful to us, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. They first approached the stone platform with the horn of ice. Luffy reached out to pick up the horn, but just as his hand was about to touch it, an icy force suddenly surged around the horn, forming a curtain of ice that enveloped it. Runes flickered on the ice curtain, clearly guarding this treasure and preventing outsiders from easily touching it. There's protection too. It seems this horn isn't so easy to take. Luffy frowned and said. They began to carefully observe the ice curtain, discovering that the runes were operating according to a special cycle of ice energy. And there were some energy nodes between the runes. As long as they destroyed these nodes in a specific order, they might be able to break the ice curtain and obtain the horn. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, then moved in sync. Drawing on their understanding of energy and runes, they carefully attacked the energy nodes on the ice screen in the order they had deduced. Luffy unleashed precise flame and thunder energy with his Thunder Flame Sword, while Naruto gathered chakra, transforming it into a powerful impact that struck the nodes repeatedly. As they continued their actions, the runes on the ice screen began to flicker increasingly chaotically, and the icy power became gradually unstable, causing the light of the ice screen to dim. Eventually, the ice screen disappeared, and Luffy successfully picked up the horn of ice. He gently blew into it, producing a melodious horn sound, and instantly, the entire chamber was filled with a thick power of ice, the surrounding temperature rapidly dropping. and a thick layer of ice crystals began to form on the walls. This horn's power is incredible. It might come in handy in the future, Luffy said, carefully putting the horn away. Next, they approached the stone platform where the ice crystal shield was placed. This time, Naruto tried to take the shield, but similarly, a layer of protection appeared around it, forming a net-like shield woven from beams of ice light. The shield flickered with complex runes, emanating a powerful defensive aura. They began to study the runes of the shield and methods to break it, and after some exploration, they discovered that using an opposing attribute's power, specifically an attack infused with intense heat, to strike specific combinations of runes on the shield would break it. Thus, Luffy unleashed the flame Thunder Flash Slash, condensing the fiery power on his sword and slashing at the rune combination on the shield in the order they had deciphered. Naruto also performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature Spiraling Shuriken at the same target. Their attacks hit the shield one after the other, causing a violent clash of energy. After a few flickers of light, the runes on the shield finally dissipated, and Naruto successfully picked up the ice crystal shield. With this shield, our defensive abilities will be greatly enhanced, Naruto said happily, slinging the shield onto his back. Finally, they arrived at the stone platform that held the ancient book. Looking at the mysterious text flickering on the cover, Luffy gently opened the pages and found it contained many long-lost ice spells, as well as ancient legends and hidden locations about this continent's far northern region. This information held immense value for their further exploration of the continent and increasing their strength. We need to keep this book safe. Its contents are incredibly useful, Luffy said, carefully putting the book away. We've gained a lot in this ruin, but it feels like there are still many places we haven't explored. Should we continue searching? Naruto asked. Of course, we should continue. There might be other unexpected treasures, Luffy replied. They moved deeper into the ruins with the treasures they had obtained from the chamber. Chapter 0963. Crystal Core. After Luffy and Naruto left the secret room, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along the corridor. The corridor grew increasingly quiet, with only their footsteps echoing in the silent space, as if each step was knocking on the ancient and mysterious door. As they walked, a wide ice bridge appeared ahead, spanning across a massive ice valley. The valley was bottomless, and the howling cold wind from below could be faintly heard, making it daunting to look at. The ice bridge appeared crystal clear, but also seemed somewhat fragile, as if it could break at any moment. Be careful, this ice bridge doesn't look very sturdy, Luffy reminded, stepping onto the bridge first, taking each step cautiously while constantly monitoring the condition of the ice bridge. Naruto followed closely behind, also being very careful. However, just as they reached the middle of the ice bridge, it suddenly shook violently, and a group of ice-blue flying beasts burst out from the valley below. These flying beasts resembled eagles, covered in hard ice scales, with wings spanning several meters wide. Their eyes glimmered with a cold light, and their sharp beaks resembled icy blades as they swooped down towards Luffy and Naruto. Not good, dodge quickly, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, transforming into sharp sword energy that slashed towards the diving beasts. The sword energy struck the flying beasts, creating sparks against their ice scales, momentarily slowing their dive. But they quickly adjusted their positions and continued their attack. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some clones distracted the flying beasts, while others seized the opportunity to attack the beast's vital spots, such as their eyes and wings. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a huge spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of flying beasts. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its immense power sucked several flying beasts into it. With a violent explosion, those few flying beasts were blasted apart, feathers, ice scales, flying everywhere as they screamed and fell. However, more flying beasts continued to surge up from the valley below. They seemed to sense the threat and became increasingly frantic in their attacks, forming an attacking formation in the air, alternating their charges, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the flying beasts launched a diving attack, their bellies would briefly expose themselves when they retracted their wings to fly again, where the ice scales were relatively thin and their defense was weaker. Naruto attacked their bellies, that's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the bellies of the flying beasts. The main body of Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken. And the high-temperature lava spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the belly of one flying beast. The ice scales on that beast's belly were partially charred, and its body swayed as it began to fall, clearly severely injured. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the abdomen of the other flying beasts with all his might. One by one, the flying beasts were injured and fell under their attacks, disrupting the originally dense formation of attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled all these ice-blue flying beasts. Continuing across the ice bridge, they arrived at the other side of the ice valley, where a crystal palace shimmering with mysterious blue light appeared before them. The architectural style of the palace was extremely unique, with towering spires and magnificent ice sculptures, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura everywhere. This palace seemed to be the core of the ruins, and it surely concealed more important secrets. Luffy said, gripping the Thunder Flame sword tightly, and walked towards the palace's main door, with Naruto closely following behind. The palace's main door was tightly shut, adorned with a massive ice mural that depicted a grand battle from ancient times, showcasing a clash between gods and demons amidst a snowy landscape, with powerful forces colliding, creating a stunning scene. Surrounding the mural were intricate runes, glowing faintly as if waiting for the opportunity to trigger the opening of the door. They began to study the runes around the door, and after careful observation and exploration, Luffy discovered that these runes had similar energy fluctuation patterns to some runes he had seen earlier in the ruins. Thus, he tried to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain key runes based on his past experiences, while Naruto simultaneously guided his chakra in a specific pattern. As the power was slowly injected, the runes on the door gradually brightened and began to flow in a specific sequence. Then a dull sound echoed, and the palace door slowly opened, releasing a strong, mysterious power, accompanied by a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. Stepping into the palace, the interior was relatively bright, with enormous blue ice crystals embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire palace. In the center of the palace stood a giant ice throne, upon which sat a figure completely enveloped in ice, its features obscured, but exuding an air of majesty and mystery, as if it had been sleeping here for endless ages. In front of the ice throne, there was an ice platform radiating azure light, on which rested a fist-sized ice crystal core, seemingly containing the source of all the power of this glacier ruin. As the light flickered, strands of icy power continuously spread outward, enveloping everything around in this chilling power field. This crystal core must be the most critical treasure in the ruins. If we could obtain it, our strength would definitely rise to a new level, Luffy said with fervent eyes. But he also knew that obtaining the crystal core would not be easy and would surely come with numerous obstacles. Just as they approached the ice platform, the figure wrapped in ice on the throne suddenly stirred. Cracks began to appear in the ice, accompanied by a cracking sound, as if the being inside was about to awaken. Luffy and Naruto immediately became alert, stopping in their tracks, gripping their weapons, ready for battle. Chapter 0964, Glacier with the continuous cracking sounds. More and more fissures appeared on the ice surface, eventually peeling away like broken eggshells, revealing the figure of a tall ice guardian. It emanated a chilling aura, its skin resembling transparent ice crystals, and its eyes like deep ice abysses, radiating a cold and dignified light. It was clad in exquisite ice armor that emitted a faint blue glow, holding a gigantic ice sword in its hand, with runes swirling along the blade, as if, "Those who trespass the Crystal Palace shall die." The ice guardian emitted a deep and cold voice, and, as it spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, a thick layer of ice instantly forming on the ground, spreading towards Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Luffy took the lead and launched an attack. Using the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, the flames and lightning power on the Thunder Flame Sword appeared particularly dazzling in the icy environment, as waves of sword chi slashed towards the Ice Guardian. The sword chi collided with the ice layer in front of the Ice Guardian, splashing large chunks of ice, which slightly slowed the spread of the ice layer. However, the Ice Guardian was unharmed, steadily advancing towards them. Naruto also did not dare to be negligent and used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous Shadow Clones charging towards the Ice Guardian in an attempt to disrupt its movements. Meanwhile, Naruto's main body quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a gigantic spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the Ice Guardian. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, with its immense power seemingly distorting the surrounding air. However, when the spiral shuriken struck the Ice Guardian, it only left a shallow scratch on its icy armor before being repelled by the chilling power emanating from the Ice Guardian. The Ice Guardian snorted coldly, swinging the ice sword in its hand, sweeping towards the shadow clones. Wherever it passed, the shadow clones were instantly frozen and then shattered into ice particles in the air. Its movements were extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked Luffy and Naruto's main bodies. The ice sword swung down, and a massive ice blade descended upon them. Where the ice blade passed, the space seemed to freeze, carrying a momentum that could destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Luffy and Naruto quickly jumped to the sides, narrowly dodging the attack. During the evasion, Luffy noticed that after the Ice Guardian swung its ice sword, there was a brief energy fluctuation at its shoulder and elbow joints, where the ice armor seemed less tightly connected than in other areas, perhaps indicating its weak points. Naruto, attack its shoulder and elbow joints. That's the weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the remaining shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the shoulder and elbow joints of the Ice Guardian. Naruto's main body performed the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. Launching high-temperature lava, Shuriken engulfed in flames towards its shoulder and elbow joints. The lava Shuriken hit the target accurately, causing cracks to appear in the ice armor at the shoulder and elbow joints, with cold air seeping out from the fissures. And the Ice Guardian's movement slowed for a moment, disrupting its attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Cleave, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the opposite shoulder and elbow joints, successfully shattering part of the ice armor there, making the Ice Guardian's movements even more rigid. Enraged, the Ice Guardian began to chant an ancient ice spell, instantly filling the surrounding space with frost, as countless sharp ice spikes shot towards Luffy and Naruto from all directions. At the same time, thick ice pillars surged up from the ground, attempting to trap them inside. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, creating a curtain of flames and lightning in front of him that blocked the incoming ice spikes. The ice spikes collided with the curtain and instantly turned into mist. Naruto then performed Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, smashing it towards the approaching ice pillar. The immense power contained in the Rasengan shattered the ice pillars, clearing a temporary escape route for them. However, the Ice Guardian's attack did not cease. It plunged its ice sword into the ground, and more layers of ice surged from below, sweeping towards them. These layers of ice contained powerful restraining forces, and once wrapped, it would be difficult to escape. We need to find a way to get close and interrupt its casting, otherwise this will never end, Luffy shouted. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other, and charged toward the Ice Guardian simultaneously. As they approached, they dodged the encircling ice layers while enduring the attacks from ice spikes. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. When they got close to the Ice Guardian, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Dominator Slash, transforming the power in the Thunder Flame Sword into a massive flame and Thunder Sword aura aimed at the Ice Guardian's head. Naruto, on the other hand, used Sage Art, Melting Escape, Spiral Shuriken, throwing it towards the Ice Guardian's chest in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. The Ice Guardian sensed the crisis and hurriedly raised its ice sword to block Luffy's sword aura, while also sidestepping to avoid Naruto's Spiral Shuriken. However, it was still grazed by the Spiral Shuriken, adding more cracks to its ice armor and causing its body to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy once again unleashed the Flame Thunder Finishing Slash, striking at the knee joint of the Ice Guardian. The Ice Guardian was injured in its leg and knelt on one knee, yet its eyes still held ferocity and unwillingness, struggling to rise and retaliate. Naruto, seizing the moment, performed Sage Art, Wind Escape, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken Fusion, merging his strongest power into a super giant spiral shuriken containing world-destroying force, throwing it at the Ice Guardian's head. This time, the spiral shuriken accurately struck the Ice Guardian's head, and the powerful force shattered its ice armor. The Ice Guardian let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing down, completely losing its vitality, while the surrounding ice layers and ice spikes ceased their attacks and began to dissipate slowly. Phew, we finally dealt with this big guy. Let's hurry and get the crystal core, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They quickly walked to the ice platform, looking at the ice crystal core emitting a deep blue glow. Luffy carefully picked up the crystal core, feeling its bone-chilling coldness. But he could clearly sense the vast and pure ice power within it, as if he was holding the core soul of this glacial ruin. With this crystal core, we'll be more confident when facing various ice-related dangers in the future, and perhaps we can even use it to develop some new ways to harness power, Naruto said excitedly. Yes, let's put it away for now. We should search this palace to see if there are any other useful items before leaving this ruin. I wonder what the situation outside is like now, Luffy replied. They stored the ice crystal core and carefully searched the palace, discovering some ancient scrolls documenting the secrets of ice and a few small accessories imbued with ice power. Although not particularly precious compared to the crystal core, they still held some value, so they collected those as well. Once everything was prepared, they left the ice crystal palace along the original path, emerging from the mysterious and dangerous glacial ruin. Chapter 0965. The Spiritual Spring after bidding farewell to the glacier ruins. Luffy and Naruto set off toward the southwest direction of the continent. Along the way, the scenery gradually transformed from a snowy landscape into a vibrant mix of lush forests and vast grasslands. A gentle breeze blew, causing the flowers and grass to sway, releasing bursts of fresh fragrance. They heard that deep in the mountains to the southwest, there was a mysterious spirit spring. It was said that the water of the spirit spring possessed magical healing and enhancement powers, whether for injuries or personal abilities. Soaking in the spring could lead to significant improvement. To strengthen themselves on their journey to protect the continent, they decided to explore the secrets of this spirit spring. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the mountains undulated with ancient trees reaching high into the sky, and clouds and mist swirled around the mountain's waist, exuding an air of mystery. A winding mountain path appeared faintly, leading deep into the forest, as if beckoning them to step into this unknown territory. As they slowly ascended along the path, the forest was filled with the crisp sounds of birds chirping and the low roars of various unknown beasts. Small animals darted through the surrounding grass, making the forest seem lively yet filled with hidden mysteries. As they walked, the path ahead was suddenly blocked by a dense thicket of thorns. These thorns were extremely thick, covered in sharp spikes, and intertwined with each other, forming an insurmountable barrier. This thicket looks tough to deal with. We need to find a way to get through, Luffy said, furrowing his brow. He then swung the Thunderfire sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, sending flames and lightning toward the thicket in an attempt to carve out a path. However, the thicket seemed to have a tenacious vitality. Although part of it was cut away, it quickly regrew, continuing to obstruct their way. Seeing this, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones rushed forward. Some tried to forcefully crash through the thicket, while others tugged at the thorns, trying to uproot them. However, the spikes on the thorns were extremely sharp. As soon as the clones made contact, they were pierced and instantly dissipated. This isn't working. We need to find its weakness, Naruto shouted. After some observation, Luffy discovered that the roots of the thicket were the source of its strength. Moreover, in several places below the thicket, the color of the soil appeared slightly different, suggesting they were the key connection points of the roots. Naruto attacked those spots with different soil colors below the thicket. That should be the key to the roots. If we destroy them, we might be able to get through, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to attack those critical areas. The main body of Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, throwing the high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken toward one of the more obvious key connection points. When the Spiral Shuriken hit its target, the soil was blown away, and part of the roots of the thicket was scorched. The surrounding thorns immediately became wilted, and their growth slowed down. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the other key connection points. Under their combined attack, the thorny bushes finally ceased their rampant growth and gradually withered away, clearing a barely passable path. They continued along this path, and after a short distance, they heard the sound of flowing water. The sound seemed to possess a kind of magic, invigorating their spirits and making them feel closer to the spiritual spring. After circling a few bends, A tranquil valley appeared before them, shrouded in a faint mist. Within the mist, a clear spring was nestled. The water of the spiritual spring exhibited a pure light blue color, its surface shimmering with waves. And wisps of spiritual energy continuously rose from the spring, dispersing into the surrounding air, enveloping the entire valley in a layer of mysterious veil. It must be here. This spiritual spring looks extraordinary, Luffy exclaimed, filled with anticipation and eager to approach the spring. However, just as they took a few steps toward the spring, several agile figures suddenly emerged from the mist surrounding the spring. They were the guardians of the spiritual spring, the spring fairies. They were graceful, with beautiful faces, dressed in thin gauzy garments, emanating a soft glow, holding various magical artifacts, and their eyes revealed vigilance and caution. Intruders, this is a sacred place of the spiritual spring, and you are not allowed to approach freely. Leave at once, said one of the fairies, who appeared to be the leader. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable authority. Fairy, please do not take offense. We mean no harm. We have heard that the spiritual spring possesses miraculous powers, and we wish to harness this power to improve ourselves in order to better protect the continent and resist dark forces. We hope the fairy can grant us this favor. Luffy explained hurriedly, his words sincere. Empty words. How do we know if what you say is true? In the past, many with ulterior motives have tried to take advantage of the spiritual spring under various pretexts. We will not easily believe you. The leader of the spring fairies remained unmoved. What must we do for you to believe us? We are willing to accept any test, Naruto said eagerly. The spring fairies exchanged glances, and then the leader said, since you insist so much, very well. We will set 3 trials. If you can pass all of them, it will prove that you indeed have the qualification to use the power of the spiritual spring. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. The trials began immediately. The first trial was to find the exit within a foggy area filled with various traps. In this foggy area, visibility was obstructed, allowing them to see only about a meter around them, and the ground was littered with hidden traps, including mud pits that could ensnare people and suddenly springing spikes. Among others, Luffy and Naruto cautiously stepped into the misty area. Luffy raised the sword of Thunder Flame in front of him, using its faint glow to illuminate part of the path while paying attention to the movements beneath his feet. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique to send his clones ahead to scout for traps, so they could be aware as soon as any traps were triggered. During their exploration, Luffy discovered that although these traps were cleverly arranged, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. Moreover, at regular intervals, there were special markings on the ground, which might be clues to guide them to the exit. Naruto, pay attention to the markings on the ground. I feel they're the key to finding the exit, Luffy whispered. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to carefully observe the markings and relay their findings back. After some exploration, they cautiously avoided trap after trap, following the direction indicated by the markings, and finally found the exit of the misty area, successfully passing the first test. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. The second test won't be so easy, the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairy said, slightly surprised to see them emerge, but still speaking coldly. The second test required them to solve a huge spiritual power puzzle within a specified time. The puzzle was suspended in midair and composed of countless glowing spiritual runes that constantly changed their positions and forms. They needed to rearrange the runes according to a specific pattern to form a complete cycle of spiritual power in order to solve the puzzle. Luffy and Naruto stood in front of the puzzle array, carefully observing the changes in the runes, trying to find the underlying patterns. They furrowed their brows in thought at times, and at other times engaged in discussions, gradually piecing together some clues based on their past knowledge of various mysterious powers and runes. They began to take action. Luffy cautiously used the power of the Thunder Flame sword to gently manipulate the runes, moving them into position according to their speculated order. Naruto gathered chakra to assist Luffy, applying force to some of the runes that were difficult to move, helping them return to their correct places. As time passed, under their harmonious cooperation, the runes on the puzzle array approached a complete cycle of spiritual energy. Finally, at the last moment of the allotted time, they successfully arranged all the runes, and the puzzle array shone brightly before gradually dissipating, successfully passing the second trial. You actually did it, but there's still the final trial, which is the hardest one. So don't celebrate too early, the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies said, her expression becoming somewhat serious. The third trial required them to fight and win against the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast summoned by the Spirit Spring Fairies. The fairies waved their magical artifacts and chanted incantations, causing mist to quickly gather around them. In a flash of light, a massive spirit spring guardian beast appeared before them. This guardian beast resembled a Chelan, covered in a layer of translucent scales that emitted a faint blue light. It had a single horn on its head, the tip of which shimmered with powerful spiritual energy. Its eyes were like deep lakes, exuding a mysterious and majestic gaze. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, and it occasionally sprayed streams of water imbued with spiritual energy from its mouth, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Come on, let's see just how capable you really are," the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies called out. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and immediately entered combat mode. Luffy swung his Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning towards the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast. The sword energy struck the beast's scales, creating sparks. Although it didn't inflict significant damage, it caught the Guardian's attention, prompting it to emit a deep roar and charge at Luffy. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some went to distract the Guardian, while others seized the opportunity to attack the beast's legs, eyes, and other vital spots. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive, spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand before being hurled towards the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast's legs. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, and its immense power struck the beast's legs, causing cracks to appear and making the Guardian stagger, nearly toppling to the ground. The Spirit Spring Guardian Beast was enraged. It unleashed a powerful stream of spiritual water from its mouth, resembling a surging wave, sweeping toward Luffy and Naruto. At the same time, it swung its tail, sweeping through the surrounding shadow clones, which were caught off guard and instantly dissipated. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the scales on the beast's abdomen briefly opened, exposing its relatively vulnerable belly, which seemed to be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its belly. That's its weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to change their attack focus toward the belly of the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast. The real Naruto performed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melting Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the Guardian's belly. Upon impact, the beast's belly was instantly burned, letting out a painful scream, and the power of the attack was significantly diminished. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the belly of the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast. A large gash was opened in the beast's belly, and black blood gushed out. Its massive body crashed to the ground, struggling a few times before falling still. As the Spirit Spring Guardian Beast was defeated, the Spirit Spring Fairies displayed expressions of amazement and admiration. "You have passed all the tests and are indeed qualified to use the power of the Spirit Spring. You may use this Spirit Spring as you wish," said the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies, her tone carrying a hint of friendliness. Luffy and Naruto were overjoyed as they walked towards the Spirit Spring. Upon reaching the edge of the spring, they slowly stepped into the light blue water. As soon as they made contact with the spring water, they felt a warm and powerful force surging into their bodies through their pores, as if it were cleansing their physical forms, healing their hidden injuries, while also strengthening their meridians and foundational power, allowing their strength to unknowingly advance further. After soaking for a while, they emerged from the Spirit Spring, feeling completely filled with power and their spirits exceptionally high. "Thank you, fairies, for your support. We will use this enhanced power to better protect the continent," Luffy said gratefully. "I hope you can stay true to your original intentions and protect this continent well. If you need anything in the future, you are welcome to return to the Spirit Spring," the leader of the Spirit Spring Fairies responded. After bidding farewell to the fairies, Luffy and Naruto continued deeper into the continent, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 0966, Sea of Sand. After Luffy and Naruto left the valley where the spiritual spring was located, they headed towards the vast and mysterious desert in the east. Along the way, the scenery transitioned from the vibrant mountain forest to the desolate sandy land, and the temperature began to rise continuously. The scorching sun poured down mercilessly onto the earth, making the sand beneath their feet extremely hot, as if with every step they were sinking into this boiling sea of sand. Not long after entering the desert, They encountered a fierce sandstorm. The howling wind swept in, carrying a large amount of sand, and in an instant, the sky darkened and visibility dropped dramatically. The force of the wind even made it difficult for them to stand, forcing them to lean on each other as they struggled to withstand the storm's onslaught. "This sandstorm is too intense. We should find a place to take cover," Luffy shouted, his voice almost drowned out by the raging winds. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they strained to search for a place to hide with their blurred vision. Fortunately, they spotted a massive rock pit eroded by the wind and sand not far away, and they hurriedly took shelter inside to avoid the brunt of the storm. Once the sandstorm began to subside, they emerged from the pit and continued deeper into the desert. However, not long after, the sand beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently, and then large sandworms started to emerge from the ground. These sandworms were covered in a hard sandy shell, their bodies segmented like giant earthworms, with a large mouth full of sharp teeth at the head, their eyes gleaming with a fierce light as they writhed and quickly slithered towards Luffy and Naruto. "Be careful, these guys are troublesome," Luffy warned, tightening his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning energy on the sword transformed into sharp sword chi, slashing towards the approaching sandworms. The sword chi struck the sandworm's shell, kicking up a cloud of dust, although it left some scratches on the surface. It did not stop them from advancing. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some of them wrapped around the bodies of the sandworms, try to limit their movement. Others aimed for critical points like the eyes and mouth to launch attacks. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying towards the densest cluster of sandworms. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its powerful force sucked in several sandworms, accompanied by a violent explosion. Those sandworms were blown apart, with their shells shattering and bodies injured, temporarily ceasing their attack. However, more sandworms continuously emerged from the ground, seemingly tireless as they surged towards Luffy and Naruto, and these sandworms began to coordinate their attacks. Some charged head-on, while others launched flanking assaults, catching the two off guard. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the sandworms twisted their bodies in preparation for an attack, there was a brief gap between the segments of their bodies, where the shell was relatively less hard. Perhaps that was their weak point. Naruto attacked the joints between their body segments. "That's their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and strike at the connections of the sandworms' bodies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, hit the connection of one sandworm's body accurately. Upon impact, part of the shell at the connection melted, and the body showed a clear fracture, struggling a few times before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the connecting points of the other sandworms with all his might. One by one, the sandworms broke apart under their assault, losing their ability to move and collapsing onto the sand, turning into piles of rubble. After neutralizing the threat of the sandworms, they continued deeper into the desert. After walking for a while, they came across an ancient and mysterious desert ruin. Most of the structures were buried beneath the sand, with only a few towering spires and crumbling walls exposed. Under the sunlight, they emitted a sense of desolation and mystery. This ruin looked quite old. Perhaps it hid some powerful treasures or secrets inside. "Let's go in and take a look," Luffy said as he walked toward the entrance of the ruin, with Naruto closely following behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the large door tightly closed, adorned with various mysterious patterns and runes. These patterns depicted scenes of rituals and battles from ancient times in the desert, while the runes flickered with a faint light, seemingly guarding the inner space of the ruins and preventing outsiders from entering easily. They began to study the runes around the door. After some exploration and attempts, Luffy tried to channel the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into specific runes on the door, while Naruto simultaneously directed his chakra in a specific pattern. As the power was slowly infused, the runes began to glow brighter and started to flow in a particular order. Then a dull sound echoed, and the entrance to the ruins slowly opened. Stepping into the ruins, the light was dim, with only a few rays filtering in through small gaps high above, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura, and the walls were covered in murals depicting the lives, beliefs, and stories of the people who once lived in this desert, making one feel as if they had traveled back in time to that distant era. As they slowly moved along the corridor, they soon heard a low, buzzing sound, as if something was awakening in the darkness. Suddenly, a group of desert scorpions, resembling scorpions but much larger and emanating an eerie blue glow, surged in from all directions. These scorpions had incredibly sharp pincers, and the stingers on their tails glimmered with a cold light as they crawled rapidly toward Luffy and Naruto. More troublesome opponents. Be careful of their stingers, Luffy warned, and then swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the flame thunder flash slash. Waves of sword energy imbued with fire and lightning struck at the scorpions. The sword energy hit the scorpions, creating sparks against their hard exoskeletons. While it slowed them down momentarily, they quickly adjusted and continued their assault. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones spread out, some distracting the scorpions while others seized the opportunity to attack their vital points, such as the eyes and pincers. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand before flying toward the densest cluster of scorpions. As it flew, the spiral shuriken grew larger, its immense power sucking several scorpions into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those scorpions had their exoskeletons shattered and were injured, oozing a blue liquid that clearly contained potent venom. The desert scorpions were enraged, and their attacks became more frenzied, their stingers raised high and stabbing violently at Luffy and Naruto, while their pincers swung wildly, trying to catch them. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the scorpions struck with their pincers, their abdominal shells would briefly flip open, exposing their relatively weak underbelly, which had thinner defenses and where the stinger's base was located. If they could strike there, they might incapacitate them. Naruto, aim for the exposed area of their abdominal shells. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital spots of the desert scorpions' underbellies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art. Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken engulfed in flames accurately struck a vital spot on one scorpion's abdomen. After being hit, the scorpion's shell was partially charred, and its stinger drooped. It struggled for a moment before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the vital points of the other desert scorpions' abdomens. One by one, the desert scorpions fell to the ground, lifeless, their corpses littering the surrounding ground, with their blue glowing venom pooling everywhere. After dealing with the desert scorpions, they continued deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0967. Sandy, Luffy, and Naruto continued deeper along the passage of the ruins. The passage grew increasingly narrow, and from time to time, sand and stones fell from above, making a rustling sound that felt particularly jarring in the quiet environment. Before long, they arrived at a relatively spacious hall. The hall had a very high dome, embedded with gemstones that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike manner. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, on which rested an ancient hourglass. The upper half of the hourglass was filled with golden fine sand, which radiated a soft light, as if containing a mysterious and powerful force, slowly flowing downwards. This hourglass looks extraordinary. It might just be the most crucial treasure in these ruins, Luffy said, cautiously approaching the stone platform, with Naruto closely following, carefully observing the appearance of the hourglass and the surroundings. Just as they neared the stone platform, the air around them seemed to solidify in an instant, and then, from the corners of the hall, waves of sand phantoms surged forth. These phantoms resembled humans, but were composed of flowing sand, their faces blurred, with only a pair of cold, glowing eyes visible. They wielded sandy weapons, such as swords and spears, and closed in on Luffy and Naruto. Be careful, new enemies, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword first, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning intertwined on the sword, forming barriers of light in an attempt to block the charging sand phantoms. However, the sand phantoms passed through the barriers as if unaffected, continuing to rush towards them, their sandy weapons stabbing and slashing fiercely. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, sending numerous clones charging towards the sand phantoms to engage in close combat, trying to disrupt their attack rhythm. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted. A massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand and immediately flew towards the densest cluster of sand phantoms. As it flew, the spiraling shuriken grew larger, and its tremendous power sucked in a swarm of sand phantoms. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those sand phantoms were blown apart, scattering into dust in the air. But before they could catch their breath, the scattering dust quickly gathered again, reforming into sand phantoms, and there were even more than before, surging towards Luffy and Naruto with increasing ferocity. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the sand phantoms, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at the points where their bodies connected to their weapons. That might be their weak point. If they could destroy that part, perhaps they could make them completely dissipate. Naruto attacked the points where their bodies connect to their weapons. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his clones to change their attack directions, targeting the connection points between the sand phantoms' bodies and weapons. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken. With the high-temperature melting release, Spiraling Shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately hitting the connection point of one sand phantom's body and weapon. The moment that connection point was struck, chaotic energy fluctuations erupted, and then the entire phantom collapsed, never to reassemble again. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck forcefully at the connection points between the other sand phantoms' bodies and weapons. One by one, the sand phantoms dissipated under their attacks, ultimately all disappearing, and the hall returned to calm. Phew, finally dealt with these troublesome guys. Let's quickly see what secrets this hourglass holds, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They approached the stone platform and carefully examined the hourglass, discovering that it was covered with complex runes that shimmered faintly, seemingly resonating with the golden sand inside the hourglass. The arrangement of the runes followed a certain pattern, as if telling an ancient secret. Just as Luffy reached out to touch the hourglass, a powerful force suddenly surged from it, pushing both of them back several steps. This hourglass has protection. It looks like it won't be easy to obtain, Luffy said after stabilizing himself. They began to study the runes around the hourglass, and based on their past experiences in breaking seals and their understanding of mysterious powers, Luffy attempted to inject the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into some key runes in a specific order. Naruto also gathered chakra in sync, guiding the energy into the runes according to the corresponding pattern. As the power was slowly injected, the runes on the hourglass gradually glowed brighter and began to circulate in a new order. The golden sand that had been flowing downward also stopped, and the repelling force surrounding them gradually weakened. It seems to be working. Let's put in more effort, Luffy said, continuing to increase the power injection. After some effort, the runes on the hourglass shone brilliantly, followed by a gentle humming sound, and the protective force completely vanished. The golden sand resumed its normal flow. Luffy cautiously picked up the hourglass, feeling it warm to the touch, and could clearly sense a vast and mysterious power within, as if this power could control time and space. This hourglass feels very powerful, but I'm still not sure how to use it specifically, Naruto said curiously. Well, let's keep it safe for now and search this ruin to see if there are any related records or explanations to better understand its use, Luffy replied. They secured the hourglass and began to carefully search around the hall. Sure enough, they discovered an ancient mural on one side of the wall, depicting a person holding an hourglass and demonstrating various magical abilities. Some seemed to pause time, freezing everything around. Others opened spatial portals, allowing instant movement to other places. There were also some ancient inscriptions nearby, which were somewhat difficult to interpret, but they managed to grasp the basic ways to use the hourglass. So that's how it is. This hourglass is indeed a powerful treasure. It might come in handy at critical moments in the future, Luffy said excitedly. Yeah, we must take good care of it. Naruto nodded in agreement. With the hourglass in hand, they continued to explore deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0968, Raft. After Luffy and Naruto left the hall, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along a winding downward passage. The passage became increasingly damp, with water droplets occasionally seeping from the walls, dripping down and echoing in the silence. The The ground beneath their feet also became somewhat slippery, requiring them to tread carefully with each step. As they walked, they came upon an underground lake emitting a ghostly blue glow. The water was serene and deep, the surface resembling a giant mirror reflecting everything around it, yet exuding an air of mystery. In the center of the lake was a small island, faintly resembling a temple, though much of it was in ruins, still unable to hide its former grandeur and majesty. The structure on the island seemed to hold many secrets. "We need to find a way to get over there and take a look," Luffy said, scanning the surroundings for any tools to cross the lake. However, there were no boats or anything of the sort nearby. After a moment of thought, Naruto suggested, "How about I use a shadow clone to make a simple raft?" With that, he performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones worked together to gather some sturdy wood, quickly constructing a makeshift raft. They carefully pushed the raft into the lake and climbed aboard, paddling slowly toward the island in the lake center. But just as they reached the middle of the lake, the calm water suddenly churned violently, with huge waves crashing against the raft, nearly capsizing it. Following that, several large water beasts emerged from the lake's depths. These creatures resembled crocodiles but had bodies as massive as whales, covered in hard, scaly skin, with sharp bone spines growing from their backs. They opened their enormous mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth, continuously spraying jets of fishy-smelling water at Luffy and Naruto on the raft. "Hold the raft steady," Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of fiery and electric sword energy toward the water beasts in an attempt to halt their approach. The sword energy struck the beast's tough hide, splashing water everywhere. While it didn't inflict significant damage, it did slow down the beast's relentless attacks. Naruto executed the shadow clone technique again, directing some clones to stabilize the raft while others attacked the water beast's vital points, like their eyes and mouths. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly performed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted as a massive, spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately thrown toward one of the water beast's heads. As it flew, the shuriken expanded in size, and upon impact, it struck the beast's head with a thunderous roar, causing cracks to appear where it hit. The beast shook its head in pain, letting out an enraged roar, and its attacks became even more frantic. The other water beasts also quickened their assault, using their massive bodies to ram against the raft, making it sway violently on the lake surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the water beasts swung their tails to initiate a new attack, their bellies briefly exposed where they made contact with the water, revealing thinner scales and weaker defenses. Naruto, attack the areas where their bellies meet the water. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus to the exposed areas of the water beast bellies. The real Naruto used Senjutsu, Melting Release, Raisin Shuriken, the high-temperature melting release spiraling shuriken, engulfed in blazing flames, accurately struck one of the water beasts at the spot where its belly met the water. Upon impact, the beast's scales were partially burned, and it writhed in pain, its previously fierce attacks becoming disorganized. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the areas where the water beast's abdomens met the surface of the water. One by one, the water beasts were injured in their abdomens under their attacks, becoming sluggish in their movements and significantly reducing the power of their attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally drove back these water beasts, and with the efforts of the shadow clones, the wooden raft stabilized as they continued to paddle towards the island in the lake. Soon, they reached the shore and landed on the island. Stepping onto the island, the mysterious and ancient aura became even stronger as they walked towards the dilapidated temple. The temple's entrance was already in ruins, hanging crookedly on the doorframe. Upon entering the temple, the light was dim, with only a few rays filtering in through the gaps in the roof, barely illuminating the general layout inside. In the center of the temple stood a massive stone platform, on which lay a crystal ball emitting a soft blue light. It seemed as if strands of water were slowly flowing within the crystal ball, surrounded by strange runes that flickered with a faint glow, seemingly guarding the power within the crystal ball. This crystal ball feels extraordinary. It might have powerful abilities like the treasures we obtained before, Luffy said, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Just as they approached the stone platform to examine the crystal ball, the air around them suddenly turned cold. Ice blue beams of light shot out from the crystal ball, intertwining and converging in midair to gradually form several ice puppets. These ice puppets resembled humans, their bodies made of solid ice, with eyes gleaming with a chilling light. They wielded ice swords and slowly advanced towards Luffy and Naruto, exuding waves of coldness. "Here we go again. Looks like we have to fight another round," Luffy said helplessly, gripping the Thunder Flame Sword and preparing for battle. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones rushing towards the ice puppets to engage them in close combat, attempting to disrupt their movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals to prepare a powerful jutsu for counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted. A massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand and immediately flew towards the densest cluster of ice puppets. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously enlarged, its immense power engulfing several ice puppets, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the puppets into pieces, scattering ice shards everywhere. However, more ice puppets continuously coalesced from the light of the crystal ball, seemingly tireless as they surrounded Luffy and Naruto. These ice puppets began to coordinate their attacks, with some launching frontal assaults while others executed sneak attacks from the sides, leaving the two struggling to keep up. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the ice puppets swung their ice swords, there was a brief energy fluctuation at their shoulder and elbow joints, indicating those areas were less tightly connected than the rest of their bodies, perhaps their weak points. Naruto attacked their shoulder and elbow joints. "That's their weakness," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus to the shoulder and elbow joints of the ice puppets. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the joint of one ice puppet's shoulder. After being hit, the puppet's shoulder joint cracked, causing its body to sway slightly and disrupting the rhythm of its ice sword attacks. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck forcefully at the shoulders and elbow joints of the ice puppets. One by one, the ice puppets shattered at their joints under their attacks, ultimately crashing to the ground and turning into piles of ice scattered on the floor. As all the ice puppets were dealt with, the runes around the crystal ball flickered a few times, seemingly acknowledging their strength. "It seems we passed the test. We should be able to take this crystal ball now," Luffy said, slowly approaching the stone platform and carefully picking up the crystal ball. It felt icy to the touch, and he could clearly sense a pure and powerful water energy contained within it, which seemed to carry a magical effect of healing and purification. "This crystal ball's power feels quite special. It might come in handy in many ways in the future," Naruto remarked, looking at the crystal ball with a joyful expression. They stored the crystal ball safely and then searched around the temple, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything else of value. So, they retraced their steps, left the island in the lake, and paddled back to shore, then exited the area where the underground lake was located, with their newly acquired treasure. Luffy and Naruto continued their exploration deeper into the ruins. Chapter 0969. Whispering after Luffy and Naruto bid farewell to the underground lake area, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along increasingly deep and winding passages. Occasionally, eerie sounds of wind echoed through the corridor, as if ancient souls were whispering, sending chills down their spines. Strange glowing moss began to appear on the walls, its faint light barely illuminating the path ahead. And the stone path beneath their feet was growing increasingly worn, with signs of collapse in some areas. Soon, they arrived in front of a massive circular chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, covered in dense and mysterious runes that flickered with a strange light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, as if pulsating with the rhythm of life, warning intruders of danger. The door looked peculiar, but it surely concealed something important. They had to find a way to open it. Luffy frowned and said, stepping forward to carefully examine the runes on the door. Naruto joined him, and the two spent a long time studying the Great Door, drawing on their past experiences with various mysterious runes and breaking seals. Luffy attempted to slowly infuse the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into certain key runes on the door, while Naruto synchronized the chakra, guiding his power into the runes according to a specific pattern. As the power was injected, the runes on the door seemed to awaken, their light beginning to flicker violently and change rapidly. Then, a deep rumbling sound echoed, and the door to the chamber slowly opened, releasing a dense and mysterious aura that invigorated their spirits. Entering the chamber, the light was dim, with only a stone platform in the center emitting a soft glow. On the platform lay an ancient scroll, its paper displaying a rustic yellow hue, adorned with complex patterns and obscure writings, subtly radiating powerful energy fluctuations. As if it held significant secrets from the ancient times of this ruin and even the continent. This scroll feels extraordinary. It might record some powerful spells or the origins of this ruin, Luffy said as he walked towards the stone platform, with Naruto closely following, equally curious about the scroll. Just as they were about to reach the platform, the ground of the chamber suddenly trembled violently, and several tall stone puppets slowly emerged from the surrounding walls. These stone puppets were towering, made entirely of hard rock, each piece inscribed with mysterious patterns. Their eyes glowed red, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura as they approached Luffy and Naruto with heavy steps. Looks like there are more guys trying to stop us from taking this scroll. Let's take care of them first, Luffy shouted, swinging the Thunder Flame Sword first, unleashing the Flame Thunderstrike. The flames and lightning power from the sword transformed into fierce sword energy, slashing towards the charging stone puppets. The sword energy struck the stone puppets, creating showers of sparks against their hard, rocky bodies. Although it only left shallow scratches, it drew the attention of the stone puppets, which quickened their pace and swung their thick stone arms toward Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones. Some went to grapple with the arms of the stone puppets, attempting to restrict their movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack vital areas like the legs and joints of the puppets. Meanwhile, the main body of Naruto quickly performed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately shooting towards the densest cluster of stone puppets. As the spiral shuriken flew, it expanded continuously, and its powerful force sucked several stone puppets into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those stone puppets were shattered, debris flying everywhere, and their bodies suffered some cracks, but they still did not halt their assault, continuing to close in on Luffy and Naruto. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the stone puppets swung their arms to attack, a brief energy fluctuation occurred where their arms connected to their bodies, indicating that the rock structure there was relatively loose. Perhaps that was their weak point. Naruto, attack where their arms connect to their bodies. That's their weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus, targeting the connection between the stone puppets' arms and bodies. The main body of Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the connection point of one stone puppet's arm and body. Upon impact, part of the rock melted instantly, slowing down the puppet's arm movements and causing its body to sway several times. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the joints connecting the arms and bodies of the stone puppets. One by one, the stone puppets suffered damage at the points where their arms connected to their bodies, significantly reducing their attack power. Some even became extremely hindered in their movements due to losing control of their arms. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled all the stone puppets, which crashed to the ground, turning into piles of rubble scattered across the floor of the secret chamber. Phew, we finally dealt with these big guys. Let's quickly check that scroll, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They walked over to the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the scroll, slowly unrolling it and beginning to examine its contents closely. The scroll contained records of some long-lost powerful spells, involving the ultimate application of various elemental powers, as well as detailed origins of the desert ruins and an introduction to the mysterious power system that once hid deep within this continent. For them, it was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure of knowledge. The contents of this scroll are incredibly useful. If we can master these spells, our strength will definitely increase significantly, Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yeah, but these spells look quite complex. We'll need to take our time to study and practice them, Luffy replied, carefully putting away the scroll as he spoke. After securing the scroll, they searched the secret chamber thoroughly to see if there were any other overlooked treasures or valuable clues. But unfortunately, they found nothing more. Then let's continue deeper into the ruins. Maybe there are more surprises waiting for us, Luffy suggested. Sound good, let's go. Naruto nodded in agreement. Thus, filled with expectations, they headed toward the passage outside the secret chamber. Chapter 0970, Water Curtain. After Luffy and Naruto left the secret room, they continued to delve deeper into the ruins along the passage. The corridor grew increasingly quiet, with only their footsteps echoing in the dead silence, as if each step was knocking on the door to deeper mysteries. As they walked, they came upon a fork in the road, with two passages leading in different directions. Both corridors were dimly lit, exuding an elusive aura that made it difficult to discern which way to go. This is a bit of a problem. I don't know which path is the right one, Naruto said, scratching his head. Luffy carefully observed the entrances of the two passages and noticed faint scratches on the wall of the left passage, as if something had frequently passed through and left traces. Meanwhile, the ground of the right passage shimmered with a peculiar glow, seemingly hinting at some mysterious place ahead. How about we split up to explore? That way we can be more efficient, and if we encounter danger, we can shout loudly so the other can rush over for support, Luffy suggested after pondering for a moment. Well, it seems we have no other choice. I'll go left, and you go right, but be careful, Naruto replied, then headed towards the left passage, while Luffy tightened his grip on the Raijin sword and stepped into the right passage. On Naruto's side, as he slowly advanced along the left passage, the scratches became more pronounced, and the air around him grew increasingly warm, as if there were an invisible heat source ahead. Soon, the passage opened up to reveal a massive lava cave. The cave was filled with flowing magma, bubbling and surging, occasionally splashing sparks that radiated intense heat, casting a red glow throughout the entire cave. In the center of the cave was a stone platform formed by solidified magma, on which rested a gem emitting a fiery red light. It seemed as if flames were burning fiercely inside the gem, and the powerful elemental fire energy continuously radiated outward, keeping the surrounding temperature extremely high. This gem looks like it contains immense power. It must be the treasure of this cave, but getting it won't be easy, Naruto thought to himself, just as he was about to approach the stone platform when several gigantic lava giants suddenly surged up from the magma. These lava giants were made entirely of scalding magma, with lava flowing constantly over their bodies. With each step they took, they left burning footprints on the ground. Their eyes glowed like burning coals, radiating a fierce light as they swung their massive magma arms towards Naruto. Quickly, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones dispersed, charging toward the lava giants. Some tried to grab the giants' arms to restrict their movements, while others targeted vital spots such as the legs and joints. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand before he hurled it at one of the lava giant's legs. The shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its tremendous force struck the giant's leg, causing a loud boom and splattering some magma, making the giant stagger slightly. But it quickly regained its balance and continued its assault. The lava giants were enraged, and their attacks became fiercer, repeatedly smashing their magma arms down, causing large splashes of magma to fly towards Naruto and his clones. At the same time, some giants bent down, attempting to crush Naruto and his clones with their massive bodies. During the battle, Naruto noticed that every time the lava giants raised their arms to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at their shoulder joints, where the flow of magma seemed to become momentarily chaotic. Clones attack their shoulder joints. That's their weak point, Naruto shouted. Hearing this, the clones immediately changed their attack direction and targeted the shoulder joints of the lava giants. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the lava giant's shoulders. Upon impact, the magma at the giant's shoulder showed significant fluctuations, and its arms' movements became sluggish, causing its body to sway unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto directed the clones to continue attacking the shoulders of the other giants while he executed the Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan, smashing it down on the giant that was about to fall, successfully obliterating it into a puddle of flowing magma. After a fierce battle, Naruto finally defeated all the lava giants, and the temperature in the cave dropped slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached the stone platform, successfully retrieving the gem that emitted a fiery red light. It was scorching to the touch, and he could clearly feel the immense fire elemental power contained within, a force that seemed capable of incinerating everything. This gem is truly a great find, I'll show it to Luffy when we meet up later. Naruto thought happily as he carefully stored the gem and began to make his way back through the passage to reunite with Luffy. Now, on Luffy's side, after stepping into the right passage, the shimmering light grew brighter, and the surrounding air became increasingly humid, as if he were in a world filled with mist. As he walked, he came upon a dreamlike water illusion. Countless crystal-clear water curtains displayed various marvelous scenes, some depicting the colorful underwater world, while others showed serene forests in the rain, captivating him. However, Luffy knew that behind this seemingly beautiful scenery lay hidden dangers. He tightened his grip on the Raijin's sword and vigilantly observed his surroundings. Just then, several graceful water spirits suddenly sprang out from the water curtains. They appeared to be formed from pure water, with beautiful faces and light bodies, wielding water-blue ribbons that danced in the air, transforming into arrows of water that shot towards Luffy. Luffy hurriedly waved the sword of thunder and flame, unleashing the flame thunder slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, transforming into layers of light curtains that deflected the incoming water arrows. As the water arrows struck the light curtains, they instantly turned into droplets and scattered. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the water spirits changed their formation. They coordinated with each other, some continuing to release water arrows, while others cast spells to make the surrounding water curtains begin to spin, forming gigantic water tornadoes that surged towards Luffy. As Luffy dodged the pull of the water tornado, he searched for the water spirits' weaknesses. During the evasion, he noticed that every time the water spirits completed a round of attacks, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at their waist, which might be their vulnerable spot. I found your weakness, Luffy said, unleashing the flame thunder slash towards the water spirit's waist. The sword energy struck the waist of the water spirits, causing their bodies to instantly exhibit chaotic energy fluctuations. And the water arrows and water tornadoes in their hands also dissipated significantly, greatly reducing the power of their attacks. The water spirits were enraged. They began to gather together, condensing all their water power into a massive water sphere, which contained powerful water pressure and rolled towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy plunged the sword of thunder flame into the ground, channeling the artifact's power through the blade into the earth, forming a solid energy barrier in an attempt to withstand the impact of the water sphere. At the same time, he unleashed the flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power on the blade and striking at the water sphere, trying to disrupt its structure from the inside. Under Luffy's desperate resistance, the water sphere ultimately couldn't withstand it and shattered with a loud bang, scattering into a shower of water droplets. The water spirits, having exhausted their power, became ethereal and eventually disappeared. With the disappearance of the water spirits, the surrounding water curtain illusion gradually dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the passage. Luffy continued forward and soon discovered a stone platform at the end of the passage, emitting a soft blue light. On the platform lay a crystal-clear water gemstone, within which seemed to flow clear water, radiating pure and powerful water elemental energy. Found it! Luffy exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to carefully pick up the water gemstone, feeling its icy coolness and the tranquil yet vast power within it. This power seemed to have the miraculous effect of nourishing all things and purifying everything. After securing the water gemstone, Luffy made his way back along the passage, ready to reunite with Naruto. Before long, the two met again at the fork in the road. How's it going on your side? I found this. It's amazing. Naruto eagerly took out the fire elemental gemstone to show Luffy. Luffy smiled as he took out the water gem and said, I've had quite a harvest here too. It seems we didn't choose the wrong paths after all. The two shared their experiences and gains, their hearts filled with joy, and then they walked together towards the exit of the ruins. Chapter 0971, Strolling. Luffy and Naruto, with the newly acquired fire element gem and water element gem, successfully emerged from the desert ruins. Outside, the scorching sun continued to bake the earth, and the hot sand in the desert made a faint rustling sound under their feet, as if recounting the extraordinary experiences of their exploration. After a brief rest, they set off towards the vast jungle in the southern part of the continent. Along the way, the scenery gradually transitioned from the barren sandy land to the lush and vibrant jungle. Tall trees towered overhead, blocking out the sun, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light. Various birds chirped joyfully in the branches, and many adorable small animals played and scurried through the grass, filling the entire jungle with the vitality of nature. However, they understood that deep within this seemingly peaceful jungle, there were undoubtedly many unknown dangers lurking. Not long after, they heard a low growl coming from deep within the jungle, carrying a fierce aura. Suddenly, a gigantic black panther leaped out from the trees. Its fur was glossy and shiny, resembling black satin, with mysterious patterns faintly visible on it. Its eyes sparkled with a sharp cold light, like emeralds, and it opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy reacted quickly, immediately swinging the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword transformed into sharp sword chi, striking towards the Black Panther. The sword chi hit the Black Panther, creating sparks on its fur. The panther yelped in pain, twisting in midair and landing on the ground not far away. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it paced back and forth around the two, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous shadow clones to encircle the Black Panther from different directions, attempting to disrupt its line of sight and limit its movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and after the massive, spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, he immediately threw it at the Black Panther. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, its immense power creating a gust of wind that swept towards the panther. The panther sensed danger and leaped up sharply, trying to evade the spiraling shuriken's attack, but still got grazed by its edge. It let out a painful cry and fell heavily to the ground, several wounds appearing on its body, blood staining the surrounding grass. The Black Panther was thoroughly enraged, letting out an even fiercer roar. The mysterious patterns on its body suddenly flickered with a faint light, and then its speed became extremely fast, darting like a black lightning bolt between the shadow clones, instantly breaking through their encirclement and lunging towards Luffy and Naruto again. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, leaving trails of cold light, as if capable of tearing everything apart. As the Black Panther launched this round of attacks, Luffy noticed that after each high leap to pounce, its abdomen was briefly exposed, where the fur was relatively thin and defensively weak. Naruto, attack its abdomen. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the remaining shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the Black Panther's abdomen. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the panther's abdomen. After being hit, the panther's abdomen was scorched, and it rolled in pain, significantly weakening its attack power. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck fiercely at the Black Panther's abdomen. A large gash was opened on the panther's belly, and black blood gushed out. It struggled a few times before finally collapsing to the ground, motionless. Phew, that Black Panther was quite formidable. It almost gave us a hard time, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, the creatures in this jungle seem to be no joke. We need to be careful, Naruto replied. They continued deeper into the jungle, and soon they encountered a swamp. The swamp was filled with murky water, with bubbles occasionally rising from below, making a gurgling sound. The surrounding trees grew crookedly, and some vines hung down from the trees, swaying gently in the wind as if enticing them to come closer. This swamp looks difficult to cross. We need to find a safe route around it or figure out a way to get through, Luffy said, frowning, just as they were observing the swamp. Several thick vines suddenly sprang up from the muddy water, covered in sharp barbs, whipping towards them like agile whips. Luffy and Naruto quickly stepped back to avoid the vines' attack. These troublesome creatures again. It seems something is controlling the vines in this swamp, Naruto said. While dodging the attacks of the vines, they kept an eye on the direction from which the vines were emerging, trying to locate the controller. After some observation, Luffy noticed that most of the vines were coming from the central area of the swamp, where the muddy water was more turbulent, likely the source. Naruto, attack the central area of the swamp where the water is churning. That's where the one controlling the vines must be, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, and threw it towards the center of the swamp. As the spiral shuriken flew, it grew larger, and upon landing in the center of the swamp, it triggered a violent explosion, sending mud flying everywhere. The surrounding vines immediately ceased their attacks and fell limp in the swamp. But before they could catch their breath, a massive mud monster slowly emerged from the muddy water. This mud monster was enormous, its body composed of murky water and sludge, mixed with branches and leaves. It had huge mud hands, and its eyes glowed like dim flames. Glaring fiercely at Luffy and Naruto, while letting out a deep roar, then swung its mud hands towards them. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame sword, unleashing the flame, thunder breakthrough slash. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined, transforming into waves of light screens that attempted to block the mud monster's attacks. When the light screens collided with the muddy hands, large splashes of mud flew up. Although the mud monster's attack was slightly hindered, it continued to close in on them, each step causing the swamp beneath it to shake violently. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing towards the mud monster. Some attempted to grab the mud monster's arms to restrict its movements, while others seized the opportunity to attack various parts of the mud monster's body. The real Naruto quickly formed seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a giant spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately thrown towards the mud monster's body. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew. The high-temperature lava release spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames struck the mud monster's body, scorching a part of it and causing some of the mud to dry up. The mud monster let out a painful roar. Its attacks became even more frenzied. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the mud monster swung its muddy hands, there was a brief energy fluctuation at its chest, where the structure of the mud was relatively loose. Perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto, attack its chest area. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the mud monster's chest. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it towards the mud monster's chest. The Super Giant Rasengan accurately struck the mud monster's chest, dispersing a significant amount of mud there, causing the mud monster's body to shake and its movements to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the mud monster's chest with all his might. The mud at the mud monster's chest was completely cleaved open, and its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, splashing mud everywhere before slowly sinking into the swamp, disappearing from sight. Finally dealt with this big guy. Let's quickly leave this swamp, Luffy said. They carefully followed the edge of the swamp, finding a relatively safe area to bypass it and continue deeper into the jungle. As they ventured further, the mysterious aura in the jungle grew denser with various rare flowers, plants, and trees appearing before them. Some ancient stone tablets and remnants of ruins were hidden in the grass, seemingly telling the long history of this jungle and the stories that had once occurred here. Not knowing how long they had walked, they arrived at a valley surrounded by waterfalls. A thin mist enveloped the valley, creating radiant rainbows under the sunlight's refraction. The sound of the cascading water from the waterfall was as loud as thunder, adding a majestic and mysterious atmosphere to the entire valley. In the center of the valley stood an ancient temple, its architectural style both simple and elegant. Although it had weathered the test of time, and some areas were in ruins, its former grandeur and solemnity could still be discerned. The temple's large door was tightly closed, engraved with various mysterious patterns and runes. These patterns depicted ancient rituals and mythical beasts from the jungle, while the runes emitted a faint glow, seemingly guarding the inner space of the temple and preventing outsiders from entering easily. This temple looks like the key to this jungle. It must contain many valuable treasures inside. Let's find a way to get in and take a look, Luffy said as he walked towards the temple's entrance, with Naruto closely following behind. Chapter 0972. The demon monkey Luffy and Naruto arrive at the entrance of the temple, first carefully examining the patterns and runes on the door. The runes flickered unpredictably, as if they had a life of their own, silently scrutinizing the two uninvited guests. Luffy tried to bring the Sword of Thunderfire closer to the door, wanting to see if the power and runes on the sword would react in any way. As the sword approached, the glow of the runes indeed changed, flickering at a noticeably faster rate, and an indistinct force emanated from the door, seemingly resisting their approach. It seemed they had to use the old method, attempting to inject power into these runes to see if they could open the door. Luffy said, then focused his mind, slowly channeling the power of the Sword of Thunderfire into some key-looking runes on the door. Naruto also gathered his chakra simultaneously, guiding the power into the runes based on past experience and specific patterns. As the power continued to flow in, The glow of the runes on the door grew stronger, and their flow became increasingly rapid. The resisting force made both of them feel somewhat strained, as if the presence behind the door was fiercely guarding its territory. However, they did not give up and continued to increase the power being delivered. Finally, accompanied by a dull sound, the tightly closed door slowly opened, and an ancient and mysterious aura rushed out, with dim light inside, barely illuminated by a few beams of light filtering through high gaps, lighting the way ahead. Stepping into the temple, the surrounding walls were covered with colorful, yet still exquisitely detailed murals. The murals depicted the grand scenes of the people living in this jungle during ancient times conducting rituals. They wore strange attire, dancing around some gigantic and peculiar divine beasts, praying for favorable weather and peace in their tribe. The images were vivid, making one feel as if they had traveled back to that distant era. Walking slowly along the passage, they hadn't gone far when they heard a rustling sound, as if something was moving quickly in the shadows. Soon after, a group of jungle demon monkeys, resembling monkeys but much larger and covered in sharp spikes, swarmed out from all directions. Their eyes sparkled with cunning and fierce light, emitting sharp cries, and they lunged at Luffy and Naruto, waving their sharp claws. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending waves of sword energy infused with fire and lightning towards the demon monkeys. As the sword energy struck the demon monkeys, sparks flew from the spikes on their bodies. While it slowed their charge, it also enraged them, making their attacks even more frenzied. Seeing this, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to engage the demon monkeys in close combat. Some grabbed the monkeys' arms, attempting to restrict their movements, while others waited for the right moment to attack vital areas such as the monkeys' eyes and throats. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand before flying towards the densest part of the demon monkey group. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, and its immense power sucked several demon monkeys into it. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those monkeys were sent flying, shrieking as they crashed to the ground. However, there were many demon monkeys, and they were incredibly agile, leaping and darting around the temple's corners, constantly changing their attack angles, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the demon monkeys leaped high to attack, their abdomens briefly exposed themselves, where there were no spikes for protection, making them relatively vulnerable. Naruto attacked their abdomens. That's their weak point. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack focus towards the monkeys' abdomens. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in fierce flames, accurately struck one of the demon monkey's abdomens. Upon being hit, the monkey's abdomen was instantly burned, causing it to curl up in pain and fall from the air, struggling a few times before going still. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the abdomens of the other demon monkeys. One by one, the demon monkeys were injured in their abdomens under their attacks, losing their combat ability and collapsing to the ground, motionless. In no time, the ground was covered with the corpses of demon monkeys. After neutralizing the threat of the demon monkeys, they continued deeper into the temple. Soon, they arrived at a spacious hall where a massive stone platform stood in the center. On the platform lay a staff emanating a green glow, crafted from an unknown type of wood, adorned with several translucent green gemstones. Within the gemstones, strands of life force seemed to swirl, and the entire staff exuded a powerful and mysterious aura, making one feel that simply holding it would allow them to control the vitality of the jungle. This staff was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, but obtaining it would likely involve some challenges. Luffy looked at the staff, filled with both anticipation and concern. Just as they approached the stone platform, the ground around them suddenly lit up with green light, spreading along specific patterns and quickly outlining a complex magic circle. Once activated, numerous vines surged from the circle, rapidly growing and becoming incredibly thick. They intertwined with one another, wrapping around Luffy and Naruto, attempting to bind them. Luffy swung the Sword of Thunder and Flame, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning on the sword intertwined, forming beams of light that severed some of the approaching vines. However, The vines continued to grow endlessly, wrapping around them more and more, and it seemed they would be completely trapped soon. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones sprang into action. Some tried to pull the vines, attempting to stop their continued wrapping. Others sought the roots of the vines, aiming to destroy their growth at the source. The original Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, sending the massive spiral shuriken flying towards the center of the magic circle. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger. Its immense power struck the magic circle, causing a violent energy collision. The magic circle flickered with light a few times, and the growth speed of the vines temporarily slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luffy carefully observed the magic circle and discovered that the energy was emanating from several specific nodes, maintaining the continuous growth of the vines. If they could destroy these nodes, perhaps they could stop the vines from growing and break the magic circle. Naruto, attack those glowing nodes on the magic circle. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the energy nodes on the magic circle. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the energy nodes. After being hit, the node's light instantly became chaotic, and the surrounding vines also became weak and their growth significantly slowed. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the other energy nodes with all his might. Under their combined assault, the nodes on the magic circle were destroyed one by one, the light gradually dimming and the vines ceased to grow, eventually withering away and falling to the ground in a pile of debris. Phew, we finally dealt with this magic circle. Let's hurry and get the staff, Luffy said with a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the staff that emitted a bright green glow. It felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense the immense life force contained within it, as if everything around was becoming more vibrant under the influence of this power. This staff's power is amazing. It will definitely come in handy in the future, Naruto said, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at the staff. After securing the staff, they checked around the hall, but unfortunately, they did not find anything else of value. So, they retraced their steps, left the temple, and continued deeper into the jungle. Chapter 973. Crystal clear. After Luffy and Naruto walked out of the temple with a newly acquired staff, they continued deeper into the jungle. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, creating patches of light, while the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the smell of earth. Not long after, they heard the sound of babbling water. Following the sound, a clear stream appeared before them, with water flowing over rocks and splashing into sparkling droplets. However, just as they were about to approach the stream, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, and several water spirits resembling mermaids, but with sharp claws and pointed teeth, leaped out. These water spirits had hair that swayed like seaweed, and their eyes shimmered with an eerie blue light. They emitted sharp cries and swiftly swam towards Luffy and Naruto, their claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, ready to launch an attack. Luffy reacted quickly, swinging the Sword of Thunder and Flame to unleash the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The powerful sword energy struck the water demon, causing a splash as it collided with the water surface. The water demons skillfully dodged the sword energy's attack and then leaped out of the water, clawing towards Luffy's face. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending multiple shadow clones charging at the water demons to engage in close combat. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Rasengan, Naruto shouted, and the massive, spiraling shuriken flew towards the group of water demons. The immense power created huge waves, pulling several water demons into it, severely injuring them. However, they did not retreat, but instead attacked even more frantically. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time these water demons attacked, a patch of light blue scales briefly appeared on their backs, where the defense seemed weaker. Naruto, attack the light blue scales on their backs. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the weak points on the water demons' backs. The real Naruto executed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Rasengan, and the high-temperature lava Rasengan accurately struck the light blue scales on one water demon's back. The water demon let out a cry of pain. Smoke began to rise from its body, and after struggling a few times, it sank to the bottom of the water. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck towards the weak spots on the backs of the water demons with all his might. One by one, the water demons were injured and sank to the bottom, and the creek gradually returned to calm. After eliminating the threat of the water demons, they continued along the creek, hoping to uncover deeper secrets about the jungle. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, the trees taller and denser, with sunlight barely penetrating through the layers of leaves, casting the ground into darkness and dampness. Suddenly, they came upon a swamp shrouded in thick fog, emanating a foul stench that made one want to gag. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the edge of the swamp, trying to find a safe path to cross. However, the swamp seemed to conceal some mysterious power, with bubbles of marsh gas continually rising, making a gurgling sound as if warning them not to approach carelessly. Just as they hesitated, several massive tentacles suddenly emerged from the swamp, thick as pythons and covered in disgusting slime, quickly curling towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, forming powerful light barriers in an attempt to sever the incoming tentacles. However, the strength of the tentacles was immense. The light barriers only slightly hindered their advance before being easily shattered. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, and numerous shadow clones charged at the tentacles. Some tried to wrap around the tentacles to restrict their movement, while others sought opportunities to attack the base of the tentacles. The main body of Naruto quickly formed seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto executed the powerful ninjutsu once again, and a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the base of the tentacles. The tremendous force triggered a violent explosion in the swamp, sending mud and water splattering everywhere, and the base of the tentacles sustained some damage, slightly slowing their attack speed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the tentacles attacked, there would be a brief energy fluctuation at the point where they connected to the swamp. That could be their weak spot. Naruto attacked the part where the tentacles connect to the swamp. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the critical points of the tentacles. The main body of Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Lava Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in fierce flames, accurately hit the part where one tentacle connected to the swamp. That area was instantly melted by the high temperature, and the tentacle subsequently collapsed weakly into the swamp. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the vital points of the other tentacles with all his might. Under their combined attack, the tentacles were severed one by one and retreated back into the swamp, never to appear again. After a fierce battle, they finally escaped the dangers of the swamp and continued deeper into the jungle. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding environment became even more eerie and terrifying, with various strange sounds echoing in their ears, sending chills down their spines. They proceeded cautiously, and suddenly, an ancient and dilapidated castle appeared ahead. The walls of the castle were covered in moss and vines, the gate tightly shut, emanating a mysterious and oppressive aura. This castle looked quite old. Perhaps it was hiding some secrets inside. "Let us go in and take a look," Luffy said, a hint of curiosity and determination in his eyes. Naruto nodded, and the two walked towards the castle's main door. As they approached the door, the runes on it suddenly lit up with a faint glow, as if examining them. Luffy tried to infuse the power of the Thunder Flame Sword into the runes on the door, while Naruto also gathered chakra in sync, guiding the energy into the runes in a specific pattern. As the power was infused, the glow of the runes gradually intensified, and the door slowly opened, releasing a wave of musty air. They entered the castle, where the light was dim, with only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the broken roof, barely illuminating the path ahead. The hall of the castle was filled with dust, with some old tables, chairs, and armor scattered around, and faded portraits hanging on the walls. The faces of the figures in the portraits blurred, as if telling a tale of forgotten history. They continued deeper into the castle and arrived at a staircase. Slowly ascending the stairs, each step creaked loudly, sounding particularly jarring in the silent environment. When they reached the second floor, they suddenly heard a chilling laugh echoing throughout the entire level. Soon after, several ghostly figures emerged from the darkness. These ghosts were transparent, emitting a ghostly blue light. Their eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, yet exuding an air of malevolence as they drifted toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy gripped the Flame Thunder sword tightly and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, directing the sword energy toward the ghost. However, the sword energy passed directly through the ghost's body, causing no harm. Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, and the Shadow Clones rushed toward the ghost, only to find they could not touch it at all. The ghosts easily passed through the bodies of the Shadow Clones and continued to approach them. In this urgent moment, Luffy suddenly remembered reading about ghosts in an ancient book, which mentioned that ghosts feared pure energy and powerful mental strength. Naruto, gather your chakra into a pure energy sphere and see if you can attack them, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately began to gather chakra, compressing it into a bright energy sphere, which he threw at the ghost. The moment the energy sphere made contact with the ghost let out a painful scream, and its body began to blur. Effective. Keep attacking, Luffy shouted. Naruto continued to gather chakra, creating more energy spheres to launch at the ghosts. Luffy also unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, transforming the power of his sword into a pure energy form, attacking the ghosts alongside Naruto. Under their combined assault, the ghosts' bodies gradually dissipated until they finally vanished, and the second floor of the castle returned to calm. They continued to explore the castle, hoping to find something valuable or a clue. Chapter 0974. Dispersed. They proceeded along the corridor of the second floor of the castle, where the torches on the walls flickered ominously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through, sending chills down their spines, and a door not far ahead began to sway slowly, creaking as if something were calling to them. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance and cautiously approached the door. As they got closer, the ornate carvings on the door flickered with a strange light, seemingly warning them not to come near. Luffy took a deep breath and reached out to push the door open. Behind the door was a spacious room filled with a strong stench of decay. In the center stood a massive coffin, covered in strange symbols and patterns, surrounded by ghostly flames emitting an eerie green glow. The flames danced, casting a chilling and terrifying scene throughout the room. There can't be a powerful monster sealed inside, right? Naruto whispered, a hint of tension in his eyes. Luffy gripped the Thunder Flame sword tightly, watching the coffin warily, and said, no matter what's inside, we have to be careful. Just as they were speaking, the coffin suddenly shook violently, and the ghostly flames grew even stronger, as if a powerful force was about to break the seal. Then, with a tremendous force, the coffin lid was flung open and crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. A tall demon, shrouded in black mist, slowly rose from the coffin. Its eyes were like blood-red lanterns, emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and it had two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, with claws like sharp blades, its nails resembling black daggers. Foolish humans, how dare you invade my territory? You shall become my sacrifices. The demon roared, its voice shaking the entire room, and then it swung its claws, lunging towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, and the powerful sword aura struck towards the demon. However, the demon merely waved its claw lightly, dispersing the sword aura, and continued to advance towards them. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones charging at the demon in an attempt to distract it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and the enormous spiraling shuriken flew towards the demon, exploding with tremendous force upon impact, creating a cloud of dust. The demon emerged from the dust. Although it had some injuries, it was not severely harmed, and instead roared in even greater fury. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the demon swung its claws to attack, a black energy vortex would briefly appear on its chest. Where the energy fluctuations were most intense, perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto attacked the black energy vortex on its chest. That's its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto directed his Shadow Clones to change their attack direction and target the demon's vital spot on its chest. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. and the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the demon's black energy vortex on its chest. The demon let out a painful roar, its body swaying slightly, and its attack rhythm was disrupted. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck fiercely at the demon's vital spot on its chest. A gash was cut open on the demon's chest, and black mist poured out from the wound, causing its body to weaken. After a fierce battle, they finally drove the demon back. It transformed into a cloud of black mist and returned to its coffin. The symbols on the coffin glowed once more, sealing the demon inside. They gasped for breath and rested in the room for a moment before continuing to explore other parts of the castle. Deep within the castle, they discovered a hidden entrance to a basement. The entrance was blocked by a huge stone slab covered in mysterious runes. Luffy and Naruto worked together to push the slab aside, and a musty, damp air rushed at them. They slowly descended the stairs into the basement, which was dark and damp, with walls covered in moss and unknown insects. At the end of the basement, they found an ancient treasure chest adorned with various precious gems that emitted a faint glow, as if beckoning them. This chest must contain some treasure. Let's carefully open it and see, Luffy said, his eyes shining with anticipation. Naruto nodded, and the two cautiously approached the chest. When they opened it, a bright light shot out, illuminating the entire basement. Inside the chest lay an ancient book and a crystal ball radiating mysterious power. Luffy picked up a book and opened it, discovering that it contained some long-lost magic and powerful skills. This knowledge was undoubtedly a great treasure for them. Naruto then picked up a crystal ball, which felt icy to the touch. He could sense a mysterious and powerful energy within it, seemingly capable of enhancing their strength or breaking certain mysterious seals. This all is really something, Naruto said happily. Yeah, these items will definitely help us in our future adventures. Let's put them away and continue exploring, Luffy said, carefully placing the book into his bosom. With their newly acquired treasures, they left the basement and continued searching for other secrets and treasures in the castle. Chapter 0975. Crisp after leaving the basement, Luffy and Naruto continued to explore the castle. They moved along a narrow passage, with cold water droplets occasionally dripping from the walls, creating a crisp sound in the silence, intensifying the already eerie atmosphere. Soon, they reached a closed stone door at the end of the passage. The door was carved with a large scene of war, and the figures in the image looked lifelike, as if telling a long-buried history. Luffy stepped forward to observe closely and noticed some tiny grooves around the frame of the door. The shapes of these grooves seemed to have a subtle connection with certain mysterious runes they had seen elsewhere in the castle. Naruto, look at these grooves. They might be related to the runes we saw before. Maybe they are the key to opening this door, Luffy said, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. Naruto leaned in closer, examining the grooves on the stone door, and said, Yeah, I think it looks similar. Let's try infusing the power of those runes into it. Luffy brought the Sword of Thunder Flame close to the stone door, focusing his mind, and attempted to slowly channel the mysterious power contained in the sword into the grooves of the door according to the pattern of the runes they had seen earlier. Naruto also gathered chakra beside him, coordinating with Luffy's actions, guiding the chakra along a specific path to resonate with the power of the sword. As the power was infused, the carvings on the stone door gradually glowed faintly. The figures in the war scene seemed to come alive, beginning to move, emitting deep cries and the sounds of clashing weapons. Soon, the stone door slowly opened, and an even older and more mysterious aura rushed out. Behind the door was a massive circular room with a high dome, embedded with countless gems that sparkled with strange lights. These gems formed various mysterious constellations, as if revealing the secrets of the entire universe within this room. On the floor of the room was a gigantic magic circle emitting a soft blue light, and in the center stood a delicate stone platform. On the platform lay a small golden box, covered in intricate patterns that flowed with a faint golden glow, seemingly containing endless mysterious power. That box looks special. It might contain something crucial, Luffy said as he and Naruto cautiously approached the stone platform. However, as soon as they stepped into the magic circle, the surrounding air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold, and the blue light of the magic circle became even more dazzling. From within the circle emerged a group of ghostly mages dressed in white robes, wielding ice-blue staffs. These ghostly mages were semi-transparent, with expressionless faces, their eyes glowing with a chilling light, staring intently at Luffy and Naruto, chanting incantations as the staffs began to gather powerful ice magic energy. Be careful, These ghostly mages are tough to deal with. Luffy shouted as he launched the Flame Thunder Slash, intertwining the flames and lightning of the sword into powerful light curtains. Attempting to block the ice magic attacks from the ghostly mages, Naruto quickly used the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones rushing toward the ghostly mages to disrupt their casting rhythm. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the densest cluster of ghostly mages. As it traveled, the spiral shuriken grew larger, and its powerful force engulfed several ghostly mages, resulting in a violent explosion. The ghostly mages were dispersed, but they quickly reformed and continued their assault, now with even more ferocity and precision, unleashing a torrential downpour of ice magic upon Luffy and Naruto. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each spell cast by the ghostly mages, the gems at the tips of their staffs would briefly dim, suggesting that this was likely the key to their spells and their weakness. Naruto, attack the gems at the tips of their staffs. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the gems at the tips of the ghostly mages' staffs. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, with a high-temperature lava shuriken engulfed in roaring flames, accurately striking the gem at the tip of one ghostly mage's staff. Upon impact, the gem shattered instantly, the staff lost its glow, and the ghostly mage's body began to fade, ultimately dissipating into the air. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the gems atop the staffs of the other ghost mages. One by one, the ghost mages had their staffs destroyed by the attack, losing their combat ability and turning into wisps of white mist that vanished. The blue light of the magic circle gradually returned to normal. Phew, finally dealt with these guys. Let's hurry and take a look at that box, Luffy said, letting out a sigh of relief. They walked over to the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the golden box. It was warm to the touch, and he could clearly feel a mysterious and peaceful power within, as if this power could dispel all evil and darkness in the world. Naruto curiously looked at the box and asked, Luffy, what do you think is inside this box? Luffy shook his head and said, I'm not sure either, but it must be something very precious. Let us find a safe place to open it and take a look. So, they took the golden box and retraced their steps, leaving the mysterious room and continuing to search for an exit in the castle, preparing to leave this dangerous and mysterious place to explore more unknown realms, accumulating strength to protect the peace of the continent and face new challenges. After leaving the castle, they entered a dense forest. The trees in the forest stood tall and straight, with lush branches and leaves, and sunlight could only filter through the gaps in the layers of foliage, creating patches of light. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, which rustled softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and wood and the aroma of earth. They followed a winding path, when suddenly they heard a melodious flute sound coming from deep within the forest. The flute sounded sweet and ethereal, as if it had a magical power that irresistibly drew people closer. This flute sound is strange. It seems to be attracting us. Could there be some danger? Naruto said cautiously. Luffy furrowed his brows and said, it does sound a bit suspicious, but let's carefully go over and take a look. We might discover some clues. They followed the direction of the flute sound, and soon saw a woman in a white robe sitting under a large tree. The woman was beautiful, with clear, bright eyes, and she held a jade flute in her hands, playing a melodious tune. Surrounding her were colorful butterflies, dancing gracefully as if accompanying her flute music, creating a scene that resembled a beautiful fairyland. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the woman said, stopping her playing and smiling at Luffy and Naruto, her voice soft and sweet. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Luffy asked, who are you? Why are you here waiting for us? The woman stood up, gently brushing off the fallen leaves from her body, and said, my name is Linga, and I am the guardian of this forest. I know you have come to protect the continent, and I admire your courage and kindness. I have something to give you that may help you on your journey. With that, Linger took out a seed, radiating a green light from her bosom, and handed it to Luffy, saying, this is the seed of life. It contains powerful life energy that may help you heal injuries or even save lives in critical moments. Luffy took the seeds and examined them carefully, feeling the vibrant life within. He gratefully said, "Thank you, Linger. This is so important to us." Linger then took out an ancient book and handed it to Naruto, saying, "This is the Book of Nature, which contains many secrets about nature and methods to harness its power. As a ninja, you might be able to gain some unique jutsu from it to enhance your strength." Naruto took the book, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, Linger." Linger smiled and nodded, saying, "You don't need to thank me. Protecting the continent is our shared responsibility. I hope that you have a smooth journey ahead and continue to strive for peace." After saying this, Linger's figure gradually became blurry and eventually disappeared into the air, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing in place, filled with gratitude and respect for the mysterious woman. "We must make good use of these treasures and live up to Linger's expectations," Luffy said, his eyes revealing a firm determination. "Yeah, let's go. There are more places waiting for us to explore," Naruto replied. They carefully stored the treasures given by Linger and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0976, The Bottom of the Lake. Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches, creating patches of light on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and earth. As they walked, they heard a commotion coming from ahead. The two cautiously approached the source of the noise and discovered a group of soldiers in black armor surrounding a giant unicorn. The unicorn was pure white, with a spiraled horn on its forehead that emitted a gentle glow. Its eyes were filled with fear and anger as it repeatedly stomped the ground, trying to fend off the soldiers' attacks. "What are these guys doing? Why are they attacking the unicorn?" Naruto said angrily. "Something doesn't seem right. We need to help the unicorn," Luffy said as he tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame sword and charged toward the soldiers. Naruto immediately used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous clones joined the battle alongside Luffy to fight against the soldiers. The soldiers were incredibly strong. Their armor was extremely tough, and their weapons swung with great force. In an instant, both sides were caught in an intense battle. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, with flames and lightning energy transforming into sharp sword chi that slashed towards the soldiers. The sword chi struck the soldiers' armor, creating sparks, but the soldiers only staggered back a few steps, suffering minimal damage. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, launching the massive, spiraling shuriken towards the densest cluster of soldiers. As the spiraling shuriken flew, it continuously expanded, its immense power sucking in several soldiers. And with a violent explosion, those soldiers were sent tumbling. However, they quickly regrouped and continued their assault. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, gaps would briefly appear at the joints of the soldiers' armor, which might be their weakness. "Naruto, target the joints of their armor. That's their weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the joints of the soldiers' armor. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck a soldier's armor joint. The soldier's armor was instantly partially melted, severely injuring him, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the joints of the armor of the other soldiers. One by one, the soldiers suffered damage to their armor and lost their combat ability, collapsing to the ground and groaning. After eliminating the threat of the soldiers, the unicorn approached Luffy and Naruto, lowered its head, and gently nudged them with its nose, as if expressing gratitude. "It's all right, little one. You can go now," Luffy said, gently stroking the unicorn's head. The unicorn let out a joyful neigh and then turned to run into the depths of the forest, quickly disappearing from their sight. "Let's keep going. Who knows what other dangers are hidden in this forest," Naruto said. They walked in the direction the unicorn had left, and soon arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The water was like a giant mirror, reflecting the surrounding green mountains and trees, breathtakingly beautiful. Strange flowers and grasses grew along the lakeside, emitting a faint fragrance. However, as they approached the lake, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface, and a graceful water spirit slowly emerged from the lake. The water spirit's hair floated like blue aquatic plants. Her eyes resembled the clear lake water, radiating a soft glow. She wore a dress made of condensed water droplets and held a crystal-clear wand in her hand. "Distant guests, you have entered my territory. What brings you here?" The water spirit's voice was crisp and melodious, like the sound of flowing water. Luffy stepped forward and said, "We are travelers passing through here, with no intention of offending. We are just exploring this forest, looking for some power to help us protect the continent." The water spirit nodded slightly and said, "I sense your kindness and courage. Perhaps I can help you." Deep at the bottom of the lake, there's a mysterious heart of water that contains powerful water elemental forces, which can grant you the ability to control water. However, there are many dangerous creatures guarding it at the bottom of the lake, so you must be careful. "Thank you for your help. We will definitely be careful," Luffy said gratefully. Then, Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and plunged into the lake. The water was clear and cold as they swam toward the bottom. The lake bed was covered with various aquatic plants and stones, along with some gems that sparkled and illuminated the surrounding environment. However, not long after they swam, they encountered a group of fierce piranhas. These piranhas were small but had incredibly sharp teeth, and they swam towards Luffy and Naruto in droves, opening their wide mouths in an attempt to bite them. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword formed powerful light barriers in the water, attempting to fend off the piranha attacks. Naruto also used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous Shadow Clones engaging in fierce combat with the piranhas. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the piranhas briefly exposed a patch of white belly, which had relatively weak defenses. Naruto attacked their bellies. That's their weak point. Luffy conveyed the information to Naruto through mental communication. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his Shadow Clones to change their attack direction and target the piranhas' bellies. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one piranha's belly. The piranha was instantly burned, writhing in pain, and sank to the bottom of the lake. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword, and struck fiercely at the bellies of the piranhas. One by one, the piranhas were injured and sank to the bottom of the lake, leaving a pool of blood in the water. After eliminating the threat of the piranhas, they continued to swim deeper into the lake. Finally, in a cave at the bottom of the lake, they found the water heart emitting a blue glow. The water heart floated in the center of the cave, surrounded by a powerful energy barrier, seemingly protecting it. Luffy and Naruto carefully approached the heart of water, trying to break through the energy barrier. They combined their powers and launched an attack on the energy barrier. After some effort, the barrier was finally breached, and Luffy reached out to grab the heart of water. It felt icy in his hand, and he could sense the powerful water elemental energy within, as if he could control the force of the entire lake. "We did it!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Yeah, let's go. We should leave here first," Luffy said. They surfaced from the lake, carrying the heart of water, and returned to the shore. The water spirit saw the heart of water in their hands and smiled with satisfaction. "You really did it. This heart of water will help you become even stronger in your quest to protect the continent," the water spirit said. "Thank you for your help. Without you, we would have had a hard time finding the heart of water," Luffy said gratefully. The water spirit smiled and shook her head, saying, "This is what you deserve. I hope you can make good use of it and contribute even more to protecting the continent." With that, the water spirit's figure gradually disappeared into the lake, leaving Luffy and Naruto standing on the shore, holding the heart of water, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. They carefully stored the heart of water and continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 0977. Uplift. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the forest with the heart of water. The surrounding trees grew denser, and the light became increasingly dim. Suddenly, a thick fog spread out, completely obscuring their vision. "This fog is a bit strange. Everyone be careful," Luffy said cautiously, the Thunder Flame Sword in his hand trembling slightly, as if sensing the impending danger. Naruto activated Sage Mode, his eyes becoming sharp as he tried to see through the fog and assess the situation around them. At that moment, they heard a deep growl, the sound seeming to come from all directions, sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, a pack of massive shadow wolves sprang out from the fog. These wolves were pitch black, their eyes glowing with a blood-red light, and their claws were incredibly sharp, leaving deep scratches on the ground with every swipe. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending a powerful sword aura towards the shadow wolves. However, the sword aura seemed to encounter some kind of obstruction in the mist, significantly reducing its power, only causing a few shadow wolves to stagger back a few steps. Seeing this, Naruto executed the Sage Art, Wind Release. Ninetales spiral shuriken, and the massive spiral shuriken whizzed through the mist, its immense force sucking several shadow wolves into it. But more shadow wolves continued to pounce towards them, undeterred. During the battle, Luffy noticed that before these shadow wolves attacked, their backs would slightly swell, as if hiding some kind of energy core, perhaps their weak point. Naruto attacked the swollen area on their backs. That's their weakness. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital spots on the backs of the shadow wolves. The real Naruto executed the sage art, melt release, spiral shuriken, and the high-temperature melt release spiral shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck the energy core on the back of one shadow wolf. That shadow wolf let out a painful howl and collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black mist in the air. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the vital spots on the backs of the Shadow Wolves. One by one, the Shadow Wolves fell under their attacks, and the threat in the mist gradually diminished. As the Shadow Wolves were pushed back, the mist also began to disperse. They continued forward and discovered an ancient ruin ahead. The walls of the ruin were covered with mysterious symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of ancient and profound history. This ruin looked quite extraordinary, perhaps hiding something important inside. Luffy said, a hint of excitement in his eyes. They entered the ruin, where a stale atmosphere lingered. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone statue, its face solemn and imposing, holding a stone sword as if guarding something. Just as they approached the statue, it suddenly came to life, swinging the stone sword towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, and the stone sword struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. How did this statue come to life? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. No matter what, we need to find a way to defeat it, Luffy said, and began to execute various sword techniques, attacking the statue. Naruto also unleashed powerful ninja techniques, joining Luffy in the assault on the statue. During the battle, they noticed that every time the statue swung the stone sword to attack, a faint glowing point appeared on its chest. Perhaps that was its weak point. Naruto, attack the glowing point on its chest. That's its weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto performed the sage art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken, and hurled it at the glowing point on the statue's chest. After the Rasen Shuriken hit the glowing point, cracks began to appear on the statue's body, and its movements became sluggish. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his sword and striking forcefully at the crack in the statue's chest. The statue finally couldn't withstand the attack and collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. As the statue fell, a hidden entrance to an underground chamber appeared before them. They walked down the stairs into the basement, which was dark and damp, with ancient scrolls and inscriptions hanging on the walls. At the end of the basement, they discovered a mysterious treasure chest. The chest was covered in intricate runes, emanating a mysterious power. Luffy and Naruto worked together to open the chest, revealing an ancient manual and a gem that radiated an unusual light inside. Luffy picked up the secret manual and discovered it recorded a long-lost powerful sword technique called the Phantom Star Sword skill. This sword technique allowed the user to create phantom clones during battle, confusing the enemy, while also having tremendous attacking power. Naruto then picked up the gemstone, which felt warm in his hand. He could sense the powerful energy contained within it, seemingly capable of enhancing the power of ninjutsu. This is quite a big haul, Naruto said happily. Yes, these treasures will be very useful to us. Let's store them away and continue exploring, Luffy replied, carefully placing the manual into his bosom. With their newly acquired treasures, they left the basement and continued to explore the forest. Chapter 0978 Node. After Luffy and Naruto emerged from the underground ruins, the sky outside was nearing dusk, and the forest was adorned with a layer of golden hues, appearing particularly tranquil. However, they knew that beneath this tranquility might lurk more unknown dangers. They proceeded along a narrow path, where the rustling of insects could be heard from grass. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy emanated from ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. There seems to be something up ahead. Let's go check it out, Luffy said, quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at an open grassy area, where they saw a massive magic circle at the center, glowing brightly with swirling runes. And the surrounding air began to distort. They cautiously approached the magic circle, trying to discern its origin and purpose. Luffy carefully observed the runes of the magic circle and noticed that some of them resembled mysterious symbols he had seen in ancient texts before. Naruto, I think this magic circle might be an ancient sealing formation, but I'm not quite sure how to break it. We need to be careful and look for clues. Luffy said. Naruto activated Sage Mode, his eyes sharpening, and began to walk around the magic circle, trying to observe its structure and energy flow from different angles. After a thorough search, Luffy discovered that the focal point of the magic circle seemed to be a slightly raised rune at the center, while several key rune nodes were distributed around it, glowing with different colors. Naruto, I found the focal point and the positions of the nodes. But to break this magic circle, we need to strike the focal point and several key rune nodes with powerful forces simultaneously. It requires close coordination, Luffy explained. All right, let's do it, Naruto said, quickly forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Luffy also gripped the Thunder Flame Sword, maximizing the power within the blade. 1, 2, 3 attack, Luffy shouted, unleashing the Flame Thunderbreak magic slash towards the focal point. At the same time, Naruto performed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, sending the massive, spiraling shuriken flying towards one of the key rune nodes. The two powerful forces struck their targets simultaneously, and the magic circle emitted a blinding light as the runes began to tremble violently, as if making a final struggle. With a loud bang, the magic circle was finally broken, and a surge of powerful energy burst forth from it, dissipating into the air. Phew, we did it! Naruto sighed in relief. We can't let our guard down. The appearance of this magic circle might mean that there are even more powerful forces hidden in this forest. Let's continue deeper, Luffy said. The two of them continued on their way, moving deeper into the forest. As night fell, the forest became even more dangerous, with various nocturnal monsters beginning to emerge. They advanced cautiously, remaining constantly vigilant. Suddenly, a gigantic spider monster jumped down from a tree, blocking their path. The spider monster was enormous. With 8 thick legs covered in spikes, its eyes glowing green, and disgusting venom dripping from its mouth as it let out a chilling roar. Be careful. This spider monster is tough to deal with, Luffy warned, simultaneously unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash slash towards the spider monster. The spider monster easily dodged Luffy's attack and lunged toward Naruto, spraying a stream of venom. Naruto quickly jumped aside and performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous shadow clones charging at the spider monster to distract its attention. Seeing this, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming powerful light curtains to try to block the spider monster's attacks. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the spider monster, a red pattern would briefly appear on its abdomen, indicating that its defense there seemed to be weaker. Naruto attacked the red pattern on its abdomen. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area on the spider monster's abdomen. The main body of Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, as the high-temperature lava release Spiraling Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit the red pattern on the spider monster's abdomen. After being hit, the spider monster let out a painful howl, its body began to curl up, and its attack power greatly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking with full force at the spider monster's head. The spider monster's head was severed, and its body collapsed with a loud thud, no longer moving. Phew, we finally dealt with this spider monster, Naruto sighed in relief. We can't let our guard down. Let's keep moving, Luffy said. They continued to advance through the forest. Chapter 0979. Strange Luffy and Naruto continued their journey through the forest, which appeared particularly eerie at night, with strange sounds occasionally echoing, keeping them on high alert. As they walked, they noticed that the trees ahead grew taller and sturdier, with denser branches and leaves that almost completely blocked out the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Luffy raised the Thunder Flame Sword, its faint glow barely illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, a group of creatures resembling bats, but much larger in size and equipped with sharp claws, sprang out from the darkness. These monsters emitted piercing cries as they lunged toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, sending sword energy slicing towards the monsters. The monsters nimbly dodged the sword energy and quickly launched attacks from different directions. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in fierce battles with the monsters. The real Naruto was quickly forming hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Style, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the group of monsters, its tremendous power engulfing several of them and instantly obliterating them. However, the sheer number of monsters kept attacking, leaving Luffy and Naruto somewhat overwhelmed. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the monsters dove in for an attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation in their abdomen, which might be their weak spot. Naruto, attack their abdomen. That's their weak point, Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the monsters' abdomens. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Style, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Style Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one monster's abdomen. The monster let out a painful scream and fell from the sky. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the abdomen of the other monsters. One by one, the monsters were injured and fell under their attack. In the end, all the monsters were repelled. They continued forward and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley, and, faintly, they could see an ancient building in the center of the valley. The building looked very unusual. Perhaps there were important clues inside, Luffy said. They cautiously approached the building, and as they got closer, the large door of the building suddenly opened on its own, and a powerful suction pulled them inside. Once they entered the building, they found themselves in a huge hall, with mysterious patterns and runes carved all over the walls, and a complex magic circle on the floor, emitting a faint glow. What is this place? Naruto said in confusion. Just as they were puzzled, a figure slowly rose from the magic circle. The figure was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see its face, with only a pair of eyes glowing red. Intruders, you will pay the price for your actions. The figure spoke in a deep voice and then unleashed powerful dark magic, attacking Luffy and Naruto. Luffy and Naruto quickly dodged, with Luffy unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash in an attempt to counter the dark magic attack. However, the power of the dark magic was incredibly strong, easily breaking through Luffy's sword energy. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous Shadow Clones rushing towards the figure to try to disrupt its attack. The real Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to execute a more powerful ninjutsu. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the figure cast magic, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its chest, which might be its weak point. Naruto, attack its chest. That's its weak spot, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the figure's chest. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan, throwing it towards the figure's chest. The Rasengan accurately hit the figure's chest, causing it to emit a painful cry and sway slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Break Slash, maximizing the power of the Lightning Flame Sword and striking towards the figure's chest with all his might. Under their attacks, the figure gradually became ethereal and eventually disappeared. With the figure's disappearance, the magic circle also ceased to operate, and the hall returned to calm. They searched around the hall, hoping to find some useful clues or treasures. Eventually, they discovered an ancient book in the corner of the hall, which contained mysterious legends and powerful magic related to this forest. This book must be very valuable. Let's keep it safe for now and study it later, Luffy said. They left the mysterious building with the book in hand. Chapter 0980 in the river. After leaving the mysterious building, Luffy and Naruto continued to move forward in the forest. At this moment, the fog in the forest seemed to thicken, and with every step they took, it felt as if they were stepping into an unknown realm. As they walked, they heard a melodious sound of music coming from a distance. The music was ethereal and mysterious, as if it had a magical power that drew them closer. As they gradually approached the source of the music, the surrounding environment began to change. The trees became more unusual, some adorned with sparkling fruits, while others emitted strange glows. Finally, they arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing, a beautiful fairy woman was playing a delicate harp. The fairy woman had long golden hair, eyes like sparkling jewels, and wore a flowing white gown that radiated a soft light. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the fairy woman asked, stopping her playing and looking at Luffy and Naruto. Luffy stepped forward and respectfully said, "We are travelers, exploring this forest in search of the power to protect the continent." "May I ask who you are? What is this place?" The elven woman smiled slightly and replied, I am one of the guardians of this forest, and this is the core area of the forest. I admire your courage and determination, but this place is also filled with danger, so you must be careful." Naruto curiously asked, "What kind of dangers are here?" "We have just gone through many battles and are ready," the elven woman said. "There is a powerful dark force hidden in this forest, and it has been seeking an opportunity to break the seal and destroy this forest and the continent. The dangers you just encountered are only part of the manifestation of the dark force. If the dark force is fully unleashed, the consequences will be unimaginable." Luffy frowned and said, "What should we do? Is there any way to stop the release of the dark power?" The elven woman nodded and said, "There is a way, which is to find a mysterious spring in the forest and use the power of its water to strengthen the seal. However, the location of the mysterious spring is very hidden, and there are many powerful guardians around it, so it won't be easy for you to find it. We're willing to try. Please tell us the location of the mysterious spring," Luffy said firmly. The elven woman looked at them, a hint of admiration in her eyes, and then pointed in a direction, saying, "Walk straight in this direction, and you will encounter various challenges, but as long as you persevere, it is possible to find the mysterious spring. Good luck." Luffy and Naruto thanked the elven woman and then headed in the direction she pointed. They knew that the road ahead was fraught with danger, but in order to protect the peace of the continent, they pressed on without hesitation. After walking for a while, they encountered a wide river. The water flowed rapidly, and a layer of mysterious mist enveloped the river surface. "This river looks difficult to cross," Naruto said. Luffy observed the river and said, "We need to find a way to cross the river. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward." Just as they were thinking about how to cross, a huge water monster suddenly emerged from the river. The monster had a massive body covered in hard scales, its eyes shimmering with a blue light, and it was spraying out a powerful stream of water from its mouth. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, sending sword energy towards the water monster, but the monster easily blocked the attack with its body. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and numerous clones charged at the water monster, trying to divert its attention. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to cast a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiraling shuriken flew towards the water monster, pushing it back a few steps with its immense power. However, the water monster quickly recovered and continued its assault. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation in the monster's abdomen, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its abdomen. That's its weak spot," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the water monster's abdomen. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Magma Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the high-temperature Magma Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the water monster's abdomen. After being hit, the monster let out a painful scream and began to wobble. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing the power of his lightning flame sword and striking towards the monster's head with all his might. Under their combined attacks, the water monster was finally defeated and sank into the river. Luffy and Naruto successfully crossed the river and continued in the direction of the mysterious spring. Chapter 0981. The Real Body. After Luffy and Naruto crossed the river, they continued to trek through the forest with difficulty. The surrounding trees became increasingly dense, their branches and leaves intertwining to almost completely obscure the sky, with only a few faint rays of light barely penetrating, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a dull, thudding sound came from ahead, each step accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Soon after, a massive forest guardian appeared in their line of sight. This guardian resembled an ancient giant beast, its body covered in a thick, rock-like shell with mysterious green patterns etched into its skin, as if it contained endless vitality. Its head was enormous and imposing, with eyes like burning green flames that emitted a chilling aura, and sharp tusks protruding from its mouth, each one taller than a person. The tiny intruders dared to step into the sacred core of this forest, preparing to face punishment. The guardian let out a deafening roar, the sound waves spreading out like a tangible force, causing the surrounding trees to rustle, and some weaker branches were even snapped off directly. Luffy did not hesitate to unleash the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, gathering the power of thunder and flame on the sword, transforming it into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards the guardian. However, when the sword energy struck the guardian's body, it merely sparked a few weak flashes on its hard shell, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto quickly performed the shadow clone technique, instantly filling the surrounding space with countless shadow clones, which surged towards the Guardian like a tidal wave, attempting to disrupt its movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken took shape in his hand before flying towards the Guardian. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, and its tremendous power created a whirlwind that uprooted the surrounding trees, pulling them into the fray. But when it collided with the Guardian, it only caused the Guardian to sway slightly, as if it had merely been touched by a fly. In the midst of the fierce battle, Luffy carefully observed the Guardian's every move and noticed that whenever it swung its massive arms to attack, there would be a brief fluctuation of energy at the connection between its arm and shoulder, indicating that the defense there seemed relatively weak. Naruto, attack the connection between its arm and shoulder. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted loudly, his voice still clear amidst the sounds of battle. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, and all the shadow clones rushed towards the connection between the Guardian's arm and shoulder like a swarm of agile ants. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature lava spiral shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, flew precisely towards that vital spot. Upon hitting the target, the connection between the Guardian's arm and shoulder was partially melted by the high temperature, eliciting a painful roar from the Guardian, causing its arm's attacking movements to slow down. Luffy seized this rare opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword as he struck fiercely at the injured part of the Guardian's arm and shoulder. This sword contained all of Luffy's strength and determination. The power of thunder and flame erupted at the moment it hit the Guardian, completely severing its arm and shoulder. Green blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering on the ground and creating a mist of blood. After suffering heavy damage, the Guardian roared even more angrily, wildly swinging its other arm towards Luffy and Naruto. At the same time, it opened its massive mouth, gathering a powerful energy within, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Luffy and Naruto dared not show any signs of slack, working together to continue their desperate battle against the Guardian. During the fight, they noticed that the Guardian's eyes would flash briefly before launching a powerful attack, which might be another vulnerable spot to target. Therefore, they adjusted their strategy. Naruto used a series of shadow clones to draw the Guardian's attention, while Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash his Flame Thunder Flash Slash, aiming directly at the Guardian's eyes. After a tough battle, they finally managed to hit the Guardian's eyes, causing it to struggle in pain as its massive body began to sway unsteadily. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, this powerful forest guardian fell to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body gradually transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Luffy and Naruto were breathing heavily, exhausted, but they knew they couldn't stay here for too long. After a brief rest, they continued towards the direction of the mysterious spring. As they delved deeper, the air around them became increasingly fresh, filled with a faint floral scent. Ahead, a shimmering area appeared, glowing with strange light, and it seemed something was flowing slowly within it. Could that be the mysterious spring? Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. They quickened their pace towards the glowing area. As they approached, they indeed saw a clear spring. The water was crystal clear, with various colored gems covering the bottom, emitting a soft glow that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in the water. Bubbles continuously rose from the spring, and each time a bubble burst, it released a mysterious energy that blended into the surrounding air. "We finally found it," Luffy exclaimed excitedly. However, just as they were about to get closer to the spring, several fairy-like creatures suddenly sprang out from the water. These fairies were small and delicate, with transparent wings on their backs, holding slender wands in their hands, and their eyes showed vigilance and hostility. "You cannot approach this sacred spring. It is the source of life for the forest and will not allow anyone to infringe upon it," a fairy that seemed to be the leader said loudly. Luffy hurriedly explained, "We mean no harm. We are here to seek the power of the spring water to reinforce the seal and prevent the release of dark forces, to protect this forest and the continent." After hearing Luffy's explanation, the elves exchanged glances, and the hostility in their eyes did not immediately fade. "Why should we trust you?" The power of this spring water is extremely strong, and if it falls into the hands of evil people, the consequences would be unimaginable, the elven leader questioned. Naruto said, "We have endured many hardships and defeated many minions of dark forces just to reach here. We have the determination and the ability to protect the power of the spring water and will not allow it to be used for evil." The elves fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Luffy and Naruto's words. "Then we will test you. If you can pass the test, we will allow you to use the power of the spring water," the elven leader finally said. "What test?" "We accept," Luffy replied without hesitation. The elven leader waved his wand, and the surrounding space instantly changed, transporting them to a mysterious realm. This space was filled with various mechanisms and traps, including crystal pillars that shot out lasers, spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground, and fireballs flying in the air. You need to pass through this area of traps within the allotted time and reach the exit on the other side to prove that you have the sufficient ability and wisdom to use the power of the spring water. The elven leader's voice echoed in the space. Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and cautiously stepped into the trap area. They coordinated with each other. Luffy used the power of the Thunder Flame Sword to cut through some dangerous traps, while Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique to have his clones trigger some traps in order to find a safe route. During their traversal, they encountered a massive laser grid, with countless lasers crisscrossing to form what seemed like an unsolvable maze. Luffy carefully observed the firing patterns of the lasers and discovered that there was a certain time interval and sequence to their firing. If they could grasp this pattern, it might be possible to find a safe path through. "Naruto, follow me and move to my rhythm," Luffy shouted, and then he seized the moment, stepping into the laser grid first, weaving through the gaps between the lasers. Naruto closely followed behind, while his shadow clones observed the changes in the lasers around them, providing timely warnings. After a series of difficult explorations and attempts, they finally managed to pass through the laser grid. However, more challenges awaited them ahead, as there was an area filled with fireballs that automatically tracked their targets. These fireballs had extremely high temperatures, and being hit would have dire consequences. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Shuriken, creating a powerful airflow in an attempt to blow the fireballs away. Luffy used the Flame Thunderbreak to shatter the approaching fireballs one by one. Through their combined efforts, they gradually approached the exit. However, just as they were about to step out, a massive mechanical puppet burst from the ground, blocking their path. This mechanical puppet was entirely made of metal, with blue light flickering at its joints. It wielded two enormous swords in its hands, and its eyes radiated a cold, killing intent. Luffy and Naruto quickly entered battle mode, knowing that this was the final test. If they couldn't defeat this mechanical puppet, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, striking towards the mechanical puppet. The mechanical puppet easily blocked Luffy's attack with its sword, then countered with a thrust aimed at Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged while searching for the puppet's weakness. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the mechanical puppet to distract it. The real Naruto quickly formed hand signs on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a decisive blow. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation in the puppet's chest, which might be its vital weak point. "Naruto, attack its chest. That's the weak spot," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction and target the mechanical puppet's chest. The real Naruto performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral, Shuriken. The high-temperature lava spiral shuriken enveloped in flames accurately struck the mechanical puppet's chest. After being hit, the energy fluctuation in the puppet's chest instantly became chaotic, and its movements began to slow down. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the chest of the mechanical puppet. The sword successfully cleaved open the puppet's chest, scattering its internal parts on the ground, and it crashed down, no longer moving. As the mechanical puppet fell, the surrounding space gradually returned to normal, and they found themselves back next to the mysterious spring. The elves smiled with relief upon seeing Luffy and Naruto successfully pass the trial. "You have passed the trial, proving your strength and determination. Now, you may use the power of the spring," the elven leader said. Luffy and Naruto walked to the edge of the spring, gently touching the water with their hands. They felt the powerful energy of the spring, which continuously flowed into their bodies, healing their fatigue and pain while also enhancing their strength. Chapter 0982. Action after leaving the mysterious place with the powers granted by the Fountain of Mystery. Luffy and Naruto continued to explore deeper into the forest. At this moment, they felt a significant enhancement in their strength compared to before, and their steps became more determined and powerful. Not long after, they sensed that the air around them seemed to solidify, and a suffocating aura rushed towards them. Suddenly, the once bright sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and darkness enveloped the entire forest, making it impossible to see anything. This dark power seemed to have detected their movements, trying to prevent them from advancing. Luffy tightened his grip on the Thunder Flame Sword and said cautiously. Suddenly, black lightning struck down from the clouds, hitting their location directly. Luffy quickly unleashed the Flame Thunder Shield, intertwining the flames and lightning power from his sword to form a massive semicircular shield, enveloping them. Naruto was not idle either. He used the Shadow Clone technique to disperse his clones around the shield, enhancing their defensive strength. The black lightning continuously struck the shield, creating bursts of sparks. Each impact caused the shield to tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. "We can't just sit here. We need to take the initiative," Naruto shouted. Luffy nodded, retracted his shield, and unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, striking towards the source of the black lightning in the dark clouds. The sword energy cut through the darkness and collided with the black lightning, causing a violent surge of energy. Naruto then used Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Shuriken, sending a massive spinning shuriken soaring into the sky, its powerful force tearing a small hole in the dark clouds, revealing a glimmer of light. However, the dark power seemed endless, as more black lightning and black energy spheres continuously surged from the clouds, pouring down towards them. During the battle, Luffy noticed that these black energy spheres were connected by faint threads of energy to a core point within the dark clouds, which might be the control hub of the dark power. Naruto attacked those core points connected by the energy threads. "That's the key," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the core points. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the core points. After being hit, the surrounding black energy spheres instantly lost control and began to dissipate. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the other core points. Under their attacks, the dark powers in the black clouds were gradually weakened, and the sky began to slowly brighten. But they knew this was just a probing attack from the dark forces. The real challenge was still ahead. Continuing forward, they arrived in front of a massive dark castle. The castle emitted a strong aura of darkness, with walls made of gigantic black stones, covered in various evil runes that flickered with eerie light, as if telling the terrifying secrets hidden within the castle. The main gate of the castle was tightly shut, guarded by two enormous dark puppets. These puppets were tall and shrouded in black armor, wielding massive black battle axes, their eyes glowing red with an endless killing intent. It seemed this was one of the nests of the dark forces. "We must be cautious," Luffy said. They cautiously approached the castle gate, and as they got closer, the two dark puppets suddenly moved, swinging their battle axes towards them. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Breaking Slash to block one puppet's attack, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to engage the other puppet in combat. During the battle, Luffy discovered that the joints of these dark puppets were their weak points. Each time they attacked, there would be a brief disruption in the flow of dark energy at the joints. "Naruto, attack their joints," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to strike at the joints of the puppets. The original Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan, smashing it towards one puppet's joint. When the Rasengan hit the joint, the puppet's arm instantly lost control, and the battle axe fell to the ground. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his sword and striking fiercely at the joint of another puppet. The two dark puppets fell apart under their attacks, turning into a pile of black fragments. They pushed open the castle's main door and entered the interior. A foul odor permeated the air, and various terrifying images hung on the walls, depicting twisted and deformed creatures that sent chills down their spines. As they walked along the castle's corridor, they heard a series of anguished moans coming from ahead. They quickened their pace and arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the hall was a massive dark magic circle, imprisoning many souls that cried out in agony under the torment of dark magic. "We must destroy this magic circle and save these souls," Luffy said. They began to study the structure of the magic circle and discovered several key nodes. As long as they destroyed these nodes, they could break the magic circle. Luffy and Naruto each unleashed their strongest attacks towards the nodes of the magic circle. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in destroying the magic circle, and the imprisoned souls were released, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air, as if to express their gratitude. However, at that moment, the dark forces within the castle were completely enraged, and a more powerful dark aura surged forth from the depths of the castle, sweeping towards them. Chapter 0983. Horse. As the powerful dark aura rushed in, the entire castle seemed to tremble, with stones falling from the walls and raising a cloud of dust. Luffy and Naruto stood ready, sensing that the dark force they faced this time was far beyond what they had encountered before. A figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the depths of the castle, its face hidden beneath the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that emitted a chilling purple light. Those eyes were filled with evil and cruelty, as if they wanted to devour all the beauty in the world. "You two reckless fools dare to repeatedly disrupt my plans. Today will be your day of death." The black-robed figure spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. As the words fell, the surrounding air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold, and black energy tendrils erupted from ground, rapidly spreading towards Luffy and Naruto, leaving behind dark traces that corroded the ground. Luffy immediately unleashed the flame thunder flash slash, with flames and lightning energy intertwining on the sword, transforming into sharp sword chi that slashed toward the black energy tentacles. The sword chi collided with the tentacles, producing sizzling sounds, and black smoke spread out, but the tentacles continued to surge toward them relentlessly. Naruto also used the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing toward the tentacles, attempting to block their approach with their bodies. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy strike. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and a massive spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, immediately flying toward the figure in the black robe. The spiral shuriken grew larger during its flight, and the immense power created a raging wind that howled toward the target. However, the figure in the black robe merely waved its hand lightly, and a black light screen appeared in front of it. The spiral shuriken struck the light screen, only causing a ripple of energy before being easily blocked. In the fierce confrontation, Luffy carefully observed every move of the figure in the black robe and noticed that every time it used magic for defense or attack, there were faint energy fluctuations flickering at the cuffs of its robe. That might be the key to its hidden power and also its weakness. "Naruto, attack the cuffs," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to change their attack direction and launch an assault on the cuffs of the figure in the black robe. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the cuffs of the figure in the black robe. After being hit, the cuffs experienced chaotic energy fluctuations, and a hole was burned through the robe, causing it to emit an angry roar, and its previously orderly attacks became somewhat frantic. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the weak point of the black-robed figure's sleeve. This sword contained immense power. The black-robed figure couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the sword energy, causing its body to stagger backward a few steps. The black robe was further torn apart, faintly revealing a body that was as dry as wood inside. "Damn ants, you have thoroughly enraged me," the black-robed figure roared, quickly forming seals with both hands and chanting incantations. The surrounding dark aura grew denser, as if it were about to turn the entire space into a dark abyss. Suddenly, a swarm of dark phantoms surged out from around its body. These phantoms took on various forms, some clawing and gnashing their teeth, while others let out piercing wails, all rushing towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy swung the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash, creating barriers of light in an attempt to block the approach of the ghosts. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, sending his clones to engage the ghosts in close combat, while his main body continued to look for an opportunity to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. During the entanglement with the ghosts, Luffy noticed that every time the dark spirits passed through a physical attack, their heads briefly flickered with energy, indicating that was their weak point. "Naruto, aim for the ghost heads, that's their weak spot," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto commanded his clones to change their attack direction and target the heads of the dark spirits. The main body of Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Ultra Big Rasen Shuriken, throwing it towards the densest cluster ghosts. When the Rasen Shuriken struck the heads of the ghosts, they instantly dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Under their combined assault, the dark spirits were gradually eliminated. But the figure in the black robe took the opportunity to finish preparing a powerful dark magic. With a wave of its hands, a massive beam of dark energy shot towards Luffy and Naruto, a force so powerful it seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. Luffy and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. They pushed their powers to the limit. Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, the powerful swordsmanship he had acquired earlier, instantly creating multiple sword shadow clones in front of him, all slashing toward the dark beam. Naruto, on the other hand, performed a new ninja technique that fused Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Raisin Shuriken with Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken, resulting in an even more powerful attack than before. The two powerful forces collided with the dark beam, instantly erupting in a dazzling light, shaking the entire castle to its core, causing walls to collapse extensively and debris to fly everywhere. Amidst the light and dust, Luffy and Naruto clenched their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain their assault, knowing that any lapse would mean their efforts were in vain and the dark power would rampage across the continent. Finally, after a difficult stalemate, their strength began to gain the upper hand, gradually pushing back the dark beam until it completely dissipated. The figure in the black robe also became ethereal due to the massive consumption of dark power, swaying unsteadily. "Now, Naruto, let's go together," Luffy shouted, seizing this rare opportunity. They charged toward the figure in the black robe simultaneously. Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, while Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. The two attacks struck the figure at the same time, followed by a scream. The black-robed figure exploded violently, turning into countless dark fragments that completely vanished into the air. With the demise of the figure in the black robe, the dark aura within the castle quickly faded away, and sunlight poured through the ruins of the castle once again. Exhausted, Luffy and Naruto collapsed onto the ground. Although they were completely drained at that moment, they wore relieved smiles on their faces, knowing they had successfully thwarted a significant dark plot and taken a solid step toward protecting the peace of the continent. After a short rest, they got up, ready to leave the now dilapidated castle and continue exploring other unknown areas within the forest. Chapter 0984, The Call. After Luffy and Naruto left the ruins of the Dark Castle, they continued along a winding path through the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling the ground, and the surrounding birds began to chirp joyfully again, as if the forest had finally freed itself from the dark gloom. After walking for a while, they discovered a strange sea of flowers ahead. The flowers in the sea were colorful, each one vibrant and dripping with beauty, with dewdrops shimmering on the petals. As a gentle breeze passed, the flowers swayed lightly, emitting waves of enchanting fragrance. However, Luffy and Naruto were not dazzled by this beautiful scene. They were well aware that in this mysterious forest, the more beautiful the appearance, the more likely it was to hide unknown dangers. Just as they approached the edge of the flower's sea, preparing to go around it, the flowers seemed to come to life, rapidly growing and spreading. They extended slender vines covered in sharp thorns, curling toward Luffy and Naruto like agile tentacles. Luffy hurriedly waved the Thunder Flame Sword and unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning power on the sword intertwined, forming light curtains that severed some of the approaching vines. However, these vines grew at an astonishing speed. Just as one batch was cut down, more vines surged in from all directions. Seeing this, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones dispersing. Some attempted to pull the vines, trying to slow their spread. Others waited for the right moment to attack the roots of the vines, aiming to stop their growth at the source. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, launching the massive spiral shuriken towards the area where the vines were most densely packed in the sea of flowers. The spiral shuriken grew larger as it flew, its immense power engulfing a large area of vines, and with a violent explosion, those vines were shattered, and petals flew everywhere. However, the flower sea seemed to possess endless vitality. The shattered vines and flowers quickly regrew and reformed, becoming even sturdier and more ferocious. They intertwined and coiled around each other, forming several giant flower cages that loomed over Luffy and Naruto, attempting to trap them inside. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the vines extended to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the point where they connected to the ground. It seemed that the energy supply there was the key to their continuous growth and perhaps their weakness. Naruto attacked the point where the vines connect to the ground. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the connection points of the vines and the ground. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, enveloped in roaring flames, accurately struck one of the connection points. Upon impact, the vine instantly became wilted and stopped growing, and signs of loosening appeared in the surrounding flower cages. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder-breaking magic slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the points where the other vines connected to the ground. One by one, the roots of the vines were destroyed, and the sea of flowers gradually returned to calm, with those vines and flowers slowly retracting to their original positions, no longer launching attacks. Phew, this sea of flowers is really tricky. Almost got trapped. Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Yeah, but it's finally resolved." "Let's keep moving," Naruto replied. They bypassed the sea of flowers and continued deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, they heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they discovered a clear stream with a visible bottom. The water sparkled under the sunlight, and the stones and small fish at the bottom were clearly visible. Just as they were about to follow the stream to find a way out or explore more places, several massive waves suddenly surged in the stream, revealing figures that resembled humans but were covered in scales, water spirits. The water spirits had long fishtails, hair that flowed like seaweed, and their eyes glinted with a cold blue light. Armed with tridents, they leaped out of the water and launched an attack on Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunderstrike Slash, sending powerful sword energy towards the water demons. The water demons, agile in their movements, easily dodged the sword energy. Then, wielding their tridents, they lunged at Luffy and Naruto from different directions. Naruto activated the Shadow Clone technique, and numerous Shadow Clones engaged in close combat with the water demons, attempting to disrupt their rhythm of attack. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto once again executed this powerful ninjutsu, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the group of water demons. The tremendous force pulled several water demons into its vortex, and with a violent explosion, those demons staggered for a moment but quickly regained their balance and continued their assault. Their attacks became more coordinated, working together to catch Luffy and Naruto off guard. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the water demons swung their tridents, there was a brief energy fluctuation at their waist, where the scales seemed less tightly arranged than in other areas, indicating a relatively weaker defense. Naruto attacked their waist area. "That's their weak point," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the water demon's vulnerable waist. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in raging flames, accurately hit one of the water demon's waists. The scales at that spot were partially burned, causing the water demon to writhe in pain, and the attack with its trident became sluggish. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the vital waist areas of the other water demons with full force. One by one, the water demons were injured at their waist from the attacks, significantly reducing their combat strength, and some even retreated back into the water due to pain. After a fierce battle, the remaining water demons sensed danger and all submerged into the water, disappearing from sight. Luffy and Naruto stood by the stream, took a short break, adjusted their condition, and then continued to move along the stream. Chapter 0985. Copperbell Luffy and Naruto continued along the stream, the surroundings growing increasingly tranquil and deep. The trees on both sides became taller and sturdier, their branches and leaves nearly completely obscuring the sky, with only a few rays of light struggling to filter through, sprinkling on the gently flowing stream and creating a twinkling shimmer. As they walked, they came upon a massive pond at the end of the stream. The surface of the pond was as calm as a mirror, yet it emanated an air of mystery. The water appeared to be a deep, dark blue, as if it concealed endless secrets, making it impossible to discern its depth. This pond doesn't look simple. Perhaps there's some danger waiting for us, Luffy said, frowning, as the thunder flame sword in his hand trembled slightly, seemingly sensing the potential threat in the area. Naruto nodded, activating Sage Mode, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings of the pond, trying to detect anything unusual. Just then, the surface of the pond suddenly rippled, and soon after, a massive water beast slowly surfaced. This creature resembled a dragon, its body covered in hard scales that shimmered with a blue light. It had a pair of sharp horns on its head and large, bell-like eyes that glinted with a cold light. It opened its enormous mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy hurriedly unleashed the Flame Thunder Slash, intertwining flames and lightning power on the sword, forming a solid light curtain to try to block the surging water flow. The water crashed against the light curtain, splashing water everywhere, and the powerful impact made Luffy take a few steps back involuntarily. Seeing this, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing toward the water beast like a tide. Some attempted to climb onto the water beast's body to attack its vital areas, such as the eyes and mouth, while others distracted it to buy time for the original Naruto to perform ninjutsu. The original Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken." After the massive, spiraling shuriken appeared in his hand, it immediately flew toward the water beast's head. The spiraling shuriken grew larger as it flew, creating a howling gale, and the powerful force struck the water beast's head with a dull thud. After being hit, the water beast only slightly shook its head, its ferocity intensifying. It suddenly swung its tail, the massive tail sweeping like a thick whip, instantly dispersing many shadow clones in the air. In the midst of the fierce battle, Luffy noticed that every time the water beast swung its tail or launched an attack, a brief gap would appear in the scales on its abdomen, seemingly weaker than other areas. Naruto attacked the gap in its abdominal scales. That's its weak point, Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the remaining shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area on the water beast's abdomen. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, with the high-temperature lava spiraling shuriken engulfed in flames, accurately hitting the gap in the scales on the water beast's abdomen. After being struck, the water beast let out a painful roar, part of the scales in that area getting burned, and its body writhed in agony, causing its originally fierce attacks to become chaotic. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking fiercely at the injured area on the water beast's abdomen. With this strike, a long gash was cut open on the water beast's belly and blue blood gushed out, staining the surrounding pool water red. After sustaining a heavy blow, the water beast roared in anger and submerged itself underwater, causing the surface to churn violently, making it difficult to discern its movements. "Be careful. It's definitely going to attack again," Luffy warned, his gaze fixed on the water's surface, not daring to relax for a moment. Before long, the water beast suddenly burst out from the other side of the pool, charging towards them at an incredible speed, seemingly intent on making a final desperate effort. Luffy and Naruto showed no fear as they once again gathered their strength, ready to face the water beast's furious strike. Just as the water beast was about to charge at them, Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, instantly creating multiple sword shadow clones that attacked the water beast from different directions. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, smashing it toward the water beast's head. Under their combined assault, the water beast finally couldn't withstand the attack. Its massive body crashed into the pond, sending up a huge splash of water. And then it slowly sank to the bottom, no longer moving. "Phew, we finally dealt with that big guy. It was quite tough to handle," Luffy sighed in relief. "Yeah, but this pond is so mysterious. There might be other discoveries inside," Naruto replied, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. They cautiously approached the edge of the pond and peered in, discovering what seemed to be some glowing objects at the bottom. After some discussion, they decided to dive into the water to investigate further. Luffy and Naruto took a deep breath and submerged into the azure pond. The deeper they went, the greater the water pressure became, but relying on their powerful strength, they continued to swim towards the bottom. Finally, they approached the glowing objects, which turned out to be some crystals emitting a soft blue light. Surrounding the crystals were ancient runes that flickered with a faint glow, as if telling long-forgotten stories. Luffy reached out and picked up a piece of crystal, feeling its coldness in his hand. He could clearly sense a pure and mysterious water elemental power contained within it. This power seemed to enhance their control over the water element and might prove to be very useful in future battles and adventures. Naruto also collected a few pieces of crystal. After carefully storing the crystals, they floated to the surface and returned to the shore. These crystals are great things. We've made quite a haul this time, Naruto said happily. Yeah, but we still don't know how many unknown places are waiting for us in this forest. Let's keep moving, Luffy replied, and together with Naruto, they continued along a small path by the pond, heading deeper into the forest. Chapter 0986. Fragments. Luffy and Naruto continued to delve deeper into the forest along the path by the pond. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet, with only the rustling sound of their footsteps on the fallen leaves echoing in the silence. As they walked, the trees ahead gradually became sparser, revealing a wide expanse of grassland before them. The grassland was dotted with various strange herbs, some shimmering with a faint glow, while others emanated unique fragrances, clearly extraordinary specimens. However, in the center of the grassland stood an ancient and dilapidated stone tower. The tower's body was covered in signs of erosion from time, with many stones having fallen away, exposing dark hollow spaces within. Vines grew atop the tower, winding down its sides, adding a touch of age and mystery to the structure. This stone tower looked quite old. It might be hiding something important inside. Let us go take a look, Luffy said as he walked toward the tower, with Naruto closely following behind. As they approached the tower, the large door suddenly creaked open and a musty, decayed smell wafted out. At the same time, a chilling cold wind blew from within, causing both of them to shiver involuntarily. They cautiously stepped into the tower. The inside was dimly lit, with only a few beams of light filtering through the gaps in the tower walls, barely illuminating their surroundings. The ground inside was etched with intricate magical array patterns, which emitted a faint glow, as if maintaining a mysterious balance of power within the tower. They slowly ascended the spiraling stone steps, occasionally hearing strange sounds coming from above, like someone softly weeping or a nameless monster roaring from the shadows, sending chills down their spines. Not long after, they encountered a group of gargoyles. These gargoyles resembled bats, with sharp claws and wings, their bodies made of hard stone, and their eyes flickering with an eerie red light. Originally motionless on the walls, they took flight, flapping their wings and launching an attack on Luffy and Naruto as they sensed the intruders. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword transformed into sharp sword energy, slicing towards the gargoyle swarm. The sword energy struck the gargoyles, sparking bursts of fire and leaving shallow scratches on their hard stone bodies. However, this did not deter the gargoyles. Instead, it provoked them into a fiercer assault as they screamed and accelerated towards the two. Seeing this, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous shadow clones. Some of them rushed to grab the gargoyles' wings, attempting to restrict their flight, while others waited for the right moment to attack the gargoyles' critical areas, such as their eyes and mouths. The original Naruto quickly formed hand signs nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the most concentrated area of the gargoyle swarm. As it flew, the shuriken continually grew larger, its tremendous power engulfing several gargoyles. Accompanied by a violent explosion, those gargoyles were blown apart, debris flying everywhere, and their bodies sustained some cracks. But they still struggled and continued their attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the gargoyles swung their wings to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the point where their wings connected to their bodies. The stone structure there seemed relatively loose, perhaps indicating their weakness. Naruto, attack the area where their wings connect to their bodies. That's the weak point, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction, targeting the connection point between the gargoyles' wings and bodies. The original Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one gargoyle at the connection point of its wing and body. Upon impact, part of the stone was instantly melted, causing the gargoyle's wing attacks to slow down, and its body wobbled several times, nearly falling from the sky. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking at the joints where the wings connected to the bodies of the other gargoyles. One by one, The gargoyles suffered damage at the points where their wings connected to their bodies, significantly reducing their attack power. Some even lost control of their wings and fell directly to the ground, shattering into a pile of rubble. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated all the gargoyles and continued to ascend the stone steps. As they climbed higher, the mysterious aura within the stone tower grew denser, and the temperature around them became increasingly colder. Finally, they reached the top level of the stone tower, which was not very spacious. In the center stood an ancient stone platform, on which lay a book radiating a golden light and a crystal-clear jewel. The pages of the book appeared quite old, but were still intact, adorned with mysterious patterns and obscure texts. The jewel seemed to have lights swirling within it, subtly emanating powerful energy fluctuations, making one feel that they could draw strength from it just by getting close. These two items were undoubtedly treasures, but it seemed that taking them would not be easy. Luffy looked at the stone platform, his eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of caution. Just as they approached the stone platform, the air around them suddenly solidified, and ice-blue energy chains surged from the surroundings of the platform, quickly coiling towards them like serpents. Attempting to bind them, Luffy hurriedly waved the Thunder Flame Sword, unleashing the Flame Thunder Slash. The flames and lightning powers on the sword intertwined, transforming into beams of light that severed some of the approaching chains. However, the chains continued to surge in, increasing in number, and it seemed they were about to be completely trapped. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, with numerous shadow clones springing into action. Some pulled at the chains, trying to stop them from continuing to entangle. Others searched for the source of the chains, aiming to destroy their origin. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals on the side, preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu for a counterattack. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, as a gigantic spiral shuriken shot toward the most concentrated area of chains. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, and its immense power struck the chains, causing a violent energy collision that briefly slowed the growth of the chains. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy carefully observed the situation of the chains. He discovered that these chains extended from the four corners of the stone platform's base, where the energy fluctuations were the strongest. This must be the key. If they could destroy the energy sources at those four corners, perhaps they could stop the chains from growing and break this seal. Naruto, attack the four corners at the base of the stone platform. That's the key, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the four corners at the base of the stone platform. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature lava spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the corner's energy sources. After being hit, the energy source in that corner instantly became chaotic, and the surrounding chains also became weak, their growth speed significantly slowing down. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Breaking Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking towards the energy sources in the other three corners with full force. Under their combined attack, the energy sources at the four corners of the stone platform were destroyed one by one. The light gradually dimmed, and the chains stopped growing, eventually withering away and falling to the ground, turning into a pile of debris. Phew, finally dealt with this restriction. Let's hurry and check out that treasure, Luffy said with a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Luffy carefully picked up the golden book. When he opened it, he found that it recorded some long-lost powerful spells and deeper secrets about this forest and even the entire continent. This knowledge was undoubtedly an incredibly valuable treasure for them. Naruto picked up the crystal-clear pearl, which felt icy to the touch. He could sense a pure and mysterious power within it, seemingly capable of enhancing his strength or unleashing special effects at critical moments. This haul is amazing. With these, we'll have more confidence in protecting the continent, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Yes, let's keep them safe and continue exploring this forest. There might be more surprises waiting for us, Luffy replied, carefully putting the book into his embrace. Together with Naruto, they slowly descended the stone steps of the stone tower with their newly acquired treasures, preparing to leave this place and head towards other unknown areas of the forest. Chapter 0987. The Stone Tower. After Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the stone tower, the sky outside had already begun to darken, with the sunset dyeing the sky a shade of orange-red, casting a dreamy veil over the forest. They dared not linger and quickened their pace deeper into the woods, hoping to find a relatively safe resting place before nightfall. Not long after, the surrounding trees suddenly lit up with flickering ghostly lights. At first, they thought it was just some fireflies and didn't pay much attention. However, soon the ghostly lights gathered more and more, outlining vague human shapes. It turned out to be a group of ghostly spirits attracted by their presence. These spirits emitted a chilling aura, with hollow eye sockets flashing an eerie blue light. And they let out spine-chilling wailing sounds as they floated toward Luffy and Naruto with outstretched claws. Luffy quickly gripped the sword of Thunderblaze and unleashed the flame Thunder Flash Slash, attempting to disperse the ghosts with his fierce sword energy. However, the sword energy passed straight through the ghost bodies, causing no harm at all, while the ghosts continued to approach slowly but surely. Seeing this, Naruto recalled his previous experience dealing with ghosts and immediately gathered chakra, compressing it into a bright energy ball, which he threw towards the group of ghosts. When the energy ball made contact with the ghosts, it emitted crackling sounds, causing the ghosts to twist in shape and let out painful shrieks. But their assault did not weaken. In the brief moments of avoiding the ghost attacks, Luffy observed closely and noticed that every time the ghosts launched an attack, a bluish light spot briefly formed at their chest area, which might be their energy core and a crucial weak point. "Naruto, focus your fire on the light spot on their chests," Luffy shouted loudly. Upon hearing the command, Naruto directed his shadow clones to change tactics and specifically target the ghost chests. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, enveloped in blazing flames, and precisely hit the light spot on one ghost chest. That ghost let out a wretched scream, its body rapidly shrank, and finally vanished into thin air. Luffy took advantage of the situation to unleash the flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, channeling the power of his sword to its peak, and consecutively struck at the vital points of the other ghosts. For a moment, the ghostly group was filled with flashing lights, and one by one, the ghosts disintegrated under their attacks, while the surrounding ghostly glow gradually dimmed. Having dealt with the threat of the ghosts, the sky darkened completely, but fortunately, there was a cave not far away. The two entered the cave, preparing to take a short rest. A damp smell lingered in the cave, and Luffy picked up some dry branches, using the Thunder Flame sword to spark a flame, creating a campfire. Just as the flames leaped up, a deep roar came from the depths of the cave, as if a giant beast had been disturbed from its sweet dreams by the firelight. Soon after, a massive black bear slowly emerged from the darkness, its body covered in rough and thick black fur, its eyes flashing with a fierce light reflected by the fire. And the hot breath it exhaled carried a foul odor. Luffy and Naruto instantly stood up, entering a state of readiness. The black bear suddenly stood upright, its front paws forcefully slamming the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then it swung its massive paw towards them. Luffy unleashed the flame Thunder Slash, and the energy on his sword transformed into a light barrier to block the bear's paw attack, causing his arm to go numb. Naruto then used the shadow clone technique, with the clones rushing forward to grab the black bear's limbs in an attempt to restrict its movements. The real Naruto seized the moment to form hand seals, preparing to launch a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. With Naruto's loud shout, a massive spiral shuriken shot out, crashing heavily into the black bear. The tremendous force knocking it back a few steps, but it also completely enraged the creature. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each of the black bear's charges, a slightly lighter patch of fur on its abdomen would briefly become exposed, indicating its defense there was noticeably weaker. "Naruto, aim for its abdomen," Luffy shouted urgently. Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change direction, while the real Naruto switched his ninjutsu, launching Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature lava hit the black bear's abdomen, causing it to howl in pain and roll on the ground. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the flame thunder-breaking magic slash, striking with all his might at the black bear's abdomen. The sword sliced through the fur, blood splattering everywhere. The black bear struggled a few times before finally going still. After this fierce battle, both of them were utterly exhausted and leaned against the cave wall, falling into a deep sleep. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave in the morning, they slowly awakened, feeling much more restored. After a simple meal of dried rations, they set off on their journey again. Following a winding path, they heard a series of crisp hammering sounds coming from ahead. Curious, they followed the sound and discovered a dwarf blacksmith hammering away in a hidden valley. The blacksmith was short and stocky, with well-developed muscles, and a bushy beard that almost covered half his face. He wielded a large hammer, striking the glowing red iron block with force, sparks flying everywhere. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" the blacksmith asked, stopping his work and looking at the two with a rough voice. Luffy stepped forward and briefly explained their intentions, mentioning the protection of the continent and their adventures along the way. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's eyes showed more appreciation as he said, "You seem capable. I've been worried about not having the right people to help." Deep in the valley, there's a piece of mysterious meteorite iron. I sense it contains powerful energy, but surrounded by dangerous traps and monsters. I can't handle it alone, so if you can help me retrieve it, I will definitely reward you generously. No problem, we'll give it a try, Luffy replied without hesitation, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set off deeper into the valley. Chapter 0988. The blacksmith Luffy and Naruto, guided by the dwarf blacksmith, entered the depths of the valley. The surrounding cliffs were steep and perilous with jagged rocks, and the path was rugged and difficult to traverse. A slight misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. They proceeded cautiously and soon encountered the first trap. Suddenly, a row of sharp spikes sprang up on the path ahead, glinting with a cold light, and shot towards them at high speed. Luffy swiftly unleashed the flame thunder slash, with flames and lightning power intertwining on the blade, forming light barriers in an attempt to block the spiked attack. Naruto also used the shadow clone jutsu, with numerous clones spreading out, some searching for the trigger mechanism, while others assisted Luffy in fending off the spikes. Through their combined efforts, they finally managed to evade this wave of spike attacks. However, before they could catch their breath, the ground began to shake violently, fissures appeared, and scorching magma erupted from within, flowing like rivers and blocking their path. Luffy looked at the magma in front of him, and, after thinking for a moment, he unleashed the flame thunder flash strike, thrusting his sword into the ground. He used the power of thunder and flame to heat the surrounding rocks, then fused them with the magma, creating a temporary rock passage. They quickly passed through the magma area along the rock passage, but immediately afterward, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. The arrows were engraved with mysterious runes, glowing brightly, clearly not ordinary arrows. Naruto performed the sage art, Wind Release, Ninetales Shuriken, creating a powerful gust of wind that deflected most of the arrows. Luffy wielded the Thunder Flame Sword, slicing through the arrows that came close. During the process of dodging the rain of arrows, they discovered that these arrows were being launched from the cliffs on both sides of the valley, and there were several obvious launch points on the cliffs, which might be the key to the mechanism. Naruto attacked those launch points and stopped the rain of arrows. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to attack the launch points on the cliffs. The real Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken, and the high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately hit one of the launch points. After being struck, that launch point immediately ceased firing arrows, and the surrounding launch points were also affected, causing the rain of arrows to gradually thin out. Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Magic Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking with all his might at the remaining launch points, completely destroying them. The rain of arrows finally ceased. After a difficult journey and overcoming various traps, they finally arrived at the location of the mysterious meteorite. Before them lay a massive meteorite emitting a ghostly blue glow, quietly resting on a stone platform. Surrounding the meteorite was a powerful energy shield, adorned with flickering runes, seemingly preventing anyone from approaching. As they got closer to the meteorite, several gigantic rock golems surged forth from the surrounding darkness. These golems were tall, made of solid rock, and each step they took caused the ground to tremble. Their eyes glowed with a red light, and they wielded enormous stone hammers, swinging them toward Luffy and Naruto. Luffy immediately unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, striking at the rock golem. However, the sword energy only left shallow marks on the golem's body and did not cause significant damage. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing towards the rock golems, attempting to grab their arms to restrict their movements. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of rock golems. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously expanded, and its immense power pulled several rock golems into it. With a violent explosion, the rock golems were shattered into flying debris, but they quickly reassembled and continued their assault. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack, the rock golems would have a brief energy fluctuation at their heads, which might be their weak point. Naruto, attack their heads. That's their weakness, Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the vital area on the heads of the rock golems. The real Naruto unleashed Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and a high-temperature Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in roaring flames, accurately struck one of the rock golem's heads. After being hit, the energy fluctuations in that rock golem's head instantly became chaotic, and its body shook several times, significantly weakening its attack power. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of the Thunder Flame Sword and striking forcefully at the vital points of the other rock puppets' heads. One by one, the rock puppets suffered damage to their heads and ultimately fell, turning into piles of rubble. After eliminating the threat of the rock puppets, they approached the meteorite, attempting to break the energy shield. Luffy and Naruto combined their powers to attack the energy shield. After some effort, the energy shield was finally shattered, and Luffy reached out to touch the mysterious meteorite. The meteorite was cold to the touch, and he could sense the strong and mysterious power contained within it. This power seemed capable of forging an unparalleled artifact, providing strong protection for the continent. They returned to the dwarf blacksmith's residence with the mysterious meteorite. The dwarf blacksmith was very pleased to see that they had successfully retrieved the meteorite and said, "You truly did not disappoint me. I will forge a powerful weapon for you using this meteorite, but it will take some time. In the meantime, you can rest in the valley or continue to explore the surrounding areas." Luffy and Naruto decided to take a break in the valley. Chapter 0989, Hard Armor. During the days when the dwarf blacksmith was busy forging weapons, Luffy and Naruto were not idle either. Although the surroundings of the valley were relatively peaceful, the two of them, driven by their instinct to explore, walked towards a lush jungle at the edge of the valley. As soon as they stepped into the jungle, a wave of humid air hit them, and the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing surrounded them, with various rare plants all around. However, not long after, the ground beneath their feet suddenly became soft and muddy, and the two instantly realized they had fallen into a swamp. The more they struggled, the faster their bodies sank. In the blink of an eye, the mud had already reached their knees. Luffy forced himself to calm down. He deeply plunged the sword of thunder flames into the ground beside him, trying to stabilize his stance with the support of the sword, while shouting, "Naruto, don't move. Use your shadow clones to pull the branches over." Naruto hurriedly performed the shadow clone jutsu, and numerous shadow clones scattered, quickly bending strong branches and handing them to the main body. Luffy grabbed a branch, and with Naruto, used it to leverage themselves as they slowly pulled their legs out of the swamp. But before they could catch their breath, a group of swamp crocodiles, resembling crocodiles but much larger and covered in hard armor, emerged from the marsh. They opened their mouths filled with sharp teeth, letting out a deep roar, and swung their powerful tails, splashing mud everywhere as they charged towards Luffy and Naruto. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, with sword energy weaving through the mud, hitting several swamp alligators. However, their hard shells absorbed most of the damage, only slightly slowing their momentum. Seeing this, Naruto used Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken, enveloped by a fierce wind, knocked the nearby swamp alligators to the ground. During the fierce battle, Luffy noticed that after each tail swipe attack, a slight imperceptible gap appeared in the area where the alligators' limbs connected to their abdomens, indicating weak defense. Naruto, hit them where their stomachs connect to their legs, Luffy shouted. Naruto directed his shadow clones to change direction, while his main body unleashed Sage Art. Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release accurately struck a swamp alligator's vital spot, causing it to writhe in pain and sink into the swamp. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy deployed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, maximizing his sword power and continuously striking the weak points of the other swamp alligators. In no time, the alligators were injured and retreated deep into the swamp. After shaking off the swamp alligators, the two continued forward, encountering an ancient ruin entwined with vines. The entrance was tightly closed, covered in strange hieroglyphs and mysterious patterns. Luffy reached out to touch the door, and in an instant, the patterns on the door emitted a faint glow, as if sensing something. Naruto entered Sage Mode and observed carefully, saying, "These patterns seem like some sort of ancient puzzle. It can only be opened by solving it." Luffy nodded. and the two began to study the door. After some deep contemplation, Luffy recalled similar symbols he had seen in ancient texts and, in coordination with Naruto, infused chakra and thunder flame power into the corresponding pattern grooves in a specific sequence. With a dull sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a musty, decayed atmosphere inside. They entered the ruin, where the hall was filled with various stone statues, some with human bodies and beast heads, others with multiple heads and arms, creating an eerie atmosphere. Just as they were surveying their surroundings, the statues suddenly came to life, creaking as they moved and brandishing stone weapons, advancing on them. Luffy and Naruto quickly stood back to back, ready to face the enemies. Luffy's flame thunder void-breaking slash continuously deflected the attacks from statues, while Naruto used shadow clones to engage the statues in close combat, looking for openings. Luffy's keen eyes noticed that every time the statue raised its weapon, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the back of its neck, which should be its weak point. Naruto, attack its neck, Luffy shouted. Naruto received the command and directed his shadow clones to focus on the statue's neck, while he transformed into Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, shattering several statues' necks in quick succession. The statues instantly turned to rubble, scattering everywhere. After dealing with the statues, they headed deeper into the ruins. And in a dark chamber at the end, they discovered a fist-sized crystal emitting a soft glow. Inside the crystal, it seemed like stars were flowing, which was very mysterious. As soon as Luffy picked up the crystal, the ruins began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse. The two didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed out of the ruins. When they returned to the valley, the dwarf blacksmith greeted them with a beaming face, holding up a brand new weapon. This weapon combined meteorite iron with superb craftsmanship, featuring a wide blade engraved with runes, shimmering with a chilling light in the sunlight. And the hilt was set with gemstones. It had a completely different style from Luffy's Thunder Flame Sword, but equally exuded a powerful aura. With this new weapon, plus that mysterious crystal, we'll definitely feel more confident in facing dangers ahead, Luffy said excitedly. Naruto nodded in agreement beside him, his eyes filled with anticipation for their upcoming adventures. After a brief rest, they set off again, heading towards the more mysterious areas of the forest. Chapter 0990, Giant Waves. Luffy held the newly forged sword in his hand, and with Naruto carrying a mysterious crystal, they set off once again, venturing deeper into the forest, into a more secluded place. Along the way, the sunlight was fragmented by the dense branches and leaves, casting scattered patches of light, while the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the woods. After walking for a while, a faint, ethereal singing drifted into their ears. The melody was enchanting and melodious, yet it carried an indescribable allure that made one unconsciously want to follow the sound. Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, their hearts wary, but unable to resist the pull of curiosity. They slowly approached the source of the singing. As they passed through a thicket, they saw a shimmering lake, with a small island at its center. On the island stood a woman clad in light gauze, her long hair cascading down to her waist. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin like porcelain, and she was gently parting her red lips, singing an unknown tune. Her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a deep affection as they fixated on the two men on the shore. "You've finally arrived? I've been waiting for a long time." The woman's voice was soft and enchanting, as if it carried magic that could penetrate the depths of one's heart. Just as Luffy was about to ask a question, Naruto interjected in a low voice, "This woman seems strange. I feel like my chakra is becoming a bit uncontrollable." Hearing this, Luffy secretly tightened his grip on the twin swords, becoming even more vigilant. The woman noticed and gently furrowed her brow, lamenting, "Do not be afraid. I am merely a lonely soul trapped in this lake. If you can take me out of this lake, I will be freed and will repay you both generously." Despite her words, Luffy sensed the dark currents swirling in the water around them, as if danger was lurking. Just then, the surface of the lake suddenly broke, and several enormous water snakes surged forth, their scales shimmering with a ghostly light. With their mouths wide open, they lunged at the two with flicking tongues. Luffy quickly swung his twin swords, the new sword infused with the mysterious power of fallen iron, combining with the Thunder Flame sword to unleash the Flame Thunder Dual Slash. In an instant, flames, lightning, and mysterious runes intertwined, striking towards the water snakes. The water snakes agilely twisted their bodies to evade some of the attacks, but several sword energies still grazed them, drawing blue blood that dripped into the lake. Naruto used the shadow clone technique. with numerous shadow clones engaging the water snakes in close combat, while his main body quickly formed seals. Sage Art, Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken howled as it smashed into the snake swarm, directly sending one water snake flying into a boulder on the shore, which cracked upon impact. During the battle, Luffy noticed that each time the water snakes shook their heads to dodge an attack, the scales at their 7-inch position would slightly flip open, revealing tender flesh underneath, which was clearly a vital point. Naruto, hit their 7-inch. Luffy shouted. Naruto immediately commanded the shadow clones to focus on the water snake's 7-inch, while his main body switched to Sage Art, Melt Release Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release accurately hit the target, causing the water snakes to writhe in pain, disrupting their offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, striking with full force at the vital points of the remaining water snakes, which all screamed in agony as they sank to the bottom of the lake. After repelling the water snakes, the woman on the island in the lake began to sob. "You killed my guardian beast. What am I to do now? But now that it has come to this, only by taking me away from the lake can you find a right path." However, Luffy remained unmoved and loudly questioned, "If you are truly a trapped, lonely soul, why did the water snakes attack when we approached? Speak, what is your true purpose?" The woman, exposed for her lies, instantly turned gloomy, her originally beautiful face twisting as she shrieked. "Since you refuse to comply, then you can all stay here and become my nourishment." With that, a powerful dark magic surged around her, and the lake water seemed to be enraged, raising towering waves several meters high that swept toward the shore. Luffy and Naruto immediately jumped to a higher ground to avoid the giant wave. Luffy crossed his twin swords in front of him and began to chant a sword incantation, causing the twin swords to release a circular energy shield. Naruto used Sage Art, Earth Release, multiple earth wall to create several thick earthen walls. However, the impact of the giant wave was extremely strong, and both the shield and the earthen walls began to crack. Seizing the moment when the giant wave slightly subsided, Luffy took advantage of the opportunity and unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, creating multiple sword shadow clones that charged towards the center of the lake island. Naruto quickly followed, using Sage Art, Lava Release, Super Giant Rasen Shuriken, lifting the massive spiral shuriken above his head and smashing it down towards the woman. The woman waved her hands, and dark magic transformed into black wings, shielding herself and blocking some of the attack. But the sword shadow clones took advantage of the opening, and Luffy's real body followed closely behind, thrusting his twin swords directly into the woman's chest. The woman couldn't dodge in time and was pierced in a vital spot. The dark magic suddenly erupted, and she let out a piercing scream, engulfing the entire lake in dark light. Fortunately, the two of them stabilized their positions and continued to exert their strength, finally suppressing this dark magic. As the woman dissipated, the dark aura in the lake gradually faded away, and the surface of the lake returned to calm. Once everything settled, they discovered a delicate box on the island in the lake. Upon opening it, they found an ancient book documenting ancient water magic. The pages of the book exuding a faint mist, with the text appearing lively and ethereal, as if it would move at any moment. "This ancient book is a valuable item. With it, we will have more means to deal with water-related dangers," Luffy said. Naruto nodded with a smile, and the two of them carefully stored the ancient book, leaving the lake and continuing their journey into the unknown distance. Chapter 0991, The Statue. Luffy and Naruto, armed with their newly acquired ancient texts, ventured deeper into the forest as the sky darkened, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. They found a dry cave to spend the night, where Luffy started a campfire, the flickering flames casting mottled shadows on the cave walls. In the middle of the night, a chilling presence quietly swept in, instantly extinguishing the campfire, and darkness enveloped the cave. Luffy and Naruto awoke in an instant, gripping their weapons with vigilance. Before they could react, a sinister laughter echoed through the cave, the sound wavering and elusive, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. Suddenly, several ghostly green flames appeared out of thin air, slowly drifting towards them. As the ghost flames approached, they transformed into twisted, ghastly faces, opening wide their blood-soaked mouths and exhaling a bone-chilling breath. Luffy immediately unleashed his Flame Thunder Flash Slash, attempting to disperse the ghost flames with his scorching sword energy. But the attack passed straight through with no effect. Remembering his previous experience dealing with ghosts, Naruto quickly gathered chakra, formed hand seals, and shouted, "Sage Art, Yang Fire Technique." A bright, blazing flame erupted from his palm, colliding head-on with the ghost flames, causing the temperature in the cave to surge dramatically and momentarily halting the ghost flames' advance. Just then, black, viscous liquid began to seep from the cave walls, coalescing into humanoid shapes, transforming into a group of shadow demons, all sticky and exuding a foul odor. They brandished sharp claws and howled as they lunged at the two. Luffy wielded his swords, executing the flame thunder double slash. The tremendous force crisscrossing within the confined cave as he struck at the shadow demons. The new sword and the thunder flame sword alternated in attack, each strike carrying a sense of destruction, cleaving several demons in half and splattering black goo everywhere. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, with the clones engaging the demons in close combat while Naruto observed the situation, quickly forming seals to prepare a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The massive spiral shuriken whistled forth, engulfing a group of demons within it, and with a violent explosion, the demons were obliterated, their remains and goo scattered across the ground. During the battle, Luffy noticed that after each attack from the shadow demons, a vortex of energy would briefly appear in the center of their backs, indicating a weakness. "Naruto, attack their backs!" Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately directed his clones to change their attack direction, while his main body unleashed the Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release striking precisely at the center of one demon's back, causing it to instantly collapse into a puddle of black goo. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy executed the Flame Thunder Demon Slaying Slash, targeting the critical spots on the remaining demons' backs one by one, and soon the shadow demons in the cave were entirely cleared out. After the fierce battle, the two were wide awake, and as dawn broke, they left the cave to continue their journey. Not far ahead, they spotted a magnificent temple, its architectural style ancient and mysterious, with enormous stone pillars covered in ancient legends and mysterious runes. The doors were tightly shut, exuding an indescribable air of majesty. "This temple seems to hide many secrets. Let's go in and take a look," Luffy said, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Naruto nodded, and the two approached the temple's entrance. As they got closer, the runes on the door suddenly glowed, seemingly scrutinizing them. Luffy attempted to channel the power of his twin swords into the runes, and Naruto synchronized by gathering chakra and slowly funneling in. As their power continued to flow, the door began to creak open, a wave of ancient yet sacred aura washing over them. Inside the temple, the light was dim, with only a few eternal lamps flickering faintly. They moved along a corridor lined with murals depicting ancient battles between gods and demons, the scenes vividly alive, almost allowing them to hear the shouts of battle and the roars of magic from that era. At the end of the corridor was a massive circular hall, dominated by a towering statue in the center, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a different divine artifact, its gaze lowered, looking down upon the intruders. The moment they stepped into the hall, the statue suddenly came to life, the ground shaking violently as it took great strides towards them, swinging its arms, with divine artifacts carrying world-destroying power rushing towards them. Luffy and Naruto quickly dispersed to evade the attack. Luffy executed the Phantom Star Sword technique, with numerous sword shadow clones weaving around the statue to disrupt its attack rhythm. Naruto, on the other hand, used the shadow clone technique, sending his clones rushing towards the statue from different directions, trying to find an opening. Luffy observed that every time the statue swung its arm holding the giant axe to attack, a brief energy fluctuation would appear in its armpit, which might be its weak point. "Naruto, attack its armpit," Luffy shouted. Hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to focus on the statue's armpit. The real Naruto also performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken flew towards the statue's armpit, hitting the target accurately. After being struck in the armpit, the statue's body swayed slightly, interrupting the continuity of its attacks. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords, striking fiercely at the armpit of the statue. The statue let out a painful roar, its attacks becoming increasingly chaotic. The two took advantage of the moment, continuously targeting the statue's vital spots. After a fierce battle, the statue collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. As the statue fell, a hidden entrance to an underground chamber revealed itself beneath its base. They slowly descended the stairs, and a mysterious aura filled the underground chamber. surrounded by various ancient treasure chests and mysterious crystals. At the end of the chamber, they discovered a divine stone radiating with colorful light, suspended in the air, surrounded by gentle energy halos. A light touch allowed them to feel the immense and pure power contained within. The power of this divine stone was astounding. If used properly, it would undoubtedly benefit the protection of the continent. Luffy said excitedly. Naruto grinned and replied, "What are we waiting for? Let us secure it quickly and continue exploring this magical place. Who knows what other treasures await us?" So, the two carefully stored the divine stone and left the underground chamber. Chapter 0992. Stern after Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the temple with the 7 colored stones. They found that the sky outside had completely changed. The originally clear sky was shrouded by thick dark clouds, and distant rumblings of thunder hinted at an impending storm. They dared not linger and hurried deeper into the forest, hoping to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Not far into their run, they encountered a misty swamp ahead, filled with a pungent smell and occasionally bubbling up with large bubbles that made a gurgling sound. Just as they hesitated about whether to take a detour, a cacophony of hooves echoed behind them. Turning around, they saw a group of cold-faced knights in black armor charging towards them, brandishing long spears that glinted ominously in the dim light. It seemed they had no choice but to cross the swamp. Luffy shouted, stepping into the swamp first. Naruto followed, closely behind, and the two of them carefully made their way through the soft, muddy ground, each step sinking deeper, moving at an incredibly slow pace. Meanwhile, the knights behind them rushed into the swamp without hesitation, their horses seemingly unafraid of the muck, maintaining their speed, and they were about to catch up. Luffy was anxious and focused his energy to unleash the flame thunderstrike. This time he targeted the swamp, and the power of thunder and flame instantly made the surrounding mud boil, forming rolling waves of hot mud that surged towards the knights. The knights' horses were startled, whinnying and stopping in their tracks, with some even being overturned by the mud waves. However, the knights quickly steadied themselves. They dismounted and formed a neat line, chanting incantations as the black energy began to gather in their long spears. Soon, beams of black energy shot towards Luffy and Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto used the sage art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken, and a massive spiral shuriken flew towards the black energy beams. The two collided, triggering a powerful energy explosion that shook the swamp. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the explosion, Luffy and Naruto quickened their pace and moved deeper into the swamp. During their difficult trek, Luffy noticed that every time the knights launched an energy attack, the wrist area of their armor briefly dimmed, which might be a weak point. "Naruto, attack their wrist guards," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the knights' wrist guards. The real Naruto unleashed the sage art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature Lava Spiral Shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one knight's wrist guard. After being hit, the knight's wrist guard lost its luster, and the attack came to a halt. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunderbreak Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his twin swords and striking fiercely at the wrist guards of the other knights. One by one, the knights suffered damage to their wrist guards, significantly reducing their offensive capability. Seizing this chance, they finally shook off the knights' pursuit and exited the dangerous swamp. At that moment, a torrential storm broke out, and in their panic, they found a cave concealed by vines, quickly diving inside. The cave was filled with a damp, moldy smell. Luffy lit a fire again, and the two of them warmed themselves while examining the newly acquired 7-colored divine stone. Under the flickering firelight, the stone shimmered even more brilliantly, with threads of energy seemingly flowing within it. After the rain stopped, they continued on their journey. Ahead appeared an ancient stone bridge spanning a turbulent river, its piers covered in mysterious symbols and its structure somewhat damaged, looking precarious. As they stepped onto the stone bridge, it suddenly shook and the river seemed to be enraged, raising towering waves that crashed toward the bridge. Luffy and Naruto tightly grasped the railing of the stone bridge, trying hard to steady themselves. At that moment, several giant hippopotamus monsters emerged from the river, their bodies covered in hard scales, with mouths large enough to swallow a person, roaring as they charged towards the two. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Breakthrough Slash, blocking the first charge of the hippo monster, but the impact left his arm numb. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with the clones grabbing onto the hippo monster's limbs, trying to restrict its movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Sage Art. Wind Release. Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. Naruto shouted, and the massive spiral shuriken smashed towards the hippo monster, causing it to stagger back a few steps, but quickly charged back in. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the hippo monster opened its mouth to attack, a lighter-colored patch of skin would briefly appear on its throat, indicating a weaker defense there. "Naruto, attack its throat," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately directed the shadow clones to change their attack direction towards the hippo monster's throat. The real Naruto performed Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck one of the hippo monster's throats. After being hit, the hippo monster let out a painful cry, swaying its body a few times, and its attack power significantly weakened. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his twin swords as he struck forcefully at the throats of the other hippo monsters. One by one, the hippo monsters were injured in their throats from the attacks and retreated back into the river, while the stone bridge gradually returned to calm. After crossing the stone bridge, they arrived at a tranquil valley. The valley was lush with green grass and vibrant flowers, and many small animals frolicked among them, a stark contrast to the dangerous places they had encountered before. However, they knew that in this mysterious continent, the more beautiful the appearance, the deeper the secrets often hidden behind it. They took a deep breath and stepped into the valley. Chapter 0993. Unease. As Luffy and Naruto stepped into the valley, they felt a strange force quietly enveloping them, making the air around them thick and their movements slightly sluggish. The valley was filled with a rich floral fragrance, but within the sweet scent seemed to hide a certain magical power that made one feel lethargic. Not long after, a group of colorful butterflies fluttered over. The patterns on their wings were dazzling and sparkled under the sunlight. They danced around Luffy and Naruto, seemingly beautiful, but with each flap of their wings, fine powder fell gently. Luffy became alert and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, shouting, "Naruto, don't breathe in this powder." Naruto nodded, held his breath, and used wind release in an attempt to blow away both the butterflies and the powder. However, the butterflies were extremely agile. After avoiding the wind technique, they became even more aggressive, and the powder continued to gather, gradually forming a cloud of mist. In the mist, their vision was obstructed, but strange sounds echoed in their ears, resembling the galloping of thousands of horses and the roaring of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, shadows darted out from the mist. It turned out to be a group of agile black panthers with blood-red eyes. The panthers moved swiftly, their sharp fangs and claws glinting in the dim light as they lunged towards the two. Luffy gripped his dual swords and unleashed the Flame Thunder Twin Flash Slash. With the power of thunder and flame transforming into intersecting arcs of light, driving back several Black Panthers. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, engaging in close combat with the Black Panthers while his main body observed and quickly formed hand signs. Sage Art, Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken. The high-temperature Melt Release, Spiral, Shuriken shot out, striking one of the Black Panthers, which was instantly engulfed in flames, letting out a painful howl as it rolled on the ground. Luffy discovered that after each pounce, the Black Panthers had a temporarily lighter patch of fur on their abdomen, where their defense was weaker. Naruto hit their bellies. Luffy shouted. Hearing his voice, Naruto commanded his shadow clones to focus on the Black Panther's abdomens, while his main body switched to ninjutsu, landing successive critical hits. Gradually, the Black Panthers lost their combat ability and dissipated into the mist. As the Black Panthers retreated, the mist slowly cleared, revealing an ancient stone door hidden behind the blooming flowers. The stone door was engraved with intricate patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, appearing peaceful yet exuding a mysterious power of restriction. Luffy reached out to touch the stone door and immediately felt a current-like force, causing him to pull back his hand. Naruto entered Sage Mode, pacing around the stone door to examine it. After a moment, he said, "This stone door needs energy to be injected in a specific order to open. There are clues in the patterns." The two carefully studied it and discovered that the arrangement of the flowers, birds, fish, and insects coincidentally corresponded to the principle of the 5 elements generating each other. Luffy infused the Sword of Thunder Flame with the power of lightning fire, while Naruto gathered the corresponding chakra and injected it into the grooves of the stone door one by one. As the last trace of energy merged, the stone door slowly opened, and a fresh yet ancient aura rushed toward them. Inside was a magnificent courtyard, with a small pavilion in the center. In the pavilion sat a jade chessboard, with black and white pieces scattered across it, seemingly depicting a silent battle. Before they could approach, the pieces on the chessboard suddenly flew up, transforming into puppets armed with weapons, charging toward them. Luffy unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique, with sword shadows creating clones to engage in mixed combat with the puppets, disrupting their offensive. Naruto then used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, while his main body quickly formed seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken. The gigantic spiral shuriken charged into the crowd of puppets, knocking many of them away. Luffy observed the puppets and noticed that after each sword attack, a brief energy glow would appear at the nape of their necks, indicating a weak point. Naruto, attack the nape, Luffy shouted. Naruto commanded his shadow clones to change direction, while his main body performed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, accurately striking the nape of the puppets. The puppets shattered one by one, turning into powder scattered all over the ground. After defeating the puppets, they walked towards the pavilion and discovered an exquisite brocade box next to the chessboard. Upon opening the box, they found a jade-like elixir inside, emanating a gentle glow and wafting a faint medicinal fragrance. Luffy picked up the elixir and could feel the immense vitality and energy contained within it, thinking it might heal serious injuries and restore energy at a critical moment. "This is a good item. Let's keep it safe," Luffy said, and Naruto nodded with a smile. After securing the elixir, they left the courtyard and continued to explore the valley. The deeper they went, the more peculiar the surrounding flowers and grasses became. Some resembled bells, producing a crisp sound when the wind blew. Others had flowers as large as grinding discs, with tiny spirits hidden in the flower cores, curiously peeking at them. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared ahead, revealing a crystal palace before their eyes. The palace was translucent, refracting colorful lights, stunningly beautiful, yet invoking an inexplicable sense of awe. They exchanged glances, filled with apprehension and anticipation, and walked towards the palace's grand entrance. Chapter 0994. Patterns. Luffy and Naruto slowly approached the Crystal Palace. The closer they got, the more they could feel the magnificent and mysterious aura. The palace's grand door was carved from massive crystals, adorned with intricate and ornate patterns that seemed to have a life of their own, subtly glowing with a faint light. When they reached out to touch the door, the crystal patterns instantly lit up with blinding brilliance, and then the door slowly opened, a strong gust of air rushing towards them, causing their clothes to flutter. Stepping into the palace, the interior was incredibly spacious, with a high dome ceiling embedded with countless tiny crystals, resembling a vast starry sky. The floor was made of mirror-like crystal slabs, reflecting their figures. After walking a short distance, beams of laser suddenly shot out from the surrounding crystal walls. The lasers varying in color and moving at high speed, crisscrossing and blocking their path forward. Luffy reacted quickly, casting the Flame Thunder Shield, crossing his dual swords in front of him, intertwining the power of thunder and fire to form a semicircular protective barrier, deflecting the lasers and causing sparks to fly. Naruto, on the other hand, used the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous clones rushing towards the source of the lasers, attempting to find a way to shut them down. The main body of Naruto observed while quickly forming hand seals, casting the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken to create a powerful airflow that disrupted the trajectory of the lasers, buying time for the Shadow Clones. Through their exploration, the clones discovered several inconspicuous grooves on the crystal walls that seemed to correlate with the rhythm of the laser emissions. The main body of Naruto immediately instructed the Shadow Clones to inject chakra into the grooves in a specific order, causing the laser beams to gradually thin out before ultimately stopping. Continuing forward, they arrived at a massive crystal water pool. The water in the pool appeared a dreamy light blue, its surface calm and undisturbed, yet they could sense the powerful energy contained within. Just as they leaned down to take a closer look, a column of water suddenly surged up from the pool, revealing several creatures resembling merfolk but covered in crystal scales. They held water-blue tridents and stared coldly at the two. Luffy took the initiative to attack, unleashing the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, with sword energy slicing towards the merman. The merman nimbly swam to avoid the attack, then wielded a trident, stabbing from different directions. Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, engaging the merman in close combat, while his main body quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release, spiraling shuriken flew towards one of the mermen, hitting its body and scorching some of the crystal scales, causing it to emit a painful cry. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the merman swung its trident to attack, there was a brief energy fluctuation at the joint between its fishtail and body, indicating that the defense there was relatively weak. Naruto attacked the joint between their fishtails and bodies. Luffy shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto instructed his shadow clones to change their attack direction and strike at the merman's vital points. The main body of Naruto also unleashed the Sage Art, lava release, spiraling shuriken, accurately hitting the target, causing the merman to be injured and disappear into the pool. As the merman retreated, the water in the pool began to swirl, forming a massive vortex, and a crystal stone platform slowly rose at the center of the vortex, on which was placed a glowing crystal ball. Luffy and Naruto cautiously approached the platform, and as they reached out to touch the crystal ball, the surroundings instantly transformed, and they seemed to be in an ancient battlefield, with the sounds of battle and magical explosions echoing around them, witnessing the brutal scene of gods and demons clashing. Before they could understand the situation, several dark figures suddenly lunged towards them from the image, transforming into fierce demonic forms, attacking with claws and fangs. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thundercut, fending off the demons' assault, while Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique to engage in a brawl with the demons. Luffy discovered that every time the demons attacked, a brief energy mark would appear in the center of their foreheads, which was their weak point. Naruto attacked their foreheads. Luffy shouted. Following his command, Naruto directed his shadow clones to focus on the demons' foreheads, while he himself used Sage Art, lava release, spiral shuriken to hit the energy mark on the demons' foreheads, causing them to scream and dissipate. When the last demon disappeared, the surrounding illusions also faded, and they found themselves still standing in the Crystal Palace, the crystal ball in their hands glowing even brighter. Luffy could sense that this crystal ball was like a memory container, recording ancient secrets that might be crucial for understanding the history of this continent and dealing with potential dark threats. This thing is too important. Let's take it and get out of here quickly. Maybe we can find someone knowledgeable to interpret it, Luffy said. Naruto nodded, and they secured the crystal ball before turning to head towards the palace exit. Chapter 0995, Dining. Luffy and Naruto stepped out of the Crystal Palace with the crystal ball in hand. The sky outside had already darkened, and the night enveloped the valley, which was eerily quiet except for the occasional sound of insects breaking the dead silence. They dared not be the slightest bit negligent and hurried back along the path they came, hoping to quickly escape this valley filled with the unknown. Not long after, a chilling mist rolled in from behind, the cold fog biting at their bones, causing a layer of white frost to instantly coat the flowers and grass in its path. Luffy and Naruto sensed something was wrong and quickened their pace, but the mist seemed almost alive, rapidly spreading and soon enveloping them. In the fog, visibility was extremely low, forcing them to stand back to back, alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of dragging iron chains grew closer, and soon, several tall skeletal warriors, exuding a foul stench, slowly approached. These skeletal warriors had eerie green flames burning in their eye sockets, wielding rusty chains and large swords, closing in step by step. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Flash Slash, attempting to disperse the skeleton warriors with his fierce sword energy. However, when the sword energy struck the skeletons, it only sparked a few sparks and did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone technique, with numerous shadow clones rushing forward to grab the skeleton warriors' arms and legs, trying to restrict their movements. The real Naruto quickly made hand signs nearby, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu for a heavy blow. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Nine Tails Spiral Shuriken, Naruto shouted, as the massive spiral shuriken flew towards the densest cluster of skeleton warriors. As it flew, the spiral shuriken continuously grew larger, and its powerful force sucked several skeleton warriors into it. With a violent explosion, those skeletons were blown apart, their bones scattered everywhere. But they quickly reassembled and continued their attack. During the battle, Luffy noticed that every time the skeleton warriors swung their weapons to attack, energy fluctuations briefly appeared at the joints of their spines, which might be their weak point. Naruto attacked their spine joints. Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction and target the spine joints of the skeleton warriors. The real Naruto unleashed Senjutsu, Melt Release, Spiral Shuriken, and the high-temperature melt-release spiral shuriken, engulfed in flames, accurately struck the spine joint of one skeleton warrior. After being hit at that joint, the skeleton warrior's body shook a few times, and its attack power was significantly diminished. Luffy took the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Break Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords and striking down towards the connection points of the spinal bones of the skeleton warriors. One by one, the skeleton warriors fell under their attacks as their spines were damaged, ultimately collapsing into piles of shattered bones. After eliminating the threat of the skeleton warriors, the mist gradually dissipated. They continued on their journey and finally exited the valley. At this moment, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. They followed a winding path and soon arrived at a bustling little town. The streets of the town were crowded with people coming and going, and various stalls lined the sides, selling a dazzling array of goods, including aromatic food, exquisite handicrafts, and all sorts of peculiar little trinkets. Luffy and Naruto weaved through the crowd, feeling the long-lost atmosphere of fireworks. However, they keenly noticed that while the faces of the townspeople wore smiles, their eyes revealed a hint of fear and unease. Something seemed off here. Let's find someone to ask, Luffy said. They entered a tavern, found a vacant table, and ordered some food and drinks. While waiting for their order, Luffy inquired about the situation with the tavern owner. The owner was a plump middle-aged man who sighed and said, "What you two don't know is that recently a fierce monster has appeared in the forest outside the town. It often roams at night, not only stealing livestock but also injuring several villagers. Everyone is on edge, fearing that one day this monster will break into the town." So that's how it is. What does this monster look like? Naruto asked. The tavern owner described, "The monster is huge, like a bear, but it has two long tusks. Its body is covered in black, hard fur, and its eyes blaze with fire. It's quite terrifying." Luffy and Naruto exchanged a glance, already having made their plans in their hearts. After finishing their meal, they headed towards the forest outside the town. Chapter 0996, Pounce. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the forest outside town. The afternoon sun was filtered through the dense branches and leaves, casting fragmented shadows on the ground covered with fallen leaves. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the rustling sound of their feet on the leaves disturbing the silence. Not far into the woods, a pungent, fishy smell filled the air, and Naruto wrinkled his nose. That smell. The monster should be nearby. As he spoke, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind the bushes ahead, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon, a gigantic bear-like monster slowly emerged. Its pitch black, coarse fur stood upright, and two long tusks protruded from the corners of its mouth, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Its eyes, as large as brass bells, burned with fierce anger, and the hot breath it exhaled carried a foul stench, rushing toward them. Upon seeing Luffy and Naruto, it first stood upright and let out a deafening roar, the shockwave causing branches around them to drop. Luffy quickly held his swords with both hands and executed the Flame Thunder Dual Slash. The twin swords, enveloped in the power of thunder and fire, transformed into intersecting arcs of light, slashing towards the monstrous bear. The sword energy howled as it struck the bear, only managing to graze a few patches of fur and sparking a few embers, failing to halt its charge. The monstrous bear swung its massive paw down violently. Luffy quickly sidestepped to evade, as the paw smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto used the Shadow Clone technique, with hundreds of Shadow Clones rushing forward to grab the bear's limbs, attempting to restrict its movements. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiral Shuriken. A massive spiral shuriken formed in his palm, enveloped in a violent gale, and struck fiercely towards the bear's head. This blow caused the bear to tilt its head, staggering on its feet. Luffy took advantage of the strange bear's unsteady form to carefully observe its movements. He noticed that every time it struck with its paw, a slightly lighter patch of fur would briefly appear under its armpit, indicating a relatively weak defense there. "Naruto, attack its armpit," Luffy shouted. Hearing this, Naruto instructed his Shadow Clones to change their strategy and focus on the bear's armpit. The original Naruto also switched to Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, and the high-temperature lava shuriken accurately hit its target. The bear's armpit was burned to a crisp, causing it to howl in pain and thrash wildly, sending several Shadow Clones flying. Luffy seized the opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, channeling the full power of his dual swords. striking towards the injured armpit of the monstrous bear with all his might. The sword sank deeply into its flesh, blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The monstrous bear suffered severe injuries and became even more frenzied. Its eyes turned blood red as it charged at Luffy recklessly, moving like a black whirlwind. Luffy skillfully dodged, coordinating seamlessly with Naruto to continue attacking its vital points. After a fierce struggle, the bear's stamina gradually waned, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Luffy and Naruto seized the moment, both exerting their strength. Luffy's Flame Thunder Demon Slash and Naruto's Sage Art. Super large Rasengan struck the bear simultaneously, delivering a heavy blow. Accompanied by a deafening scream, the fierce beast collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two were exhausted and panting heavily, and before they could catch their breath, they suddenly heard applause coming from deep within the woods. Wonderful, truly wonderful. You two are quite skilled. As the voice spoke, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood slowly emerged. An almost imperceptible dark aura emanated from him, sending an inexplicable chill down their spines. Who are you? Luffy asked, gripping his swords tightly and remaining alert. The figure in the black robe chuckled softly. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you kill my pet. How do you intend to settle this? Naruto glared furiously. Your pet was harming people in the town. It deserved to die. The figure in the black robe sneered even more. Humph, foolish. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. It was merely seeking food. Since you have disrupted my plans, you shall pay with your lives. After saying this, he waved his hands, and countless black energy darts shot out from his sleeves, raining down towards the two. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Shield, crossing his twin swords in front of him. The power of thunder and flame intertwined to form a light curtain, blocking a wave of shurikens. Naruto then used the Shadow Clone technique, dispersing his shadow clones to evade the attacks while searching for a chance to counterattack. The first round of attacks did not succeed, but the man in the black robe was not annoyed. He muttered incantations, and a massive black magic circle appeared beneath his feet. A group of shadow spirits surged forth from the magic circle, clawing and swiping at Luffy and Naruto. Chapter 0997. What exactly? Luffy looked at the surging shadow ghosts, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. He quickly waved his twin swords in front of him, unleashing the Flame Thunder Whirlwind Slash. The power of thunder and flame wrapped around the howling wind, forming a strong whirlwind that swept towards the group of ghosts. Within the whirlwind, lightning flickered and flames blazed, with many shadow ghosts being caught inside, instantly dissipating into wisps of black smoke. On Naruto's side, the shadow clones were engaged in close combat with the ghosts, while the real Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and executed the Sage Art. Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The high-temperature lava release, spiraling shuriken shot out, accurately hitting the densest area of the ghost swarm, causing a violent explosion, and yet another batch of ghosts was blown to smithereens. However, the number of shadow ghosts was overwhelming, coming in waves as if they were endless. During the fierce confrontation, Luffy noticed that each time a ghost passed through the whirlwind attack, a bluish light spot briefly appeared on their heads, which must be the gathering point of energy and their vital spot. Naruto focused fire on the light spots on their heads. Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their tactics and specifically target the light spots on the ghosts' heads. The real Naruto also switched to the Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiraling Shuriken, and the gigantic Spiraling Shuriken, carrying wind and fire, continuously shattered several ghost light spots, causing the ghost swarm's attack to descend into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the man in the black cloak quickly formed hand seals with both hands, increasing the energy output of the magic circle. More and stronger shadow ghosts surged out from the circle, accompanied by black energy chains that coiled and twisted like ethereal snakes, approaching the two men in an entangling manner. Luffy unleashed the Flame Thunder Breakthrough Slash, severing several approaching chains, but the chains kept coming, and it looked like they were about to trap them. Seeing this, Naruto activated the Sage Technique, Earth Release, Multiple Earth Wall, raising several thick earthen walls to temporarily block the assault of the chains. Luffy was defending while observing the movements of the man in the black robe. He noticed that every time the man formed seals to cast spells, there would be a faint energy flickering at the cuffs of his robe, suggesting that it might hold the key to maintaining the magic circle. Naruto, attack his cuffs! Luffy shouted. Upon hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to charge at the cuffs of the man in the black robe. The real Naruto then unleashed the Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, which flew towards the cuffs of the man in the black robe, enveloped in high-temperature flames. The man in the black robe did not expect them to discover his weakness and was caught off guard. The cuffs were struck by the Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken, causing the magic circle to instantly dim, and the ghosts and chains that emerged became weak and lethargic. Luffy seized this rare opportunity and unleashed the Flame Thunder Demon Slash, maximizing the power of his dual swords as he struck towards the man in the black robe with all his might. The man in the black robe hurriedly summoned a black shield, barely blocking the attack, but still being forced back a few steps. Damn it, how do you have such power? Furious and embarrassed, the man in the black robe flickered and instantly vanished from his spot, only to reappear behind Naruto the next moment, wielding a black dagger that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, and he lunged it towards Naruto's back. Luffy was quick-witted and threw the Thunder Flame Sword in his hand, which flew straight towards the man in black, accompanied by roaring lightning and flames. The man in black had no choice but to abandon his attack on Naruto and sidestep to evade. Naruto reacted quickly and turned around to unleash a Sage Art, Wind Release, Nine-Tails Spiraling Shuriken, striking the man in black hard while he was still off balance from dodging Luffy's attack. The man in black was hit in the abdomen and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a large tree, which snapped in response. The man in black struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with resentment. I will remember this debt, and we will meet again. After saying this, he cast dark magic, and a wave of black smoke enveloped him, allowing him to vanish without a trace. Luffy recalled the Sword of Thunder and exchanged a glance with Naruto, both seeing fatigue and relief in each other's eyes. Let's head back to the town and see how the villagers are doing, Luffy said. The two returned to the town and informed the villagers that the monster had been eliminated, causing an immediate uproar of joy. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude and prepared a lavish celebration feast for them. At the banquet, Luffy and Naruto learned about some strange occurrences in the surrounding areas. They heard that not far away, in the deep mountains, there was an abandoned magic academy, once a cradle for training top wizards, but now long neglected, often filled with strange sounds. After eating and drinking their fill and regaining some strength, they decided to investigate the abandoned magic academy. Chapter 0998. Your journey ends here. Luffy and Naruto stepped into the abandoned magic academy, and a sense of old decay rushed towards them. The academy's main door was already in ruins, and the magical runes on it had lost their former luster, faintly flickering with a weak light as if recounting its past glory. The two walked along the dust-covered corridor, with ancient portraits hanging on the walls on either side. The wizards in the portraits stared at them with hollow eyes, sending chills down their spines. Occasionally, a gust of chilly wind would blow by, making the figures in the portraits seem as if they were about to come to life, causing Naruto to instinctively grip the Rasengan tighter in his hand. Luffy cautiously observed his surroundings, the flames on the Sword of Thunder blaze burning even brighter, illuminating the path ahead. They arrived at the library, where the shelves were askew and books were scattered everywhere. Some of the books still retained magical power, and when Naruto accidentally touched one, it suddenly opened on its own. The text on the pages flickered with an eerie glow, accompanied by a chilling whisper, as if the magic within the book was revealing some secret to them. Luffy leaned in closer and discovered that the text recorded ancient and forbidden magical spells and research materials on dark magic. It seemed that this magic academy also hid an unknown dark side. In the laboratory, various strange experimental tools and magical arrays were displayed. One of the huge magical arrays emitted eerie energy fluctuations, with a crystal ball at its center, within which faint shadows were swimming. Naruto curiously reached out to touch the crystal ball, and in an instant, a powerful force knocked him back, prompting Luffy to quickly support him. Just then, a strange noise came from the corner of the laboratory, as if something was slowly awakening. The two immediately became alert and assumed a fighting stance. Just as they were preparing to leave the Magic Academy, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared before them, and a strong pulling force instantly drew them in. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange yet beautiful world, with a magnificent sky island floating in the sky, surrounded by unusual flowers and mysterious elemental powers. They had arrived in the continent of Teyvat. During their exploration, they unwittingly came before the Heavenly Principle. The Heavenly Principle was an existence with extraordinary aura and immense power, and her gaze conveyed endless majesty and mystery. Your journey ends here. Luffy and Naruto felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Tianli's words, "Your journey ends here," and instantly became alert. Before they could respond, Tianli's figure flickered and appeared before Luffy like a ghost, raising his hand to unleash a beam of energy shining with mysterious light towards him. Luffy reacted quickly, immediately unleashing the flame lightning shield. He crossed his dual swords in front of his chest, and the power of thunder and flame intertwined to form a dazzling light curtain that forcefully blocked the attack. The energy beam struck the shield, creating brilliant sparks, and the powerful impact caused Luffy's arms to go numb, his feet carving shallow grooves into the ground. Seeing Luffy under attack, Naruto didn't hesitate to use the shadow clone technique, instantly creating over 100 shadow clones that soared into the air, rushing towards Tianli. The shadow clones surrounded from all directions, throwing punches and delivering fierce kicks, trying to disrupt Tianli's movements. However, Tianli remained calm and collected, gracefully spinning her body as a soft yet resilient energy halo emanated around her. The shadow clones' attacks, upon touching the halo, felt as if they had collided with an invisible wall, and they were all repelled. Seizing the opportunity while the shadow clones held Tianli back, the real Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Spiral Shuriken." In an instant, a massive spiral shuriken formed in his palm, infused with raging wind power, and slammed towards Tianli. Tianli's eyes narrowed as she extended one hand, palm facing forward, and shockingly caught the immensely powerful spiral shuriken. Where her palm met the shuriken, light flickered as if a mysterious force was counteracting the attack. However, even with her extraordinary strength, the impact of this blow forced her to step back half a step. As Luffy seized the moment when Tianli's movement was hindered, he unleashed the dual slash of flame and thunder, with his dual swords enveloped in the power of thunder and flame, transforming into two intersecting arcs of light that struck towards Tianli like lightning. Sensing the danger, Tianli released the already dissipated spiral shuriken from her hand and sidestepped to avoid it. The arcs of light grazed the edge of her clothing, slicing through a peculiar giant tree behind her, which then crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tianli frowned slightly, clearly enraged by the cooperation between Luffy and Naruto. She quickly formed seals with both hands in front of her chest, and in an instant, the sky changed color as the surrounding elemental forces seemed to be summoned, wildly converging towards her. Immediately afterwards, countless spikes formed from elemental power shot towards Luffy and Naruto like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Luffy inserted his twin swords into the ground and began to chant incantations. Centered around the twin swords, he released a circular wave of fiery thunder energy, attempting to fend off the incoming spikes. Naruto used Sage Art, Earth Style, multiple earth wall to erect several thick earth walls, working in conjunction with Luffy's energy wave to form a defensive barrier. However, the attacks from Tenri were relentless. Although the elemental spikes were mostly blocked by the barrier, some still broke through and flew towards them. Luffy swung his twin swords, slicing through the approaching spikes one by one, while Naruto directed his shadow clones to assist in clearing the area. In the midst of the intense clash, Luffy noticed that after Tenri cast large spells, a vortex of energy briefly appeared at her chest, which might be the key point for her power accumulation and also her weakness. "Naruto, attack her chest," Luffy shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto immediately commanded his shadow clones to change their attack direction, while his main body performed Sage Art, Lava Style, Spiral Shuriken, sending a high-temperature lava shuriken wrapped in raging flames flying towards Tenri's chest. Tenri sensed the danger and tried to evade, but Luffy's flame thunder slash restrained her movements, making it difficult for her to escape. Just as the lava spiral shuriken was about to hit Tenri's chest, she forcibly twisted her body and braced herself with her arm to take the hit. Her arm was instantly burned by the high-temperature flames, the skin charred black. But the authority in her eyes did not diminish at all. Instead, it became even colder, signaling the onset of a more intense battle. Chapter 0999. Spell the injured Tenri let out an angry roar, and the burn on her arm was instantly enveloped in a layer of light. Kalins at a visibi rapid pace. At the same time, her aura suddenly surged, and a pair of wings that sparkled with brilliant light slowly unfolded from her back. With each flap of the wings, a violent energy storm was unleashed. Luffy and Naruto did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. They quickly moved closer together, standing back to back, vigilantly watching every move of Tenri. Naruto took a deep breath and once again used the shadow clone technique. This time, the number of shadow clones doubled, densely surrounding Tenri. Senjutsu, Magma Release, Super Huge Rasengan. The real Naruto quickly formed hand seals, and a Rasengan several times larger than before took shape in his palms. The scorching magma surged and rolled on the surface of the sphere, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Naruto suddenly hurled it towards Tenri. Wherever the Rasengan passed, the ground was burned into a deep ravine, and the air was distorted and deformed by the intense heat. As Luffy took advantage of Naruto's attack, he unleashed the Phantom Star Sword technique. In an instant, dozens of sword shadow clones appeared out of thin air, coordinating with Naruto's shadow clones as they charged towards Tenri. Luffy's main body tightly gripped his dual swords, the power of thunder and flame surging wildly along the blades. He flickered, cutting into the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning, aiming directly at Tenri's back, attempting to find a flaw for a fatal strike. Facing such a torrential assault, Tenri's gaze grew colder. She hovered in the air, her hands dancing as she manipulated the elemental forces around her, rapidly condensing them into various forms. First, water curtains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the lava release super large Rasengan in layers, trying to extinguish its power with water. Next, countless rock shields formed in front of her, blocking the attacks from the sword shadow clones and Naruto's shadow clones. However, Luffy and Naruto's offensive showed no signs of diminishing. The sword shadow clones nimbly weaved through, seeking to break through the rock shields. Naruto's shadow clones, undeterred by the scalding water curtains, continuously charged against Tenri's defenses. In the chaos, Luffy noticed that every time Tenri summoned elemental power for defense, a faint energy pattern briefly appeared at her waist, where the energy fluctuations were relatively weak. "Naruto, attack her waist," Luffy shouted. Upon hearing the command, Naruto immediately directed his shadow clones to change their attack direction. The main body of Naruto also unleashed Sage Art, Wind Release, Ninetales Raisin Shuriken, a massive spiraling shuriken wrapped in howling winds, hurtling towards Tenri's waist. Tenri sensed the danger and attempted to dodge to the side, but was tightly entangled by a group of sword shadow clones, making it difficult to escape. Just as the Raisin Shuriken was about to hit Tenri's waist, she forcibly twisted her body, using an arc of elemental power to deflect the spiraling shuriken. However, this movement exposed a slight flaw, and Luffy seized the opportunity to unleash the Flame Thunder Demon Breaking Slash, his dual swords imbued with earth-shattering thunder and flame power, fiercely striking towards Tenri. In a hurry, Tenri extended her hands to block, and the dual sword struck her hands, causing blood to spatter. Yet, relying on her overwhelming willpower and mysterious strength, she managed to force Luffy back a few steps. Tenri took a breath, the anger in her eyes burning even brighter. She suddenly threw her head back and let out a long howl, the sound shaking the surrounding flowers and grass, scattering the clouds in the sky. Immediately after, she pressed her palms together and began to chant a mysterious incantation as the elemental forces around her seemed to go wild, madly converging towards her, signaling that an even more ferocious attack was about to come. Chapter 1000, The End, Finale. As Tenri chanted the incantation, the elemental forces between heaven and earth seemed to be drained, the winds and clouds swirling violently, distorting the entire space. Luffy and Naruto felt unprecedented pressure, as if a great mountain were pressing down on them, making their movements increasingly difficult. They could not sit idly by. Luffy gritted his teeth, channeling all the power of thunder and flames within him into his twin swords. The swords hummed with energy, their light so blinding it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. He unleashed an unprecedented ultimate move, the Flame Thunder Annihilation Slash. A beam of light soaring to the heavens and reaching the earth, accompanied by roaring thunder and raging flames, rushing towards the heavenly principle. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, creating a deep chasm. Naruto also gave it his all, the chakra of the Ninetales surging forth, enveloping his entire body. His form instantly expanded several times, entering an unprecedented ultra-powerful Ninetales mode. Sage Art, Ninetales Lava Release, Ultimate Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto thrust his hands forward, launching a super spiraling shuriken that fused lava release, sage techniques, and the power of a nine tails. Its power was enough to destroy a mountain, carrying endless heat waves and a violent aura, following Luffy's attack towards the Heavenly Principle. Seeing this, the Heavenly Principle did not dare underestimate them. She quickened her chanting. The elemental power gathering around her formed a massive protective sphere, its light swirling, as solid as rock. The flame thunder annihilation slash struck the protective sphere first, causing a moment of electric flashes and raging flames, with cracks appearing on the surface of the sphere. Immediately after, the super spiraling shuriken slammed into the sphere, producing a deafening roar. The entire Tivik continent seemed to tremble. The protective sphere finally could not withstand such a powerful impact and shattered with a loud boom. The Heavenly Principle was also shaken, spitting out blood as she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a mountain peak, which instantly collapsed. Luffy and Naruto took the opportunity to strike. However, just as they were about to deliver a fatal blow to Tiendi, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with determination. She burned her own life force, forcibly drawing upon the primordial power of the heavens and earth. The surrounding space began to collapse, forming black holes, with a powerful suction that threatened to swallow everything. Not good. She's going to take them down with her. Luffy shouted. Naruto also sensed the danger, and the two of them desperately resisted the gravitational pull, trying to stabilize their positions. In this life and death moment, Luffy recalled their determination to protect the continent and the countless experiences shared with his companions. A powerful belief supported him. He plunged his twin swords into the ground, gripping the hilts tightly, and used the swords as a medium to unleash all his remaining strength, creating a light shield in an attempt to withstand the black hole's pull. Meanwhile, Naruto continuously channeled the chakra of the Nine Tails into the light shield to enhance its defense. The two worked closely together, their clothes soaked with sweat, their bodies trembling from exertion, but their gazes never wavered. Gradually, the black hole's pull weakened, and the natural balance began to suffer from overexertion of life force, its breath growing fainter and fainter. Eventually, it slowly closed its eyes, its body dissipating into specks of light in the air. This thrilling battle finally came to an end, and Luffy and Naruto collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked around. Although Teyvat was scarred, the crisis had been averted. After the battle, Luffy and Naruto stayed in Teyvat for a few more days, helping local residents clear the ruins and rebuild their homes, sharing all that they had learned, just to help this weathered land regain its former vitality as quickly as possible. Once things seemed a bit more stable, Luffy fell into deep thought. Every quiet night, he gazed at the strange, yet familiar starry sky, and there was always a voice echoing in his heart, calling him from his original world. There were traces of his growth, family and friends waiting for him, and adventures yet to be completed. Naruto seemed to sense Luffy's thoughts. One evening, the two sat side by side on a hillside, watching the sunset glow. Luffy, I feel like something's on your mind. Are you missing home? Naruto broke the silence first. Luffy nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia and conflict. Naruto, I remember everything here. The days we fought side by side are unforgettable memories of my life, but I ultimately do not belong to this world. My roots are in that original land. Naruto patted Luffy's shoulder and grinned. I understand. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Besides, who knows, maybe one day we'll meet again in some other world. With his dear friend's understanding, Luffy felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. On a sunny and breezy morning, the residents of Teyvat gathered to send Luffy off. They offered their most sincere blessings and thanks, their eyes filled with reluctance. Luffy thanked Naruto and, after a warm embrace, turned to walk towards the mysterious light that had appeared before, a passage connecting two worlds. As Luffy stepped into the light, he felt a whirlwind, and his consciousness gradually faded. When he regained awareness, he found himself back in his familiar hometown. The sunlight still warmly bathed him, a gentle breeze brushed against his cheeks, and the sounds of bustling streets and children's laughter filled his ears. Everything felt so familiar. He strolled through the streets and alleys, seeing his old friends chatting joyfully in a tavern. Their familiar faces bore the marks of time, yet still radiated warmth. When his friends spotted Luffy, they were momentarily stunned before erupting in cheers, surrounding him and eagerly asking about where he had been all this time. Luffy smiled as he recounted his experiences, omitting some of the more bizarre and difficult-to-understand parts. His companions listened with rapt attention, their eyes filled with wonder and envy. Afterward, Luffy reintegrated into his original life. occasionally taking out treasures obtained from the other world to reminisce about that thrilling adventure. Whenever a new crisis befell his hometown, he would step forward, using the experience and growth he gained from those continents to protect the land he was born and raised in. In a moment of unguarded reflection while gazing at the starry sky, Luffy seemed to glimpse the outline of the ninja world. He knew that in another time and space, Naruto was also fighting to protect. Though they were far apart, they were forever connected by a shared belief. Synopsis: do you see these maps? As the main character, Luffy meets Naruto, and after forming a bond, they traverse various anime worlds together. Naruto activates his Nine-Tails Sage mode, coughs, and says, Kurama. Luffy activates his Ten-Tails Six Paths mode, coughs, and says, God Tree. Saitama, with a black face, hey hey hey. You two should cut it out.